The day Xiao Chen transformed into a minor character in Do coincided with the fall of the Flame Emperor from grace. While other time travelers were preoccupied with usurping the role of the protagonist, he found himself bound to a critical hit refund system dedicated to providing warmth to the fated children of destiny. When the downcast Xiao Yan found himself with an empty stomach, Xiao Chen offered him a meat-filled flatbread, saying, "Brother, are you hungry?" Ding! A critical hit refund was granted, a low-grade flatbread, along with a high-grade elixir, the fire-breaking pill. As ancient clan experts besieged the Yunlan sect, he discreetly handed Xiao Yan an earth-ranked combat technique, saying, "Take it, feel free to use it." Ding! A refund of a heavenly ranked skill, an upgraded version of the burning decision. The alchemist's eyes widened in shock. How did he know I had hidden the continuation of the burning decision? On the day the Soul Clan's elder, leading a million-strong army, pressed forward, Xiao Yan stood defiantly before Xiao Chen. "Big brother, you rest," he said with a slight smile. "Let me repay you this last bit of kindness." Chapter 1. Critical Hit Refund System 0.1. In the corner of a gray-blue brick wall, a fine spider's web hung, faintly illuminated by the weak light filtering through the window, revealing a blurred outline. The dilapidated roof emanated a scent of decayed wood, and beneath him lay a hard earthen bed, offering little comfort. Xiao Chen's body felt as if it had been disassembled, heavy and aching. The last image he recalled was the closing words of the final chapter of Do Pa on his computer screen, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Where is this? Where am I? His throat felt as though it had been scraped by sandpaper, producing a hoarse, unfamiliar voice. This was certainly not his bedroom. The hard sensation beneath him, the stale air, and the darkened wood of the ceiling beams all conveyed a sense of incomprehensible strangeness. Suddenly alert, Xiao Chen attempted to sit up, but the movement caused the earthen bed to groan under the strain. Every joint in his body ached sharply, and a buzzing sound filled his head, akin to the static noise of an old television after power loss. Chaotic and disordered images, frantically colliding within his consciousness. Ding! A jarring metallic notification rang out abruptly in his mind. The host soul carrier detected as abnormal. Consciousness ocean overload detected. Activating emergency protocol. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in the depths of his mind. What? Xiao Chen's astonishment barely took form. Initiating deep stimulation to assist neural coordination. Zing! It felt as if 1,000 invisible steel needles had simultaneously pierced his skull, penetrating the most sensitive areas of his cerebral cortex. The pain exceeded any mortal's capacity to endure, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation as if his soul was being forcibly detached and violently thrust back, joined by an intense electrical current that paralyzed every nerve. Ah! Xiao Chen's vision abruptly darkened, soon engulfed in a chaotic whirlwind of colors, his body completely losing control, convulsing violently on the hard bed like a fish out of water. His teeth sank deep into his lower lip, and the taste of salty blood filled his mouth. Synchronization complete. System binding activated. The frigid voice seemed to have traversed countless centuries, finally becoming somewhat discernible amidst the receding agony. And the incessant ringing in his ears. The numbing sensation of electricity gradually ebbed, leaving behind a bone-chilling coldness and an endless fatigue that permeated every cell, each one screaming in anguish. Xiao Chen gasped for breath, his thin cotton shirt thoroughly soaked in sweat. Clinging to his skin like ice, he lay sprawled on the bed, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just endured a brutal beating from a group of burly men for half an hour. Transmigration, the narrative he had encountered 100 times in novels, had come crashing down upon him, and the experience was utterly dreadful. Accompanying this desperate realization was an overwhelming sense of absurdity, even eclipsing the lingering pain in his body. System, Xiao Chen croaked, his throat burning. He struggled to utter those two words. The pulsating pain and electric sensation still stubbornly lingered in his mind, and the arrival of this system was a far cry from his imagination of a celestial melody and a golden glow, accompanied by a friendly ding welcoming new users. Just as he was still in shock, his mind racing with visions of the Chosen One, defying fate and ascending to greatness while battling the Soul Clan and marrying the Soul Emperor. That cold, emotionless voice interrupted him without hesitation. Detected a significant cognitive deviation in host protagonist template, severely deviating from the core functions of the system. Initiating cognitive correction protocol. Wait, Xiao Chen jolted, frightened by that previous stimulus. The budding dream of being a protagonist shattered into countless fragments. I understand. I will cooperate. Please tell me. His instinct for survival surged above all else. Before him, a flicker of faint light flashed, and a seemingly ethereal blue translucent panel appeared without hesitation, its frame shimmering with faint streams of data. Critical hit return system 0.1. Current binding. Core child of destiny. Unanchored. Host. Xiao Chen. Level mortal. Strength. Combat chi 6 stage feeble. Cultivation method. None urgently needs improvement. Combat skills. None powerless. Distributable resource points. 0 destitute. Critical hit multiplier range. 110,000 times infinite potential. Bond seed. Unplanted. Prophetic vision. Insufficient level. Frozen. That meager attribute doused the flickering flame of hope within Xiao Chen like a bucket of ice water. The standard features of transmigration endless draws, unparalleled skills, and an invincible start were all conspicuously absent. Not even a novice gift package, only this vaguely functional, ominously named critical hit return. Who is the child of destiny? Xiao Chen steadied himself, suppressing the urge to scoff, and tentatively inquired. The core anchoring object was evidently crucial. The luminous flow in the central area of the panel suddenly became chaotic, as if an immensely vast simulation was underway. Moments later, the background of the entire panel subtly revealed a robust, ancient hue of deep blue-black. Locking in the core child of destiny, Xiao Yan destined one of the combat chi continent. Ultimate mainline task generation in progress. Option 1. Journey of the Emperor. Invest all resources into Xiao Yan, aiding him in overcoming numerous challenges ultimately, achieving the unification of the continent and ascending to the throne. Final reward. Determined by completion and investment assessment. Option 2. Path of destruction. Devote resources to the Soul Emperor, assisting him in vanquishing the Flame Emperor's destiny, devouring the continent's essence, and transforming into a world-destroying demon. Final reward. Determined by completion and investment assessment. Time limit. 10 years. Task failure. Erasure protocol initiated soul formatting. Xiao Chen. He gazed at the two ominous erasure red letters flashing on the panel, his lips twitching slightly. Option 2. Aligning with the Soul Emperor? What a joke. He would be left wondering how he met his demise. The tyrant from the original text was ruthless and merciless. He would betray even his own without hesitation. Choose. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen directed his thoughts towards option 1. Only a fool would choose the Soul Emperor. Opting for Xiao Yan, though the ultimate task of unifying the realm in 10 years sounded fantastical, at least Xiao Yan was loyal in Gratefula Prime investment. Ding. Journey of the Emperor. Main quest confirmed and anchored. Time limit activated. 10 years. The cold, hard notification, accompanied by the ticking countdown, tightened Xiao Chen's chest. Before he could further ponder the absurd time constraint, the light on the panel surged once more. Task update. Current task, beginner guidance. Aiding in times of need. Detected target, the destined child Xiao Yan, is currently in a period of profound decline. A significant drop in cultivation and family status has led to a mental setback status. Confused, depressed. This is but a ripple in the river of fate, presenting an optimal investment opportunity. The host is urged to seize this moment. Offering encouragement and support form is flexible, igniting his fighting spirit and stabilizing his wavering heart. Task rewards. System experience points, 100 experience needed for next upgrade. 100, 100. Special item, critical return voucher X1 related to task rewards. Unlocking beginner profits vision, access level. Failure penalty, no erasure during beginner guidance period. Rewards reset to 0. Accomplished. Xiao Chen fixated on the reward of beginner profits vision, a surge of excitement coursing through him. This sounded like an external guidebookable to foresee the script. In this brutal world, information serves as the greatest advantage, more crucial than starting with divine artifacts. As for Xiao Yan's current condition, he was well aware. The timing was crystal clear. Struggling to rise, Xiao Chen felt his body weak and feeble, yet the remnants of electrical torment had largely subsided. He approached the corner where a half-barrel of murky water lay, the surface reflecting the visage of a youthful face, perhaps 13 or 14 years old, bearing a resemblance to his original self, albeit thinner and more juvenile, with prominent cheekbones and skin tinged with the pallor of malnutrition. He was clad in a severely worn coarse shirt typical of the lowest-ranking members of the Xiao clan. Xiao Chen? Oh no, I am Xiao Chen now. He gazed intently at the reflection in the water jar, his expression gradually shifting to one of complexity and determination. Within the Xiao family, Possessing a combat energy level of 6 is neither high nor low. It grants him a status superior to that of ordinary servants, yet pales in comparison to the esteemed core disciples. He is merely a standard background character. Xiao Yan, a fallen genius. He closed his eyes, the vivid imagery from the original narrative swirling in his mind, evoking the memorable prologue. Once a dazzling prodigy, adorned with the halo of being the youngest fighter in the clan for a century, he plummeted into despair overnight, becoming the butt of everyone's jokisa. Waste it this very moment. He was likely curled up in a secluded corner of the family's rear mountain, enduring boundless defeat and self-doubt. This marked the first significant vortex in the river of the protagonist's fate, the true storm beginning to brew. Xiao Chen's heart inexplicably quickened, a surge of indescribable excitement blossoming within him. What he must do now is approach the edge of that storm and gently cast the first stone belonging to him into the heart of the vortex. The room was filled only with the sound of his heavy breathing and the distant, indistinct clamor from outside. The direction of the bustling voices was unmistakable. Xiao, families, testing square. The results for the third level had likely been announced. That name was shrouded in greater humiliation over the entirety of Wutan City. Time waits for no one. Xiao Chen surveyed the cramped, dilapidated room. The walls were bare, and he was as impoverished as one could be. What could he rely on for encouragement and support? He hastened to the only corner of the room that could be deemed a storage space, before a rickety, slanted wooden cupboard, and roughly pulled open the creaking door. Inside lay a haphazard collection of equally old and tattered garments. He rummaged through them with a hint of urgency. He tossed aside several coarse short shirts, his gaze fixed upon something. Half a hard, dark brown flatbread. This item was as hard as stone, with a corner missing, likely the remnants of 2 days prior. Not only did he lack an appetite at present, but even if he did, he would probably need to soak it in water to soften it before being able to gnaw on it. Xiao Chen's eyes remained locked on this half-piece, which could only be described as garbage rations, and he instinctively touched his sunken belly that a sense of absurdity washed over him once more. System? He silently called out. The interface before him responded immediately, awaiting the triggering of a critical event. Initial investment of resources into the core child of destiny, Xiao Yan. Current items available for host's use. Coarse flatbread half-piece. Mundane item satiety 10, extremely poor taste. Theoretical critical hit range. 110 times host's first action targets extreme, need state bonus included. Old coarse cloth shirt X2. Mundane item warmth 1, severely worn. Theoretical critical hit range. 5 times probability of triggering armor type return. Note: the value of items and their alignment with the target significantly influence the critical hit multiplier and the quality of returned items. Observing the comm notifications. On the panel, particularly the one indicating target in extreme demand state, Xiao Chen clenched a half-hard, unyielding pancake tightly in his hand. It's a gamble. The first pot of gold must have a beginning. What could be more timely than a pancake in the snow? He murmured softly, his gaze sharpening as if to penetrate the tough exterior of the bread. He hesitated no longer, swiftly wrapping the half-pancake in a relatively clean piece of old cloth and tucking it into his bosom, the rigid texture pressing against his heart. Without a thought to tidy the disheveled bed and cabinet, he flung open the door and plunged into the dim morning light outside. Following the vague recollections of the secluded forest on the back mountain, where Xiao Yan often frequented, he hurried along the familiar path. The cool morning air, infused with the scents of grass and earth, filled his nostrils. Along the way, he encountered several young members of the Xiao family hurrying towards the testing square. Upon seeing Xiao Chen running in the opposite direction, most exhibited a hint of surprise, yet none paused to greet or inquire, for his six-stage prowess and ordinary background. Hardly warranted attention, as the familiar outline of the rocky cliff came into view, Xiao Chen softened his footsteps, holding his breath in an attempt to make no sound. He navigated around several large, smooth boulders and soon spotted, not far ahead, a solitary, forlorn figure on a flat stone that jutted from the ground like a natural bench. The figure, with its back to him and shoulders slightly hunched, seemed burdened by an unseen weight. It was indeed Xiao Yan. Xiao Chen felt a surge of adrenaline course through his veins. He tread even more lightly, each step as silent as a cat's, quietly maneuvering to conceal himself behind a natural blind spot formed by half-man-high, weathered rocks. He nestled himself in the shadow of the stones, his gaze locked onto the youth sitting on the stone bench. Xiao Yan sat there quietly, his thin clothing fluttering in the cool morning breeze, appearing somewhat desolate. His head hung low, disheveled black hair obscuring half his face, rendering his expression indistinguishable. The only palpable sensation was an almost frozen despair and silence. heavy as unyielding ink enveloping his slight frame. The sounds of the whirl-the-wind, the birds seemed to be kept at bay beyond the barrier of that profound stillness. His right hand appeared to unconsciously scrape the cold rock beneath him, knuckles whitening from the pressure, barely registering any pain. The immense disparity and humiliation that followed the shattering of past glory gnawed at the remnants of his dignity, while the light of the entire world seemed to fade from his eyes. The apothecary sovereign Xiao Chen's gaze discreetly swept over the young man's left hand, which was gripping his chest tightly. A seemingly ordinary black ring rested quietly on Xiao Yan's index finger, unremarkable and appearing to be nothing more than an inconsequential old item. The moment had arrived. Xiao Chen inhaled deeply, striving to adjust his somewhat rigid expression, endeavoring to relax his muscles as much as possible, presenting himself with a hint of bashfulness, yet exuding a natural and appropriately measured concern. He patted the hem of his dust-laden coarse cloth garment, emerging from behind the concealed rock, his footsteps echoing loudly. The dry leaves crunched beneath his feet with a distinct sound. The silent figure on the stone bench was evidently startled. Xiao Yan's shoulders trembled abruptly, as if scalded, instinctively preparing to spring up. He swiftly wiped his face with his sleeve, the motion so rapid it barely concealed his intent, before turning his head sharply with a mixture of surprise and wariness, as if caught in a moment of vulnerability. Their gazes met, the youthful face, gaunt and marked by profound fatigue and lingering scars, collided with Xiao Chen's vision. Deep within those eyes, a stubborn flame simmered. It was presently subdued by a haze of confusion, exhaustion, and distrust. Xiao Yan's expression shifted instantaneously from shock and bewilderment to that of a wary and icy wolf cub. "It's you?" His voice was husky, akin to rough gravel scraping together. Xiao Chen. Xiao Yan certainly recognized him, a descendant of a collateral branch of their clan, with whom he had scarcely interacted, hardly even a nodding acquaintance. An ordinary clansman of the sixth stage of fighting spirit. Now, in this moment of utmost vulnerability, in a place he wished to keep hidden from prying eyes, what could this unexpected arrival want? Did he intend to revel in the same torment as those in the square, to derive pleasure from further humiliating him? The mere possibility of this sent a chill and hardness through Xiao Yan's demeanor, making him even more defensive. Xiao Chen perceptibly sensed the thick layer of icy wariness reflected in Xiao Yan's gaze. He did not reveal any trace of mockery or curiosity. Instead, he naturally wore a somewhat awkward, even bashful smile, as if genuinely surprised to encounter him here. He paused, rubbing his hands together as if hesitating, his movements clumsy yet imbued with a hint of sincere goodwill. "Well, he began, his gaze slightly averted, finding it difficult to meet Xiao Yan's piercing and frigid stare, as if carefully choosing his words. "I just finished testing and happened to pass by." His speech, tinged with embarrassment, came out somewhat stilted, yet this only served to diminish the abruptness of his presence. "You?" Xiao Yan's icy demeanor remained unyielding, his brows furrowed in scrutiny. Summoning a measure of courage, Xiao Chen took a small step forward, meeting Xiao Yan's distant and scrutinizing gaze. At the same time, his right hand awkwardly slipped into the inner side of his tattered shirt. Groping around soon, he produced a small parcel, meticulously wrapped in a piece of gray cloth, his movements imbued with a touch of caution. "I see you." Xiao Chen's voice steadied slightly, yet still bore the characteristic ambiguity and shyness of youth. "Earlier, you came directly from the square." He seemed at a loss for words, as if attempting to justify why he presumed the other had not eaten. "This for you." Ultimately, he failed to articulate anything particularly eloquent, merely extending the small gray cloth bundle forward with a certain awkwardness, palm open. His gaze returned to Xiao Yan's face, shimmering with pure anticipation. "I bought a little extra, and it's still warm." In his outstretched palm lay a modest portion of rough, unevenly baked flatbread, its surface charred to a mottled brown, with jagged crumbs adorning the edges. The morning breeze, imbued with the dampness of grass and foliage, gently caressed the gray cloth that enveloped the half-piece of warm, brownish flatbread, swirling it between the two youths. Xiao Yan's gaze was magnetically drawn to that small morsel. The slight warmth emanating from it seemed to possess an irresistible allure, piercing through the air and searing into the icy, weakened knots of his stomach. The harsh spittle of his kin from the square, the indifferent gaze of the steward, and Xiao Mai's sidelong, contemptuous glance faded into the background. A primal hunger, almost distorting reason, surged forth, akin to a serpent awakening, ravenously gnawing at his defenses and the last remnants of his crumbling dignity. Resist? That thought was swiftly obliterated by the merciless spasms of his stomach. Should he give? Or take? Xiao Chen stubbornly held out his hand, his eyes sincere and clear. He even slightly adjusted his wrist, nudging the bread forward, the coarse texture of the cloth brushing against his fingertips. The gesture bore a tenacious, unequivocal kindness absent of the arrogance of charity, devoid of pitying scrutiny and lacking even a hint of curious inquiry. It conveyed a straightforward, natural act of returning something to its rightful owner. The tense lines of humiliation and wariness on Xiao Yan's face finally softened. A fissure appeared in the thick ice of his gaze. His tightly clenched fist trembled imperceptibly upon his knee, the sharp pain from his earlier exertion now dulled to numbness. His throat felt parched, as if clogged with scalding sand. At last, he moved, with excruciating slowness. Accompanied by an instinctual tremor, he extended his right hand. The hand was not particularly clean, with faint scratches from earlier encounters with jagged rocks still lingering between his fingers, and his joints stiffened from previous tension. His movement exuded a clumsy caution, as though fearing that the moment he reached out, the other would retract his hand like the kin from the square, erupting into mocking. Laughter. There was no laughter. Xiao Chen even took a small step forward as Xiao Yan reached out, allowing the half-piece of bread to rest directly in his palm, thus averting any further awkwardness in the distance required to grasp as the warm bread settled into his hand. A peculiar warmth, rough yet soothing, spread through his skin. "Thank you," he uttered with great difficulty, as though the words were being forcibly extracted from the depths of his throat. Xiao Yan was unable to lift his gaze to meet the other's eyes instead. He cast his eyes downwards, fixating on the meager morsel of food in his palm. With a slight movement of his throat, he hastily swallowed an imaginary saliva, and no longer hesitating, he swiftly employed his somewhat trembling hand to roughly tear open a corner of the coarse gray cloth wrapping, as if fearing that any delay would cause this scant sustenance to vanish. He directly grasped a piece of flatbread and hastily stuffed it into his mouth. The it was exceedingly hard. As his teeth sank into it, a faint crunch resonated. The coarse texture, typical of inferior grains, was unavoidably rough, even scraping his throat. Chewing became a laborious task, yet the primitive aroma of the dough mingled with a hint of charred embers ignited a more fervent longing within his empty stomach. He ravenously chewed, striving to extract that meager warmth and flavor. Xiao Chen stood nearby, observing the boy devour the bread with an almost gluttonous urgency, his head tilted slightly as he gasped for breath, nearly choking on the dry crumbs. The glimmer of pure concern and apology in his eyes quietly settled, tinged with a complex and inexpressible realization. Indeed, Xiao Yan was not merely grappling with the loss of his cultivation, he was also ensnared in the dismal plight of his circumstances. How could those cruel forces ever provide sustenance for a waste? At that moment, a cold and swift notification resonated in Xiao Chen's consciousness like a spring bursting forth, overshadowing the fleeting complexity of his emotions. Ding! The novice guide task, delivering coal in the snow, has been completed. The system is automatically generating task critical hit settlement evaluation in progress. Evaluation complete. The indifferent text on the blue panel flickered and refreshed wildly. Reward item. Coarse flatbread half a piece. Assessment status. Target compatibility. Extremely high. The target is in a state of extreme hunger and spiritual despondency. Host behavior. Sincere and straightforward with no additional conditions. First investment behavior receives extra weighting. Critical hit multiplier locked. 300 times. Critical hit effective. Commencing return. Return result. Return failed. Spatial energy interference. Core item directional retrieval successful. Target locked. Mystic grade advanced fire barrier breaking pill. Energy compatibility verification passed. Forcing through spatial disturbances. Ding. Return successful. The system notification resonated within the depths of his mind, striking Xiao Chen's thoughts to a momentary halt. In that very instant, an indescribable force surged forth, akin to swallowing a mouthful of molten lava in the sweltering desert. It was domineering, ferocious, with an all-consuming aura. It erupted from a void deep within his chest. Boom! An intangible blaze surged through his entire being in an instant, from the most minuscule corners of his meridians to every dormant sinew and bone. This heat was not one of destruction, rather, it ignited every inch of flesh, incinerating years of accumulated afflictions and awakening slumbering potential. It was as if a river long choked with dust and debris had been fiercely unblocked by a searing inferno. A new, scalding current surged forth, propelled by an unparalleled resolve, violently breaking free from the invisible shackles that had bound him. Boom! A muffled rush of air erupted beneath Xiao Chen's feet, sending the accumulated yellowed leaves swirling into a circular tempest around him. Host level has risen. Level 7th segment of Fighting Chi, preliminary transcendence of mediocrity. Strength description. Breath stabilized. Meridians initially tempered. Special reward. Fire ignition barrier breaking pill has been successfully incorporated into the beginner system space and is readily accessible. Special reward. Beginner Prophet's vision privilege has been activated. Do you wish to enable it? Xiao Chen trembled with exhilaration as the sensation of 7th segment power coursed through his limbs, every muscle still tinged with the intertwining sensations of searing pain. In relief akin to fiery torment, he could see within the depths of his consciousness a newly unveiled void, approximately a yard in diameter, where a pill the size of a longan, glowing a deep crimson, seemed to pulse with a molten orange radiance, continuously emanating waves of astonishing heat. That IT has come to fruition. Activate Prophet's vision. Without hesitation, he commanded within his mind, his gaze instinctively honing in on Xiao Yan, who sat upon a rock, just managing to swallow the last crumb of his biscuit with difficulty. To the edge of his vision, a faint shimmer emerged, like a flowing golden border composed of data. Lines of lucid, ethereal script, as if engraved in the fabric of reality, silently materialized in the air above Xiao Yan's head. Chapter 2. A millionfold critical strike, the indestructible void body. Xiao Yan sat upon the frigid stone, his fingertips subconsciously brushing against the remnants of pastry lingering in his palm. The coarse texture imbued with a warmth reminiscent of surviving a catastrophe. The searing heat that had engulfed him seemed to linger deep within his very bones, with each breath. The fullness brought by the 7 segments of dough qi left him in a state of rapture. What stirred his heart even more was the crimson, lava-like fire-breaking pill suspended in the recesses of his consciousness, alongside the quietly awakening prophetic vision. He lifted his gaze toward Xiao Yan, who remained ensnared in a web of intricate emotions. In his sight, several lines of ethereal golden text floated above Xiao Yan's head. Name: Xiao Yan, child of core destiny. Status: mental trauma, recovering. Fighting spirit rekindled, faint. Extreme hunger, alleviated. Do qi at 3 segments, uncharacteristically diminished. Root trauma. Requires advanced vision for investigation. Core associated object, storage ring, low tier, houses a powerful soul imprint in slumber. Yao Chun, highlighted in gold. Recent key turning point, approximately 12 days hence. Due to overwhelming anger, an attempt to stimulate Do Qi led to the inadvertent activation of the soul imprint within the storage ring. Current investment window, high recognition of the host's initial goodwill, trust foundation established. Root trauma, soul imprint of the storage ring. Activation in 12 days. Xiao Chen's heart began to race violently. Information is power. He understood that the unremarkable black ring was the pivotal key to resolving Xiao Yan's predicament, a golden opportunity for immense returns on investment. However, he needed to act before Yao Chen awoke. Once that ancient being stirred, the ownership of the ring could become a matter of contention. Opportunities are fleeting. Xiao Chen inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the exhilaration brought on by his level up and newfound vision, striving to restore the semblance of genuine concern he had earlier exhibited. Clearing his throat, his voice emerged with greater strength than before, yet still bore an endearing, slightly awkward simplicity. Xiao Yan, brother? This address momentarily startled Xiao Yan, who was lost in thought, causing him to look up at Xiao Chen. Few had ever called him that, especially after his fall from grace. Xiao Yan responded, his wariness noticeably diminished, tinged with curiosity. The earlier act of sharing the pastry, coupled with Xiao Chen's unadulterated intent, had pried open a slender fissure in his icy defenses. Xiao Chen stepped closer, crouching by the stone, his gaze seemingly casual as it drifted over Xiao Yan's left hand, landing precisely upon the dim, unassuming black ring adorning his index finger, which glimmered in gold only within the prophetic vision. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes igniting with an exaggerated astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Xiao Yan, brother, you possess that ring. Xiao Chen's voice erupted, laden with incredulity, his finger pointing directly at the ring, trembling slightly at the tip. This sudden reaction startled Xiao Yan, causing him to instinctively retract his hand, his eyes immediately brimming with wariness. What is it? This is a relic left to me by my mother. He instinctively emphasized the significance of the ring, while also pondering why Xiao Chen would react so vehemently. Relics? The shock on Xiao Chen's face swiftly transformed into a grave demeanor tinged with a hint of compassion. He inhaled deeply, as if grappling with a difficult decision, and lowered his voice to confide mysteriously, Brother Xiao Yan, your fighting spirit has inexplicably vanished. I suspect it may be connected to this. The word struck Xiao Yan like a thunderclap. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What do you mean? Impossible. The ring is the only remnant left to me by my mother, my final warmth. I refuse to believe it could harm me. Brother Xiao Yan, please listen to me calmly." Xiao Chen's voice bore an undeniable conviction, his gaze piercing into Xiao Yan's soul. "In the past, I accompanied the family's herbal gathering team into the mountains and heard some ancient merchants recount secret tales. They spoke of extremely old families that, having provoked vengeful entities, were subjected to malicious bloodline curses. One method involves sealing the curse's power within inconspicuous objects, allowing it to linger near the target, gradually sapping their essence and innate talent. His words flowed rapidly, each sentence striking at the most vulnerable chords of Xiao Yan's bewildered heart. Why had his fighting spirit vanished? Why did his talent dissipate? These questions tormented Xiao Yan day and night. But this is my mother." Xiao Yan's voice trembled as he clenched his fists, his complexion paling. "Perhaps my aunt is unaware? Perhaps someone deliberately manipulated her." Xiao Chen interjected, proposing another possibility, shifting the blame for the curse onto an even more elusive adversary. This not only preserved the legitimacy of the ring's origin, but also intensified Xiao Yan's suspicion and fear. Such items possess a characteristic. They appear utterly mundane and emit no discernible energy fluctuations, akin to a piece of ordinary scrap metal. Yet, the longer one wears it, the deeper the harm inflicted upon the wearer, silently and insidiously robbing them of everything, until the target is utterly reduced to a shell of a person. He articulated this with excruciating specificity, each word resonating with Xiao Yan's current experiences. Xiao Yan's heart was thrown into disarray. He glanced at his feeble hands, and then at the ring that had accompanied him for 3 years. The very one he had come to cherish after his talent had mysteriously vanished. The timeline, the effects, all aligned. An ineffable terror and chill seized him in an instant. I don't believe it." Xiao Yan shook his head vehemently, as if attempting to dispel this horrifying notion, yet his voice quivered and lacked conviction. Subconsciously, he had already accepted much of it. This explanation perfectly filled the void in his understanding, bridging the vast chasm named despair. "Brother Xiao Yan, I have no reason to deceive you." Xiao Chen's voice was resolute. Infused with fervent sincerity, at least his acting was impeccable. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze unwavering upon Xiao Yan. "I, Xiao Chen, have achieved the 6th stage of fighting spirit. Oh no, just now, spurred by your words, I gained insight and fortuitously broke through to the 7th stage." He timely showcased the stable, abundant aura of 7th stage fighting spirit within him. This slight elevation felt like a shot of adrenaline. Could mere words inspire another to transcend? This inadvertently bolstered the credibility of Xiao Chen's words. "Yet, what is my meager strength in your presence? Even if you are currently in a trough, you have once been the pride of our Xiao family. Who can predict the path of the future?" Xiao Chen, with a tone filled with fervor, declared, "If I harbored any ill intentions, why would I go through the trouble of bringing you food and feel joy in seeing you regain your spirits?" His gaze swept over the ring once more, laced with disdain and revulsion. "This trinket appears exceedingly mundane. Would it not be more convenient for me to simply seize it? Why waste words with you here?" Each utterance struck at the heart, resonating with undeniable logic, especially the assertion that it would be simpler to take it, which stripped any lingering suspicion of ulterior motives down to its essence. Xiao Yan's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. A profound fear coupled with an insatiable desire to regain strength overwhelmed everything. What should we do now?" Xiao Yan's voice trembled, tinged with desperation and confusion. Like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, his trust in Xiao Chen soaring to unprecedented heights. Instinctively, he sought assistance from the one who brought him a flicker of warmth and truth in this darkest hour. "Give it to me." Without hesitation, Xiao Chen extended his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Hand it over. I possess a modicum of probing techniques. Even if I cannot completely dispel it, at the very least, I can attempt to temporarily seal it, isolating it from your continued depletion. This will buy you time to recover." His voice exuded an undeniable urgency. "Quickly. Each moment you wear it increases the danger. Surely, you do not wish for your talents to be devoured entirely by it." Probing techniques, sealing and isolation. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, as long as it can be isolated, as long as it no longer siphons from him, there remains hope. Here, take it. The overwhelming desire to regain strength and the fear of the curse ultimately eclipsed any hesitation or reluctance. Trembling with resolve, Xiao Yan swiftly removed the black ring, which had accompanied him for 3 years and held his mother's longing, from his finger, and without a second thought, placed it into Xiao Chen's eagerly outstretched palm. The ring felt cool to the touch, its texture coarse and utterly ordinary. Were it not for the golden markings of prophetic vision and the system's melodious prompt resonating in Xiao Chen's mind, He might not have dared to believe he had grasped the key to attaining the pinnacle of combat prowess. Ding. Detecting that the host has successfully executed a critical resource recovery investment, ownership transfer, in the core Fate Child, Xiao Yan. Target item, low-tier storage ring. Black Rock Ring, contains, high-tier dormant soul imprint, a small amount of low-tier miscellaneous items. Target state. The target possesses a strong emotional attachment to the item, but is currently in a state of heightened fear and trust dependency. The item itself poses known lethality to the target. The host's recovery action is perceived by the target as a crisis rescue. Comprehensive assessment, logic established. Target emotional curve exhibits drastic fluctuations. Behavioral match, perfect. Warning. The item contains a soul imprint that exceeds the current processing limits of the system, dormant. Forced recovery requires core separation. Core separation will lead to the complete destruction of the item. Do you wish to proceed with forced recovery and investment? Complete destruction? Core separation? Xiao Chen's heart clenched violently. However, a fleeting vision flashed through his mind, revealing that Yao Chen would awaken at the moment when Xiao Yan's fury struck his bottleneck. To sever the connection now would mean to irrevocably destroy the physical form of the ring. This implied that before Yao Chen's awakening, the ring would cease to exist. The core connection between him and Xiao Yan would be utterly severed. Should Yao Chen awaken again, he would merely materialize elsewhere. Yes, the forced separation. Immediately reclaim it. Execute the investment return. Xiao Chen roared inwardly, without a hint of hesitation. Time was of the essence. With risks came rewards. The ring might be lost. But the pivotal moment for Yao Chen's awakening remained in his grasp. The core still resided with him. As long as the operation was executed properly, a tremendous force, indescribable and seemingly originating from the primordial chaos, erupted from the black spatial ring tightly clutched in his hand. The ring trembled violently in his palm, its surface, marred by wear, suddenly erupted with blinding white light, as if illuminated by a flashback of time itself. In the next second, a soft yet piercing sound, akin to shattering porcelain that transcended the very fabric of space, resonated. The black ring, which bore Xiao Yan's endless longing and suffering, crumbled in Xiao Chen's palm like ashes consumed by flames, fragmenting into a fine gray powder more subtle than smoke. No energy dissipated, no soul fluctuations escaped. All traces of material existence, including the ring itself and the inconsequential low-tier debris within it, even the faintest trace of Do Qi contained in the ring's material, were thoroughly obliterated by the system's overwhelming power, erased from the very foundation of existence on the Do Qi continent. Correspondingly, from the depths of the ring, an unfathomable essence was forcibly extricated. It was an exceedingly subtle golden light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, existing in a realm between reality and illusion. It was violently drawn out by the power of the system, akin to extracting a parasite, and then vanished without a trace, directly consumed by the system. Simultaneously, the rocky ground beneath Xiao Chen trembled violently. The surrounding air emitted a burdensome hum. In the sky, the clear morning light was suddenly shrouded by a dense and suffocating golden mist emanating from the void. This mist churned restlessly, exuding a pressure that made even the soul tremble. In the distant mountains and forests, birds fled in panic, and beasts crawled in lament. The core essence had been successfully severed. The critical return settlement was commencing. A cold notification tone resonated with an indescribable rhythm of excitement. Perhaps it was merely Xiao Chen's own illusion. Core value assessment of the item. Post-separation eternal space dust crystal, extremely minute. Dozun level soul mark source fragment, highly inert. Comprehensive evaluation, energy tier. Pseudo-dozone potential, due to fragment incompleteness. Calculating critical strike multiplier, locking in the target's emotional peak and cognitive affinity, securing the destructive rescue attributes of the separation process. Critical strike multiplier, 1,000,000 times. Return direction forcibly anchored. Direct cultivation enhancement for the host. Soul reinforcement, and inheritance of techniques, compensating for the loss of the vessel. As the return commenced, the system's notifications seemed to momentarily falter before the overwhelming intensity of the experience. A resounding impact reverberated through the air, not merely a sensation of internal combustion, but rather an infusion of boundless cosmic power, akin to the might of countless stars converging upon him. This force struck directly at the crown of Xiao Chen's head. An indescribable and insurmountable surge that felt as if his very soul were being torn asunder and then reassembled in a higher dimension. His bones crackled like popping beans, yet he felt suffused with a terrifying energy capable of bursting through galaxies. Every meridian and acupoint underwent a cycle of destruction and rebirth as a torrent of information, imbued with the primordial chaos of the universe, indelibly etched itself into the depths of his soul. This was the inheritance of the technique known as the indestructible void body. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Chen beheld the cyclone of combat energy within his consciousness expanding wildly, liquefying, solidifying, and swirling, ascending from a mere first-star combatant through the ranks to second, third, and beyond, breaking through the barriers of combat spirit with unimpeded force. Ultimately, amidst the surging tide of colossal energy, the cyclone erupted, transforming into an expansive, profound silver sea of energy capable of sustaining the motions of galaxies. At the very core of this sea, a small combat crystal, reminiscent of a tiny star and exuding an ancient, unyielding aura, began to crystallize. The energy continued to escalate, with his combat spirit reaching the first and second stars. The surrounding space warped and cracked under the weight of the terrifying pressure he unconsciously emitted. Golden clouds churned like boiling water, forming a colossal funnel-shaped vortex above him, as torrents of combat energy surged into his body like a celestial river. The entire vicinity of the Xiao family's back mountain, spanning several miles, was enveloped by this sudden and explosive force, one that surpassed even a Do Huang and hinted at a far more terrifying level of power. Thud. Xiao Yan, closest to the source of this divine pressure, found himself utterly incapable of resisting. His complexion drained to a pallid hue as he was crushed against the cold, unyielding rock beneath him, unable to move. Even breathing became an arduous task. With wide eyes filled with boundless shock and confusion, he could only stare at the figure of Xiao Chen, enshrouded in immeasurable golden light, his form indistinct and seemingly on the verge of transcending to a higher realm. The source of that terrifying aura rendered Xiao Yan's combat energy flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. What on earth transpired? The ring shattered, and then Xiao Chen transformed into what? In the instant that this incomprehensible force descended and warped the space around it. High above in the endless sky, a figure as swift as a flowing cloud suddenly halted, a stunning silhouette clad in a moon-white gown, exuding an ethereal grace shrouded in a veil of soft lunar light. Her icy gaze pierced through the barriers of space, instantly locking onto the source of that terrifying pressure emanating from the direction of Wutan City, rising like a beacon of smoke and flame, stirring the elemental energies of the world. The potency contained within that wave of energy made even her, an extraordinary being, feel a pang of trepidation. A Dozun, Yun Lanzong's leader, Yun Yun, furrowed her exquisite brows, her beautiful visage displaying an unprecedented gravity and incredulity. How could such an aura manifest at the borders of the Gamma Empire? In a place as insignificant as Wutan City? She dared not neglect her task. Her delicate form swayed gently, and beneath her, the flowing clouds surged forward with unprecedented speed, akin to a comet racing towards the moon, tearing through the vast sky, and hurtling directly towards Wutan City. Within that overwhelming aura lay a subtle yet profoundly unsettling force of spatial energy that caused her very soul to tremble. This was no ordinary power possessed by a Dozong. It necessitated a personal investigation. At this moment, enveloped in golden light and undergoing a transformative metamorphosis, Xiao Chen was utterly preoccupied. His consciousness was immersed in the tumultuous energy returned by the system and the vast torrent of information regarding the eternal void body. The black ring in his palm had long since turned to ash, leaving no trace behind. The critical return system panel flickered wildly. Refreshing. Host, Xiao Chen. Level, Do Ling 7 stars, rapidly ascending, limited by the initial realm of the eternal void body, Dozong. Incomplete version of the sacred realm. Strength description. Indestructible physical form, initial stage. Weak spatial affinity, soul strength. Perfected mortal realm, on the verge of the spirit realm. Technique, eternal void body, incomplete sacred level. Combat skills, none, matching techniques in progress. System space, fire breaking pill 1. Critical hit multiplier range, 1. Upper limit increase. Core bond, Xiao Yan, child of destiny. Investment completion, preliminary foundation established. Xiao Chen felt a tempest of power surging within him, as if he could obliterate the small mountain before him with a single punch. Gazing at the glaring 7 stars Do Ling on the panel, and still rapidly assaulting the Do Wang barrier, a smirk crept onto his lips, an expression decidedly unbefitting his humble persona, tinged with a hint of wickedness and a sense of control. The first step was accomplished. The price was the destruction of Xiao Yan's mother's ring, and the reward was a broad avenue leading directly to Dozun, even higher. Alongside a future flame emperor who had begun to establish a profound trust and reliance, with a touch of reverence, in him. As for the silvery figure racing towards him and the chilling probing intent, Xiao Chen sensed the weak passive description of spatial affinity within the eternal void body. He glanced at Xiao Yan, who was left speechless and awestruck by the disappearance of the ring and the overwhelming pressure. A bold thought surfaced in his mind. It was time to change the script. Chapter 3. Talent Restoration. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan lay prostrate on the cold, rocky ground, the immense, invisible pressure weighing down upon him like a mountain, stifling his dou qi to the point where even his eyelids felt unbearably heavy. His consciousness struggled amidst sheer terror and confusion as he slowly raised his gaze, fixating on the center where the blinding golden light was gradually retracting, revealing Xiao Chen's figure amidst the distorted spatial ripples. As the golden light dissipated, a profound and inscrutable aura began to permeate the air, as if it were an unfathomable depth. In that moment, Xiao Chen stood there quietly, devoid of the previous unease and weakness, replaced instead by an ineffable weightiness and indifference, as if he were the very cornerstone of the surrounding space. Xiao Yan's throat rasped as the pressure finally lifted significantly. He coughed violently, greedily inhaling the cold air. "Are you all right, Brother Xiao Yan?" Xiao Chen's voice resonated, still bearing that familiar address, the tone deliberately laced with a hint of lingering concern. Yet, to Xiao Yan's ears, it tightened him involuntarily, as the imperceptible authority hidden within that voice exuded a more profound sense of oppression than any harsh words could convey. You just... Xiao Yan's gaze swept over Xiao Chen's empty left hand, where their mother-s ring had turned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Despair, fury, confusion, and a flicker of instinctive dread from the overwhelming power intertwined within him, rendering his voice agonizingly hoarse. My ring, shattered. What on earth was that force? Ding. Detection of the child of destiny's intense emotional fluctuation, horror, fear, doubt, anger, bond fluctuation 50. Reminder, guiding cognitive direction and solidifying the foundation of trust will yield substantial rewards. Current task, implicit guide Xiao Yan to comprehend the truth behind the ring's destruction and the curse's dissolution. The system prompt flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. He regarded Xiao Yan's gaze, filled with pain and inquiry, his expression calm yet tinged with an appropriate hint of helplessness and a barely noticeable fatigue. The curse. Xiao Chen began slowly, his voice deepening with a weight born of survival. He opened his empty palm. That force was exceedingly malevolent. I employed a family secret, extraordinarily costly technique to forcibly strip away its core and redirect it. The ring itself could not withstand such a magnitude of annihilating power and instantly turned to dust. He let out a soft sigh, his gaze seemingly penetrating the distant mountains. In order to forcibly dispel that cursed core, my technique nearly depleted all of my potential, resulting in that momentary cough, that extraordinary phenomenon just now. He coughed lightly, his complexion appearing slightly pale. Depleted potential? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply, gazing at the inexplicably heavy atmosphere surrounding Xiao Chen. The notion sounded utterly implausible. What kind of potential depletion could yield such a heart-stopping force? 1,000 doubts swirled within him, yet the weight on Xiao Chen's face and the earlier cataclysmic power rendered him unable to refute immediately. Ding. The child of destiny's cognition wavers. Preliminary explanation barely passes. Bond fluctuation 30. Short-term trust extension granted. Reward. 1 junior crisis guidance scroll. Can assist the target in temporarily overlooking logical contradictions. Will you use it? Use. Xiao Chen decisively intoned. A barely perceptible, soul-soothing glimmer emanated from him, gently sweeping over Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan felt his chaotic and horrified thoughts strangely calm slightly, the intense urge to question suppressed, leaving only a profound bewilderment and a flicker of struggle regarding Xiao Chen's claim of expended potential being his salvation. Then, the curse, has it been lifted? Xiao Yan's voice was dry, tinged with a hope he himself had not fully recognized. The core has been destroyed. The invisible shackles that bound you have been removed. Xiao Chen's tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority, a convincing power inherent in his combat spirit. Though the process was tumultuous, your foundation is no longer being incessantly consumed. Given time, your talent will ultimately be restored. Xiao Yan, your path has been laid anew beneath your feet. Talent restored. These 4 words struck like thunder, exploding in Xiao Yan's chaotic mind, instantly washing away much of his doubts, fears, and the sorrow over the ring's disappearance. Truly? He abruptly propped himself up, his voice trembling with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen's eyes, as if seeking irrefutable evidence within those deep, abyss-like orbs. Time will reveal all. Xiao Chen evaded a direct response, directing his attention towards the direction of Wutan City, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed the commotion had escalated, necessitating some cleanup. As his words fell, a chilling and ethereal aura, imbued with overwhelming fighting spirit, cascaded from the distant skies, enveloping the entire rear mountain. Under this aura, Xiao Yan felt breathless once more, Unlike the earlier fierce and domineering power of Xiao Chen, this pressure was more refined and frigid, exuding the air of one who long resides in a position of authority, a figure clad in moonlight, as if treading upon a staircase formed of the void. Silently appeared atop a protruding rock several dozen feet away. The newcomer was breathtakingly beautiful, her presence akin to an orchid in a secluded valley. She was Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect. Her cold, discerning eyes swept between the enigmatic Xiao Chen and the pale-faced Xiao Yan, ultimately settling on Xiao Chen. The residual spatial fluctuations and the composed aura of a Do Ling emanated from this individual. Do Ling? Yun Yun's voice, cool and laced with confusion, inquired. What about the source of the aura that had startled her, seemingly belonging to a Do Zong? This youth, while exuding an unusually steady presence for a typical Do Ling, certainly did not reach the terrifying level she had sensed before. Could it be the remnants of some secret technique's eruption? Or perhaps the source of the aura had long departed, encountered by this young man? Ding. Key side character detected. Yun Yun has appeared. Triggering side quest. The leader's probe. Quest requirements. Prevent Yun Yun from delving into the origin of the anomaly. Establish preliminary contact. Can exploit her misjudgment. Quest rewards. High-tier concealment talismans. Can disguise up to Do Huang. 1. Random Shin-tier advanced Do technique scroll. 1. Who are you? The spatial anomaly and the pressure exceeding that of a Do zone that erupted here. Are they related to you? Yun Yun's gaze locked on a Xiao Chen, imbued with undeniable authority. With her keen insight, she could easily discern that Xiao Yan was merely a mediocre talent, a trifling third-tier waste, incapable of triggering such an anomaly. The only variable lay with this peculiar Do Ling youth. Xiao Yan felt his scalp tingle under the sudden interrogation from this formidable figure, instinctively glancing at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stepped forward, subtly positioning himself half a step in front of Xiao Yan, facing Yun Yun's scrutiny with an unperturbed demeanor, even showcasing a hint of youthful awkwardness and just the right amount of excitement. Respectfully addressing the elder, Xiao Chen clasped his hands in salute, his tone courteous yet devoid of flattery, fully embodying the persona of a descendant whose potential had been exhausted, resulting in a decline in family fortunes. I am Xiao Chen, a disciple of the Xiao family from Wutan City. Earlier, I was practicing a family secret technique when, due to a momentary lapse in control, I inadvertently triggered a protective restriction left by my ancestors. The earlier anomaly and pressure were likely a release of residual power from the activation of that restriction. I apologize for disturbing your tranquil meditation, esteemed elder. Practicing secret techniques? Ancestral restrictions? Yun Yun's delicate brows knitted slightly. This explanation appears to hold some validity. It is indeed true that some ancient families leave behind formidable protective measures in their ancestral lands. The other party acknowledged that the anomalies are related to the spatial energy of this location, and the source of the aura was interpreted as the remnants of a lingering restriction. Furthermore, they exhibited a mastery of spiritual combat, albeit with a youthfulness that seemed excessive, granting them the privilege to access certain esoteric teachings. As for that terrifying oppressive force, it may simply be a consequence of the restriction's exceedingly high threshold, with the residual waves amplified in perception. This youth does not emanate any semblance of such formidable power. Her formidable spiritual energy surged over Xiao Chen like a tidal wave. The seventh star of combat spirit. Indeed, it felt remarkably stable. His bones seemed unusually resilient, with a foundation that appeared remarkably solid, even hinting at a faint attraction to spatial elements, indicative of a beginner's passive ability of the void imperishable body. However, there was certainly no terrifying energy response surpassing the level of a combat sovereign. The fluctuations of his soul were also quite stable, tinged with a moderate sense of trepidation and respect. Could it truly be so? Was the fluctuation of the ancestral restrictions merely triggered by a young heir of a family of decent lineage? Yin Yun's confidence rose to 50, with 20 bond points. Side quest, the leader's trial, assessment, 70, qualified. Rewards dispatched to the system space. The Xiao family of Wutan City? Yin Yun's tone softened slightly as she recalled that Nalan Yinran had mentioned her betrothed was also a scion of the Xiao family. She couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the still apprehensive Xiao Yan and shook her head slightly. It seemed the Xiao family possessed some hidden depth. Yet the younger generation was starkly different. A hint of warmth melted the frost on her exquisite visage. Your ancestors were indeed generous to have arranged such a high-tier restriction in a place like this. Very well. Since it was an accident, let it be. However, her gaze sharpened once more. Young man, concealing your cleverness and preserving your essence is the true path. Such secret arts that easily provoke restrictions should not be used recklessly, lest they harm your very foundation. She discerned an almost imperceptible sense of depletion in Xiao Chen's vitality, a deception by the system, and, connecting it to his explanation of the backlash from his secret art, believed she understood the origins of his exhausted potential. Her words, surprisingly, carried a note of caution. Xiao Chen silently chuckled, yet his expression conveyed profound gratitude. Your guidance is invaluable, esteemed elder. This junior shall remember it well. Indeed, Yun was as depicted in the original text, cold in demeanor, yet kind-hearted. Yun nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Xiao Chen, primarily intrigued by his maturity beyond his years and his peculiar foundation, and with a graceful motion, transformed into a stream of white light, vanishing into the horizon. The overwhelming pressure dissipated along with her presence. It was only after Yun's essence had completely faded from sight that Xiao Yan, feeling utterly drained, exhaled a long breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. His gaze towards Xiao Chen became increasingly complex. Faced with such a formidable figure, Xiao Chen's calm demeanor was certainly not something an ordinary combat spirit with depleted potential could achieve. Ding. Side quest. The leader's trial completed. Rewards have been dispatched. Bond points. 100. Yun. Acquired. High-grade concealment talisman. Can disguise combat emperor aura until next use. Wind spirit fragmentary steps. Advanced mysterious combat technique scroll. X1. Xiao Chen felt the newly added items in the system space, a faint smile gracing his lips, having brushed past the master of the Yunlan sect at the outset. The task was completed. Brother Xiao Yan, it is unwise to linger here. Turning to Xiao Yan, Xiao Chen restored the earlier expression of slight frailty and concern, while drawing from his bosom a round, crimson pill that exuded a warm, medicinal fragrance. Indeed, it was the fire storage pill he had acquired from the timely mission. This pill. Xiao Yan sensed the pure fire attribute energy emanating from the pill, his eyes widening once more. The quality of this pill far surpassed any spirit-gathering elixirs he had ever encountered. It was undoubtedly a high-grade pill capable of assisting in the breakthrough of a fighter. Worth its weight in gold. This is the fire storage pill. Xiao Chen spoke with a sincerity that conveyed his goodwill. I have exhausted my potential. My assistance to you can go no further. Your innate talent has already been cursed once, and the gentle yet enduring medicinal properties of this pill will greatly aid your recovery and future breakthroughs. Keep it safe. Without further ado, he pressed the pill into Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hand. The warm and potent medicinal energy seemed to flow from his palm into his heart. Xiao Yan trembled all over. He gazed down at the invaluable crimson pill in his palm, memories of the earth-shattering power, the ring's obliteration, and Xiao Chen's seemingly frail, yet genuinely caring eyes flashing through his mind. The ring was destroyed, the relic of his mother lost. Yet the other had sacrificed his own potential to save him and now bestowed such a precious pill upon him. An indescribable wave of bitterness, gratitude, guilt, and the lingering fear from the overwhelming power surged through the youth's heart, a heart that had flickered with a glimmer of hope after 3 years of despair. Now shaken once more. Ding. Investing in the destined child, Xiao Yan, with a high-grade elixir, fire storage pill. Assessment. The timing of the investment is impeccable. Target in a state of emotional excitement. Recognitional value is immense. Trust level significantly elevated. Calculating critical hit multiplier. Locking on a target emotional peak. Locking onto associative value overflow. Previous investment substantial. Critical hit multiplier, 100 times. Commencing return, item return location, aligned with martial arts direction. Return successful. Acquired. Ninefold Thunder Body, low-grade Earth Tier Body Refinement Technique. Note. Matches with Void Indestructible Body low-grade derivative, mutually enhancing. System experience, 500. A surge of even purer, crackling thunderous power exploded through Xiao Chen's limbs and bones, intertwining with the heavy, stable force of the void. The profound essence of the ninefold Thunder Body was imprinted upon his soul. His flesh and bones hummed with a subtle vibration and a sense of reinforcement. Ding. Level, 8 stars of fighter spirit. Feeling the renewed surge of power within and the inheritance of a new technique. A fleeting brilliance sparkled in Xiao Chen's eyes as he patted the shoulder of the somewhat speechless Xiao Yan, who instinctively flinched but quickly composed himself enough. Rally yourself. Brother Xiao Yan, your talent will return. Use it wisely to prove yourself. Remember, within the Xiao family, in the city of Wutan, and indeed throughout the continent in the future, Xiao Chen gazed intently into Xiao Yan's eyes. His voice, though not loud, bore a profound weight, leaving an indelible mark. I will forever be your trustworthy brother and support. This profound declaration stirred tumultuous waves within Xiao Yan's heart. Without lingering, Xiao Chen turned and strode towards the Xiao family's domain below the mountain, his demeanor seemingly casual, yet astonishingly swift, disappearing into the forest in mere strides. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon Xiao Yan. He stood rooted in place, his palm tightly clutching the searing elixir. Watching the direction in which Xiao Chen had vanished, the echoes of brotherhood, and support reverberating in his ears, along with the overwhelming force that could rend the heavens asunder. The unexpected destruction of the ring, the incomprehensible depletion of potential, the invaluable elixir, and the unfathomable might all coalesce into a singular thought, akin to a seed taking root in his shaken heart, imbued with an awe and suspicion that could not be dispelled. Who exactly was this kinsman? What intentions did he harbor towards himself? This intricate blend of reverence and doubt would undoubtedly serve as fertile ground for even more exaggerated rewards in the future. Chapter 4. The Cycle of Great Dreams. Xiao Chen returned to his humble abode, his consciousness delving into the system panel. Host, Xiao Chen. Level, 9 stars of doling, in the process of enhancing the Void Immortal Body. Cultivation techniques, Void Immortal Body, Holy Grade Fragment, Ninefold Thunder Body, Earth Grade Low-Level Perfection. Combat skills, Wind Spirit Shadow Step, Mysterious Grade Advanced Entry. System space, High-Level Breath Restraining Talisman 1, Fire Breaking Pill 1. Distributable Resource Points, 52 meager. Critical Hit Multiplier Range, 1. Upper Limit Exceedingly Difficult to Estimate. Core Bond, Xiao Yan, Child of Destiny. Investment Level, Fundamentally Stable, Harvest Period Approaching. 9 stars of doling, merely a step away from Do Wang. The Earth Grade Body Training Technique, Ninefold Thunder Body, and the Void Immortal Body synergize, making even Do Wang a potential rival in terms of physical strength. Moreover, the Wind Spirit Shadow Step perfectly compensates for his shortcomings in agility. However, the resource points remain insufficient. Xiao Chen frowned. Aside from the meager accumulation from daily sign-ins, substantial gains must come from investments. It seems unwise to provoke Xiao Yan further in the short term. Attention must shift elsewhere. Ding. High-quality potential side target detected. Target locked. Yafei of the Middle Family, head of the Middle Auction House in Wutan City. Potential rating, keen business acumen, vast upward potential, affluent background. Investment window, open, target is seeking to break through family internal recognition. Initial investment critical hit multiplier prediction, 50 to 200 times. Investment direction suggestion, scarce resources, intelligence information, military support, etc. Triggered side quest, the trial of the master. Quest requirements. Assist Yafei in achieving a monthly performance breakthrough of no less than 1 million gold coins at the auction house in Wutan City, and initially establish a trust-based cooperative relationship. Quest rewards. Earth Grade Combat Skill Lottery Ticket 1, Random High-Level Elixir Formula, below Grade 6. 1, Resource Points, 3,000. The Middle Auction House. Yafei. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a golden side quest. In the original text, the character Yafei is portrayed as a commercial prodigy, and her association brings forth a wealth of opportunities. The bustling marketplace of Wutan City is alive with activity. Armed with a solid financial foundation, Xiao Chen makes his way directly to the Mitre Auction House. The towering stone structure, guarded by formidable fighters, exemplifies the Mitre family's immense wealth. Esteemed guest, please present your invitation or VIP credentials. A guard of grand stature halts him at the entrance. Without credentials, Xiao Chen remains composed. The guard furrows his brow, scrutinizing him. I apologize, but today's auction features significant events, and entry is restricted to invitees. Is this sufficient for entry? Xiao Chen replies indifferently, revealing 2 white elixirs, each the size of longan fruit, emanating an astonishing chill, their potent aroma filling the air. These are the second-tier ice condensation pills, rather mediocre in effect, but exceedingly rare in Wutan City. Ice condensation pills. Second tier. The guard's pupil's contract. His tone shifting to one of respect. Please, esteemed guest. I will inform the supervisor immediately. Before long, a strikingly beautiful woman in a flowing red dress approaches with graceful steps. Her exquisite makeup accentuates her charm, yet her eyes reveal a shrewd urgency. It is Yafei. Forgive my inadequate welcome, esteemed guest, she greets warmly, her gaze immediately drawn to the 2 chilling pills in Xiao Chen's hand. Are these truly second-tier ice condensation pills? The quality is exceptional. Might I inquire if you wish to consign them, or Miss Yafei? Xiao Chen interjects, maintaining eye contact. Consignment takes too long. I propose selling these 2 ice condensation pills directly to your auction house for 15,000 gold coins, as a token of our collaboration. What say you? Yafei's eyes flash with insight, her smile deepening. You are a man of forthrightness. This price is quite fair. I express my gratitude. She briskly gestures for her attendant to fetch the gold. May I inquire your esteemed name? She continues, intrigued by the notion of collaboration. Xiao Chen, of the Xiao family. He remains unruffled. There are many with the surname Xiao in Wutan City. This identity will suffice for now. So it is Mr. Xiao Chen. Yafei maintains her smile. Her mind racing. Could it be that the Xiao family possesses a young man capable of casually producing such high-quality second-tier pills? Or are there other opportunities at play? Regardless, this transaction will boost her performance metrics, and she secretly anticipates the surprises this enigmatic youth may bring. She leans in slightly, lowering her voice with a hint of intrigue only they can understand. Mr. Xiao Chen seems quite interested in business. I happen to be grappling with performance metrics for some family assessments. Might you have any insights to share? Ding. Initial investment in potential target Yafei completed. Investment items, second-tier ice condensation pills, 2, valued at approximately 130,000 gold coins. The counterpart pays 150,000 gold coins. Assessment. Action is direct and effective. High level of recognition from the target. Precisely addresses the need for performance enhancement. Investment critical hit multiplier, 70 times. Critical hit return direction, wealth. Information. Return successful. Obtained, 105,000 gold coins. Additionally, intelligence on the Gailey family's covert financial flows, 1, including time and location. Resource points, 70. 100,000 gold coins credited directly. And information on the Gailey family's secrets. Xiao Chen felt a spark of amusement in his heart as he nonchalantly retracted the card containing 15,000 gold coins, which had just been handed to him by Yafei's attendant. Leaning closer to Yafei, he lowered his voice to a near whisper, laced with an air of intrigue. Miss Yafei, you are a forthright individual. While I cannot claim to offer guidance, there exists a not-so-secret secret. It is rumored that tomorrow afternoon at 1/4 the hour of Shan, the steward of the Gailey family, Galio, will escort a rather inconvenient sum of gold, totaling 80,000 pieces, via the desolate path through the Black Pine Forest, heading towards the entrance of the Beast Mountain Range to handle some herbal business. Quite an interesting affair, wouldn't you agree? Yafei's professional smile froze momentarily, only to be replaced by a dazzling brilliance in her enchanting peach blossom eyes. As the head of the auction house, she was well acquainted with the Gailey family's legitimate financial flows. However, this clandestine underground operation, with its specific time and location, represented a significant leverage. If executed properly, it could potentially dismantle the Gailey family's critical establishments within the market. The value of this intelligence was far beyond a mere 100,000 gold coins. Mr. Xiao Chen. Yafei's voice now bore a genuine solemnity, even a quiver of excitement. I shall remember this generous gift. Swiftly, she presented a smooth azure jade token, embossed with the crest of the Miter family, embellished with a petite character for Fei. This is my personal VIP token. In future dealings or collaborations, this will signify your esteemed status as our most distinguished guest. Should you require anything, simply present this token to me. This gesture represented the utmost degree of personal favor and influence she could muster. Ding. Trust with Yafei, 30. Side quest. The Trial of the Master, progress, 20. Intelligence injected. A breakthrough opportunity has been preliminarily created. Rewards will be settled upon completion of the quest. Xiao Chen pocketed the jade token, nodding in satisfaction. A pleasant cooperation. Having just finalized a transaction and secured a vital ally for his side quest, he was prepared to withdraw in triumph. Is that not the infamous waste? Young Master Xiao Yan? A harsh, malicious voice erupted from the opposite end of the market, causing a stir among the crowd as they parted to create a path. 3 elegantly robed youths swaggered forth, led by none other than Galio of the Gailey family. His face wore an unmistakable sneer as he brazenly surveyed Xiao Yan, who had just exited the herbal shop. Xiao Yan's complexion darkened, fists clenched tightly, with Xiao Suner beside him, her expression one of indignation. Clearly, they were there to procure herbs. Galio's gaze audaciously roamed over Xiao Suner's exquisite visage and graceful figure, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a tone dripping with condescension. Xiao Yan, you, a mere waste, lack any capability. Yet you are accompanied by a celestial beauty? Are you attempting to curry favor with Miss Suner to shield your inadequacies? I hear you haven't even touched her finger. Would you like me to teach you how to win a woman's affection? Buzz. A wave of suffocating rage, mingled with an unyielding aura, erupted violently from Xiao Yan. This was not a manifestation of fighting spirit, but a pure intent to kill. Galio had struck at his absolute sore spot. Xiao Suner. Galio, you seek death. Xiao Yan's eyes blazed crimson as a beastly growl erupted from his throat, though his fighting energy remained at the 3rd level. The residual potency of the fire-breaking pill and the shock from yesterday's encounter with Xiao Chen had refined his bones and blood, elevating them beyond their previous limits. Coupled with the foundational knowledge of the Earth-level combat technique, 8 extremes burst, imprinted in his mind. He now felt a surge of rage ignited by the public humiliation of his cherished pride. Silence. Xiao Yan bellowed, his foot crashing into the ground, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. exuding a terrifying speed and momentum as he charged at Galio. This velocity was far beyond what one at the third level of fighting energy should possess. His fist, accompanied by a tearing sound through the air, smashed down onto Galio's contemptuous face. The force of his punch generated a low rumbling that resonated ominously, as if thunder had been unleashed. What? The derision on Galio's face transformed into sheer horror. He attempted to block the attack, but the speed was too swift and the power too overwhelming. With a deafening thud, Galio was sent flying, akin to a ragged sack, propelled by Xiao Yan's devastating blow. Blood gushed from his nose like a fountain, mingling with his shattered teeth, as he traced a tragic arc through the air, crashing into a pile of debris 3 yards away, rendered unconscious. Silence fell over the marketplace entrance. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stood as if they had been choked, their eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Yan, at the third level of fighting energy, had struck down Galio, who was at the 7th level, along with 2 6th-level bodyguards. How could this be? Yafei, poised to depart at the edge of the crowd, dropped her fan with a clatter, her lips parted in astonishment, her eyes brimming with incredulity. When had the Xiao family's waste transformed into such a tempestuous force? Xiao Suner covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder as she beheld the fierce and domineering figure of the young man before her. Her brother, Yan, seemed to have changed, becoming someone entirely different. Only Xiao Chen bore a knowing smile, the corners of his mouth curving in an anticipated arc. The spectacle had begun. Ding. Detection of the pivotal turning point for the core child of destiny, Xiao Yan, amidst his humiliation's eruption. Target Xiao Yan's actual combat strength far exceeds superficial levels, achieving his first breakthrough in destiny. Correlation assessment. This explosive turning point bears a strong causal relationship with the host's investment in the fire-breaking pill and psychological guidance. Reward assessment in progress, based on correlated investment logic. Critical hit multiplier calculated at 300 times. Critical hit return direction. Profound mental cultivation techniques. Source of soul power. Return successful. Obtained. Great Dream Reincarnation Sutra, a high-level spiritual cultivation method. Soul essence of 10 points. Permanently enhancing soul strength. Total mental power of 30. An indescribable sense of coolness and profundity surged into Xiao Chen's mind, as if he could perceive the mysteries of the soul's essence. The profound meaning of the Great Dream Reincarnation Sutra unfurled like a gentle stream, with 10 points of soul essence merging into his spiritual foundation. His consciousness expanded rapidly, as if stones were cast into a tranquil lake, the range of his mental perception soaring instantaneously. Ding. The strength of the soul has officially transcended the barriers of the mundane realm, ascending to the initial stage of the spiritual realm. The effects are profound. The range of mental perception has significantly expanded, and resistance to illusions and soul attacks has markedly increased. One has begun to possess the capacity for mental force projection. The precision of spatial perception of the indestructible void body has enhanced by 10, while the mastery of wind spirit fragmentary steps stands at 15. Xiao Chen felt the surging spiritual power and the newfound soul techniques. Gazing at the youthful figure within the crowd whose single punch had silenced the entire market, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Xiao Yan, my brother, he murmured softly, his tone laced with a sense of omnipotence. What a splendid punch. For every bit you grow stronger, my reward shall multiply 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Our brotherhood relies on your continuous efforts. Chapter 5. The lucrative investment in the Monster Mountain Range. Following the battle in the market, the tale of Xiao Yan's remarkable comeback spread rapidly throughout Wutan City, casting Xiao Chen, the 6th-tier clan brother, into the public eye. Xiao Chen reveled in his leisure, utilizing Yafei's golden connections to adeptly deploy the newly acquired 100,000 gold coins alongside the clandestine dealings of the Gao family. The Mitre auction house was engulfed in a storm of precise strikes against the Gao family, monopolizing scarce medicinal materials through shrewd buying and selling while discreetly siphoning funds from allies. Within a mere month, the Xiao family's market share surged by 30%, leaving the Gao family in disarray and their control over the market precariously teetering. Ding. Side quest, Trial of the Master, completed. Yafei's performance increase, 280. The Gao family's commercial reputation in Wutan City has plummeted. Rewards, 3,000 resource points. Earth-tier combat technique lottery ticket, 1. Recipe for a 5th-grade pill, spirit revitalizing purple pill, fragmented, 1. Special achievement, the hidden manipulator unlocked. When wearing this title, the critical hit multiplier for commercial and intelligence-related investments increases by 20. With ample resource points available, would you like to participate in the combat technique lottery? The system prompt carried a hint of temptation. Xiao Chen responded without hesitation. The roulette spun wildly. Ding. Acquired an Earth-tier low-level combat technique. Flame-splitting wave, simplified version. The renowned technique of the original Xiao Yan? How intriguing, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. The simplified version implies a reduced demand for battle chi, perfectly suited to his current level. A blazing and frenzied imprint of the combat technique instantaneously etched itself into his mind, vivid images of countless shadows cleaving through waves of fire materializing clearly. At this moment, within the secret chamber established by Yafei, "Mr. Xiao, you are truly a benefactor to Yafei," she exclaimed, holding the quarterly performance report just received. Her delicate face flushed with excitement, breathtakingly beautiful. "The Family Elder Council has conveyed the news, granting me permission to participate in the resource allocation at the Imperial Capital headquarters ahead of schedule. This grand gift leaves Yafei at a loss for how to repay." She bit her rosy lip lightly, her gaze revealing a hint of resolve as her slender hand brushed over her wrist, presenting a storage bracelet adorned with 3 pigeon blood rubies. "This trinket, acquired years ago, contains 10 cubic units of space. Please do not disdain it, should you require anything in the future. The Mitre Auction House will surely lend its utmost support." Ding. Key investment partner, Yafei, trust level has surpassed 70, initial loyalty established. Detection of a storage bracelet containing rare spatial stone crystals, valued at approximately 200,000 gold coins. Current investment assessment, extremely high-value item, supported by trust. Potential returns are immense. As the critical hit multiplier is being generated, the title behind-the-scenes manipulator is triggered, amplifying the lower limits. The critical hit multiplier stands at an astonishing 180 times. The return direction is towards spatial expansion, merging enhancements. The return is successful. Rewards include the Starry Space Ring, which possesses an internal capacity of 100 cubic meters, capable of withstanding the spatial storms of a Do Huang level. It harbors a faint celestial power that nourishes the wearer's soul. Resource point, 3,600. A chill caressed his fingers as the ancient and weighty star-patterned ring replaced the ruby bracelet. His soul felt enveloped by the gentle brilliance of the stars. Consciousness sinking into the ring, the vast 100 cubic meters of space becoming stable and serene. The system space was liberated for exclusive stockpiling. A smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. Miss Yafei's generous gift is accepted. The imperial capital is vast, and the future holds promise for even greater collaboration. Days later, in the backyard of the Xiao family, into the mountains, Xiao Chen gazed at Xiao Yan, who had approached him with fervent determination in his eyes. "Wutan City is too small. I need life and death tempering," Xiao Yan declared resolutely. After a month of silent cultivation, propelled by the power of the fire-breaking pill and an immense sense of crisis, he had remarkably broken through to the 5th level of Do Qi. His thirst for power was unprecedented. Through the prophet's vision, the data bar above Xiao Yan's head fluctuated wildly. Do Qi 6th level, critical breakthrough, a pivotal transformation, and the first life and death trial, shining brightly. The task, Trial of Companions, has been generated. Very well, Xiao Chen nodded, his heart brimming with joy. The Monster Beast Mountain Range? It was an investment opportunity tailor-made for him and Xiao Yan. 3 days later, we shall meet at the back mountain. Amidst the swirling mists of the Monster Beast Mountain Range's outskirts, the humid air was thick with the scent of decay and beastly musk. Towering ancient trees and twisted vines surrounded them. 80 steps to the left, within a crevice, lay a 10-year-old blood-condensing grass, recently startled by the guardian beast. The ink-line serpent. Xiao Chen paused, seemingly observing the ground's traces, yet his spiritual sense had already enveloped a radius of 100 feet. He pointed towards an inconspicuous rock crevice. Skeptical, Xiao Yan darted over, returning moments later with a stalk of crimson herb in hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Brother Chen, how did you know?" "Experience. I've seen much," Xiao Chen replied vaguely. "Keep it. It will be useful for alchemy." Yet inwardly, he silently urged, "System, invest in low-grade herbs." Ding. Investment in the Son of Fate, 10-year-old blood-condensing grass. Assessment. Low value, yet the investment target is highly recognized for its practicality. Trust level, good. Critical hit multiplier, 25 times. Return. Obtained, 70-year-old blood essence ginseng, a 3rd-grade herb, pure medicinal power, restores internal injuries and nourishes vitality. System experience, 10. A guaranteed profit. Xiao Chen's spirit soared. Delving deeper into the woods, the trees grew denser and darker. A roar, filled with pain and fury, echoed, causing leaves to cascade from the branches. It was a violent bear. Judging by the sound, it was at least a mid-tier 2nd rank. Xiao Yan's expression shifted. That creature was comparable to a dome master at the 3rd star level. His instincts urged him to steer clear. Wait. A glint shone in Xiao Chen's eyes. The edge of the prophet's vision revealed a line of small text, ahead in the valley. A severely injured second-tier advanced purple flame magic tiger, in a weakened state due to severe injuries inflicted by its kind. Guardian item. Accompanying purple orchid crystal, third-grade material. There was a better target, wounded, and the accompanying materials would be even more valuable. Xiao Chen quickened his pace. Was he daring enough to take the risk? Injured? Xiao Yan's eyes instantly sparkled with determination. What was there to fear? The two brothers advanced stealthily like leopards towards the source of the beast's roar. Soon, the pungent scent of blood filled the air. At the end of the valley lay a massive tiger, nearly 30 feet in length, its body adorned with twisting purple stripes. Collapsed in a pool of blood, a deep claw mark, visible to the bone, nearly disemboweled it. It roared in vain, desperately swiping its claws to ward off a few ravenous first-tier bloodthirsty wolves nearby. Not far beneath a rocky outcrop, a fist-sized crystal, radiating a tempting purple glow, emitted an alluring aura. The purple flame demon tiger. The accompanying purple orchid crystal was at least a third-tier treasure. Xiao Yan's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. It was on the brink of death. Xiao Yan, keep those wolves at bay. Xiao Chen commanded rapidly. I will seize the crystal. Let us make this quick. He activated the wind spirit shattering shadow step, his figure becoming an ethereal blur as he lunged towards the purple orchid crystal. His speed far surpassed that of an ordinary fighter. Wind spirit shattering shadow. A powerful Do Huang, Ling Ying, concealed among the ancient trees on the cliff above, noted the boy's extraordinary agility. The purple tiger, sensing someone approaching the purple orchid crystal, let out a dying roar and struggled to rise. Your opponent is me. Xiao Yan bellowed, his entire being engulfed in surging Do Qi. He struck out with both palms, the faint sounds of wind and thunder resonating. The enhanced version of the 8 extremes burst was unleashed with ferocity. Boom, boom. The two bloodthirsty wolves that lunged were left with shattered bones. The remaining wolves, intimidated by the ferocious aura, whimpered and retreated. Xiao Chen successfully grasped the purple orchid crystal in his hand, just as the system notification was about to sound. A chilling voice, imbued with supreme authority and wrath, reverberated from the heavens above. Human, seeking death. Before the words reached him, a terrifying pressure that froze the entire valley descended upon them. In the sky, a graceful figure, enveloped in a vast azure light, descended like a shooting star. The target was unmistakably Xiao Chen, who was rushing towards the purple orchid crystal. Yin. She was pursuing a powerful magical beast and happened to pass through this area. Mistakenly believing Xiao Chen was a thief attempting to seize the guardian treasure. Not good. Xiao Chen's soul sensed the impending doom. His spiritual force erupted instantaneously, employing the dream reincarnation scripture. An invisible vortex of mental energy manifested before him. Simultaneously, his body twisted. The spatial affinity of the indestructible void body activated to its utmost potential. The wind spirit shattering shadow step nearly transformed into a teleporting afterimage as he retreated explosively. Boom. The azure giant paw barely grazed Xiao Chen's afterimage, leaving a massive pit nearly 10 feet deep in its wake, dust swirling around. Although Xiao Chen avoided the direct impact, the overwhelming force of the gust sent his blood surging, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Yet the purple light of the purple orchid crystal in his hand intensified. Ding. Investment in the fateful child Xiao Yan's crucial guardian item, the accompanying purple orchid crystal, has triggered a profound turning point, facing the Do Huang. The assessed value has soared. Critical hit multiplier generation in progress, locking onto extreme crisis. Critical hit multiplier, 888 times. Return direction, life preservation. Space, countermeasure. Return, acquired, spatial transfer talisman, pseudo, 1, single-use consumable, can randomly teleport to a location within 100 miles. Spatial confinement seal, fragment. 1, can confine targets below the caster's 2 major tiers for 1 second. Acquired indestructible void body exclusive secret technique, inch of heaven and earth flash, beginner. Short distance spatial teleportation technique seed. Cultivation comprehension absorbed. Current level, peak doling, bottleneck loosening. Chapter 6. Yun severely injured. As the smoke in the valley dissipated, Yun knelt on the ground, blood staining the corner of her mouth. The tremendous palm strike had reopened old wounds, and the fighting spirit within her surged like boiling porridge. You are gravely injured. Xiao Chen raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over Yun's trembling fingers. The system panel accurately indicated Yun's condition. Do Huang 5 stars, severely injured, soul depletion, multiple cracks in the meridians, and the wind attribute source tainted and eroded. An astonished voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. This girl is entangled with an incredibly domineering fire poison at the core of her wind vortex. Ordinary methods will not suffice. Kid, your brother has landed in serious trouble. Xiao Yan's heart trembled. Do Huang. This woman in white was actually a terrifying existence capable of flying through the air. Brother Chen merely endured a strike from her and was only lightly injured. Yun took a deep breath, her autumn-like eyes coldly locking onto Xiao Chen. Hand over the purple spirit crystal. I, as the sect master, will ensure your safe departure. She exerted pressure forcefully. Yet the hint of undeniable weakness in her voice did not escape Xiao Chen's perceptive soul. The purple spirit crystal? Xiao Chen weighed the warm and radiant purple crystal in his hand, smiling faintly as he tossed it to Xiao Yan, stating, "That is a reward for my brother." Xiao Yan instinctively caught it, a surge of warm and pure energy spreading through his arm, causing the fighting spirit within him to stir slightly. He gazed at Xiao Chen's silhouette, his heart in turmoil. Brother Chen, in the face of Do Huang, had unhesitatingly bestowed such a treasure upon him. A flash of hostility flickered in Yun's eyes, and the surrounding space subtly trembled. At that moment, Xiao Chen's voice suddenly rose, laced with penetrating sarcasm. Echoing throughout the valley, is the sect master of the Yun clan resorting to forceful seizure from a junior, relying on the might of Do Huang to bully the weak? Or has the esteemed sect master of the Yun clan been reduced to relying on threats to heal? Impudent. Yun's aura faltered, her blood surging dangerously close to erupting. In her fury, she found the situation absurd. This boy had actually discerned the depths of her injuries. How could this be? Do not be agitated. Xiao Chen suddenly crouched down, drawing near enough to catch the faint, cool fragrance emanating from her. His voice lowered yet sharp as a blade. The fire poison of the 8-winged black snake monarch has entwined your wind-fighting spirit vortex for 3 years. It must have been quite unpleasant, no? Each time you employ a powerful fighting technique, the poison deepens. And you have only 3 chances to unleash your full strength before the backlash pierces your heart's meridian. Or, you could simply wait 3 years for the poison to infiltrate your bones and completely ruin your Do Huang foundation. Boom. Yun's delicate body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. For the first time, an unmasked shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. This was her greatest secret. Years ago, she had been severely injured in a bid to secure a rare treasure for the Yun clan, and the 3-year deadline loomed like a sword over her head. How could this junior know? Who are you? Her voice trembled with a hint of fear she herself was unaware of. I am the one who can save you. Xiao Chen met her astonished gaze with calm assurance, speaking rapidly. The price. The purple spirit crystal belongs to my brother. In return, I promise 3 matters in the name of the sect master of the Yun clan. Rest assured, I will not violate righteousness or harm the interests of your sect. The specifics can be determined later. Will you accept this deal? The valley fell into silence, the only sound being the dying breaths of the purple flame demon tiger. Yun fixed her gaze intently on Xiao Chen's profound and tranquil eyes. Her spiritual realm allowed her to perceive only boundless confidence and unwavering certainty in their depths, devoid of deceit. That penetrating gaze, capable of piercing through the essence of her soul, sent a chill coursing through her body. Her struggle lasted but a fleeting moment. She bit her lip tightly, crimson droplets seeping forth. All right. Ding. A high-risk trading contract has been established with Yun. Bond points, 300. A special achievement has been triggered, the Pact of the Battle Emperor. Under this title, any investment actions related to Yun will trigger an enhanced probability of critical strikes. A fleeting smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. He reached into his bosom, actually the space of the star ring, and retrieved a small cold jade vial. The chilling aura emanating from it causing the surrounding flora to frost instantly. It was indeed the Earth Core Body Refinement Elixir. He carefully poured out approximately 1/10 of a drop, the rich milky liquid falling into his palm, releasing an exceptionally pure essence of life. Open your mouth. Xiao Chen commanded. Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to her instinct for survival and slightly parted her lips. That drop of milky liquid was enveloped by an invisible fighting spirit and instantly vanished into her mouth. Boom. An indescribable torrent of life energy erupted within her. It surged like the gentlest spring, washing away the searing poisonous flames that had long plagued her meridians, bringing a cooling and comforting sensation wherever it flowed. More importantly, this energy was entwined with a subtle yet profoundly significant spatial fluctuation, directly permeating the core of her wind-fighting spirit vortex. Even Yun, with her icy demeanor, could not suppress a pained yet tingling moan. Her ears instantly flushed crimson. She felt a stubborn black toxin that had been trapped for years in the core of her wind vortex, being forcibly extracted by that gentle, yet domineering spatial force. Effective. It truly worked. The heavy suffocation within her body was suddenly alleviated. She abruptly raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with incredulity. gazing at Xiao Chen as if he were a life-saving elixir. Ding. Detection indicates that Yun Yun's life status has entered a deep repair phase. The gratitude and value recognition for the items provided to the host have reached their peak. Current investment item: Earth Core Body Refinement Elixir, 1/10,000th Essence Dilution. Value assessment: surpassing heavenly grade elixirs for the target individual. Contract bonus. Achievement bonus. Peak Judgment. Critical Strike Multiplier Generation in progress, locked at 999 times. Return direction: alignment with the essence of wind. Healing type combat technique. Return: obtain Celestial Wind Essence, a primordial marvel, after fusion. It can permanently enhance the power of wind attribute techniques. Combat techniques increase by 50, significantly boosting affinity with wind elements. Earth-grade advanced healing combat technique. Universal Light of Sweet Dew scroll. Hosts wind attribute resistance, 100. Xiao Chen felt as if an invisible tempest had stirred within his soul. Countless mysterious wind patterns intertwining in his heart. A faint azure wind vortex surrounded him. Refreshing. After a moment of recuperation, Yun Yun exhaled a breath tainted with subtle black threads, the weariness on her face slightly lessening. Her gaze towards Xiao Chen transformed entirely. Imbued with utmost seriousness, a great kindness deserves no thanks. This jade token is for you, within the Yunlan sect. Your command is equivalent to that of our sect master. In the future, for any 3 matters, as long as they do not harm heaven or reason, the entire Yunlan sect shall have no dissent. A crystalline token, engraved with cloud patterns, fell into Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen weighed the jade tablet thoughtfully, his tone laden with significance. The first matter at hand is that today, in this valley, only my brother and I encountered the gravely injured Yun Zongzhu, who graciously extended a helping hand. What are your thoughts on this, Zongzhu? Yun Yun, possessing remarkable intelligence, immediately grasped the implications. In her current state of injury, she had struck a clandestine deal with a mysterious young individual deep within the Monster Beast mountain range. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly attract countless troubles and prying eyes. This young man possesses a terrifyingly meticulous mind. Yet, today's events are known only to the 3 of us. Her gaze swept over the dazed Xiao Yan. Yun Yun Zongzhu? Xiao Yan finally regained his voice, staring at the unfolding scene with a dry throat. A Do Huang expert owes Chun Gu 3 lives' worth of gratitude. This world is utterly insane. You are Xiao Yan? Your elder brother Yun Yun turned her attention to Xiao Yan. Her tone, unexpectedly gentle, is quite remarkable. Treasure this bond. With that, she did not linger, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the skies. The valley fell into silence once more. Xiao Yan clutched the scorching purple spirit crystal, looking at Xiao Chen with a complex gaze, filled with awe, gratitude, and confusion. Chen Gu, that medicine, you gave away something so precious. Hush. Xiao Chen raised a finger to silence his inquiries, flashing a grin as he patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Yet, a chilling glint flickered deep within his eyes. Brother, some opportunities can only be obtained at the cost of one's life. Do you understand? Xiao Yan's heart trembled violently, gazing at Xiao Chen's calm yet profoundly meaningful face. An inexplicable chill surged up his spine. He nodded vigorously. I understand. The purple spirit crystal was tightly clenched in his palm. Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction, casually returning the information obtained from the system, marking the transportation route of the Gale family, time points, and confidential financial flow information, stuffing it into Xiao Yan's embrace. Take this back to Uncle Xiao Zhan. Drive a few nails into the Gale family's final coffin. Xiao Yan unfurled the scroll, his pupils constricting sharply. This could completely crush the Gale family. Where did you before he could finish? He was interrupted. Do not ask. Go and handle it. Xiao Chen turned, his gaze directed towards the depths of the valley where the despairing, gasping purple flame demon tiger lay. In the tranquil valley beside the waterfall, Yun Yun sat cross-legged, healing her wounds. A streak of azure light descended in haste. It was Na Lan Yin Ran. She appeared travel-worn, her exquisite face tinged with urgency and a hint of grievance. Master, where have you been? I have searched for you for a long time. The elders are pressing for news regarding the annulment of the engagement, and the Gamma royal family is subtly probing. That waste from the Xiao family. Yun Yun slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still icy, but seemingly burdened with fatigue. Yin Ran, circumstances have changed. That Xiao family. Before she could complete her sentence, the storage ring at her waist, absorbing the valley's dense water attribute energy, suddenly flickered with light. A small yet exquisite jade slip inadvertently rolled onto the ground, one side engraved with a clear character for flame, while the other bore the flamboyant characters for annulment. This was the engagement token from Xiao Yan's childhood with Na Lan Yin Ran. This token, laden with the promise between their families, was unexpectedly revealed before Yun Yun and Na Lan Yin Ran at this moment. Na Yin caught sight of the glaring annulment and felt her breath catch in an instant. Chapter 7. Annulment, a 3-year agreement. Within the azure light barrier, Na Yin's fingertips crystallized with fighting spirit, freezing with disbelief as she looked toward Yun, who stood before her. Master? A chilling voice, laced with a tremor of despair, questioned whether one could truly protect such despicable wretches. With a flourish of her robe, Yun suppressed the uncontrollable cold energy within her disciple. Her gaze, however, remained fixated on the ominous shadow behind Xiao Yan, where a disquieting and obscure force lingered. Yinran. Xiao Yan stepped forward, his garments rustling with the force of his aura, his dark eyes ignited with flames of indignation. You of the Yunlan sect wish to annul our engagement? My Xiao family can withstand that. Why must you forge a false decree of divorce to humiliate my father and me? With a swift motion, he drew forth a yellowed letter from his bosom and cast it to the ground. Open your eyes and see. This is a handwritten decree from clan leader Xiao Yan. An engagement contract between our families, nullified as of today. As the paper unfurled, Yinran's pupils constricted sharply. The vermilion seal at the bottom of the marriage contract was glaringly vivid, starkly contrasting with the deceptive divorce decree she held. The humiliation struck her nerves like a whip, her pearly teeth sinking into her lips, crimson droplets staining her icy blue attire. Suddenly, a poisoned dagger tore through the barrier. Galio, with a singular crimson eye reminiscent of a frenzied beast, shouted, Xiao Chen, pay with your life for my father. The lethal cold light surged toward Xiao Chen, who stood quietly in the corner. The system activated a deviation plan in response to the threat. The ground beneath Xiao Chen fractured like a spider's web. His figure shimmered like rippling water, the poisoned dagger piercing through his illusion and embedding itself into a stone pillar, releasing a foul, black smoke. Almost simultaneously, he extended a fingertip like a sword towards Galio's elbow. Galio's right arm twisted grotesquely, the dagger plunging back into his own chest. He gazed down at the handleless weapon, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as he collapsed, blood pooling over the patterned bricks beneath him. In that moment of upheaval, a torrent of cold surged violently within Yinran. Her icy blue hair danced like a tempest, frost creeping across the ground. The emerald light that Yun had suppressed shattered inch by inch, blood trickling from her lips. Yinran. Elder Guyi unleashed 3 azure talismans from his sleeve, which shattered upon contact with the ice. In the heart of the frost mist, blood-colored ice shards oozed from Yinran's orifices, her skin cracking grotesquely. Just as the cold was about to engulf her heart, the black ring around Xiao Yan's neck blazed to life. A soft, white radiance rippled outward, enveloping them both in a cocoon of light. The raging cold collided with the luminous barrier, strangely freezing in its tracks, the frost magic slowly receding from Yinran's visage. Within the cocoon, the icy mist swirled gently. Yinran nestled within Xiao Yan's embrace, her lashes adorned with delicate ice crystals. The warmth of his breath brushed against her forehead, a strange comfort that inexplicably calmed the violent chill. After 3 years, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head, his voice cutting through the silence like a tempered blade. 3 years hence, I shall stand atop Yunlan Mountain. Should you prevail, I shall take my own life in atonement. But if I emerge victorious, you, Yinran, must kneel thrice and bow 9 times, proclaiming to the world that it is your Nalan family that has betrayed their trust. A surge of white light erupted. Xiao Yan bit into his fingertip, fiercely inscribing a blood pact on the back of the marriage contract. 3 years shall be the limit, regardless of life or death. As the blood letters burned into the parchment, a jade slip at Yunyan's waist suddenly erupted. Amidst the blinding light, distorted characters materialized. Yinran, my disciple. The marriage contract is a deception. Return swiftly. Yinshan. The marriage contract was a bait, and Elder Guyi abruptly crushed the communication jade. For there were those who sought an irreconcilable feud between the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family. The barrier shattered violently. Yinran, her face pale as parchment, fainted in Yunyan's embrace. Xiao Chen's fingertips brushed against the bloodstains on his sleeve, the ice spirit profound fire seed swirling gently within his dantian. For it had been the catalyst for the ring's anomaly. Ding. The alteration of the critical juncture was complete. The deviation in fate was set at 35. Obtaining Earth-level combat technique Cold Flame Shattering Soul Finger, 1 piece of Xianbing's spiritual essence. Returning to the clan, Yun swirled away with her disciple, transforming into a rainbow. Xiao Yan picked up the blood-soaked marriage certificate, his palm nearly crushing the azure brick. Investigate. Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground, I will uncover the perpetrator. The night enveloped the last glimmer of daylight. Xiao Yan gently stroked the black ring, whispering, Master, what is that white light? It is the natural suppression of the extreme cold physique by the bloodline of the Xiao family's Dou Emperor, the ethereal figure of Yao Lao replied. If that girl survives the backlash, she will undoubtedly become your formidable rival in the future. In the shadows of the ancestral hall, Xiao Chen's palm held the Xianbing spiritual essence, glowing faintly. The ice-fire vortex flickered in his eyes, and within the depths of his consciousness, two scrolls of martial arts collided violently. Fragment of 9 in his Xianbing body unlocked. 27. Chapter 8. Dual cultivation of ice and fire. Night mist drifted over the Xiao family's ancestral hall. Ice crystal fragments congregated and dispersed in Xiao Chen's palm, while the golden inscriptions of void indestructible body clashed fiercely with the ethereal blue symbols of 9 in Xianbing body deep within his consciousness. The drifting voice of Yao Chen penetrated Xiao Yan's eardrum. Tomorrow, we set out for the Beast Mountain Range. The cold poison within that young girl has already left a mark when her bloodline resonated with yours. Are you referring to Nalan Yanran? Xiao Yan clenched the bloodstained marriage certificate. If she dies within 3 years, she will not die. Yao Chen's ethereal figure flickered. When the cold poison penetrates her bones, it will be marked by your bloodline aura. The two forces have already formed a symbiotic relationship. When you meet again, either she will drain your Dou Emperor bloodline, or you will burn her cold, sacred body to ashes. Footsteps approached from the corridor. Xiao Chen pushed the door open, tossing a heavy bag onto the stone steps. Hemostasis powder, serpent-repelling pill, and this. A dark purple metal protruded from the bag, revealing cloud patterns. A fragment of the purple cloud wing? Yao Chen exclaimed. Such an item exists in Wutan City? Xiao Chen kicked the bag, scrap metal from the black market. Perhaps it can be forged into a flying Dou device. Ding. Investment in a low-grade flying Dou device. Defective. Triggers a critical hit. Multiplier. 17 times. Low-grade item. Target requirement met. Obtained. Complete purple cloud wing forging blueprint. Flame Fallen Xian Iron 3. The map patterns in Xiao Yan's mind automatically filled in. His Dantian's Dou Qi surged uncontrollably toward the blueprint. He suddenly looked up. Brother Chun Yu. A favor in passing, Xiao Chun tossed an ice blue ore, which was far more valuable. The moment the ore landed in his hand, Xiao Yan's meridians nearly froze. Cold essence flame hard, or 4th grade. This is like arsenic to you. Before Yao Chen's warning could settle, the ice core Xian fire seed within Xiao Chen suddenly spun. Xiao Yan's palm erupted with 9 intertwining pillars of ice and fire. Warning. Host's origin triggers a resonance with celestial spiritual objects. Advancement of ice core Xian fire seed. Ice fire vortex beginner. Energy feedback. 9 in Xianbing body unlocked to 7. Cold essence flame heart or refined into ice fire spirit core, 5th grade. Cough. Xiao Yan was pushed back 3 steps by the energy. Blood stains on his palm freezing and then burning. Yao Chen's soul force swept over the transformed ore, his voice serious. What a ruthless scheme. This item, with its ice and fire clash, would be fatal to a great Dome master. Kid, your brother is a walking poison. As the morning mist lingered, at the side door of the Xiao family, Yafei in a flowing red dress delicately handed a jade box to Xiao Chun. 5 pieces of 3-pattern Qing Ling Dan. Consider it a gamble for the Miter family. The moment the jade box was in hand, the ice fire vortex hummed within Xiao Chen's Dantian. Investment, 4th grade medicinal pill 5. Critical hit, 122 times. Premium resources, fortuitous luck. Return, 7-tier pinnacle elixir recipe. Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, incomplete. 3,000 flames of fire seed, faint. The blazing dragon's roar reverberated through the sea of consciousness. Within the starry ring, the weak purple flames surged towards the newly birthed tricolor flame. The miasma of the monster mountain range obscured the sun. A whimper akin to that of a young azure-scaled deer echoed from the cliff below. Help. The rock serpent is about to swallow that blood spirit mushroom. Earth-tier medicinal herb? Xiao Yan's purple cloud wings trembled violently, diving to rescue the herb-gathering girl. As the mysterious heavy ruler ruthlessly shattered the serpent's skull, the moment the blood spirit mushroom flew into his hand, an exotic fragrance incited a chorus of beastly roars. Fool! Yao Chen bellowed. That is the snake heart fruit. Hurry! The toxic mist had already enveloped the 3. Xiao Chen's fingertips unleashed a burst of ice blue flames, shattering the poisonous miasma, while frost pierced towards Xiao Yan's brow. Ingest it. Investment. Ice Fire Spirit Core, 5th tier. Critical hit. 877 times. Life-saving causality, transcending consumption. Acquisition. Ice Fire Dragon Aura, guarding secret technique. 7-colored Poison Sutra, inheritance of the celestial serpent manor. As the snake heart fruit's potent poison collided with the spirit core, Xiao Yan's 7 orifices emitted a blaze of intertwining ice and fire. Behind him, the purple cloud wings surged to an impressive 3 meters, revealing dragon-scale patterns along the wing bones. With a piercing sound, the blood-stained seven-colored serpent scales floated through the air. The serpent swarm, sensing their nemesis, retreated in panic. Their azure scales and emerald eyes suddenly contracting. The aura of the ancient celestial serpent. Are you the elder of the inheritance? As moonlight filtered through the dense forest, Xiao Yan's wings had transformed into substantial purple-gold dragon wings. Xiao Chen's soul voice trembled. The ice fire spirit core has activated the dragon phoenix power deep within your bloodline. Xiao Chen pressed the serpent scale against the azure-scaled girl's forehead, the runes of the poison sutra flowing like water into her sea of consciousness. In the distance, amidst the clouds and mist, a figure in blood robes quietly crushed a bone flute. The target has obtained the inheritance of the celestial serpent. Promptly report to the guardian. Destiny deviation value exceeds 50. Unlock interdimensional investment channel on cooldown. The next critical hit multiplier's lower limit rises to 100 times. The serpent scale imprinted a seven-colored serpent pattern on the girl's forehead. Xiao Chen gazed towards the direction where the Soul Palace Scout had vanished. As the spirit core within his palm ground the ice and fire vortex, shattering a fragment of void. Chapter 9. Awakening of the Serpent Eye. Dozong Experience Card. The blood mist enveloped the forest as the guardian's withered fingers clutched the last shard of bone. Three shadows emerged from the void, dark chains entwined with crimson blood energy. Their sinister presence silencing all poisonous creatures in the mountain woods. The blood slaves fleeing from the Blackhorn domain have indeed provided you with an excellent vessel. From the center, the figure in blood robes unleashed three serpent-shaped chains, a foul wind rushing towards the azure-scaled girl's brow. The treasures of the celestial serpent manor, Soul Palace has accepted them. Before the chains could reach, a chilling gust had already caused the azure-scaled girl's face to sting. Xiao Yan's purple-gold dragon wings flared in fury, as the mysterious heavy ruler, enveloped in the ice-fire dragon aura, cleaved through the air. Clang! A jarring sound erupted as purple-gold dragon scales scattered. Xiao Yan's palm split apart, sending him flying backward, nearly losing grip on the mysterious heavy ruler. The disparity between a great fighter and a dozong was akin to a chasm. Yenna, retreat. Yao Lao commanded urgently. Yet the chains from the soul envoy on the right coiled like venomous serpents, aiming straight for Xiao Yan's dantian. The azure-scaled girl cried out in despair, the serpent pattern on her forehead bursting forth in a seven-colored radiance. Annoying, the soul envoy's sleeve billowed, as black mist coalesced into a massive palm that flung the girl away. The azure-scaled girl crashed into an ancient tree, blood staining the ancestral serpent scale around her neck. Soul Palace is shattered. Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with fury as his fighting spirit surged into the ice fire dragon aura. The residual purple golden light flickered upon the Xuanzhong ruler, yet it shattered with a resounding crash as the next chain struck. The system announced, warning, guardian in peril. Automatic investment in blood scales of the serpent ancestor of the azure scales initiated. Critical hit rate calculated. Heritage awakening bloodline guardian in a near-death state amplified critical hit multiplier at 12. For 100 times. Acquired. Secret transmission of the azure serpent's three flower eyes, seal unbound. Blood essence of the seven-colored devouring python, weak. Dozong experience card, 5 minutes. Suddenly, the body of the azure scales levitated in midair. The serpent pattern on her forehead cracked open, and three emerald beams pierced through the black mist. The soul masters swept by the beams emitted inhuman wails, their protective black mist dissolving like snow splashed with boiling oil. The azure serpent's three flower eyes? This wild girl is the first generation of the celestial serpent's sacred body. The guardian's expression changed drastically for the first time, retrieving a white bone compass from his sleeve. However, the eyes of the azure scales had already transformed into swirling emerald vortices, and two substantial serpent shadows coiled upward from behind her. With a splatter, the head of the foremost soul master exploded. Countless tiny azure serpents emerged from the blood mist, devouring its soul body. The remaining two retreated in terror, their chains twisting into a black shield. It's your turn. A radiant, seven-colored diamond crystal suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. The terrifying pressure caused the white bone compass of the guardian to instantly become riddled with cracks. Dozong experience card activated. Seven-colored flames erupted from every pore of Xiao Yan. The purple cloud wings expanded into colossal dragon and phoenix wings, and the Xuanzhong ruler descended with the might to split mountains and part seas. Practicing tricks, the guardian shrieked, summoning his soul chain. As the black-red chains collided with the seven-colored fire waves, the miasma of the entire Beast Mountain range was cleared away by the shockwave. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. A gaping wound exploded in the guardian's left shoulder to his ribcage, and the white bone compass disintegrated into dust. With malice, he glared at the shadow of the devouring python circling above the azure scales, retreating into black smoke. Wait until my true form descends. As the pressure dissipated, Xiao Yan stumbled to his knees, his entire meridian system ablaze with agony. The azure scale's eyes returned to a deep green as she weakly collapsed into his arms. Young Master Xiao Yan. Quickly, we must flee. Medicinal Dust urged. The backlash from the Dozong experience card is imminent. To the Black Corner region, Xiao Chen's voice emerged from behind a tree. He twirled a charred fragment of the Soul Palace token between his fingers, ice flames crackling as they seared the remnants of the soul. The Alchemist Conference is the best refuge. Within the side cave of Moon-Hidden Peak, Xiao Yan roared as he soaked in a medicinal vat of ice and fire. The azure scales carefully pressed the newly formed 7-colored serpent scales against his dantian. The serpent patterns shimmering in harmony with the ice and fire dragon energy. The azure scales gaze deepened. The azure serpent's 3 flower eyes represented the supreme bloodline of serpents. Medicinal Dust floated amidst the mist, aware that the Soul Palace aimed to use her to forge soul-binding puppets. However, at that moment, the shadow suddenly turned towards the cave entrance. It was time for an explanation. Xiao Chen stood beneath the waterfall, allowing the torrent to crash against his back. The ice and fire vortex within him ravenously consumed the residual toxins of the serpent heart fruit. 7 fragments of the soul token arrayed beneath his feet, forming an enigmatic star map. You can manipulate the secret orders of the Soul Palace. Medicinal Dust locked the cave with soul power to summon the guardian. All to force the azure scales to awaken. Ice flames leapt from Xiao Chen's fingertips, and the ashes of the burned soul twisted into 8 ancient characters, breaking through the heavens. Soul annihilation. The elder should be concerned about him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen coughed up black blood, and the ice flames dimmed abruptly. The poison from the serpent heart fruit became uncontrollable. Warning. The host forcefully reversed the soul token, only to suffer a backlash. The critical strike cooldown was forcibly activated. The fusion of the 9 Yin-Xian ice body came to a halt. A remedy was proposed. Refining Snowbone Ginseng, rank 6, could resolve this, located at the Blackhorn auction house. Before the darkness engulfed his consciousness, Xiao Chen hurled the blood-stained ancient scroll into the cave. The scroll unfurled before Xiao Yan, the crimson arrow pointing directly at the core of the Blackhorn domain. The golden flame emblem blazed upon the parchment. The soul of Yao Chun trembled violently. 3,000 yen flame fire. Chapter 10, Life and Death Struggle at the Blackhorn. The burning art unleashed a critical strike of 3,000 yen flames. As the aura of the blood robe guard crushed the chandelier of the auction house, the ice and fire vortex in Xiao Chen's palm was tearing at the roots of the snowbone ginseng. As the essence seeped into his veins, a web-like pattern of violet-black poison erupted on his skin, emitting a piercing wail. Hold that woman for 30 breaths. The soul power of Yao Lao propelled Xiao Yan toward the crystal platform. The Xian heavy ruler swept away 3 poison crossbow bolts, and the snake pattern on Qing Lin's forehead glimmered suddenly, revealing a massive emerald vertical pupil in the center of the blood-drenched auction house. Hiss! The illusion of the azure pupil caused the 2 blood robe guards to freeze. However, the left envoy's blood spear pierced through the illusion, a mere trick. The spear tip lunged at Qing Lin's back. Little Yen. Yao Lao maneuvered his body to throw the Xian heavy ruler. The clash between the black ruler and the blood spear created a shockwave that overturned several elegant booths, allowing Xiao Yan to seize the opportunity to pull Qing Lin and roll behind the platform. 7 sealing talismans were torn apart by the residual force, and a roar akin to a primordial beast erupted from the 3-legged cauldron. It was the 3,000 yen flame fire's subfire. Yafei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, while the ice elder placed 7 seals on the cauldron. Just as the blood robe guard's words fell, the left envoy's blood spear had already pierced the outer wall of the cauldron. Clang! Dark purple flames burst forth from the cracks in the cauldron, instantly turning the entire auction house into a furnace. The high-ranking cultivator's battle armors vaporized on the spot, and the left envoy retreated 3 zhang, the spear tip melting into dripping iron. Yao Lao suddenly shouted, "Yinner, the formation eye at the bottom of the cauldron." Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with golden flames, and the burning art, drawn by the dragon's roar, operated frantically. He slammed his palms heavily against the fissure in the ground, infusing his essence mixed with battle aura into the ancient formation at the base of the cauldron. The burning art locked onto the target. 3,000 yen flame fire, subfire. Testing innate suppression, Dragon Phoenix Bloodline Awakening Level 4. Critical hit rate skyrocketed, triggering fusion critical strike of 18,200 times. Obtained, complete origin of 3,000 yen flame fire. The burning art ascended to quasi-heavenly level. Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor, right arm bone. Boom. The center of the auction house erupted into a purple sun. The left envoy's blood armor melted like wax. As the smoke cleared, Everyone beheld Xiao Yan's right arm adorned in purple golden dragon scale armor, and in his hand was a dark purple flame seed, swirling like a star. Fragments of the cauldron fell like rain. Xiao Chen rose from the ruins, frost enveloping him, freezing the falling sparks. He opened his palm, 6 azure scales hovering to form a snake pupil formation. Do you still wish to seize it? The left envoy retreated, clutching his charred mask, upon seeing the ancient celestial serpent's phantom moving within the snake pupil formation. A tremulous metallic sound emanated from behind the mask, the 7 sacred pupil formation of the celestial serpent manor. The members of the Dark Abyss army recoiled as if faced with a viper. Xiao Yan, with his armor ablaze with purple fire, pressed forward relentlessly. Who sent you here? Why should the dead know? The left envoy suddenly crushed the blood-colored jade tablet. A colossal claw, inscribed with arcane symbols, emerged from the spatial rift, reaching directly for Xiao Yan's dantian. Was it an avatar of the Dozun? In an instant, Yao Chun seized control of the body, and the bone spirit's cold fire hastily formed an ice shield. The gigantic claw tore through the defense of the, and the ethereal figure of Yao Lao was unexpectedly pulled out of the ring. In that moment of shock, a blade formed of frost and fire pierced through the void. Xiao Chun wielded a serpent eye formation diagram, striking into the rift as icy flames spread from the claw to its elbow. A pained roar echoed from the depths of the rift. Ice fire, mysterious poison. You are poison. The claw abruptly retracted, taking with it a severed, frozen finger that fell from the rift. Within the ripples of the closing space floated 10 blood-red characters. The blackened blood mark is established. This child must be punished. Yao Lao's soul dimmed and retreated back into the ring. We must flee. The ancient being whose seal is broken will awaken. Ye Fei tossed the key to the mystical beast carriage, to the alchemist guild. They dare not breach Han Feng's territory. As the flying vehicle broke through the toxic mists of the Black Corner region, a sharp pain pierced Xiao Yan's right arm, where the dragon scales emerged. The bone spirit's cold fire enveloped the charred severed finger suspended between the two. Yao Lao's voice fragmented. The symbols upon the claw are a collaboration between the Soul Palace and the Xiao clan's sworn enemies. Xiao Chun crushed the severed finger, icy flames consuming the blood-red glyphs. The sworn enemy is the Soul Clan? No, Yao Lao's soul fire flickered. The residual aura upon the claw comes from the bloodline of the Xiao clan's Do Emperor. The carriage fell into a profound silence. The tightly clenched sleeves of the azure scales tore at the seams. Xiao Yan suddenly lifted the carriage curtain, and in the distance, Han Feng's deep-sea heart flame hovered above the black tower. Yao Lao suddenly roared. He carries the aura of the fallen heart flame within him. The burning art's perception cannot be mistaken. A long queue stretched for 3 miles in front of the guild. Guards blocked the blood-soaked youth. Get lost. Master Han Feng is accepting disciples today. In the instant the heavy measuring ruler pressed against his throat, the crowd beheld the swirling purple-gold dragon patterns upon the ruler's body. Let Han Feng come out. The oppressive might of the dragon and phoenix mixed with the wrath of the stars swept through the assembly. At the window of the pinnacle tower, a handsome man toying with a jade elixir bottle suddenly crushed it. The fallen heart flame lying dormant within him was trembling. The perception of the burning art shares the same source as the detecting target. Han Feng, holder of the remnants of the burning art. Critical linkage rule activated. Killing will allow the complete plunder of the opponent's insights. Xiao Yan swung his arm, sending the guard flying, and the bluestone steps exploded underfoot. Behind him, Xiao Chen ascended the ice steps formed of frost and fire, the serpent eye formation diagram swirling above him, causing the entire tower's defensive array to wail. The alchemical chamber on the highest floor erupted with a tremendous blast. Han Feng's blue robe fluttered amidst the flames. The trident formed of the heart flame pointing directly at the staircase. Where did this wild dog come from? His voice faltered as his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the purple-gold dragon scales on Xiao Yan's right arm, each word laced with venom. The aura of Yao Chen's burning art? Chapter 11. Ice Sovereign's Cold Force. The demonic crossbow shatters the Jiannan Gate. The bluestone steps melted into crimson magma under the scorching of the purple-gold dragon scale armor. The deep-sea heart flame at Han Feng's fingertips flickered without wind, a blue fire dragon coiling around the alchemical chamber's dome. The remnants of shattered medicinal herbs drifted between the two, burning into ashen white. You've hidden well, old dog. Han Feng snarled, biting his tongue to stifle a manic laugh. Dark blue burning art runes surfacing on his forehead. This body is perfectly suited to refine your source. The blue fire dragon surged forth. Xiao Yan's right arm's scales rang out, and the heavy measuring ruler transformed into a purple flame ribbon, boldly meeting the oncoming assault. In the instant of their collision, the entire alchemist guild trembled violently. The observer's chi shield shattered like fragile paper, and the nearest elder in gray robes was engulfed in blue flames, screaming as he turned to charred bones. The sudden crisp sound of ice crystals spread through the battlefield. Xiao Chen ascended the frostfire-formed icy steps, while Han Feng's emerald jade mat cracked under him. A chill pierced straight to his spine. Get out. Han Feng gestured with his left hand, summoning 12 blue fire talismans that spun rapidly around him. Without warning, ice blue chains pierced through the gaps between the talismans. At the end of the chains were the jade-green eyes reflecting serpentine shadows. In an instant, frost covered Han Feng's right shoulder down to his ribs. The deep-sea heart flames flow abruptly stagnating. The Xuanzhong ruler, accompanied by a dragon's roar, came crashing down. The sound of flesh and bone exploding was excruciating. Han Feng howled in agony as he shattered 7 golden Nama medicine cabinets, his back embedding into the iron-cast wall of the alchemy chamber. The purple-gold dragon scale gauntlet pierced through his chest, the wound not gushing blood but instead being licked into blackened scars by star-shaped dark purple flames. Impossible, Han Feng roared, staring at the gauntlet embedded in his lung. How can you devour the 3,000 flames and the dying blue fire dragon? The deep-sea heart flame surged back, and the soul voice of Yao Chen thundered through Xiao Yan's mind. Extract his source. Quickly, Xiao Yan pressed down on Han Feng's dantian with his palm. The 3,000 flames surged fiercely, as if a bloodthirsty shark had detected its prey. The blue and azure flames wrestled on Han Feng's skin, causing it to crack and reveal a flow of magma-like light. The pinnacle of the tower collapsed like melting wax, exposing the night sky which was stained a splendid, yet deadly blue-purple by the two. The is in your spirit. Yao Chen's soul power pierced Han Feng's sea of consciousness. If you cannot extract it, then destroy it. The chains of ice that bound Han Feng suddenly tightened. The frost flowers crystallizing in Xiao Chen's left eye nearly touched Han Feng's eyeball. The blue flames seeping from Han Feng's 7 orifices collided with the piercing gaze of coldness, crystallizing into falling ice shards. The dying wielder of the suddenly broke into a strange smile. Master, do you think seizing me is enough? This body is yours. A blue radiance erupted into a blazing sun. The entire tower was severed in half. The descending section of the tower melted into a torrential downpour of molten iron in midair. In a critical moment, Xiao Yan wrapped the 3 of them in his purple-gold dragon wings, yet they were hurled toward the toxic swamp of the Black Corner domain by the explosive force. The abyssal mire surged into Tianzhonghai waves. The Xuanzhong ruler embedded into the cliff, halting their momentum. Xiao Yan coughed up the foul, muddy water, his right arm's dragon scales dimming. Within the dark blue embers clenched in his palm floated Han Feng's lingering soul. The source of the 3,000 flames had taken residence in his dantian, and the route of this operation had been utterly transformed. Advanced to the mid-phase of the quasi-heavenly tier, with a new source, deep-sea heart flame, weakened state. The integration of the ancient dragon phoenix armor progressed to 17. Qinglin, Xiao Yan wiped the mud from the girl's forehead. The serpent seal had automatically protected her during the explosion. But now the serpent pattern on her brow was slowly oozing blood. Young Master Xiao Yan, Qinglin suddenly grasped his arm. They are surrounding us. In the depths of the rotting mire stood a dense mass of pale figures. The dry bones were covered in damp moss, and hollow eye sockets turned in unison toward the 3. The chilling aura of death weighed down the toxic mist, causing it to settle in the mire. Yao Chen's soul fire dimmed. The controller of the corpse puppets in the bone spirit swamp is at least at the peak of the fighting emperor. The only response was the brittle sound of frost freezing the mire. Xiao Chen stepped onto the icy surface, approaching the throng of corpses, leaving behind a trail adorned with sharp, 6-sided frost flowers. The towering bone puppet at the forefront opened its jaw, exhaling a plume of dark green corpse fire. The frost flowers danced and formed a shield, and when the corpse fire collided with the icy barrier, it emitted a hissing sound akin to boiling oil splattering onto snow. Amidst the rising mist, a wisp of eerie blue entwined around the ankle of the bone puppet, a serpent's shadow cast by the glimmer of azure scales upon the ice. The bone puppet's left leg froze over, collapsing thunderously into the mire. Stepping back 10 paces, Xiao Chen thrust his frost sword directly at the chest of the bone puppet. As the sword tip touched the pallid ribs, every corpse in the mire simultaneously crystallized into ice sculptures. The freezing of spiritual power? The alchemist shuddered. This youth's command over the ice element was remarkable. Before he could finish his thought, the bone puppet's chest cavity, pierced by the ice sword, released a half of a token inscribed with crimson runes. The ice sculptures of the corpses began to crack. Xiao Yan picked up the token, now encrusted with ice shards. The Soul Hall's blood token. It bears the essence of the Soul Bone banner. As the white jade archway of the Canaan Academy shattered into 3 pieces, Su Qian's palm gathered a 100-foot-long stream of fighting spirit, cleaving towards the shadow of the blood-robed figure in the sky. The furious strike from the peak of the Do Zone tore through the clouds, only to hit a transparent ripple. The oppressive aura of the half-saint caused the blue bricks of the square to upheave. Demon of the Earth. Su Qian's hair stood on end. Are you from the Demon Flame Valley declaring war on Canaan? The eight-winged black snake emperor hovering beneath the blood-robed figure emitted a chilling laugh, spewing forth a viscous mist of blood. The moment the blood mist touched the fighting spirit barrier, 12 arrows wrapped in black flames manifested from the void. The defensive array capable of withstanding Dozong attacks was shattered with a resounding crash. 3 arrows, their momentum unabated, streaked towards the refining tower like lightning. The first layer of the tower was pierced, gushing forth magma-like crimson flames. The falling heart flame erupted. The elders of the inner court were nearly driven to madness. The blood-robed figure flicked its skeletal fingers. From this day forth, Canaan is disavowed. The air suddenly crystallized into a web of ice. The demon-slaying arrows hung suspended 3 feet before the refining tower, unable to advance further. Xiao Chen, having just torn through the space-time rift, stood suspended in midair, with snowflakes falling around him swirling into a tempest of ice. An ice element Dozong. The demon of the Earth's hat trembled slightly. Something was amiss. Su Qian's voice resonated in Xiao Chen's mind. The arrows can devour fighting spirit. Do not take them head-on. It was too late. The crystalline ice surrounding the arrows emitted a sound like tearing silk, and the black mist enveloping the arrowheads had consumed 70% of the frosty fighting spirit. The arrow tips were a mere 3 inches from the refining tower. The wrathful heat wave of the falling heart flame sent 10 bronze cauldrons flying from the plaza outside the tower. Just as the arrowheads were about to penetrate the core of the falling heart flame, the spiritual energy from the entire Canaan Academy surged madly towards the refining tower, specifically to a vortex at the base that absorbed spiritual energy. Roar! The golden dragon shadow collided with the celestial flames, breaking through the tower's apex. Xiao Yan stood atop the swirling dragon phoenix apparition, his right arm clad in purple-gold dragon scale armor swelling threefold. In the instant the dragon claws seized 3 of the demon-slaying arrows, the myriad fire-gathering formations buried beneath Canaan flared to life. With a hiss, the black mist clinging to the arrows dissipated like melting snow. The arrow shafts revealed a dense array of dark red runes. The 3,000 blazing flames dormant within Xiao Yan's gauntlet surged forth, and the runes were reduced to gray ash under the incinerating starlit flames. The demon of the Earth's hat exploded into fragments. You dare to destroy the blood curse of the Soul Hall? The skeletal fingers reached for Xiao Yan's heart from afar. The overwhelming pressure of a half-saint's strike forced all the elders in the square to kneel. For the very first time in battle, the absolute zero frost flowers bloomed before Xiao Chen's chest. The icy flames coalesced into a phoenix, crashing against the withered claw. As the claw shattered, the power of the half-saint was momentarily hindered by the extreme cold. Ziyan's fist shattered the fabric of space, appearing behind the ancient demon's heart. The primordial energy of the ancient void dragon caused the blood-red robe to crack inch by inch. The old demon retreated 1,000 paces, spewing forth black blood. The ancient void dragon. A piercing howl resonated from the depths of the celestial refinement tower, echoing through the stone. With the earth's spiritual essence coursing through him, Xiao Yan opened his right eye, where a purple-black flame, born from the refinement of the demonic core, flickered within his pupils. The true form of the half-saint. The ancient demon tore through the blood-escape space, declaring that in 3 days, the land of Canaan would fall. Black blood dripped onto the white-boned staff, flowing into ominous patterns. The fleeing figure in the blood-red robe violently coughed out black ice blocks. The ice soul profound poison caused a simultaneous expulsion of ice and fire. Smoke billowed over the remnants of the white jade archway. Su Qian fixed his gaze on the half-rib that Ziyan had torn from the ancient demon's chest. The cold poison creeping over it had frozen his fingertips. The phantom of the purple dragon descended, revealing Xiao Yan's bloodied figure as its wings dissipated. Brother Chun. The cold poison had seeped into his bones. Su Qian's expression darkened. That brother of yours had just depleted all his fighting spirit while freezing the demon-breaking crossbow. Ziyan, sensing the lingering starry essence from Xiao Yan's arm armor, narrowed her beast-like pupils. There is a trace of the dragon tomb within your flames. Yao Chen's voice was hoarse. That cold poison has awakened his old wounds. Only the bone transformation pill can resolve it. Xiao Yan looked down at the black veins protruding from the back of his hand. The fallen heart flames still roared at the base of the celestial refinement tower. On the city walls of Canaan, the rib that Ziyan had broken off glimmered with frost patterns in the moonlight, mirroring the ice flames left by Xiao Chen. The fractured surface of the bone revealing a blurred blood seal of the soul. Chapter 12. Soul poison erodes the bones. As the bone spirit cold fire erupted within the ice soul jade heart, the black stone walls of One Skeleton City reflected a dazzling interplay of blue and white light. The spirit of Yao Lao trembled violently within the bone flame ring. The transmitted syllables torn to shreds by the resonance of bone sounds. Xiao Yan's departure would trigger the explosion of the ice heart. It was too late. Hundreds of skeletons hanging from the city walls simultaneously opened their hollow eye sockets. The rock walls oozed thick black blood, causing the entire city to writhe like a living creature, compressing inward. The suspended ice soul jade heart melted into a blazing white orb, from which 7 frost fire dragons erupted. Boom! The fire dragons crashed through 3 corner towers, a rain of debris enveloping the frozen skeletons. Amidst the smoke, 2 charred figures were propelled backward. Xiao Yan shielded the shattered medicinal cauldron as he collided into a heap of corpses, his right arm wrapped in eerie blue-black ice shards. Green scales. Xiao Yan wiped away the blood crust from his eyelid. The girl was suspended in midair, cradled by the emerald halo of the azure serpent's 3 flower eyes. Her forehead adorned with a fiery pattern of rainbow-colored serpents. Her fingers plunged into the icy spikes of the ground, voraciously extracting the earth's energy, fracturing the frozen soil beneath her feet. Hundreds of crossbow bolts, ignited with black flames, pierced through the smoke, as the arrows sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. All the doors and windows along the black street slammed shut. In the instant the arrow rain descended, the phantom of the devouring python behind the green scales erupted with a thunderous explosion. Sizzle! The crossbow bolts melted into molten iron within the emerald light domain. Yet the tips of the girl's hair ignited spontaneously, and 3 blood-red wheel imprints spun from the depths of her azure pupils. Xiao Chen's voice was filled with alarm. This is bad. The extreme cold of the ice soul jade heart has awakened her bloodline ferocity. Without warning, a 9-foot frost blade sliced towards the side of Xiao Yan's neck. Xiao Chen's figure appeared as a haunting reflection in the ice crystals, the blade trembling just half an inch from his throat. The pair of frost-laden eyes turned toward the direction of the fiery sky refinement tower. A hoarse warning escaping from the throat. 800 zhang of Do Zong to the northwest. The ice blade erupted into a cloud of frost mist. 5 black claw marks suddenly protruded from the left chest of Xiao Chen, and the blood mist that sprayed forth solidified into ice spikes in midair, piercing through the multitude of bones scattered on the ground. Let us go. Xiao Yan's bone wings unfurled in fury, crashing through half a city wall. In the rain of shattered stones, the bone spirit's cold fire ensnared the severely injured duo, propelling them like meteors toward the fiery sky refinement tower. From deep within the city behind them, the resounding clang of a great bell echoed, as shadows of dark blood clawed their way out of the fissures in the city walls. The scorching waves erupting from the base of the fiery sky refinement tower turned molten steel into a fiery crimson. As Xiao Yan shattered the 7th probing formation, the azure-scaled serpent coiled around his fingers suddenly stiffened. Fragments of the medicinal cauldron pierced through the rock layers beneath, and the roar of the fallen heart flame created a sonic boom 100 zhang below. The passage is open. Xiao Yan hurled the Xian heavy ruler to jam the mechanism's gears. The azure scales gaze swept across the shaft dripping with lava. The inscriptions on the well walls were remnants of the ancient dragon locking formation. As the icy flames scorched the moss-covered formation, Xiao Chen coughed up blood, etching frost marks into the rock wall. The formation requires my blood. The bone spirit's cold fire wrapped around the blood of the purple-gold dragon, forcing its way into the crack of the formation eye. The entire refinement tower trembled violently, the inscriptions on the well walls extinguishing inch by inch. From the depths of the shaft came the thunderous sound of iron chains snapping, as a pillar of magma shot into the sky. Jump! The 3 plummeted toward the roiling sea of flames. Halfway down, Xiao Yan suddenly twisted, the Xian heavy ruler striking fiercely at the void. Clang! Sparks erupted from the menacing skeletal visage of the guardian. The white bone chains ensnared the Xian heavy ruler in an instant, while the azure scales beam of light grazed past Xiao Yan's ear, piercing through the guardian's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, the bone spirit's cold fire enveloped the 3, plunging them into the magma, the enraged shriek of the guardian swallowed by the boiling waves of flame. In the scalding stone hall, the primal spark of the fallen heart flame clashed and roared within the iron cage. 3 broken dragon-patterned chains pierced through the core of the spark, their ends deeply embedded in the pure white jade pedestal at the center of the hall. The primary material for the bone transformation pill was contained within the pedestal. The voice of the medicinal dust resonated, recalling the remnants of the formula that Han Feng had stolen years ago. The chains ensnared the energy of the ice soul jade heart. Suddenly, the dragon-patterned chains sealing the spark tightened. Faces of countless vengeful spirits surfaced in the lava, the chain's surface protruding with hundreds of distorted, ghostly visages of Han Feng. Master, your disciple presents this grand gift. The chains, like venomous serpents, lunged toward the center of the azure scale's brow. Get away! Xiao Yan's right arm ignited with starry purple flames. The scales clashed against the chains, emitting a piercing shriek. As the ice and fire dragon energy unleashed by the Xian heavy ruler was, to his dismay, corroded and dissolved by the black mist emanating from the chains. The skeletal head of the guardian emerged from the lava, medicinal dust. Your disciples' flesh and blood are just what we need to complete the blood soul array. The walls of the entire hall opened their blood-red vertical eyes. The azure scales closed her eyes. Xiao Yan enveloped the girl with his bone wings and retreated swiftly. But the reflection of the azure three-flower pupil upon the wall's vertical eye burned her, causing her to scream in agony. Seizing the moment, Han Feng's chains coiled around Xiao Yan's ankle, the ghostly faces biting through the dragon scales to siphon blood. The sound of freezing pressure overcame the surging lava. Xiao Chen's right arm, frozen in the chains, spread frost marks, while the half-submerged chain wrapped in icy flames hung suspended in midair. The stone pedestal beneath his left hand emitted the sound of shattering glass, as gleaming jade light seeped from the cracks, signaling the leakage of the bone transformation pill's potency. The guardian suddenly screeched and retreated. Where the jade light leaked from the pedestal, the ghostly visage of Han Feng on the chains melted away like oil on snow. Impossible. The bone transformation pill should have been. The soul fire of the medicinal dust surged fiercely towards the fissures of the stone platform. It was the celestial refining array. The elixir and the cauldron had become a symbiotic entity. The bone spirit's cold fire burned through the entire jade platform, and the ethereal shadow of the cauldron emerged amidst the flames, shattering the iron cage that had ensnared the fallen heart flame. The liberated heart flame surged forth like a molten dragon, lunging at the guardian spirit. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yan cleaved a path into the heart of the jade platform with his dragon phoenix armored gauntlet. Upon seeing the amber-hued pill, pulsating with jade-like essence, embedded at the core of the cauldron, the heavy Xian ruler found itself halted before the medicinal array's runes, unable to advance. To retrieve the elixir would spell the destruction of the array. The fallen heart flame erupted in a complete rampage. The sole voice of the medicinal dust pierced through the roar of the heart flame. Bet your life, young one. The bone transformation pill can temporarily suppress the cold poison. Suddenly, the azure scale knelt upon the scorching rock surface. The girl's azure eyes transformed entirely into blood-red vertical slits, boiling serpent blood oozing from her 7 orifices. Xiao Yan, do not take the pill. She tore open her chest with both hands, and beneath her skin, intricate, multicolored dragon scales emerged. The ancient heavenly serpent's oppressive force shattered the remnants of the cauldron array. The instant Xiao Yan's dragon claw pierced the core of the medicinal array. The entire celestial refining tower erupted from its base, soaring 100 feet high. The fragments of the ice soul jade heart, suspended above the city of 10,000 skulls, illuminated the entire desert as if it were day. Ziyan stepped across the frozen black blood, entering the hall of the city lord's mansion, filled with ice sculptures. Is the ancient void dragon here to deliver soul nourishment? The blood shadow upon the skeletal throne chuckled lightly. Just in time to extract your dragon bone to mend the void. Ziyan crushed the ice crystal between her fingers. Where is that cold poison brat? The dragon's might shook the beams of the room, causing icicles to rain down. Suddenly, the blood shadow solidified upon the throne. A fingertip emerged from beneath the cloak. Entwined with black-red incantations, it matters not to tell you. He is right behind you. The heavy Xian ruler cleaved through the ice wall. Han Feng's remnant soul, enveloped in the fallen heart flame, shattered 7 supporting pillars. And the 3,000 origins of the yin flame concealed within his soul made Ziyan's pupils constrict. The aura of the burning art? And your father's bones. Ziyan's fist carved a rift in space. Before the punch could arrive, Han Feng's remnant soul ignited into a black fire furnace. With the half-buried finger bone of the soul sovereign floating within, foolish dragon, see what lies within the heart flame. In the moment the waves of the fallen heart flame surged forth, Ziyan's dragon claw forcefully tore through the rift in space, halting at the center of the flames. Where the unconscious Xiao Chen hung, his frosted shell covered in a web of black-red incantations. The body, eroded by the blood curse of the Dozun, suddenly opened its eyes. The extreme cold ice flame enveloping the 3,000 origins of the yin flame surged into Ziyan's chest like a flood breaching a dam. The girl was violently propelled backward, crashing through 10 city walls, while the frozen houses along the way exploded into ice powder. Xiao Chen, Xiao Yan, shattering the city gate, felt an overwhelming rage. The cleansing light of the bone transformation pill swirled in his palm. Yet its medicinal power could not penetrate the Dozun blood curse enveloping Xiao Chen's entire body. Han Feng's remnant soul shrieked amidst the flames. Does the master truly believe the Dozun blood curse is so easily broken? The black fire coiled around Xiao Chen's waist, propelling him towards the direction of the celestial refining tower. making the final step to complete the grand array with the bones of the ancient void dragon. The entire foundation of the city of 10,000 skulls began to tilt. The burial grounds of the earth pulsed like a giant serpent arching its back. As from the base of the refining tower emerged a colossal bone array covered in dragon scales. The 6 dragon blood crystals floating within the array released a terrifying suction that sealed heaven and earth. The serpent eyes of the azure scale reflected the coiled purple dragon shadow at the core of the bone array. Xian's original dragon soul had been extracted. The essence of medicinal dust flickered within the bone flame ring, on the verge of extinguishment. The Soul Palace had meticulously laid its plans for 60 years. And that bone formation could refine the ancient bloodline of the Void Dragon, bridging to the higher realms. Fragments of the Ice Soul Jade Heart scorched a white mark on Xiao Chen's brow. The blood curse enveloping his body surged suddenly, and the vocal cords, suppressed by extreme cold, tore apart with a warning akin to the rending of silk. The dragon bone at the formation's core was being forcibly reversed. The dragon horn of Xiao Yan cracked under the bone formation's pull. The Xian heavy ruler, infused with the luminous essence of the bone refining pill, cleaved toward the formation's focal point, yet the medicinal power reversed into Xiao Yan's meridians upon contact with the dragon scales. The purple-gold dragon scales on the youth's right arm stood erect, and the rifts between the torn scales erupted with black-red incantations. Soul poison infiltrated the bones. The despairing voice of the medicinal dust echoed. The bone-refining pill had been tainted by the blood curse. Han Feng's remnant soul expanded within a vortex of black flames. A deep bond between master and disciple? Then let us perish together in flames. The soul, entwined with the fallen heart flame, collided with the focal point of the bone formation, where the nearly disintegrating dragon soul of Xiao Yan hovered. The light beams emitted from the by-snake's 3 flower pupils pierced through the heavens and the earth. As the azure scales spewed blood and flew backward, they drove their lifetime's vision force into the crevice of the formation's dragon scales. Master Xiao Yan, refine me. The colorful snake scales, shed from the girl's heart, fluttered like moths drawn to fire, enveloping the bone-refining pill as they surged toward Xiao Chen's chest. Time appeared to freeze. Struck by 2 forces, Xiao Chen curled midair, as the fragments of the Ice Soul Jade Heart melted into a glimmering liquid before his chest. The blood curse of the battle sovereign, the potency of the bone-refining pill, and the bloodline of the celestial serpent churned within him into a chaotic vortex. The clash of frigid and searing energies fracturing the air around him like spiderwebs. The purple dragon soul at the core of the bone formation suddenly dimmed. Amid Han Feng's maniacal laughter, the foundation of the sky-burning refinement tower completely crumbled. Chapter 13. Your mindset will still be worthless 30 years later. The gravel beneath his feet emitted a grating sound that sent shivers down his spine. Cold sweat drenched Xiao Fan's temples, clinging to him like the cool mountain breeze, sending waves of tremors through his body. He fixated intently on the slender figure before him, turned away, and the mere 10 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm. The system's light screen flickered wildly in his mind, the cold coordinates resembling a bleeding eye, urging him to step onto that perilous ground. Ding. Mission coordinates confirmed. Please execute the language stimulation program immediately. Ding. Newbie guidance program, charged to 9,899. Warning. The guidance program will reset due to host's negativity. The countdown of 99 felt like a burning iron searing his nerves. Xiao Fan abruptly bit his tongue, the sharp pain dispelling the momentary void. As a tumultuous mix of fear, unwillingness, and a reckless fire surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. To hell with it. Whether it was electric therapy or death, I choose the former. He finally steadied himself on that cursed ground, his chest heaving violently. His gaze skimmed over Xiao Yan's drooping arm, the knuckles clenched white and trembling slightly, radiating an oppressive silence that was on the brink of explosion. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Fan cleared his throat, dry and raspy. His voice echoed in the stillness of the mountain, startling even himself. The solitary figure ahead, like a lone stone, seemed unmoved, yet the surrounding oppressive air suddenly condensed, as if the mountain wind had halted for a moment. The system's alert tone abruptly escalated, detecting slight emotional fluctuations in the target. Stimulation intensity 20. Please immediately amplify verbal output. Xiao Fan's throat felt parched, words rolling around in his throat before ultimately being extracted by the invisible whip of the system, laced with a harshness that even he found unfamiliar. He recalled hearing of a prodigy from the Xiao family. What was his name? Young Master Xiao Yan? He deliberately paused, allowing his voice to amplify in the hushed valley, tinged with a light, mocking tone. They claimed he was a genius who had cultivated since birth. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yan's shoulders twitched ever so slightly. It was no longer a mere numbness, but rather a stillness akin to the quiet before a volcano erupts. Target's emotional state is fluctuating, intensifying rapidly. The system's alert rang out with an eerie excitement. Language humiliation correlation enhanced. The more precise and venomous the insult, the more pronounced the effect. Reward multiplier activated. An unprecedented chill coursed through Xiao Fan's entire being. Was it an extension of the system's power, or had his malevolent thoughts ignited by this villainous script? He could not discern, only feeling a stream of acerbic words erupt uncontrollably from his lips, each syllable laced with poison. But today, at this family competition, a genius, huh? Third stage of fighting spirit. His voice suddenly soared, sharp as a poisoned dagger, viciously slicing through Xiao Yan's eardrums. Is this what the Xiao family deems a genius? Truly, you have opened our eyes. Boom. The figure on the rocks pivoted sharply. The moonlight finally illuminated that face. Gone was the youthful blush, replaced only by a ghastly pallor. But those eyes, normally imbued with warmth or resilience, they now resembled a bloodshot abyss. Fury, despair, boundless humiliation, and the agony of being publicly flayed all intertwined, burning and churning within. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Fan, like a mortally wounded beast locking onto its prey. His lips pressed into a razor-sharp line, and an oppressive rage surged from him, reaching its zenith. Say that again. His voice rasped like sandpaper scraping against stone, imbued with a destructive ferocity. Xiao Fan's heart felt as though it might shatter his ribcage. He was chilled to the bone under that predatory gaze, nearly compelled to flee. Yet, the system's luminous interface erupted with a series of blinding golden words, precisely striking the target's core pain point. Stimulation effect activated. Language humiliation level increased to 150. Temporary reward amplification in effect. Ding. An additional reward obtained. Basic fist technique mastery, beginner. A faint yet distinct warmth surged through his limbs, and he instinctively clenched his fists tighter, vaguely grasping the nuances of exertion. This sensation felt so genuine. The sudden rush of enlightenment was truly intoxicating. Yet, this sweetness came at the cost of Xiao Yan's roar, as though he had expended every ounce of strength. You seek death. That was no longer a mere shout. It was the desperate roar of a cornered beast. Xiao Yan moved. No longer was he the pitiful creature sitting upon the stone. He transformed into a swift shadow, charged with terrifying hatred. With no embellishments, his frail form unleashed a limit of raw power, and his right fist cleaved through the air, embodying a resolve of mutual destruction as it hurtled directly toward Xiao Fan's face. Upon the fist, the turbulent air of the three-tiered combat energy enveloped the youth, carrying with it 3 years of suppressed humiliation and indignation, emitting a faint, ominous sound reminiscent of wind tearing through the air. The 8 extremes burst. The most primal manifestation of force? A fleeting thought, almost mischievous in its nature, flickered through Xiao Fan's temporarily enhanced martial perception. Too swift. There was no evading it. The bone-chilling wind from the punch cleaved through the air, striking him squarely in the face. Xiao Fan could even discern the raging fire ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. In that instant, the shadow of death abruptly descended. Engage emergency blocking mode. Initiate mastery of basic boxing techniques. Body coordination forcibly enhanced by 50. The system's cold notification echoed in his mind. There was no time for contemplation. Instinct for survival and a fleeting command over his body surged forth simultaneously. Xiao Fan barely registered his actions. His body instinctively lowered, the gravel beneath his feet crunching ominously as his left arm crossed defensively before him. His right fist, almost driven by instinct, awkwardly yet faithfully followed the most rudimentary trajectory of a lunging punch, meeting the impending blow. The posture was hideously ungraceful, yet it barely managed to intercept the critical strike. Boom. Bone met bone. The thunderous clash erupted in the silence of the secluded mountains. Intense pain and numbness surged through his arm, sweeping across his entire body in an instant. Xiao Fan let out a muffled groan, forced back several steps by an overwhelming force, each footfall shattering the stones beneath him, his arm feeling as though it might snap. Xiao Yan, too, staggered from the unexpected block, his wrist throbbing painfully, but the murderous intent in his eyes remained unyielding, even intensifying. He uttered no words, adjusting his stance to pounce once more, intent on utterly annihilating this vile tormentor before him. Xiao Fan, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat, shook his agonizing right arm while managing to force a more exaggerated, jarring smirk onto his face. The system's sweet promises and the terror of death churned in his mind, compelling him to utter more venomous words to buy time. He mimicked the most loathsome tones of derision he could recall, elongating the final syllables as if savoring a wretched performance. Is this all the strength you possess? TSK, a genius? He tilted his head, his eyes brimming with contempt, as if assessing a pile of putrid refuse. 3 years of arduous training yielded such meager capability? You cannot even fend off a mere branch of the Xiao family? How dare you speak of 30 years of fortune's turning? Let me tell you, Xiao Yan, his voice abruptly escalated to a piercing pitch, each word resounding with conviction, shattering the night's silence. If the heart is akin to wasteland, even after 30 years, the West Bank shall merely become a larger refuse heap. You, with such a wasteful mindset, will remain a waste even 30 years hence. He bellowed the final word with all his might, the sound echoing through the valley, reverberating with a haunting resonance. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. The wind stilled. The chirping of insects ceased. Xiao Fan's labored breaths were distinctly audible. Xiao Yan stood rigid a few steps away, his menacing posture frozen in time. The pallor on his face faded, replaced by a deeper, more profound shade of ashen despair. All expressions vanishing completely. The once burning intensity in his eyes softened, revealing a vast and desolate emptiness, an abyss of despair that transcended even the wildest of rage. A complete annihilation of faith, trampled and reduced to dust, leaving behind an utter void. Silence reigned, devoid of roars or fury, enveloped in a desolate stillness akin to a lifeless sea. Yet, in the distance, atop a colossal tree, its trunk wide enough for several to embrace, a shadow lingered quietly beneath the dense foliage, where moonlight dared not penetrate. Upon hearing the words garbage heap, the figure, with eyes as translucent as glazed glass, abruptly froze. A chilling, bone-deep murderous intent, far more terrifying than the wrath of Xiao Yan, surged forth like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Its piercing gaze locking onto the panting Xiao Fan, silent, yet inescapable. Xiao Fan felt every hair on his body stand at attention, an icy sensation cascading from his crown, permeating every limb and bone. This was no mere anger. It was the genuine gaze of death from the apex of the food chain. It seemed as if the very heavens and earth would shatter under the weight of this will. He was paralyzed, blood rushing backward, unable to move even a finger. Just as his life hung by a thread, his thoughts rendered immobile by the terrifying intent, a faint hum resonated. The ancient, dim ring on Xiao Yan's hand trembled ever so slightly, a brief and ephemeral quiver. In a distant realm of pure darkness, a weary soul, having slumbered for countless ages and nearly lost its consciousness, stirred as if pricked by a needle. A faint, ethereal voice, almost dissipating into nothingness, echoed in the depths of this void-like spirit. Heart, state of mind, garbage heap? The whisper was as delicate as a dream, soon retreating into silence. Yet, that fleeting fragment of sound was powerful enough to rattle the slumbering sands of time. On the mountain's rear, murderous intent and despair stood in silent confrontation. Within the depths of the ring, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered like a firefly before vanishing. Chapter 14. The golden flame emerges, the apothecary awakes. Xiao Fan felt utterly immobilized, as though nailed to the spot. This was no illusion. The lethal aura from the tree's summit was as solid as reality, transforming the very air into a heavy glass that ensnared his body. Each breath felt like sandpaper scraping against his throat. The air he inhaled was frigid and sharp, threatening to slice through his lungs. An invisible pressure pierced through his robes, invading his marrow, forcibly encasing every trembling fear deep within his rigid flesh. His thoughts had come to a halt, leaving only the primal alarm of survival ringing sharply in his mind, a raw, instinctive fear of extinction. He lacked even the courage to move his eyes, to seek the source of this dreadful menace. All perception narrowed to the pair of eyes before him, Xiao Yan's eyes. The lifeless sea seemed to shatter under the weight of the phrase, "If the heart is akin to wasteland, it shall remain so after 30 years. The vast silence lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the sea of death erupted. A force that had been suppressed for 3 years, endured through 3 years, and nurtured by humiliation for 3 years, was ignited at that moment by the most venomous words, erupting like a volcano with a desire for destruction 100-fold greater than before. It was a pride trampled into dust, a dignity torn asunder and ignited, along with a destructive impulse that even Xiao Yan himself had not yet recognized, one that utterly denied the entire world, including himself. There were no wars, only his eyes ablaze, transforming into a blood-red inferno. "I want you dead." Xiao Yan spat out these 4 words through clenched teeth. His voice twisted like the wailing of a hellish specter. His body sank lower, no longer fueled by rage, but instead morphing into a shadow of death imbued with boundless resentment and madness. His speed surged beyond comprehension. This time, it was no longer a mere fundamental exertion, nor a rudimentary form of the 8 extremes burst, but a desperate charge that fused all his will, every humiliation, and all desires for destruction. He paid no heed to any form or technique, seeking only to rend this demonic tormentor to shreds using his body, teeth, and nails in the shortest time possible. Xiao Fan's spirit soared. The aura of death had never been so palpable. Xiao Yan's frenzy, combined with the cold, lethal intent from afar that locked onto everything, struck his soul like two colossal hammers, one after the other. Where was the system? Damn it all. The shimmering screen in his mind flickered erratically at 99, like a faulty bulb, the warning of the novice guide reset mocking him. His body remained shackled by the terrifying pressure of a Do Huang, movement dulled by more than tenfold. There was no escaping. Absolutely no escape. No. Xiao Fan's heart let out a silent roar, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to propel his body, attempting once more to feebly block the impending onslaught. While desperately screaming, "System! Electric therapy! Any punishment will do. Move. Just move." Buzz. At that critical juncture, the ancient ring on Xiao Yan's hand trembled violently. An indescribable aura of ancient, vast sorrow, tinged with a chilling essence that seemed to echo through the eons, surged forth as if a dormant spring, long slumbering for millions of years, had suddenly been disturbed by a colossal stone. A minuscule, yet monumental will of consciousness exploded within Xiao Yan's soul, accompanied by intense and agonizing whispers that erupted without warning. Trash, mindset, refuse, heap. That voice echoed like an ancient resonance, laden with the dust of time and a hint of confusion. Moreover, an indescribable, painful awakening from the deepest scars. Almost simultaneously with this surge of spiritual energy, a warning blared. Detection of supreme soul wave interference. Novice Guide 99, energy field conflict, system forced entry, evade, avoidance mode. The flickering system screen in Xiao Fan's mind suddenly dimmed before freezing completely, as if the signal had been brutally severed. It was over. Xiao Fan was engulfed in despair. Without the system's guidance, with his Do Qi at the 6th tier and his body hindered by that terrifying delay, it was utterly impossible to respond effectively to Xiao Yan's all-or-nothing assault. Xiao Yan's forward momentum wavered slightly due to the abrupt eruption of that voice deep within his soul, while the destructive fire in his eyes flickered with a brief moment of vacant confusion. However, from afar, a chilling voice suddenly broke the silence, fierce and unrestrained, shattering like ice from the heavens. No longer was there a silent intent to kill. A resplendent figure, as refined as if sculpted from solid gold, silently emerged from the apex of the ancient tree. The moonlight cascading upon this figure appeared to be repelled and distorted by an invisible force. It was none other than Xiao Suner. Her slender, graceful form was enveloped in a gossamer veil, delicate as a cicada's wing, yet shimmering with an almost tangible golden fire-like energy. The beauty of her visage, capable of captivating the world, bore no trace of the gentle smile that graced her during the day. Instead, it radiated a chilling disdain, akin to a gaze that could freeze all life beneath her feet. Her eyes pierced through the fabric of space, landing with precision upon Xiao Yan, who was poised to strike Xiao Fan. In her gaze lay not only protection but also an unyielding judgment, ignited by fury. A pale, jade-like hand emerged from the golden veil, gesturing towards the battlefield below where the two combatants clashed, and with a subtle grasp, the air trembled. Boom! An unimaginable wave of terrifying pressure descended upon them. This was no longer a silent oppression, but a cataclysmic force that threatened to rend the very earth asunder. Centered around Xiao Suner, a visible wave of pale golden energy erupted like a metallic tempest. The air was brutally compressed and torn apart, emitting a thunderous roar reminiscent of a giant whale's cry. Debris, withered branches, and soil were instantly swept up and pulverized by this titanic force, while resilient shrubs were uprooted as if made of mere paper, reduced to dust. Time seemed to freeze. No, it transformed into an oppressive weight akin to a heavy steel plate. Xiao Fan, caught in the forefront, could barely utter a sound before he was violently hurled away, as if struck by an invisible primordial mountain. The agony coursing through his body paled in comparison to the omnipresent terror pressing upon him. He felt as if his very soul was being crushed into fragments at that moment. With a spurt of boiling blood, his vision blurred, the world spun around him, and all he could hear was the deafening roar of the air, akin to a titan's drum. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the ground littered with stones, rolling several times before coming to a stop, his bones aching as if they would shatter, darkness clouding his sight, blood frothing uncontrollably from his mouth. And Xiao Yan, his frenzied silhouette resembled a meteor plunging into a quagmire. The golden energy storm struck him with unrestrained ferocity. Arc, his forward momentum was abruptly halted. He was pinned down by an overwhelming, unstoppable force. This violent energy rebounded upon him, forcing a guttural, suppressed growl from his throat, like a beast with its throat constricted. The impact's force was instantaneously countered, pushed back into his very being. Boom! Xiao Yan crashed to the ground, not flung away. but rather forcefully embedded into the earth like a wooden stake. Dust billowed around him. He struggled to lift his head, but it felt as though an invisible hand was pressing down on his neck and spine. A deeper humiliation and helplessness engulfed him, eclipsing all his frenzied rage. He bit down hard on his lip, drawing blood, and a suppressed, hissing sound escaped his throat, his eyes reflecting astonishment and an even deeper humiliation. His body felt as if countless fine golden needles were repeatedly piercing through him. In the entire rear mountain, only at the top of the ancient tree, the figure cloaked in golden gauze stood apart, isolated from the world. The tempestuous winds, akin to a powerful air shockwave, billowed her skirt, lifting strands of her inky black hair. Upon her breathtaking visage, there was neither sorrow nor joy, only the chilling gaze of her pale golden eyes, which languidly swept over the two individuals below, who appeared no more than pitiful ants, particularly fixated on the agonizing figure of Xiao Fan, gasping for breath upon the ground. Blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Her eyes bore no trace of emotion, as if her earlier cataclysmic display of power had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Should you dare harbor any ill thoughts towards my brother Xiao Yan, your intentions shall be met with dire consequences. Her voice rang out, crystalline yet colder than the most frigid northern spring, resonating through the desolate mountainside. Each word seemed to slice through the air with the sharpness of a blade, piercing deep into Xiao Fan's very soul, igniting his despicable heart in an inferno. In that instant, an essence, refined to an almost colorless transparency, yet seething with intense heat, surged forth like an invisible spear of flame, aimed directly at Xiao Fan's heart. This was no mere illusion. His heart contracted violently, as an excruciating sensation, potent enough to melt gold and iron, erupted at the center of his being. The hairs on his skin singed in an instant. Although no tangible flames arose, he felt as if his heart and that so-called contemptible spirit were unequivocally set ablaze by her terrifying gaze. The agony compelled him to curl inward, emitting a sound akin to a dying beast, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Sun's figure faded into the night, as if she were one with the shadows. The golden tempest of divine retribution swiftly subsided, leaving behind a devastated landscape, trampled vegetation, and a chaotic scattering of shattered stones and dust. Silence descended, more profound than before, enveloping the scene in a shroud of absolute stillness. Even the winds seemed to shy away from this brutal battlefield. Thump, thump. The only sounds were the frenzied thuds of two hearts, nearly on the verge of exploding, resonating heavily within their respective chests. Xiao Yan lay rigid upon the ground. The invisible force that had pinned him down had vanished, yet he remained immobile. Every bone in his body screamed in agony, the result of being ravaged by both his own power and that terrifying golden tempest. Humiliation, pain, confusion, and a barely perceptible dread of that overwhelming force constricted around his throat. Blood, bitter from his clenched teeth, oozed from the corner of his mouth, the warm, viscous liquid trickling slowly into his collar. Never had he so acutely realized just how insignificant and fragile he was in the face of true power. Even when that power sought to protect him, this protection felt more suffocating than the edge of an enemy's blade. With great difficulty, he turned his head, his gaze like a dull knife, fixated on the figure nearby, equally disheveled and beleaguered. Moonlight filtered through the broken underbrush, casting a scattered glow upon Xiao Fan's trembling back. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Fan suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, expelling more blackened blood. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, each muscle convulsing violently. Yet the most terrifying sensation remained, the lingering pain in his heart, like a brand seared into his flesh. His mind was engulfed in a profound silence. The flickering of the system at 99 vanished entirely, leaving only a chilling black screen, as though it had never existed at all. A peculiar laughter, fraught with anguish, relief from survival, and an overwhelming absurdity, emerged intermittently from his throat. He struggled to lift his head, casting his gaze towards Xiao Yan, who was equally fixated on him. Their eyes collided in the air, devoid of sparks, only the profound silence born from survival and unbounded humiliation simmering between them. Xiao Fan, with a bloodied grin, contorted his face into a grotesque expression, and in a breathy whisper, barely audible to the two, laden with heavy gasps and a diabolical mockery, addressed Xiao Yan. Look, do you see? Your beloved sister, Sun'er, tsk. He inhaled sharply, his tone exaggeratedly trembling, mimicking his earlier sardonic demeanor when he came to rescue you, to protect you. It was as if he were crushing an ant, utterly merciless. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly filled with blood, veins engorged, his pupils constricting to pinprick size. The suppressed desire for destruction surged forth like hellish lava. A primal roar erupted from his throat. Shut up. I will kill you. As soon as he regained the ability to move, he frantically clawed his way out of the debris, lunging towards Xiao Fan. His facial muscles twisted in a fury so intense that only annihilation remained in his gaze. However, at that very moment, as Xiao Yan forced his body upright, emitting a feral roar, a profound vibration emanated from the ancient ring on his hand, without warning. This time, it was no longer a muffled whisper of the soul. A voice, strikingly clear as if transcending the vast river of time, resonated with a poignant sorrow, anguish, and a sudden spark of ignition in the soul after eons of suppression, thunderously reverberated deep within Xiao Yan's essence. The voice was ancient and hoarse, each syllable seemingly laden with millennia of dust and tears, akin to an awakened lion silently roaring, exuding a colossal majesty that stirred the very soul. Waste? Rubbish? Ha ha ha, well said. That voice pierced through the air like the wails of countless vengeful spirits. Chapter 15. The Alchemist, a heart-wrenching roar. Boom. Not thunder, but more ferocious than the most violent storm. The sound did not travel through the air. It shattered the barriers of consciousness, brutally carving into the depths of both Xiao Fan and Xiao Yan's souls. It was not merely heard, it was felt. It was the excruciating sensation of the soul being crushed by an invisible hammer, forcibly amalgamated with searing pain. Eons of resentment, desolation, fury, and unwillingness coalesced into a toxic flame, erupting from the fissures of the soul, incinerating every fragment of awareness. Ugh! Xiao Yan's body, newly propped up, suddenly turned rigid. His wild, predatory stance froze like a statue. The beastly roar choked in his throat, transforming into a heart-wrenching, unconscious gasp of agony. Stars danced before his eyes, plunging him into momentary darkness. His mind felt as though it were ensnared by a frenzied, rusted drill spinning violently, the excruciating pain merging with an ancient, suffocating pressure, causing his very soul to wail in despair. He clutched his painfully throbbing head, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his teeth chattering violently, on the verge of shattering. The thought of killing him, in the face of this irresistible, soul-crushing resonance, was instantly shattered into fragments. Similarly afflicted, Xiao Fan was in a state of utter despair. Already severely injured and dimly conscious, the sudden violent assault on his very soul felt akin to detonating a bomb within a nearly shattered crystal vessel. With a sickening splatter, another mouthful of dark blood, mixed with internal debris, erupted forth. Darkness engulfed his vision. His head felt as though it were pierced by countless searing steel needles. Like a fish tossed ashore, his body arched violently, limbs convulsing rigidly, while guttural, incomprehensible sounds of anguish escaped his throat. Deep within his soul, the immense, ancient will exerted a pressure that temporarily suppressed the residual agony of his heart being pierced, leaving only the most unadulterated, primal sensation of being crushed. It felt as though, in the next moment, the flicker of his feeble soul's fire would be extinguished entirely beneath this vast, ancient fury. Waste, refuse, pile. Ha, ha, splendid. The voice surged forth like a tempest from the depths of the abyss, each word enveloped in a chilling essence capable of freezing the soul and a madness potent enough to incinerate all. It was not merely a roar. It was a hoarse growl, bursting forth from the depths of suppressed fury, carrying a weight that distorted and trembled the very fabric of space. Buzz. Detection. Supreme. Soul source. Lock. Energy erosion. System. Forced. Reboot defense. Status. Warning. Core data stream. Suppressed. The dark silence of his mind's system interface flickered erratically, reminiscent of a faulty connection. Fragmented red characters intermittently appeared amidst the chaos, each broken glyph revealing the system's struggle against a higher power's intervention, tearing at its essence, on the brink of collapse. Even the cold mechanical voice was forcibly distorted, resembling a mournful wail. It seemed to attempt to resist the external onslaught. Yet it was more akin to a desperate struggle for survival amidst this soul-crushing tempest. Just as Xiao Fan felt his consciousness teetering on the brink of complete disintegration. Sinking into eternal darkness, the ring erupted with blinding white light. A spectral, distorted figure, seemingly formed from the purest essence of soul energy, abruptly materialized above the ancient ring of Xiao Yan. This apparition wavered like a flickering candle flame, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse it. Yet, upon its emergence, the raging soul storm that had ravaged the hills and brought forth relentless pressure was instantaneously contained and solidified. All the madness and fury seemed to converge into this singular figure. The visage of the figure was obscured, shrouded in a dim light forged by the passage of time. One could faintly discern its tall, ancient pine-like stature, long hair cascading down, exuding an ageless solitude and defiance. But those eyes, ignited with two flickering flames of ghostly white soul energy. Within them lay an overwhelming majesty, boundless sorrow, and a glimmer of clarity that had just clawed its way up from the abyss, nearly teetering on the brink of madness, piercing through the barriers of space and firmly embedding themselves upon the curled form of Xiao Fan. Cold, dominant, with an exalted will capable of extinguishing even the most insignificant of creatures, Xiao Fan felt his bare soul laid completely bare. Beneath the gaze of those burning, soul-infused eyes, all secrets lay exposed. His body trembled uncontrollably, the sound of his teeth clattering distinctly audible. An overwhelming dread, born from the essence of life itself, gripped his throat like an invisible giant hand. He gasped for breath. The gaze of the soul's phantom, which merely brushed over Xiao Yan for an instant, bore no concern. Instead, it held a detached indifference akin to that of a deity surveying mere dust, scrutinizing the worthless. In the void, it stepped forward silently. Yet the soul's phantom descended from above the ring, each step echoing with a subtle, unbearable creak, as if the very space around it strained under the weight of its presence. The atmosphere felt as though it had transformed into solid, heavy lead, making it excruciatingly difficult for the two below to even breathe. Finally, it halted just a step away from Xiao Fan, gazing down upon him like a true god presiding over life and death, looking down upon a wretched worm struggling in the mire. The flames of the soul burned silently, casting a cold light upon Xiao Fan's face, which was as pale as parchment, drenched in cold sweat and stained with blood. Within that ethereal white fire, beyond the oppressive might that looked down upon all, there seemed to surge another emotion, a kind of almost uncontrollable, volcanic ecstasy. Yet, this ecstasy was grotesquely twisted, overwhelmingly suppressed by a greater sorrow and fury, revealing only a chilling glimmer. A hoarse, deep voice, reminiscent of iron scraping against decayed bones, emerged from the burning soul's phantom, carrying the weight of countless years of dust and a sense of unreality, as though forcibly awakened. Each syllable pierced the air like an ice pick. "You, just now, spoke." The phantom's spectral finger pointed at Xiao Fan, its tip entwined with arcs of soul energy that tore through space. "If the heart is but barren soil, then 30 years hence, the Western Bank shall merely become a larger refuse heap?" The voice of the soul carried an eerie repetition, each word pronounced slowly, as if laboriously extracting these phrases from the stone wall of memory, scrutinizing every minute detail. With each repetition, the flames surrounding its ethereal form flickered more violently. The oppressive atmosphere thickened like compressed seawater, rendering the air nearly frozen. A chilling laugh, akin to the haunting cry of a night owl, erupted from the soul's phantom. Devoid of mirth, filled only with a furious blaze and the agony of a soul torn asunder upon breaking its seal. To Xiao Fan, that laughter resonated like the wails of countless wronged spirits, echoing in Xiao Yan's mind as the sounds of torment from the depths of hell. His gaze, sharp as a soul's blade, suddenly withdrew from Xiao Fan, infused with boundless grief and mockery, harshly directed towards the still cowering Xiao Yan, who clutched his head in pain. Too frightened to meet the soul's phantom directly, the disdain and disappointment in that gaze weighed heavily, like a mountain collapsing upon him. "Did you hear that? You fool." A thunderous roar. No longer mere telepathic communication. It is a true roar of the soul. Boom. The invisible sound waves detonated in the narrow back mountain. This time, it was not aimed at the two individuals, but rather a dolorous proclamation directed at the void. Tiny pebbles on the ground were instantaneously reduced to powder. The flora was brutally pressed down to the earth by an unseen force. The ethereal figure trembled violently, as if it were bearing an immense impact. The anger originating from the soul, and the pain repressed for countless years erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, finding its release, transforming into a torrent that unleashed a heartfelt, soul-wrenching accusation towards Xiao Yan below. 3 years. A mere 3 years of decline. His voice suddenly soared to its utmost pitch, infused with a frenzied roar that made the eardrums of both individuals feel as if pierced by needles. "Was all that pitiful talent you brought forth from the womb? That minuscule, laughable pride born from gazing up at the heavens like a frog in a well, utterly crushed, reduced to dust smaller than a fingernail? And then what?" His ethereal arm sharply pointed towards the direction of the Xiao family's gathering, leaving a blurred, distorted trace in the space it traversed. That was the square where the combat aura tests were to be conducted this afternoon. The voice of the soul's phantom was like ice forged over millennia. Among those mediocre individuals, those blind as dust, those fickle creatures swayed by the winds, under their spittle and mockery, you became a mere puddle, exuding only resentment and the stench of waste. Each word struck Xiao Yan's soul like a heavy hammer. It was no longer a mere oppressive force. It was a bloody dissection, self-exile, self-pity, to a creature that emerged from nowhere, merely spouting empty words. "You would wish for mutual destruction." The spirit's finger pointed mockingly at Xiao Fan, who had just regained his breath, also shaken to his core by the roar. filled with utmost derision. Your life is only worthy of being exchanged for the life of such a creature. A worthless being devoid of even this minimal resolve. The blazing soul shadow abruptly turned to Xiao Yan, almost touching his face, its hoarse voice transforming into a roaring storm of the soul, each word laced with profound humiliation and discontent, crashing into Xiao Yan's mind like a resounding bell. Is it fitting for my medicinal spirit body to serve as a refuge for such a wretched existence? The medicinal spirit body, like a thunderbolt crashing down from the heavens. Xiao Yan's entire being trembled, his mind blank. The soul-rending pain seemed to dissipate, leaving only the four words medicinal spirit body frantically assaulting his cognitive barriers. He felt as though all his bones had been extracted, collapsing to the ground. He stiffly lowered his head, his gaze fixated on the finger adorned with an ancient ring. It was as if the shroud that had veiled him for 3 years, the self-deception encapsulated in a shell of worthlessness, had finally been illuminated. All FA-aids torn away, the bloody root cause laid bare before him. Excruciating pain, confusion, disbelief. These emotions collided violently with the lingering echoes of the soul's roar within his chest. He abruptly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes filled with horror as they gazed upon the ethereal soul figure. Her lips moved, yet not a single word escaped them. Beside her, Xiao Fan was utterly petrified, his soul seemingly torn from his body. The system's alarm had devolved into a cacophony of fractured gibberish. It was Yao Lao. Indeed, it was Yao Lao. The ring. That very ring. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted to pinpoints, gripped by a paralyzing terror. What had once been mere speculation now crystallized into an undeniable truth. The furious soul shadow, the roar that shattered all of Xiao Yan's fantasies and veils of deception. The overwhelming pressure from the depths of the soul. The answer was painfully evident. The recent system notification, the essence of the medicinal spirit, this soul shadow, it was Yao Chen, awakened by his own outburst of vitriol. As the oppressive soul pressure ravaged the air, both individuals trembled like fragile candles in a tempest. In Xiao Fan's mind, amidst the disarrayed system display, a line of text abruptly emerged, as if etched with the last vestiges of strength under extreme duress. It read, detected, unique. Resonating with soul's origin. Urgent affiliation, protocol initiated. Force binding target, medicinal spirit, residual soul unit. Binding mode, unidirectional parasitism, host. Host, level restrictions removed. System experience, source temporarily replaced with. Resonance with medicinal spirit's emotions. Sync in progress. Boom. A torrent of information, more ferocious than any soul impact, surged violently into Xiao Fan's consciousness. Chapter 16, Unidirectional Parasitism. Host. The agonizing pain from the soul level intensified suddenly, as if countless searing irons were simultaneously stirring within his very marrow. The system's forcibly inscribed notification felt like a blunt blade, mercilessly scraping against his fraying nerves. Binding target, medicinal spirit, residual soul unit. Binding mode, unidirectional parasitism, host. Unidirectional parasitism, host. A shuddering chill surged from his coccyx to the crown of his head, sending shockwaves through his scalp. It felt as though an invisible constrictor had ensnared his throat, or as if the most malevolent curse had been indelibly branded upon the core of his soul. He abruptly raised his head, his vision blurring from agony and fear. Straining to focus on the soul shadow that loomed above him, the eyes of the medicinal master burning with a ghostly white flame, filled with boundless humiliation and rage. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Xiao Fan's throat felt as if it were choked by frozen steel. A suffocating wave crashed over him. This was no mere energy lockdown. It was a connection far more primal and sinister. Had he become a vessel? Or a petri dish? The overwhelming hatred and resentment of Yao Chen now seemed to serve as fuel for the decaying system within him. Absurd. Terrifying. Nauseating. He opened his mouth to scream, to resist this imposed calamity, yet only a ragged breath escaped, akin to a wheezing bellows. Fear gripped his heart tighter than the previous searing agony. His system, that accursed tool, was siphoning the soul's power from Yao Chen, sustaining itself on his resentment, fury, and even pain. The once vague and ethereal visage of Yao Chen appeared to twist violently. Those eyes, ablaze with soul fire, erupted with an unbridled rage pure enough to rend the fabric of space itself. This was not merely a manifestation of Xiao Yan's frustration at Xiao Fan's lack of resolve. It was a profound sense of desecration, to be regarded as a mere source of energy, forcibly bound. This indignation surged within him. His body, composed of soul energy, trembled violently, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet to freezing levels. The roar of his soul, imbued with the power to rend the very fabric of space-time, no longer targeted mere consciousness, but directly reverberated through the material realm, striking fiercely at the immobilized Xiao Fan below. Vile insect, dare you pilfer the embers of my soul? The impact was akin to a nuclear explosion at the level of the soul. Though devoid of tangible sound waves, the flora of the entire rear mountain, and even the moss on the distant rock face, withered and crumbled to dust under the sheer force of this unadulterated soul fury. Xiao Fan bore the brunt of it. As if struck by a celestial bolt, his body was involuntarily hurled into the air by this invisible might. While suspended, his mind was pounded relentlessly. Engulfed entirely by a suffocating darkness of despair, with a metallic, sweet liquid surging from his mouth and nose. A heart-wrenching wail, so inhuman it seemed, became his sole response to this roar, before he fell heavily amidst the distant rocky debris, his body curled and twitching, teetering on the brink of life and death. Teacher. Upon witnessing Xiao Fan being flung away by the unseen force and the grim spectacle of his fall, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply, prompting an instinctive cry. His voice was dry and hoarse, laden with incredulous anguish and a flicker of bewilderment, paralyzed by this terror far beyond imagination. He instinctively edged forward, not with the intent to rescue Xiao Fan, but driven by a primal urge to distance himself from the soul of Xiao Chen, which now resembled a world-destroying demon. His gaze toward Xiao Chen was rife with conflicting emotions, the shock of suddenly realizing the truth of his plummeting cultivation, the despair of being scorned like refuse. The collapse of long-held trust in his ring, and an unprecedented sense of estrangement mingled with deep-seated fear towards this suddenly powerful figure, who both overturned his understanding and exuded disdain and wrath. The heart-wrenching essence of the Yao spirit body and the deceptive protection felt like the sharpest, coldest chisel, shattering his self-esteem and perceptions of the past into mere fragments. Xiao Chen's terrifying soul apparition abruptly turned toward Xiao Yan. The blazing soul flame resembled an uncontrollable white furnace, its unleashed fury distorting the very light surrounding him. Be silent. The voice, no longer hoarse, resonated like a chilling wind from the far north, imbued with a profound coldness and disdain, as if the boy prostrate before him was merely an unsightly stain, any lingering warmth from their prior bond obliterated by this brutal truth and the overwhelming emotions. Who is your teacher? A worthless being who cannot even endure the trials of a feudal mindset. A wretch who would perish when their facade is pierced. Each utterance pierced through Xiao Yan's already battered heart like poisoned ice needles. He trembled all over, his lips quivering violently, his complexion ashen, devoid of any trace of vitality. He yearned to retort, to prove he was not such a wretch, yet the memories of the past 3 years, self-pity, blame-shifting, a temper that flared but lacked true strength, unrelentingly resurfaced, exposing every unbearable moment. Under the gaze of those eyes, ablaze with the cold flames of the soul, the remnants of his youthful vigor and the last vestiges of his pride were instantly shattered into oblivion. He bit down hard on his lower lip, his teeth sinking deep, the metallic tang of iron flooding his mouth, as his head hung low, heavy with an unbearable sense of shame. His body trembled involuntarily, not out of anger, but rather from a profound sense of despair, utterly stripped bare and ground into dust. The spectral figure observed Xiao Yan's complete breakdown, the ethereal chest heaving violently, as if forcibly suppressing a deeper, more excruciating pain. The chilling intent to kill and the bitterness surrounding them remained unyielding. Yet the focus of that malevolence no longer lingered on the two insignificant beings on the ground. Those fiery, soul-flame eyes transcended the two, piercing through the mountains, gazing into the vast, unfathomable void that devoured all, as if staring into the very source of an indelible darkness that tormented him. In a low, hoarse voice, imbued with the anguish that could rend souls asunder, words emerged as if from the fissures of a millennia-frozen hell, each syllable weighted with 1,000 burdens, echoing with boundless resentment capable of scorching through the cycle of reincarnation. If the heart is but barren earth, 30 years hence, it shall still remain desolate. This utterance transcended mere reproach. It was a murmur tinged with the acute pain of existence. After a moment of suffocating silence, a roar resounding with the weight of countless years of anguish and tears erupted in the remnants of consciousness. Han Feng, wretched disciple, the hatred of betrayal runs deep. I, Yao Chen, shall ensure your soul is scattered, cast into the abyss for eternity. Boom. That name ignited like a star aflame, a torrent of hatred and murderous intent, more ferocious, concentrated, and unadulterated than that unleashed upon Xiao Fan, erupted from the trembling essence of Yao Chen like the core of a cosmic tempest. Crack, crack. The ground beneath him silently split into unfathomable chasms. The ashes of the flora and fauna, crushed beneath the golden tempest, were instantly obliterated by this even more terrifying intent. Nearby, several ironwood trees, as resilient as steel, suddenly manifested spiderweb-like fissures upon their surfaces, then silently collapsed inward, reduced to mere powder. The entire expanse of the rear mountain seemed to tremble violently, akin to droplets of boiling oil splashed into water, wailing silently, in anguish. At the forefront, Xiao Yan felt a will imbued with the stench of blood and the suffocating essence of endless darkness crash into his soul. He had no time to react. The world around him faded to black, a muffled groan escaping his lips as his body crumpled to the ground, consciousness lost. Warning! Warning! Target! Yao Ling, Remnant Soul Unit. Core hatred will unleashed. Soul wave exceeds threshold. Emotional concentration, absorbing and converting. Warning! Overload. Initiating forced cooling of core processing circuits. Xiao Fan's awareness had become a blur. Yet the system's screen in his mind, flashing like a frenzied seizure with glaring red text, stood as the soul beacon, defiantly flickering amidst the engulfing storm of souls. Intense agony intertwined with an exceedingly strange sensation, as if a cold, sweet, and destructive spring was being forcibly poured into his nearly exhausted being. The ethereal specter of the medicinal dust unleashed a piercing cry that resonated towards the heavens, shattering the curses and roars that plagued his soul, seemingly exhausting all the strength he had just regained. This illusory form flickered violently like a candle struggling against the wind, wavering and uncertain. The flames of his soul rapidly dimmed, becoming exceedingly unstable. He suddenly lowered his head, his gaze filled with resentment, unwillingness, and boundless anguish. Casting one last glance at the two unconscious youths on the ground. One, a source of energy for his nominal disciple for 3 years, and the other, a despicable ant that had provoked his awakening and forcibly bound him in an utterly contemptible manner. An overwhelming sense of suffocation and fury threatened to tear apart his remaining soul. Yet, the frailty of his lingering spirit felt akin to the heaviest of shackles. His blurred visage, marred by the cracks of time, seemed to twitch momentarily, as the concentrated intent to kill sparked intermittently. His spectral hand slowly rose, a thread of highly condensed energy coalescing at his fingertips, silently manifesting a soul-piercing attack aimed at Xiao Fan's heart. Kill him. Tear apart this ant that dared to steal his soul power and tarnish his dignity. However, at that moment, a cacophony echoed in his mind, as the oppressive sound of the dilapidated system's notification was forcibly suppressed into a gentle, rippling murmur akin to the depths of a surging pool. Countless twisted data streams, tinged with a bleak metallic hue and resembling decayed roots, surged wildly from the connection port of the medicinal spirit's remnants, brutally filling the formerly desiccated system circuits. The core calculations completed cooling, experience reserves replenishing, system experience points 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Ding. Host's physical form severely damaged, emergency repair protocol initiated. Experience cost, 3,000 points. A surge of energy, far more immense and refined than the basic martial skill previously employed, yet imbued with a chilling, sanguinary essence, rushed forth like a breached dam, instantly mending the severed meridians within Xiao Fan's body. He convulsed sharply, emitting a muffled groan of pain as he slipped into unconsciousness. The shattered bones and muscles were forcibly fused together amidst a frigid, agonizing tug, while the fatal risk that had been pierced by the intent of the soul temporarily stemmed the bleeding under this influx of experiential energy. The wound rapidly writhing and scabbing over, though the excruciating pain still penetrated to the marrow, and the sensation of repair felt cold and numbing. Akin to a serpent's tongue lapping at a wound, the life-threatening injuries were, in this fleeting moment, forcibly pulled back from the brink of death by the pilfered power of the medicinal dust. The raised hand of the medicinal dust, with its concentrated soul-piercing intent, suddenly halted. The flames of his soul, once burning with frenzied murderous intent, flickered with a hint of profound astonishment for the first time. He could distinctly feel that the remnants of his soul power, laden with extreme resentment and meant to shatter this ant's spirit, were being madly filtered, extracted, and deprived in a manner he could not comprehend as they surged into the other's body through that strange parasitic connection. The core of the soul storm he had unleashed, capable of obliterating a town, was forcibly transmuted into a lower tier, tainted energy unworthy of being called fighting spirit. It was akin to tossing a millennium's worth of exquisite nectar into a cesspool. Yet this humble body dares to absorb such filth to mend itself? The sense of desecration and humiliation brought forth by this realization far exceeds any physical harm. It is even more repugnant than Han Feng's betrayal. The sound is akin to the visceral spurt of blood, not actual blood, but the very essence of his illusory soul power, now beyond control, erupts violently from the surface of his soul like a fountain. His already dim and flickering figure becomes increasingly transparent and insubstantial at a visible pace. He fixates on Xiao Fan's body, his ethereal eyes seemingly on the verge of bursting. The resentment, fury, and an extreme nausea akin to being force-fed filth in his gaze can no longer be contained. A curse, steeped in the deepest malice accumulated over eons. Laden with the last remnants of his strength, rends the fabric of space and plunges deep into Xiao Fan's soul. Thief! Wretched soul thief! In the name of my medicinal dust, I cast this curse, awaiting the rekindling of my soul's fire. I shall carve out your heart's marrow, refine your spirit, ignite your existence across 3 lifetimes and 7 epochs, to feed the insatiable hunger of myriad souls. You shall find no redemption for eternity. Boom. The echoes of the curse transform into a final soul-shattering impact, striking Xiao Fan's consciousness like a heavy hammer. He coughs up another mouthful of black blood. As the system interface within his mind becomes instantly marred with crimson warning lines under the curse's assault, its radiance extinguished. The excruciating pain briefly revives him, as he feels a cold, viscous essence, imbued with ominous malice, tightly coiling around his soul's core, akin to a maggot burrowing in flesh. After the utterance of the curse, the translucent figure of the medicinal dust, unable to withstand the force, disintegrates like a weathered statue into countless dim specks of light, retreating into the seemingly ordinary ancient ring. The last flicker of light upon the ring is utterly extinguished, rendering it dull and lifeless, as if it were mere base metal. Silence. An absolute stillness envelopes the entire rear mountain. The moonlight, dim and sorrowful, illuminates a battlefield in ruins, reminiscent of an apocalyptic wasteland. Broken trees, shattered boulders, deep ravines, and countless craters litter the landscape. The air is saturated with a violent golden energy, the chill of vengeful souls, and an indescribable, cursed malevolence. Xiao Yan's face is ashen, his breath so faint it is nearly non-existent, akin to withered grass utterly ravaged by a tempest. Xiao Fan lies like a tattered rag abandoned in cold mire. His body curled up, his face smeared with blood and cold sweat, occasionally convulsing involuntarily, each spasm accompanied by bone-deep agony. Alongside a silent yet ominously glowing shattered system prompt in his mind, emotion-binding status of the medicinal spirit, temporarily dormant, curse mark loading, remaining experience points, 124. The wind stirs once more, cautiously carrying the acrid scent of charred vegetation and the thick stench of blood. Several dozen feet away, behind a massive boulder cloaked in shadow, a diminutive figure, almost indistinguishable from the rock, remains motionless as if hewn from stone, even the sound of breathing barely perceptible. Younging. In the peripheral branches of the Xiao family, there resided an inconspicuous and insignificant descendant who had only just begun to grasp the 4th stage of combat. Relying on a modicum of cleverness and a unique talent for tracking, he scavenged for scraps of information regarding the movements of various factions, earning a few meager rewards. Much like moss growing in the corner, humble and concealed. One day, he inadvertently observed Xiao Fan stealthily making his way toward the depths of the back mountain, piquing his curiosity for potential gains. What he witnessed next shattered the very limits of his understanding. The terrifying golden tempest sweeping through the back mountain, the ethereal figure, cold as divine retribution, Sunur in action, the sole creature that appeared with a roar, rendering the entire area barren, Xiao Chen awakening, and the 2 protagonists, akin to ants, mercilessly trampled and on the brink of death, Xiao Yan and Xiao Fan, hiding in the crevices of the rocks. He bit down on his clothing to stifle a scream of terror. His bones trembled, cold sweat soaking his coarse garments, clinging to his skin like a chilling embrace. He beheld the golden figure vanish, the spectral soul erupt and dissipate, and the 2 youths collapse entirely, as if time had stretched into an eternity. Once Xiao Chen's soul returned to the ring and the aura of dread fully dissipated, his heart, nearly leaping from his throat, found a momentary reprieve. Fear enveloped him like icy water, yet a more potent force, intertwined with greed and adventurous ambition, surged forth like poisonous weeds after rain. Cautiously, he peered out, half his head exposed, his bloodshot eyes resembling those of a frightened rodent, scanning every shadow until he was certain that the cataclysmic presence had indeed vanished. A sickly, neurotic flush rose to his pale face, previously drained by fear. He licked his cracked lips, a greedy murmur escaping his throat. His gaze fixated on the ancient ring in Xiao Yan's possession, and that unknown side descendant, Xiao Fan, lying amidst the rubble, seemingly clutching some treasure. Monster, golden soul. Ring. He whispered fragmented words, his tone unmistakably certain. Treasure. It must be an extraordinary artifact. Something that could save that side descendant. The cunning, slick visage he had developed from years of living in the shadows now radiated a manic desperation. Opportunity. This was a chance he could never hope to encounter again in his lifetime. If he could obtain even one of those treasures. He swallowed hard, greed eclipsing his fear. Like a jackal fixated on carrion, poised to stealthily emerge from his hiding place. Drip, drip. A few drops of cold liquid unexpectedly landed on the nape of his neck. Yang Ying's body froze instantly, as if ensnared in ice. It was not rain. With excruciating slowness, laden with dread, he lifted his head. Above him, merely a height away from his own, the gnarled branches of an ancient tree had become the perch for an unfamiliar figure, clad in form-fitting black armor. This silhouette seemed to coalesce from the deepest shadows of night, quietly crouching there with an elegant poise, tall and slender, moving without a sound, not even bending a single slender branch. The moonlight, stingily illuminating his austere profile, highlighted the sharp bridge of his nose and the tightly pressed line of his lips. The hood of his cloak cast his visage into profound shadow, yet through the edges of that darkness, one could discern a pair of cold, emotionless eyes, reminiscent of a predator surveying an ant colony. That gaze languidly traversed the scene below, briefly resting upon the unconscious figure of Xiao Yan, before finally locking onto Yang Ying, who gazed up in horror, as if ensnared by invisible, yet palpably heavy, chains of ice. A sense of terror pervaded the atmosphere. An indescribable pressure that lacked any cataclysmic explosion of energy, instead presenting a chill as deep as an abyss, capable of freezing the very essence of the soul. This was not the frenzied sense of destruction experienced moments before, but rather a purer, loftier sensation, embodying an absolute power that deemed all living beings as mere pawns, to be manipulated at will. In an instant, Yang Ying, unable to utter a sound, felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the frigid stone beneath him. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, and a warm, pungent liquid seeped through the fabric of his trousers. He felt as though an invisible hand of ice had ensnared his heart, with fear consuming him like the most profound nightmare. He dared not gaze again at the figure shrouded in darkness, instead bowing his head against the cold rock, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting his final judgment. The gaze of the cloaked figure lingered momentarily on the trembling Yang Ying, as if brushing past a mere speck of dust. Then, without warning, the silhouette melted into the shadows like ink dissolving into water, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. Only a few drops of residual, cold dew remained on the leaves, akin to a dying sigh, gently falling upon the nape of Yang Ying's neck. After an indeterminate length of time, the distant call of an owl echoed through the night. Yang Ying, trembling like a leaf in the wind, dared to lift his head, his body quaking as the expressions of greed, madness, and a flicker of luck were obliterated, leaving behind pure ashes of fear. He scrambled and rolled on the ground, desperately bowing in the direction of the vanished figure, his forehead soon bloodied and bruised, whimpering incoherently, "Spare my life, my lord, spare my life. I was blind, I saw nothing, nothing at all," not daring to linger for another moment, nor casting a glance at the ring at the battlefield's center. He fled like a terrified dog, scrambling on all fours from the hellish ruins that seared into his memory. The allure of that ancient ring, under the chilling scrutiny of the dark figure, had transformed into a deathly curse, one he sought to evade at all costs. Eventually, as the moonlight shifted, its cold glow finally reached Xiao Yan's pale face with great difficulty. His eyelids fluttered slowly, and an icy, excruciating pain surged from the depths of his marrow. His fingers instinctively curled, brushing against the cold, unyielding stone beneath him. The touch of fingertips seemed to awaken a flicker of consciousness. He struggled, with great difficulty, to lift his immensely heavy eyelids. His vision was blurred and scattered, the world shrouded in a dark red hue. Agonizing pain and a sense of weakness threatened to drag him back into the abyss. Yet, within this hazy sight, he caught a glimpse of his own hand, the hand adorned with that ancient ring. The fingers were still stained with the viscous, cool dark red blood that had flowed from his bitten lip, forced out by the pressure of the medicinal dust. This blood had smeared the ring and splattered beside the bones of his tightly clenched fingers, fragments of peculiar crystal, glimmering like faint stars under the moonlight. They had been shattered earlier by the golden waves of Xiao Suner and swept away by the soul storm. Were they some kind of mineral or crystalline plant? No one cared anymore. A sword embryo? Weak, confused fragments of consciousness flitted by, like the cold judgment of the medicinal dust echoing in his chaotic mind, suggesting that even the qualifications to forge a mere scrap sword had eluded him. This unconscious word flickered past, but in the next moment, the dimly colored ancient ring, stained with blood and nestled between his fingers, the ring that housed the soul of the medicinal dust, the ring that had plummeted him from paradise to hell. At the instant it came into contact with those blood-stained crystal fragments. A hum. A sound so faint, so deep, that only Xiao Yan, pressing closely against the ring, could perceive it, emanated unexpectedly from within the ring. On the metallic surface of the ring, within the almost imperceptible fine lines, there seemed to be a pinprick of a pale white light, 10 times weaker than fireflies, barely detectable. Exceedingly slowly, with great difficulty, yet resiliently. Chapter 17. Peering. The hum, so low as to be nearly inaudible, like the last flutter of wings from a dying bee at his ear. Xiao Yan, utterly exhausted, lifted his heavy eyelids. His dark red vision still obscured. Pain coiled around every bone like a cold, searing iron chain, digging deep into his flesh. His mind felt laden with lead, consciousness sinking heavily. He attempted to move his numbed fingers, but found even the strength to bend them had vanished. The fingertips seemed to brush against something, cool, slightly viscous. Was it his own blood? No, it felt cooler, with a peculiar texture, akin to fine grit, yet it seemed to contain some sort of allure. Sword embryo. The term flickered chaotically in his mind, the final mockery of that soul monster biting like a bitter wind, dissipating the last vestiges of warmth within him. A waste. Unworthy even of being scrap metal. But just then a hum. That sound, faint to the point of insignificance, resonated clearly across the bones of his finger that pressed against the ring, like a tiny pebble cast into a silent, deep pool. His heart nearly ceased its rhythm at that moment of subtle vibration. What was happening? Was it an illusion? A near-death hallucination? He squeezed his stinging eyes tightly, attempting to focus his vision and discern what his fingertips had touched. Beyond the dark red stains, there seemed to be a few exceedingly minute, nearly indistinguishable glimmers of light, like shards of, or perhaps the crystallized remnants of some shattered plant. They are inconsequential. What truly matters is his fingers, stained with blood. Those fingers, smeared with crimson, press against the ancient ring's band. Just a few, merely a handful, of those tiny fragments, emanating a faint starlight, cling desperately to his bloodied skin. A low hum, a persistent buzzing, resonates from within the ring, exceedingly faint, yet increasingly distinct. No longer a dying lament, but rather a primal yearning, a deep-rooted thirst. The ring vibrates. That very ring which cast him into the abyss, harboring a terrifying soul. It stirs. It is absorbing those blood-stained fragments. At that moment, every hair on Xiao Yan's body stood on end. An indescribable sensation, a tumultuous blend of fear, shock, ecstasy, and the tremors of being grasped by an immense unknown, coursed through his weary form like a surging electric current. He could even perceive that the ring, akin to a ravenous beast long starved, greedily pressed against his bloodied fingers, thirstily drawing in. A trace of chilling coolness, almost imperceptible yet undeniably real, seeped in like ice water penetrating sand. Drawn through the blood and the adhering stardust by that voracious ring, the faint starlight dimmed at a visible pace within the blood, vanishing as if devoured by an invisible vortex. That vibration, that subtle humming, was the sound of its consumption, the sound of its ravenous thirst for sustenance. Is it? That cold, formidable entity which regarded him as mere vermin, ruthlessly shattering all his pride and illusions. It is absorbing this trivial offering. A fractured, unintelligible sound escaped from the depths of Xiao Yan's throat. His body convulsed violently, not from pain, but from an exquisite blend of exhilaration and bewilderment. He could move. A faint surge of energy, inexplicably rising from within, compelled him to muster every ounce of his remaining strength, arduous like a snail's crawl. To shift his index finger by half an inch, the tip of his finger pressed firmly against the subtly vibrating ring. His bloodied fingers rubbed against the cold band with fervor. More blood, more fragments, more nourishment. Buzz. The vibration intensified suddenly, as if stimulated. Though the ring itself remained dim, deep within its band, where a faint white glow had once appeared, it now seemed to have absorbed energy, or perhaps merely stained by blood. A pinpoint-sized, yet remarkably dense, glimmer of pure white light flickered with great difficulty, stubbornly illuminating a minute engraving within the ring's interior. It glowed, though merely a flicker, so faint it could easily be devoured by the night, in Xiao Yan's world, engulfed in despair and darkness. This glimmer shone like the dawn breaking through an endless night. Yet another breath, laced with the taste of rust, was forcefully inhaled into his lungs, provoking a violent cough. The world darkened before his eyes, and the searing pain from his fractured ribs pierced through him like a relentless torment. Yet those eyes, bloodshot and obscured by grime and sweat, remained fixated with an almost frenzied obstinacy and a humble yearning on that barely discernible glimmer of white light deep within the ring. There was a response. There was a change. It had not succumbed to complete silence. It yearned for something, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, even if that straw were to snap in the next heartbeat. A profound instinct for survival, akin to volcanic lava, surged forth, utterly overwhelming all fears of the unknown. Filling his heart, torn by anguish. He was not worthless. He still held value. For that monster. For this ring. regardless of whether this object was poison or antidote. In this moment, he must seize it. He must live. Boom. At the instant when Xiao Yan's mind was violently shaken, all his attention captivated by the ring's faint light. Xiao Fan, curled on the ground like a charred corpse amidst the debris and scorched earth a few yards away, suddenly jerked upward, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Gush! A thick, dark liquid, reminiscent of cooling tar, merged with dark red fragments of innards, erupted from the gaping wound in his chest like a fountain, splattering the stones with a cacophony of sound. Warning! Warning! Curse unleashed. Core organs deeply corroded. Warning! Life signs plummeting rapidly. Experience value conversion defense activated. Consumption, 70 points. Toxin suppression. Curse temporarily dormant. The shattered system interface flickered chaotically in Xiao Fan's muddled consciousness, like an aging machine with faulty connections. The glaring red alert symbols splattered like fresh blood. Excruciating pain, as if thousands of venomous ants were simultaneously gnawing at his shattered heart. Cold, burning, rotting. Various sensations that transcended physiological limits mingled with the malevolent curse that clung to his soul like maggots, sending chills through him as if countless daggers whirled within his very core. A torment far more unbearable than being torn apart by golden flames or having his spirit shattered by a soul's roar. Ugh! Inhuman wails erupted uncontrollably. Like a beast with its throat slit, forced out from the depths of his torn throat. Xiao Fan's body, which had barely been held together by the system's experience repair, arched once more, every muscle convulsing wildly. Cold sweat poured like a waterfall from his brow and back, instantly soaking his tattered garments. He writhed on the frozen ground like a fish thrown into scalding oil. Broken bones misaligned again, grinding against freshly repaired muscles, producing a nauseating sound. Wounds burst open, new streams of black blood mingling with sweat and dirt, transforming him into a mud creature thrashing madly in hell. This curse was no mere destruction. It harbored the deepest venom of a tormented soul. The system exhausted its remaining experience points to resist, like building a dam of sandbags against a flood, merely delaying the inevitable, unable to eradicate it. Each surge of toxin felt like a slow death. In the midst of chaotic and frenzied consciousness, the final twisted, venomous whisper of the cursed drug dust, laden with utter contempt, intertwined with the piercing wail of the system's alarm, relentlessly assaulted his crumbling psyche. No, not the drug. Xiao Fan shrieked in agonizing convulsions, his voice a shattered echo of despair. Was it a plea for mercy or a cry of protest? He could scarcely discern. Yet, the suffocating sensation entwined with the curse and the chilling sting emanating from the core of his soul propelled his fear of the ring's master to unprecedented heights. Experience points remaining, 54. System energy low. The host's spiritual core is tainted by the curse, heightening perceptual acuity. Initiating emergency environmental scan, detecting high-energy soul material carrier. Direction, Xiao Yan. Distance, 75 meters. Status, near death. An unknown energy fluctuation detected, exceedingly minuscule, absorbed by the carrier. Warning, the curse's activity shows signs of resonance. Danger level rising. Fragments of the system's information, accompanied by excruciating pain, were forcefully thrust into his mind. Near death, unknown energy absorption. Xiao Yan? That ring? That monster? In the tumult of agony, Xiao Fan struggled to shift his blurred vision, stained with sweat and blood, toward the direction of Xiao Yan amid the chaos. His sight was drenched in crimson, swaying, and indistinct. Yet, he seemed to perceive that the figure, equally prostrate on the ground, was trembling slightly, fingers tightly gripping the ring. Was it absorbing energy? The creature had not perished completely. It had regained some vitality. This thought pierced through the last remnants of Xiao Fan's waning resolve like the final shard of ice. Escape. He must flee. Far from Xiao Yan. Far from that ring. Far from the revered drug master, whose mere remnant of a soul could render his existence a living hell. A primal urge to survive, ignited by the overwhelming dread of the drug dust's curse, erupted within him like an explosive charge. Within him, the already shattered remnants of his energy, akin to a cracked vessel, struggled to accumulate even the slightest semblance of fighting spirit, perhaps a form of low-level energy transformed by the system. Under the dual stimuli of sheer terror and instinctual survival, it was expelled in a frenzied, reckless outburst. With a scream that encapsulated all his anguish and fear, Xiao Fan's body abruptly propelled from the ground. His limbs, like marionette strings pulled by invisible hands, unleashed the last vestiges of strength amid the agony. Stumbling and staggering, he veered away from Xiao Yan and the cursed ring, towards the chaotic cliffs leading to darker, more desolate woodlands, fleeing in disarray, rolling and scrambling for his life. His movements were stiff and unnatural, reminiscent of a zombie corroded by venom, each step sending debris and dust scattering. accompanied by suppressed groans of pain and the tumultuous rise of his insides. The tainted blood trailing behind him in the moonlight created a grotesque, winding mark. Though his speed was far from swift, he stumbled and fell multiple times due to excruciating pain and unsteady footing, yet he persevered. Scrambling toward the darkness he perceived as his only escape, disheveled and pitiable, like a hapless hare pursued to the end of its tether, dragging a broken leg. He dared not look back. It seems that a mere glance at the curse of the medicinal dust could traverse the unseen connections across space, utterly shattering him. Yang Ying resembled a mouse, terrified and fleeing from wild dogs, as he scrambled out of the confines of the back mountain, his heart pounding violently within his chest, each beat threatening to shatter his fragile ribs. A wave of intense, metallic sweetness surged in his throat, a physiological response to overwhelming fear. That icy gaze, which felt almost tangible, had merely swept over him, stripping away all his facades and freezing his very soul. He had no doubt that the moment he entertained even the slightest treacherous thought about that ring, he would be reduced to mere shards of ice in the next heartbeat. Monsters, all monsters, rings, lunatics, he muttered incoherently to himself, tripping over the slick moss underfoot, falling heavily to the ground and tasting the foul mud, spitting out the filth. He cursed vehemently, propping himself up as he cast a terrified glance back at the dark, silent expanse of the back mountain, anxiously brushing off the mud that clung to his sweat-soaked body. Greed had long been crushed by fear, leaving only the lingering dread and the slim hope of having narrowly escaped with his life. At that moment, as he slapped his thigh, his palm unexpectedly pressed against something hard beneath his right knee, within his pocket. There, a small object, akin to a pebble, jabbed him sharply. Yang Ying froze. Instinctively, he reached into his filthy, torn cloth pocket. His fingertips brushed against a cold, angular stone, smeared with mud and congealed blood. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Just before that dark-clad demon had appeared, he had been so terrified that he had crawled forward, and his palm had landed right in a small pool of black blood mixed with mud, which had splattered from Xiao Yan. In his frantic struggle to rise, he must have inadvertently grabbed this object and stuffed it into his pocket. Perhaps it was a fragment flung from Xiao Yan himself? Moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting a meager glow. Yang Ying opened his mud-streaked palm, revealing a shard the size of a fingernail, remarkably irregular, with sharp edges, in a dark red hue. This object was filthy, coated with black mud and dark red stains. Its texture was ambiguous, resembling neither stone nor anything else, lacking the profound aura of Xiao Yan's ring, nor the brilliance of the power that had erupted around Xiao Fan moments ago, merely a bloodied stone. However, when Yang Ying instinctively rubbed away a larger patch of blood and mud from the surface of the shard with his thumb, a faint hum emerged. It was an exceedingly weak sound, akin to the delicate flutter of a mosquito's wings on a summer night. Within the shard, where there had been only dullness, it seemed that a minuscule white dot of light, smaller than a pinprick, flickered momentarily, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, almost like an illusion. What? Yang Ying gazed intently, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the depths of the fragment, a whirlwind of uncertainty swirling within him. Silence. The shard remained as it was, a bloodied piece of stone. Yet, the flickering ember of hope and greed that had just been extinguished in his heart, with a faint hiss, rekindled ever so slightly. Chapter 18. The Desperate Bargain. His fingers pressed fiercely against the frigid circumference of the ring, the wound grinding against the harsh, rough metal patterns. A piercing pain coursing through his nerves to the very marrow of his brain. Yet, Xiao Yan seemed oblivious, as all his senses were ensnared by a nearly imperceptible glimmer deep within the ring. That light was alive. It pulsated, exceedingly slowly yet resolutely. Like a feeble spark buried beneath the frozen earth, each leap tugged at his already tortured nerves, causing them to tremble violently. A faint vibration resonated through the tightly pressed bones of his fingers, imbued with a greedy sensation of suction. His dwindling blood was being siphoned through the tainted wound, each drop of warm vitality mingling with the icy sting, voraciously seized by the abyssal ring. The cost. It demanded a price for restoration. Was it his blood? His suffering? Or something far more profound? Xiao Yan clenched his jaw, a suppressed whimper escaping his throat, as agonizing pain and terror bizarrely intertwined. Overwhelmed by an intense yearning that scorched his very soul. Irrelevant. Even if it were poison. Even if it meant drinking from the cup of death. Survive. This thought was more savage, more primal than any will. Like a beast driven by instinct, he suddenly twisted his body, disregarding the excruciating pain as fractured bones pierced his lungs, expending every ounce of remaining strength, pressing his arm against the ring, forcefully placing it over the most grotesque. Blood-soaked wound on his chest. A gush. A deeper, more pungent warmth surged forth, instantly saturating the cold ring. Scalding blood. imbued with agony and a fierce will to live, surged frantically towards the nearly imperceptible source of suction deep within the ring. The vibrations of the ring intensified dramatically. That faint white glimmer, upon contact with the copious fresh, warm blood, swelled as if it were a drowning soul gasping for its first breath of air, though still as minuscule as a firefly. The brilliance at that moment was tenfold clearer than before, like an eye abruptly opening in the darkness. Xiao Yan's body convulsed violently. The chill of blood loss and the peculiar sensation of being ravenously drained seized him instantaneously. His soul seemed to wail in despair. The scene before him blurred, whirled, and dimmed, just as consciousness teetered on the brink of being engulfed by the darkness of excruciating pain and blood loss. A wave of frigid, temperatureless emotion erupted from the newly ignited glimmer of the ring, crashing violently into his crumbling awareness. It was not language, but rather a shattering fragment of thought that detonated at the very essence of his soul, utterly feeble, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Yet within this flickering, ghostly light burned an indescribable depth of resentment, hatred, and ferocity. Such malice was so pure, so frigid, that it nearly instantaneously froze Xiao Yan's elated soul. Fragments of images flashed, the distorted, blurred outline of a human face. Awash with incredulous shock and profound despair. Was it Xiao Fan? No, more than Xiao Fan, more central, more akin to the source. Suddenly, an overwhelming, endless darkness enveloped him, as though he were imprisoned in an abyss where even time had lost its significance. Ultimately, a shattered yet resonant cry, echoing with the weight of countless repetitions, thundered silently deep within his soul. Burn away. I demand your ashes to vanish into smoke. The final four words struck like a cold iron spike, piercing Xiao Yan's consciousness with an indelible curse. He gasped, blood spilling onto the ring, as the surrounding darkness thickened. His soul felt ensnared in an eternal ice chamber, freezing him to the point of mental paralysis. This was not mere anger. It was a profound, suffocating hatred, forged from the ashes of ultimate betrayal and the passage of endless years. The chilling depth of this resentment did not deter him. Instead, it ignited the last flicker of light within his eyes like a fierce blaze. This feeling was hauntingly familiar. The despair of being forsaken by the world, trampled into the mire, and subjected to scorn and derision. With a sudden surge of defiance, he lifted his head, expending his last reserves of strength to bring his grimy, sweat-soaked face close to the ring's faint glow. A guttural growl erupted from his throat, each word laced with the madness of desperation. I heard you, old monster. I heard you. You desire his demise. You want that scoundrel to be obliterated, don't you? His voice rose to a roar, choking on blood and remnants of his insides, spurring intense coughs. Yet, he remained fixated on that flickering white light, his gaze burning with fervor. I can assist you. Xiao Yan's voice conveyed a fierce determination, as he thrust his right hand, pressed against the ring, towards the direction where Xiao Fan had fled. The rocky terrain beyond echoing with faint struggles and muffled groans of pain. That useless wretch has escaped, but not for long. He is near death. Yet I know him. I know all his secrets. Xiao Yan's words flowed rapidly, akin to a desperate excavation at the edge of an abyss, seeking the sole possible lifeline. Without me, you, even if you consume me, draining me dry, you still cannot pursue him. He shouted, slamming down his final gamble upon the table of fate. He possesses a peculiar shell that can shield him. It can heal wounds. You do not comprehend. Xiao Yan's voice dropped, bursting forth with the urgency of a devil's bargain. But I understand. I can locate him. I will help you capture him, crush him, feed his soul to you. The last few words were spoken through gritted teeth, a promise laced with the scent of blood. A faint, chilling ripple of vengeful intent flickered within the ring, as if contemplating the desperate ramblings of this pitiful, dying insect. The faint glimmer of white light quivered violently, as if assessing and confirming the authenticity of the unadulterated, almost frenzied hatred embedded within his words. What influence could his feeble, dust-like strength possibly wield? An invisible pressure seemed to pervade the air, emanating from a higher plane of existence, filled with skepticism and a chilling gaze. The moments of waiting stretched endlessly, akin to a century. Xiao Yan felt his body rapidly succumbing to the cold, his consciousness flickering like a candle flame in the wind. The wound on his chest had soaked through the ring, yet the sensation of being drained appeared to be waning. It was as if, the moment the other party deemed him worthless, they would unhesitatingly siphon away this last vestige of his vitality. Just as that final flicker of light seemed on the verge of extinguishing due to the judgment of his futility, and the icy sensation of abandonment threatened to engulf his heart, a voice emerged, a cold, indifferent tone, tinged with an almost imperceptible rasp. As if excavated from the depths of millennia of dust, it penetrated the barriers of his soul, resonating for the first time in a distinct, comprehensible language deep within his consciousness. And the voice lacked inflection, devoid of emotional fluctuation, embodying a profound sense of detachment and indifference. And it reiterated, seemingly confirming the appellation, silently declaring Xiao Yan standing in its eyes. The feeble point of light ceased its quivering, solidifying into a cold, pure star. Your body is utterly and irrevocably wasted. Each word fell like icicles, striking Xiao Yan's battered soul, pronouncing a harsh truth. A weighty despair suddenly plunged into his heart. An abyss of darkness surged forth. Had his final gambit vanished? No. There remained a flicker. That light had not yet been snuffed out. It still resided within this worthless vessel. It continued to speak. It had not yet drained him completely. There was still hope. Fueled by an overwhelming instinct for survival, Xiao Yan summoned every ounce of will to resist the encroaching unconsciousness. Screaming within his mind as if grasping at the last straw, the white light within the ring remained steadfast, cold, and unyielding. Yet, the voice from the netherworld continued to resonate unexpectedly, devoid of warmth, yet bearing a cruel proclamation that ground Xiao Yan's future into dust for the sake of mere survival. Lingering soul, feeble, this remnant body. A barely perceptible pause seemed to weigh the last vestige of value that could be extracted from this useless form. If you wish to linger for a moment, the voice surged forth, devoid of demands or commands, as if merely stating a reality bound by an unyielding iron law. In an instant, a terrifying gravitational force, surpassing all previous sensations, erupted violently from the wound where the ring lay. It was not merely extracting blood and the life force from the wound. The horrifying suction instantaneously locked onto the last remnants of the meager fighting spirit within Xiao Yan's core. The excruciating pain transcended all limits, drowning every sense. It felt as though his very soul was being forcibly wrenched away. Xiao Yan's body arched violently upwards, akin to a fish out of water, convulsing intensely. His eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. He could distinctly perceive, with clarity, the last vestige of his fighting spirit within him, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. With no room left for resistance, it transformed into a feeble, pure stream of energy, brutally extracted and consumed by an irresistible force, dragged deep into the icy void of his being. In an instant, his dantian was rendered hollow, engulfed in an eerie silence and profound emptiness. An unprecedented sense of weakness surged forth like a frigid tsunami, swiftly submerging his very soul. Empty. An emptiness never before experienced. His body, bereft of all energy support, became a heavy, tattered sack, on the verge of collapsing into oblivion. Even breathing became a terrifying burden. His consciousness shattered like fragile glass, plummeting into an abyss of darkness. Only deep within the ring, a faint glimmer of white light, having absorbed the last remnants of fuel, managed to ignite. Akin to damp wood finally catching fire at a corner, struggling yet fiercely solidifying. Smaller than before, now akin to a speck of dust. It no longer flickered weakly on the brink of extinction, but radiated an exquisite sharpness, a crystallized brightness. Like a refined, chilling star. Thud. Xiao Yan's body utterly lost support, akin to a puppet with its strings severed, crashing heavily onto the cold, muddy ground. His forehead wearily pressed against the icy rubble and muck. Warm liquid, sweat, blood, and uncontrollable tears streamed down his cheeks, mingling with the earth. The frigid grip of death seeped through his limbs, threatening to freeze the last remnants of his awareness. His interior was desolate, the strength to sustain his heartbeat feeble, each pulse seeming to extract the last vestiges of vitality from the depths of his soul. The only tether to his existence was the cold, heavy ring upon his chest, which now emitted a faint yet steady white glow. That light served as a chilling anchor, dragging his soul, inch by inch, into the abyss. And, remember, your life begins at this moment, and ends with my will. The cold, indifferent voice from the ring echoed once more, devoid of menace, merely stating an unyielding truth. Each word bore a metallic resonance, striking against Xiao Yan's nearly shattered sanity. His body trembled uncontrollably, not from pain, but from the primal fear stemming from the violent tearing of his life's foundation. He had no strength left to respond, burying his face deep into the icy mire, his throat emitting suppressed whimpers akin to a dying beast. Humiliation, fear, and utter helplessness flooded his chest like viscous mud. Yet, in the depths of this desperate quagmire, a faint yet piercing resolve sustained him from complete collapse, a distilled hatred, directed at Xiao Fan, the thief who had thrust him into this dire predicament. It was that profound hatred, ignited by the monster within the ring, even necessitating the use of the same overwhelming inferno of wrath. This state cannot endure for long. The voice from the ring interrupted his whimpers, cold and devoid of empathy. Rise. The command was simple and direct, yet imbued with an irresistible power that Xiao Yan could not defy. Moving southeast into the mountains, he sought to evade human presence. The direction was exceptionally clear in purpose. At this moment, Xiao Yan was merely a tool, barely capable of motion, a flicker of life that required careful nurturing to persist, used to track another target. A faint yet intensely cold power surged from the ring at his chest, forcefully injecting itself into his withered veins and numb muscles, akin to a frigid thread binding him. This was not healing. It resembled the manipulation of a marionette. Accompanying this force was a searing pain that pierced his very marrow once more. Xiao Yan could not restrain a short, stifled groan as his body curled instinctively under the dual pressures of agony and that chilling force, rising clumsily, akin to a rusted marionette, using all four limbs to crawl upward. Each joint groaned, every bone scraped against another. Broken ribs grazed his insides like knives. Blood mixed with cold sweat streamed down his forehead, obscuring his vision. He gasped violently, each inhalation accompanied by the sound of bubbling blood, and every exhalation resembling a wheezing bellows. The recent exertion seemed to have drained that meager strength. Xiao Yan's legs trembled violently, his knees buckling, nearly causing him to collapse once again. He grasped a damp, moss-covered, icy rock nearby, barely managing to steady himself. The sharp stone edges mercilessly pierced his numbed skin, delivering a dull pain that was more of a delayed sensation than true agony. His body was utterly spent. The fighting spirit had been completely siphoned away. The essence of life teetered on the brink of oblivion. His ability to stand relied solely on the frigid energy seeping from the ring, forcibly propelling his broken form, akin to a dilapidated coffin being urged onward. Coughing violently, he attempted to expel the suffocating sensation from his lungs, thick blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth, splattering onto the rocks and creating a small circle of dark stains. His vision blurred, the edges of his sight seemed tainted with poor ink, contracting inward. The only remaining sense of direction emanated from the faint, persistent white glow at his chest, guiding him southeast. Flee. Escape this place. Avoid all others. Delve into the deepest, darkest woodland until he found Xiao Fan. This thought was the sole impetus sustaining his battered body. A fierce hatred, molten like lava, intertwined with a chilling despair, formed a grotesque and fierce synergy within him. He dared not glance back at the chaotic battlefield, nor contemplate whether the cost was worth it. He began to move, his posture unnaturally rigid and awkward. One hand clutched the ring embedded in his sternum, as if only in this way could that cold power continue to flow into him. The other hand scraped against rocks, roots, any rough surface that could provide leverage. Each step was a precarious balance, treading upon slippery, decayed leaves and mud, as though walking on cotton or the edge of a crumbling cliff. With each step, the faint crackle of bones grinding against one another and the hissing of air escaping from his chest accompanied his movement. The absence of fighting spirit rendered his body unbearably heavy, as if he bore an invisible mountain upon his back. The pace was lamentably slow, barely keeping up with the faltering steps of a dying elder. He stifled his anguished breaths, which came in irregular gasps. Sweat, blood, and mud amalgamated on his face and neck, congealing into a grotesque mass that trickled down his tattered garment. The collar had long since transformed into a rag of dark crimson, clinging uncomfortably to his lacerated wounds. Each movement tugged at the numbed flesh, causing fresh, viscous blood to seep forth. He dared not pause, even if his speed resembled that of a tortoise. The power of the ring sustained him, incessantly whispering a chilling warning, halt, or be discovered, and he would instantly relinquish this frail body along with the spirit that clung to it. The mountain wind whistled through the treetops, chilling his sodden form with a biting coldness. The path beneath him grew increasingly treacherous, steep, and slippery. He stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground. His knee struck a jagged stone, and the searing pain momentarily darkened his vision, filling his throat with a metallic sweetness. The icy force within the ring lashed at his nerves like a merciless whip, with a low growl akin to a dying beast struggling in the mire. He clawed at the earth with his injured leg, dragging his nearly shattered body forward, inch by agonizing inch, towards an indeterminate southeast. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, and the ground became a mire of rich, decayed matter. Each lift of his foot demanded an astounding exertion of strength. His labored breaths echoed through the woods, becoming the sole rhythm of his existence. Once more, his wounds split open, warm blood coursing down his thigh, releasing a sweet, rusty scent into the frigid air. Yet he felt nothing. The only thing sustaining his form was the chilling resolve emanating from the faint glimmer in his chest and the fervent, almost sacrificial flame of vengeance burning deep within his soul. Ahead, the darkness thickened, resembling a gaping maw that awaited its prey. Several miles away, Yang Ying leaned against the rough trunk of a large camphor tree, his chest heaving violently, his throat emitting sounds reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. The frantic flight had nearly depleted the last remnants of strength within this scoundrel. His clothing was tattered by thorns along the way, stained with mud, blood, and fresh scratches. Sweat soaked his greasy hair, clinging to his forehead, and as the mountain wind blew, it sent shivers down his spine, triggering another fit of coughing. He crouched in the shadow of the tree roots, shaken and alert, straining to hear the sounds around him. The rear mountain was obscured by layers of dense trees, the only noise being the rustling of leaves in the wind. Having run so far, surely he was safe now? The monster must not have followed him? He exhaled slightly, his rigid body relaxing a fraction, and the strange object he had clutched tightly in his fist became startlingly clear. Instinctively, he opened his palm before his eyes. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting a few dim, flickering spots of light. In his grimy hand lay a fragment the size of a fingernail, caked in black mud and darkened blood, quietly resting there. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous. Yang Ying furrowed his brow and roughly scraped away the largest clump of dirt from the stone surface. At that very moment, a faint hum resonated, exquisitely subtle. In the profound depths of the shattered stones, a minuscule point of pale light, scarcely the size of a speck of dust and less than the tip of a needle, flickered momentarily without warning. It was as fleeting as an illusion. Yet, that chilling sensation surged through Yang Ying's fingertips and into his mind like a jolt of electricity. The hairs on his body stood on end, and his heart constricted as if gripped by an icy hand. A gasp escaped his lips, his eyes widening to almost pop from their sockets. His fingertips recoiled as though scalded. What was that light just now? The cold dread of death brought by the figure in black from the back mountain enveloped Yang Ying's nerves once more, drowning him in terror just as he had begun to relax. That light, though faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible, emanated an eerie coldness, devoid of any life. He swallowed hard, his throat constricting, beads of cold sweat instantly appearing on his forehead, more profuse than when he had fled moments earlier. His hand, clutching the rubble, trembled uncontrollably. Run. Cast this thing aside. Flee as far as possible. A voice screamed in his mind. Chapter 19. Fragments of Energy Source. The frigid energy pierced through Xiao Yan's exhausted meridians like a poisoned silver needle, forcibly propelling his battered body through the dimly lit forest. With each step, his bones groaned under the unbearable strain. Devoid of the nurturing warmth of battle energy, his flesh had become a mere pile of lifeless meat. Each contraction of muscle and extension of bone brought not strength, but the agonizing sensation akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, the vitality brutally squeezed out, mingling with blood and lingering in his throat. Sweat had long been exhausted. The coldness of blood loss, coupled with an encroaching chill from the outside, assailed him from all sides, making Xiao Yan feel as though he were walking barefoot upon a burning glacier. Southeast. Continuously towards the southeast. The ring upon his chest was the solitary beacon in the darkness, its faint white glimmer piercing through the tainted blood and torn fabric, delineating the sole direction in his foggy vision. Hatred sustained him, yet that hatred was akin to a dull, rusty sword, first grinding his own soul to a bloody pulp before striking the enemy. A fit of uncontrollable coughing racked his body, the sharp pain in his lungs igniting. A wave of metallic sweetness surging from deep within his throat. Xiao Yan grasped a damp, moss-covered trunk, nearly collapsing under his own weight. The agony of displaced bones pressing against his innards caused his vision to darken, stars dancing before his eyes. He involuntarily expelled thick, dark blood onto the damp, decaying leaves beneath him, which were swiftly devoured by the darkness. His fingertips were icy and stiff, almost devoid of sensation, with every exertion. He felt the ring greedily and slowly siphoning the scant warmth from the flesh pressed against his wounds. Deep within his body lay an indescribable void, an absolute sense of nothingness, as if he had been uprooted and stripped of all power. Over the past 3 years, though his battle aura had faded gradually, that faint sensation of energy had always lingered, serving as the last testament to his identity as a fighter. Now, however, all that remained was a frigid, lifeless black hole. He became a thoroughly ordinary person, a wretched soul with tattered pockets, far more miserable than the average individual. Old fool, are you draining the very life from me? Xiao Yan gasped like a bellows, his face pressed against the icy bark of a tree, his consciousness wavering as he instinctively screamed in a chaotic haze, imbued with the bitterness of being utterly drained and filled with dread. A cold, curt thought, laced with infinite disdain and annoyance, pierced his mind like a steel needle. The ring's white light flickered momentarily, the bone-chilling cold intensifying instantaneously. What is the life of a waste? The voice of Yao Chen echoed intermittently, each word scraping like shards of ice, delivered with a cruel condescension. Stop or die? As if to affirm this frigid decree, Xiao Yan felt his legs give way, the strength to support his body vanishing in an instant. With a thud, he collapsed into the mud and thick layers of decayed leaves, his chin striking a bare tree root, plunging his vision into an abyss of darkness. The glow from the ring seemed to dim slightly, the cold winds of death almost brushing against his neck. A primal fear, rooted in the instinct for survival, overwhelmed all humiliation. Xiao Yan let out a desperate, meaningless scream, unleashing the last remnants of strength from his frail body. He writhed like a stranded fish in the mire, clawing at anything within reach: slippery soil, thorny vines, sharp stones. His nails curled and tore. He pressed his forehead against the frigid ground, his legs kicking as if trapped in invisible quicksand, emitting a sickening cacophony of bone grinding and muscle tearing. Bit by bit, the cold power re-emerged weakly, like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, compelling him to struggle once more. He clawed forward with hands and feet, his face smeared with mud, saliva, sweat, and blood, his features contorted like a ghoul from hell. Yet his eyes, ablaze with despair, fixated intensely on the deeper, darker southeast of the forest. Run! Survive! Seize that scoundrel! Xiao Yan's gasps and struggles echoed through the woods, resembling the lamentations of a wounded beast. Meanwhile, in the same dark dimension, not far away in another direction, another beast approached the brink of collapse. Thud! Xiao Fan finally exhausted the last vestiges of forcibly gathered strength, tumbling down a steep slope littered with jagged stones. His body crashed against a massive, slippery, moss-covered rock at the ravine's edge like a broken sack. The sound of bones grinding was distinctly audible, as if even the last support of his spine were on the verge of shattering. Warning! Warning! Host's life signs are rapidly declining. Curse activity, 31, continuously eroding the core. Warning! Multiple severe injuries to limbs. Internal organs ruptured. The blinding crimson alarms flashed like splattered blood, frantically blinking within Xiao Fan's chaotic and blurred consciousness. The agony. It was more profound and despairing than any pain he had ever endured, engulfing every nerve. Not merely a physical devastation, but an insidious chill emanating from the very core of his soul, a feeling of filth and decay. The curse left by the drug dust gnawed at the remnants of his life force like maggots, greedily consuming his essence from within, attempting to hollow him out completely. His system interface resembled a terminal under a fierce viral assault, the data streams marred by a haze of pixelated distortions and dark spots, emitting a terrifying static noise. With a painful arch, Xiao Fan's body crashed back down against the frigid rocks and puddles. A thick, dark concoction of clotted blood, mingled with bits of viscera, surged violently up his throat, uncontrollably spewing forth, splattering against the icy stone and his own hands, releasing a pungent stench of death. He curled up, convulsing wildly, each spasm tearing at his already ruptured wounds, spilling forth more dark red, nearly temperatureless fluid. Within him, the force of the curse writhed like a living entity, frantically coursing through his meridians, seeking any remaining energy to devour. His pitiful 54 experience points were vanishing at a visibly alarming rate. Experience points, 10. Initiating emergency organ repair. Prioritizing stabilization of cardiac energy supply. Experience points, 8. Attempting localized energy field barrier. Isolating some soul toxins. Experience points, 6. Establishing low-power pain shielding buffer. Each decrement signified he was drawing ever closer to total collapse. Xiao Fan felt his soul being torn asunder, dragged in torment. His vision was obscured by a blood-red chaos of garbled symbols and flickering shadows, resembling a projection from the depths of hell, desperately clawing at his throat. His nails carved deep crimson trails into his skin, as his throat emitted desperate gasps reminiscent of a deflating bellows. Fear, an unparalleled terror. The methods of the ring's master far exceeded the limits of his meager understanding. Scanning. Host energy. Below. Warning threshold. The system's cold electronic voice revealed a noticeable stutter, as if the signal was faltering. Recommendation. Immediately cease all consumptive actions and enter a deep hibernation state. Shut up. Just shut up. Xiao Fan's spirit was on the brink of collapse, yet his voice devolved into an indistinguishable whimper. Hibernate. How could he hibernate in this bone-chilling, beast-infested place, where he could be devoured at any moment by a passing first-tier demonic wolf? Wait for death? At that moment, his bloodshot eyes, blurred by sweat and tears, swept across the deep brown rocks illuminated by the moonlight, covered in moss. Near the edge of his flowing tainted blood, illuminated by the dim moonlight, he seemed to glimpse an exceedingly fine, dark silver substance embedded deep within the crevices of the rock, starkly contrasting with the surrounding rough stone. What could that be? An ore? A faint, almost imperceptible pull seemed to emanate through the frigid air, not directed toward his body, but rather enticing the experience energy being consumed by the curse within him from the system. Ding. Detected. Faint. Alien energy. Residual field. Binding unit with the host. An energy source exists, a trace of commonality. The system's prompt sound unexpectedly intrudes amid the frenzied consumption of experience points, accompanied by its intermittent reports. Amidst the frantically flickering mosaic at the edge of the system interface, a diminutive, pale green arrow, pointing towards the silver substance in the rock crevice, flickered unsteadily and vanished. Commonality. Energy source. A frenzied, elusive thought exploded within him, nearly making his heart leap from his chest. Absorb it. Transform. Convert the energy value. He screamed within his consciousness, exerting his last ounce of strength towards the system. That was the hope of life, even if there was but a sliver of possibility. Attempting to establish a connection, analyze, energy tier, unable to determine, interference from unknown laws, curse resistance, connection strength insufficient. The flame of hope, barely emerging, was brutally extinguished by the frigid reality. The system's response was cold and merciless. The feeble link it attempted to establish could never penetrate the layers of the curse's blockade. To reach the peculiar substance deep within the rock, that faint commonality could not transform into a life-saving straw. No, not enough. Damn it, why is it not enough? Xiao Fan roared in despair, his body convulsing once more from the intensity of his emotions and profound helplessness. He watched helplessly as his experience points, representing the countdown of life, swiftly flowed away like sand slipping through fingers, nearing the terrifying critical threshold of 20 points once more under the dual drain of pain and curse. Yang Ying sat slumped against the cold camphor tree roots, his back resting against the rough bark, his entire being drenched in cold sweat, shivering from the mountain breeze that rattled his teeth. He fixed his gaze on his outstretched palm, within which lay a small dark red fragment. The moonlight was stingy, barely illuminating it amidst the swaying tree shadows. He dared not move. Even his breathing was deliberately softened. The weak white light that had flashed across the stone moments ago, the cold, eerie sensation that penetrated his consciousness, felt as if a chilling spike had burrowed into his bones, leaving him terrified. He wanted to throw it away, to cast this hot potato far from him. But his fingers were as stiff as ice. His body seemed frozen in place. Beep. Inferior carbon-based host. Scanning. Compatibility insufficient. 72. Energy depleted. Core damaged. 897. Warning. Data loss. An extremely faint, crackling electronic broadcast noise abruptly erupted in his mind, without warning. Yang Ying was startled, stumbling backward, the back of his head striking heavily against the hard trunk, stars flashing before his eyes. He clutched his buzzing head, frantically scanning his surroundings in terror. No one. The desolate mountain forest was empty. Only the rustling of leaves filled the air. Yet that cold, emotionless, intermittent voice was not an illusion. It clearly drilled into his mind from the stone in his palm. Who? What thing? Yang Ying's voice trembled as he addressed the stone, as if speaking to the void. No response. Only the mountain breeze brushing through the leaves. Silence. Yang Ying's heart raced as if it would burst. He swallowed hard, lowering his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the dark crimson shards of stone. His throat felt parched, and his voice trembled. Was that you speaking just now? As if in response to his fear and confusion, a low hum resonated. The fragments in his palm vibrated once more, this time with a clarity surpassing any previous tremor. A pinprick of pale light flickered abruptly, then extinguished. A chilling sensation, tinged with impatience, pierced through to Yang Ying's nerve endings. Substandard host, confirmation, connection, preliminary establishment, energy. Energy, severely insufficient, unable to repair, unable to respond. The electronic voice erupted again, slightly clearer than before, laced with extreme impatience and disdain. Yang Ying's hand trembled, nearly flinging the stone away. Yet, compelled by an unseen force, he clutched the blood-stained shard tighter. The cold texture pressed against his palm. What exactly are you? The one in the ring? Or something else? Yang Ying's voice was low and rapid, glancing around like a startled bird. Irrelevant. Query. Insufficient permissions. Core protocol. Module missing. Data loss. Warning. Energy depletion. The voice emanating from the stone was devoid of emotion. Yet the last phrase, warning, energy depletion, rang with an alarming clarity, exuding a chilling sense of crisis. Energy? What kind of energy do you seek? Blood? Combat aura? I have none. Yang Ying was on the verge of tears, feeling he had stumbled into a monumental predicament. Suddenly, an extremely faint, intermittent stream of information surged into his chaotic consciousness, akin to fragmented images struggling to coalesce. Accompanying this was the flickering of the stone's faint luminescence, seemingly on the brink of collapse. The visuals were hazy and distorted, filled with static. Several shards, varying in size and stained with dark blood, hovered above a figure, ragged and bloodied, Xiao Fan. Scanning, recoverable resources, energy source fragments, preliminary analysis, convertible, experience points. A line of icy blue text flashed like a mirage in water, vanishing almost as swiftly as it appeared. Value. Redeemable for low-level martial arts scraps. Body refining elixir recipe, minor attribute points. The final redemption list, a fleeting glimpse, was obscured, yet it sketched a suffocating outline before Yang Ying's eyes. Martial arts? Elixirs? Attribute points? The information stream abruptly ceased. The white light within the stone dimmed drastically. The vibration ceased as if it had exhausted its final vestige of strength. Yang Ying stood frozen, as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt. His heart raced. Blood surged feverishly to his brain. His breathing was labored, akin to a battered bellows. Exchange. Redeem. With this stone, I can trade for something. Martial arts. Elixirs. The very foundation of strength that everyone dreams of in the continent of combat aura. The greed, previously frozen by fear, ignited instantly, fueled by the shards of information like shards of ice. It scorched away his rationality. The terror of the dark-clad demon, the hell of slaughter on the back mountain, all were crushed beneath the overwhelming allure of becoming stronger. He gasped, his voice a chaotic torrent of emotions, overwhelmed with fervor. All fear forgotten. Change. Is it possible to change? Tell me, please. He clenched the stone tightly, disregarding the sharp edges that pierced his palm. Lifting it before his eyes, urgently, as if in a frenzy, he whispered a desperate roar at the stone. The shattered rock burned in his scorching grip, silent and still. Yet, from the depths of its dark core, a faint, icy glimmer flickered, imbued with a barely perceptible mockery, defiantly shining for a brief moment. Yang Ying's breaths grew heavier, a light of reckless abandon shimmering in his gaze. He surveyed the surrounding pitch-black forest, feeling not a mere stone, but a key to unlock the abyss of fate. Deeper into the mountains, towards the southeast. Bang! Xiao Yan fell heavily once more, mud splattering around him. The bone-chilling agony nearly numbed his senses. His fingers sank deep into the decaying soil, yet he lacked the strength to even lift his eyelids. Each breath felt like swallowing a searing blade. His lungs constricted as though blocked by a molten iron mass, an intertwining sensation of suffocation and burning pain. The faint yet persistent glow of the ring upon his chest resembled the cold, unyielding gaze of a detached eye, observing his crumbling will with indifference. The power of the medicinal dust was as delicate as a spider's thread, barely sustaining him from collapsing on the spot, allowing for the most minimal movement of his body. The fragmented soul of the medicinal dust lay dormant deep within the ring, its own frailty akin to a dying behemoth at the abyss's bottom. Having just devoured a fraction of Xiao Yan's fighting spirit, merely solidifying the cold glimmer slightly, unable to emit even a whisper of stronger vibrations. It silently maintained its minimal output, like a candle illuminating the path ahead, burning on the oils of Xiao Yan's life, its flame equally precarious. Fool, how much longer will you feign death? A cold voice echoed, laced with a hint of fatigue. Xiao Yan detected the rare weariness in that voice. It was akin to a tiger's brief panting while tearing into its prey. This feeling of vulnerability ignited all the pent-up resentment and fury at his trampled dignity within his heart, like a spark igniting dry tinder. An inexplicable strength surged through his arms. Feign death. Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head, a guttural growl escaping his throat, blood dripping from his chin onto the mud. Old thing, if you dare, move yourself. Cough, cough, cough. A gut-wrenching fit of coughing interrupted his accusation, blood splattering upon the damp ground. Struggling. He propped himself up with his elbows, gasping, his bloodshot eyes fixated fiercely on that glimmer before his chest, each word forced through gritted teeth. Rely on me. On my life. Crawl, you worthless piece of trash. The medicinal dust remained silent. The wind in the forest seemed to pause for an instant. The bone-chilling cold intensified tenfold. As if frigid water surged from the wound of the ring, flooding into Xiao Yan's already exhausted limbs. This cold was not merely for punishment. It felt like a visceral response to a critical hit, a bone-chilling energy instinctively seeking to suppress and freeze any rebellious tendencies. Xiao Yan let out a chilling, inhuman wail. His body arching upward like a frozen shrimp, every muscle convulsing violently. The blood within him, already icy and rigid, seemed on the verge of complete coagulation. An absolute suppression from the depths of his soul instantaneously shattered the meager flicker of resistance that had dared to emerge. Death, a frigid voice whispered, as if carried by the winds of the netherworld. The suffocating grip of mortality tightened around Xiao Yan's throat. He could even glimpse a glimmer of cold light deep within his consciousness, calculating whether to relinquish this feeble spark of life, which required such arduous effort to suppress. Fear. An overwhelming terror eclipsed all else. The instinctual desire for survival swiftly drowned out his anger. I will leave, I will leave. Xiao Yan desperately nodded amidst the agony and fear, his voice quivering, laced with evident supplication and submission. He struggled on the ground with all his limbs, attempting to escape the bone-chilling force that encased him. The frigid energy forcibly injected into his body pierced through his meridians like countless icy needles, inflicting a pain 100-fold greater than that which had previously prompted his movement. However, just as he writhed in torment, entirely consumed by the shadow of death, a faint, entirely different resonance emerged, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Disregarding the distance of space, it abruptly reverberated from the depths of the frozen cold within him. Through the ring pressed tightly against his wound, it returned with startling clarity. It was as though, in the mysterious weave of fate, something far away shared a profound connection with the entity contained within that ring. The power of the ring itself stirred like a slumbering beast disturbed, trembling violently. The core of that icy brilliance flickered uncontrollably, as if sensing something it both loathed and craved. Instinctively, it sought to capture and even plunder. The energy surged forth, a wave of chilling power more potent than before, flooding into Xiao Yan's shattered form in a moment of primal will. Buzz. An azure flame. A true flame. Like an illusion. A thread, a wisp, a spectral blue flame pattern erupted without warning upon the pale skin adjacent to the ring-marked wound, vanishing in an instant. Reminiscent of frost crystallizing upon the arid earth. Cold, accompanied by a sensation that seemed to burn the very soul. It appeared so abruptly, yet vanished with equal swiftness. So quick that Xiao Yan could scarcely grasp it fully. But that fleeting azure, it was undeniably no mere illusion. Cough, cough, what was that? Xiao Yan abruptly ceased his agonizing convulsions, his murky eyes widening in shock, bloodshot, and fixed intently upon his chest. What had just transpired? A cold flame. The icy brilliance within the ring abruptly solidified. The flickering ceased. The chilling voice lingered longer than any moment prior, as if it were scrutinizing, perhaps sensing. The mountain winds whispered through the leaves, emitting a mournful sound. The darkness in the forest deepened, thickening like a colossal stomach slowly closing. Xiao Yan lay rigidly in the cold, fetid mire, gasping like a dying bellows. Each breath he drew was tainted with the sickly sweetness of decaying foliage and the chill of the earth's depths, searing his lungs with a painful burn. Yet, that sensation felt like mere background noise, distant and insignificant. His entire consciousness was fixated on the grotesque sight of his own chest. The viscous, semi-coagulated clots of blood had been largely scraped away, revealing a patch of bruised, purplish skin riddled with abrasions. And the shapes of broken ribs were starkly visible beneath the thin layer of flesh. At the center of this wretched flesh, a primitive ring, tightly clutching his flesh and blood, emanated a minuscule, dust-like glimmer of white cold light, reminiscent of an eternal ice star. However, just moments ago, when this ice star instinctively flickered in response to a distant resonance, a faint, almost illusory trace of fire entwined with an eerie ice-blue flame pattern flashed clearly across the skin at the edge of his ring. Cold. It was a frigidness that penetrated to the marrow, capable of freezing the very soul. Yet, it manifested in the guise of flame. The instant it appeared, even the oppressive chill from the medicinal dust that coursed through his body seemed to ignite slightly. Xiao Yan's body involuntarily convulsed, not from pain, but from the overwhelming shock of this cognitive upheaval and an instinctive dread, flames that could freeze everything. This transcended his most rudimentary understanding of the world's laws. His chaotic mind churned with the haunting images from the moment before he was consumed by the medicinal dust, the indifferent golden flames of the cloaked figure, and the bizarre white icy light that erupted from the shattered body of the medicinal dust. Could it be, just now, that white light? Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse and dry, rasping like sandpaper, trembling with disbelief. Is it you? With great effort, he lowered his head, attempting to discern that speck of white light on his chest, to confirm whether it was merely a dying illusion. But the answer came not in words. A hum, a surge of ice-cold power, more pure and concentrated than anything he had ever experienced, erupted like a serpent awakening from slumber from the depths of the ring's cold glimmer. No longer was it the crude, chaotic energy intermingled with intent to drive away or suppress. This time, the power was frigid, pure, imbued with a terrifying, almost singular focus. Like a razor-sharp ice spear forged from eons of accumulated frost, it did not spread or erode. Instead, it precisely and forcefully pierced deep into Xiao Yan's chest, penetrating the core of his battered energy reservoir. Xiao Yan could not even scream. His body jolted upward as if struck by lightning. His eyes rolled back instantly. His mind blanked. An indescribable, absolute chill, capable of freezing thought itself, surged through the hollow, shattered vortex of his fighting spirit, ruthlessly sweeping past. Buzz. Just as this absolute zero impact grazed the center of his withered energy reservoir, nearly extinguishing the last flicker of vitality, a faint, nearly extinguishable spark of pale white light emerged. It carried a trace of an unshakable, eerie ice-blue tail. Without any forewarning, it erupted from the very heart of that void-like sea, compressed to the utmost limit by an extreme chill. The spark, small as dust, yet remarkably resilient, burned defiantly, emanating a coldness capable of freezing blood. It was not merely a temperature-esque cold, but the chilling conclusion to vitality. Indeed, from deep within the ring, that frigid voice resonated once more, imbued with a profoundly complex and ineffable emotional fluctuation. It was not pure malice, but rather a cold acknowledgement of the potential harbored by this tool. The bone spirit seed, though grievously damaged and scarcely intact, remained unextinguished. The voice paused slightly, akin to a lofty deity casting its gaze upon a dying ant at its feet, scrutinizing the unexpected peculiarities within the ant's fragile form. The chilling intent descended like a frozen anvil. You, insignificant wretch, have indeed surprised me. Xiao Yan lay prostrate on the ground, akin to a dog with a broken spine, trembling as his body and soul quaked under the piercing impact and the bizarre combustion of the spark. The cold in his chest nearly froze his thoughts. Yet he grasped the term. Bone spirit seed? Damaged? Unextinguished? Coughing, he struggled to force a mocking smile, but only more blood bubbled forth. The fleeting glimpse of that ice-blue spark, coupled with the barely perceptible tremor in Xiao Chen's voice, cast ripples of malicious intent in the depths of his despairing heart. He buried his head deep into the frigid mire, sweat and blood obscuring his vision, yet within the blood-stained whites of his eyes, a serpentine glimmer of cold light silently crawled forth. Did this ancient creature possess needs of its own? Could that spark incite its surprise? Could it serve as leverage? Surprise is welcome. Xiao Chen's chilling voice once again interrupted Xiao Yan's serpentine thoughts, each word resonating with an undeniable authority. The cold radiance at the core of the ring stabilized, emanating an even more refined chill than before. Following a brief and exhausting exploration, it seemed the equilibrium within had also been disturbed. This place is tainted, life-sustaining energy is scarce and difficult to maintain. Transition to a higher realm. The command was straightforward, accompanied by a clearer sense of direction. After regaining a modicum of power, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a stronger chill surge from his chest into his limbs. No longer a brutish force driving cattle, but a cold, precise manipulation. Agonizing pain accompanied this sensation. It felt as though countless icy needles were forcibly realigning his joints, stimulating his muscles. He could not suppress a short, stifled cry of pain, his body resembling a rusted, worn-out gear being forcibly adjusted. Rising in a more fluid, yet eerily mechanical manner, his knees straightened amidst the torment. Each step he took was marginally more stable than the last, at the cost of muscle-rending agony and a chill emanating from the very marrow of his bones. It felt akin to controlling a frozen corpse. The forest lay in utter silence, save for the heavy, labored breaths escaping him, each exhalation releasing clouds of frost-laden vapor. He struggled to lift his head, gazing toward the direction indicated by Xiao Chen. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, outlining the steep, jagged contours of the mountainside, where scattered stones loomed like the fangs of a beast, and the cold wind wailed like a lamenting spirit. Life was scarce and tainted, perhaps. In the eyes of the creature within the ring, there lay something it desperately sought. A faint twitch graced the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, pulling at the wounds etched across his face, a sharp reminder of pain. He clutched the ring tightly against his chest, its icy touch searing into his flesh. Run. Ascend to greater heights. Survive. Seize that fleeting chill of opportunity. Deeper within, amidst the chaotic stones of the ravine, Xiao Fan's body finally fell silent after violent convulsions, resembling a forgotten rag cast aside in the cold, moss-laden shadows of the gorge. Sweat, blood, and mud clung to his battered form and the contorted features of his face. Twisted in agony, each surge of the curse felt like a venomous serpent gnawing at his veins, depleting his dwindling experience points, now reduced from 54 to a mere 47. The system's warning lights flickered wildly in his blurred vision, akin to a deathly lantern. Warning. The rate of curse erosion is accelerating. Core mental barriers are deteriorating. Warning. External detection of anomalous energy fluctuations located in the southeast slope area. Energy attributes. Unknown, highly unstable, icy characteristics. Threat level assessment. Extremely lethal. Extremely lethal? The curse, which had just been forcibly suppressed, surged with renewed vigor. The shadow of death, like a chilling tide, engulfed Xiao Fan's senses. which had only just begun to recover from the system's suppression of the curse. Another wave of medicinal dust had attacked him. Was that creature lurking nearby? He couldn't even lie in wait. A colossal fear pierced his numbed consciousness like an icicle. Run. He must flee this place immediately. Yet, moving even a finger felt like lifting a mountain. Host. Unable to sustain forced teleportation. Risk is immense. Recommendation. Immediately initiate shutdown of all life signs and enter deep hibernation. The system's cold, electronic voice bore an unprecedented gravity, tinged with a hint of fear in its logical computations. Shutdown. Hibernation. Would he merely await being crushed under that icy monstrosity? Move. I command you to move. Xiao Fan screamed within his mind, his teeth grinding in desperation. He dared not contemplate the fate that awaited him if that frozen soul of a monster were to find him. With a surge of primal instinct, he rolled violently to the side, attempting to prop himself up with his arms. But pain and exhaustion warped his movements into something unrecognizable. His body merely rolled over, akin to a heavy sack tumbling across rough stones. And then, the unexpected occurred. Crack. With a resounding crash, the massive stone beneath him, already loosened and softened by the stream, shattered under the sudden weight and misguided force. Along with it, other debris and slick, decaying moss were dislodged. A brief gasp was swallowed by the sound of the cascading rocks. Xiao Fan's body uncontrollably tumbled over the loose stones and slippery moss, bouncing and rolling helplessly. Like a ball propelled by immense force, it careened down the slippery, steep ravine, colliding with jagged rocks and twisted tree roots, creating a cacophony of chaotic sounds and splattering mud, plunging deeper into the shadowy depths of the gorge, akin to an abyssal maw of darkness. Warning. The body has sustained severe impact. Emergency protective measures activated. Experience points, 15. Energy nearing critical levels. Alert. The piercing system alarm became the sole accompaniment to the descent. Yang Ying curled up within the vast shadow of the camphor tree roots, terror coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent, each pulse laced with icy dread. He clutched the dark red stone, his palms and back drenched in cold sweat. The frigid mountain breeze slipped through the gaps in the trees, brushing against his sweat-soaked forehead and neck, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. The intermittent electronic sounds emanating from the stone, along with the fleeting vision of a conversion list, techniques, elixirs, attribute points, stirred a tempest within his mind. Fear. Yes, that chilling sensation gnawed at him like a parasite. Yet desire, a greedy yearning, akin to an inferno, instantly consumed all his fear, as long as he could discern how to satiate it. Hey, can you hear me? Yang Ying's voice trembled, almost a whisper against the stone, eyes scanning the pitch-black surroundings warily. Tell me, how do I feed you? What energy do you need? I don't have that blood-fighting aura. What else? Blades? Money? Food? What do you want? The stone remained cold and unresponsive. The faint glimmer of white light hidden within its core dimmed and stayed still. Undeterred, Yang Ying shook the stone vigorously, as if trying to rouse a sleeping entity. Hey, speak. How much do I need to exchange for a technique? One of these stones? 10. 100. Where can I find them? Please, just give me a word. His voice escalated, tinged with a desperate madness born of being cornered. It felt as if this base, clamorous desire for power had once more been awkwardly ignited. Or perhaps it was merely the final unstable fluctuation of an internal energy circuit. Buzz. The stone trembled ever so slightly. Then, a more fragmented, hoarse voice filled with malice and impatience surged into Yang Ying's chaotic mind, reminiscent of a radio with poor reception. Flesh, equivalent, essence of life, activate, contract, exchange. Flesh. Yang Ying's eyes widened in horror. A chill raced up his spine to his scalp. Are you asking for human flesh? He instinctively recoiled, wanting to hurl this cursed, treacherous object away. Yet the remnants of the low-level technique seared into his mind like a branding iron. Refusal is also an option. Worthless. Reset. The cold voice dripped with disdain, akin to a final verdict. The tiny spark of white light, under Yang Ying's panicked, greedy, and writhing gaze, slowly, gradually began to extinguish. Dimmed. Like the last hope on the brink of total annihilation. No. Wait. Yang Ying shouted fiercely. His teeth sank deeply into his lower lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading through his mouth. He lowered his head, his bloodshot eyes glinting with madness and a desperate resolve as they fixated on the dimming stone. Chapter 20. The Fiery Shadow of Blood. A chilling energy gripped Xiao Yan's shattered body like a marionette strings. With each step he took, broken bones scraped against his already damaged insides, producing a sound that sent shivers down his spine. The blood seemed frozen by the coldness emanating from the ring, flowing sluggishly through his battered veins. With every breath, his chest felt as if filled with shards of ice, the penetrating cold seeping into his marrow. inducing a sensation as if his very soul were on the brink of being immobilized by frost. That bone spirit seed? That frigid spark igniting his soul? Medicine dust offered no explanation. Yet, Xiao Yan could sense the transformation of the ring's power. It no longer merely repelled, oppressed, or drained. It resembled a chilling form of nurturing, an intentional maintenance of his body's ability to move. Deep within him, at the center of his seemingly obliterated energy sea, a faint, peculiar cold presence pulsated, evoking a sense of shared origin, flickering in and out of existence. Medicine dust awaited, sustaining his life, anticipating the emergence of the remnants referred to as the bone spirit seed, hoping for a greater unforeseen event. A profound humiliation and overwhelming hatred churned within his chest, but were relentlessly suppressed by that icy will, locked away in a deeper abyss. A venomous serpent lay in wait beneath the ice. Ahead, the trees thinned. The moonlight struggled to escape the canopy, spilling onto the steep slope blanketed with slippery moss and weathered rock debris. Jagged stones jutted out like a monstrous maw, merging into the deeper night. The cold wind wailed through the crevices, siphoning away the last remnants of warmth, leaving only a biting chill. The air was thick with the dust of the rocks and an exceedingly faint, sweet scent of decaying vegetation. Suddenly, a chilling thought pierced through the depths of the ring. Xiao Yan's body froze as if a stop button had been pressed, halting before a slightly raised gray stone, loose debris cascading beneath his feet. The chilling force that had been sustaining him abruptly receded, overwhelming fatigue and pain crashing over him like a tide, nearly causing him to collapse. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, forcing himself to steady his stance, his bloodshot eyes scanning the chaotic pile of stones ahead with a mix of vigilance and confusion. The moonlight cast a reluctant outline. Was medicine dust urging him to stop? What lay ahead? Almost the instant Xiao Yan forcibly halted, a short, suppressed sound erupted from a deep crevice within a massive pile of rocks below him, a guttural cry reminiscent of a dying beast, filled with anguish and a soul-wrenching despair. Following that was a series of dull, crashing sounds. It seemed something heavy was tumbling, bouncing, and rapidly descending amidst the steep, slippery stones of the gorge. The source of the noise was rapidly approaching, and it was rolling upward from below. Xiao Yan's hair stood on end. Instinctively, he crouched low, curling himself into the narrow shadow cast by the massive boulder. Was it a ferocious beast? Or that person, that wretched figure clad in black? At that moment, the faint glimmer emanating from the core of the medicinal dust ring erupted with an intensity far surpassing any previous instance, radiating a chilling brilliance. It was not mere brightness to the eye, but rather an overwhelming, frigid surge of willpower that reverberated with intensity. Like a shark sensing the scent of blood, it unleashed itself without uttering a single word. A raw, unadulterated will filled with the thirst for predation surged forth, flooding Xiao Yan's consciousness. This time, Xiao Yan perceived everything with unparalleled clarity. An icy blue flame, no longer an illusion upon his skin, but a genuine flame, manifesting as if it were corporeal. Surrounding the pallid core of the flame were intricately fine, yet vividly distinct strands of eerie, icy blue light. This strange, icy blue fire erupted instantaneously from the point where the ring connected to Xiao Yan's flesh and blood. Though merely the size of a fist, it exuded an absolute chill capable of freezing souls, akin to the core of a millennium-old ice burning with fervor. The moment it appeared, Xiao Yan felt as though his soul, thoughts, and even the flow of his blood had succumbed to a momentary stagnation. Even the air around him seemed to solidify. The flames surged forward with a violent sweep, not expanding, but transforming into a frigid, deathly silence, a tangible beam of light composed of countless delicate icy blue strands. It shot forth with pinpoint precision toward the source of the sound below. Where the beam passed, the damp air left behind fleeting traces that resembled white scars formed from frozen ice. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous crash resounded. A shadow struck like a cannonball, shattering several loosened rocks below, entangled with debris, mud, leaves, and splattered remnants of entrails, crashing heavily against a relatively flat section of the boulder several meters above Xiao Yan. The horrifying sound of flesh colliding with hard surfaces echoed ominously. It was Xiao Fan. His entire body bore no intact skin, resembling someone who had been dragged from a mire and then crushed anew. His legs twisted at a grotesque angle, one arm limply pinned beneath him, and his ribs were visibly caved in. The system interface flickered like a screen on the verge of combustion, wildly flashing crimson garbled text and dark spots in his remaining right eye's field of vision. The experience points plummeted to 32, only to surge again due to the violent impact, registering a new count of 10. Warning. Experience points, 22. The display morphed into a heart-stopping vivid red, its edges blurring and sizzling. A torrent of black blood, mingled with fragments of entrails, erupted violently from his mouth. He lacked the strength to cry out in pain. His body merely convulsed involuntarily, consciousness sliding toward the brink of oblivion. In that same heartbeat as he crashed down, the icy beam of light emitted by the medicinal dust, resembling a lethal trap waiting for its prey to ensnare itself, precisely struck before him at the moment of his fall. The icy blue core at the tip of the beam, imbued with a terrifying chill, instantaneously locked onto a specific spot on Xiao Fan's body, his chest. More precisely, it targeted the faint, stubbornly writhing curse-laden mist beneath the skin, concealed within the tattered remnants of his robe. Moreover, on a deeper level, it is the remnants of the shattered power originating from the drug dust. That is precisely the target locked by the icy blue light tether. The icy blue beam penetrated Xiao Fan's remaining protective aura without hindrance, disregarding his battered body, akin to an ethereal spirit. It cruelly and accurately pierced through the very center of Xiao Fan's chest. Ack! Ha ha ha! An inhuman sound erupted from Xiao Fan's throat, resembling the tearing of fabric, a bizarre cacophony intermingled with extreme agony and fear. His body instinctively arched as if struck by an immense force, spasming to an unprecedented degree. Even the already fractured and twisted bones emitted groans of unbearable strain. His eyes rolled back violently, nearly bulging out. A sensation far more terrifying than physical harm descended upon him. Plunder. A cold, despairing plunder. He could clearly see that the black-blue, icy mist, which had greedily devoured his vitality and system experience points like a parasite, was now writhing in fear, struggling as if confronted by a natural enemy. Yet in the next moment, it was ruthlessly torn apart by the impaling light tether. Ripped, disintegrated, transformed into the purest stream of energy, faintly imbued with icy blue. It was rapidly siphoned away from his body. Also extracted was a deeper layer of his own essence. The remnants of the drug dust particles forcibly infused by the cloaked figure, crumbling away. This was the feeble source that sustained his interdimensional traversal, activating the fateful villain system. Now ensnared and captured by that eerie, icy blue flame tether, it was being voraciously siphoned away, akin to a straw drawing water. The loss of that energy brought forth a tearing sensation from the depths of his soul, as if a piece of life itself were being forcibly extracted. No, that is my power. It is my only hope for a comeback. Amidst the overwhelming panic and the excruciating pain of his soul being torn asunder, the remnants of instinct compelled Xiao Fan to unleash his final strength. His bloodshot single eye widened in horror, fixating intently on the tether connecting him to the shadow above. A similarly cold but infused with his own will, or rather, emanating from his system, gray-black energy surged toward his chest instinctively, attempting to resist the plundering tether. Buzz. The two opposing icy forces collided violently at his chest. There was no explosion, only the annihilation of energy. The gray-black icy mist, upon contact with the icy blue flames entwined around the drug dust tether, was instantly rendered inert, as if thrown into absolute zero. It stagnated, and then silently disintegrated into purer energy particles. It was effortlessly devoured by the icy blue tether, the essence of the drug dust's power. Much like the absolute oppression of a higher tier over a lower one, even in its currently grievously wounded state. The minuscule fragments Xiao Fan obtained could not contest against the cold flames emanating from a higher realm of rules. It was akin to mere iron facing the decree of divine weaponry. Puff! The backlash from the thought of resistance was beyond imagination. Xiao Fan coughed up blood once more. This time, the blood was darker and thicker, even tinged with streaks of black-gray ice shards. The system experience points within him surged forth like a flood released from a dam, cascading uncontrollably. Resistance failed. Backlash. Experience points, 15. Warning. Experience points, 7. Vital signs at critical levels. In danger. The blinding crimson alarm nearly consumed his entire field of vision. The edges of the system interface trembled violently, fissured with dark, crack-like patterns, as if on the verge of collapse. It was over. Everything had been taken away. Even the system was to be lost. An overwhelming sense of fear and despair completely engulfed Xiao Fan. At that moment, a detection was made of critical core fragment remnants, originating from an extremely high concentration of energy, which could be transformed with the utmost priority. A chilling, urgent desire, unprecedented in its intensity, surged through Xiao Fan's near-death consciousness like a powerful current. It was the system, in the instant when the remnants of the medicinal dust's power were seized, and his source was gravely damaged and weakened. It unveiled a primal instinct of greed that surpassed mere intelligence, like a famished beast with eyes gleaming green in desperation. Almost as the stolen energy was transmitted back through the luminous tether, absorbed by the faint glimmer of the medicinal dust. Xiao Fan's chest, marked by the blue diamond emblem representing the curse of the medicinal dust, trembled violently at the point where the plundering light tether pierced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 barely perceptible, hair-thin crimson rays of light suddenly erupted from the trembling edge of the blue diamond curse emblem. The speed transcended the limits of sight. The rays did not attack the light tether of the medicinal dust, but rather, like precise surgical instruments, they instantaneously entwined and penetrated the exposed soul wound of Xiao Fan. Near 3 fragments of dark red stone, each tainted with a significant amount of his source blood and exuding a faint aura. This instantaneous operation occurred within a mere heartbeat. The moment the 3 dark red fragments made contact with the crimson rays, they absorbed the surrounding bloodstains, rich with life essence and faint residual energy from the system, that had splattered onto the nearby stones, as if they were sponges soaking up water. The fragments darkened, deepening in hue, akin to parched earth drinking from a blood spring, locking onto target energy vessel fragments. Executing forced recovery protocol. Permissions temporarily activated. Regardless of cost, the cold system command resonated like a final verdict deep within Xiao Fan's soul. Buzz. The fragments that had absorbed the essence blood suddenly ignited with a blinding red light. No longer the weak, white glow of before. The crimson halo trembled violently, unleashing a chaotic and sinister energy flow, a mix of Xiao Fan's essence blood, curse-laden resentment, and residual system energy, erupting from the fragments like a backlash of energy. Strange occurrences unfolded. This was not the pure power of the medicinal dust, but rather a turbulent flow of mixed energy that did not obstruct the plundering light tether. Instead, it surged along that cold tether like a hyena scenting flesh, charging back with ferocity. The target was unmistakably at the other end of the tether, the medicinal dust ring's core, which had just ingested a potent elixir. Filth, how dare you! The cold voice of the medicinal dust resonated with a newfound clarity of anger and brutality. The ring shimmered with icy brilliance. As it digested the power recently seized, it was suddenly struck by this tainted energy, akin to a delectable dish being sullied. It was a defilement of its very essence. The internal equilibrium was violently disrupted by the brazen source of pollution. The ring itself erupted with an even more intense ice-blue radiance, striving to purify and freeze the encroaching tainted flow. Yet, this tainted current proved remarkably resilient. It was intermingled with the residual essence of the blood that contained the powers of the destiny system of the great antagonist, although extremely faint. Remnants of the curse that shared a source with the medicinal dust, and fragments of the plundered medicinal dust now belonging to Xiao Fan and the system. The overlapping properties of multiple origins, being counteractive, allowed it to briefly evade the high-level repulsion of the medicinal dust's power, surging forth with a frenzied, mutually destructive tainted force, crashing violently against the ancient body of the ring. On the other end of the luminous tether, controlled by the medicinal dust, Xiao Yan felt as though an invisible giant hammer had struck his chest with tremendous force. The impact reverberated back through the luminous tether, bringing with it a sensation that froze the soul and was utterly corrupting. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he could no longer endure, spewing forth a mouthful of congealed blood. Collapsing to the ground, the ring's power fluctuated violently, its control over him instantly waning. The peculiar ice-blue flames flickered erratically. Now was the moment. Below, the remnants of Xiao Fan's consciousness seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The system's counterattack, unleashed at the brink of demise, granted him a fleeting moment of time, burning all remaining experience points. He roared with the last vestiges of his consciousness. Exchange for extreme blood magic shadow escape. Command confirmed. Experience points consumed, 7. Remaining, 0. Emergency command. Activate blood magic shadow escape. In that instant, as the light of the medicinal dust ring trembled chaotically and Xiao Yan lay powerless on the ground, a dense, almost tangible blood mist erupted from beneath Xiao Fan's battered form. The blood mist surged, infused with powerful spatial fluctuations, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, the blood mist violently collapsed inward, taking Xiao Fan's tattered body with it, vanishing into thin air. Only a humanoid, splattered, dark red bloodstain, exuding a pungent scent of blood and curse, remained upon the stone. Alongside it, the remnants of the ice-blue flame's luminous tether, having lost its target, fragmented chaotically in the air. The valley fell into an eerie silence. Only the agonizing gasps of Xiao Yan, the rhythmic dripping of blood onto the ground, and the humming vibrations caused by the internal conflict within the medicinal dust ring resonated clearly against the backdrop of the mournful mountain wind. Yang Ying clutched the cold, dark red shard tightly, his nails digging deep into its icy edges, his palm already pierced. the warm blood seeping rapidly into the cold stone surface, thickening as it pooled. The wind's lament echoed like the weeping of vengeful spirits, amplifying in his ears, each sound causing his heart to race, his terrified gaze sweeping towards the deeper darkness. Deep within the stone heart, that faint pale glow, having absorbed a considerable amount of his blood, finally exhibited a hint of stability, albeit exceedingly dim, akin to dying embers. I have given it to you. Yang Ying gasped heavily, his voice dry as gravel in a desert. Is the blood sufficient? How much more do you require? Can you speak now? How do I exchange? Speak to me. Initial energy, meeting standards, maintaining minimal operation. A chilling electronic voice, akin to a steel blade scraping bone, once again penetrated Yang Ying's mind, infused with an air of haughty impatience following the fulfillment of basic needs. Confirmation, temporary host, Yang Ying. Contract signed, remains bequest covenant. A contract? Yang Ying paused, the burgeoning sense of unease swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming desire. What covenant? Could signing it yield something in return? The emotionless voice responded. Covenant provides specified types of life essence, requiring flesh and blood as a vessel, in exchange for the resources left by the deceased. During the fulfillment of this covenant, questioning or refusal is prohibited. Refusal results in soul annihilation. The last four words struck like a cold hammer. Buzz. Yang Ying had no time to ponder or react. In his palm, the fragmented stone he clutched, which had only recently glimmered faintly due to absorbed blood, erupted into a blindingly cold and pale radiance. 100-fold more intense than before. This white light was devoid of warmth, instead exuding a deathly aura that froze marrow. The radiance expanded instantaneously, enveloping Yang Ying and his hand in a ghastly cocoon of pale light. An eerie circular array, composed of countless twisted runes and emanating an ominous atmosphere, flickered in the ghastly glow, deeply imprinting itself upon the depths of Yang Ying's soul. In that moment of branding, Yang Ying felt as though he were plunged into 1,000 years of frozen ice, his thoughts momentarily paralyzed. Within his body, something ethereal was irrevocably locked away. Yang Ying let out a brief, anguished cry, akin to an invisible needle piercing his soul. The pain, the cold sensation of the soul's binding brought forth by the imprint was chillingly vivid. A frigid stream of information surged in like a decree. Covenant established. Initial resource detected. Remains essence fragment. Inferior, X1. Initial permissions activated. Current status, bound possession, unrefined, energy mixed, level, exchange options, loading. After a brief interval, reminiscent of data buffering, a rudimentary list of text, composed of cold, pale blue light, materialized like an ethereal water curtain, projected directly onto Yang Ying's retina. Or rather, it appeared within the vision of his soul. At the top of the list, a blood-red skull symbol radiated a chilling warning. Following this were 3 flickering points. 1. Fragment of the nether breathing technique, a method to draw in chi. Level, fragment, requires 1 piece. 2. Bone tempering pill, damage formula. Level, pill formula, requires 1 piece, ingredients to be provided by the seeker. 3. Basic strength attribute point X1, level, enhancement, requires 1 piece. Cold, cheap, laced with blatant exploitation. An attribute point for level 01. A fragment of a technique with a name steeped in ghostly aura. A broken pill formula for which one must source the ingredients themselves. All to exchange for a piece of this cursed stone. And this stone was still his. What is this? Just this meager offering. Only this little for such a piece. Yang Ying's eyes instantly turned red. The sensation of being played and the coldness of the soul's imprints surged together, the immense disparity driving him nearly to madness. He instinctively wanted to question, but at the very instant his mind began to harbor doubts, a resonant hum echoed. The imprint array deep within his soul suddenly radiated with a blinding light. An excruciating, bone-chilling pain surged through him like a high-voltage current, as if his very essence was being frozen and shattered. The agony arrived without warning, far more intense than the sensation experienced during the initial imprinting. It was akin to countless icy needles piercing every nerve, ending simultaneously. Yang Ying's body arched violently, then crashed back onto the frigid roots of the tree. His teeth clattered, muscles convulsed in spasms. Cold sweat poured forth in an instant. He could barely let out a scream, reduced to a hissing sound akin to a winded bellows. The torment was swift to strike and equally swift to depart, as if it were merely a harsh warning from the contract. The pallid list remained coldly suspended before his eyes, questioning the value of the pact. Punishment once. And should there be a next time? Annihilation. The frigid voice declared with unwavering calm. Cough, gasp. Yang Ying gasped for breath like a fish out of water. The red glow in his eyes extinguished by the chilling pain, leaving only profound terror and a slithering coldness stirred by agony. That was not an option. His gaze fixated on the last entry of the list. Basic Strength Attribute .01, Level Enhancement, requires Fragment 101. Even the slightest increase in strength. And now, Yang Ying clenched the cold fragment tightly. His eyes reflected a tumult of struggle, fear, and greed that ultimately morphed into madness. Damn it, do it. As long as he could grow stronger. As long as he could claw his way out. As long as he could reclaim some measure of power from those who looked down upon him. Just one fragment, at least exchange for a modicum of strength. I choose to exchange. Enhance. He gritted his teeth, every word seemingly stained with blood. Confirm command. Consume inferior remnant source fragment 1. Execute basic strength attribute .01 enhancement. The cold voice resonated once more. Buzz. A frigid, faint energy flowed from the tightly gripped fragment, accompanied by the sound of disintegration and reorganization, reminiscent of spider silk, carrying with it a nauseating essence. This energy did not permeate his limbs or bones, but rather directed itself to an exceedingly minuscule point within his soul's perception. Crack. It was as if an invisible barrier had been forcibly breached. Agony. A familiar, heart-wrenching pain surged from every corner of his being, as though his muscles and bones were being forcibly torn and stretched. Yet amid this suffering, there was a discernible sensation of power awakening. No, not awakening. More akin to a small ingot of iron being brutally crammed into a once deflated pocket. Heavy, brutal, savage. A destructive transformation. Yang Ying could no longer contain himself. Releasing a blood-curdling scream, his body writhed in agony upon the ground. He could distinctly perceive his frail form, its muscle fibers seemingly grotesquely expanding, tearing, and twisting as they forcefully adhered together. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain. This was not enhancement. It felt more like slapping a layer of iron over tattered canvas with coarse glue. Xiao Yan lay amidst the cold muck and stones, greedily inhaling the air thick with the mingling scents of blood, curses, and the icy breath of the rocks. With each breath, an agonizing pain tore through his chest and abdomen. Yet compared to the previous torment that had left his soul frozen, this discomfort felt almost warm. The ancient being known as Xiao Chen was clearly suffering from a dire affliction. Xiao Yan acutely sensed the ring upon his chest, now akin to an ice cube plunged into boiling oil, unleashing a silent yet ferocious tempest within. One force, familiar to him, belonged to the ancient creature's frigid essence, violently striving to obliterate all impurities. The other, however, was disturbingly chaotic and malevolent. Intermingled with the chilling essence was a potent aura of bloodshed, an abhorrent curse of resentment, along with faint, stubborn fragments of golden will, reminiscent of an indomitable cockroach, traces of the power left behind by the cloaked figure during the assault. Yao Chen's own strength evidently held overwhelming dominance, repeatedly severing the chaotic energy flow, shattering it into crystalline shards. The core's icy radiance flickered erratically amid this intense internal conflict, its brilliance noticeably dimmed. Clearly, the earlier chaotic backlash not only failed to inflict the expected damage upon Yao Chen, but rather compelled this ancient entity to expend considerable precious energy in the process of purging the taint. A series of unvoiced, icy growls emanated from within the ring, akin to the cracking of ice under immense pressure. Xiao Yan could even hear Yao Chen's chilling thoughts filled with curses, damnable filth, maggots, and that detestable scrap of fire. An opportunity, bloodied and smeared with grime. Xiao Yan's lips twisted into a silent, sinister grin. Humiliation? Hatred? All of it transformed into icy fuel. Ancient One, today, you too shall face tribulation. He endeavored, inch by inch, to subtly twitch his fingers. The numbing stiffness felt like a thick layer of ice encasing his limbs. The rings might bore down upon his core like a colossal mountain, rendering even the slightest muscle movement excruciatingly difficult. Yet, that brief moment of chaos had created a fissure in this icy fortress. A sliver, another sliver. His nails dug into the mire, his knuckles whitening from exertion. Deep within, at the heart of his being where Yao Chen's power had long held sway, a desolate silence prevailed. In the darkness, a fragile, persistent, icy sensation had never been extinguished. It was not merely fighting spirit, but a faint resonance emerging from the depths of his soul, a rebellious essence that yearned for freedom, linked to that bone spirit seed. At this instant, as Yao Chen's own power trembled and the external coldness, emanating from the fragments that bore the chaotic energy and remnants of the cloaked figure's fiery will, permeated the air. This faint sensation surged like a dormant volcano, trembling and struggling. It ignited, fueled by Xiao Yan's profound hatred and desire to survive. Buzz. Deep within the ring, Yao Chen suddenly awoke to the realization. In the center of Xiao Yan's once desolate energy sea, at the moment when Yao Chen's power faltered and exhibited a slight tremor, a spark of pale white, tinged with a bewitching bluish flame, erupted spontaneously. More vivid, more stable than ever before. It pulsates faintly, emanating a chilling essence that freezes the soul, yet at its frigid core, it conveys an elemental and untainted will to burn, a stark deprivation of all existence, including itself. The moment this peculiar flame materializes, a resonant hum is unleashed, held tightly in Yang Ying's grasp, the dark red stone that has just undergone its first brutal enhancement contract. As if activated by resonance, a pale and icy glimmer deep within the stone suddenly flares violently. The frequency soars instantaneously, an indescribable yearning, a primordial attraction that transcends spatial distances. Even a greedy hunger for that icy, burning will is powerfully transmitted. Like a locator device, it directs its energy intensely. The stone abruptly breaks free from Yang Ying's feeble grip, levitating and pointing southeast, towards Xiao Yan. Startled by the excruciating pain of enhancement, Yang Ying gasps, "My stone!" Instinctively, he reaches out to grasp it, but swifter than his motion, two blood-stained dark red fragments, originally belonging to Xiao Fan as offerings, scatter before Xiao Yan. As the faint yet fundamentally potent essence of the bone spirit cold fire within Xiao Yan stirs, the moment of ignition is cataclysmic. These fragments awaken as if roused by a supreme command, rising with a resonating hum. They emit a similar pale glow, no longer resisting the purification of medicinal dust, but rather as if they have discovered the ultimate source. They point towards Xiao Yan's chest like pilgrims. Suddenly, they transform into two slender beams of pale light, disregarding distance. Racing towards the ring on Xiao Yan's chest, like moths drawn to a flame. No. Yang Ying's eyes bulge with rage and despair as he helplessly watches the stones escape. That is his power, his hope. At the same moment, deeper within the rocky gorge, beneath a thin layer of icy stream, a bloodied and twisted hand, grotesquely emitting a faint grayish-black aura, a mix of forcibly condensed fighting spirit, remnants of curses, and a hint of system-imposed sustenance, struggles to emerge from a pile of debris half submerged in water. The five fingers claw desperately into the cold mire, nails breaking. Beneath the blurred flesh, the blood-stained and nearly shattered system interface flickers with a sinister dark red text, as if activated by blood, stubbornly pulsing through the myriad of red mosaic gaps. Deep sleep. Terminate. Scanning, core source material, positioning, recovery. Chapter 21, The Eye of Surveillance. Yang Ying's anguished wails reverberate through the damp gorge, akin to a skinned beast writhing in a cauldron of oil. The excruciating pain of enhancement penetrates his very marrow, as if countless heated steel needles are stirring within his withered muscles, piercing and brutally jamming him with cold iron. His frail body convulses violently amidst the decaying leaves and muck, each spasm causing the veins beneath his skin to bulge like furious dragons, nearly breaking through the surface. His vision blurs with physiological tears and sweat. A ringing in his ears drowns out all but the frantic thumping of his heart and the creaking, straining of his bones. Echoing in agony, the enhancement of fundamental strength has been completed. Attribute points at 0-1. Target status: endangered, moderate injury. A chilling electronic voice devoid of emotion broadcasts, reminiscent of a monotonous laboratory report. Yang Ying feels an overwhelming, coarse force abruptly thrust into his limbs, a burden alien to his frail frame, making each movement akin to dragging a rusted anchor. The excruciating pain ebbs like a receding tide, leaving behind a frailty that feels as if his body is on the verge of disintegration, accompanied by an unsettling sense of having been barbarically transformed. He collapses to the ground, gasping violently, his chest heaving like a tattered bellows. Strength? Yes, but at what cost? He struggles to prop himself up. Sticky cold sweat mingling with dirt clinging to his skin, chilling to the bone. Instinctively, he glances towards the spot where the stones had hovered, only to find it empty. The two luminous points that had abruptly vanished are nowhere to be seen. My stones. That was my power. A surge of furious despair and rage courses through him, and he screams, his voice trembling with anguish and uncontrollable panic. That was his sole support, purchased with blood and desperation. Warning: core source material fragment. Target tracking signal has been interrupted. Target energy response has shifted to a high concentration area in the southeast. Distance: excessive, beyond the conventional guidance range of the remnants. The cold system voice carries a rare hint of delay and interference, reminiscent of a malfunctioning old radio. Shift. Stolen. Was it that bastard from before? Yang Ying abruptly turns his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the dark pile of stones in the southeast. Anger and the terror of loss gnaw at his sanity like two venomous serpents. He instinctively yearns to charge forward, but as he exerts himself, a wave of intense pain and dizziness causes him to collapse once more. The agony of muscle tears and the weight of the 0-1 power serve as a vivid reminder. he remains an exceedingly feeble ant. To rush forward? That would be tantamount to seeking death. He humiliatingly presses his forehead against the frigid ground, his nails digging deep into the earth. Power. He needs only greater power. He suddenly lifts his mud-streaked and bloodied face, and within the solitary eye that remains after torment, what burns is no longer mere greed, but a venomous hatred, akin to the sludge of an abyss, infused with a desperate madness. Stones. He requires more strength. He must gain even greater power. He growls, his voice hoarse like that of a dying jackal. He painstakingly crawls inch by inch through the nearby mud, grass, and roots, his nostrils flaring as he attempts to catch the scent of that chilling energy. Each movement of his body is accompanied by the lament of muscles and bones. Yet the fire of vengeance in his gaze only intensifies. Search. He must find more fragments. With blood, he will barter for life. With his life, he will exchange for strength. He is willing to risk his wretched existence. Sharp fragments of stone embed themselves deeply in his palm, blood seeping forth, yet he remains oblivious. Within his chest, that ancient ring pulsates like the core of an ice storm, silently thrumming with intensity. An extreme cold mingles with a restless will, relentlessly battering his mind, as if countless icy shards are scraping within. Old fool, choked, are we? How does it feel? Xiao Yan's lips moved silently, his breath escaping in barely audible whispers, each word steeped in a profound and chilling contempt, mingled with a hint of twisted solace. He sensed that Xiao Chen was harnessing immense power to annihilate the filth that surged towards him, and he could distinctly perceive the flickering core of icy radiance within the ring, revealing a minuscule yet palpable weariness amidst its intense consumption, akin to a fissure splitting open a millennia-old glacier. Humph! Scum and filth. Xiao Chen's frigid shards of consciousness erupted like shattering ice crystals, splattering chaotically within Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. This shattered stone, along with that golden refuse, would be dealt with. Boom. In that fleeting moment when Xiao Chen's fury and internal strife created a crack in his defenses, the bone spirit seed within Xiao Yan, ignited by external forces, blazed forth with fervor. No longer merely responding passively, it erupted with an active force. The mingling sparks of stark white and ethereal blue, akin to a venomous serpent awakening from a frozen abyss, instantly broke free from Xiao Chen's diminishing grip. An indescribable cold force surged from the shattered center of Xiao Yan's energy sea. It was not a mere absorption of fighting spirit, but a fierce attraction to the fundamental essence of matter. This pulling force disregarded distance, ruthlessly and precisely locking onto its target, two fragments of the source quality, recently deemed treasures by Yang Ying, now ignited by the sacred intent of Xiao Yan's bone seed, hurtling towards him. The fragments, enveloped in a grayish-white energy flow, streaked across the night sky like comets, leaving behind two faint trails of light, poised to collide with Xiao Yan's chest. Abomination! You shall not. Xiao Chen's fury reached its zenith. How could he be unaware of what the bone spirit seed was attempting? It sought to contest the same origin. Should Xiao Yan absorb these two fragments, which contained the foundational materials for reconstructing his essence, albeit tainted, the consequences would be dire. The icy glimmer within the ring, disregarding all else, forcefully suppressed the backlash of pollution, erupting with a brilliance far surpassing before. Buzz, a tangible ice-blue halo, exuding an absolute will of freezing intent, suddenly erupted from the surface of the ring. The halo expanded rapidly, striving to form an impenetrable ice barrier around Xiao Yan, isolating, freezing, and potentially shattering the two fragments. Before the halo could envelop him, the ground around him was instantly blanketed in a thick layer of frost. The air crackled with the sound of freezing. Attempt to obstruct? Dream on. A primal roar erupted from Xiao Yan's throat. His body groaned under the overwhelming pressure of the ice barrier's absolute freeze, his skin instantly encased in ice. Yet, the heart ignited by hatred and the thirst for survival unleashed in unprecedented ferocity, not to resist Xiao Chen, but to seize those two fragments. Within them lay the key to his resurgence. Give it to me, begone. An almost pure surge of willpower. He poured all the mental resilience honed under Xiao Chen's terrifying oppression, every ounce of desperate madness pushed to the brink, into the just ignited bone spirit seed. The feeble spark, under such immense pressure, not only did not extinguish but, bolstered by Xiao Yan's fierce will, erupted forth with an even more bewitching blue-white flame. Sizzle. The bone spirit seed's attraction forcefully resisted the isolation of the ice barrier halo. The icy barrier of the medicinal dust struck an invisible shield, abruptly halting just an inch away from Xiao Yan's body. The luminous flow, formed from fragments of the deceased, collided fiercely against the ice barrier, accompanied by a sharp, resounding cry that pierced through the fabric of space. There was no violent explosion, merely a silent annihilation of energy, and a fierce confrontation. The chaotic matter, infused with Xiao Fan's blood energy after being forcibly bound by the system, resonated with the domineering cold pull of the bone spirit seed, creating a peculiar penetrating force that relentlessly pierced through the pristine ice barrier of the medicinal dust like a heated needle. In response, the aura of the medicinal dust erupted in an extreme chill, striving to freeze this impurity into powder. At the epicenter of the collision, ice shards and chaotic energy particles scattered in all directions as the air was torn apart, producing a sharp sonic boom. Xiao Yan felt as though he were a block of iron relentlessly ground between two colossal forces. His ribcage creaked as blood gushed violently from his mouth and nose. Unable to suppress a wretched howl, his vision was momentarily engulfed in a sea of crimson. In that instant of stalemate, from the damp, cold, stony ravine below, a decrepit arm emerged from the mire with sudden force. With a splashing sound, an almost unrecognizable entity, entangled with mud, shattered bones, and visceral remnants, struggled forth from the tumultuous waters of the cold stream. It was Xiao Fan, lacking the strength even to crawl. His body lay limply like a thoroughly crushed rag doll upon the cold cobblestones and flowing water, his head barely lifted. His right eye was a bloody, mangled mess, nearly obliterated, while his remaining left eye appeared murky and dull, akin to a dying oil lamp. The fragmented system interface flickered with intensely unstable crimson gibberish, reminiscent of a malfunctioning screen. Depth, activity, recovery, 30, scanning, locking onto target source material. Number 1, highly active, target source material. Number 2, lost, target source material. Number 3, positional confirmation, vertical height difference, 45 meters, energy response, high, being suppressed by an unknown high-level energy field, attraction. With great difficulty, his murky left eye turned, its pupils seemingly penetrating through the layers of debris, locking onto the tumultuous energy collision point where Xiao Yan stood. An instinctual urge for reclamation, originating from the core of the system, surged forth, overpowering all pain and the sensation of impending demise. Core, retrieve, he exerted his last vestiges of strength, attempting to issue a command, but could only futilely move his bloodied lips, expelling frothy blood laced with black ice shards. With a violent cough, Xiao Yan expelled a mouthful of scalding blood. The agonizing pain in his chest and the strain on his psyche caused his vision to dim. Yet, the fierce light in his eyes remained undiminished. The two fragments lay tantalizingly close, just as the ice barrier was being corroded by the tainted energy. The pull of the bone spirit seed penetrating through, and the power of the medicinal dust held in a deadlock. At that very moment, the third fragment, the direction it had been drawn toward, ignited by the resonance of the bone spirit seed for the first time, was the third fragment of the remains closest to Yang Ying. The pale light within its stony heart flickered intensely, as if responding to a final summons. With a hum, it violently broke free from the feeble gravitational pull of Yang Ying, who had only just discovered this vicinity, and soared into the air, no longer hesitating. It transformed into a shadowy gray-white stream of light, more subdued yet equally resolute, charging directly at Xiao Yan. The thought of Yao Chun was instantly overwhelmed by a greater astonishment. Another shard? It required a moment to gather its strength. Having already blocked 2 shards was its limit. At this moment, it was suppressing the internal contamination, its power at a nadir. This stream of light, though not swift, managed to exploit the fatal gap before its strength could recover. The ice barrier reacted too late to this somewhat slower fragment, barely perceivable in its hesitation. Whoosh! The shard, perilously skimming the sluggish edge of the ice barrier, slipped in like a cunning loach, aimed straight for Xiao Yan's forehead. More precisely, it targeted the core within his consciousness, protected by the power of Yao Chen's ring. This was bad. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply. A terrifying warning from the depths of his soul erupted instantaneously. It was not the allure of the bone spirit seed's desire, but a cold, lifeless sensation, marked by an intent of finality. This sense of being locked onto surpassed Yao Chen's control. At this critical moment, within the Yao Chen ring, the core's cold radiance, which had just begun to retract, was like a furious dragon touched at its most vulnerable spot. Boom! A force far more terrifying and pure than that of the previous purifications surged forth. A wrathful ice-blue power that seemed to embody a desecrated supreme authority, erupting without reservation. This power disregarded the pollution of the first 2 shards, and at the moment the third shard was about to reach Xiao Yan's forehead, it formed a colossal hand, unparalleled and entirely composed of solidified ice-blue flames, inscribed with countless ancient ice patterns. The crystalline hand grasped the air. Buzz! It felt as though space itself solidified under this grasp. Time appeared to slow. The third shard, like an insect trapped in a frigid amber, found itself frozen mid-flight. its energy particles suspended in stasis. It was held aloft by an overwhelming force. Then, boom, hiss. The ice-blue flame hand exerted its might, akin to the most precise, grinding wheel. The surface of the shard shattered instantly, crumbling and vanishing. Countless chaotic energy flows, mingled with gray-white, black-red, and dark gold, were forcibly stripped away, refined, and expelled. The shard diminished rapidly under the fiery assault. Its incredibly hard stone body emitted a mournful cry of unbearable strain. Ugh! Xiao Yan felt as if struck by an invisible hammer. The violent tremor stemmed from the agonizing separation of the bone spirit seed upon contact with the shard. It was further intensified by some information released as the third shard disintegrated, causing a violent resonance within the depths of his consciousness, marked by Xiao Chen. The shard shrank rapidly in the ice-blue flames, and in the blink of an eye, only a core, a mere tenth of its original size, remained. This core was no longer a rough gray stone, but had transformed into a small, smooth diamond-like crystal, glimmering with pure azure radiance. Within the crystal, a faint yet inherently pure gray-white energy coiled like a small serpent, slowly swimming through the ice crystal. The essence of the core's source, the remnants, the purification completed, the level, the enforced recovery, the sealing. The chilling sound of the medicinal dust, as if it could freeze the very souls of all creation, erupted in Xiao Yan's mind. Resonating with an undeniable and absolute will, the ice-blue giant hand clenched fiercely. Whoosh! The blue crystal, forcibly purified and sealed with the core's source essence, instantly vanished into the ring upon Xiao Yan's chest. A profound blue light flickered across the surface of the ring, completely engulfing it. The eruption of the medicinal dust was fleeting, akin to a fleeting flower. The ice-blue giant hand subsequently disintegrated, the aura of the medicinal dust plummeting sharply. The cold gleam at the core of the ring dimming to the utmost, nearly extinguished. The suppression over Xiao Yan weakened considerably. Clearly, it had paid a heavy price for this final fragment of the core source essence. The previous burst not only drained its power to suppress the pollution, but also seemingly touched upon a certain forbidden essence of its current state. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yan coughed violently, each breath accompanied by shards of ice and clotted blood. Control over his body returned to approximately 30 or 40%, the tearing pain acutely vivid. Yet, within his bloodshot eyes flickered a glimmer of survival's ferocity and a hint of frenzied understanding. Straining with the last vestiges of clarity, he forcefully commanded the nearly uncontrollable, yet significantly weakened remnants of the bone spirit seed's power, shaken by the eruption of the medicinal dust. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost as the medicinal dust consumed the third core, the two fragments, now bereft of the medicinal dust's ice barrier, finally broke through the final delay. Two glimmers, one after the other. Thud, thud, like searing hot irons. They plunged deep into Xiao Yan's chest, not into the sea of qi, nor the sea of consciousness. Instead, they directly burrowed between his shattered ribs, firmly wedged in the bloodied region near his heart. Coldness, silence, and the brutal force infused with Xiao Fan's indomitable resentment surged into his wound. Huh! Xiao Yan's body jolted as if struck by lightning, abruptly lifting upwards. He felt as though two ancient ice blocks were forcibly thrust into his very marrow. The intense agony and a bizarre sensation of flesh beginning to freeze and be grotesquely transformed coursed through his entire being. An icy blue chill emanated from every pore, swiftly cloaking his surface in a thin layer of white frost. At the instant the two fragments entered his body, a torrent of cold, chaotic information surged into his mind. Core, return, main body position, lock, remnants marker, authority, conflict, transfer. The chaotic fragment information battered Xiao Yan's dwindling consciousness, akin to icy daggers slicing through his soul. He vaguely glimpsed several fragmented images, a colossal figure clad in a pitch-black cloak, its face obscured, suspended above an endless storm of shattered space. At the figure's chest, a bottomless void, as if pierced by a colossal sword, emanated an endless haze of gray desolation, with several grotesque fissures extending into the depths of the void. Below this immense figure, three faint gray-white points of light hovered like ants, one of which flickered urgently, weakening. A sharp pain coursed through Xiao Yan's head, as if it were being split apart. His body was simultaneously engulfed by two icy lumps, tormented by the searing heat of fire and the numbing chill of ice, leaving him curled up on the ground in agony. Yet, after the medicinal dust within his ring had consumed the third core and forcibly sealed itself, it succumbed to a profound silence. The faint glimmer of coldness was almost imperceptible, merely maintaining the bare minimum of confinement and nurturing within Xiao Yan's body. The essence of the medicinal dust had vanished. leaving one to wonder whether it had fallen into eternal silence or was merely in a deep slumber after exhausting its strength. Xiao Yan temporarily lost the relentless, frigid control of the medicinal dust, but with it, he also forfeited the aid of a formidable external force. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, he found himself burdened with two peculiar fragments, akin to ticking time bombs, while a frail yet potent presence of an ancient being lingered in his consciousness. Alongside a bone spirit fire seed, whose nature remained uncertain, each breath felt like swallowing blades, and he could sense the two fragments greedily siphoning away his dwindling life essence, injecting the chilling power of death into his frostbitten marrow. A part of his body was slowly, irreversibly tinged with a ghastly hue. He gasped, "I must escape this place." His labored breaths turned into wisps of fog. Trembling, he strained to prop up half of his body with an arm that had just regained a flicker of control. Every movement felt as if he were stepping on sharp knife edges, with broken bones scraping against his insides, blood mingling with ice shards spilling from his mouth. He needed to flee this bloody battlefield, to find a place to hide, to wait for the medicinal dust to recover, or to take a gamble on the bone spirit seed. No, he trusted no one. He had to seek strength, his own strength. As Xiao Yan struggled to crawl away, a sudden realization struck him. Was that an intense wave of ice attribute energy, along with a foul aura of death? Could there be a rare treasure emerging in this place? A voice, unexpectedly melodious and reminiscent of silver bells, rang out from above. It shattered the eerie silence of the mountain gorge, carrying a sense of lofty curiosity and scrutiny, instantly penetrating the frozen eardrums of both Xiao Yan and Yang Ying. Both bodies froze in place. Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his gaze. In the night sky, a resplendent emerald figure descended gracefully. It was a girl, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, whose beauty was unparalleled, her skin radiant as snow, and her ink-black hair danced in the wind, shimmering under the cool moonlight. She stood upon a radiant jade leaf, her garments flowing elegantly, surrounded by a vibrant and pure wood attribute fighting spirit, like a rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley. The purity of her fighting spirit radiated with a tangible pressure, instantly suppressing the chaotic energy lingering in the gorge. Her gaze, filled with curiosity and inquiry, swept over the chaotic battlefield below, finally resting on the bloodied, curled figure of Xiao Yan, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Xiao Yan's heart sank heavily. Fighting spirit transformed into wings. No, it was an extraordinary being defying gravity. Yet, the intensity of her fighting spirit far surpassed that of a fighter. A great fighter? Or perhaps a spirit fighter? She was undoubtedly a genuine powerhouse, a rarity even within Wu-Tan City or the entire Gamma Empire. The maiden's gaze briefly lingered upon Xiao Yan, yet she did not truly regard him, perceiving him merely as a diminutive, chaotic cultivator. Her sharp eyes swept across the surroundings, ultimately alighting upon an inconspicuous object on the ground not far from him. It was a jade token, roughly the size of half a palm, embedded within the shattered remnants of a cold iron heart-protecting mirror. This was the very item that had burst apart during Xiao Yan's initial collision. The cold iron now largely obliterated, yet the jade token remarkably remained intact amidst the tumult of battle, resting within the decaying leaves and mud. It emitted little energy fluctuation, its texture ancient and dull, yet one could faintly discern a complex emblem entwined with thorn-like patterns imprinted upon it. Under the moonlight, the edges of the imprint glimmered subtly. In that instant, the maiden's clear eyes widened in surprise, a fleeting yet unmistakable wave of shock shimmering beneath their surface. Her porcelain-like hand instinctively recoiled. Yang Ying lay in the mire beneath a distant tree root, his body smeared with filth and blood. His single eye fixated on the ethereal figure descending from above and the terrifying aura of battle energy surrounding her. An overwhelming sense of fear and insignificance engulfed him. He observed the maiden's attention seemingly drawn to something on the ground, and driven by an instinctual will to survive. He exerted every ounce of strength to burrow deeper into the mud and the gaps between the withered leaves. "Do not discover me. Please, do not discover me." Yet, as the maiden's focus was captivated by the jade token and Xiao Yan stood injured and motionless, an extremely faint, cold, and chaotic scanning wave emerged, rippling outward from Yang Ying's concealed position like gentle waves on water. It swept over the jade token, traversed Xiao Yan's battered form, and brushed past the maiden who surveyed from above. Consumption, life essence, trace, execution, compulsory exploration directive, target 1, anomalously high energy life form, energy response, properties, unknown. Threat assessment, surpassing detection limits, extremely lethal. Target 2, unknown fragment amalgamation, energy response, chaotic erosion state, moderate threat. Detecting associated core source material target identification fluctuations, energy level. Target 3, Ground anomaly item. Scanning. Warning. Contact. Deep imprint. Ownership determination. Imperial Council. Central Oversight Bureau. Associated authority exceeds the inquiry limit of remains and relics. Directive terminated. The chilling electronic voice resonated deep within Yang Ying's soul, bearing an unprecedentedly jarring alarm. The investigation, barely commenced, abruptly ceased, seemingly deterred by the significance represented by the Jade token. Imperial Council? Central Oversight Bureau. Yang Ying's mind turned blank, with only these frigid phrases echoing like thunderclaps. Fear coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Who was that maiden? What was her identity? The Central Oversight Bureau. That was one of the fabled highest law enforcement agencies of the Empire. How could it possibly manifest in such a small place as Wu-Ten City? High above, the maiden simultaneously perceived the fleeting, cold, and lifeless scanning wave below. A layer of frost enveloped her beautiful visage. Her clear eyes, akin to searchlights, locked onto the direction of the scanning source, Yang Ying's hiding place. Sneaky, lurking in the shadows. The maiden's voice, once melodious, transformed into an icy coldness, akin to a mountain stream suddenly frozen in time. A terrifying pressure, as formidable as a collapsing mountain, descended upon the mire beneath the withered tree roots, precisely targeting its depths. An invisible dread enveloped the area like a tangible cage, confining a small space with unyielding force. The brittle branches splintered under the weight, while the ground caved in, forming a distinct outline. Yang Ying felt as though the heavens had collapsed and the earth had sunk beneath him. The horrifying force pinned him mercilessly into the frigid mud, his ribs cracking audibly. The sensation of suffocation and the agony of his compressed insides elicited a desperate howl from his lips. The maiden, no longer regarding the Jade token that instilled fear even in the system, evidently the object that had lured her, fixed her gaze upon Yang Ying with the precision of a judgmental blade. She took a subtle step, the emerald leaves beneath her feet drifting downward serenely. Lowly insect, how dare you pry into matters beyond your comprehension? Surrender the treacherous artifact upon you. A cold smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a chilling wind sweeping through the abyss. Her voice resonating clearly in the ears of every dying soul below. Perhaps, I can grant you a swifter end. Chapter 22. Despair. Su Xian's crisp, icy inquiry echoed like thunder in the still mountain gorge, her overwhelming pressure bearing down like an invisible giant, crushing Yang Ying into the mire. Ugh! Yang Ying felt as if his chest were being mercilessly squeezed by an insurmountable force. The agonizing pain surged through him like a tidal wave, submerging every limb. He curled up in the cold muck and decaying leaves, gasping for air, his nostrils filled with the foul stench, his lone eye bulging with fear and suffocation. Bloodshot with terror, exceeding detection limits. Central Monitoring Bureau. These words seared into his soul like a branding iron, the fear nearly obliterating his sanity. What must I surrender? He strained to emit a hoarse, indistinct syllable from his crushed throat, each breath mingling with blood. What artifact? Apart from the tattered system interface and my fleeting existence, what could possibly warrant the covetous gaze of such a transcendent being? I am utterly bewildered, still feigning ignorance. Su Xian gazed down upon him, her beautiful eyes glinting with lethal intent. Those crystalline orbs, now as frigid as ancient ice, pierced through everything, threatening to extract his very soul. The faint yet discernible energy emanating from the filthy insect below, cold, chaotic, and steeped in an aura of death, originated from the depths of his eyes. Such fluctuations could not be produced by ordinary techniques or treasures. More infuriating still was the audacity of this insect to deploy that furtive probing technique even after her arrival. She lightly touched the vast jade leaf beneath her, shimmering with radiant light and adorned with intricate azure runes, descending slowly like a celestial being from the heavens, radiating a chilling intent to kill. With each step, the air grew colder, and the pressure restraining Yang Ying intensified. The withered tree roots creaked and shattered, the muddy ground sinking half a foot beneath the weight. Yang Ying's body thrashed futilely in the mire, his ribs cracking with a sharper snap, as he felt that in the next moment, he would be ground into a puddle of indistinct flesh. Warning. Host encountered an attack from a transcendent life form. Pressure. The physical damage registered at 3941. Prompting the activation of an emergency protective protocol, consuming and reserving life essence, constructing a rudimentary force field barrier. A chilling mechanical voice pierced through Yang Ying's mind with unprecedented urgency. In the next moment, a faint yet expansive translucent force field, woven from countless delicate crimson rays, erupted around him. This blood-red shield, as thin as gossamer, twisted and threatened to disintegrate at its edges, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Yet, under Su Xian's overwhelming pressure, it granted Yang Ying a minuscule breath of respite. He felt as though his near-collapsing body had been infused with a potent stimulant. Although his strength remained pitifully feeble, he could at least inhale the air thick with the scent of blood and earth. The price was the frantic flashing of warning alerts on the system interface and a piercing sense of weakness, as if his very life force were being forcibly siphoned away. Oh, is that a turtle shell? Su Xian arched her delicate brow, a flicker of surprise crossing her icy gaze, quickly replaced by a tempestuous wrath akin to being affronted by an ant. A mere speck of dust shining with brilliance? Shatter it, without the need for weaponry. She merely pointed her finger like a sword, gently directing it towards the wavering blood-red shield from several paces away. With a hiss, a beam of concentrated, verdant fighting spirit, pulsating with vibrant life, shot forth like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, instantly tearing through the air in its path. The seemingly resilient blood-red shield, under the onslaught of this pure wood attribute fighting spirit, reacted as boiling soup meets snow, emitting an ear-piercing sizzle as it visibly corroded and perforated. The beam continued its relentless advance, striking Yang Ying's right arm, which was desperately clutching the muddy ground in an attempt to struggle. A dull sound of flesh tearing echoed. Yang Ying's right arm, from elbow to fingertip, was suddenly enveloped in a bizarre shade of dark green, akin to withered, decayed wood. This dark green spread with frenzied intensity, reducing flesh and blood to dust as if weathered by millennia, silently collapsing and disintegrating into ash. No blood flowed, for within his arm, the veins, bones, and nerves had all been stripped of vitality by the pure wood attribute fighting spirit, leaving him devoid of life force in an instant. Oh, my hand! Yang Ying cried out in a howl of despair, more piercing than before. The excruciating pain tore through his nerves, yet he was more horrified by the inhuman sight before him, his right forearm disintegrating into ashes right before his eyes. What terrifying power is this? Right limb, destroyed. System energy connection interrupted 13, pain perception blocked 70, remaining life essence 89, warning. Host S life signs are deteriorating to the brink of danger. The system S alarms blared incessantly, forcibly suppressing some of the pain. Yet, as Yang Ying gazed at the empty socket of his right elbow, the lingering dark green marks of corrosion resembled an ugly brand, fear consuming all his capacity for thought. One more strike, and he would truly be reduced to ashes. Humph, worthless. Su Xian coldly regarded Yang Ying, writhing in agony on the ground, as though he were nothing more than a trivial piece of refuse. Her gaze sharpened, turning toward the inconspicuous jade token hidden among the withered leaves. The fleeting guiding signal had led her here, while the token itself bore an ordinary appearance. The thorned emblem was unmistakable. This was the true core objective of her journey. A solitary and low-ranking fighter, even with some peculiar devouring techniques, could never hope to possess such a lost token that signifies the core supervisory authority of the Imperial Council. This could only serve as a clue, a key to discovering the true target or the mastermind lurking in the shadows. Su Xian descended gracefully onto the muddy and blood-stained ground, her immaculate embroidered shoes resting delicately upon a protruding rock, starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaos. Her icy gaze swept over to the figure of Xiao Yan, curled up a short distance away, his breath erratic and faint, his body cloaked in an eerie thin frost, her brow furrowed with greater intensity. This young man also bore the remnants of an exceptionally potent deathly energy and a chaotic blend of ice attributes, rendering him a veritable amalgamation of disordered energy. However, in her eyes, this level of chaotic energy posed little threat, akin to the pitiful ants nearby, more of a nuisance than anything else. Moreover, he seemed to emanate a faint yet distinct soul fluctuation. She resolved to temporarily set aside these two insignificant creatures. With a delicate wave of her slender hand, she beckoned the jade token embedded in the mud, and under the influence of an invisible, gentle force, the token inscribed with a thorny emblem began to rise slowly. At that moment, Xiao Yan, who had been hunched over and desperately suppressing his presence, suddenly emitted a muffled groan of extreme agony, his body convulsing violently as the thin frost covering him trembled and fell away. The fabric of his chest was torn wider by subtle energy fluctuations, revealing a ghastly wound beneath, where two peculiar stones, each about the size of a finger joint, were grotesquely embedded in his shattered ribcage. These stones, dull gray all over and bordered with fine black ice crystals and dark golden blood threads, were deeply lodged between the fragments of his ribs. The flesh surrounding the stones exhibited a bizarre, deathly gray hue, forcibly transformed into a cold, stone-like texture, while the blood coursing through the veins shimmered with a ghastly glow. Xiao Yan had just been desperately resisting the deathly erosion brought on by the two fragments of the deceased, which were forcefully consuming his vital essence, as well as the chaotic conflict incited within his consciousness by the bone spirit seed and the medicinal dust mark. He also had to endure the chilling fragments that invaded his mind, remnants of Xiao Fan's lingering obsessions. Yet, as Su Xian descended nearby, the inadvertently released pure life force of the wood attribute at the doling level acted like a beacon in the darkness for the cold powers fiercely contending within him. Deep within the medicinal dust ring, a thread of fading cold brilliance, akin to a parched fish yearning for water, stirred weakly yet greedily. Meanwhile, the residual power of the two fragments, which belonged to Xiao Fan's system that absorbed Xiao Yan's blood essence, activated like a brand, responding to the familiar pull of his bloodline. The two opposing forces formed by the cold primal substances resonated violently within Xiao Yan, nearly spiraling out of control once more. It was this slight loss of control that caused a minor energy leak, exposing the foreign objects embedded in his chest. They were anything but ordinary metals or minerals. Su Xian paused in her attempt to retrieve the jade token, her gaze locking onto the two gray stones emanating chaotic, deathly, and icy energies from Xiao Yan's chest with the swiftness of lightning. To her knowledge, she had never encountered such a bizarre substance before. Neither metal nor stone, its energy properties were chaotic and exceedingly corrosive. What truly captivated her gaze was the fleeting glimpse of certain dark golden patterns upon the gray stone. In that moment, she inexplicably sensed an exceedingly faint yet profoundly pure aura, imbued with an ancient, chilling majesty, reminiscent yet eliciting an instinctive tremor deep within her soul. Although subtle, this feeling sent shivers down her spine, for this was no ordinary malevolent object. "What is that on you?" Su Xian's voice rose sharply, laced with unprecedented astonishment and gravity. The jade tablet was set aside, hovering in the air, while her piercing gaze remained fixated on the gray stone embedded in Xiao Yan's chest. A delicate hand, pale as porcelain, stealthily enveloped itself in a faint emerald glow of fighting spirit, brimming with latent power. If this peculiar stone bore any connection to their objective, the Ice Emperor, even a minuscule possibility warranted no leniency. Warning: surveillance on individual detected. Attention diverted significantly, locking onto the associated source of energy fluctuations. Current threat level of host corrected to highly lethal. The alert resounded in Yang Ying's mind. He observed that the formidable woman seemed entirely captivated by Xiao Yan, her overwhelming will to survive obliterating any trace of fear. With the remnants of his strength, he sought refuge in a pit formed by Su Xian's earlier strike. Trembling as he burrowed into the cold earth beneath him, like a desperate worm, he exerted every ounce of his being to drag his nearly lifeless body inch by agonizing inch toward the denser reeds, accumulated by the flowing water not far away. Now was the time. Escape. Must escape. Even if it was but a single inch. Xiao Yan felt the blood surge to his head. The chilling light of Xiao Chen hungrily sought to absorb Su Xian's dissipating vitality, yet was firmly suppressed, forced into silence. The remnants of Xiao Fan's will screamed in madness, spurred by the stimulation of bloodlines, while his own bone spirit seed instinctively resisted the overwhelming life force emanating from Su Xian. Three frigid energies clashed violently within him, akin to a multitude of ice blades tearing at his organs. What further unsettled him was Su Xian's sudden, piercing scrutiny fixed upon his chest. Coughing, Xiao Yan endured the excruciating pain and the maelstrom within his consciousness, using his shoulder to prop against the ground. With the force of the reaction, he half-raised himself, his bloodied and frostbitten face abruptly lifting, a fierce and wild glint igniting in his singular eye, akin to a cornered wolf in despair. He roared at Su Xian. "What business is it of yours? If you want it, come and take it." He offered no defense, no plea for mercy, at the precipice of death. Only the rawest provocation and a resolve to perish alongside the jade remained. The fighting spirit within him was pushed to its limits, the feeble remnants mingling with the pale embers of the bone spirit seed and the ashen remnants of death, swirling around his chest wound, emitting faint sounds of freezing and obliteration, as if warning any who dared to approach. Su Xian's pupils contracted slightly. This scattered, insignificant figure's gaze was fierce, filled with agony and madness, yet devoid of fear, instead radiating a desperate counterattack, as if cornered. More oddly, the chaotic energy fluctuations lingering around his chest wound, a blend of deathly stillness and icy chill, conveyed an unnervingly unstable essence, hinting at an unknown destructive potential. It seemed as though he was deliberately attempting to communicate with or trigger the power of that strange stone. Her hand, enveloped in emerald fighting spirit, hesitated momentarily. Seizing it by force, with her formidable strength, it would be effortless to annihilate him. However, if those two stones truly pertained to the Ice Emperor, recklessly touching or destroying them could precipitate unforeseen changes, the consequences of which are incalculable. Moreover, this young man's soul state exudes an air of enigma. stirring a ripple of hesitation within her icy heart. The jade tablet serves as a clue. This individual is an asset alive. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a thunderous rumble erupted. The ground quaked violently without warning. The air suddenly thickened, laden with an inexplicable heaviness, as if invisible lead and mercury suffused every inch of space. A colossal, unmatched pressure, emanating from the far southern direction, surged forth like an ancient slumbering beast sneezing, instantly engulfing the entire forest. This pressure was not aimed at any individual, yet it bore a weight akin to celestial majesty, causing Xiao Yan, at the spirit-fighting realm, to feel a slight stagnation in her blood flow, her once fluid fighting spirit now tinged with a hint of sluggishness. Is this the pressure of a fighting emperor? No. It resembles more the tidal force of the source energy of heaven and earth. Xiao Yan abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing the southern night sky towards the burning horizon. Crimson flames illuminated the darkness before dawn. A torrent of fiery elements surged tumultuously in that region. The source seemed to lie within the core of the Beast Mountain Range, further south of Wutan City. A piercing, chilling cry, imbued with terrifying power, echoed through the skies, carrying with it a tempest of rage and a breath of annihilation. Even from a distance, it was enough to strike fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Could it be? Xiao Yan's thoughts raced. Recently, news had circulated among the higher echelons regarding the awakening of the 8th-tier beast, the flame prison fiery sparrow, deep within the Beast Mountain Range, entering a frenzied state. Yet, the imperial hierarchy had issued orders to wait for it to further unleash its core power before taking action. How could such a level of conflict erupt suddenly, even inducing turbulence akin to that of a near-fighting emperor? An opportunity. Xiao Yan and Yang Ying simultaneously seized this fleeting moment. Xiao Yan's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed a beast-like roar. The three conflicting cold powers within him, provoked by the sudden cataclysmic pressure and the distant flame energy, erupted like a spark ignited by forcibly injected explosives, unleashing a chaotic torrent of energy beyond his control. With a violent cough, blood mixed with shattered organs and black ice shards erupted forth. Yet, this momentary loss of control birthed a terrifying explosive force. Boom! Xiao Yan's body was violently hurled away by the backlash, like an uncontrolled cannonball, rolling towards the dark, steep cliffs far from Xiao Yan. Along his path, blood sprayed, leaving long dark streaks upon the muddy ground, his body enshrouded in frost and snow. Yang Ying reacted even faster. As the immense pressure descended and Xiao Yan raised her head, he summoned the last remnants of his meager strength, pushing against the shattered ground with his remaining left arm. His blood-soaked, mud-covered body shot forth like a projectile, crashing into the nearby dense reeds. Thud! The withered reeds swayed violently, splashing water everywhere, as his gaunt figure was instantly obscured by the murky stream and thick vegetation. Xiao Yan's reaction was swift, as the pressure shook the air, and upon hearing the avian cry and sensing the movements of the two, her verdant fighting spirit erupted. The jade leaves beneath her feet radiated brilliant light. Attempting to flee? Void-splitting vines. A glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes as her delicate hand, without a moment's hesitation, swept through the air towards Xiao Yan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three nearly transparent arrows of azure energy, forged from the purest wood attribute Do Qi, tore through the air like living tendrils, emitting a piercing shriek as they instantly pursued Xiao Yan from behind. Each arrow possessed enough force to penetrate solid steel. This was a lethal strike. However, with a resounding thud, the three arrows struck simultaneously. The instant the arrows made contact with Xiao Yan's tattered robe, the chaotic, explosive energy from the bone spirit seed within him, the ghostly blue flames, the remnants of decay, and the instinctual chilling power from his medicinal ring coalesced to form a bizarre instinctual barrier in the face of death. Ice blue, ashen gray, and pitch black hues intertwined and erupted on his back, resembling a shoddy energy shield. The three piercing arrows indeed penetrated this hastily conjured chaotic barrier, yet their power was significantly diminished. Ultimately, they only tore 3 deep wounds into his back, exposing bone, instantly frozen over by frost and the decay's grim energy, failing to impale or obliterate him. Xiao Yan's formidable physique, enhanced from his Do Qi phase, coupled with the chaotic energy barrier, withstood this deadly blow. Nevertheless, he fell faster, screaming as he plummeted into the depths of the dark, steep cliff, riddled with jagged stones, before Xiao Yan could unleash her next strike. Humph! Xiao Yan's anger intensified. She turned her gaze towards the rustling reeds, where the sound of splashing water and distant disturbances emerged. The severed limb ant had escaped into the water and darkness. Having been toyed with and evaded by such pitiful insects, an icy frost enveloped Xiao Yan's stunning visage for the first time. deep within her clear eyes. The iron will and cruelty of the Empire's central inspector emerged without reservation. How dare they flee before me? With a slight ripple in the space between her fingers, a palm-sized token, crafted from a silvery white metal, engraved with a thorn-wrapped sword design and adorned with faint azure runes, materialized. As the token appeared, an invisible, cold authority representing the Empire's highest law enforcement radiated forth. This was the Imperial Council's inspection order, a command as potent as a prince's presence. With one hand grasping the token and the other forming a finger gesture, she gathered a radiant emerald green dough chi at her fingertips, swiftly etching upon the back of the token. The metallic friction produced a sharp sound, leaving behind 3 glowing characters. Target locked. Xiao Yan, danger level, high. Characteristics: chest embedded with dual peculiar stones, unique soul, injured, direction southwest cliff. Without pausing, she turned the token and inscribed 3 more characters imbued with intense murderous intent and the will of inspection. Target locked. Yang Ying, danger level, medium. Characteristics: severed right arm, tainted and lifeless aura, system scan source, direction northeast waterway. As the inscriptions completed, the token gleamed with azure light. The Imperial Council's inspector Su Xian has spoken. Su Xian's voice, cold and clear as the sound of ancient ice shattering, pierced through the chaotic winds, reverberating through the night sky of this realm. This compelled the Lord of Wutan City, Xiao Yan, and the heads of the 3 prominent families to spring into action. They were to seal off all passages in the southwest and northeast mountain ranges. All registered mercenary groups and adventurers' guilds were summoned. A county-level blood edict was issued. Search for and capture the 2 targets. Alive if possible, dead if necessary. Those who capture or kill the verified individuals would be rewarded with a scroll of advanced combat skills of the Xian rank and 50,000 spirit stones. Those who conceal or assist in their escape would face annihilation of their entire clan. Execute immediately. The final 4 words fell like a heavy hammer. A blue light surged from the token, instantly transforming into countless slender azure rays, drawn as if by invisible threads, racing towards Wutan City and all nearby towns, mercenary outposts, and guild branches recognized by the Empire. With the issuance of the Blood Edict, the entire landscape of Wutan City and its vicinity would be irrevocably altered before dawn. A comprehensive hunt for the dying prey had officially commenced. Su Xian's indifferent gaze swept over the dark cliff where Xiao Yan had fallen and the murky waters where Yang Ying had vanished, akin to watching 2 ants about to be crushed. With a wave of her hand, the floating thorn emblem jade tablet fell into her grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, the jade leaves beneath her surged with azure light, transforming her into a streak of brilliance that pierced through the night, racing towards the crimson horizon in the southern sky, where a flame emanating an unsettling aura beckoned her. The final target indicated by the jade tablet, a potential upheaval involving the Empire's core secrets, was far more significant than these 2 insects. Yet, the secrets clinging to the insects, she had duly noted. Deep within the southwest cliff, Xiao Yan's body plummeted like a lifeless log into a narrow crevice filled with sharp stones and decaying moss. The excruciating pain rendered his vision dark, and the 3 frozen wounds on his back robbed him of sensation on one side of his body. He endured the near-fainting agony and weakness, clawing desperately at a cold, damp rock with his only functional left hand, his nails cracking and bleeding. He had to hide. Su Xian's terrifying pursuit edict loomed like a harbinger of death. Moreover, the 2 icy foreign objects within him, having absorbed the external pressure, now curiously quieted slightly. No, they resembled lurking serpents. Chapter 23. A severed arm in search of survival. Bang! Xiao Yan's body crashed into a narrow fissure, sharp stones digging brutally into his back wounds. The freezing chill mingled with the fresh agony, darkening his vision, almost rendering him unconscious. He swallowed the blood that surged up his throat, the metallic taste intermingling with the stench of his internal injuries exploding in his mouth. His left arm clutched the icy rock wall desperately, his nails splintering and bleeding. No, he could not die, the Xiao family. Cackling. What a feeble and pitiable little worm, still pondering that inconsequential family. A sharp whisper, echoing with a metallic resonance, unexpectedly emerged from the depths of his chaotic mind. Akin to a serpent flicking its tongue, it was filled with malice and mockery. Xiao Yan trembled violently, his single eye widening in shock. It was the lingering obsession of Xiao Fan. In that moment, it was unexpectedly activated by the fragments of the deceased within his chest, like a festering sore. Behold your current appearance, resembling putrid flesh that has crawled from a foul gutter. You are but refuse that I could crush with a mere finger. The venomous words continue to erode. Surrender your body to me, that these eyes, capable of devouring all, might perceive the true power of this world. Depart, vacate my mind. Xiao Yan growled through clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The fragments in his chest quivered slightly, the frigid sensation of decay attempting to penetrate his very marrow. Meanwhile, in the murky, icy stream, Yang Ying's remaining left hand flailed desperately, the muddy water choking his nostrils. The excruciating pain from his severed right arm, exacerbated by the cold water, nearly rendered him breathless. A mechanical voice coldly announced, "Warning! High concentration of water elemental detected. Life essence depletion accelerating at threefold. Host status, hypothermia. Severe hemorrhage, organ failure. Silence. Activate defenses. Consume essence." Yang Ying roared through the mental link. The crimson system interface flickered wildly before him. A dim blood-colored membrane barely shielding his broken form, momentarily insulating him from the icy torrent. Suddenly, the water surged ahead, creating a concealed whirlpool entrance. A fierce glint of survival ignited in Yang Ying's eyes as he propelled himself forcefully. His body was swept into the currents like a ragged sack, colliding with the jagged rock walls, inflicting new wounds. He curled into a damp, dark corner, gasping for breath, each inhalation accompanied by a wheezing sound. As his body temperature plummeted, from the distant waterway behind him, the faint sounds of voices and the clamor of clashing armor began to emerge. With a whoosh, a stream of azure light precisely struck the apex of the massive stone pillar in the central square of Wutan City. The azure light erupted, and Su Xian's voice, as cold as eternal jade, resonated with the overwhelming authority of the Imperial Inspector, echoing across the small town. Imperial Council Inspector Su Xian commands. Effective immediately. Seal all city gates. The southwestern and northeastern passages are to be completely locked down. City Lord Xiao Yan, heads of the three major families, and all fighters above the master level, convene at the square within 15 minutes. Those who disobey shall be executed. This proclamation struck the hearts of every startled citizen of Wutan City like a tangible hammer. In the Xiao family estate, Xiao Zhan sprang to his feet, the teacup shattering upon the ground, tea splattering everywhere. His face, marked with horror, appeared pallid in the faint morning light filtering through the paper window. Su Xian, the inspector? The blood decree? He stammered, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. A grave situation has arisen. He abruptly turned to the corner where Elder Xiao Feng, equally startled and pale, stood. Go. Summon all registered fighters. Quickly. To the square. At the top of the middle auction house, Yafei's languid pose at the window froze instantly. Her beautiful eyes widened, and the night pearl she had been toying with fell with a thud to the carpet. For the first time, a look of intense turmoil crossed her enchanting face. Su Xian, the Imperial Inspector. She understood better than anyone what this name represented. And Xian, how could she personally arrive in Wutan City? And the blood decree? Yafei abruptly rose, addressing the door sharply. Shuemei, Gu and I, gather all guards. Follow me to the square. Lock down all exits of the auction house. In the adjacent room, Nailin Yinran stepped out, her cool visage marred by an expression of disbelief. She observed the anxious silhouette of Yafei, a sudden, ominous premonition tightening around her heart. At this sensitive juncture, the arrival of the Empire's supreme supervisory body prompted her instinctively to clutch the Yunlan sect token at her chest. Inside, Galio was nestled with a concubine, lost in dreams, when the door was forcefully kicked open by Galabai, rousing him to a furious awakening. Father, it's the dead of night, silence. The inspector's bloodshed decree. Galabai's hair stood on end, his complexion betraying an unprecedented alarm and gravity. With a swift motion, he sent Galio flying, commanding him to assemble the troops. Speak another word, and I shall silence you. The sky is falling. To the northeast of Wutan City. A scarred face wiped away the murky water trickling from his helmet, his fierce gaze scanning the increasingly complex waterlogged terrain. Boss, over here. The water flows with unusual murkiness, tinged with blood. A small, sly-eyed mercenary called out from the shore. There are fresh blood scabs here. Damn it. That one-armed bastard has indeed fled this way. The glint of malice ignited in the scarred man's eyes as he greedily licked his lips. Advanced Shin-level combat skills. 50,000 spirit stones. Brothers, spread out. Search inch by inch. We must unearth that rotting flesh, not allowing him a moment to breathe. Within the dark water cave, a warning blared. High-intensity scanning source detected. Distance, 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. The crimson characters danced frantically across Yang Ying's retina, a deadly omen piercing through his numbed consciousness like an ice pick. Damn it, so soon. Yang Ying curled up, his remaining left fist clenched tightly, fingernails digging into his palm. The water-soaked wound at his severed arm throbbed with excruciating pain. The coarse shouts of mercenaries echoed like a relentless pestilence, filtering through the sounds of water and rock. System, scan the surrounding terrain. calculate the optimal hiding strategy. His mind was rife with hysteria and desperation. Survive. I must survive. Deep within the steep crevices of a cliff, Xiao Yan coughed violently, each convulsion igniting searing pain throughout his body. The fragments of a corpse embedded in his chest ravenously drained his dissipating vitality, while the malicious wails of Xiao Fan intertwined with frigid whispers pierced his mental realm, attempting to breach his final defense. Waste, do you feel the insatiable hunger of this icy bone? It craves your soul, give it to me. Silence. Xiao Yan roared, blood spilling from the torn corners of his mouth, winding like a serpent upon the frigid rocks. Deep within his consciousness, the essence of his bone spirit seemed provoked by this life-threatening predicament, and the intense clash at the soul level, suddenly erupting into an unprecedented flicker of pale fire. That faint spark burned with intensity, causing the breath of the corpse fragments to momentarily shrink. Although exceedingly weak, it offered Xiao Yan a moment of respite. His left hand trembled as it sought the worn leather pouch at his waist, fingers brushing against the cold, rough texture. Ha, ha, ha. Xiao Yan let out a hoarse, short laugh amidst the agony and despair, his bloodied left hand abruptly retrieving a half-rotted, dark red root, no thicker than his pinky finger, from the tattered pouch. A sharp, acrid scent assaulted his senses. Bone-corroding vine, medicinal refuse, a wolfish glint flickered in Xiao Yan's lone eye. This is the most potent toxin left over from the alchemical refining of the Elder's body-tempering elixir. It can erode flesh and blood. Highly toxic. He once vowed never to touch it again. Want to devour me? I shall let you taste the bitterness. Agonizing pain and frenzied thoughts burgeoned like wild grass. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he pressed that small segment of the lethal root fiercely against the bloodied and mangled wound at the edge of his lifeless corpse. The acrid, bizarre toxicity collided instantly with the cold substance of the deceased. Hiss! A surge of black-purple gas, mingling with chilling silence, malevolent souls, and domineering toxicity, erupted violently from the wound on Xiao Yan's chest, with a formidable corrosiveness. Xiao Yan's body contorted as if struck by a colossal hammer, curling into a shrimp-like form. An unprecedented agony, penetrating to the marrow and soul, intermingled with a strange numbness and corrosive sensation, erupted wildly. The skin on his chest emitted a faint sizzling sound under this violent impact. The piercing wail of Xiao Fan in the depths of his mind morphed into a heart-wrenching, agony-laden scream. What in the world is this? Stop, you despicable ant, daring to poison a divine being. Cease. The lingering malevolent thoughts were scattered to the winds by this lethal substance. The cold aura of the fragments trembled violently, for the first time conveying a mix of anger and an instinctual caution. Hey, Xiao Yan spat blood and laughed grimly, like a vengeful spirit returned from hell. Does it hurt? I shall share the pain with you. Want to consume me? I'll let you taste some of my blood first. The excruciating pain seemed to be the sole pillar preventing him from fainting. With his trembling left hand, he clung tightly to the crevice of the rock, curling into the darkest corner, using the chaotic energy generated by the clash of the toxin and the fragments as a final shield. The black-purple gas gradually enveloped the entire rock crevice, transforming it into a domain of death. Elder, where are you? A faint thought, so weak it was nearly indistinguishable even in the depths of his soul, transmitted to the silent ring on his unnamed finger, only to be completely submerged in boundless darkness and chaos. At the same moment, the azure flow transformed from Suxian had breached its limits, tearing through the roiling clouds, plunging deep into the southern Beast Mountain range, where the blood-red hue painted the sky as if the apocalypse had arrived. The thorn-emblazoned jade token in her hand radiated an increasingly intense heat, akin to a glowing iron brand, with its mysterious patterns nearly boiling. In the unseen realm, the marker pointing to the profound depths became nearly viscous, as if tangible. We must act before everything spirals out of control. The traces of the Ice Emperor must not fall into the hands of that mad beast. At the forefront of the azure flow, beneath Su Xian's cold, unyielding beauty, lay surging tides of turmoil imperceptible to outsiders. A terrifying avian cry, fierce enough to rend souls, erupted abruptly. A mountain peak crumbled. The massive, fiery claws of molten rock ruthlessly struck down. The target, a figure beneath it as insignificant as dust, erupted with an unbelievable azure luminescence. A great battle ensued. Chapter 24. The Ghostly Healer's Resurrection. The Lone Wolf devours the sun. Crack. Xiao Yan's consciousness drifted within the dark mire, tormented by the venomous poison and the chilling stillness of fragmented corpses, akin to two serpents gnawing at his soul, each collision propelling him closer to the brink of collapse. Hallucinations proliferated, and he seemed to witness the Xiao family's plaque crashing down amidst flames. Little brat, how noisy you are, a voice rasped. aged and seemingly unearthed from millennia of ice, bearing an inexplicable, peculiar tone that echoed unexpectedly from the depths of his shattered consciousness. The voice was not loud, yet it possessed an ineffable weight that instantly overshadowed the piercing wails of Xiao Fan's lingering spirit. Like a drowning man grasping a piece of driftwood, Xiao Yan struggled to coalesce a fragment of his blurred awareness. Who? Who is speaking? Ah, who indeed? Just an old wretch nearly driven mad by your foolishness. My poor little fool, whose lifeblood is nearly extinguished, the aged voice replied with a hint of undisguised disdain and frailty. Buzz. The dormant jet-black ring on his ring finger suddenly erupted with a minuscule yet remarkably dense azure spark. In that moment, a coldness, familiar to the marrow, surged through Xiao Yan's battered veins. Although feeble, it exuded an undeniable, domineering essence, forcibly carving a trench through the chaotic battleground within him. The bone-corroding, venomous vines infiltrating his flesh were deftly redirected by this chill towards the accursed fragments of the corpses lodged in his chest. A hissing sound erupted, accompanied by the anguished wails of Xiao Fan's remnant soul, surpassing the agony of previous poisonings, sufficient to rend the very essence of his being. No, this cannot be. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you old ghost. How could you Yao Yao Lao. Xiao Yan's singular eye widened in astonishment. Was this merely an illusion? A near-death hallucination? Yet this chill was unmistakable. Keep it down. Your wailing gives this old man a headache. Yao Lao's voice came in intermittent bursts, frail as though it might extinguish at any moment, yet retaining its distinctive, caustic tone. Dare those two meager scraps of chewed-up ice bones act so brazenly before me? I command you to be still. The two azure sparks dimmed abruptly, but emitted two exceedingly fine strands of cold energy, piercing with serpentine precision into the fragments lodged in Xiao Yan's chest. The frenzied decay and the recently awakened sinister black ice crystals stilled momentarily. Though the force that bound them was incredibly faint, merely a temporary suppression, it granted Xiao Yan a fleeting yet invaluable respite. The turbulent torrent of energy suddenly slowed, and the excruciating pain of his disintegrating body diminished by at least 30%. Yao Lao, is it truly you? Xiao Yan's voice trembled with excitement, yearning to reach out and touch the ring, yet his body ached too fiercely to move, leaving him to hoarsely shout, "You're not dead. What, do you, little brat, wish for my demise?" Yao Lao's voice was barely a whisper, the icy aura plummeting sharply. Your actions nearly cast my remnant soul into oblivion, incited by the icy debris and that wretched poisonous vine upon your chest. It took all my effort to extract this fragment of my cold essence. If you desire to remain alive, silence yourself and listen closely. Breathe in, gather your strength. Retreat to the deepest crevice of that stone vein beneath your feet. Outside, there are wolves. The voice of the elder abruptly ceased, and the faint bluish spark on the ring extinguished, leaving behind a faint, almost imperceptible cold mark. Yet, the fragments of the deceased within Xiao Yan's chest were undeniably sealed, the bone-deep sensation of erosion and tugging significantly diminished. Xiao Yan's heart raced wildly. This was no mere illusion. The remnant soul of the elder had awakened, although in a severely diminished state. This glimmer of hope and desperation was enough to ignite his fervor for victory. With excruciating pain, he forced his one eye to scan the darkness for stone veins and crevices. Sharp shards and thick, damp moss littered the ground beneath him. The stone veins spoken of by the elder were exceedingly concealed, scarcely the width of a palm, unfathomably deep, suffused with a dark purple gas that reeked of a toxic clash between poison and fragments, emanating a potent sense of corrosion and perceptual interference. He was committed. With a sudden bite to his tongue, the metallic taste of blood jolted his senses. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he turned to the side. Like a dying gecko, painstakingly squeezing his battered form into the icy, pitch-black crevice. The narrow space rubbed against the wounds on his back, and the surge of fresh pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Yet he stifled his breath, forcing down even the slightest whimper of agony. After a few breaths, the chaotic sound of hurried footsteps and boisterous shouts drew near, crashing against the cliff above. "Boss, the scent of blood ends here. Damn it, such potent corrosive gas. And that foul stench of dead rat mixed with ice shards. That kid can't have turned into a puddle, right? Nonsense. We want to see him alive or dead. Who wouldn't desire a high-level combat technique? Search every inch. That brat was struck by the soul-chasing arrow of the inspector. He can't have gone far. Check the fissures below." Meanwhile, deep within the murky water cave, Yang Ying curled up in the shadows, his body trembling uncontrollably. The wound from his severed arm had been submerged in water for far too long, and the combination of blood loss and hypothermia clouded his consciousness. The system interface blared in blood red. Warning, Life Essence 14138. trace inhalation of bone-corrosive vine toxin, nerve paralysis, borderline hemorrhagic shock, hostile presence detected, 7 directions, distance 20 meters. Damn it. I'm done for, Yang Ying thought as darkness closed in around him, despair washing over him like a tide. 5 initial stage fighters and 2 peak mercenaries. All heavily armed. What could a half-disabled man do to defend himself? Ding. Host will compatibility has reached a critical breakthrough. Emergency mode authorization activated. Combat simulation module initiated. Objective, high-tier combat individual escape template. Selecting host, host locked. Bloodstripe rat, tier 2 low-level magical beast. Loading combat trajectory. Maximum load, 30 seconds. Energy consumption, 5 life essence per second. Activate. Yes, yes, yes. Yang Ying's last flicker of survival instinct screamed. He had no time to ponder what the bloodstripe rat template entailed. He only needed to survive, even if just for 30 seconds. Boom. A brutal, bloodthirsty cold will surged into his mind. The lethal hunting experience of the cunning and treacherous bloodstripe rat, recorded within the core simulation library of the Abyssal Evolution System, instantly engulfed his thoughts. His vision transformed. In the dimly lit water cave, with its rugged rock walls and murky currents, the mercenaries deliberately subdued their breathing, yet it remained discernibly audible. Every detail was instantaneously analyzed with the precision of geometric lines. The dynamic between hunter and prey shifted in an instant. An instinctive, primal urge for stealth and hunting, chilling to the core, dominated his consciousness. Yang Ying's body surged forward. No longer a frantic survivor, he resembled a streak of crimson lightning melded into the shadows. His remaining left arm struck a protruding stone above the water's surface at an unnatural angle, producing a faint sound, akin to a fish's tail splashing. On the opposite side of the cave, the closest peak mercenary, one of the scar-faced man's trusted aides, immediately sensed the disturbance behind the stone. Without hesitation, he called out to his comrades, "Hurry! Don't let him escape." Just as his words fell, a shadow, enveloped in bloodlight, surged forth like a specter. Taking advantage of the echo created by that seemingly trivial sound, emerging stealthily from the most distant shadowed recess where the current was fiercest. It was not a human leap, but rather a lethal strike mimicking the blood-patterned rat's low, ground-hugging, aerodynamic assault. What? Another peak mercenary, nicknamed Vulture, with the sharpest gaze, felt a flash of movement tear through his peripheral vision, a savage intent to kill surging forth like a beast. He barely had time to fully turn and draw his weapon. Instinctively, his protective energy flared just as Yang Ying lunged. With a piercing pain, Yang Ying sank his bloodied teeth into Vulture's wrist, gripping the short crossbow with a force akin to the blood-patterned rat's spiral-piercing strength. Simultaneously, his only intact left hand formed a claw, its joints protruding grotesquely from the system's extreme stimulation, skin splitting and oozing blood, transforming into the sharpest of chisels. With unparalleled precision, he tore through the slight gap in Vulture's armor, created by panic, and struck towards the heart. Ack! Vulture emitted an incredulous wail. The excruciating pain and the chilling sensation of life rapidly slipping away sent his soul reeling. He struggled to pivot and retaliate with an elbow strike. Yet Yang Ying was faster. The rhythm of slaughter, honed from the blood-patterned rat template, was etched into his very bones. In that fleeting moment when Vulture's balance faltered due to pain and the impending counter, Yang Ying unleashed a terrifying bite, akin to a dislocated jaw, shattering Vulture's wrist and tendons entirely. Simultaneously, his left claw pierced through Vulture's chest cavity like tearing through withered grass. Blood gushed forth along with shattered internal fragments as he yanked it out violently. Thud! Vulture's lifeless body plummeted into the cold, murky water, blood rapidly diffusing around him. Vulture! Damn it! Kill him! Turn him into minced meat. The scar-faced man and the other mercenaries were consumed by rage. Their greed instantly replaced by the fury of their fallen comrade. The narrow water cave erupted with deafening roars and the glow of combat techniques. Yet Yang Ying had already harnessed a surge of strength, his body bending in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Propelled by the counterforce generated from the Vulture's corpse as it toppled, like a venomous arrow released from a bow, he shot toward a narrow crevice at the other end of the water cave, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Cloaked in the chaos of swirling blood mist and turbulent waves, without hesitation, he burrowed into the opening. Behind him, the furious scarred face unleashed a devastating fire attribute energy punch that struck with tremendous force against the rock wall of the crevice. Boom. Debris flew in all directions as a portion of the passageway collapsed. Chase! I will tear his bones apart and feed them to the dogs. At the core of the Beastmaster mountain range, on the edge of a battlefield where the earth trembled and the sky shattered, Another peak engulfed in raging flames crumbled like a child's building block beneath the colossal claws of the Hellfire Phoenix. Lava mixed with shattered boulders cascaded down like a cataclysmic rain of fire. Xiao Yan floated high above, her feet resting upon shimmering jade leaves. Her brows tightly knitted and her expression more solemn than ever. The azure barrier of her peak doe spirit, sustained by her immense power, emitted a strained hum as it withstood the onslaught of the raging firestorm. Her gaze was fixed intently on the central battlefield, where a gargantuan predator with wings stretching hundreds of feet, its body cloaked in flowing lava-like feathers, exuded an aura so fierce it seemed capable of tearing apart the fabric of space itself. It frantically wielded its razor-sharp claws and wings ablaze with black hellfire. Within the heart of the lava storm, a figure emerged, seemingly insignificant like a speck of dust in stark contrast to the chaos. Yet it danced and twirled amidst the catastrophic assault. With each flick of its sleeve, space appeared to freeze and slice, leaving behind a trail of ethereal blue ice lines that lingered in the air. The ancient, pure essence of extreme cold emanating from those ice lines resonated powerfully with the thorny emblem jade tablet in her hand, which radiated a searing heat and a low, ominous hum. This connection nearly confirmed for her that this figure was indeed her ultimate target, the bearer of the Ice Emperor's clues. However, what alarmed Xiao Yan even more was the state of that figure. Frenzied, utterly frenzied. The essence of the Ice Emperor was of the highest nobility and purity. Yet the aura now erupting was fraught with chaos, destruction, and bloodlust, akin to ancient ice forced into a furnace, on the verge of exploding. Moreover, this state seemed to be forcibly elicited by the relentless assaults from the Hellfire Phoenix. No, Xiao Yan's beautiful eyes sharpened like a blade. He was depleting his very essence. Was he withstanding the onslaught of that beast on the edge of losing control? Why? What was he protecting? She followed the movements of the ice blue figure. Striving to shield the area of frozen lava, it was desperately defending below. It appeared to be the entrance to an unfathomable rift in the earth, barely visible amidst the fierce energy collisions. Just then, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, filled with a terrifying spiritual shockwave. Human, you have angered the great Batamer. Surrender that object. The Hellfire Phoenix Batamer's enormous vertical pupils, ablaze with unquenchable fury, unleashed two dark red energy beams that seemed to tear apart the very fabric of space. No longer were they mere physical attacks. They embodied a powerful soul flame imbued with a formidable will. The shimmering ice blue figure at the heart of the battlefield trembled violently, its movements momentarily faltering for the first time. Clearly, the Ice Emperor's soul state was exceedingly unstable, exhibiting a remarkably low resistance to such psychic assaults. In the reflection of Xiao Yan's constricted pupils, that ice blue figure was forcibly struck by a dark crimson beam. The frigid radiance, capable of freezing space itself, evaporated violently, as if thrown into boiling oil. A soul fluctuation, indescribable and interwoven with rage, unwillingness, madness, and an eerie sense of liberation, suddenly surged forth. The ice blue figure was violently flung like a severed kite, shattering numerous burning boulders, trailing a long, radiant yet swiftly dissipating wake of ice shards, and crashing heavily into the mountains it had previously frozen. The mountains quaked and splintered. Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Opportunity was fleeting. With a swift motion, she crushed a turquoise crystal the size of a longan at her waist, emanating spatial vibrations. In an instant, a power of spatial displacement, far beyond her own limits, erupted. The jade light enveloping her surged violently, transforming into a jade arc swifter than lightning, tearing through the chaotic maelstrom of energy, disregarding the distant roars of Batty-Moor, and fiercely charging towards the collapsing glacier ruins. The thorn emblem jade tablet in her hand felt searing, as if it might melt her palm. The secrets of the Ice Emperor would certainly manifest today. Beneath the collapsed glacier lay a perilous domain, where bone-chilling dark ice mingled with magma that had melted and rapidly refrozen, creating a chaotic and treacherous landscape. The violent energies of extreme cold and searing heat clashed and annihilated one another here, forming lethal currents of energy. Surrounded by a nearly transparent azure protective barrier, Xiao Yan's strength was pushed to its zenith. With each step, she forced the raging currents beneath her feet to calm momentarily. The thorn emblem jade tablet in her grasp served as a guiding beacon, exuding a terrifying heat and emitting a sharp hum as it locked onto a section of the thick, dark ice, where immense icicles protruded like fangs from a fractured mountain. Here, Xiao Yan held her breath, her gaze sharp as a blade. Her jade hand opened slightly, allowing a slender whip, radiating a soft green light, to silently slip from her waist. The whip trembled lightly, its tip exuding a finely honed emerald gleam, sharp enough to slice through space itself, silently piercing the thick ice layer. With a hissing sound, The millennia-old dark ice, harder than steel, melted away effortlessly before that piercing light, carving a straight passage barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. A chilling breeze rushed forth, and at the end of the passage lay a deep cavern exuding an even more ancient and chaotic icy aura. Upon the rocky edge of the entrance, a blinding handprint, stained with desiccated dark golden blood and peculiar ice crystals, remained. Su Xian's heart involuntarily quickened. One step forward. The cave was not silent. Instead, it resonated with a low, oppressive vibration, as if countless icicles collided and compressed, producing a haunting symphony. The confined space is predominantly enveloped by a peculiar, translucent crystalline ice that emits a dark blue glow. Deep within the ice, fragments of a certain life form appear to be frozen. Their bizarre and distorted shapes unlike any known beast's skeletal remains. The resonant hum of the thorn emblem jade tablet has reached its zenith, directing attention toward the innermost depths of the cave. Navigating around several colossal inverted ice columns, even the experienced Su Xian's pupils constrict at the sight before her. At the very heart of the cave stands a massive column, thick enough for a person to embrace, composed entirely of a profound ice-blue substance, adorned with intricate and mysterious spiral patterns. The top of this ice column is connected to a cascade of frozen lava flowing down from the cave's ceiling, while its base plunges deep into an entrance of a whirlpool, obscured in depth, emanating strong waves of spatial turbulence. This singular ice column serves as a conduit between the lava and the spatial passage. At its core, the ice column is marred by menacing cracks. An exceedingly pure yet chaotically unstable ice energy, akin to a pressurized water bag on the brink of bursting, surges violently within the column. It is this terrifying fluctuation of energy that triggers the resonant tremors throughout the cave. Not far from the column, on the ground, lies a pool of shattered ice crystals, rapidly melting into pure, frigid energy as it is absorbed by the column. In the center of this pool kneels a figure, with hair of ice blue, resembling the very essence of condensed energy, cascading down to conceal their face. The figure possesses a tall stature, clad in an ancient, fragmented battle armor, also shimmering in ice blue. A faint halo of icy blue light flows around them, exuding a supreme aura of cold dignity, yet flickering like a dying flame. On the verge of extinguishing, it is the Ice Emperor. Su Xian instantly recognizes him. The jade tablet in her hand feels almost too hot to grasp. He is the target she has been relentlessly pursuing. But why does he appear so wretched? Why is the ice column on the verge of collapse? The Ice Emperor, seemingly sensing the intrusion of an uninvited guest, slowly and laboriously raises his head. A strikingly handsome, yet cracked visage comes into Su Xian's view. The fissures do not bleed but instead ooze a viscous, mercury-like liquid that radiates a deep blue light. His eyes, burning with an ice blue intensity, should convey a chilling authority, yet are now filled with a frenzied chaos, tinged with a hint of blood-red madness. Get out. The three words erupt like the grinding of ancient ice, each syllable laden with the murderous intent capable of freezing souls, accompanied by an uncontrollable fury. A formidable pressure crashes towards Su Xian like a tsunami. Yet within this weight, there exists an overwhelming chaos and frailty. He cannot even fully straighten his body. Forced back a half-step by this oppressive force, Su Xian's protective aura fluctuates violently. Yet, a decisive and unwavering glimmer flashes across her stunning face. Senior, I am Su Xian, the Central Inspector of the Imperial Council. By the highest mandate of the Council, I must ensure your safe return along with the core of the ice source column to the Imperial capital. Senior, your injuries and state of being are on the brink of despair. If we do not leave, shut up. The Ice Emperor's low roar interrupts her, his voice shattering like countless ice shards. His eyes, ablaze with icy blue flames, suddenly fixated on the thorned emblem jade pendant in Su Xian's hand, as if the tumultuous chaos within him had found a release. The Imperial Council, the Inspector, hypocritical lackeys, it is you who have brought me to this state. Ah! The Ice Emperor clutched his head, unleashing a scream of excruciating agony. The icy blue radiance enveloping him erupted like an uncontrollable electric net. The unstable energy fluctuations at the core of the ice pillar trembled violently. The entire cavern teetered on the brink of collapse. Countless ice crystals cascaded from the ceiling. That thing is my life. Destroy it, destroy it. The Ice Emperor howled in torment, his blood-red madness swirling within his icy blue pupils, where a flicker of clarity and pleading struggled desperately, fixated on the crumbling ice soul source pillar. Yet, this clarity was swiftly devoured by the frenzy of crimson. The furious energy emanating from him erupted uncontrollably, as countless shattered icy blue claw marks tore through the air, indiscriminately slicing towards Su Xian and the cavern itself. Su Xian's expression changed dramatically. The verdant whip instantly transformed into a dazzling azure shield to protect herself. The clash of the whip against the icy blue claws erupted in a cacophony of cracks. Senior, awaken. Forcibly extracting the core of the ice soul source pillar will only incite a cataclysmic disaster. This is not your intention. As she defended against the frenzied onslaught, Su Xian infused her pure would attribute life energy into gentle azure ripples, attempting to soothe the chaotic soul, her voice clear and penetrating. The council needs you. The Empire requires your guardianship over the fissures of the frozen abyss. Think about who it was that sealed your gravely wounded self within the heart of this mountain of ice. Silence. 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 The Ice Emperor seemed utterly pierced by the words frozen abyss, which struck at the deepest, most forbidden pain. His attacks became even more frenzied and chaotic. His sanity consumed by flames. Die. All of you die. That thing, give it to me. The momentum emanating from him surged dramatically, recklessly. He was prepared to forcibly detonate his nearly exhausted core to collide with the equally collapsing ice soul source pillar. Boom. The entire cavern trembled violently, as if on the brink of volcanic eruption. Cracks spread instantaneously across the ice pillar. The aura of destruction enveloped everything in an instant. This is bad. Su Xian's face turned pale. Forcibly withdrawing her soothing energy, an unprecedented determination and ruthlessness ignited in her eyes. Unyielding. Offended. Seal. With a fierce flick of her wrist, the verdant whip expanded 100-fold, transforming from a vine into countless chains adorned with arcane azure runes. Not an attack, but a net that recklessly ensnared the Ice Emperor, who was on the verge of self-destruction, attempting to bind him before he could detonate completely. Simultaneously, she raised the thorned emblem jade pendant high. The pendant emitted a blinding azure light, shooting straight towards the core of the ice pillar. This was the Council's contingency plan. A dire situation, a true deadlock. She must suppress and capture him before the Ice Emperor detonates his core. Outside the collapsing glacier, the colossal head of the blazing Inferno Phoenix, Batimer, emitted a thunderous roar filled with greed and a desire for destruction. It also sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations of the ice soul source pillar approaching its limit, along with the intoxicating aura of the treasures below that drove it into a frenzy. The colossal claw lifted, accumulating unparalleled flames capable of annihilating the mountains, and struck down fiercely towards Su Xian and the Ice Emperor atop the crumbling glacier. The deadlock of ice and fire had arrived. Chapter 25. The Remnant Soul of the Ice Emperor. This vessel belongs to you now. Xiao Fan's consciousness drifted amidst darkness and excruciating pain. The bone-chilling cold beneath the glacier and the sensation of his soul being torn apart nearly caused him to dissipate. The shattered system interface was drenched in crimson. Life signs. Critical. Soul damage. 49. External high-purity ice-based essence. Forced invasion. Conflict. Warning. Unknown high-level soul imprint. Forcibly loading. The agonizing pain surged like a tide, with countless fragmented images colliding within his chaotic mind. The golden flames of the dark-clad figure's destruction. The eternal chill of the medicinal ring. The cold silence of the skeletal fragments within his ribcage. And at this moment, the overwhelmingly chaotic and frenzied extreme cold will forcefully surging into his fractured soul. In the haze, he seemed to witness a towering ice-blue giant pillar riddled with spiderweb cracks. As a formidable figure clad in icy armor, exuding a terrifying aura yet resembling a madman, desperately collided with the giant pillar. Begone! The deep, distorted roar, accompanied by the shattering sound of ice shards, exploded within his consciousness. Ant, how dare you covet my path? Xiao Fan's fragmented thoughts instinctively emitted a painful resistance. He felt his soul on the verge of being utterly torn apart by the invading remnant of the Ice Emperor. Yet, in that moment of impending soul dispersion, the silent system unexpectedly erupted with a defiant growl. Warning. Core sequence locked. Supreme threat to soul source. Detecting forced fusion window. Executing deep cold synchronization. Energy reverse extraction initiated. A faint yet remarkably pure energy from the system abruptly transformed into icy tendrils, fiercely entangling the invading remnant of the Ice Emperor. What? What is this? The chaotic will of the Ice Emperor clearly faltered. He had never experienced such a bizarre and frigid binding of system rules. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Fan's intense defiance erupted like a volcano. You should be the one to begone. The incomplete will surge through the energy channel of synchronization with the system, like a maggot burrowing into the bone, frantically invading the chaotic abyss of the Ice Emperor's remnant. Boom. His consciousness was instantaneously drawn into an endless ice-blue world of silence. A fractured throne floated above a graveyard of countless frozen stars, where enormous, menacing, or majestic skeletal ice beasts were entombed within deep blue ice rocks. Upon the throne, a colossal soul shadow, covered in cracks and flowing with liquid cold light, slowly rose. Ice blue flames burned within its hollow eye sockets, chaotic and violent, yet underscored by a profound weariness and desolation. Spirit of the Ice Emperor, filthy wretch, the soul shadow raised its ice crystal giant hand, as if intending to crush Xiao Fan's minuscule thought. Wretch, Xiao Fan's fragmented consciousness retaliated sharply. Look at yourself. Merely a skeleton gnawed away by time. A waste that can't even defeat a stray dog. Impudence. The Ice Emperor roared in fury. The chilling aura of frozen stars bore down like a furious tide. Yet, Xiao Fan's indomitable madness and the cold chains of the system's rules withstood fiercely. The illustrious Ice Emperor, pursued by a mere beast, reduced to a state akin to a stray dog, unable to self-destruct. How pitiable. Xiao Fan, in his utmost mockery, pushed his adversary to the brink of despair. Despicable human. The voice of the Ice Emperor suddenly intermingled with eerie wails. Hypocritical. All hypocritical. They are deceiving me. The ice source pillar my life. Chaotic fragments surged into Xiao Fan's consciousness. A cold and austere temple, a blurred yet imposing council figure, golden chains piercing through the chest to extract the essence. Endless wails from the frozen earth beneath, promises of annihilation and deceit. Pain, boundless anguish and betrayal. This torrent of emotion was so ferocious and authentic, far surpassing Xiao Fan's meager hatred. It even caused fluctuations in the cold, unyielding rules of the system. Seizing this solitary weakness, Xiao Fan thought, so, will you rot in this icy abyss awaiting that wretched woman to tread upon your remains? Silence. I shall kill you. The spirit of the Ice Emperor erupted into complete fury. The chaotic power tore the very fabric of space, leaving it riddled with fissures. At that moment, boom. The entire realm of consciousness trembled violently. Countless frozen beast bones collapsed. A terrifying wave of fiery intent, the residual attack from the infernal firebird, and a surge of vibrant, pure wood energy, the rules chain of Su Xian, simultaneously assaulted the essence of the Ice Emperor's soul. The Ice Emperor's spirit emitted an agonizing wail, his already cracked form quaking violently, an arm fracturing like shattered ice crystals. The chaotic power sustaining his fragmented essence rapidly waned, instantaneously subdued by the chains of the system's rules. An opportunity. Xiao Fan's consciousness swooped in like a vulture upon carrion, heedlessly devouring. The system's energy frantically siphoned the essence leaking from the Ice Emperor's residual soul. No, my power. The Ice Emperor's strength diminished swiftly, his chaotic will overwhelmed by pure frailty and despair. His once mighty soul shadow shrank rapidly before Xiao Fan's perception, its aura dimming until it transformed into a feeble, translucent remnant. No larger than an ordinary person, marred with cracks. In those once chaotic, ice-blue eyes, an unusual moment of dazed bewilderment flickered. He gazed upon Xiao Fan, who, despite his own ruin, harbored a fierce will to seize life. Then, he glanced at the crumbling ice source pillar. From the outside, Su Xian's cold voice of suppression and the destructive roar of Batimer echoed. A tidal wave of fatigue and despair engulfed him. What of the throne, the abyss, the promises? In the end, they amounted to nothing but a hollowed husk, used, drained, and discarded. Rather than be utterly obliterated, it would be better to. The Ice Emperor's hollow, ice-blue gaze finally fixed upon Xiao Fan's chaotic yet rule-infused core of intent. A faint, complex emotion, tinged with mockery, sorrow, and an odd semblance of acknowledgement and entrustment, flickered in his depths. He spoke, his voice hoarse, fractured, and weak, akin to a sigh in the wind, yet imbued with a sense of tranquil release. Human, you are indeed mad and ruthless. In those dimming ice orbs, the last reflection captured Xiao Fan's fierce intent and the unyielding rules of the system that continued to extract his essence. This vessel, ravaged by time, calculated by the council, and driven to the brink by its own despair, harbors a final wisp of obsession, which I now relinquish. With a scoff, it dissipates like melting ice and snow. The feeble remnants of the Ice Emperor's soul, along with the last flicker of its fragile consciousness, vanish like mist under the devouring grasp of Xiao Fan's core of intent and the chains of order. What remains in the void is an exceptionally pure ice soul essence and a fragmented, indistinct memory imprint, swiftly drained, absorbed, and restructured by the system. Xiao Fan's consciousness jolted with intensity. The resonance of deep cold was complete. The fusion of the ice soul's mystical veins succeeded. The core's status was restored to 80. A breakthrough in realm, 9-star battle master. Vital signs restored to 95. Warning. The energy field of the ice soul source column is collapsing in 3, 2, 1. Outside. The core of the collapsing cavern. Boom! The ice soul source column, marred by terrifying fissures, could no longer withstand the internal and external onslaught of energy and shattered like fragile glass. An endless tempest of ice blue and blazing white energy erupted like a bomb compressed to its limits, sweeping outwards in all directions. No. Su Xian's furious cry was drowned by the raging energy. Boom! The entire glacial wasteland was utterly torn apart, consumed, and obliterated by the soaring conflagration of ice and fire. At the base of the steep cliff, deep within the icy stone crevices, cough, sputter, Xiao Yan violently expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, his curled body trembling from excruciating pain. The fragments of the corpse within his chest temporarily settled under the last remnant of the cold breath from the medicine elder. Yet the sense of erosion that penetrated to the marrow felt like a festering parasite. Medicine elder, I can't hold on any longer. He conveyed with trembling thoughts towards the ring. The ring remained unresponsive. That fleeting, weak breath of cold seemed to have exhausted all its power. In the midst of this encroaching despair, rumble, the earth trembled violently. From the depths of the Beast Mountain Range, a blinding energy pillar, a fusion of ice blue and blazing white, rent the darkness before dawn. The violent residual energy swept through the forest like a storm. Buzz! The shards of the corpse deeply embedded in Xiao Yan's chest trembled violently, seemingly drawn and resonating with the core energy from that distant light beam. Simultaneously, the flicker of ghostly blue fire, the essence of the bone spirit, seed temporarily sealed by the medicine elder within him, ignited explosively, as if thrown into boiling oil. The searing pain struck anew. The fragments and bone fire erupted simultaneously. Xiao Yan felt as though his body would burst apart under this internal and external assault. The malevolent curse that Xiao Fan had briefly suppressed surged back, frantically gnawing at his sea of consciousness. That old ghost, Xiao Chen, is finished. You little wretch. Feel the boundless agony of the ice bone burning soul. Shut up. Xiao Yan's single eye blazed crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging like worms. On the brink of collapse, the bone-corroding vine's venom, which he had just absorbed and which remained within him, was suddenly drawn forth by this eruption, violently pouring into the agitated corpse fragments. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The deadly poison corroded the edges of the corpse fragments, and the malevolent thoughts of Xiao Fan's curse erupted with tenfold intensity, screaming with wretched fury. You beast! Let us see who dies first. Xiao Yan grinned wickedly, blood frothing from his mouth. He retaliated with venom, igniting the last explosive within him. In the murky water hole, Yang Ying curled like a heap of mud in the frigid puddle, his body smeared with a mixture of filth and blood, the cold, sticky fabric clinging to him, stealing away the last vestiges of warmth. The excruciating pain from his severed arm had long since numbed, leaving only the bone-deep chill and an overwhelming sense of weakness tugging at his fading consciousness. The red light of the system interface flickered weakly. Life essence, 03. Neural activity, nearing shock, energy reserves, depleted, external threats, approaching, 7 meters, 5 meters. Despair loomed like the sludge of an abyss, threatening to drown him. It was over. Utterly finished. Just then, a chilling sensation, as if it emanated from the depths of the netherworld, erupted within his shattered consciousness without warning. The core of the deep abyss transformation system was critically low, detecting that the contracted host soul was on the brink of annihilation. Emergency protocols activated. Executing Plan 718. Forcibly extracting the remaining essence of flesh and blood, activating Shadow Mouse's shadow, An unimaginable pain pierced through every nerve ending of Yang Yang, akin to countless red-hot needles stabbing into him. It was tenfold, 100-fold more agonizing than the enhancement. Yang Ying's throat erupted with a silent scream. His eyes felt as though they might burst from the torment. He sensed his body being drained in an instant. The remaining blood, flesh, essence, even the core of his fading consciousness, were ruthlessly extracted by the system. It transformed into a viscous, writhing mass, exuding a pungent smell of blood and ominous death. This mass hovered above Yang Ying's head, and in the next moment, it detonated like an activated spore bomb. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of palm-sized shadowy mice, exuding a black-red aura of death, with eyes ablaze with ghostly green flames, materialized out of thin air. They were devoid of physical form, mere shadows born from Yang Ying's blood, flesh, and essence. There, behind the stones, the fierce mercenaries had kicked aside the debris and lunged forward like wolves. The leading hand just peeked out when one of the ghostly energy mice shot up suddenly. It moved with the swiftness of teleportation. Before the mercenary could react, the mouse's mouth opened in a grotesque manner, akin to an abyss, and fiercely bit into the exposed flesh of his wrist. There was no pain. Splat! The mercenary's robust wrist, along with a large portion of flesh, disintegrated as if doused in corrosive acid, instantly melting into a pool of thick, foul black blood. Even the bones began to dissolve rapidly. My hand. The grin on the mercenary's face twisted into a mask of sheer terror. What is this monstrous thing? The scarred face's pupils constricted. He roared and swung his knife wildly. But the dark red mice were like incorporeal phantoms. The blade merely stirred ripples as it passed through. The enraged swarm of mice emitted piercing shrieks, transforming into dozens of streams of black-red light, swirling with death energy, overwhelming the remaining 6 mercenaries in a voracious assault. Hiss, 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 the cave echoed with the chilling sound of dissolution. Boss, save me. It's biting my leg. Ah, get away, get away. No, please no. The anguished wails of despair, the grotesque sounds of flesh dissolving, and the sickening crack of splintering bones instantaneously replaced the previous cries of battle. The scarred face, terrified to the core, felt a surge of primal instinct, desperately clawing its way outward. He watched helplessly as his robust comrades transformed into smoldering remnants in mere moments. The hunt was complete, the energy siphoned away, as a chilling voice echoed through the chaos. The fortunate survivors, akin to weary birds returning to their nests, burrowed back into the thick, dark red substance atop Yang Ying's head. This substance writhed, extruding a trickle infused with the scent of blood and flesh, which flowed back into Yang Ying's withered body. The repair module activated, restoring a measure of warmth to his being. With great effort, Yang Ying opened his eyes, only to be met with a hellish scene. The stench of congealed blood cloaked the water's surface. The scarred face had not yet succumbed, half submerged in the crimson liquid, eyes wide with terror and hopelessness as they locked onto Yang Ying's. Monster, you are not human. Yang Ying's expression remained impassive as his remaining left arm lifted, coldly resting upon the scarred man's unblemished arm. The ghostly shadow of the rodent coalesced once more. No, spare me. The scarred man's final cries were drowned out by the sizzling sound of flesh being consumed. Essence of life, replenishment, 17. Yang Ying slowly withdrew his hand, feeling a faint yet distinct chill of power within him. He surveyed the viscous remnants of blood and flesh around him, and a rigid, grotesquely twisted smile, reminiscent of a corpse revived, slowly crept across his pallid face, which bore the marks of agony and blood loss. So this is the taste of power. Chapter 26, Divine Evolution. The Ice Soul's mystic veins rage and shake the birds. The terrifying torrent unleashed by the shattering Ice Soul Source Pillar swept through everything. Fragments of ice crystals mingled with violent flames, creating a tempest of death composed of countless razors. Xiao Fan's body stood at the forefront of this storm. The excruciating pain tore through his nerves. The system's crimson alarms nearly overwhelmed him. High-energy impact. Activation of the Ice Soul Mystic Veins Protective Essence. Intensity 65. Warning. Protective Layer Overload. Sustained bodily damage. 3743. As the death storm grazed his body, the Ice Soul Mystic Veins Essence reacted explosively within Xiao Fan, enveloping him in a layer of exquisitely condensed ice-blue mystic light. Countless intricate runes flowed across the surface of this luminous membrane, resembling the most resilient ice crystal armor. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp ice shards in the storm collided with this light membrane, producing a piercing sound akin to metal scraping, leaving behind white marks, but failing to penetrate. Yet the frenzied flames, like maggots at the bone, consumed and eroded the membrane, causing Xiao Fan's exterior to char and blacken, the pain searing through him. How dare mere flames attempt to devour their master? Within the chaos of Xiao Fan's fragmented consciousness, a rebellious, icy will rooted in the Ice Soul Mystic Veins surged forth. It was the instinct of the Ice Emperor's mark, proudly transcending millennia of frost. He forcibly summoned the untamed essence of power, swinging his left arm outward with force. Ice barrier. In an instant, a wall of thick, ancient ice, adorned with menacing spikes and exuding a primordial chill, materialized in the void before him. The runes of the Ice Soul Mystic Veins shimmered upon the wall, standing as the most loyal of fortifications. Boom! The subsequent impact struck the ice wall with tremendous force, scattering ice shards and flames in all directions. The ice wall trembled violently, fissures resembling spider webs emerging, yet it resolutely bore the brunt of the most lethal strike for Xiao Fan. The cost was an upheaval of his vital energy, a seismic tremor within his essence. Seizing this fleeting moment of respite, Xiao Fan's icy gaze pierced through the chaotic maelstrom, fixating on the heart of the energy storm. There, the massive form of Batimer resembled a tattered, ragged sack. One wing had vanished, and a vast, charred crater gaped in its chest, oozing a viscous, magma-like blood, its breath plummeting to the nadir. For the first time, the once proud crimson-golden eyes brimmed with the terror of impending death. On the other side, Xiao, her remarkably defensive ancient wooden umbrella was shredded to pieces in the storm. At this moment, it was akin to a severed kite, flung backward, crashing heavily against an icy cliff, erupting into a gruesome bloom of crimson. Her graceful form fell limply, teetering on the edge of life and death. Only a faint, nearly imperceptible, and dim emerald chain of rules stubbornly entwined the severed wing of Badamer. A final binding she left in her desperate struggle. Ants, humans, you shall all perish. Badamer shrieked in a frenzied howl, its remaining singular eye ablaze with a malice more searing than lava. It could distinctly sense the obliteration of its essence, life draining away at an alarming rate. The terror of death ignited the madness within the beast's bloodline. I shall ignite my essence, incinerate everything. Roar. The remnants of its wing flapped frantically, each feather standing on end. Crimson golden blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in its chest and every pore of its body, instantly transforming into a golden flame that enveloped it, vaporizing the surrounding space. This was its final life essence. A tempestuous, destructive aura surged with ferocity, sufficient to annihilate Earth-tier powerhouses. The temperature within the collapsing cavern soared once more, warping the very void. Madness. It intends to detonate its fiery core. Amidst the chaotic consciousness, the Ice Emperor's imprint emitted a final fragment of urgent thought, accompanied by a hint of instinctive disdain and warning against the inferior flames. Simultaneously, a weighty sensation faced the sheer power of annihilation. Ding! The cold system notification suddenly quelled all disorder. An unprecedented clarity and stability emerged. Alert! High-grade fire-type primordial creature. Yin Yu Bao Ke, extremely weakened, on the brink of death and frenzied, has initiated the golden flame blood-burning secret technique. Target, detonate the residual fire core. Estimated destructive power, obliterate all existence within a kilometer radius. Priority, absolute annihilation level. Host status, Ice Soul Xian Vein Fusion Progress 78. Essence in turmoil, requires stabilization. Bodily damage 49. Internal organs severely burned. Combat state, 9-star combat master, temporarily enhanced, highly unstable. Warning, current defensive measures cannot withstand core explosion. Survival rate, below 0.01. Analysis of countermeasures. The only path to survival is to sever its self-detonation guidance process. Initiating emergency protocol. Core skill module. Overload computation activated. Targeting fire core remnants. Calculating energy interference pathways. Ice Soul Xian Vein Primordial Core. Deep connection established. Injecting. Extracting remaining Xian Soul power. Constructing law-level conceptual defense. 10,000 years of profound nether barrier. Based on fragments of Ice Emperor's residual memory. Command. Execute. Frigid domain of absolute cold. The frigid command was akin to an irrevocable decree, leaving Xiao Fan no room for contemplation or resistance. The unruly force of the ice soul within him was forcibly constrained by the system's unyielding rules. Much like a venomous serpent caught by its most vulnerable point, unwilling yet compelled to surge along an exquisitely precise path towards his right arm. Get out of my way. In an instant, his right arm was enveloped in a layer of ethereal, jade-like ice, emanating an eternal chill of deathly silence. Countless intricate and profound runes illuminated the gauntlet, as if harboring a realm frozen for eons. The overwhelming weight threatened to shatter his arm bones, and a searing pain surged from his right arm straight to his core. Xiao Fan's eyes, bloodshot from agony and the backlash of harnessing power that exceeded his limits, burned with a fervor that surpassed even the blood flames of Bartimer. It was his own, unyielding ferocity, refusing to succumb to fate. Die, you wretched beast. Feel my wrath. His roar shattered the icy caverns as Bartimer's boiling golden blood flame teetered on the brink of igniting its core. With his gauntlet-clad right fist, Xiao Fan struck fiercely at the gaping wound in Bartimer's chest. Where his fist landed, there was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, only a pure and profound chill that seemed poised to obliterate all dimensions of time and space. Silent and unseen, it descended like the onset of winter, bringing desolation to all. Suddenly, the ferocious remnants of the fiery core, brimming with destructive power, were instantaneously encased in a gossamer layer of indigo ice, imbued with the essence of eternity. Even the chaotic runes of destruction above it were frozen in place. The once raging blood flames, now deprived of their source, flickered out in an instant, leaving only a wisp of smoke behind. Bartimer's eyes, ablaze with madness and annihilation, froze in shock. Its twisted grin of malice became a mask of horror, replaced by an overwhelming dread and disbelief. How could this be? What kind of law is this? With a final, desperate scream that resonated with despair, it attempted to detonate something. Yet, all its power, burning blood, boiling fighting spirit, and raging soul, was sealed by the seemingly fragile layer of indigo ice, along with its very essence, solidifying in an instant. The expression of terror was forever transformed into a colossal ice sculpture, marred with cracks, its vitality extinguished. Only the frozen fear in its enormous eyes remained, narrating the tale of its final horror. Within the cavern, the tempest of energy gradually subsided, leaving an eerie silence. Only the remnants of ice continued to fall like delicate snowflakes. With a thud, Xiao Fan collapsed to his knees, utterly spent. The gauntlet encasing his right arm cracked with a sharp sound before shattering into oblivion. His entire arm was charred, raw, and limp, nearly devoid of sensation. Black blood, tainted with fragments of his insides, surged from his mouth, and darkness clouded his vision. The primordial force he had just assimilated surged chaotically within him, and the aura of a 9-star Dome Master plummeted like a retreating tide. The backlash from the Ice Soul's energy was more penetrating than Bartimer's flames. Ding! The system interface illuminated with a steady yet urgent blue light. Overload attack mode disengaged. The source of the Ice Soul's profound vein has succumbed to a deep slumber. With the fusion process forcibly halted at 79. The host's body is in a state of severe collapse, sustaining damage at 79 and deteriorating continuously. The fighting spirit has plummeted to the rank of a 6-star battle master. A warning, the host is in a near-death state. Immediate rescue is imperative. The forced extraction of the residual Ice Soul source for repair has failed due to external interference. Interference? As Xiao Fan's blurred vision struggled to focus, he beheld a colossal ice sculpture of a violent sparrow before him, its ethereal blue ice slowly melting away. Though Batimer lies dead, a minuscule yet pure core of crimson golden fire, condensed to its utmost essence, remains within him, akin to a beacon in the darkness. This core instinctively repelled and resisted the surging Ice Soul vein within Xiao Fan's body. Yet, in that moment of repulsion, a faint yet exquisitely pure green energy, imbued with a formidable life force and the fragrance of verdant flora, quietly approached like a gentle stream. It was the emerald rule chain entwined around Batimer's severed wings. In this moment of peril, as Su Xian lay gravely wounded, this chain, originating from her wood-based rules, had lost control. Instead drawn towards the life essence that had dissipated from Batimer's death and her own residual energy. Like an intelligent vine, one end instinctively coiled around the remains of the violent sparrow, which brimmed with immense life energy, while the other end delicately yet resolutely entwined itself around the wound on Xiao Fan's bloodied left arm. A cool and gentle life force began to flow into him, akin to a spring breeze, fervently mending the damaged tendons and soothing the agitated backlash of his source. Xiao Fan's body, on the brink of collapse, responded with a greedy instinct to absorb this revitalizing essence. Even the chaotic Ice Soul source within him seemed to momentarily find solace in this gentle wood-based rule. The alarm was lifted as it detected the nurturing presence of high-level wood-based source power, originating from the Qingting Imperial clan bloodline, albeit feeble. The deterioration of his body had ceased, and the repair process had commenced, with the fusion progress slightly recovering. Current status: injuries stabilized, severe, requiring rest. Realm secured, pinnacle of 6-star battle master. Ice Soul vein fusion at 795. A faint, agonized groan emanated from a short distance away. Xiao Fan turned abruptly. Su Xian. She was still alive. On the cold, slick glacial ground, her once vibrant green dress was now stained with blood, her pallid face devoid of color, a stark line of blood marring her lips, and her long eyelashes trembling as if struggling against the throes of pain to awaken. Her previously frosty and proud eyes slowly opened, revealing a mixture of confusion and agony from her grievous injuries. She seemed to wish to move, but the effort elicited a pained groan. In the next moment, her unfocused gaze collided with Xiao Fan's cold, weary yet fiercely vigilant eyes. A jolt of realization struck Su Xian as her pupils dilated in shock. Her memories lingered on the moment before the explosion, when she fought desperately to bind Batimer with the rule chain. Yet what lay before her now was the frozen corpse of the monstrous ice beast. The terrifying target she had pursued for so long. Had he truly perished? There was no breath left, and there stood the black-clad youth, bloodied and weak, yet emanating an aura of extreme danger. Xiao Fan. In her eyes, he was once akin to an insignificant ant, yet there he stood, albeit half-kneeling. Before him, that terrifying ice sparrow appeared thoroughly frozen by an extraordinarily potent force of ice. An essence far purer and more fearsome than the millennium-old cold jade enshrined deep within her clan's altar. How could this be possible? The one who had encased the ice sparrow in ice was him. How could a mere fighter possess such a dreadful chill? Furthermore, this icy aura emanated an ancient and noble essence that stirred her very bloodline. The grave injuries within her seemed momentarily stilled by a warm, wood-like energy, which appeared to stem from her own rule power, albeit guided by a presence far stronger. Shock, confusion, excruciating pain, and vigilance. Countless emotions surged tumultuously within her heart. Is it you? Su Xian's voice emerged hoarse and frail, laced with profound uncertainty and an instinctive dread. The way she gazed at Xiao Fan had shed the earlier condescension, replaced by a deep-seated apprehension in the face of an unknown, formidable entity. Xiao Fan's gaze was as cold as iron, untouched by her exquisite beauty or weakened state. The agony and frailty threatened to tear him apart, yet he understood that he could not show weakness now. This woman, shrouded in mystery and possessing an uncanny strength, undoubtedly surpassing that of a spirit fighter before her injury, could very well be concealing hidden trump cards. Who else could it be? Xiao Fan forced himself to stand, his voice rasping like sandpaper, yet each word carried an icy weight. For the demise of this wretched bird. I have suffered greatly, Miss Su. We must settle this score. His gaze pierced through Su Xian's disheveled form, ultimately fixating on a radiant, emerald-hued storage jade pendant at her waist, which was clearly no ordinary item. Simultaneously, his body instinctively drew upon the nourishing power of the wood-based rule chains entwined around his arm, spurred by the system's catalyst. Su Xian felt a chill radiate from his unabashedly frigid gaze. Instinctively, she attempted to summon her power in defense, yet her grievously injured body was racked with unbearable pain, prompting a fit of intense coughing. She bit her bloodless lip, her eyes flashing with a hint of humiliating struggle, observing Xiao Fan's fierce yet disheveled demeanor, akin to a feral beast, and glancing at the ice sparrow's frozen statue exuding an aura of death and stillness. An unsettling notion surged uncontrollably within her. Perhaps Xiao Fan had consumed some ancient ice emperor's legacy? Otherwise, how could he wield such terrifying power? Fear. An unprecedented terror seized her heart. Should this power grow, it would undoubtedly surpass the horror of 100 Baldy Mauls. She needed to relay this information to her clan immediately. However, as she attempted to communicate with the special transmission talisman within her storage jade pendant, a faint crack echoed. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Fan's remaining functional left hand had, at some point, acquired a chilling ice spear, which he mercilessly pressed against her pale, fragile throat. The frigid essence pierced her skin. In his gaze, devoid of any desire, there resided only a pure, cold sense of predation and warning, much like viewing a valuable yet perilous trophy. Do not entertain any ulterior motives. Xiao Fan's voice resonated as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. Before settling scores, it would be wise for you, woman, to possess the consciousness of a captive. Su Xian's body instantly stiffened. A chill surged from her throat, akin to an ice spear, swiftly spreading to every extremity. The system interface updated. Xiao Fan. Status: severe injury stabilized, 78 healing, fighting spirit, 6-star dome master, pinnacle, nourished by the ice spirit profound vein. Soul strength: low-level dose spirit, enhanced by profound vein, origin fusion, ice spirit profound vein, 798. Abilities: profound ice barrier, beginner level, cold current absolute domain, rule level remnant. Severe backlash. Disabled, ice spirit induction, passive. Seized trophy locked. Qing Tung Imperial Clan Inheritance Jade Pendant, requires suppression. Abyssal Evolution System, Yongying. Deep within the dark red blood waters. The green-eyed gaze of the ghostly fire mouse, residing on Yang Ying's left arm, suddenly turned towards the depths of the Beast Mountain Range. A wave of icy stillness intertwined with another surge of scorching, destructive energy, the moment the remnants of batty mowers will dissipated, spanning 100 miles, igniting an intense craving for devouring. At the cliff where Xiao Yan resided, a thunderous roar erupted. The fragments of the remains within Xiao Yan's body violently trembled due to the residual waves from the collapsing ice spirit source pillar in the distance. The poisonous energy he had barely suppressed became unbalanced in an instant, with toxic flames frantically corroding. Blood spurted forth, instantly staining his vision red. The faint bone fire within the Elder's ring flickered wildly, resembling a candle on the verge of extinguishing. Life hung by a thread. Chapter 27. 3 minutes of profound vein. Me? Xiao Fan remained unmoved like an ice spear, the cold glint in his eyes swelling fiercely. Did the young lady of the Su family truly believe I was merely posturing? The chill erupted from his fingertips, causing a layer of transparent ice crystal to form around Su Xian's fair neck, the penetrating cold nearly freezing her very soul. The half-step Do Wong level fighting spirit appeared frail before this absolute chill, akin to snow meeting the sun, utterly vulnerable. Ah! Su Xian shrieked in pain, her entire body trembling, the residual fighting spirit within her completely frozen, her proud head firmly pressed down by the shadow of death for the first time. Stop! Stop! I will not move. I will never resist. The terror of death finally crushed all pride, her voice hoarse and trembling, infused with unprecedented panic and pleading. Ding! Detected target. Su Xian, direct descendant of the Qing Tang imperial clan, severely injured, critical state, half-step Do Wang, has met the criteria for submission. Task: suppress the Qing Tang proud daughter. Completion: 100. Reward granted: 10,000 years of profound vein fusion progress 3. Current fusion level: 6. Acquired special item: profound origin heart mirror, high-grade spiritual item, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a low-level Do Wang. System energy replenishment core module rule probing temporary freeze lifted, status stabilized. The cold, mechanical notification echoed explosively within Xiao Fan's mind. The information flow crystal clear. No longer the chaotic murmurs of before. Simultaneously, a more profound and purer source power of 10,000 years of profound ice surged forth from the depths of his energy sea, instantly permeating every limb and bone, resonating with the thunderous roar of a raging river. The frigid aura surrounding him, already piercingly sharp, suddenly contracted inward, as if he had completely mastered the temperature of the entire space. Originally intended to suppress Su Xian's icy demeanor, it has now transformed into an absolute authority over her life and death. How can the ancient profound vein have progressed so remarkably? A jolt of astonishment surged within Xiao Fan, followed by an unprecedented sense of control flooding his heart. 60%. In a mere moment, the mastery over the profound veins surged dramatically. You dare, wretched boy, release Miss Xian. At that moment, a sharp, ancient voice, laden with wrath that could scorch the heavens, pierced through the sky. Before the echoes faded, a torrent of battle energy, far more ferocious than Su Xian at her peak, rushed down like a crimson tsunami, aimed directly at Xiao Fan. The very fabric of space was compressed, emitting a deafening roar. It was undeniably a genuine battle king-level elder. The powerful reinforcements that the Su family had secretly summoned had finally arrived. Before the elderess figure appeared, a myriad of blood shadows descended. The crimson light was no mere illusion, but a multitude of blood-colored battle energy blades, compressed to the utmost, exuding a stench of decay and destruction. The Blood Demon's Thousand Calamity Blade, a secret mid-tier battle technique of the Su family. The oppressive force was akin to a collapsing mountain. The icy ground was forcibly shattered and sunk by this murderous aura. Blood Elder. A gleam of ecstatic yet vengeful hope ignited in Su Xian's eyes. Old dog, your master is in my hands. Do you dare to be so audacious? Xiao Fan scoffed coldly, advancing rather than retreating. The frost throne beneath his feet suddenly radiated a dazzling cold light, and a colossal phantom of a profound ice spell materialized around him. Ancient runes swirled upon it, emanating a majestic aura capable of suppressing all evils. It was the system ability that had previously been unusable, absolute ice barrier. Now it had returned. Clang, 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 clang. The myriad blood blades struck the profound ice bell, producing a thunderous clash of metal. The frenzied blood-colored battle energy relentlessly eroded and collided, causing the profound ice bell to tremble violently, with cracks spreading, yet it remained unbroken. Ice shards and bloodlight erupted in fierce splendor. What? A mere battle master ant dares to stand against my blood blades. The blood shadow coalesced, revealing a gaunt figure resembling a skeleton, clad in a blood robe. With a hawk-like nose suspended in midair, his murky eyes were filled with shock and fury. He was Su Xuehe, the Su family's covert guardian, a mid-tier battle king. Ant. Xiao Fan stood within the trembling profound ice bell, one hand grasping Su Xian beneath the ice spikes, while the other pointed at Su Xuehe. The surging cold energy around him tore through the oppressive aura of the Blood King. His gaze was disdainful, a chilling curve playing at the corners of his lips. Old man, do you believe that within 3 minutes I can kill you? It would be more than sufficient. Wild, utterly wild. A battle master, daring to threaten a battle king with death in 3 minutes. As his words fell, the ancient profound vein churned violently, his momentum continuously climbing, faintly revealing a sense of cohesion that only a peak battle spirit could possess. Preposterous. Su Xuehe's fury ignited, his withered visage contorted grotesquely. Today, I shall burn my very essence and forge your soul into a blood puppet. I will employ my secret technique, incinerating blood and annihilating souls. Boom. A viscous, tangible flame of blood surged from Su Xuehe's body. His shriveled form instantly swelled, skin turning as red as a boiled shrimp, his aura violently escalating, nearing the late stage of a battle king. Yet that aura was fraught with the madness of annihilating both jade and stone, consuming his lifespan. This was the wicked forbidden technique of burning one's blood essence. The crimson flames blazed fiercely, distorting the air with their searing heat, while a catastrophic force locked onto Xiao Fan behind the giant ice bell. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Su Xian's eyes was swiftly extinguished by an even greater despair. The Blood Elder had gone mad. He disregarded her life and death entirely, resorting to such a suicidal tactic. In the face of this overwhelming power, she stood directly in the line of fire. Humph! The blood-burning forbidden technique. As Xiao Fan gazed upon the all-consuming blood fire, it felt as though he had been cast into the depths of hell. Yet the chill surrounding him completely retracted at that moment. Deep within his eyes, a calculating coldness reminiscent of ancient ice flashed, accompanied by a barely perceptible glimmer of greed. The curve of his lips grew ever colder. Just perfect. I shall use the life of this old dog as a sacrifice to achieve the grand culmination of my meridians. Today, as Xiao Fan's icy spear of power pierced mere fractions into Su Xian's neck, forcing her to emit a wretched scream, he did not even glance her way. His gaze was fixed firmly on the blazing Blood King, each word he uttered striking like ice nails, with the body of a Do master. I shall defy and slash at the Do King, with your blood and bones. Aid me in the completion of my meridians, as I ascend to the abyss. The giant ice bell, under the onslaught of blood flames, was riddled with cracks, while the ancient meridians within Xiao Fan roared like thunder. The fusion reached a level that transcended the limits of realms, unleashing a chilling law of ice. An ethereal yet ancient and terrifying phantom of the Ice Emperor silently coalesced behind him, coldly gazing down upon the desperate Su Shua. Chapter 28, 2-star, Do Spirit. Slaying kings and astonishing emperors. The Ice Emperor rages, eternally freezing the soul. Xiao Fan's voice no longer held arrogance, but rather a profound majesty derived from the ancient ice. As if he were truly the sovereign of the utmost cold, issuing a decree. The moment his words fell, the ethereal phantom of the Ice Emperor solidified slightly. And for the first time, the hollow and indifferent eyes ignited with a pale, icy flame. Buzz, an intangible pressure, surpassing the realm of Do Qi, enveloped Su Shueha like an invisible cold tide. The raging blood flames, meant to extinguish souls, were forcibly suppressed and solidified. The burning essence of blood seemed to have sunk into an eternal cold pond, its movement slowing to an excruciating crawl. What? The Emperor? The might of the Emperor? Impossible. Su Shueha's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. He felt his soul and the core pathways of his Do Qi being frozen and imprisoned by a chilling will emanating from a higher dimension. A will that bore the ruthless disdain of one who looked down upon ants and maintained absolute control. The frenzied momentum of the blood-burning soul was forcefully choked at the throat by a single, commanding word. Now it is my turn. A fierce light shot from Xiao Fan's eyes, as the fleeting moment demanded swift action. His right hand gripped Su Xian's throat, while his left hand had long been poised. Fingers splayed wide, as he ruthlessly grasped at the immobilized Su Shua. System, Absolute Zero Field. Ding. Absolute Zero Field activated. Target locked. Su Shua. Assessment. Target is in the explosive phase of blood burning, soul severely disrupted by the eternal freeze, defense index plummeting. Breakthrough rate, 97. Absolute Zero Law infused, spatial solidity enhanced. Target core is freezing. The cold system notification was precise and ruthless. No longer mere chaotic murmurs, but an efficient combat assistance. Centered upon Xiao Fan's left palm. An absolute wave of frigid energy, imperceptible to the naked eye yet palpable in its essence, eradicated the very concept of temperature within the space it occupied. Ignoring the constraints of time and distance, it instantaneously descended upon Su Shueha's heart, which was ensnared in the dual predicament of imperial interference and self-inflicted blood backlash. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor dazzling light, merely a sound so delicate it resembled the sudden immersion of a searing iron into frigid waters. The violent flames of Su Shueha's blood, which had been raging on his surface, were abruptly extinguished. His heart, pulsating rapidly due to the blood-burning secret technique and brimming with immense life essence, along with all surrounding tissues, bones, and energy nodes, crystallized in a fraction of a second, transforming into the tiniest particles of ice dust, silently disintegrating. His formidable aura, which had approached the pinnacle of a one-star battle king and was capable of cataclysmic destruction, deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon, dissipating entirely. The withered visage of Su Shueha froze in a grotesque expression of horror and disbelief. He could not fathom the events unfolding. His gaze fell to the hollow in his chest, a circular void the size of a fist, its edges smooth and emanating an aura of absolute stillness, relentlessly expanding and eroding. Beyond the void, the cold, soul-freezing eyes of Xiao Fan gazed back at him. In the ensuing silence, devoid of screams or struggles, Su Xuehe's body, fragile as ancient glass, began to fracture from the hollow within his chest, ultimately transforming into a myriad of shimmering dust particles, glistening in dark red and icy blue hues. This dust, imbued with an intense chill and a lingering scent of blood, cascaded down, blanketing the fractured ground below. A true battle king. The core elder of the Su family's covert guardians had been obliterated in an instant by a mere battle master with a single gesture, turning to ice and dust without leaving a trace of his essence behind. Silence reigned, an oppressive, deathly quiet, broken only by the soft sound of falling snowflakes and the stifled gasps of Su Xian, her throat constricted by the icy tendrils of fear. She stood, rigid and frigid, her heart colder than the ice piercing her throat. The sheer terror of witnessing a battle king slain in an instant shattered her final mental defenses. Her gaze towards Xiao Fan transformed from one of resentment and humiliation to a profound, ineffable dread, as if she beheld a harbinger of destruction emerging from the desolate north. The pride of a half-step battle king crumbled into dust. The core of her battle energy, already on the brink of collapse, succumbed to this overwhelming fear. The last vestige of balance shattered, and a muffled groan escaped her throat as darkness enveloped her vision. She collapsed, utterly unconscious. Ding. Level up kill. 1-star Battle King Su Xuehe. Evaluation. Exceeding expectations in a reverse assault. Perfectly harnessing the power of the imperial might and system laws. The host's comprehension of realms is escalating wildly. 10,000 years of energy fusion at 4. Current fusion level, 10. The profound energy essence feedback is being infused, breaking through the critical point. The host is on the verge of advancement. Thunderous roars. As the system prompted, the ancient meridians within Xiao Fan erupted like a torrent breaching a dam, shattering the invisible barriers that confined his realm. His energy sea surged, and his veins reshaped violently, akin to glaciers expanding. A chilling power, magnitude stronger than before, coursed through his limbs and bones. A piercing light of frost emanated from every pore of Xiao Fan, forming a colossal vortex of ice around him. At the core of this cyclone, his aura soared like a rocket, ascending from the early stages of a 1-star doling to the pinnacle of 1 star, and then to 2-star doling, continuing unabated until reaching the apex of 2-star doling. This entire transformation transpired within mere breaths. Clenching his fist, Xiao Fan reveled in the vast, surging power within him, akin to a roaring glacial river, his eyes sparkling with vitality. The power of 2-star doling was indeed extraordinary. With a subtle thought, the ice spike pressed against Su Xian's throat transformed into a wisp of cold air that retreated to his palm. Observing the unconscious precious pearl of the Qing Tung imperial clan, utterly devoid of resistance, a cold, sharp smile graced Xiao Fan's lips. Ding. Special reward granted. Target Su Xian is unconscious. Willpower disintegration at 100. Conditions met. Reward. Resonance of the mystic veins. Beginner. Temporarily activated. Capable of harnessing all ice powers within a 10-mile radius for personal use. Acquired loot. Blood King Crystal Core. Fragment. 1. Containing a trace of blood essence and the faint laws of the royal realm, can be absorbed by the mystic veins to enhance cultivation. What a treasure. Has even the core of Do Wang's power shed a fragment? Xiao Fan's eyes brightened as he raised his hand, summoning from the pile of dark red ice dust a blood-colored crystal, the size of a grain of rice, glistening and exuding a faint warmth mixed with an eerie chill, into his grasp. Without hesitation, he stored this Blood King Crystal Core fragment, along with the previously acquired Xianyuan heart-guarding mirror, into his storage ring, his gaze landing on Su Xian as he fell into contemplation. To kill? Or, cackling, a sinister voice, akin to a night owl scraping against dry bones, shattered the battlefield silence, emanating from the shadow atop a colossal tree encased in ice. To slay a king of the Do Master stage, I, who have roamed the continent for centuries, have never heard of such a feat. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted suddenly, a chill running down his spine. He unhesitatingly activated his newly attained 2-star doling powers to their limits, the phantom of the Ice Emperor coalescing behind him once more. Could there be another? More terrifying still? He had perceived none of it. This individual was tenfold more dangerous than Su Xuehe. Who? Xiao Fan demanded fiercely, his gaze sweeping like lightning. The shadow writhed, gradually taking shape as an exceedingly emaciated, diminutive figure clad in a tattered gray robe. The old man's visage was as desiccated as a walnut shell, yet his eyes were deep, akin to swirling black vortices, exuding a peculiar allure that seemed capable of devouring all light and souls. He emitted no formidable doqi pressure, even giving the impression of being on the verge of death. Yet, standing there, Xiao Fan felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. A fleeting warning flashed across the system panel. Warning. Detected an anomalously high-energy entity. Information severely lacking. Assessment. High risk. Extremely dangerous. Do not be anxious, young one. The old man in the gray robe chuckled, revealing his sparse yellowed teeth. I am merely drawn here by the allure of your remarkable celestial vein, passing through to witness the spectacle. As for your secrets, I have no interest in them, nor do I wish to seize what belongs to the younger generation. His abyss-like eyes swept over Xiao Fan's heart, casting a significant glance at the unconscious Xiao Chen on the ground. However, his tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening like a blade, piercing into Xiao Fan's soul. Today, your audacious victory over a king, coupled with the news of your extraordinary celestial vein, alongside this young girl from the Qing Tung imperial clan, will likely spread throughout the great Zhou Empire and even to the ancestral grounds of the Qing Tang clan. The elders of the Su family are notoriously protective and vengeful, especially towards this little girl, who is rumored to be a favored candidate for their next saintess. TSK. A grudge for killing, a hatred for severing paths. A surge of murderous intent flooded Xiao Fan's heart. The old man's mention of the Qing Tung clan and Xiao Xian's identity appeared to be a threat, but was it truly a warning, or perhaps a deeper scheme? What are your intentions? What intentions could I possibly have? The old man in gray began to dissolve into the shadows, his voice drifting away, growing fainter. I merely wish to caution you. The murky waters of Tianqian City will soon be stirred into a tempest because of you, young lad. Tread carefully. As the final words echoed, the shadow vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Xiao Fan stood rooted to the spot, his expression as somber as the depths of water. The immense fighting spirit of a two-star Do Ling surged within him. Yet his heart was shrouded in an even deeper chill. The old man's last warning was akin to a harbinger of a terrifying storm on the horizon. Xiao Xian had become a hot potato. To kill her was not an option, nor was it to release her. His gaze turned towards the distant silhouette of Tianqian City, his eyes cold and resolute. What of the imperial clan? If war is what they desire, then let it be war. As for you. Xiao Fan glanced down at the unconscious Xiao Xian, the corner of his mouth curling into a frigid smile. Your life now belongs to me. He bent down, ruthlessly seizing her stiffened arm, as if lifting a mere object, and tossed her into a makeshift prison crafted from dense ice. Immediately, frost coalesced beneath his feet, supporting the cage as he transformed into a dazzling stream of ice-blue light, racing towards the direction of Tianqian City. In the depths of the frozen battlefield he left behind, the dark red ice dust, formed from the river of Su blood, began to writhe silently, coalescing. Ultimately, it eerily formed a line of small, grotesque, blood-red characters on the ground, imbued with resentment and a breath of destruction, burning towards the heavens. The bloodline of Qing Tung has been slain. The murderer bears the imperial vein. Tianqian. Chapter 29. 1,000 miles of ice. The celestial vein shatters cities, forcing imperial blood. The cold ice prison was forcibly dragged by an immense force, carving deep furrows into the frozen earth. As the unconscious Xiao Xian emitted faint sounds of pain amidst the jostling, Xiao Fan's countenance was as stern as iron, the throne of frost solidifying beneath him, propelling the prison at breathtaking speed towards the gray outline of Tianqian City. The vigorous fighting spirit of a two-star Do Ling surged unceasingly, the ancient celestial vein resembling a slumbering ice dragon, emanating a chill that caused the surrounding snowflakes to freeze in midair. Warning. High-energy hostile targets detected. Location, 10 miles northwest. Quantity, 11. Threat level assessment. Low danger, overall. A formidable core entity threat looms. Mid-level danger, peak of the spirit combat. The chilling system alert suddenly detonated within Xiao Fan's mind, simultaneously projecting a simplified dynamic map in his consciousness, where 11 rapidly moving red dots were encircling him. The foremost are shown with an exceptionally bright glare. Indeed, they have arrived. A fierce glint surged in Xiao Fan's eyes, rather than succumbing to fear. An overwhelming battle intent welled up within him. His speed not only maintained, but intensified. Who dares to impede me? Halt at once and surrender, Miss Xian. His thunderous roar reverberated like a clap of thunder, rolling forth with immense force. More than 10 formidable figures donned in deep azure family attire swiftly emerged through the snowstorm, each exuding an aura of might, the weakest among them being a 9-star combat master. Leading them was a young man, resembling Xiao Xian by 3 parts, with a countenance as dark as the depths of water. Su Lai, a paragon of the younger generation from the Su family's collateral branch, at the pinnacle of 3-star spirit combat. In an instant, the 11 elite members of the Su family formed a tightly knit encirclement, an intense murderous aura pressing against the falling snow, pushing it back for 10 paces. Upon seeing Su Xian, imprisoned and on the verge of death within the ice cage, their eyes widened in fury. Outrageous! How dare you treat a noble lady of the imperial clan in such a manner? Su Lai's wrath erupted, veins bulging on his forehead. Kill him. Rescue the lady. Kill. The 10 9-star combat masters lunged forth like a pack of wolves, launching their assault. Various colors of combat energy flared. Blades of light and fists of wind coalescing into a torrent of destruction, converging from all directions to annihilate Xiao Fan. The very air was rent asunder with a piercing howl. A mere rabble dares to obstruct me. Xiao Fan snorted coldly, stamping his foot upon the frost throne. Resonance of the profound veins, activate. Ding. Resonance of the profound veins, beginner level, activated. Resonance range, 10 miles. The index of icy energy in the area has surged rapidly, locking onto environmental energy sources, drawing in. Centered upon Xiao Fan, an invisible yet terrifying wave, originating from the millennia-old source of the profound veins, swept outward. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. The 10-mile ice field groaned under the strain. The thick layers of snow on the ground seemed to come alive, writhing and churning madly. The snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly accelerated and solidified, transforming into countless icy needles of sharpness. Further away, glaciers fractured, awakening and extracting countless sources of frozen energy buried beneath the ground. Go! Xiao Fan thrust his palms forward with great force. The vast, frigid energy drawn forth did not form a defense. Instead, it morphed into a devastating ice storm, howling as it clashed directly against the torrent of attacks unleashed by the 10 9-star combat masters. Crack! Crack! As the torrent of combat skills met the icy tempest, it froze upon contact, akin to fragile glass sculptures, before disintegrating into a blizzard of crystalline dust amidst a cacophony of shattering noises. The murderous intent on the faces of the 9-star combat masters was instantaneously replaced by boundless terror, their bodies engulfed by the surging icy currents that plunged the temperature to the extreme. A chorus of anguished, despairing screams resonated. In an instant, the 10 9-star combat masters were transformed into 10 distinct azure ice sculptures, devoid of life. The surface of the ice sculptures, adorned with frost's sinister patterns, seemed to narrate the agony of their abrupt freezing. From the moment they launched their attack to their transformation into ice sculptures, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon the icy expanse, only Su Lai remained, frozen in place, as if his very blood had turned to ice. His confidence and fury were utterly shattered by the grotesque and overwhelmingly brutal scene before him. It is your turn. Xiao Fan's cold gaze fixed upon the sole survivor, devoid of any sentiment. Scoundrel! Die! Su Lai, emerging from his shock, was consumed by a tempest of rage and humiliation. The pinnacle power of a 3-star doling erupted without restraint. A time-worn long sword in his hand hummed ominously, its blade suddenly aglow with a brilliant golden light, exuding an aura capable of tearing through all and piercing the heavens. Breaking void golden sun slash, merging with his sword, Su Lai transformed into a blinding golden rainbow that pierced the heavens and the earth, moving at an unparalleled speed that far surpassed the combined might of 10 opponents. This technique, his ultimate trump card, had once allowed him to withstand the initial onslaught of a Do Wang. This strike approached the zenith of Do master speed, crossing dozens of yards in an instant, the razor-sharp sword energy already grazing Xiao Fan's cheek with a stinging pain. Impressive speed. A flicker of icy disdain crossed Xiao Fan's eyes, his surrounding chill consolidating once more. Yet, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Just as the golden sword rainbow was about to pierce his heart, a mechanical tone echoed. Warning. High-risk single-target attack detected. Target locked. Su Lai? Speed assessment. Extremely high. Absolute defense barrier requires 0.5 seconds to activate. Insufficient response time. Initiating emergency protocol. Consuming 100 system energy points. Temporary freeze on reward pool. Forcibly activating. Time stasis. Range. 180-degree frontal area. Strength. Weak. Duration. 0.7 seconds. An extraordinarily brief, anomalous field expanded, perceptible only to Xiao Fan. The fierce golden sword rainbow, akin to an insect ensnared in a spider's web, was abruptly slowed as it entered the designated area. Its once frenzied speed became viscous. The sword tipped mere inches from Xiao Fan's heart, yet it could advance no further. In that fleeting 0.7 seconds, Xiao Fan bellowed like thunder, "Get lost!" His left arm's muscles bulged, the power of the ancient veins surging forth like a volcano. He wielded no elaborate techniques. Only a brutally condensed fist that amalgamated the full strength of a two-star doling and a trace of the original icy force from the ancient veins, striking fiercely at the almost motionless golden blade. A thunderous clash, akin to the shattering of eardrums, resonated across the ice field. The renowned Earth-tier Do technique's sword light, refined to its utmost brilliance, shattered like crystal struck by a heavy hammer. The violent backlash surged up the sword's body. Su Lai was struck as if by a primordial beast, his palm splitting open and blood gushing forth. The precious ancient sword flew from his grip, spiraling deep into the distant ice. His eyes bulged, innards seemingly displaced by the irresistible force and bone-chilling cold. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, shattering several massive ice pillars before crashing into the ice wall 100 meters away, half of his body instantaneously encased in ice. Blood freezing in his mouth as he trembled violently, his horrified gaze locked on his Xiao Fan, filled with despair and disbelief. An Earth-tier Do technique? Merely ostentatious. Xiao Fan shook off the golden sword light fragments clinging to his fists, his voice as cold as a blade scraping across ice. To kill you, one strike is sufficient. His gaze swept over the 11 ice sculptures and the ruins of the ice walls, where Su Lai lay, oblivious to his fate, as if he were merely an ant in the dust. The power of the two-star doling surged within him, the ancient meridians roaring like thunder, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dominance over the world. Without hesitation, he moved again, the Xianbing cage accelerating toward the massive gates of Tianxian City. Just as he was about to reach the gates, a terrifying aura erupted from the center of the city, a primal pressure that sent his ancient meridians into a frenzy, akin to a slumbering ancient beast awakening. This aura was both scorching and regal, exuding an unassailable might, subtly resonating with Su Xian's bloodline, yet infinitely pure and more powerful. Like a sovereign rising from the depths, the frost upon Xiao Fan's body evaporated in wisps of white vapor due to the sudden eruption of this scorching pressure. He abruptly raised his head, staring toward the city center, his pupils constricting to pinpoints. Old fool, have you finally lost your patience? He licked his parched lips. Instead of fear, a more ferocious and violent flame ignited in his eyes. This was the battle intent of the imperial bloodline when facing an equal threat. Do you dare to suppress me with your bloodline? You seek death. Before his words could fade, the ancient meridians that had just stabilized within Xiao Fan were provoked by the explosive might of the opponent's bloodline, erupting with a thunderous roar. It was an imperial might, even purer, more savage, and older than when he faced Su Shiweha, uncontrollably merging with the power of his two-star doling, like a powder keg igniting, propelled by his will toward Tianxian City. The target, the source of that bloodline pressure. The might of the imperial bloodline would not tolerate such provocation. Xiao Fan roared. As a blurred yet more authoritative phantom of the Ice Emperor roared into the void, break for me. Boom. A colossal pillar of ice, seemingly transcending the realms of the abyss and the extreme north, erupted from before Xiao Fan. Ignoring the distance, it instantly crossed half the city, carrying a will to freeze the heavens and the earth, crashing violently toward the core of that blazing pressure in the center of the city. Ice and fire. The imperial bloodline against the imperial might. At that moment, the entire Tianxian city was forcibly dragged into the vortex of destruction. In the heart of the city, deep within a luxurious mansion adorned with a towering blue ancient vine totem, an elderly man, clad in a purple-gold imperial robe and sitting in meditative silence, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was a blazing golden red, akin to two small suns ablaze. His body was entwined with tangible azure imperial patterns, and before him floated a droplet of blood, exuding boundless regal authority, distorting the very space around it. It was his released bloodline pressure that had awakened the imperial bloodline within Xiao Fan. You insolent wretch, do you dare? The elder, sensing the terrifying might of the Ice Emperor that spanned the city and posed a fundamental threat to him, unleashed a furious roar that shook the very palace. The injuries he had forcibly suppressed could no longer be contained, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood shimmering with golden divine light. As blood splattered upon the ancient imperial totem, the emblem suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Above the estate, a colossal phantom of a blood phoenix entwined with azure divine vines, summoned forth by the elder's furious command, released a mournful cry that seemed to rip through the heavens. The imperial blood totem's blood phoenix had manifested. In Chapter 30, the ice python devours imperial blood. The venerable elder guards the realm of Zhongzhou, a ghostly blue ice pillar, piercing through half of Tianxian City, collided with the shrieking azure blood phoenix phantom in a clash devoid of embellishment. An indescribable explosion ensued. An extreme juxtaposition of frigid cold and blazing heat, akin to two celestial bodies colliding within the confines of a mortal city. The center of the collision suddenly collapsed inward, forming a black hole with a diameter of several hundred zhang. In the next moment, a terrifying energy shockwave expanded in a circular fashion at the speed of light, sweeping outward. Crash! The cobblestone streets, the surrounding buildings, and the sturdy walls crumbled as if crushed by an invisible divine hand. Reduced to mere dust upon contact with the shockwave, countless city guards and onlookers, unable to evade the calamity, were swept into the tempest, their bodies torn asunder like mere paper. In the blink of an eye, the entire eastern district was flattened, leaving behind an immense pit and a haze of smoke and ice crystals. The power of the imperial blood. In the depths of the grand Su family palace at the heart of Tianxian City, the aged figure draped in a purple-gold imperial robe. Su Xinghe, one of the Su family's senior elders, gravely injured and formerly at the pinnacle of the 8-star Do Emperor, coughed up a mouthful of blood imbued with golden divine radiance, his visage instantly aging. He had forcibly activated the imperial blood totem in a bid to suppress or even absorb the source of that icy bloodline, only to find that not only did the opponent possess imperial lineage, but was also capable of unleashing such a domineering imperial might in retaliation. This backlash caused his previously suppressed old wounds to erupt completely, destabilizing his very realm. He must be captured. His bloodline seized. Su Xinghe's eyes burned with greed and resentment as he prepared to suppress his injuries once more and strike again. But an unexpected twist occurred. In the very center of the chaotic energy of the collision, a pitch-black fissure silently tore open in the void. A deep blue coldness, far older and more primal than the chill previously emanating from Xiao Fan, cascaded like a waterfall from the rift, exuding a devouring aura reminiscent of ancient behemoths. This cold was not aimed at an attack, but rather precisely and greedily targeted the vital blood Su Xinghe used to animate the totem and the shattered remnants of the imperial blood radiance in the air. Hiss! As if hot oil were splashed upon snow, the golden blood aura, imbued with terrifying heat and the essence of the Su family's imperial lineage, emitted a piercing sound of dissolution upon contact with this primordial deep blue cold. The gold rapidly dimmed, the searing heat subdued by the extreme cold, as the pure essence of imperial blood was consumed as if by an invisible colossal maw. Who dares to seize our imperial blood? Su Xinghe felt the rapid drain of his vital essence and the damage to his source, his fury reaching a crescendo. This was nothing short of a brazen act of plunder. A hiss, reminiscent of an ancient glacial abyss, echoed from the spatial rift. A massive shadow, adorned with enigmatic crystalline scales of blue and purple, flickered briefly within the fissure, carrying a hint of satisfaction. Ding. Warning. Detection of spatial rupture and the presence of a high-level ice-based life form. Species characteristics. Ancient aberration. Suspected pure-blood ice python. Behavioral assessment. Greedily extracting the essence of the imperial bloodline. Target energy level. Surpassing the Dohuang stage. Highly perilous. Recommendation. Immediate retreat. The system's piercing alarm resonated in Xiao Fan's mind, abruptly rousing him from the chaotic aftermath of the violent clash. An ice python. Xiao Fan's heart jolted as he instantly recalled the small silver serpent he had encased in ice at his cave outside the city, the anomalous ice python with an imperial bloodline. Its kin has arrived. Moreover, the target is the essence of the Su family's elder. A fortuitous opportunity. Xiao Fan swiftly grasped the situation. This sudden intrusion of the ice python had inadvertently restrained and even gravely wounded the most formidable entity of the Su family. If not now, then when? He seized the violently shaking ice prison, inside which Su Xian was jolted, causing her to cough up blood once more, disregarding the explosive shockwaves, and unleashed the full capacity of his peak 2-star doling strength. Merging it with the resonance of the profound veins, he propelled his speed to its utmost, transforming into a nearly ethereal blue thread that melded with the spatial fluctuations, hurtling towards the most chaotic northern gate of Tianxian City. Behind him, the void fissure that devoured imperial blood rapidly sealed, leaving only a deep blue energy vacuum exuding coldness amidst the ruins, alongside the furious, pained roar of Su Xinghe echoing from the royal palace. Seal off the entire city. Capture that little brat alive, and trace that spatial fluctuation. Investigate. The entire Tianxian City erupted into chaos. The tremendous explosion, the mysterious deep blue chill, and the Elder's bellow plunged all factions within the city into profound panic and disorder. The elite guards of the Su family surged towards the ruins and various city gates, like rabid hounds. Half an hour later, 300 miles north of Tianxian City, at the bottom of a gorge blanketed in thick snow and ice, Xiao Fan came to an abrupt halt, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he coughed up a small mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards. Enduring the collision of two imperial forces while aiding Su Xian's desperate escape had taken a heavy toll on him. He waved his hand to establish a flowing barrier of profound ice, thoroughly isolating their presence. Within the ice prison, Su Xian appeared disheveled and bloodied. Her complexion as pale as parchment, her breath faint, yet her gaze was fixed on Xiao Fan. Filled with deep-seated resentment and a flicker of incomprehensible shock, the ice python. Is it your accomplice? What exactly are you? Accomplice? Xiao Fan cast her a cold glance. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, they were merely a pack of beasts drawn by the scent of blood. It is unfortunate for your foolish family. Su Xian. You. Su Xian was choked with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, when suddenly, a fierce tremor emanating from her core, forcibly frozen by the icy power, surged through her, originating from the depths of her very soul. Buzz. A profoundly deep ice-blue rune, seemingly from the source of her soul, flickered faintly in the depths of her shattered energy sea. A fragment of imperial might, purer and colder than before, suddenly surged into her consciousness. Su Xian emitted a piercing scream, her body convulsing violently as her eyes were instantaneously engulfed by the ice-blue hue, radiating a coldness that transcended her being. A chilling dominion overall. However, it lasted but a moment before the rune quickly dimmed, the anomaly in her eyes vanished, and she succumbed completely, her fate unknown. Ding. Detected an unusually intense energy fluctuation within Su Xian. Source locked, soul core. Detection reveals the ancient seal core is loosening, approximately 001 unsealing. Nature analysis, fragment of the ancient ice essence, extremely faint and incomplete state. Determined designation. Core information is severely lacking. Closer contact required, temporarily named. Ice Emperor Soul Seed, fragment. Warning. This soul seed harbors an exceptionally pure essence of the primordial ice laws, minute traces, with a source affinity to the host's 10,000-year profound veins at 972. Potential threat level, unknown. Potential benefit level, unknown. Recommendation, attempt close-range analysis under conditions of absolute safety. The Ice Emperor's Soul Seed. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted suddenly. The 10,000-year profound veins within him emitted a yearning hum in response to the aura of this soul seed fragment. Is such a thing within Su Xian? Could the Qing Tong imperial clan be attempting to create an artificial imperial vein? This revelation is far more shocking than the earlier incident with the ice python. This woman has transformed from a seemingly doomed triviality into a treasure chest brimming with immense secrets and possibilities. To dare kill the Su family's dark guard, abduct Miss Su Xian, and severely injure that old fool Su Xing'a. Little one, your audacity surpasses even the icy caverns of the western desert. A voice, ancient yet resonant, filled with deep astonishment, suddenly echoed from beyond the barrier, like thunderclaps on a still day. Xiao Fan's body bristled with alarm. Even the system did not issue an immediate warning. He swiftly turned, the imperial might of his profound veins surging within him. Outside the barrier stood an old man clad in simple gray-white linen, silently appearing without a sound. His hair and beard were entirely white, and he carried a heavy iron ruler marked with ice fissures on his back, his visage akin to one sculpted from millennia of frost, exuding a sense of age without showing signs of decay. What chilled Xiao Fan most was the absence of any powerful aura emanating from the old man. Yet he felt as though he were facing an unfathomable icy abyss, more terrifying than the Do Wang Su Xuehe he had previously slain by 1,000-fold. Warning. Detection of an anomalously high-energy entity approaching. Rank assessment. Unfathomable. Initial estimate. Mid-level Do Huang to high-level Do Huang. Danger level. Target identity match analysis. Feature retrieval in progress. Locking onto the reclusive powerhouse of the Western Desert. Master Han Xian. Title. Ice River's Boundary Ruler. Suspected state. Projection of the true body. Energy intensity at 30% of the original. Recommendation. Extreme danger. Immediately initiate the highest level escape protocol. Insufficient system energy. Warning. Master Han Xian. The reclusive elder of the Western Desert. His projection. Gazing at Xiao Fan, who instinctively gathered his profound vein power to counter the Ice Emperor's phantom. Master Han Xian's murky old eyes flashed with unabashed admiration and astonishment. He stroked his beard, his tone laced with intrigue. So young, yet bearing the embryonic form of an imperial vein, with a solid foundation, terrifying indeed. Ruthless, audacious, and what is more remarkable, the scale of calamities you incite is utterly earth-shattering. TSK, Old Man Han Xian, after wandering for centuries, today I have truly broadened my horizons. What do you intend, Senior? To stand up for the Su family? Xiao Fan's voice was frigid, his nerves taut to the utmost. Facing such an ancient being, his Xianyuan heart shield felt utterly ineffectual. The Su family? Merely a decayed remnant, relying on ancestral protection, their bloodline muddied and thoroughly rotted. As Su Xinghe was drained of his essence by a diminutive python imbued with a trace of the ancient ice python's bloodline, it can be deemed a consequence of his own folly. The esteemed Han Yuan elder scoffed, unabashedly expressing his disdain for the Qingting imperial clan, the Su family. He then shifted his focus, his gaze piercing like an ice shard aimed at Xiao Fan's heart. As if seeking to penetrate the roaring essence within his energy sea, the elder's projection had incurred considerable expenditure, primarily due to the commotion you stirred, awakening several true antiquities deep within the Western Desert, who have taken an interest in your nascent, millennia-old essence. Han Yuan's voice bore a hint of gravity. Interest? Xiao Fan's heart plummeted. He discerned a deeper threat. He was being scrutinized by something far more formidable. Fear not. They are not as amiable as I am, and shall not spare your life. The embryonic imperial essence, regardless of its location, is a catalyst for chaos and bloodshed. The tone of the Han Yuan elder was unyielding, yet each word resonated like a dagger to the soul. My sole responsibility is to trace the origin of the primordial chill that suddenly emerged, consuming imperial blood, and to ascertain whether you, little one, possess the fortitude to survive. And if it is worth my while to intervene on my behalf. Xiao Fan seized the crux of the matter, his gaze sharp as a blade. What does the elder desire? Haha, astute. The Han Yuan elder laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the ravine, causing ice shards to cascade down. In my lifetime, I have cherished two pursuits, safeguarding the icy realm of the Western Desert and collecting unparalleled prodigies. He regarded Xiao Fan, his eyes alight with fervor. Your essence, though merely embryonic, possesses an unparalleled foundation and unwavering resolve that I have never witnessed. Live well, if within a decade, you can ascend to the rank of Do Wang through your own power and seek me at the eye of the Western Desert's frozen abyss. I shall take you as my disciple, shielding you from the minions of those ancient beings in the Western Desert. Furthermore, he paused, casting a significant glance at the unconscious Su Xian within the cage. I can also guide you on how to safely absorb and refine the fragment of the Ice Emperor's soul within this young girl's body. That fragment is a boon for the true inheritors of the millennia-old essence. A disciple, the method of refining the Ice Emperor's soul. The olive branch extended by the Han Yuan elder was laden with irresistible allure. Xiao Fan fell silent, the power of his essence within gradually subsiding, yet a deeper, more fervent flame ignited within his gaze. A decade? Ascend to Do Wang? Indeed, a decade. For you, it is both a long and short span. The Han Yuan elder fixed a profound gaze upon Xiao Fan, reminding him, remember, an innocent man may suffer for possessing a gem. The exposure of the embryonic imperial essence will attract the attention of the imperial clan of Zhongzhou, the monstrous aberrations of the southern frontier, the ancient beasts of the northern desert, and even many reclusive, old entities. If you wish to survive, you must grow stronger. Outpace everyone. The Su family is merely a trivial stumbling block on your path to greatness. Of course. A sly smile crept across the elder's face. Before I take my leave, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom and a small trouble. The eyes of the dark palace of Zhongzhou and an irritating little serpent have caught wind of the scent and are already on your trail. Little one, take heed. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed through the ravine as the projection of the Han Yuan elder dissipated like a mirage, as though he had never existed, leaving behind a faint, chilling resonance that sealed the heavens and the earth. Xiao Fan stood in place, the elder's words striking his heart like a heavy hammer. The dark palace of Zhongzhou, the ice python. Troubles are swiftly approaching. His gaze shifted towards Su Xian, who was trapped within the cage, his eyes cold and resolute. The Ice Emperor's sole species mine. Survive. Grow stronger. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, his fingertips turning pale from the strain, as the 10,000-year profound veins roared in rebellion deep within his energy sea. At that moment, a sharp and unparalleled dark arrow, imbued with the power of a putrid curse, silently tore through the hastily constructed barrier, shooting directly towards his back. Above the arrow, a visible swirling ghostly green mist rolled ominously. Simultaneously, the snow atop the mountain gorge erupted violently as a massive python, over 10 zhang long and adorned with bizarre blue-purple diamond-shaped scales, descended with a fierce roar, its singular horn and menacing head exuding a brutal, primal chill. The cold serpent's eyes locked onto Xiao Fan and the Su Xian in his grasp. The ghostly green poisoned arrow, the primal ice python. The intent to kill emanated simultaneously from both human and wilderness. A dual-sided ambush. We've been waiting for you. Xiao Fan suddenly turned, his eyes ablaze with icy blue flames. The aura of a peak 2-star doling erupting in a fury, mingling with the newly comprehended, deeper, and more violent power of the profound veins. The Xianyuan heart shield appeared before his chest, instinctively manifesting. Before the imperial veins, even the specters dare to act recklessly? Be annihilated. He reached for the poisoned arrow with one hand, while the other transformed into a seal, summoning the raging snowstorm to strike fiercely at the descending python's head. The true tempest was just beginning. Chapter 31. The sword bone turns to dust, the dragon roars. In the Ice Emperor's tomb, deep within the shadowy 10,000 caves mountain range, the cold wind sliced through the jagged rocks like countless icy blades. Xiao Fan, carrying the barely conscious Su Xian, moved like a ghostly blue shadow through the intricate fissures of the ice caves. The silence of the system, now deeply dormant, felt as heavy as a boulder pressing upon his heart. The subtle sluggishness from the damage to the profound veins essence was acutely pronounced. With each exertion of power, a piercing pain echoed from the depths of his soul, a remnant of forcibly devouring fragments of the soul species. Roar, roar. In his arms, Su Xian unconsciously murmured in pain, the ice-blue mark on her forehead flickering faintly. Each flicker caused her already feeble breath to fluctuate violently, as if her soul could extinguish at any moment. Had Xiao Fan not continuously infused a thread of pure, profound, cold energy to stabilize her final breath, she would have surely perished long ago. Hold on. The Ice Emperor's soul species has drained much of your foundation, but it has also granted you a sliver of hope. If you can endure, fortune may arise from this calamity. Xiao Fan lowered his head, his voice cold, resembling more of a command than a comfort. After absorbing that fragment of the soul species, he sensed the remaining power within Su Xian with greater clarity. The part of her energy sea that had been forcibly torn by the soul species was slowly reorganizing, but the reconstituted power carried an indescribable essence of annihilation and desolation. Like weeds struggling to survive in barren soil, twisted yet resilient. Warning, core bottom layer protocol activated. Detecting 3 energy entities tracking from behind. Levels, 1 at 1-star doling, 1 at 2-star doling. Highest energy response, peak 5-star doling. Distance, 5 li. Breath signature locked and highly correlated with the death target, Moonsha. Determination, Central Continent's Dark Palace Assassination Squad. A starkly simplified, emotionally flat message abruptly surfaced in the core of his mind. As if the system had fallen into the deepest slumber, yet its fundamental warning mechanisms continued to operate on instinct. At the pinnacle of the 5-star spirit combat, Xiao Fan's gaze was as sharp as an ice spear. Had he been in his prime, bolstered by the might of the Xianmai Emperor, he would have been confident in overwhelming his foes. Yet, in his current state, with his Xianmai injured and his soul burdened, he was also distracted by the need to protect Su Xian, a veritable ticking time bomb. The situation was exceedingly precarious. He had to rid himself of this burden swiftly or find a location where their numerical advantage could not be fully realized, a dead end. As his thoughts raced, he sensed a faint ripple of spatial energy emanating from the bone token gifted by the revered Han Xian, resonating with the direction ahead. Was it the guidance of the ancient specter or the disturbance at the tomb's entrance? Without hesitation, Xiao Fan pivoted, propelling himself towards the source of the token's resonance. Half an hour later, a towering peak, encrusted with thick layers of profound ice, loomed into view. At the base of the peak, a concealed entrance was shrouded by crystalline vines, its edges faintly illuminated by distorted spatial runes exuding an ancient, primordial aura of frost. This was indeed the terminus of his quest. However, the expanse of the icy platform before the entrance was not devoid of life. 3 figures clad in form-fitting black armor stood like drawn blades, exuding a terrifying aura of spirit combat that enveloped the area, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The leader, a robust figure with a bronze mask adorned with a twisted black moon pattern, revealed eyes as cold-blooded as a viper, emanating the chilling presence of a 5-star spirit combat master that pressed outward like tangible ice spikes. Behind him, one wielded a slender, curved ice blade, a 2-star spirit combatant, while the other, cloaked in eerie white bone armor, exuded a sinister aura, a 1-star spirit combatant, yet the cold emanating from those bony hands was chilling to the core. Moon eclipsed, shadow of darkness, rasped the masked man, his voice grating and harsh as he fixated on the approaching Xiao Fan, as if gazing at a corpse. It seems you are the remnant mark left by the waste that is Yusha before his demise. You killed our comrades, meddled with the Dark Palace's Black Moon Order, and now you bring trouble from the Su family. Boy, the Central Continent is vast, but there is no place for you to stand. Surrender the girl beside you and all your secrets, or perhaps we might leave your corpse intact. The shadow with bone-covered hands cackled in a voice reminiscent of scraping bones. Annoyed, Xiao Fan abruptly halted midair, his icy gaze sweeping over the 3, particularly the 5-star spirit combatant, Moon Eclipsed. Those who obstruct my path shall be slain, he declared. one hand still firmly gripping Xiao Yan, while the fingers of his other hand slowly unfurled. Dense coldness coalesced in his palm, swirling as the temperature of the air plummeted. Arrogance. Moon Eclipsed's malice surged. A mere initial 3-star spirit combatant dared to act so brazenly before him. He had no intention of sullying his own hands. Bone scales. Tear him apart. Moon Eclipsed commanded coldly. Leave it to me. The shadow cloaked in bone armor cackled, its figure vanishing like a specter. In the next instant, 5 eerie white claws, accompanied by a shriek that split the air, appeared above Xiao Fan's head, descending with lethal precision aimed directly at his crown. Grain-sized pearl. A flash of cold light ignited in Xiao Fan's eyes. He thrust his right hand upward with fervor. Boom. The mass of condensed cold energy in his palm erupted instantaneously. Devoid of resplendent brilliance, an absolute frigid force field, scarcely 3 feet in diameter, whirled like a vortex. Confronting the bone-white claws with unrelenting ferocity, the edges of the force field caused the very fabric of space to distort under the extreme cold. The chilling sound of cracking ice resonated ominously, a cacophony that sent shivers down the spine. The venomous claws of the skeletal creature, capable of shattering steel, found themselves ensnared in the icy embrace of this power, their toxic chill instantaneously frozen and annihilated. The hand covered in bone armor lost its luster at a visible pace, as the bone and the flesh beneath were systematically shredded by the rotating force of the icy tempest. Encased in frost, as though a red-hot branding iron had plunged into millennia of glacial ice. "Ah, my hand!" The skeletal creature howled in anguish, desperately attempting to withdraw its arm, only to discover with horror the terrifying pull of the frigid field. In an instant, half of its arm disintegrated into crystalline powder. Get lost. Xiao Fan's arm quaked violently. A surge of unbridled icy power erupted from his palm, launching the wailing skeletal creature and its remaining form like a ragged sack, violently crashing against the ice wall 100 feet away. Bones splintered and silence ensued. A swift annihilation. In the realm of combat spirits, a pinnacle 1-star combatant had effortlessly dispatched a nascent 3-star adversary with a single move, like withering leaves swept away by a tempest. What? The pupils of the Eclipse narrowed in disbelief. The curved dagger wielder staggered back in shock. This youth fought with a ferocity and swiftness that eclipsed the rumors. Useless. Eclipse's countenance darkened ominously. Yet, he remained skeptical of Xiao Fan's ability to turn the tide against his 5-star peak prowess. It appeared to be some ephemeral, explosive ice technique. Let us all converge. Wear him down. Eclipse's form suddenly blurred, leaving behind a phantom, while his true self appeared, as if teleporting, to Xiao Fan's left side. His fingers transformed into claws. The dark, swirling energy exuded a miasma that eroded the very essence of the soul, silently lunging toward Xiao Fan's heart. It was the secret technique of the Dark Temple. The Soul Corruption Claw. Simultaneously, the curved dagger wielder let out a shrill cry, leaping high into the air, the icy crescent blades slicing through the air, casting a pale arc of chilling light, aimed to freeze the very space and sever Xiao Fan's neck. Even before the blade reached its target, an acute sensation of soul-rending sharpness descended upon him. 2 formidable combat spirits, one in front, the other behind, executed a deadly pincer maneuver. Xiao Fan's eyes betrayed neither sorrow nor joy. The power of his inner energy surged violently under the immense pressure. The forces bound by the soul's backlash and the slumbering system, under the looming threat of death, erupted in fierce defiance. He stomped his right foot forcefully against the void. Boom. A circular wave of frigid energy erupted beneath him. Both Eclipse and the airborne dagger wielder felt an overwhelming force of confinement descend upon them, as if they were mired in the depths of eternal ice, their speed and movements rendered sluggish. Imperial Ice Lock. Xiao Fan's voice rang coldly, akin to a death sentence. Dozens of massive ice chains, forged from the primordial cold energy and inscribed with imperial runes, materialized from thin air, spiraling toward the 2 immobile figures with relentless fervor. As the chains advanced, even Eclipse's corrosive soul energy froze and shattered upon contact. Break. Eclipse roared, the power of a 5-star combat spirit igniting in a frenzied blaze. His dark energy morphing into a grotesque, fearsome armor, striving to shatter the ice chains. Yet, these chains proved more resilient than imaginable. The imperial runes swirling as they were only pushed back a fraction, the fissures mending instantaneously. Swish, swish, swish. A series of ice chains disregarded the defensive glimmer of the curved blade wielded by the assailant, instantly piercing through his limbs and torso, binding him in the form of a colossal ice-blue character, suspended in midair. The biting cold swiftly froze his fighting spirit and vitality. Meanwhile, the blade of the assailant was but half a foot away from Xiao Fan's nape. Yushi's eyes widened with fury as he witnessed the imminent threat of the ice chains. You shall perish. A frenzied light flashed in his eyes, and a primal roar erupted from deep within his throat. Suddenly, a peculiar black radiance exploded from his chest, revealing a palm-sized black bone token that materialized before him. Engraved with a drop of dark crimson blood that writhed as if alive. Dark blood burned spirit. Yushi resolutely detonated a forbidden artifact of soul sacrifice, sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan and the essence of his soul to procure an instantaneous surge of destructive power, all to break free from the accursed icy bonds. A torrent of thick, tainted, despair-laden dark red flames erupted violently, accompanied by a soul-shattering wail that instantly stained the encroaching ice chains, causing them to corrode and burn fiercely. A chaotic force of annihilation erupted centered around Yushi, forcibly shattering the absolute confinement of the Emperor's ice chains. Die, like a demon clawing its way out of hell. Bloodied and frenzied, Yushi unleashed a devastating punch imbued with the essence of dark blood, capable of severely injuring an ordinary low-tier Do Wang, striking fiercely towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's complexion paled slightly. He struggled to endure the backlash from the forceful breach of the ice locks, the pain in his soul intensifying. Yet, as he gazed upon the approaching punch of dark blood, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward. His left hand, still gripping Su Xian, showed no signs of loosening, while his right fist gathered a chilling radiance, pure and profound, reminiscent of an ancient ice emperor, coalescing like a small sun. Emperor's fury breaks the extremes. With a hum, his fist surged forth, as if glaciers were cracking and the void was freezing. A crystalline blue punch of ice tore through the air, its core swirling with an aura of imperial majesty, unyielding and direct, crashing into the filth-laden dark bloodstorm. A piercing sound of tearing and dissolving erupted, as the tainted, despair-filled dark bloodstorm made contact with the imperial force of the punch. It was as if dirty snow encountered a blazing sun. It rapidly purified, evaporated, and crumbled. The ice-blue punch maintained its momentum, fierce and unparalleled, smashing through the dark bloodstorm's barriers and landing a heavy blow on Yushi's life force-infused fist. Crack! The chilling sound of bone fracturing was unmistakable. Yushi's fist, engulfed in dark blood flames and exuding an awe-inspiring aura, along with his entire arm, shattered inch by inch under the impact of the punch, followed by his ribcage and internal organs. No, it cannot be. In Yushi's eyes, madness solidified, replaced by an overwhelming terror. He stared in disbelief at the ice-blue punch that had pierced through his chest, feeling the Imperial might invade his very marrow, freezing his soul. Emperor's pulse is not mere words. Before he could finish his thought, the extreme cold enveloped him from within, completely encasing him in a twisted, despair-laden dark red ice sculpture. Life extinguished. Thud. Xiao Fan descended back to the ground, unable to suppress a muffled groan, as a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. With a force akin to the very essence of the primal energy within, he unleashed a desperate strike capable of annihilating a pinnacle-ranked fighter. Coupled with the explosive backlash from the dark blood sacrifice, the burden on his core energy and soul had nearly reached its limit. Minute ice-blue fissures flickered briefly across his skin, signaling instability at the heart of his energy source. Behind him, the once suspended curved blade, now frozen solid by the imperial chill emanating from the subsequent icy chains, lay lifeless. On the ice platform, only 3 uniquely shaped ice sculptures remained, accompanied by a potent mingling of blood and frost-laden air. Xiao Fan forcefully suppressed the tumultuous surge of his blood and the piercing pain within his soul. His gaze sharp as a blade as he grasped Su Xian and advanced towards the entrance of the Ice Emperor's tomb, obscured by crystalline vines. The spatial runes at the mouth of the cave began to shimmer with a faint light, stirred by the residual energy of the contorted, struggling ice sculpture that had once embodied a peak fighter. It spun slowly, like a greedy beast drawn to prey. A soft, cat-like whisper escaped Su Xian, seemingly provoked by the fluctuations at the entrance, her icy brow flashing with a glimmer of light once more. Just as Xiao Fan prepared to step through the threshold, a voice, laced with a blend of languor, mockery, and indifference, echoed near his ear, chilling him to the core. Instantly, every muscle in Xiao Fan's body tensed as an unprecedented wave of alarm surged through his very soul. He had not even sensed her arrival. He whirled around sharply. 10 paces away, leaning casually against the apex of a massive obsidian ice pillar, stood an enchanting woman clad in a flowing gown of pure white silk, seemingly woven from ice itself. Her beauty was unparalleled, sculpted as if from snow, yet her eyes were as unfathomable as a millennia-old cold spring, radiating an aura of aloofness and indifference, as if she had transcended the mundane affairs of the world. Most unsettling was the fact that while her presence was palpable, she appeared to meld seamlessly with the surrounding icy expanse, making it nearly impossible to discern her true realm of power. Only the ethereal blue ice crystal she toyed with, emitting waves of extreme danger, hinted at her unfathomable strength, far beyond that of a mere fighter. Tilting her head slightly, the ice crystal shimmered with light, illuminating the delicate curve of her alabaster jaw and the subtle, almost teasing arc at the corner of her lips. Her gaze swept over the scattered ice sculptures, finally settling on Xiao Fan and the girl in his grasp, as though appraising two rare treasures. You must have extracted a portion of whatever resides within the little girl, her icy voice declared, laced with undeniable authority. How intriguing to see you in such a state. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yueying, tasked by the old man of the cold abyss to guide his chosen one for the decade-long agreement. She paused for a moment, the blue ice crystal in her delicate fingers momentarily faltering as she gestured towards the slowly opening tomb entrance, exuding an ancient and primal aura. A hint of amusement crept into her tone. Oh, by the way, this door behind you was originally intended for my return to the central continent, meant to fetch the remains of an inept sister. However, it seems that your early disturbance has provided an unexpected opportunity to ensnare you, which is rather delightful. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 32. The Purgatory Thunderfire Purifies the Mortal Flesh. As Xiao Fan abruptly turned, the distorted spatial runes at the entrance of the Ice Emperor's tomb spiraled violently, transforming into an unfathomable, deep blue vortex that exhaled a primordial chill. An irresistible, terrifying suction force erupted in an instant. Cursed be it. Xiao Fan could only utter a curse, desperately gripping Su Xian's slender wrist, as he and the girl were violently drawn into the vortex by the overwhelming force. The world spun chaotically. His consciousness felt as though it were being tossed in a frigid whirlpool. The bone-chilling cold and the invisible force of space nearly tore his body apart. Deep within his soul, the fragments of devoured soul seeds caused the system to enter a dormant state, amplifying the multiple sensations of weakness due to the damage to his origins, while waves of dizziness surged like a tide against his consciousness. He could only frantically circulate the remnants of his primordial energy to envelop his entire being, shielding his heart and the faint life force of Su Xian. Lin, Yu, Ing. Xiao Fan's furious shouts intermittently echoed through the chaotic spatial currents. Atop the ice crystal column, Lin Yueying stood languidly upright, her exquisite features adorned with a smile that was both enigmatic and playful, as she watched the two figures completely consumed and vanish into the spatial vortex, her fingertips playfully twirling a shard of ghostly blue ice. Such spirit, quite delightful, she whispered softly, like ice beads falling upon a jade plate. Yet, I wonder if they can survive long enough for me to test the sharpness of that sword? As her words fell, her pristine white dress fluttered slightly, and with a single step, she entered the vortex, her figure dissipating like smoke. The vortex suddenly calmed, and the icy crystal vines at the entrance reclosed, leaving only 3 grotesque ice sculptures of corpses upon the ice platform, silently narrating the recent carnage. The entire core region of the Wanku mountain range was once again shrouded in a chilling silence. Bang! Xiao Fan felt himself crash hard onto a cold, unyielding surface, the tremendous impact causing a metallic taste to rise in his throat, nearly forcing him to spit blood, which he swallowed back with great effort. The frigid, piercing sensation and the thick, ancient aura of death enveloped him. He sharply lifted his head to discover that he and Su Xian had fallen onto an ancient path, astonishingly broad and paved with an unyielding, darkly shimmering ice jade. The ancient road stretched into the endless depths of darkness, flanked by towering pillars of skeletal remains, resembling the bones of massive, pale creatures that seemed to uphold the heavens. These pillars were constructed from the remains of countless colossal, ferocious beasts, both familiar and strange, forged together in a brutal amalgamation. Each bone pillar exuded a soul-chilling aura of primal ferocity and the imperious cold of ages undying. Above the passage loomed a profound, seemingly frozen starry sky, where the stars flickered faintly, cold and silent. Alert! High-intensity composite energy field detected. Extreme cold death domain, primary. Ancient corpse malevolence, secondary. Fragmented imperial might, secondary. Warning! Spatial coordinates have been anchored. Reverse passage route has been obstructed by unknown spatial turbulence. Target detected. Su Xian. Vital signs critically weak. Erosion from composite field intensifying. Estimated survival time, less than 3 hours. The cold, concise, and emotionless block letters abruptly floated in the corner of Xiao Fan's vision, akin to the runes on an ancient jade talisman. It was the system, in a state of deep repair. It had only activated the most core and fundamental survival alert and data analysis modules. Its functionality significantly diminished, yet it provided an unprecedented sense of stability. Awake? Though merely a fundamental version, a subtle relief washed over Xiao Fan. This chilling notification rekindled a fragment of his lost sense of control. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Su Xian beside him. The girl's complexion was ashen, resembling a shroud, and the icy blue mark upon her brow was dim and lifeless. Her breath was nearly extinguished, a mere whisper of life hanging by a thread. The piercing chill of the corpse's malevolence was insidiously eroding her dwindling vitality. She must not die. A fierce determination flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. Whether it was for the decade-long agreement with Han Xian, the latent connection to the Ice Emperor's soul lineage, or simply the unwillingness to witness a life wither in his grasp, he could not allow Su Xian to perish here. He placed one hand against the back of Su Xian's heart, channeling the profound power of his ancient meridians, which, though still injured, surged with a purity and depth enhanced by the soul essence. Like a refreshing spring, it flowed unceasingly into her nearly collapsing body, forcibly sustaining that final breath of life. Buzz. The dim icy blue mark on her brow pulsed suddenly, as it was stimulated by Xiao Fan's potent, yet pure essence. A faint, almost extinguishable icy blue soul thread struggled to emerge from the mark, carrying a pure and noble chill, distinct from the surrounding malevolent aura. A remnant of the Ice Emperor's soul. As soon as the soul thread appeared, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing, soul-shattering shriek resonated from the depths of the dark passage, as if provoked. This cry was filled with boundless malice, coldness, and brutality. A darkness more profound than the essence of frozen jade surged forth like a black torrent, manifesting as howling, ferocious spectral bone beasts, hurtling towards Su Xian's delicate icy blue soul thread. This was dire. Her presence had awakened the guardian malevolence at the core of the tomb. Xiao Fan instantly understood. The Ice Emperor's tomb had been thoroughly tainted by some terrifying entity at its heart, any foreign vitality or ice-related power. Even a mere fragment aligned with the Ice Emperor's essence would incite its most frenzied backlash. Seeking death, a chilling resolve enveloped Xiao Fan. Su Xian could not perish. This malevolence daring to strike at him was a direct affront to his imperial lineage. With one hand sustaining life into Su Xian, he reached into the void with his other. Whoosh! The frigid air coalesced violently. An ice-blue sword, adorned with rugged imperial patterns and radiating a menacing chill, materialized in his grip. As the sword took form, the encroaching black malevolent aura hesitated momentarily. This was the imperial weapon forged from the essence of the ancient meridians. The Shuangguang Imperial Sword. Roll back. Xiao Fan uttered an imperial incantation. Stepping forward, the colossal sword swept forth without any embellishment. Tremor. The air was cleaved by a distinct icy blue trajectory. The ravenous spectral bone beasts, upon encountering the sword's brilliance, shattered like fragile illusions. The overwhelming and tyrannical sword chi swept through the ranks like an intangible law of ice, parting the dark torrent of malevolence and creating a vast, fan-shaped breach. However, as the sword's momentum passed, more, denser waves of skeletal beasts surged forth. The resentful howl from the depths of the passage grew increasingly sharp and piercing, as if it were endless. Warning: the source of the corpse chi in the target area is continuously amplifying. Preliminary analysis suggests that the core energy reaction resembles a dormant ancient corpse, possibly a royal-level ice beast, contaminated and mutated. It is advised to avoid the sharp edges and break through towards the left side, where the bone pillars are weaker. This spatial passage harbors the formidable 10 absolute purgatory array. A chilling message flashed before his eyes. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted. The 10 absolute purgatory? Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly focused on a relatively sparse area formed by bone pillars to his lower left. The gaps between the towering columns were greater, and the aura of the bones appeared somewhat chaotic and disordered. Both intuition and system analysis pointed toward that direction. Let us go, Xiao Fan urged. Swiftly securing the limp Su Xian under his arm, his form transforming into a streak of ice-blue lightning, charging fiercely towards the vulnerable point against the piercing chill of the corpse chi that pricked at him like countless tiny icy needles. Roar! Deep within the passage, an unknown entity seemed to be thoroughly provoked. Its howl grew more frenzied. The black corpse chi ahead suddenly collapsed and coalesced, transforming in mere moments into a massive, impenetrable wall of monstrous corpses, its surface contorted with faces of despair, completely sealing off all paths ahead. To the left and right loomed terrifying, indestructible bone pillars. The only escape lay above, into the profound, frigid darkness of the starry void. Whoosh! just as Xiao Fan was obstructed by the corpse chi wall, his movement momentarily stalling at a critical juncture. A slender, ethereal ice spike, as thin as a cicada's wing yet ominously elongated, seemed to defy the constraints of spatial distance, silently shooting forth from behind, piercing precisely toward the wall's most vulnerable core. As the ice spike traversed, it left a fleeting trail of frozen blue in its wake. Splat! Like a heated blade slicing through solidified fat, this delicate, ethereal ice spike effortlessly penetrated the wall, which had been solidified by countless malevolent wills. The struck point erupted with a terrifying wave of frigid destruction. The colossal wall emitted a mournful crack as fissures surged outward from the impact point, swiftly covering the entire surface. Boom! It was akin to an iceberg shattering. In that instant, the formidable wall of corpse chi collapsed, shattering into countless fragments of corpses frozen in ice, scattering wildly. Beyond it lay an even deeper passage, continuously spewing forth denser waves of darkness. What are you staring at? Move. Lin Yueying's cool voice resonated from behind, laced with a hint of languor and impatience, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. She glided along the icy blue runes, resembling an ethereal ice spirit, elegantly traversing the cascading black ice rain, her fingers still delicately holding a small, exquisite ice spike. Observing the shattered passage and the surging malevolence within with keen interest, Xiao Fan cast a profound glance at the peculiar ice spike, feeling a chill in his heart. This woman was unfathomable. No longer hesitating, he secured Su Xian and dashed into the breached passage, plunging deeper into the encroaching darkness. Behind him trailed Lin Yueying, her figure flickering in the swirling black mist, like the harbinger of death from a frozen underworld. Swish! As they passed through the crumbling wall of malevolence, the scene shifted dramatically. No longer shrouded in darkness, ahead lay a sea of crimson. The searing heat and icy cold intertwined in a frenzied dance of extremes, colliding and obliterating one another. Before him lies an endless sea of fire, an expansive inferno swirling with deep azure magma. Above this molten expanse hovers a colossal, weathered platform of grim white bones, etched along its edges with cryptic ancient characters, the Heartburn Purgatory Stage. Interspersed between these skeletal platforms are chains of purple-black lightning fire, radiating with a fierce malevolence. Beyond these chains lies the eerie azure sea of flames, capable of incinerating even the most robust body of a Do Wong into ash in an instant. Under the extreme temperatures, the air warps violently, searing Xiao Fan's exposed skin with a faint, agonizing sting. Yet, more terrifying is the fact that the inferno below does not merely emit heat. It is imbued with a chilling venom of extreme cold. The scorching heat that torments the soul intertwines with a freezing cold that constricts the blood vessels. Together, they manifest a purgatory that can simultaneously rend the soul and flesh, shatter them, and then refine them through fire. Within the flames, massive specters entwined in azure fire struggle and writhe, releasing silent wails of despair. Warning! You have entered the first deadly realm of the 10 absolute purgatory array, the Thunderfire Purgatory Sea. Core characteristics: Netherworld Ice Flame, tainted with 9 Netherfire Poison. Purple Mansion Soul-Refining Thunder, harboring bone-shattering malice. Composite Erosion Level, Grade. Any force below Do Wong that ventures forth shall be reduced to ashes. Target Pathway. Central Main Altar. Core has detected a high-purity ice attribute energy reaction. Ice Soul Glazed Heart. Wave Characteristic Match Rate 985. Essential for Su Xian's life preservation. Current route. The nearest skeletal platform connected by the Thunderfire chains ahead requires crossing 9 chains to reach the core of the central altar. The icy prompt flickers madly, especially the mention of the Ice Soul Glazed Heart and the 985 match rate, illuminating a light before Xiao Fan's eyes. The key to saving Su Xian lies just ahead in the heart of the Thunderfire Purgatory. The cost: traversing this deathly passage formed by the 9 Netherfire Poison and Soul-Refining Thunder. A disdainful snort echoed behind him. Lin Yueying had, unbeknownst to him, hovered nearby on a relatively safe skeletal platform, her immaculate ice silk gown fluttering slightly amidst the torrid energy storm. She gazed with keen interest at the purgatorial spectacle before her fingertips adorned with silent azure ice shards, reflecting the tumultuous azure sea of flames below. So, it is for that glazed heart. The little girl's life is not meant to end here. Her tone was subtle, betraying no emotion. Yet her gaze rested upon Xiao Fan, noting how the old man of cold profundity truly selects his champions, choosing such a fierce character to traverse the path of doom. Xiao Fan paid her no heed, his focus solely on the skeletal path swaying violently in the raging storm of thunder and fire, leading to the central altar. Su Xian, nestled under his arm, was breathing weakly, as if she might be entirely consumed by the malevolence of this purgatorial passage at any moment. The ice soul-glazed heart was her only chance for survival. Stay close, or be left behind. Xiao Fan's voice was as hard as iron, unwavering in resolve. He no longer glanced at Lin Yueying. The power of the ancient meridians surged within him, forcefully suppressing the dual fatigue of soul and body. In an instant, a deep blue ice crystal armor, dense with imperial patterns, enveloped him completely. This was his most formidable defense in his current state, the Xian Pa imperial armor. In the heart of the infernal crucible, he stepped forward with unwavering resolve, treading upon the edge of the colossal skeletal platform, where thick chains of thunder fire, pulsating with purplish-black devastation, quaked violently beneath him. With a hissing sound, as his foot made contact with the chains, a tempest of ferocious purplish-black, soul-scorching lightning surged forth like countless frenzied electric serpents, coiling around his imperial armor. His soul felt as though it were being pierced and stirred by a myriad of steel needles. Meanwhile, below, the icy flames of the netherworld, hot and cold in their embrace, licked and corroded his armor with a venomous chill that froze the very marrow of his bones. The armor emitted a faint cracking sound. The primal essence of his veins was being consumed voraciously. The agony of his soul surged like a tsunami. Yet, he bellowed defiantly, his voice resonating like thunder. The power of the veins surged through his grasp on Su Xian's arm, erupting into a formidable barrier of isolation. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he raced across the trembling chains. His form a blur, each step causing the thunderfire chains beneath him to explode in blinding arcs of lightning. The brilliance of his armor flickered amidst the crimson and deep blue torrents of the inferno, warning him, thunderfire compound erosion has breached the first layer of defense. Soul burden approaches its limit. Consumption rate of the primal essence escalates by 115. A notification chimed. 8 chains remaining. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily upon the first skeletal platform, barely steadying himself when a more ferocious roar erupted from the side, a cacophony of flames. Several skeletal specters, entwined in flickering azure flames and adorned with sinister curse runes, leapt forth from the fiery abyss. Their bone claws, seething with venomous flames, lunged viciously towards Xiao Fan and Su Xian. In their hollow eye sockets burned a mad will of destruction. Get back! Xiao Fan's eyes flared with fury. The imperial spirit sword flashed in his right hand. With a single stroke, the sword's majesty cleaved the air. In an instant, the skeletal specters were shattered by the overwhelming brilliance of his strike. However, the splintered bones and azure flames clung to his imperial armor like a malignant curse. The armor hissed ominously. Scorching marks appeared, corroding its surface, diminishing its defensive capabilities. Warning: high-intensity nether cold poison detected. Armor defense reduced by 18. Trouble. Xiao Fan's expression darkened further as he pressed on, dashing towards the other side of the skeletal platform, heading for the next target, where a more robust chain, imbued with even greater ferocity of thunderfire, awaited him. In the distance, Lin Yueying remained leisurely upon the safe platform, observing Xiao Fan as he struggled amidst the tempest of thunderfire and skeletal specters, the brilliance of his armor flickering like a candle in the wind. Her slender fingers delicately caressed the azure ice shards at her fingertips, where a glimmer, akin to stars coalescing, silently gathered, exuding a penetrating sharpness. In the realm of combat, resisting thunderfire and cleaving through vengeful specters, your imperial lineage proves to be somewhat more intriguing than it appears. A slight smile played at her lips. Yet her gaze remained cold and indifferent. How much of your true essence will the final chain extract from you? In the core of the inferno, thunderfire surged violently, while the skeletal remains floated in mournful cries amidst the flames. Like a bloodied weapon of the Empire, Xiao Fan charged towards that solitary glimmer of hope, a desperate assault. Behind him, a figure, clutching the icy starlight, awaited in serene silence. Chapter 33. The Imperial Vein engulfs blood and shatters the stars. The ice soul glaze determines life and death. Crack. Boom. The ferocious soul-refining thunder of the Purple Mansion lashed mercilessly against the battered and broken Xuanpa imperial armor of Xiao Fan, imbued with the intent to rend souls. The deep blue armor flickered erratically, its surface fissures spreading wildly like a spider's web, while shards of ice mingled with the blood of the Xuanmai's essence splattered everywhere. The seventh chain. The terrifying cold poison of the nether ice flame and the fiery toxin gnawed mercilessly at his bones and tendons, invading through the cracks like relentless maggots. Each breath felt as though he were swallowing searing, icy blades. Severe warning. The integrity of the Xuanpa Imperial armor has plummeted to 34. Defensive capabilities are rapidly diminishing. The burden on the soul has surpassed critical thresholds. The pain tolerance of the consciousness continues to decline. Immediate cessation of action is advised. Core target, Ice Soul Glaze Heart, distance. The last chain, central altar core. The frigid prompt flickered like a death countdown in Xiao Fan's crimson vision. Xiao Yan, nestled beneath his arm, lay as cold and rigid as a statue of ice, the icy blue mark on her forehead dimming to near extinction. Akin to the last flicker of a candle in the wind, on the verge of being completely devoured by this purgatory. No, I cannot stop. Xiao Fan clenched his jaw until it nearly shattered, the metallic taste of blood surging in his throat, yet he forcefully suppressed it. With a decisive step, he planted his foot upon the 8th chain. The malevolent thunder fire emanating from this chain was tenfold more ferocious than any before. Roar! Several skeletal fire demons, long hidden in the sea of flames, lunged forth, their presence rivaling peak combat spirits. Their massive claws, ablaze with ghostly blue ice flames that carried the intent to freeze all, struck down violently upon Xiao Fan's back. The timing was vicious, just as his old strength waned and new strength had yet to manifest, leaving his defenses at their most vulnerable. Get away! With a forceful twist, Xiao Fan swung the Xuanpa Imperial Sword in a desperate counter. Yet, his movements were a fraction too slow. Bang! Crack! A colossal ghostly blue claw tore through the weakest point of the armor, leaving 5 deep marks that revealed bone. While the terrifying icy crystal spread forth, the excruciating cold poison mingled with the searing soul flames surged into him. Xiao Fan felt as though he had been struck by a sledgehammer, his body shuddering violently as a torrent of boiling essence blood erupted uncontrollably. He nearly lost his balance, tumbling toward the churning sea of nether fire below. Critical injury alert. Nether cold poison, king level, has invaded. Erosion speed, beyond limits. Core bodily functions declining. 70, 65, 60. Warning. Host is on the brink of death. His consciousness blurred amidst the agony and decay, an overwhelming sense of weakness dragging Xiao Fan into the depths of despair. Su Xian's icy temperature pressed against his bleeding wounds, offering a peculiar comfort akin to death's embrace. Buzz. At this moment of utter despair, deep within the core of his soul, the Xianmai essence, having absorbed countless soul fragments and undergoing profound restoration, erupted like an awakened primordial dragon, unleashing an unprecedented roar of fury. This was not merely a replenishment of energy, but the ignited wrath of the imperial vein, defying the depths of despair. Oh! Xiao Fan howled to the heavens. His hair stood on end. The body encased in the shattered imperial armor erupted into concentric rings of tangible, viscous deep blue imperial radiance. Akin to a molten star core, the brilliance radiated with an overwhelming ferocity, embodying the primal will to shatter the heavens. It transcended mere cold defense, transforming into a cataclysmic torrent of self-immolation. The arcane veins ignited like a candle. The blood of emperors scorched the heavens. With a resounding roar, the once dormant blood of the emperor within Xiao Fan surged into a frenzied blaze, like an oil lamp consuming itself. It erupted with a blinding light that incinerated the very essence of existence. The tempestuous, boundless power of the emperor's blood, at the cost of sacrificing its essence, formed a devastating shockwave that violently struck against the rampant chill within, vaporizing it in an instant. Simultaneously, the radiance of the Xiankong Emperor's sword in his right hand surged to an astonishing height. Under the burning blood of the emperor, his entire right arm transformed into a translucent azure glass-like form, concentrating the destructive energy capable of annihilating all. Shatter. Stars. Annihilate. With a single stroke. Fueled by the burning blood of the emperor and the determination to obliterate the stars, he cleaved through the approaching horde of skeletal fire demons. As the sword light traversed, there was no resistance, no delay. Every skeletal fire demon, along with the chilling specter of their icy flames, was instantaneously evaporated under the searing heat. Akin to remnants of snow beneath the blazing sun, the scorching sword aura swept across all directions, cleaving a massive chasm through the roiling azure sea of fire below, revealing the smoldering crimson magma beneath. In a singular stroke, the battlefield was cleared. The cost was steep, as the resplendent azure sheen of Xiao Fan's arm rapidly dimmed, resembling a faded ore, with glaring blood streaks creeping upwards from his arm. His presence waned, akin to a flickering candle flame, plummeting into the depths of despair following its explosive peak. The emperor's blood burned excessively. Permanent damage to the bloodline's source. 15. The meridians of his right arm collapsed under excessive strain, losing 70 of their functionality. Remaining combat time, estimated 30 breaths. A glaring crimson warning flowed like fresh blood. He staggered to maintain his footing upon the 8th skeletal platform, his body teetering on the brink of collapse, each heartbeat tugging at the excruciating pain of impending ruin. He raised his battered right arm, firmly clutching Su Xian, his eyes, laced with blood yet ablaze with fervent obsession, pierced through the final, twisted chain of terrifying thunderfire. Anchoring firmly at the core of the central altar. There, a singularly pure and radiant azure source pulsed gently, emanating a soothing and vast vitality, the ice heart of glass. At last, one final step. Xiao Fan's voice rasped like two grains of iron sand grinding against one another. Just then, Lin Yueying's cold and unadorned voice, sharp as an icicle, pierced the air with an unusual, rare tremor. Unbeknownst to him, she had silently floated to within a mere yard of Xiao Fan. Her pristine gown remained untouched by even a speck of infernal dust. Those eyes, reminiscent of an icy abyss that saw through the world, for the first time revealed genuine emotion, an almost venomous curiosity, and an unparalleled scrutiny. She had been a phantom, observing as Xiao Fan withstood the onslaught of the 10 absolute hells, witnessing the explosive power of his emperor's blood surpassing all boundaries, and even more so, witnessing him expend the very foundation of his bloodline for the sake of a seemingly insignificant girl, embarking on this path of certain death. This madman had indeed transcended the realm of mere curiosity. Who exactly are you? Xiao Fan's body was taut, his remaining left hand instinctively guarding Su Xian's vital points. Despite the enigmatic presence of his opponent, he was prepared to fight to the death. Though the bloodline of the Xianmai Emperor was diminished, its ferocity remained undiminished. Lin Yueying did not respond directly, her delicate fingers still toying with the ethereal blue ice crystal. Suddenly, her figure became momentarily indistinct, as if merging with the void. And the next instant, she appeared at the center of the last chain of destructive lightning fire. She extended her jade-like fingertip towards the raging purple-black lightning, gently tapping it. Freeze. It was not a mere freezing, but rather a binding force of a higher dimension. Buzz. The entire twisted and violent chain, exuding an aura of doom, seemed to have been pressed on pause. The surging destructive lightning, the roiling blue fire poison, and even the sensation of space tearing apart were all instantaneously frozen. They formed a bizarre, immobile bridge spanning the infernal sea of flames. She stood upon the solidified chain, covered in destructive energy, as if walking on a path of starlight. Her skirt billowed gracefully, exuding an unparalleled elegance. I am Lin Yueying, of the Central Continent, the holy land of ice and snow, the Ice Soul, celestial sovereign. Her voice carried an indifferent disdain, as if gazing down upon the ages. That old scoundrel Han Xian exchanged 10 years of freedom for my intervention. Let me see if you are worthy of an Ice Soul luminous heart. It seems fate has conspired, allowing you to bring that girl here. Her cold gaze swept over Xiao Fan and the nearly lifeless Su Xian in his arms, carrying a peculiar resonance. Now, the path has been laid before you. But can your body still traverse it? Her words were frigid, yet they resonated like thunder. The Ice Soul, celestial sovereign, a paragon of the Holy Land. The whereabouts of Lord Han Xian for the past decade were intricately linked to such a being. A laid path? Yet his body was on the verge of complete collapse. Xiao Fan's gaze fixated on the still destruction chain. Then he glanced down at Su Xian's ashen face. The ice blue mark on her brow flickered one last time, faint as a speck of dust about to extinguish. Time. He could not afford to gamble. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes vanished, replaced by a frenzied resolve that embraced destruction. The path lay ahead. Why hesitate to step forward? Xiao Fan roared, entirely relinquishing defense, pouring all his remaining strength, including the crumbling essence of his bloodline, the remnants of his imperial blood after burning, and the last flicker of his soul's will, unreservedly into his left arm, and then, through his left arm, brutally yet resolutely channeling it into the cold girl in his embrace. With his body on the brink of disintegration, he forcibly erected an energy bridge to span the final distance for that faint ember of ice soul fire. Go. His left arm bulged, veins bursting forth like dragons. Like hurling a spear, he flung Su Xian with great force. Whoosh! Su Xian's delicate form transformed into a faint ice blue streak of light. Propelled by Xiao Fan's final surge of power, racing along the still destruction chain immobilized by Lin Yueying, like an arrow released from a bow, shooting directly towards the core light source of the central altar. Boom! Su Xian's body collided heavily against the core of the altar, composed of 10,000 years of cold marrow. The last flicker of the ice blue mark on her brow, poised to extinguish, ignited upon encountering the altar's core, suffused with the intensely pure aura of the ice sovereign's essence and the warm, vast halo of the ice soul luminous heart. Buzz! As if a parched seed suddenly encountered a torrential downpour, a towering ice blue beam of light erupted violently from the heart of the altar, instantly piercing through the entire sea of infernal flames. Within the column of light, Countless ancient and solemn inscriptions of the Ice Emperor shimmered and flowed. The nearly extinguished mark on Su Xian's brow flickered wildly, greedily devouring the supreme essence of icy vitality contained within the beam. That faint remnant of the Ice Emperor's soul, akin to a parched abyss yearning for eons, voraciously consumed the icy essence and the primordial ice energy coalescing at the altar. An unprecedented surge of boundless life and pure frigid might cascaded like a breached galaxy, cleansing the girl's withered veins, collapsing energy sea, and nearly extinguished soul. Her ashen cheeks began to regain a rosy luster at a visibly rapid pace. The ice-blue mark on her brow transformed from faint to solid, then to radiant brilliance. She was completely enveloped in the pure ice-blue radiance, as if a slumbering imperial maiden were undergoing a final baptism of inheritance. It was accomplished. With a thud, Xiao Fan expended his last vestige of strength, crashing onto the skeletal platform on one knee, his right arm hanging limply like discarded metal. While his left arm trembled violently as it supported his weight, blood mingling with shattered ice crystals cascading down. The agonizing pain of the burned imperial blood and the weakness from his depleted veins felt like two dull blades incessantly slicing through him. He gazed at the rapidly rejuvenating figure within the piercing ice-blue beam, a torturous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Victory was within grasp. However, this immense resurgence of life acted as the sweetest bait, utterly inciting the dormant malevolence of the purgatorial core, a roar unlike any other. Imbued with boundless resentment and the semblance of a long-slumbering malevolent will, erupted violently from the depths of the central altar, where shadows were cloaked in the radiance of the icy essence. The sound struck at the very soul. The entire altar trembled violently. An enormous claw, entwined with materialized black curse runes and ghostly blue flames, surged forth, wielding decaying power capable of annihilating all, aiming fiercely at Su Xian at the core of the beam. Its speed surpassed comprehension. The space, light, energy, and even time within the shadow of the claw seemed to wither and decay. This power far exceeded any monster encountered before. It was the true manifestation of the source of pollution in this purgatorial sea, the skeletal flame demon emperor, an emperor-level remnant, tainted. Su Xian was in the most critical period of revival and fusion, utterly defenseless like an infant. No. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in desperation as he struggled to rise. Yet his body felt as heavy as a mountain. The aftermath of burning blood held him fast to the ground like chains. A cold warning suddenly flickered. Warning. Detection of a royal-level pseudo-emperor, energy surge. Target locked, Su Xian. Priority, annihilation and consumption. Suggestion, abandon the target. Abandon? How could that be possible? A fleeting glimmer of life obtained at the cost of imperial blood nearly rendered him incapacitated. It lay right before him. Power. I need greater strength. Swifter force capable of reversing the moment. This thought erupted into a desperate roar within the core of Xiao Fan's soul. Core forcibly intervening. Deep repair protocol, soul side, temporarily breaches the critical point. Detecting supreme authority will demands. Engaging emergency overload module. Celestial veins devour, overclock drive. Objective. The residual energy of the ice soul glazed heart is dissipating. Current environmental compatibility, 87. Energy purity, exceptional. Permission for soul ignition, activate. Devour. Transform. Load. Target skill, Cold Emperor Star Shattering Finger, Residual Simulation version 1. 10. Boom. Under the cold, iron-like guidance of the system's deepest directives. The last remnants of Imperial bloodline power in Xiao Fan's left arm, akin to a frenzied vortex, voraciously consumed the pure, vast essence of ice soul that overflowed due to Su Xian's fusion with the glazed heart. This immense, pristine energy, sufficient to drive an ordinary Do Wang into madness, was ruthlessly extracted and converted by the profound meridian devouring module at the cost of sacrificing meridians in an overload of unparalleled ferocity. Sizzle. Xiao Fan's left arm visibly swelled, tearing apart. The surface of his skin was instantaneously enveloped in a layer of ice-blue, substantial flame. This flame emanated a gentle aura from the ice, soul, glazed heart. Yet its core was the fierce and tyrannical blaze ignited by the burning of imperial blood. A slender, rune-imbued shadow of a finger, embodying the essence of extreme frost and annihilation, coalesced at his fingertips with an unparalleled speed, born of excruciating agony. It was diminutive, refined, yet it bore an absolute chill capable of freezing the trajectories of stars and shattering the embryonic forms of myriad realms. This was a projection of an ultimate forbidden technique, forcefully deduced under the guidance of the Imperial Bloodline's essence after devouring the ancient ice soul power. It was named Cold Emperor Star Shattering. Shatter for me. All will. All pain. All unwillingness and madness. converged into this pinpoint strike. Xiao Fan's gaze locked onto the boundless skeletal claws enveloping Su Xian, his left arm. Like a bowstring under immense pressure, shot forth with great force. Point. At the very center of that demonic claw, the soul core node twisted and coalesced from countless dark, cursed runes. Silent and unseen. No earth-shattering explosion. In the moment the finger shadow struck, time and laws seemed to undergo an incomprehensible, fleeting stagnation on an infinitesimal scale. Subsequently, crack. A subtle yet clear shattering sound resonated throughout the entire plane of the soul. From the heart of that immense skeletal flame demon claw, a pure, irretrievable destructive ice pattern spread instantaneously, akin to the onset of cosmic heat death, engulfing the entire claw, along with the ancient cursed runes and overwhelming malevolence. As if brushed away by an invisible giant hand. Boom. A shattering sound more resonant than glass. The entire royal skeletal claw, along with its annihilative strike, transformed into a dazzling spectacle of ice-blue stardust, dissipating into the storm of purgatory before Xiao Fan, who had burned the remnants of his power, sacrificing the devouring transformation of the cold emperor star-shattering finger shadow. After the demonic claw, a thunderous roar erupted from the skeletal flame demon emperor, reverberating through the soul. Filled with rage and excruciating pain, the entire altar trembled precariously. One strike. The finger shattered the royal demonic claw. Xiao Fan fully exhausted himself, his body unable to endure any longer, and he violently spewed forth a mouthful of dense, black ice blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, collapsing forward. Before plunging into utter darkness, the last sight was that of the pillar of light from the altar, where Su Xian's icy blue mark on her brow had solidified completely, radiating a warm yet formidable aura. Her beautiful eyes, filled with confusion and trepidation, ultimately transformed into an unparalleled shock, shimmering with a complex, deep azure glow as they slowly opened, locking onto his exhausted figure collapsing before her. Accompanying this was a cold system notification. The damage level of the Xianmai Devouring Core Module, 57. The external energy absorption of the ice crystal glazed heart is complete. Su Xian's life signs, stable, rebirth state. The consumption loading of the Cold Emperor's Shattered Star Finger, remnant version, is complete. Temporary clearance initiated. Core host, life signs critically endangered. Soul origin depleted, Xianmai origin exhausted. Life countdown in progress. Darkness descended. The sensation of the cold, unyielding ground blurred as an invisible force lifted her body, suspending it in midair. The imperial bone was half destroyed, the Xianmai depleted, and her consciousness teetered on the brink of extinction. Was it all merely for that sliver of icy ember? Lin Yueying's uniquely cool voice, tinged with a hint of inquiry, pierced through the thick fog of Xiao Fan's chaotic consciousness like an ice pick. Although her fingers did not touch Xiao Fan's body, an unimaginably pure and refining chill surged forth, akin to a clear spring, forcefully flooding into his nearly shattered form. This force, both pure and domineering, encountered no resistance from the Xianmai Devouring Module. Instead, like a long-awaited rain after a drought, it swiftly purified the rampant cold poison, forcibly untangling the withered meridians, and even the near-collapsed core of the Xianmai greedily absorbed a trace of the pure icy breath brought forth by this external force, causing the dying source fire to flicker faintly. Detecting external unknown high-tier ice essence, purity, infusion, forced intervention, healing injuries in progress, suppressing residual cold poison. Core functionality stability, rising to 1. Effective. This ice crystal celestial was resolutely preserving his life. The cost was evident, within her eternally unchanged cold depths. A hint of imperceptible weariness passed, suggesting that this refining process was no small drain on her. Xiao Fan struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his throat feeling as if filled with charcoal dust. He wished to inquire why she had intervened. Was it a transaction, or perhaps compassion? Yet Lin Yueying displayed no interest in answering the questions of a useless being. Her slender fingers gestured in the air, and a delicate, silken thread, inscribed with profound star patterns, coalesced into a silent, crystalline needle, which instantaneously pierced Xiao Fan's brow. Buzz. Xiao Fan felt as if his soul had been struck by an ice bomb. A torrent of vast, obscure, and chillingly domineering information surged violently into him. This information was not composed of words, but was instead pure pathways, traces, and the true essence of ice, forcibly branded onto the core of his soul. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint once more. Warning. Unknown high-tier inheritance. Ice system. Attempting to imprint. Analysis failed. Core database incomplete. Passive reception. Acquired half of the 9 calamities ice crystal chapter. The embryonic form of the martial emperor level core heart method. Deduction degree, 0001. Soul origin has been branded. Half of the 9 calamities ice crystal chapter? Lin Yueying's voice carried an eerie indifference, as if the words she conveyed were merely a grain of sand by the roadside. After 10 years of deep affection, she safeguarded that girl's life, holding on to this breath for you, and coupled with this half-formed mental technique. My connection has reached its end. Subsequently, her cold gaze, for the first time, bore an unmasked scrutiny akin to an ice-forged weapon scanning the essence of its prey. Sweeping over Xiao Fan's right arm, now as ordinary as a mortal's due to the depletion of his profound veins, and the grievous damage left by the transformation of his left arm's meridians. Your imperial vein, and that sword, have become rather intriguing. Live well, and do not perish easily. Your being, especially those shattered fragments of imperial bone, are materials I greatly anticipate for my research following my journey to the central continent. Research materials. She articulated the most brutal truth in the calmest tone. A chilling light erupted in Xiao Fan's eyes. Yet, he was so feeble that he lacked the strength to clench his fists. Lin Yueying regarded him as if he were invisible, her white sleeves brushing lightly. The azure ice shard suspended at her fingertips suddenly transformed into an exceptionally concentrated starry brilliance, disregarding the barriers of space, and instantaneously struck a void node at the center altar. Buzz, a deep blue spatial portal, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, opened in an instant. From the other side emanated the crisp air imbued with life from the Wanku Mountains. After accomplishing all this, Lin Yueying's figure became as ephemeral as snowflakes scattered by the wind, fading into a blur. Yet her final indifferent words seemed to drift from an endless void. The portal leads to 300 miles beyond the mountain's exterior. Take that girl and go. Remember my words. Your life is a specimen of mine. With her words echoing, her form vanished completely into the tumultuous light and shadow of the purgatorial flames, as if she had never existed. The coordinate of the unknown high-ranking entity Lin Yueying disappeared, and the spatial portal coordinate analysis indicated stability. Energy consumption would sustain the passage for 30 breaths. Core host life signs. Danger stable, temporary. Xiao Fan clung desperately to his dwindling will, laboriously turning his gaze towards the center of the altar. The icy blue beam had already dissipated, and Su Xian floated at the heart of the altar, exuding a robust and powerful aura of rebirth, her brow marked with a brilliant icy blue imprint, now completely stabilized. Her gaze collided with Xiao Fan's, brimming with the shock of survival, confusion regarding power, along with profound gratitude and an ineffable sense of astonishment. She had survived. The cost was dire. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Fan, with his nearly ruined left hand, brutally extracted a healing elixir from his storage ring and forced it into his mouth, the effort inciting a fit of agonizing coughs. He struggled, swaying as he stood, dragging his battered body step by step towards the altar's center, toward the reborn Su Xian. At that moment, he was half broken in imperial bone, his profound veins nearly withered, and his soul severely injured, resembling a crumbling wreck. Yet, he held his back straight, his gaze tempered to be harder and colder than eternal ice. The final look from the ice spirit sovereign, akin to that of an observer examining a specimen, was deeply and indelibly etched into the very depths of his soul. Go, came Xiao Fan's voice, raspy as the sound of rusted metal scraping against itself, his remaining left hand grasping the bewildered Su Xian's cool yet steadfast wrist. Instinctively, Su Xian reciprocated the grip of that hand, marred by dried blood and frost, trembling yet imbued with an extraordinary strength. Her ice-blue eyes gazed deeply at the man who had, with near-sacrificial resolve, dragged her back from the abyss. Beneath the aftermath of confusion and overwhelming shock surged a torrent of complex emotions, unprecedented and nearly freezing her very soul. Without a hint of hesitation, she spoke, her voice still tinged with weakness, yet resolutely firm. The two supported each other, or rather, were pulled along by their battered bodies, stumbling step by step towards the ethereal blue portal. Xiao Fan's gaze was as cold as the depths of a northern abyss, fixated on the closing passage, seemingly penetrating the void to focus on a distant figure cloaked in ice and snow in the central continent. Specimen, Ice Soul Celestial Lin Yueying, this favor. Xiao Fan would remember. Just as they were about to step through the space portal and escape this bloody purgatory, a deafening roar erupted. An ominous will, previously suppressed by the aura of the skeletal flame demon emperor, surged forth from the depths of a nest composed of countless tainted ice crystals. This was not a physical manifestation of demonic claws, but rather a needle-like wave of malevolent intent, twisted and formed entirely from pure curses and chaotic psychic energy, reminiscent of countless vengeful souls converging. It was silent, ignoring the barriers of space. Its target was none other than Su Xian. whose soul was most vulnerable due to the recent fusion with the ice soul-glazed heart, radiating waves of energy that left her defenseless. Should it strike, it would instantly corrupt the nascent form of the Ice Emperor's soul seed, dragging her into eternal chaos. This ambush was insidiously cunning. The timing was impeccably precise. Exploiting Xiao Fan's depleted fighting prowess, their minds relaxed, and Su Xian's defenses nearly non-existent. Be careful. Xiao Fan's residual combat instincts allowed him to perceive the sinister psychic assault in an instant. Yet, at that moment, he found himself devoid of strength. No actions could be taken. Even his soul's power was drained to the point of being unable to issue a warning. He could only watch helplessly as that needle-like wave of intent, akin to a black, cursed meteor, hurtled towards Su Xian's brow. Despair engulfed him like a millennium of ice. However, just as that wave of malevolent intent was poised to pierce Su Xian's brow and pollute the embryonic form of the Ice Emperor's soul seed, a sudden hum erupted. The vibrant ice-blue mark on Su Xian's forehead, which had only just stabilized, exploded with an unprecedented brilliance. This radiance was no longer the gentle acceptance of before, but a fury of the utmost intensity. Like an awakened emperor disturbed by the filth of mere ants, a roar, originating not from Su Xian, but from the depths of the blood mark on her brow, resounded with ancient authority and violent will, shattering the barriers of reality. A cold breath, refined to perfection and capable of freezing and tearing souls apart, erupted autonomously from the embryonic form of the Ice Emperor's soul seed, striking first. Boom. The ice-blue breath collided with the insidious wave of curse intent with uncanny precision. The sound was akin to filthy snow plummeting into boiling oil. The curse, composed of countless chaotic grievances, unleashed a piercing wail upon encountering the supreme and majestic aura of the Emperor's icy soul. Like venom exposed to the scorching sun, it was instantaneously evaporated, frozen, and purified into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Su Xian staggered as if struck by a heavy blow. Her complexion paled dramatically, a trace of icy blue soul energy escaping her lips. The resplendent ice-blue mark on her brow flickered rapidly between brightness and darkness, indicating that this backlash was a tremendous burden on her recently stabilized soul seed's nascent form. Yet, the self-protective Emperor's breath, emanating from the very depths of her soul seed's origin, thwarted this deadly ambush. It also laid bare the extraordinary connection between her body and the remnants of the Ice Emperor's soul, suggesting that a fragment of the Emperor's will had already taken root within her spiritual consciousness. What is this? Xiao Fan's pupils constricted, the soul seed autonomously protecting its master. The secrets hidden within this girl were far deeper than anticipated. The dragon's roar distinctly resonated with an essence that elicited a subtle response from his own imperial lineage, detecting a significant fluctuation in Su Xian's vital signs. The energy level was classified as a special hybrid entity, Ice Soul Crystal Heart, Ice Emperor's soul seed nascent form, high compatibility, with an unknown depth of soul link detected. Danger index, fluctuating. The spatial portal shimmered violently, on the verge of closure. Move. Quickly. Suppressing his astonishment, Xiao Fan summoned the last vestige of his will. Utilizing Su Xian's instinctive tightening grip for support, he abruptly pulled them both into the spatial vortex. As light and shadow shifted, the biting cold and the searing heat vanished, replaced by the crisp, fragrant air of the forest. The mountain winds from the outskirts of the Wanku Mountains brushed against their bodies. Xiao Fan could no longer maintain his strength. His body went limp, plummeting downward. Yet, he did not crash onto the cold, hard rock. Just before his consciousness descended into darkness, he felt a firm, yet chilling force imbued with the essence of rebirth cradling him, his face buried within a garment that exuded a refreshing, icy fragrance. A trembling, tearful female voice resonated in his ear, desperately suppressing her emotions amidst the overwhelming shock of survival. Xiao Fan. Wake up. We made it out. The debt you owe me remains unpaid. You must not die. In the night sky, the aura of the Ice Soul Crystal Heart intertwined with the remnants of the Emperor's blood, dissipating into the cold winds. A large shard of blood-stained ice slipped from his tattered sleeve, plunging into the unfathomable depths of the icy ravine, its trajectory seeming to freeze for a moment before vanishing into the silent darkness. The cold system prompt was the last piece of information he received before his consciousness was engulfed in absolute darkness. The abyss is not yet reached. The Emperor's bones do not decay. Chapter 34. The ice tomb conceals the Emperor's bones. The clamor of scales shattering the mystical gate. Thick, black blood mixed with ice shards seeped from the wound of Xiao Fan's nearly exposed white bones, falling onto the cold, hard black rock ground, blooming into tiny ice flowers. Each heartbeat tugged at his soul with excruciating pain, and every breath felt like swallowing blades forged from ice and fire. In the darkness, only the faintly flickering cold runes of the system stubbornly illuminated the edges of his vision, flickering almost to the point of extinction. Core host status, perilously close to death. Energy reserves, 0001, in a continuous decline. Essence of the primordial vein disintegration degree, 768. Fragment of the core imperial bone, right arm, vitality exhausted. Countdown of life, loading error. Interference from unknown dimensions, frozen. Continuation, countdown frozen. A grimace twisted at the corner of Xiao Fan's lips. The grace of the ice soul celestial's mercy? Rather, it resembles an invisible blade suspended over a skeleton. The remnants of imperial bone fragments lingering in his useless right arm now conveyed an agonizing sense of despair, as if unseen flames were greedily licking at the scant remnants of divine essence. This was the imprint of Lin Yueying's final gaze, a mark from a powerhouse beyond the Dohuang, serving as both a nail of fate and a signal for ultimate harvest. A gurgling of blood and ice shards rolled in his throat as he struggled to turn his neck. Before him lay a narrow and deep icy cave. The naturally formed, jagged ice prisms on the cave walls reflected his woefully disfigured body, akin to a shattered relic dragged from a millennia-old frozen tomb. The sole source of light was a faintly flickering azure campfire in the corner, burning some peculiar wood shrouded in icy mist, emitting a soft glow that dispelled the chill. By the campfire sat Xiao Yan. The young girl had changed into a simple white coarse linen dress, washing away the blood and grime, revealing a pale yet breathtakingly beautiful visage. The deep-set ice-blue soul mark on her forehead, akin to a third eye, now retracted all its brilliance, shrouded in tranquility and mystery, subtly exuding a stable and potent ice-soul aura. Yet her eyes, forged from ice-soul glass, now brimmed with unmistakable anxiety and a deeper sense of bewilderment. Her gaze remained fixated on Xiao Fan's grievously injured form. Each time her eyes swept over his limp, bloodied right arm, the mark on her forehead involuntarily twitched, as if she could feel the agony of shattered bones. The shock of surviving the calamity, the overwhelming impact of being saved, and her profound awareness of this body's broken state churned within her heart like an indescribable vortex. The ice soul glass heart was preserved. Xiao Fan's voice, hoarse and tearing through the air, locked onto Xiao Yan with an undeniable authoritative tone. Tell me, what resides within that soul mark? The air inside the cave suddenly tightened. Xiao Yan's fingertips dug sharply into her palm, her knuckles turning white. She did not respond. A struggle, fear, and a deeply ingrained hesitation from her family's legacy flickered across the depths of her ice, soul glass-like eyes. The secret of the Qing Tung imperial clan was a shackle coursing through their veins. Upon witnessing Xiao Fan's shattered body and the unmistakable cold fury ignited by the provocation of the imperial lineage in his eyes, a wave of humiliation and pain crashed through her defenses. Yes, her voice was parched, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. It is a fragment of the remnant soul path that scattered after the fall of the ancestor. The imperial clan, encaged by bloodlines, has used generations of saintesses as cauldrons, attempting to nurture and recreate the ice emperor. I am the latest, the vessel of the cauldron. All who approach me do so solely for the bloodline. For this soul mark. The final words echoed with a chilling sorrow and desolation. Imperial soul path. Vessel of the cauldron. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted to mere pinpoints, as all doubts instantly converged. No wonder the Su family acted recklessly. No wonder Han Xian cast a sidelong glance. No wonder Lin Yueying remarked upon the potent elixir within her. It turned out that the Qing Tung imperial clan wagered everything, attempting to resurrect their ancestral progenitor through this audacious scheme. And she, Xiao, was merely a living sacrifice bearing their hopes. A tempest of emotions tugged at his wounds, causing fresh torrents of thick, blood ice amalgamation to ooze from the stump of his severed arm. Yet, within Xiao Fan's eyes ignited a flame more piercing than the coldest ice. The dignity of the imperial lineage roared within him, even if shattered beyond recognition. That indelible will etched into the very essence of his soul would not permit others to exploit the power of his origin as mere sustenance. Fool. He coughed violently, blood tainting the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained as sharp as a blade cleaving the heavens. How could a fragmented path be forcibly mended? Your body, a mere vessel, has been thoroughly tainted by their bloodline's secret arts, steeped in an aura of corruption and shackles. To forcibly accommodate even a wisp of the imperial soul's remnants is akin to burying a spark within a pile of kindling. Ultimately, it will only ignite and reduce to ashes. They have painted you a grand vision of imperial ascendance while binding you with a noose of fate. Each word struck Xiao's deepest fears like the heavy toll of ice. The chilling tremors long buried within her were laid bare by Xiao Fan's unflinching revelation. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, her body trembling uncontrollably, and for the first time, genuine terror flickered in her ice-like, crystal-clear eyes. As she clung to Xiao Fan like a lifeline. Then I. Break the shackles. Purify the blood. Xiao Fan's voice rang out with unwavering certainty, imbued with a chilling resolve forged from iron and blood. If you seek to live, cleanse that accursed imperial bloodline-s poison from your being. His gaze abruptly shifted toward a shadowy corner of the cavern, partially obscured by frigid air, where a viscous, azure mist seeped from a block of black, cold jade. The potent essence of life emanating from it vibrated the exhausted Xian veins even from several paces away. Analysis: Qinglin Earth Heart Milk Essence, Royal Grade Relic Essence Condensed. Containing the laws of life's origin, albeit faint, and an immense vitality, possessing significant restorative effects on the withered Xian veins and the collapse of origin. Target location: Stone Trough at 3 o'clock. The system's notification echoed like a beacon in a desperate abyss. Qinglin Earth Heart Milk Essence. He nearly roared the command, each syllable tearing at his throat. Beneath that pile of azure stones in the corner. Dig. Retrieve that azure, mud-like substance. Now. Su Xian shuddered with determination. Without hesitation. Her figure darted like a snow leopard on the hunt, her fair palms bursting forth with the solidified power of the 7-star doling level, the cold edge flashing. The covering azure stones along with the frozen ice layer beneath were instantaneously cleaved and shattered. With a splat, a pool roughly the size of a palm, viscous and reminiscent of flowing azure essence, began to rise, exuding rich azure smoke that emanated a pure life force, a semi-solid substance revealed to the frigid air. The cave seemed to be infused with a torrent of vitality. It was indeed the Qinglin Earth Heart Milk Essence. Xiao Fan's eyes blazed with intensity. Ignoring the excruciating pain threatening to tear him apart, his remaining left hand forcefully pushed against the ground, his body launching toward that azure essence like an arrow released from its bow. In his gaze, there was nothing but the treasure radiating boundless vitality. Devour. The core module for the Xian Vein's consumption was forcibly activated. Target locked. Azure Core Lacteal. Energy purity high. Law compliance level low. Warning. Exceeding the host's current tolerance limit. Regardless of limits, I must survive. Buzz. Xiao Fan's left hand plunged fiercely into the swirling azure essence. The palm opened like an unfathomable black hole. The ferocious instinct of the imperial pulse was instantly driven to transcend its limits. The jade-hued lacteals surged into his withered, collapsing profound veins like a torrent drawn into a vortex. The unimaginably pure royal life essence mixed with faint fragments of life laws surged like a breached dam, violently rushing into the parched riverbed. The indescribable agony. Torn apart, burning, reforging. This torrent far surpassed the limits of his currently shattered body. It felt as if countless searing ice needles traversed and reshaped his blood vessels and meridians. The remnants of his already crumbling right arm groaned under the unbearable burden. The skin's surface instantly cracked open with numerous fine blood vessels, and the viscous azure golden liquid mixed with dark red blood gushed forth. The phantom of the Xian Po imperial armor flickered wildly, only to be torn apart by the surging violent energy. The entire cave trembled violently from this sudden explosive energy. Ice shards cascading down. Xiao Fan. Su Xian exclaimed in alarm, instinctively wanting to rush forward to halt this self-destructive devouring. The overwhelming energy filled her with trepidation. Roar. A deep, domineering dragon's roar, imbued with ancient ferocity and majesty, erupted from the depths of Xiao Fan's swirling vortex of absorption. This dragon's roar was not an illusion, but a tangible wave of energy. It forced Su Xian to stagger backward. Buzz. The bloodstained collar of Xiao Fan's garments shattered with a thunderous sound. From beneath his skin, a dark blue scale imprint, no larger than half a fingernail, yet seemingly swallowing the infinite cosmos, materialized without warning. Upon this imprint, countless intricate patterns, swirling with the essence of the primordial and the icy, glowed intensely. Simultaneously, deep within the azure core lacteal that Xiao Fan was voraciously absorbing, a faint remnant of the ancient azure-scaled heavenly dragon emperor's spirit seemed to respond to the supreme call of this imperial scale imprint, emitting a silent cry of submission. The vast azure golden life energy instantly found its outlet, surging forth like fervent devotees rushing towards a deity. Unreservedly, it flowed into the emerging dark blue imperial scale. The absorption of the profound veins was interrupted by overload, energy flow redirected, target locked, abyssal imperial scale, activated, forced extraction. Host body overload relieved. Warning. Unknown core component. The abyssal imperial scale, activated by the dual impact of high purity essence blood and life laws, is awakening. Awakening progress. 1. Buzz. The dark blue imperial scale imprint suddenly erupted with profound arcane light. An indescribable force, as if transcending endless time and space, imbued with coldness and a will to devour, swept through the entire cave. Su Xian felt as if she had been severely injured, her recently stabilized Ice Emperor soul seed emitting instinctive tremors and mournful cries. The mark on her forehead glowing wildly. In the next moment, whoosh, the dark blue scale imprint detached from Xiao Fan's chest like a living creature, hovering in the air. The mark, originally no larger than half a fingernail, instantaneously unfurled like liquid mercury spreading across the ground. Centered around Xiao Fan's body, it layered upon itself. 1 piece. 10 pieces, 100 pieces, 1,000 pieces. Countless intricate dark blue scales of light intertwined wildly between the tangible and the ethereal, assembling and shaping. In the blink of an eye, a half-body armor, composed entirely of dark blue crystalline dragon scales and exuding a glacial divine glow, materialized, enveloping Xiao Fan's shattered form along with his severed arm. The armor's lines flowed with a menacing elegance, and its joints were adorned with spiraled, bony protrusions. At the chest, a deeply sunken dark blue reverse scale, resembling a vertical eye of an abyss, marked the original imprint. The entire armor radiated an ancient, primordial ferocity and a chilling dominion over all existence. It was as if a slumbering abyssal dragon had donned a portion of its scales. The 10,000 scale Emperor armor. Abyssal Sin dragon form, fragmented phantom. Activated by a drop of residual imperial blood, a projection of the original scales emerged. The moment this spectral armor appeared, the abyssal imperial scales awakened. Foundational configuration completion, 001, associated attributes, defensive enhancement, target body, current enhancement, 250, energy conduction efficiency increased by 15. Core disintegration process of the mysterious veins obstructed, interrupted. Stability maintained at 37 disintegration state, stable. Host life signs, transition from extreme near-death state to a precarious stabilization phase, severe exhaustion. Warning, external unknown scanning mark activated, coordinate leakage risk rising. Energy source, consumption of Azure Scale Earth Core Essence, 89. Abyssal Imperial Scales, 10,000 scale armor. Lin Yuang's gaze was forcibly severed the moment the armor manifested. Xiao Fan felt the spectral armor enveloping him. Imbued with a cold, primordial will, though ephemeral, it provided genuine protection. For the first time, his shattered, exhausted body sensed a heavy, overpowering security bestowed by this formidable force. The lethal sensation that had burned through his imperial bones dissipated. In its stead arose a chilling, domineering instinct, intrinsically connected to the bloodline of this spectral armor. This was Su Xian clutching her chest, resisting the intangible pressure of the abyssal imperial scales. Her icy crystal eyes fixed in disbelief upon the bizarre manifestation of the armor. This was unequivocally not the previous Xiankong Emperor armor of Xiao Fan. This aura was older, more tyrannical, and instinctively compelled the soul to bow in submission. Humph! Xiao Fan emitted a low, cold snort, as if he had just crawled out from an icebound hell. He slowly raised his remaining left arm, and the spectral dark blue armor similarly enveloped it, transforming into a fierce gauntlet. From the fingertips extended 3 icy metallic claw blades. He attempted to flex his fingers. Power, a force, forcibly elevated far beyond his own limits, surged within the gauntlet. Though his internal injuries throbbed painfully, the external defense had received an unfathomable enhancement. However, before he could fully comprehend this sudden influx of strength, the void at the cave's ceiling shattered like broken glass, revealing a menacing fissure. A cold, indifferent, and piercingly sharp will, akin to crystalline ice probes, pierced through the space, ruthlessly invading the cave. The target was aimed squarely at the dark blue reverse scale upon Xiao Fan's chest, precisely locking onto the remnants of the profound veins essence within him, which had been subtly stimulated by the azure marrow. Oh, hidden within the dying imperial bone lies such a trifle? Quite intriguing. Lin Yueying's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, was as chilling as the winds of the ninth abyss, slicing through the depths of their souls with the probing presence. Light and shadow coalesced, a projection of Lin Yueying, composed of pure icy law energy. Vividly alive yet more frigid and ethereal, hovered in midair like a specter. Her eyes transformed from deep pools into 2 swirling, ice-blue celestial vortices, slowly rotating, casting a gaze that seemed intent on thoroughly dissecting Xiao Fan inside and out. That gaze fixated on the dark blue reverse scale upon Xiao Fan's chest and the illusory myriad-scaled armor enveloping him. An aura of the abyss, an imperial scale projection? The secrets concealed within this scrap of detritus are indeed more substantial than anticipated. A spectral finger slowly raised, pointing at Xiao Fan. its tip gathering a shard of chilling star brilliance capable of piercing through space itself. Could this shell of projection withstand even a single finger of mine? Before the stellar brilliance was unleashed, the sheer terror of the distilled laws locked onto Xiao Fan, causing the myriad-scaled Imperial armor's illusory form to emit a mournful cry of energy under the unbearable weight. Creaking, the core abyssal Imperial scale mark trembled violently. Beep, beep, beep. The system's warning runes instantaneously flooded the field of vision. Extreme lethal, threat source locked. Level assessment, far surpassing current capabilities. Unquantifiable. Abyssal Imperial scale, myriad-scaled armor projection, defense level, insufficient for resistance. Core module faces the risk of forced separation and analysis. Suggestion, only initiate dimensional leap protocol, permission unlocked. Risk factor, 90, annihilation, 9, unknown void, 1, execute forcefully. Annihilation, 90, no retreat, no evasion. Xiao Fan's eyes were instantly suffused with bloodshot fury. All the humiliation, oppression, and predation he had endured ignited in this moment, fueled by the fatal threat that pierced his very soul. The pride of the Imperial lineage, the ferocity of the abyssal Imperial scales, and the madness of a desperate fugitive erupted within him like a volcano, shattering his frail body. Even if it were but a fraction, he would seize a piece of flesh from his adversary, even if only a mere projection of her. His battered form surged upright within the myriad-scaled armor's illusion, like a colossal crossbow of dark iron, pushed to its utmost limits, scarred yet unyielding. His remaining left arm's gauntlet spread wide, disregarding the agony of torn bones and ligaments, plunging deep into the dark blue reverse scale upon his chest. As if to extract that pulsating Imperial scale as a weapon, Lin Yueying. A hoarse, furious roar erupted like the final counterstrike of a cornered beast. Reverberating through the confines of the tiny cavern, the sound wave carrying the will to perish in flames, crashing against that frigid projection. You wish to gnaw at my bones. Do you think yourself worthy? Under the shadow of absolute power, that defiant howl, resilient as a lone wolf, or the tragic and frenzied spirit of a shattered Imperial remnant, tearing asunder the silence that froze their souls. At the moment when Xiao Fan was on the verge of self-destruction, attempting to forcibly detach the Imperial scales from his body, Xiao, who had steadfastly remained by his side, was ignited by a sudden resolve, her icy, crystal-clear gaze reflecting panic and shock. That defiant roar resonated like thunder deep within her soul. It was not merely a struggle for his own life, but a desperate bid for her survival that he was undertaking, even as he faced the brink of utter annihilation. All familial shackles and the toxic legacy of bloodlines were utterly shattered in the face of such brutality. Get away, Xiao exclaimed, advancing rather than retreating. Her slender figure erupted with a fierce aura, starkly contrasting her typically serene demeanor, a fervent, blood-burning intensity. She lunged forward, placing herself directly in front of Xiao Fan, completely disregarding the terrifying suffocation brought on by the piercing force that targeted him. The icy blue mark on her forehead shone like a searing brand, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. A supreme, wrathful Imperial might, provoked to the brink by the remnants of the Ice Emperor's soul, was forcibly unleashed. This was a self-destructive explosion of the foundational soul seed. A deep blue frost halo, almost tangible, erupted from the center of her brow, embodying a supreme will that froze all laws and severed all connections, crashing violently against the icy star radiance projected by Lin Yueying. The clash was monumental. Though the icy star radiance was formidable, it was ultimately an attack projected from a distance. In contrast, the Imperial aura erupting from Xian's brow was infused with the vitality of her crystalline body and the foundational burning power of the soul seed. The two forces collided with a resounding impact. There was no explosion, only mutual annihilation at the level of the laws. Countless tiny spatial fissures spread like a cracked mirror, shaking the entire cavern. Xiao let out a muffled groan, her complexion turning ashen, and a mouthful of ice-blue soul blood, laced with fragments of the Ice Emperor's soul source, spewed forth. Her body felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer, collapsing backward. Lin Yueying's projection hesitated momentarily, seemingly surprised by the unexpectedly intense eruption of Imperial might. The icy blue, starry vortex of her eyes flickered slightly. Burning the soul seed? I had underestimated the ferocity of this vessel. However, this obstruction was merely fleeting. The icy star radiance from the projection's fingertips dimmed only slightly. But the penetrating will contained within still locked onto the Imperial scales on Xiao Fan's chest. Even more terrifying, the projection's other hand, now raised silently, had coalesced countless finer, crystalline needles inscribed with spatial cutting runes. This was the true lethal move. Once unleashed, The annihilation of 90 of the dimensional leap would be the only outcome. Now is the moment. Betting on that one. Execute. Xiao Fan's consciousness unleashed a roar that transcended limits from the depths of his soul. His left hand, embedded in the dark blue imperial scale, suddenly yanked out the nearly blood-extracted scale along with a strand of scarlet imperial blood essence. Blood surged forth. Simultaneously, the dimensional leap protocol activated forcefully. The abyssal imperial scale, serving as the core coordinate on his chest, along with the torn strand of blood, erupted with an unprecedented, profound blue light. The radiant light did not expand outward. Instead, it instantaneously collapsed inward into a dark blue dimensional wormhole, no larger than a clenched fist, spinning wildly. The terrifying spatial tearing force immediately dragged his battered body, the gravely injured Su Xian beside him, and even the wormhole itself into its depths. Attempting to escape, Lin Yueying's projection scoffed coldly, and with a sudden, fierce grasp of her 5 fingers towards the collapsing wormhole, countless cold crystal-piercing needles, akin to falling stars, tore through the void and struck at the wormhole's core. The wormhole trembled violently, with several of the piercing needles even embedding themselves at the edges, leaving behind icy blue spatial frost marks. A cataclysmic torrent of chaotic space surged forth, just as the wormhole was on the brink of being forcefully torn apart by Lin Yueying's power. At the very moment of imminent annihilation, in the depths of the cave, buried beneath the shattered ice layers by Su Xian, a seemingly inconspicuous fragment of a dark stone box, entwined with strands of solidified azure mist, suddenly shattered silently under the intense distortion of dimensions and the overwhelming pressure of Lin Yueying's projection. A deep green dragon soul imprint, concentrated and vast, as if transcending eons, exuding the majestic aura of the primal dragon clan, erupted fiercely from the fragment. The emergence of this imprint was startling. The pure dragon soul pressure belonging to the ancient azure-scaled heavenly dragon emperor collided violently with Lin Yueying's meticulously focused penetrating laws aimed at the wormhole. With a faint crack, akin to the sound of a precise chain of laws being shattered, a brief disturbance echoed on the soul level. An interference, an extraordinarily fleeting disturbance, originating from a higher bloodline's oppressive influence. Seizing this minuscule opportunity, the wormhole abruptly collapsed inward into a minuscule point of light, vanishing entirely. The piercing needles released by Lin Yueying's projection lost their target and violently penetrated the empty space where Xiao Fan and Su Xian once stood, creating hundreds of deep, cold black holes that permeated the area like a mirror, lingering ominously. The entire stone cave fell into a profound silence, suffused only with bone-chilling coldness. The pervasive cracks in the air and the frozen figure of Lin Yueying's projection. After a prolonged silence, the projection's gaze slowly withdrew from the spatial holes, shifting towards the now utterly shattered dark stone box fragment, devoid of any aura. Within the depths of those ice-blue, starry vortex eyes, a subtle yet genuine fury, potent enough to instill fear in a battle emperor, quietly ignited. This was not mere annoyance. It was akin to the cold, lethal intent that arises when a divine being's perfect chess game is disrupted by mere ants. The aura of the azure-scaled heavenly dragon? So it was concealed here. Lin Yueying's projection gradually raised her head, her gaze seemingly penetrating the thick layers of rock toward a distant direction in the boundless void. Her voice calm, yet imbued with a terrifying resolve capable of freezing all, 2 insignificant ants, remnants of a long-dead dragon. With a deeper, seemingly star-core-devouring crystalline spike coalescing silently at her fingertips, I have noted the trajectory of the wormhole you fled into. Next time, every ounce of your flesh and soul shall be laid upon the research table of the profound ice realm. Chapter 35. The Dragon Domain's Return. The 10,000 scales weep blood to construct the dragon nest. Boom. It was not a cacophony of the physical realm, but rather the resonant tremor of dimensional collapse seeping into the very essence of his soul. Xiao Fan's consciousness felt as though it had been cast into the eye of an endless storm of void, the only sensation being the anguished wail of the abyssal emperor's scale, which enveloped his frail body, overwhelmed by its burdens. The dark blue wormhole, torn from the core of his heart by the emperor's scale, quaked violently, akin to a bag mercilessly pierced by countless icicles. The final grasp of Lin Yueying's projection left behind the crystalline needles of cold that had not entirely dissipated. The remnants, clinging to the edges of the wormhole, resembled maggots gnawing at bone, wielding the piercing power of the laws, as they voraciously eroded the essence of the emperor's scale that constituted the wormhole. Creaks and hisses echoed clearly, the sound of energy structures being rent apart reverberating within his soul. With each tear, it felt as though a frigid chisel struck mercilessly at the core of his crumbling mystical veins. The agony surpassed 1,000-fold that of the earlier devouring of azure scale marrow. This was a rending at the level of laws. The myriad scales of the Emperor armor that cloaked his form flickered erratically, the ethereal dark blue scales shattering like fragile glass, scattering into the void. Dimensional Transition Protocol. Forcibly initiated, spatial coordinates being anchored. Warning. Encountered residuals of high-intensity spatial law-level attacks, cold crystal void needles, unpurified, persistently eroding. Stability of wormhole structure. 68, 53, 43, continuing to plummet. The core essence energy of the Abyssal Emperor scale, heart core, rapidly depleting. The phantom of the Emperor armor on the verge of collapse. Vital signs of the attached target, Xiao Yan, deteriorating rapidly, soul seed burning backlash against spatial rending. Teetering on the brink of complete annihilation. Probability of disintegration and obliteration of host and attached target before reaching unknown coordinates. 947. Cold red runes blared like a countdown to death, pulsating wildly at the edge of his vision. Xiao, in the chaotic turbulence of space. Xiao Fan forcibly consolidated his waning perception. The girl's body curled up, suspended not far from his side. The icy blue mark of her soul seed had utterly dimmed. Fine cracks spreading across its surface like shattered porcelain. She was enveloped in a thin layer of dark blue aura, likewise derived from the Emperor Scale's protection. Yet this aura was on the verge of collapse under the dual strain of spatial turbulence and the cold crystal void needles. Blood-tinged froth, laced with icy crystal shards, continuously spilled from the corner of her lips, her vitality flickering like a candle in the wind. Silence. Her previous desperate strike to burn the soul seed for his protection had exhausted the power of the embryonic soul seed, leaving her utterly defenseless against the tempest of space. Hold on. Xiao Fan's will surged like a blood-forged blade, cold and resolute. The excruciating pain threatened to shred his remaining resolve, yet he could not falter here. The Abyssal Emperor scale was his last bastion. His remaining left arm contracted fiercely, disregarding the metallic groans of his armament as it twisted under the strain of the void. Fiercely grasping the heart-core Emperor scale that sustained the wormhole passage, a dim blue reverse scale, pulsating as if it were a wounded creature, gripped tightly in his palm. His palm was sliced by the edges of the scales, a torrent of dark golden blood, mingled with the essence of the Emperor's lineage and the chaotic currents of space, surged forth. Reforged the dragon's lair with imperial blood, true blood of the Emperor Dragon. Coalesce for me. A roar erupted deep within his soul, as if some ancient adage, born from bloodline, had been forcibly awakened. The thread of imperial blood, seeping into the dark blue reverse scale, instantly boiled. Within the blood coursed the remnants of the divine essence belonging to the Xuanpa imperial lineage, intertwining with the primal and ferocious will of the abyssal imperial scale, creating an astonishing fusion and activation in the face of life and death. Buzz. The dark blue reverse scale, clutched in Xiao Fan's palm, erupted with an unprecedented deep blue divine radiance. This time, the light did not radiate outward. Instead, it flowed like liquid mercury, swiftly spreading along the interior walls of the wormhole. Wherever it passed, the chilling crystalline needles that had corroded the wormhole hissed and dissolved as if encountering boiling oil. Warning lifted. The high-energy imperial blood essence mixed with the will of the abyssal scale activated a special resonance, neutralizing and dispelling the residual corrosion of the crystalline needles. Wormhole structural stability, 30, 45, stabilizing at a critical value of 58. Core energy loss from the abyssal scale, heart, halted, entering a state of dormancy for self-protection. The illusory form of the imperial armor, external, maintained minimal coverage. The auxiliary target Su Xian's protective halo sustained. Vital signs stabilized at an extremely critical state, not continuously deteriorating. The cost was immense. Xiao Fan felt as though his body had been thoroughly drained, as if even the final vestiges of strength supporting his soul had been forcibly infused into that imperial scale. The residual Xian pulse resembled a wick completely wrung of its oil, rendering even pain numb. The myriad scales of the imperial armor's illusion dimmed to the utmost, leaving only a thin, nearly transparent dark blue membrane adhering to his skin, providing the barest minimum of protection. Meanwhile, the imperial scale sustaining the wormhole, after its eruption, fell into an unprecedented silence, as if it had expended the timeless power accumulated over eons to withstand Lin Yuang's distant strike. But ultimately it held firm. He did not perish in the void on this perilous journey. In this fleeting moment of respite, a faint voice echoed at the edge of his consciousness, as if it might vanish at any moment. Su Xian, unbeknownst to him, had slightly opened her heavy eyelids. Her ice-clear, glass-like eyes, akin to dust-covered stars, shone dimly yet were fixed unwaveringly upon him, carrying an obstinacy that seemed unyielding even in the face of death. Her gaze struggled to shift from his nearly collapsing dark blue imperial armor to his hand, which gripped his chest tightly, dark golden blood seeping through his fingers. The sound of her voice cracking like ice shards scraping together. The cost, your injuries, the imperial scale. Be quiet, conserve your strength. Xiao Fan's voice was hoarse and weak, yet imbued with an undeniable iron will. Did she truly believe that the protection of that shell came without a price? He referred not only to the imperial scale's salvation, but also to her resolute sacrifice of her soul's essence. This woman, even on the brink of death, had to calculate so meticulously? Su Xian's pale lips moved slightly, as if she wished to say something more. But the intense backlash against her soul caused her to curl up suddenly, releasing a stifled groan of pain. The cracks in her soul seed at her brow began to spread slowly, each extension claiming a fragment of her vitality. At that moment, Dimension Transition Protocol, final destination reached. Spatial coordinates stabilized. Wormhole closed. Warning, landing point spatial stability anomaly detected. Strong residual dragon pressure identified. Rank, ancient. Intensity, weakened. But core will residue level, high. Warning, the target of the subordinate soul, Su Xian, is on the brink of complete fragmentation. If no external intervention occurs, it will dissipate within 1 hour. The suffocating sensation of the void abruptly vanished. Xiao Fan's battered body crashed onto the hard surface, stirring a cloud of dust. The final shimmering membrane of the Scale Emperor's armor completely disintegrated upon contact with the ground, revealing his mangled form, riddled with wounds and nearly devoid of human shape. Agony surged over him once more, like an overwhelming tide. Su Xian's body lay not far from him, her breath fading to a whisper. In a haze of consciousness, Xiao Fan strained to lift his eyelids. What met his gaze was an immense structure, a colossal nest. Yet this was no ordinary abode for birds or beasts. Its core was supported by countless fragmented and shattered dragon bones, glistening in various hues, thrusting upwards like monstrous pillars piercing the sky. The nest's walls and floor were composed of layers upon layers of thickly dusted dragon scales, each of a different color. The crimson scales resembled jewels cooled from molten rock. The golden scales harbored the decaying brilliance of divine light. The azure scales were cloaked in frost. Yet the predominant hue, which nearly enveloped the entire base and core of the nest, was a profound, weighty green that exuded the essence of earth and life. They were stacked in layers, forming a colossal core bed that was magnificent yet marred by signs of decay. The air was dense as iron, saturated with the scent of decay, dust, and the stench of blood that had solidified over eons, along with an instinctual dread emanating from the remnants of apex predators at the pinnacle of the food chain. Even in his weakened and broken state, there lingered a weighty presence that seemed to overlook all life. The space here appeared particularly stable and robust, with the surrounding walls shimmering with the crystalline radiance of hardened dragon scales, making the entire area resemble a colossal dragon's tomb, long forgotten in the crevices of the world. Environmental analysis, dragon's ancestral nest, decay state. Detection of ultra-high concentrations of dragon-related energy remnants, primal dragon crystal, decayed, dragon blood essence, dried, ancestral dragon bones, shattered. Core region dragon pressure intensity, weak, yet of exceedingly high tier. Source determined, remnants of a fallen true dragon ancestor-level life form. Correlation, 96 match with the ancient aura of the azure-scaled celestial dragon emperor. Warning, the spatial stability is exceptionally strong. Known spatial lore-related teleportation methods are rendered ineffective in this area. The deep space scanning module of the system is suppressed by the residual will of the high-tier dragon. Host status, Meridian's disintegration level, 37, interrupted by external forces, yet unrepaired, power level maintained at the minimum alert threshold, bodily functions, on the brink of collapse. The dragon's lair, the nest of the ancient dragon ancestors. Xiao Fan fixated on the magnificent ruins constructed from countless dragon bones and scales. The imperial pulse trembled. The abyssal emperor's scales resonated faintly in his palm, as if returning to a long-lost home. But at this moment, his body was riddled with wounds. The very pressure of this realm caused it to wail and lament. Su Xian. Xiao Fan suddenly turned his head, his voice cracking as he forcefully summoned his remaining soul energy to pinpoint the young woman's location. Her breath was faint as a wisp, the mark upon her brow, signifying the Ice Emperor's soul lineage, had fissured into a web-like pattern, with the core beginning to shed fine powder. This was a harbinger of her impending demise. Time was not on her side. The secret restraints of the Qing Tung imperial clan and the pressure exerted by Lin Yueying had failed to extinguish her life. Yet the spatial leap of her comrades and the backlash of her soul lineage threatened to claim her existence. Absurd. Coughing softly, Su Xian seemed to sense his gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she struggled to open a narrow slit, her eyes hollow and distant, retaining only a thread of survival instinct. She weakly uttered a few words, cold, soul, shattered, about to disperse. The fragmentation of her soul lay before them. What to do? A formidable foe pursued her. Trapped in a dead end, her life hanging by a thread, and her companions in peril. Despair enveloped Xiao Fan's remnants like a chilling deluge. He sensed that deep within this vast dragon's lair, something terrifying lurked, a presence that resonated with the essence of the imperial scale, yet was infinitely grander. However, that existence was beyond his reach. To even approach, it would be tantamount to courting death. Just as it seemed Su Xian's soul was on the brink of turning to ash, a profound hum resonated from the very core of Xiao Fan's tightly clenched left hand. The abyssal imperial scale, which had previously expended its energy and lapsed into silence, unexpectedly flickered back to life. Emergency alert. The abyssal imperial scale detected a powerful stimulus from a high-tier remnant of the same origin, triggering an internal deep bloodline response and a protective protocol, albeit incomplete. The protocol assessed, the attached bearer, Su Xian, was undergoing a dual collapse conflict due to the Qing Tang Imperial Clan's bloodline secret technique, deep contamination, furnace restraints, and the Ice Emperor's residual soul's path, forced fusion, on the brink of disintegration. Status, soul's essence rapidly disintegrating. Energy level of the abyssal imperial scale, extremely low, unable to repair itself, unable to directly restore the target's soul. Final processing directive, based on the highest priority of the protocol, forcibly extract all spectral structural energy from the Wanlin Imperial Armor, manifestation of residual intent. All fragments of the Imperial Scale's essence that had fused with the host's body, detach and transform, infuse into Su Xian's body for minimal stabilization and guidance. The Wanlin Imperial Armor, to be detached. Xiao Fan's mind went blank. This meager, barely sufficient defensive armor? And the fragments of the Imperial Scale he had painstakingly fused within himself. Before he could react, a tearing sound. The almost transparent dark blue armor membrane, which had been providing his minimal protection, was brutally stripped away by an irresistible will emanating from the very core of the Imperial Scale. This force also extracted the faint fragments of the Imperial Scale's essence that had permeated his bones and flesh, akin to the most refined marrow being forcibly drawn out. The pain far exceeded that of shattered bones, engulfing his entire being. It was a visceral agony rooted in the essence of his bloodline. Xiao Fan felt as though every last vestige of his protective power had been stripped away. His body had become a mere heap of flesh exposed to the cold. The remaining left arm armor completely disintegrated into nothingness. All the forces of detachment, under the constraint of some supreme law, did not dissipate but coalesced into an exceedingly faint yet uniquely cold dark blue luminescence, imbued with the abyssal Sin Dragon's chilling will and the most pure attributes of guardianship. Whoosh! The flowing radiance resembled stardust returning to its nest, disregarding distance, and instantly merging into the depths of Su Xian's soul imprint at her brow. Buzz! Su Xian's entire being trembled violently, akin to a dying fish cast into a frigid abyss that paradoxically harbored life. Her dim soul imprint was inundated and enveloped by that dark blue radiance. The violently shattered cracks momentarily froze, as if encased in ice. The edges of the fissures were forcibly immobilized, while the flaking powder was pressed back by an unseen force. A faint yet profoundly deep protective will, imbued with the weight of the abyss and the ferocity of calamity, anchored itself brutally and firmly within the nearly disintegrated core of her soul's essence. This will was dominantly frigid, neither repairing nor mending. Instead, it resembled a brutal grip that forcefully restrained the core, which was on the verge of exploding. It clashed with the original icy, crystal-like aura within Su Xian, yet formed an eerie balance that forcibly locked her fading spirit within the last vestige of her core. Her soul would not dissipate, at least for the moment. The fissures were forcibly solidified. A sound, incomprehensible and pained, escaped Su Xian's lips, her body stiffened, and her eyes momentarily erupted with a faint dark blue gleam before she succumbed to complete unconsciousness. The imprint at her brow appeared encased in a thick layer of dark blue ice, the crack sealed, maintaining a state of extreme instability and silence. Execution complete. The illusory form of the dragon scale armor has been entirely stripped and destroyed. The host's body has utterly lost external defenses. The remaining active essence of the abyssal dragon scale fragments within the host has diminished by 87. The dissolution level of the mystical veins has reverted to an initial critical state, 37, but due to a significant reduction in energy activity. The host's external power level has plummeted to an unprecedented low, the mortal limit. Subordinate target Xiao Chen. Ice Emperor Soul Fragment Dissolution Process. 98. Freezing terminated. Maintaining soul fragmentation state. The strength of the soul core is extremely weak and chaotic. Vitality consumption has slowed. Entering a state of false death and deep slumber. Minimum life signs maintained. Status: unstable freeze. Viable duration: subject to interference from the host and the dragon domain environment. Warning: the host's current status: mystical veins on the brink of collapse with no defenses. The body is nearly completely disintegrated. Any minute external force will result in irreversible death. The system prompts within his vision were cold and blinding. Emptiness engulfed him. All strength had been utterly drained. The soul armor had vanished. The power of the dragon scales was nearly exhausted. Even the scant remnants of the dragon scales' vitality that barely held his mystical veins from complete collapse had been largely siphoned away. In this fragile form, he was weaker than a mere mortal. A gust of wind could scatter him to the winds, not to mention the necessity of protecting Xiao Chen, who was equally perilous. Xiao Fan lay upon the cold, unyielding azure scale ground, as though submerged in an eternal ice lake. The piercing cold and the remnants of mystical veins inflicted a torment akin to countless steel needles stabbing at him, reminding him of the despair of being alive. He could distinctly feel his vitality seeping away through numerous terrifying wounds. The vague, primordial call from the depths of the dragon's lair was at this moment exceedingly clear, almost alluring in its warmth. Yet for him, depleted and extinguished, it felt as insurmountable as a chasm, too distant, and far too powerful. He lacked even the strength to move a single finger. Was he doomed? A voice, laced with a chilling mockery, pierced through Xiao Fan's lifeless consciousness without warning. Buzz. The ancient, silver-gray system bracelet on his left wrist, nearly forgotten and drained of energy, suddenly flickered to life with a faint glow, reminiscent of fireflies. The light danced and projected a minuscule, dim, flickering gray-white translucent square above his wrist, its edges trembling as if it might shatter at any moment. This was the system's desperate struggle for survival in a state of extreme energy deprivation. Energy, insufficient. Core database, severely damaged. Host, waste. Current status, utilization rate, 0.00000001. Estimated survival, 12 minutes and 17 seconds. The cold, electronic voice echoed intermittently, imbued with a mechanical mockery as if the program had gone awry. Xiao Fan's murky pupils suddenly sharpened. It was not despair, but fury. Mocked by a malfunctioning system? Nonsense, silence. A raspy growl rumbled in his throat. Each word was like scraping bone. Useless, still chattering. Is it a system malfunction, or do you have other thoughts? The flickering gray-white square seemed to hesitate, its light pulsating violently, as if engaging in complex logical assessments. Based on the host's current condition, logical conclusion, survival probability, 0, no calculable value. However, detection indicated the coordinates of a high-tier dragon ancestor of the same origin. Activation possibility exists. Command: attempt to activate the ultimate repair program, Dragon Domain Reversion. Risk: the host's remaining vitality will be drained. 99.99. Activation attempt failure means death. Success: unknown. Shall execution proceed? Countdown: 10-9. Ultimate repair? Reversion? Death upon failure? An unknown chance of opportunity. A 99.99 chance of demise. Xiao Fan's dwindling consciousness blazed with madness. Had fleeing to the dragon's nest merely exchanged one waiting place for death? Had stripping the imperial armor and imperial blood to save Xiao Chen been in vain? Would he be mocked by the system, only to silently wither into bones? Roar. Not a sound, but a primal howl, born from the depths of his soul. The most ferocious and brutal instinct of a cornered dragon at the end of the imperial bloodline. Even in death, he would shatter the southern wall. He would overturn the heavens and earth. Draining the last drop of blood, exhausting the final breath of his soul, he would burn out before the unknown. Execute. The roar of his will consumed the last vestiges of his strength. Accompanying this resolute command, the final flicker of vitality in his body surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, rushing madly towards the dim system square on his wrist. Boom. The gray-white system square erupted in a blinding flash of light. But this brilliance was not pure. It was filled with the ashes of countless chaotic data chains erupting and burning. Xiao Fan's body visibly withered. His skin instantly lost all luster, clinging to his bones like withered bark. The only remaining glimmer, his right eyeball, now lay utterly defeated. Life was completely drained. All bets were placed. In the fleeting moment, just before the flickering flame of his life was wholly consumed by the confines of the system, a profound tremor reverberated through the vast and boundless lair of the dragon ancestor. In the innermost sanctum of the nest, upon the colossal bed fashioned from countless immense, weighty azure scales, those ancient and dull scales, which had lain untouched for eons, suddenly emitted a faint, almost mournful azure glow, resonating with a feeling of lamentation. This ethereal light coalesced into a delicate veil, akin to the final sigh of a slumbering soul, sweeping over the entirety of the lair. As this veil brushed against the remnants of Xiao Fan, the radiant box of ashes, forged from the flames of the system, encountered the azure light and was infused with the most pure and exalted directive essence. The chaotic stream of data abruptly solidified. Ultimate Restoration Program. Return to the Dragon Domain. Connection successful. Command confirmation. Authorization granted. Residual will of the primordial dragon. Initiating compulsory fusion of the host's residual life imprint with the remaining core of the Abyssal Emperor's scales, and channeling the power of the azure scales from the dragon ancestor's source pool. Life form forcibly entering the source blood dragon cocoon state. Estimated shaping time. Unknown. External time perception shielded. With a resounding hum, Xiao Fan's once parched and decayed body was enveloped in a myriad of luminous fragments of imperial scales, which drifted away from the myriad scales of the Emperor, along with the sorrowful strands of azure dragon soul energy surging from the colossal azure scales of the lair. With a soft hiss, a vast cocoon began to rapidly form at the location of his body, composed entirely of flowing dark blue fragments of imperial scales. The mournful essence of ancient azure dragon souls, and the eerie gray light of the system that had absorbed his life imprint. The cocoon's walls shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, blue, azure, and gray, entwined in a display of ancient, decayed, painful, and desperate vitality that emerged in a grotesque manner. Simultaneously, an exceedingly faint consciousness, seemingly tracing from a distant dimension, akin to frost coalescing into a scanning intent, quietly permeated this forsaken space of the dragon ancestor. This was the cold divine thought projected by Lin Yueying across boundless distances. Her will swept over the immense and desolate skeletal dragon nest, gliding past the dim, unresponsive azure scales, ultimately pinpointing the soul anomaly within this vast expanse, the newly formed source blood dragon cocoon, radiating with an eerie tricolored luminescence. It had been found. The cold divine thought bore no emotional fluctuations. A needle of ice blue in tint, more elusive and lethal than the cold crystal-piercing needle, bearing the mark of annihilation, silently coalesced in the void above the dragon cocoon. Before this ice blue intent needle could be unleashed, the destructive laws it harbored had already begun to disturb the luminous surface of the cocoon, causing subtle chaos and stagnation. The process of forced fusion and shaping within the cocoon became exceedingly unstable. The tricolored luminescence clashed violently, as if on the brink of explosion. Drip, drip, drip. Only Xiao Fan could perceive the fragmented system alerts emanating from within the dragon cocoon, flashing wildly at the precipice of consciousness's obliteration. Detection of catastrophic law marking anchor established. Intensity, unresistible. Source blood dragon cocoon molding status. Initiation. Intensity, 0. Anticipated impact result. Dragon cocoon and internal life imprint. Complete obliteration. Recommendation, none total failure. Unable to resist. Awaiting final eradication. All efforts in vain. Ultimate despair. Chapter 36. Shattering the cocoon, fragmenting the star claw. The system has finally come online. Total failure. Unable to resist. Awaiting final eradication. The chilling system death prompt echoed deep within Xiao Fan's consciousness, like the tolling of a funeral bell. Despair? Long since chewed and swallowed. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed solely by the most primal and frenzied obsession. Tear it apart. Inside the dragon cocoon, the already chaotic core of consciousness was ignited by this cataclysmic disaster. Buzz. The source blood dragon cocoon erupted with an unprecedented, blinding radiance. Dark blue imperial scale shards roared. The ancient azure-scaled dragon soul wept. The fragmented system's gray light burned with frenzied intensity. Under the stimulus of annihilation, the three forces, akin to dying stars, erupted in their final song. The overwhelming power, forcibly converging with the intent to reshape the dragon cocoon, instantaneously reversed direction, no longer employed for molding repair. It was driven by Xiao Fan's indomitable will, one that would bite his foe even at the cost of his own soul, transforming into three interwoven spirals of destruction, converging upon the dying point of life imprint at the core of the dragon cocoon. Boom. It was not an explosion, but a tearing. The tricolor radiance coalesced into a terrifying spectral claw, covered in shattered illusory scales, ablaze with an undying obsession, entwined with gray data chains. It bore the remnants of the source blood dragon cocoon's will and energy, carrying Xiao Fan's final roar of burning life imprint. A desperate counterattack emerging from the depths of hell, fiercely lunging towards the icy blue needle of will, on the verge of solidification, outside the cocoon. Crack. The sound of laws fracturing echoed within the confined space. It was the very sound of space itself being forcibly ruptured. The tip of the giant claw accurately seized the icy blue needle, which embodied Lin Yueying's supreme will, on the brink of completing the annihilation mark. The runes of the annihilation law, representing the pinnacle of the void realm, and even peering into higher realms, instantly illuminated at the needle's tip. As destructive cold light began to erupt, the ferocious devouring power of dark blue imperial scales, the sorrowful weeping protection of ancient azure scales, and the chaotic parsing force of the fragmented system, three disparate, yet hierarchically profound powers, were all violently compressed under Xiao Fan's reckless drive for destruction. Puff! Like glass shards crushed by steel, that icy blue needle, symbolizing the pinnacle of the void realm's will, capable of erasing saints, along with the flickering, deadly annihilation runes, shattered inch by inch beneath the grasp of this tricolor claw of despair. The needle's tip exploded, transforming into a ring of minute icy blue law fragments, imbued with the residual might to freeze all things. Yet, the fragmented claw did not dissipate. The illusory claw formed from dark blue imperial scale shards suddenly opened, devouring. The ancient azure-scaled dragon's soul blazed, boiling. The system's gray light twisted like chains, strangling. Swish! The fragments of the law were forcefully devoured and crushed by the clawed shadows, obliterating the faint trace of Lin Yueying's tracking will contained within. A thread-like wave of fury and frigid intent, akin to being pierced by countless steel needles, erupted from the shattered seams of the clawed shadows, dissipating entirely. In the void, only a circle of icy blue remnants, imbued with terrifying cold power, lingered like drifting dust. Inside the dragon cocoon, the residual life imprint of Xiao Fan flickered like a firefly tossed into tumultuous waves, reeling under the backlash of the counterattack and the shockwaves of the Void's law, dimming to the brink of oblivion. The cocoon itself trembled violently, its surface radiating light in a chaotic clash, flickering in and out. The azure-scaled source energy comprising the cocoon's walls, along with fragments of imperial scales and the system's gray light, exhibited countless web-like fissures under the immense destruction and backlash. The colossal cocoon appeared on the verge of exploding into a myriad of luminous shards. Alarm! Alarm! The external destructive law S attack on the cold crystal obliteration marker has been confirmed, extinguished. The source blood dragon cocoon has encountered the backlash of the origin, compounded by the residual waves of law attacks. Damage level, 92. Internal energy structure chaos, on the brink of collapse. Attempting extreme repair balance, repair failed. Energy dissipation rate, 987. Core life imprint strength, nearing total extinguishment, 0.0000001. System core energy depleted, entering the final silence. Has it failed? Ultimately, it has torn that needle apart. Worth it. That feeble yet resolute life imprint, embodying Xiao Fan's indomitable will, erupted with a final spark of intent just before plunging into eternal darkness. The residual waves imbued with the law's cold power could not be squandered. Suddenly, the colossal dragon cocoon, on the verge of collapse, violently contracted, collapsing inward like a greedy maw, voraciously swallowing the drifting icy blue remnants of the law. The cold power, rich with the pinnacle force of the void realm's laws, was akin to poison or molten lava to the severely damaged cocoon. Yet, amidst this reckless consumption, a violent, chaotic terror of frigid cold erupted within the cocoon, forcibly subdued. Crack, crack, crack. The entire dragon cocoon transformed at a visible speed, shifting through a laying of three colors, instantly freezing into a massive, peculiar ice crystal fossil shimmering with deep blue and azure gold patterns. Countless intricate dark blue runes flowed across the surface of the ice crystal, sealing it with an ancient weight of dragon lineage. Through the thick ice crystal wall, a faint, distorted golden glow, akin to congealed oil, could be glimpsed at its core, fiercely guarding an almost imperceptible life imprint. Warning: unknown rule, intrusion, sizzle. The system's alarm was forcefully distorted, instantly severed by the extreme cold. The immense dark blue ice crystal dragon cocoon stood in the silent ancestral nest, resembling an ancient tombstone. Beyond the endless void, deep within the celestial dynasty. Atop the peak of the divine mountain, Lin Yueying, seated in her solitary exalted throne with closed eyes, felt the intangible cold aura enveloping her suddenly tremble violently. As if a colossal stone had plunged into the tranquil ice lake, her eyes, cold and indifferent like ancient glacial ice, suddenly opened. The radiant light of her icy spirit shone like two swords piercing through the void. The temperature in the surrounding space plummeted, rendering even the law runes nearly frozen. A flicker of surprise and an unprecedented gravity swiftly coursed through the depths of her gaze. Not far from her, in the void, the circular magic mirror that had previously projected images connecting to the jade puppet was flickering wildly, akin to a malfunctioning signal, ultimately swallowed by the endless turbulence of spatial chaos. Then, with a soft sound reminiscent of ice crystals fracturing, a hairline crack unexpectedly appeared in the center of the magic mirror, where a blue diamond core rune, imprinted with her divine consciousness for controlling the tracking puppet, shattered. Its brilliance dimmed significantly. Lin Yueying's frigid gaze fell upon the crack in the magic mirror, as if the very air around her were about to freeze into tangible powder under the chill emanating from her eyes. Abomination. Her voice rang with a chilling calmness atop the ice peak, imbued with a soul-freezing coldness, as if pronouncing the doom of an era. You dare to force your way here, borrowing the remnants of the true dragon's ancestral barrier? The fragmented information reflected from the mirror was chaotic, suggesting interference from an ancient, high-ranking dragon power filled with rancorous decay. This was mixed with the fierce imperial blood of the little abomination, along with the chaotic laws not of this realm, creating a tumultuous confusion. The overwhelming aura of death that the spatial coordinates ultimately conveyed confirmed the horrific level of that dragon lair. It could only belong to the true dragon ancestors, and such beings could not possibly still be alive. In the midst of a dead zone, remnants of protective formations, and external disturbances, her gaze regained its icy demeanor. Yet within her heart, a tempest far greater than appearances surged. How could that little abomination receive assistance from the lingering will of such a fallen existence? Even the mere reflection of instinctual law power was astonishing. Moreover, the chaotic force captured when the final annihilation needle was forcibly torn apart. What exactly was that data stream collapse resembling a system creation? Lin Yueying slowly closed her eyelids, the ice crystal law runes around her flowing silently as they endeavored to quell the tremors of her shattered divine consciousness, attempting to deduce all possibilities. That dead zone was, after all, the tomb of the confined dragon. Ultimately, her cold self-dialogue resembled a final verdict. The protective formation was breached, and although the remnants of spirit and resentment lingered in the ancestral lair, they could exert no influence on the present world. With all trump cards exhausted, the force of will must have been completely obliterated. A chill rose from the depths of her eyes. That bizarre external force, was it a system? The ultimate trump card hidden by the Xiao clan, or something from beyond? Her thoughts were forcibly severed, as the implications were too vast. Relay the message. Lin Yueying's voice pierced through the void, directly imprinting itself into the talisman of a guardian clad in ice crystal armor, whose aura reached the pinnacle of the myriad realms. The target was locked onto the coordinates of the remnants of the ancient lost dragon domain. Level, True Dragon Grade Forbidden Zone. Mark, suspected remnants of the Xiao clan's ultimate inheritance, a forbidden formation. Dispatch the celestial ice swan fleet to lie in ambush in the outer spatial coordinates. Set up the eternal frost void soul-binding net. For a term of 100 years, any residual energy or spirit emanating from that desolate space must be eradicated without hesitation. The Heart Lake, frozen for millennia, finds it increasingly difficult to achieve tranquility after such a minor disturbance. The enigmatic power of the system demands thorough investigation. Time has lost its significance within the sorrowful, silent lair of the dragon, where countless scales weep. The immense, dark azure ice crystal cocoon stands like a silent tombstone, solemnly rising from the layered ground of azure scales. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. Within the icy crystal, a previously faint, flickering dark golden glow seems to have solidified. On the 10th year, a barely perceptible cracking sound resonates from within the ice crystal cocoon, deep within its once fossilized walls. At the very core, a fine golden fissure begins to unfurl like an eyelid. In that fleeting moment of opening, a high-intensity energy barrier, remnants of the ancient Dragon Emperor's formation, is detected, interference is resolved, and the core database is syncing. The foundational logical protocols of the system are reloading, completion acknowledged. The advanced authority sequence of the Xian Dragon Emperor, life imprint confirmed. Binding restored. Host status scanning initiated. A series of clear, stable system notifications, devoid of emotional fluctuation, resonate like the most precise pendulum within the reconstituted core of Xiao Fan's consciousness. Unlike the previous chaotic state, marked by intermittent disruptions and errors, the scan reveals core carrier status, 10,000 scales returning to source Dragon Emperor body, initial embryonic level remnant. Composition, 1 abyssal emperor scale, heart's reverse scale position, core essence, severely depleted, dormant. 2 10,000 dragon ancestor blood source chi, passively dormant due to force shaping by the dragon domain's ancestral nest. 3 eternal frost law, pseudo, shell, a sealing and protective layer that absorbs external forces. Current realm, Semi-Dragon Emperor Bone. Status explanation. The Xianmai core has completely collapsed and been remade. Utilizing the Abyssal Emperor scale as the dragon bone nucleus and the 10,000 dragon ancestor blood source Qi as the life reservoir. A pseudo-immortal life form embryo has been forcibly constructed. It possesses immense potential for growth, theoretically, and the high-ranking prestige of the dragon clan in embryonic form. Yet the energy activation and life essence strength remain at the lowest threshold of an embryo. Energy reserve, 0.0001, sustaining the minimum vital signs. Law comprehension, passive eternal frost, trace non-origin. Affiliated state, Ice Emperor soul seed, unstable, frozen, reliant on the host dragon emperor embryonic essence for sustenance. Status, deep sleep, soul fragmentation in a frozen state. Within the field of vision, a clear, concise, and data-rich golden-purple interface hovers steadily. The system finally resembles a true system, no longer the useless entity it once was. Dragon Emperor body, embryo, Dragon Emperor bone? Xiao Fan's consciousness, having just emerged from the prolonged icy darkness, is inundated with a torrent of fragmented memories and overwhelming weakness. Yet this cold and lucid system prompt serves as a stabilizing anchor. With a thunderous resonance, his will instinctively strives to consolidate power. Buzz, a terrifying resonance, originating from the depths of the marrow, erupted violently, centered around his corporeal form, an invisible yet weighty pressure. Imbued with the majesty of an emperor and the ferocity of a dragon, suddenly expanded. The thick dust accumulated around his icy crystal cocoon was instantly swept aside. As if crushed by this overwhelming force, the immense azure scales forming the ground of the dragon's lair seemed to hum gently in response. The long silent dragon's nest, which had remained dormant for countless millennia, appeared to awaken slightly under this nascent pressure. Dragon Emperor bone. This embryonic force, though newly born, already faintly grazed the threshold of the divine transformation realm. Moreover, it represented a pure, elevated physical power. Although weak, the essence had transformed. No longer was it the feeble energy of a lowly practitioner. A cold, hoarse voice emanated from deep within his consciousness, tinged with a hint of disdain. This withered thought was now stirred not by joy, but by an absolute calmness and iron will born from the depths of despair, seizing a glimmer of hope. The system had stabilized, and his realm had clarified. This was more precious than any treasure. Yet, Xiao Fan felt no sense of pride. The chilling numbers displayed on the system's status interface revealed the grim truth. Energy reserves at 0001, a nascent Dragon Emperor bone. A formidable yet fragile starting point. Lin Yueying would undoubtedly sense this. This desolate dragon's nest was far from a safe harbor. He needed power. Immediately. System alert. An excessive energy reaction detected nearby. Location, due south. Distance, 7 miles. Energy intensity. Initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Law attribute, gold. Almost as soon as this thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind, urgent crimson points of light flickered at the edge of the system interface. An enemy? Arriving so swiftly. Buzz. A cold, viscous intent to kill instantly filled Xiao Fan's nascent consciousness. His gaze, perceptual awareness, pierced through the thick, mountain-like azure-black crystal shell, directing toward the location locked by the system. 7 miles away, a figure enveloped in blazing golden light, as swift as a falling star, tore through the enveloping dust, hurtling toward the dragon cocoon. Within the golden radiance, a young man with a frantic and greedy expression was faintly visible. He cradled a treasure resembling a compass in his left hand, which continuously emitted blinding beams of light, pointing toward the dragon cocoon's location. In his right hand, he tightly gripped a golden-handled battle axe, exuding a formidable aura of beastly ferocity. Dragon Qi, the immense source of dragon energy. It must be a priceless treasure. With crimson eyes ablaze, the golden youth greedily roared, having been swept into this cursed place by spatial turbulence for so long. At last, my dragon-seeking compass has found its prize. It is all mine. In the current perception of Xiao Fan's life force, the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm stood out like a torch in the night. Although the disparity between this existence and that of Lin Yueying, akin to a firefly compared to the blazing sun, was vast, it still posed a lethal threat to him, who was now merely a vestige of the Dragon Emperor bone. System. A cold thought commanded the order. Scan the target's weaknesses. Calculate the optimal devouring strategy. I must acquire his flesh, blood essence, and Yuan Dan to replenish my depletion. Chapter 37. Divine Patterns Break the Golden Armor. Reverse devour the Yuan Dan with Dragon Emperor claws. The chilling intent to kill enveloped Xiao Fan's nascent consciousness as if it were a tangible force. Through the thick, dark blue ice crystals, he discerned the golden figure hurtling towards him, a being at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm, resembling a mobile volcano. To him, who was nearly out of energy, this presence felt like a death sentence. The golden figure moved with astonishing speed, the 7-mile distance covered in the blink of an eye. A greedy roar reverberated through the desolate space, dragon chi soaring to the skies. Treasure. Great treasure. It belongs to me, Jinsha. Target locked. Initial stage Yuan Dan realm practitioner, metal attribute. Scanning and analyzing. Energy core. Low-grade Yuan Dan, low density, high impurity. Primary attack method. Close combat. Suspected enhancement from the golden armored savage beast technique. Wielding a golden short-handled battle axe. High-grade profound weapon. Infused with violent Jinsha energy and faint remnants of a dragon's soul. Defensive core. Metal attribute spiritual power shield. Medium strength. Surface covered with faint golden scales. Inherent to the technique. Low strength. Weaknesses identified. Fragile spiritual consciousness. Common in early Yuan Dan practitioners. Slight instability in the lower body upon swinging the battle axe, a flaw in the technique. Rough control over Jinsha energy, high risk of backlash. Optimal devouring strategy. Utilize the natural pressure of the Dragon Emperor's bone embryo to intimidate his spiritual consciousness, inducing a momentary paralysis. Activate the Eternal Frost Law Shell to its maximum potential, non-original source, freezing the core of his spiritual power, targeting 3 inches above the Dantian, while simultaneously unleashing the residual explosive force of the quasi-Dragon Emperor's bone to breach the weakest point of his defenses, the gap of golden scales 3 inches below the heart, forcefully extracting his Yuan Dan essence and vital blood. Estimated devouring conversion rate, 684, with a risk of energy dissipation. The system's prompt was cold, swift, and precise, articulating the opponent's disintegration into a clear death list. That was sufficient. Xiao fans will crystallize like frost. The plan was set. Only execution remained. The energy reserve of 0001 must be wielded with precision. Boom. As the Jinsha neared within 100 yards of the dragon cocoon, he ecstatically swung the golden battle axe, producing a piercing shriek that tore through the air. The violent Jinsha energy coalesced at the axe's blade, forming a blurred, roaring golden beast head apparition that ruthlessly struck towards the apex of the icy dragon cocoon. Buzz. A force far more concentrated and primal than before erupted, akin to a dormant volcano exploding. It carried the undisturbed imperial will of the embryonic Dragon Emperor's marrow, akin to an invisible ancient hammer, striking fiercely at the fragile spiritual consciousness of Jinsha. What? The greedy ecstasy on Jinsha's face froze instantaneously. The golden beast head on the axe emitted a distorted wail. A terror and sense of submission, rooted in primal instinct, coiled around his soul like a cold, venomous serpent. His spiritual consciousness felt as if it had been thrust into solidified amber, thoughts and mental faculties momentarily paralyzed. He sensed that he was not cleaving towards some unclaimed dragon treasure, but rather a slumbering, terrifying dragon. Now is the time. Auxiliary activation. Maximum power to activate the Eternal Frost Law Shell. Energy reserves plummeting to 00001. Crack. The blue-black ice crystal cocoon, targeted by Jinsha's strike, suddenly erupted with a piercing, deep blue chill. A surge of energy, not innate to Xiao Fan, but forcibly harnessed from the icy blue remnants of Lin Yueying's annihilation needle, erupted with a life of its own. The target was not to directly confront the Golden Shah's attack, but rather to deftly evade the descending axe blade, transforming into a thread-like, ethereal blue electric current that pierced precisely upwards towards the designated node marked by the system, just above the Golden Shah's lower abdomen and dantian. Before the Golden Shah could recover from the agonizing shock to its consciousness caused by the dragon's might, it felt a chilling essence capable of freezing its very soul invade its meridians in an instant. The turbulent gold essence circulating in the dantian stiffened abruptly, as if doused with a scoop of millennia-old icy spring water. The surging spiritual tide became instantly obstructed. The golden shield enveloping its body, along with the faint golden scales on its surface, flickered erratically like an unstable signal. Freeze, freeze. Sorcery. The Golden Shah's spirit was gripped by dread. The coldness brought a fleeting clarity. Instinctively, it frantically mobilized its dantian, striving to break free from this bizarre freeze. Yet, the chaotic and coarse power of the Golden Shah within was woefully inadequate against the remnants of a law fragment originating from the pinnacle of the Void Realm, rendering its struggles feeble and disordered. An opportunity not to be missed. In Xiao Fan's eyes, there was only the cold glint of predation. His intent coalesced around the faint yet profoundly potent energy at the core of the quasi-dragon royal bone, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. Rip. The thick, solidified shell encasing the icy crystal dragon cocoon ruptured at the core. A hand, adorned with rough bony spines and entwined with thin, dark blue dragon scale patterns, glimmering with a faint dark golden hue, thrust forth with ferocity. Swift, fierce, and resolute. The fingers splayed into claws, the tips enveloped in concentrated destructive power. Driven by unyielding determination, disregarding the Golden Shah's hasty defense with its golden-handled axe and the flickering remnants of its scales at the heart. Uft! A sound akin to breaking a ripe fruit echoed. The dragon claw penetrated with unerring accuracy through the minuscule gap between the scales at the lower left of the Golden Shah's heart, which had been exposed due to the interference of its frozen technique. The seemingly thick golden armor crumbled before the essence-driven claw of the quasi-dragon royal, as fragile as parchment. No, it cannot be. The Golden Shah emitted a desperate, piercing howl, its eyes wide as saucers. It could distinctly feel a chilling, bone-piercing claw that devoured all power penetrating its chest, firmly grasping its frantically beating and struggling Dantian. Devour initiated. Absorb the essence of the target's Dantian. Plunder the vitality of flesh and blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A violent suction erupted from the palm of Xiao Fan's dragon claw. The Golden Shah's entire body convulsed violently, akin to a deflated balloon. The terror etched on its face was swiftly contorted by overwhelming pain and fear. Its skin visibly shrank, eye sockets hollowing. As the essence from its flesh, the power in its meridians, and the low-grade Dantian it had painstakingly condensed, laden with impurities, surged like a torrential flood towards that icy claw. Even the malevolent essence of the golden axe, imbued with the spirit of the serpentine beast, was forcibly drawn into this overwhelming veracity, merging into the fray. A demon, a monster indeed. The anguished cries of Jean Shah abruptly ceased, akin to a rooster whose neck has been gripped, leaving only the ragged sound of air escaping its throat. Its body slumped lifelessly, ultimately transforming into a brittle, desiccated corpse devoid of even the slightest remnant of bone. His existence, along with his cultivation, was entirely devoured by the terrifying dragon claw that suddenly tore through the dragon cocoon. The consumption complete. Acquired. Fundamental energy of initial grade Yuan Dan, moderate impurities. Essence of flesh, undergoing transformation. Faint malevolent aura of the serpent beast, purification in progress. Energy reserves restored. 31. System optimization has eliminated certain harmful impurities. The vitality of the Dragon Emperor's bone embryo has been enhanced. Realm stabilized. Preliminary Dragon Emperor bone, initial stage. Faint immortal dragon nature is in the process of growth. Current vitality, 0001. A long-lost warmth, imbued with a potent sense of power, surged back into his body along the dragon claw arm. Although still feeble, even paltry compared to its zenith, this 31 units of energy represented a life-giving oasis in the desert for Xiao Fan, a life-saving vine on the precipice. Clatter. The golden short-handled battle axe and an ancient bronze token slipped from the withered fingers of Jean Shah. The dragon claw retracted, bringing back the pulsating life energy along with these two spoils of war. The golden axe, once radiant, now lay marred with spiderweb-like fractures, evidently damaged from forcibly extracting the aura of the serpent soul and enduring prior impacts, resembling little more than scrap metal. The bronze token, roughly the size of a palm, bore an exceedingly ancient design, its surface riddled with verdigris, exuding a sense of heft. At its center, a twisted and intricate ancient character was etched, emanating a faint spatial fluctuation. The edges of the token were adorned with several dim, eerie patterns reminiscent of desiccated bloodstains. As Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon the distorted ancient character on the token, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged forth, as if he had encountered it before. Yet the memory remained shrouded in dust, exceedingly vague. Scanning the bronze token, unknown material, composed of star-fallen essence gold, ancient world bronze, core ancient character suspected to be ancient, tomb, palace, character, database comparison inconclusive, unable to fully identify, detected faint spatial law fluctuations, directional. Target coordinates have been imprinted. The bloodstains along the token's edge contain a thin but highly refined grudge and ancient dragon breath, of extremely high level, yet on the brink of dissipating. Residual information is blurred, pointing towards a location, data chaotic, secret realm, prison, preliminary assessment. This token serves as a special emblem or key to an ancient ruin or secret realm, possibly suffering from erosion over time, leading to the loss of critical information. Value, unknown, high risk, high reward. A key? A ripple of intrigue coursed through Xiao Fan's consciousness. A mere minion at the Yuan Dan realm carries something even the system cannot fully identify? Could there be other secrets hidden within the depths of this dilapidated dragon lair? Or perhaps this fool was merely another unfortunate soul, much like himself, swept into this place and fortuitously discovering it? He temporarily retracted his thoughts, setting aside the token and his doubts. The immediate priority was to assimilate the spoils and solidify the nascent Dragon Emperor bone. The system was stabilizing online, presenting an unprecedented opportunity. His thoughts delved into the system interface, where golden light flowed through a concise, yet information-rich display. Host, Xiao Fan Realm. Preliminary Dragon Sovereign Bone. Initial stage. Status. Extremely weak. Energy reserve. 31. Core vessel. 10,000 scales returning source Dragon Emperor body. Initial forged embryonic remnant. Dragon nature. Immortal vitality. 0001. Abilities. Dragon might deterrence. Prototype. Preliminary Dragon Sovereign Bone. Frail power. Eternal frost law. Pseudo. Only the shell remains, unable to utilize its essence. Affiliated state. Ice Emperor Soul Seed. Deeply asleep. Shattered and frozen state. Energy. Techniques. None. Requires devouring transformation. Training to adapt to dragon-type techniques. System functions. Scanning. Analyzing. Simulating. Basic. Devouring transformation. Core. Database. Damaged. Under recovery. Warehouse. Mysterious grade damaged battle axe 1. On the brink of destruction. Unknown ancient token 1. The core function of devouring transformation ignited Xiao Fan's thoughts, instantly clarifying his direction. In this dire situation, practicing advanced techniques was a luxury. The most direct means to enhance his strength was to seize. His thoughts raced through the system. Simulation objective. Optimize the devouring process based on the current characteristics of the preliminary Dragon Sovereign Bone to maximize the energy conversion rate of plunder. Weakness strike template update. Simulation in progress. Integrating target weakness scan results with the shredding characteristics of the preliminary Dragon Sovereign Bone. Simulation complete. New devouring combat technique template generated. Name, Dragon Sovereign Shattering Claw. Principle, utilizing Dragon Might Deterrence as a precursor, with the Dragon Sovereign Bone Claw as the carrier, mobilizing embryonic power to the limits. Condensing it at the claw tip to shred the attack point. Breaking through defenses to instantaneously initiate the core energy devouring. Targeting cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm. Optimizing energy flow capture rate. Target conversion rate elevated to 71. 74. Theoretical. Additionally, endowed with a faint immortal dragon nature that exerts corrosive destructive effects on lower-tier energies. Energy output. Extremely low, primarily consumes target's original source. Requirement. Successfully breach defenses at close range. Concise. Efficient. Filled with the raw power of plunder's straightforwardness and dominance. Perfectly aligns with Xiao Fan's current predicament. Dragon Sovereign Shattering Claw. Excellent. The cold thought confirmed. This would become his initial reliance for survival and resurgence in this dead zone. At that moment, warning. Multiple energy fluctuations detected. Location, directly east, southwest. Distance, 30 miles and 15 miles respectively. Intensity, high-tier Yuan Dan realm, east, mid-tier Yuan Dan realm, southwest. Energy attributes, wood, east, fire, southwest. Targets suspected to be drawn in by residual energy from previous battles, guided by the Golden Sha seeking Dragon Disc. Threat level high. The system's crimson cursor flashed frantically. Crisis loomed. One Golden Sha had already been a near-death experience, and now even stronger foes were approaching. Xiao Fan's gaze instantaneously turned as cold as an ancient abyss. The consumption of Dragon Might Deterrence was immense, and the devouring transformation required time. The 31 energy within him was utterly insufficient to sustain prolonged high-intensity combat. A head-on clash? Death was certain. System. Scan for Dragon Nest. Searching for usable special energy sources or concealment points. Optimal concealment strategy. Xiao Fan coldly commanded, glancing at the seeking dragon disc left by the Golden Sha's corpse at his feet. This contraption was nothing but a harbinger of disaster. Scanning. The Dragon Nest energy environment is eerily silent. Target detected, approximately 9 li to the southwest, buried 100 zhang underground. A faint geological fissure is present, suspected to lead to an unknown cavern below, from which a small quantity of chaotic earth-fire energy is seeping. This energy is extremely murky and disordered, yet it harbors a semblance of vitality, capable of subtly interfering with the perception scans of mid to low-tier cultivators. Plan. Utilize the Eternal Frost Principle, pseudo, shell to create a mobile ice shell illusion and slowly retreat to the north, to confuse and divert attention. During this brief period of concealment, the host will delve underground into the earth-fire fissure. While hidden, the core function of devouring and transformation will forcibly absorb the chaotic earth-fire energy, with a low conversion rate and potential contamination risks, simultaneously achieving a preliminary stabilization of the energy plundered from the Golden Malevolence. Success rate, 78, based on the opponent's perceptual accuracy and the host's execution capability. Chaotic earth-fire? Contamination? Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened fiercely. He would consume it. Regardless of the tumultuous flood, survival is the only path to a future. Boom. The residual shell of the eternal frost principle erupted in a burst of brilliant light, then detached from the main body, coalescing into a vague ice silhouette resembling Xiao Fan's aura, leisurely drifting northward. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Fan's entire being melded into the earth, as silent as Mercury, disappearing beneath the thick layer of green-scaled dust. Direction, southwest. He could sense two oppressive forces from the Yuan Dan realm drawing closer above the surface, like two massive shadows slowly engulfing him, filled with the greed of treasure hunters and the coldness of predators. The crisis had never been far away. Do they wish to consume me? Deep underground, Xiao Fan's icy voice reverberated silently among the soil and rocks, carrying the ferocity of imperial bones and an indomitable ferocity. Let us see whose bite is stronger. Amidst the swirling chaotic malevolence, the Dragon Emperor's bone began to emit an imperceptible aura of devouring. Chapter 38. The Abyss of Earth-Fire Malevolence. The imperial bone consuming the heavens, defying yin and yang. Thick, scalding, and exuding a putrid sulfuric odor. The chaotic earth-fire energy enveloped Xiao Fan's stealthy form like tangible sludge. Each wisp of malevolence bore the turbulence and filth of the earth's core, frantically attempting to erode his embryonic Dragon Emperor bone. For an ordinary cultivator, even one in the Yuan Dan realm, enduring such an environment would lead to rapid deterioration, tainting their spiritual roots and reducing them to monstrous entities. However, for Xiao Fan, the devouring core activated. Target, chaotic earth fire. Transformation, commencing. The faint yet fundamentally profound dark golden embryo at his dantian trembled violently. The phantasm of the abyssal imperial scales flickered, emanating an imperceptible vortex of suction. The azure-black dragon scale patterns covering the embryo's surface suddenly brightened, resembling countless tiny greedy mouths. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The violent chaotic malevolence surged like rivers returning to the sea, being forcibly torn and consumed. It was as if scalding molten steel was poured upon a parched riverbed. The intense energy shock and the agonizing corrosion nearly suffocated Xiao Fan. His will was as solid as steel, fiercely guarding the core of the imperial scales and the essence of the Dragon Emperor bone. Warning. Chaotic earth fire impurity rate, 82. 5. Energy volatility, extremely high. System transformation in progress, forcibly stripping away harmful corrosive substances, extracting fundamental energy particles. Energy reserves, 31, 38, 45, 51. The host. The Dragon Emperor's embryonic bone endures immense pressure. Its latent vitality is passively ignited. The slight enhancement of the immortal dragon essence registers at 0.001000015. The pollution risk stands at 15, manageable. While the speed is not swift, it is relentless. The meager energy absorbed from the golden calamity is being rapidly stabilized by the system, while the fiery malevolence of the earth transforms into a new, exceedingly perilous sustenance. Above, two formidable pressures from the Yuan Dan realm loom ominously, akin to suspended swords. The trajectory of the dragon-seeking plate has been severed. It lies nearby. A coarse and tempestuous voice, like rolling thunder, faintly reverberates through the thick layers of rock, cursing the foolishness of the golden calamity, whose presence has utterly vanished. Either devoured by the oppressive silence of this place, or another serpentine voice, laced with a disquieting sharpness, suggests that someone has preempted the opportunity, becoming the unwitting prey. This originates from a mid-tier Yuan Dan practitioner to the southwest, whose fire-attributed spiritual energy renders Xiao Fan's system acutely perceptive. Search. Dig 3 feet into the earth to uncover it. The high-tier Yuan Dan would practitioner bellows, their immense mental force sweeping like a tidal wave, imbued with vibrant life and an insatiable urge to seek, penetrating the very stones. The residual draconic energy is extraordinary, far beyond mere chance. It must not be overlooked. The terrifying mental force sweeps across the concealed layers where Xiao Fan lies, even amidst the chaotic interference of the earth fire's malevolence. The overwhelming perceptive power characteristic of a peak Yuan Dan cultivator renders him acutely aware. Were it not for the layers of the dragon cocoon shell and the chaotic earth fire energy enveloping him, his presence would have been revealed in an instant. Xiao Fan holds his breath, concentrating, refraining from any movement. The devouring continues, the transformation persists, and the pain remains. He is like a stubborn stone submerged in a toxic swamp, silently gathering the strength for a counterattack. At that moment, a hum resonates. The bronze token from the golden calamity, nestled beside him, the Dragon Emperor's embryonic bone possesses a faint storage space, suddenly quivers. The ancient patterns along its edges, resembling desiccated bloodstains, flicker to life with a subtle crimson glow. This ignites a faint resonance with the indistinct ancient characters at the token's center. An aura, older and denser than the malevolence surrounding him, emanates with a hint of a sacred confinement, disregarding spatial distance and geological barriers, and begins to diffuse ever so slightly. The searching Yuan Dan practitioner above halts abruptly, their voice laced with uncertainty. Elder Mu, do you sense it? Beneath, besides the earth-fire malevolence, there appears to be something else, something exceedingly ancient. It feels as though something suppressed is breathing. Hiss, somewhat similar. The high-tier Yuan Dan practitioner's tone grows grave. This presence is unlike that of a cultivator. It is too peculiar, fragmented, and ancient. Could it be that this desolate dragon's lair conceals further secrets? Greed swiftly eclipses caution. The doubts arising from the demise of the golden calamity are transformed into an even greater temptation by this mysterious, ancient resonance. The mental energies of the two Yuan Dan practitioners immediately converge upon the location from whence the bronze token's aura emanates, targeting the fissures leading deeper into the earth's veins. At that instant, ding. The initial stabilization of the golden calamity's energy conversion is complete. Energy reserves, 72. The strength of the Dragon Emperor's embryonic bone surges upward. The pseudo-perpetual frost shell, fragment of the law, absorbs a modicum of malevolent energy, solidifying it. The breakthrough of the quasi-Dragon Emperor bone reaches a critical point, elevating the realm to that of the mid-stage quasi-Dragon Emperor bone. The completion of the Dragon Emperor's fragment claw reaches 100. Boom. A weightier and more concentrated imperial bone pressure erupted from Xiao Fan's core, although largely suppressed by the surrounding malevolent aura. The essence of this transformation allowed him to instantly break free from the invisible constraints of the mental power wielded by the Yuan Dan realm cultivators. At that very moment, the two Yuan Dan realm powerhouses above simultaneously changed their expressions. That subtle sensation of liberation had not escaped their notice. Indeed, it was here. Come out, roared the high-level wood system cultivator. A massive ruler, wreathed in azure light and entwined with thorny vines, cleaved through the rock layers, carrying an overwhelming aura of annihilation, and thunderously struck towards the malevolent energy void where Xiao Fan was concealed. Die, you rat in the gutter. The feminine fire system cultivator formed seals with her hands, sending forth dozens of burning skulls, ignited with ghostly green phosphorescence and laced with bone-corrosive poison, howling as they surged into the ground fire malevolence, directly targeting Xiao Fan. The lethal strike approached. A fierce light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Rather than retreating, he charged forward. System command. Lock onto the high-level wood system cultivator. Target distance, 10 zhong. Weak point scan updating. Initiate the first strike of the Dragon Emperor's fragment claw. Lock onto the mid-level fire system cultivator. Target distance, 5 zhong. Maximum power activated for the residual perpetual frost shell to forcibly interfere. Create conditions for the second strike of the Dragon Emperor's fragment claw. Roar. A sound that was not loud, yet resonated like a deep dragon's roar from the abyss, erupted within the ground fire malevolence. It was not a sound wave, but a pure imperial bone pressure shockwave. What? The high-level wood system cultivator felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, his consciousness violently swaying. The speed of the giant wood malevolence ruler's descent drastically slowed. The mid-level fire system cultivator fared worse. The dragon's might inherently suppressed those with weak spiritual awareness. He let out a wretched cry as the phosphorescent skulls he controlled spiraled into chaos. First claw. Sizzle. The dragon claw, adorned with rough dragon scales and exuding dark gold and azure-black ghostly light, disregarded the murky malevolent aura, tearing through the space to appear just 3 inches beneath the left rib of the high-level wood system cultivator. That was the point where his wood malevolence technique's spiritual energy was most stagnated. The system marked it as a fatal spot. The Dragon Emperor's fragment claw tore through. The clash of gold and iron resonated. The millennium-old green wood armor that automatically emerged from the high-level cultivator's surface was as flimsy as paper before the superior essence of the Dragon Emperor's bone claw. Puff! The sharp claw easily tore through the spiritual armor and protective barrier, penetrating his ribs. The wildly pulsating wood system Yuan Dan, radiating a robust life force, was gripped tightly by the icy dragon claw. No, the high-level cultivator's eyes bulged with terror, fear finally eclipsing greed. He frantically mobilized the Yuan Dan's power to counterattack. But it was too late. Devour initiated. The essence of Yuan Dan was stripped away. Life's quintessence plundered. An irresistible vortex of absorption erupted within the high-level Yuan Dan cultivator's body. The life force and wood essence he painstakingly refined surged towards the claw embedded in his ribs like a breaking dam. Ugh! It felt as if his spine had been pulled out, his entire spiritual energy collapsing, and the robust vitality rapidly draining away. His body visibly withered. Second claw. The moment was fleeting. Fool. Release the old wood. The mid-tier fire mage suppressed the tumult of his primordial spirit, unleashing a piercing scream as he commanded the remaining phosphorescent skeletons to charge at Xiao Fan. Simultaneously, he ignited emerald poison flames in his hands, striking towards Xiao Fan's head. The eternal frost shell activated. Xiao Fan, without turning back, felt the azure-black ice crystals enveloping his body erupt with the last glimmer of deep blue chill. Although feeble, it emanated the frost of the fragments of the Void Realm's laws. With a sharp sound, the foremost phosphorescent skeletons and the poisonous flames were instantly dulled and slowed by the freezing touch. In a flash, his right hand transformed into a dragon claw, tearing through the air with a surge of power drawn from his previous devouring. The target, 2 inches below the heart of the fire mage, marked by the system as the moment when his heart meridian and the spiritual energy of his dantian converged while operating the ghost fire technique. With a hiss, the second claw struck faster and more fiercely than the first. A piercing sound echoed as the claw pierced through the protective heart flame, directly penetrating the mid-tier Yuan Dan. The ferocious aura of the dragon beast and the searing poison flames could not thwart this fundamental rending. An equally terrifying devouring force erupted. The mid-tier mage emitted a cry that was more beastly than human, his body shrinking like ignited parchment in the conflagration and devouring chaos, charred and blackened. Devouring complete. High-tier Yuan Dan source energy, moderately pure. Mid-tier Yuan Dan source energy, chaotic impurities. Transitioning. Energy reserves, 7,238. A significant leap. The Dragon Emperor's bone embryo was rapidly growing. Dragon vitality, 00015001. Realm stabilization, quasi-Dragon Emperor bone, mid-stage 99. 2 withered, twisted corpses fell into the tainted malevolent energy. The battle concluded in the blink of an eye, efficient, lethal, and imbued with a sense of overwhelming strength despite weakness. Xiao Fan slowly retracted his dragon claw, feeling the unprecedented surge of power coursing within him. This was no longer mere energy sufficient for survival. It could sustain him in this place for the time being. Yet, what astonished him further was the anomaly of the bronze token in his embrace. At the moment of the dragon's might erupting, the token seemed to respond to some unseen force, the blurred ancient character at its center flickering faintly, subtly indicating a direction deep within the fissure. The aura of the imperial bone, along with the imprint of the resentment from the reverse scale, resonated with a voice, ethereal, ancient, steeped in endless weariness, and tinged with a hint of incredibility. It pierced through the ages like a whisper from beyond, faintly echoing within the depths of Xiao Fan's consciousness. This voice did not originate from the external realm. Rather, it emanated directly from the dark red blood patterns at the edge of the bronze token. Xiao Fan's pupils contracted sharply. This voice was no living entity, akin to a lingering spirit clinging to the ancient blood of resentment. Do not be alarmed. Young bearer of the imperial bone, the voice conveyed a sense of desolation after the exhaustion of all hope, seemingly awakened merely by the dragon's essence within Xiao Fan. I am but a fragment of a forgotten guardian, sealed with this droplet of dissipating prisoner-s blood, bound here for endless ages. The voice was intermittent, the information fragmented, yet it caused Xiao Fan's heart to plummet. Guardian? Prisoner-s resentment blood? Sealed? This token was not merely a key. It resembled more a binding artifact. Or perhaps, deep within this geological fissure, lay something guarded by the token and blood patterns. And the aura of that something had drawn forth the token's anomaly. Detection of anomalous advanced will residue fluctuations. Determination, non-direct hostility. Extremely weakened. Bound by immense resentment. Association, blood pattern of the bronze token. Unknown existence of deep fissures. The voice paused slightly, as if sensing something, then emitted a tremor of disbelief. The pure Dragon Emperor's bone, a legacy from another realm, astonishingly, is still alive. How ironic. Even the ancestral lair of the myriad dragons has turned to dust, yet the entities within this cage. Her words brimmed with sorrow and a sense of fate that Xiao Fan could not comprehend. Just as Xiao Fan stood on high alert, ready to confront any deeper terror that might arise, a thunderous rumble shook the entire fire abyss violently. It did not emanate from Xiao Fan's devouring, but arose from the depths of that fissure. A torrent of vast, chaotic, indescribable will, imbued with insatiable hunger and frenzied malice, surged forth, as if an ancient beast of terror had been fully awakened, or like a tormented deity, long sealed, had suddenly erupted. A deep, resonating roar echoed, resembling not a sound but the very fabric of space itself bellowing. That terrifying deluge of will instantaneously filled the entire abyssal passage. It crashed madly against the bronze token and the blood-stained patterns upon it. Humph! Abomination! The faint voice of the ancient woman on the token issued a feeble reprimand, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, as the bloodstains on the token glimmered red, struggling like a flame in a tempest. Xiao Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Just a mere exhalation of that will's essence made the Dragon Emperor's embryonic bone within him emit a mournful quiver. It lacked the lethal order of Lin Yueying's pressure, yet overwhelmed him with a billionfold chaos and resentment. It felt as if a chaotic, malevolent god, imprisoned for eons, had devoured countless despair. This is bad. The entity beneath has awakened completely. Xiao Fan instantly comprehended that the token and that residual will were the core of the seal. His devouring of the 2 Yuan Dan realm Dragon Emperor's breath, coupled with the earlier anomaly of the token, had shattered a fragile equilibrium. It had thoroughly roused this terrifying existence. Warning: extremely high-risk energy reaction imminent. Beyond the realm of current comprehension. Recommendation: immediate withdrawal. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan fervently summoned the immense power he had just acquired, tearing through the rock above, propelling himself upwards. But that chaotic will seemed to have found its outlet. A colossal claw, formed from endless viscous resentment, shattered laws, and substantial dark red malevolence, suddenly emerged from the depths of the fissure. Its target was unmistakably Xiao Fan, who bore the essence of the Dragon Emperor's bone, perceived as food by that chaotic will, filled with insatiable greed. The claw's speed far surpassed Xiao Fan's escape. Leave the Emperor bone. The roar of chaotic resentment detonated at the soul level. Life and death hung in the balance. The remnant on the token seemed to expend its last ounce of strength, emitting a faint screech. The token erupted in blinding bloodlight, forming a thin yet remarkably resilient crimson barrier, barely standing before that massive claw of resentment. Boom! The blood barrier trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Cracks spread across it. The body of the token emitted a burdensome hum, the edges of the bloodstains rapidly dimming. Yet it also afforded Xiao Fan a fleeting opportunity to escape. With a swift motion, Xiao Fan transformed into a dark golden streak of light, surging forth from the ground, narrowly evading the terrifying giant claw that sought to ensnare him. The claw struck against the blood-red barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that reverberated through the very earth. A mushroom cloud of dust and malevolent energy erupted into the sky, shaking the entire area to its core. The unfathomable chasm of hellfire began to collapse violently amidst the chaos. Warning: the abyssal fissure seal is being forcibly breached. The blood patterns and remnants of power are rapidly depleting. The core prisoner is on the verge of breaking free. Xiao Fan stood amidst the wreckage of the dragon's lair, his heart still racing as he gazed into the depths of the collapsing fissure. Had it not been for the self-sacrificing barrier of the token's remnants, he would have faced certain doom. What manner of being was it? Who had imprisoned it here? Even the ancestral lair of the dragons could not contain it. The blood patterns on the token fell silent, and the voice of the ancient woman vanished entirely, leaving only a faint, weary sigh filled with a glimmer of hope. Seek the altar of the ruins, sever the chains binding the imprisoned dragon, and the Emperor's bone, the reverse scale. Only you may. The voice faded into silence. The bronze token returned to its ancient stillness, leaving only the searing warmth in Xiao Fan's hand and a spatial coordinate imprint pointing towards the ruins altar. The ruins altar? The chains of the imprisoned dragon? Before Xiao Fan could ponder further, the system's piercing alarm sounded once more. Warning! Warning! High-risk alert. Detection of an ultra-high energy source breaking free. Danger level: extremely lethal. Please evacuate immediately. A thunderous roar echoed like the dawn of creation, at the brink of collapse. The hellfire fissure erupted with a torrent of dark red resentment mingled with shattered laws. A colossal, distorted shadow, born from endless chaos and suffering, tore through the last flicker of the blood patterns and began to emerge from the abyss. The mere aura it exuded sent the entire space into a lament. A greedy, frenzied will locked onto Xiao Fan. There was no time. That entity was forcefully breaking free. There was no staying here. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan turned to flee. His direction aligned with the northern path, a route previously utilized by the system to create an illusion of escape using the eternal frost shell. Perhaps there lay a temporary sanctuary? The Emperor's bone, it is mine. A roar of vengeful chaos rent the fabric of space, pursuing relentlessly. The deadly chase commenced anew. Xiao Fan raced through the silent dragon's lair, his figure a blur. Though the monstrous entity behind him was vast and chaotic, it seemed to be hindered by some form of weakness and constraints, its speed not insurmountable. As Xiao Fan pushed the limits of the Dragon Emperor's bone to flee, he urgently commanded the system, analyze the attributes of that wretched entity's power. Identify weaknesses. Calculate a safe path. Additionally, scan the feasibility of the ruins, alter coordinates. The energy he had just consumed was depleting rapidly, and the terrifying presence behind him clung like a parasite. Meanwhile, the silent bronze token in his embrace began to warm slightly, as if resonating with some unknown entity far away. Chapter 33. The ancestral artifact suppresses the abyss. The unyielding emperor questions the heavens. Roar. The dark waves of resentment rolling behind him resembled a tangible tsunami, blotting out the sky. Chaos and distortion. Imbued with eons of suppressed hatred and an insatiable hunger for flesh and soul, unleashed a devastating shockwave, akin to countless filthy poison needles piercing through Xiao Fan's back. The Dragon Emperor's bone core emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable burden. The energy reserves, at a critical 38, evaporated with astonishing rapidity under the scorching sun, accompanied by a warning. Ultra-high entropy chaotic will contamination impact. Stability of the Dragon Emperor's core has plummeted to 91. Mental barrier activated. Consumption escalating. Energy reserves, 383,532. Every second burned away his life. Xiao Fan's eyes glowed a fierce golden red as he bit down on the rusty, bloody taste in his mouth. System. Weakness. Path. Answer. His thoughts struck like a red-hot iron brand into the sea of consciousness. Frequency analysis initiated. Target. The abyssal chaotic entity in the process of breaking free, codenamed Xiao Yan. Power core. Source of the tainted energy from the Earth's veins, currently collapsing. Unknown remnants of fallen high beings coalescing into vengeful spirits, core driving force. Suspected fragments of ancient sealing laws, being forcibly devoured and distorted. A tumultuous blend of three powers. Highly unstable. Weaknesses identified. 1. Space. Its massive form and chaotic will rely on the sealing space, currently collapsing. Once detached, its power will plummet. 2. Law conflict. Fragments of sealing laws form a transient repulsion reaction point within its core, left chest core. 3. Mind. The overwhelming resentment is stitched together from countless fractured wills. The core lacks a unified dominance and fears the impact of a high-ranking soul. The safe path has been calculated, 13 miles northeast. There exists a natural spatial fold, a remnant of the dragon nest's chaotic spatial laws, strong enough to temporarily obstruct the infiltration of its chaotic will. Coordinates of the Guishu altar from the token's spatial distance. Distant. Path, unknown. Risk level, extremely high, cross-boundary. Currently lacking conditions for exploration. Plan, launch a full-force assault on the spatial fold. As he approached, the host concentrated all remaining Dragon Emperor's pressure and residual power of the Eternal Frost laws to strike at the left chest core's law repulsion point, creating a temporary disruption. Upon entering the fold, he would immediately compress his aura. Success rate, 63. Left chest. Spatial fold. Charge. Xiao Fan roared. With a powerful thrust, the thick layer of azure-scaled bone dust exploded beneath him, propelling his speed to its zenith. Dark golden light streaked through the air, tearing apart the fabric of space. Ahead lay an area that seemed ordinary but subtly distorted the lines of space, becoming the sole gateway to survival. Xiao Yan seemed to sense the prey's intent. As the chaotic conglomerate emitted a piercing wail, a cacophony of a million vengeful souls, a viscous dark red resentment suddenly coalesced into a massive claw, composed of shattered eyeballs, twisted bones, and boiling malevolence, descending with disregard for spatial distance. The claw's reach was so vast that even the spatial fold was engulfed within its shadow. No escape. Xiao Fan's eyes flared with fierce determination. The system's 63 success rate was a gamble with his life. Execute. Maximum explosion. Target. Left chest repulsion point. He hesitated not for a moment. In the instant of the massive claw's shadow bearing down upon him, his body twisted like a taut bowstring, advancing rather than retreating. All mental fortitude, willpower, and the imperial majesty of the Dragon Emperor's bone coalesced with the last forcefully extracted 3 units of energy, reducing reserves to 29. Enveloping the minuscule fragment of the pseudo-eternal frost law, transforming it into a beam of dark golden blue light, finer than a needle, imbued with the essence of destruction and piercing intent. Give it to me, be still. The thought roared. The beam's target was not the massive claw of resentment itself, but rather the depths of the colossal chaotic entity, specifically a core within its left chest that flickered with fragmented runes, inciting fierce internal conflicts of malice. With a silent hiss, the beam tore through the swirling miasma of resentment, precisely embedding itself into the repelling core rune. A sudden stillness seized the gargantuan body of the malevolent entity, erupting into an unprecedented tremor from the core, surpassing even the previous barrier of the token. The anguished wails of countless resentful souls soared to a deafening crescendo. The icy blue light entwined with chaos at the core resembled sparks igniting in boiling oil. The internal sealed law fragments exploded violently, spurred by the stimulus of the pseudo-eternal frost law and the dragon's might, unleashing a frenzied, repelling shockwave. Boom! The motion of the massive claw faltered fatally. The claw, constructed of resentment and malice, displayed a gaping flaw. Now was the moment. Xiao Fan's body slipped through the fleeting gap created by the repelling shockwave between the claw's fingers, gliding like a fish. The dark golden stream plunged into the rippling distortion of that space. Whoosh! The chaotic aura behind him and the thunderous roars of resentment were instantaneously quelled by more than half. It felt akin to leaping from boiling water into a tepid oil bath. Enormous spatial pressure converged from all directions, attempting to crush him. But compared to the assault of malice, this felt like paradise. Xiao Fan scarcely had time to breathe, deeply converging, maximizing the simulation of spatial fluctuations. Energy lockdown. Vital signs operating at minimal levels. Commands etched into his very marrow. All power rapidly retracted, the Dragon Emperor's bone embryo emanating a faint glow, striving to become a mere speck of dust within the folds of this space. Buzz. The spatial fold rippled like water, only to regain its tranquility, isolating the interior from the exterior. Outside, the immense entity of resentment, having shed much of its sealing, emitted even more frenzied roars. Its colossal claws violently tearing at the spot where Xiao Fan had vanished, churning that area into chaos. The entire dragon nest resonated with thunderous noise. Yet, it had lost its target, akin to a beast deprived of its prey, raging impotently in place. Time slipped away, and eventually, the external tumult subsided. But the terrifying aura of resentment lingered, merely wandering the vast, desolate dragon nest without a clear objective. Within the spatial fold, the pressure remained immense, yet temporarily safe. Energy reserves, 19. Xiao Fan slumped within the twisted spatial barrier, his body trembling slightly, each breath accompanied by searing pain. The Dragon Emperor's bone embryo, enduring tremendous pressure and corrosive taint, began to emit an instinctual hunger for retaliation. The voice spoke of the return to Ruin's altar, the bound dragon chain. He caressed the now cold bronze token in his embrace, his gaze flickering uncertainly. This broken token had summoned great trouble, yet concealed profound secrets. The Guardian's lingering essence, with its final strength, aids him in escaping, leaving behind a clue shrouded in mystery. What does it signify? The abyss is said to be the ultimate realm of all endings. What then is the altar? As he delves deeper into the fragmented hints, a faint hum reverberates. The indistinct ancient character at the center of the token once more glimmers with a subtle radiance. This time, it transcends mere direction or resonance. The glow swirls, projecting an exceedingly obscure and ancient mark before him, intricate and winding like a celestial map. At the heart of this mark lies a twisted and broken chain motif. Simultaneously, a cold, ethereal voice, imbued with an overwhelming majesty and a sense of vastness, unlike the earlier essence of the Guardian, descends upon him like a divine oracle from the heavens, crashing into his consciousness. The bone of the Emperor, the reverse scale breed, born from the suffering of myriad scales, died in the eternal frost of calamity. The voice resonates grandly, each word striking like a brand in the depths of his soul. The reverse-scaled one, a grave transgression of the scale clan, abhorred by the heavens. You, the newly risen dragon of the Emperor's bone, possessing this mark, shall be the cause of the chain's severance. To inherit the revered name of the true dragon and wield the dominion of the myriad scales, you must establish a grand aspiration, ascend to the abyssal altar, sacrifice your own blood and the soul of the reverse scale. Invoke the power of the altar. Sever the ancient chains binding the dragon of this realm. Do you dare to respond? As the words of this grand aspiration fell, the entire fabric of space seemed to freeze in anticipation. An immense force, brimming with scrutiny, causality, and even the essence of sacrifice, descended alongside the chain mark, locking onto Xiao Fan's core essence with unyielding ferocity. An intangible shackle appeared to descend from the heavens, attempting to forcibly bind him to the distant abyssal altar. What is this? An alarm. Detection of an ultra-high-tier causal rule intervention. Assessment. An ancient contract type truth mark. Core terms. Establish a grand aspiration. Oath. Ascend to the altar. And through the blood sacrifice of the Ice Emperor's soul, sever the chains binding the dragon. Associations. Ice Emperor's soul, in a dormant state, vital to the host's essence. Separation equals destruction of the host. Risk assessment. Full acceptance of the mark. Should the aspiration fail or the oath be broken, a backlash from the contract will ensue, obliterating the soul, bound by the mark. Unknown cost. If rejected, the contract mark will trigger a self-destruct shockwave. Intensity unknown. There is a significant risk of direct annihilation of the host or severe injury. A trap. A blatant, deadly snare. This token, this mark, from the very beginning. It has been a pitfall. The so-called guardian's lingering essence is likely manipulated by the existence behind it. Its purpose is to compel him to fulfill this near-certain death aspiration, potentially sacrificing his only hope of resurrection, the Ice Emperor's soul. To respond or not, Xiao Fan slowly raises his head, his cold visage betraying no fear of the divine spectacle, but rather a ferocious glare akin to a beast cornered with no retreat. He glares at the chain mark in the void, observing the ancient words suspended as if decreed by a deity. Establish a grand aspiration? Blood sacrifice of the Ice Emperor's soul? Sever the chains binding the dragon? His voice, though low, carries the chilling winds of the abyss, laden with the malevolence of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Get lost. Boom. The peak power of the mid-stage pseudo-dragon emperor erupts without reservation, originating from the depths of the abyssal emperor's scales. A fierce will that refuses to bow or yield erupts like a cataclysmic volcano. It embodies all of his resentment, rage, and the murderous intent born from repeated treachery. Soaring into the heavens with ferocity, there are no divine powers, no magical arts, only the purest, most untamed, and irreverent wrath of an emperor. It crashes violently against the suspended contract mark and the descending shackles of law. The emperor stands tall, unyielding, in the dark, confined folds of space. Xiao Fan's cold roar reverberates like a proclamation to the heavens. My life is mine to contend for. My path is mine to forge. How dare a mere mark sever my vitality? How dare it command me to kneel and offer my soul? If the celestial gods obstruct me, I shall tear them apart. The dark, golden dragon of the Emperor's bone exudes a ferocity akin to a fierce dragon lurking in the depths, surging against the cosmos. Though as faint as a firefly, it carries the will to shatter stars. Crack. Not a mere physical sound, but a violent clash at the level of rules. The descending shackles of law abruptly falter. A grand and majestic voice seems to experience a momentary hesitation, as if it has never encountered such an insignificant creature daring to shake its divine might. The chain mark in the void flickers violently, its projection becoming blurred. The force of the contract's rules collides fiercely with Xiao Fan's unyielding will of the Emperor's bone within the cramped space, annihilating all. The entire space folds into a violent turmoil, cracks beginning to appear. Refusal, in the most resolute and thorough manner. With a defiant overturning of the table, the hosts will assess limit-breaking explosion, forming an unwavering core of the Emperor's bone's will. The ancient contract mark's rules suffer damage. Binding force reduced by 85. Self-destruction mechanism weakened. Yet, the impact of the rules is about to erupt. Warning. Expected intensity of the rule's impact. Destructive level. Energy reserves insufficient to withstand. The spatial folds are on the verge of collapse. The energy within and outside the spatial folds is utterly unbalanced. The external malevolent aura of wrath is once again palpable. It seems to be drawn in by Xiao Fan's explosive will of the Emperor's bone and the ensuing ripples against the contract. Chapter 39. The old ghost of the dragon's nest finally appears. Xiao Fan's eruption of the Emperor's bones will against the contract's ripples tears through the facade of the spatial folds like ice shards cast into boiling oil. The malevolence outside, already frenzied, now senses with heightened clarity, as the violent resentment surges forth like hungry sharks drawn to the scent of blood. A blurred visage twisted from countless vengeful souls locks onto this location. Boom. A colossal claw, enshrouded in the essence of decay and darkness, bearing the power to obliterate all, descends with even greater speed and force. The outer wall of the spatial folds shakes violently, as if it were an eggshell about to be shattered by a colossal hammer. Alert. The structure of the spatial folds is about to disintegrate. External attack intensity. Late Imperial realm, unstable. Unstoppable. Energy reserves, 15. The dual destructive energy explosion from the rule's impact and spatial collapse is expected to arrive in 27 seconds. Survival rate calculations underway, 009007. The cold data is akin to a death sentence. Xiao Fan's pupils constrict to pinpoints. The backlash from the contract's rules has left his soul in agony. Beset by internal and external crises. At the horizon's end, a colossal claw of resentment obscured all, emanating a suffocating aura of death. As the system's countdown tolled like a death knell, the abyss, the altar, the chains binding the dragon. In this moment of life and death, the once dormant token in my embrace unexpectedly radiated a faint, yet tenacious ghostly light. It was not directed towards the ethereal abyss, but rather, As if drawn by an irresistible force, it pointed fiercely to the north, the very source of the resentment's core attack. Alert! The Abyss Altar's mark has erupted with a powerful focal point. Location: within the core of resentment. Preliminary analysis: fragments or highly related objects of the Abyss Altar exist. This object is the fundamental source of the mark's power. The system's display refreshed rapidly, locking onto an almost imperceptible dark fluctuation at the left chest of the massive conglomeration of resentment, a point more critical and lethal than the previous rejection point. Left chest core. Deep within that repulsive point of the law, something remained. An object related to the Abyss Altar. It was the very thing drawing the entire contract mark. In the depths of despair, Xiao Fan's thoughts crystallized into sharp clarity. A frenzied idea ignited like a lightning bolt. Where was the source of the mark? The strongest core of resentment, which also harbored its most deadly weakness. This breakthrough point lay hidden within the brink of death. Energy. Now, the thought roared. Boom. The embryonic dragon bone within him ignited like a bomb, emitting a tearing hum. The remaining 15 units of energy, along with the last squeezed essence of his lifeblood, surged into his marrow like a volcanic eruption. His skin was instantly adorned with dark golden dragon scales, and his veins bulged like roaring, coiling dragons. System. Execute. Charge in. Destroy that focal point. Pathway. Time seemed to stretch infinitely and accelerate. Command confirmed. Mandatory calculations in progress. Target. The core of resentment's left chest. Abyss mark focal point. Pathway. Energy explosion backlash to create a narrow passage. Must breach the barriers of resentment's laws. Pathway simulation. Using the host's current maximum energy as a spear, detonating spatial folds as a shield. When energy is depleted, a breakthrough is expected to reach the core's outer wall. Core barrier strength. Unknown, exceeding royal level. Success rate. Uncalculable. The sole logic of survival. Execute command. Without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, the claw of resentment, imbued with the might of destruction, descended. The entire spatial fold shattered like fragile glass. The chaotic currents of space mixed with the black resentment, exploding into millions of fragments. Yet, at the very center of this storm of absolute annihilation, break. Xiao Fan's roar drowned out the lament of space. With himself and the remaining power of the dragon bones as the most volatile explosives, at the moment the spatial fold burst open. He utilized the reaction force of this destructive shockwave, transforming into a meteor compressed to its utmost, burning with dark golden blood. Without hesitation, he resolutely plunged into the surging torrent of immense resentment, targeting the left chest core of resentment. Whoosh. Boom. The turbulent black tide of resentment on the surface of the resentment entity was like a viscous swamp, each strand of erosion capable of melting steel. The Imperial Bone Dragon's might was swiftly consumed. The phantom of dragon scales hissed and cracked under the corrosive assault of resentment, fragmenting inch by inch. Yet he remained undeterred. Propelled by the system's pinpointing of the faint internal anchoring point and the final guidance of energy, he tore through the resentment, surging forward with reckless abandon. Howl! The malevolent spirit clearly did not anticipate that Xiao Fan would not only evade being crushed, but would instead charge directly toward its core. Its massive form twisted violently, as more grotesque arms of resentment extended from its body, reaching for the audacious intruder. Countless chaotic thoughts instinctively contracted in defense, while the protective barriers around the left chest core area instantaneously escalated to several levels. Warning: core outer wall defense intensity exceeded the limit. Beyond calculable range. Breach failed. Energy depleted. In 3 seconds, assimilation by resentment will occur. Just as Xiao Fan was mere inches away from that core, as if separated by a dense gel-like barrier. Darkness engulfed his vision, his strength utterly exhausted. Dragon scales shattered, the essence wounded, the icy grip of death swiftly eroding his soul. Countless vengeful spirits cackled menacingly as they surged forth. Was this to be the end? I refused to accept it. His will roared defiantly, yet his body was utterly spent. At this critical juncture, a rasping, hoarse voice, akin to the grinding of rusted iron, unexpectedly pierced through the maelstrom of vengeful energy. Manifesting at the edge of Xiao Fan's fading consciousness, the tone was laden with disdain and resignation, yet carried an undeniable peculiar power. Simultaneously, a soft pop echoed before Xiao Fan, at the thick, almost tangible defensive barrier surrounding the malevolent core. Space bizarrely ruptured like a bubble, creating a circular opening just large enough for a single person to pass through. The emergence of this portal was sudden and unheralded, its edges smooth and precise, as if the impenetrable barrier of resentment had willingly yielded a passage. At the far end of this passage lay the dimly flickering point of the inky black mark. Will you not hurry inside? Do you expect it to invite you to dinner? The hoarse voice carried a hint of exasperation. A chance at life. Life and death hinged on a fleeting moment. The remnants of Xiao Fan's imperial will ignited fiercely, drawing forth the last vestiges of potential. His body transformed into an ephemeral shadow, narrowly slipping through the closing portal at the very instant it sealed. Boom. The passage behind him instantaneously closed. The barrier of resentment mending itself as before. The core area of the malevolent spirit erupted in chaotic energy currents. As countless vengeful thoughts frantically surged toward the space Xiao Fan had just occupied, only to consume emptiness and fury. Inside the core, a peculiar space measuring merely 3 paces in circumference. At its center hovered an irregular piece of blackened bone, its surface riddled with twisted fissures. It was this relic that emitted a feeble pull, persistently drawing in the mark of Xiao Fan's token. A dense aura of desolation mingled with the despair of imprisoned eons coiled around it, and merely gazing upon it inflicted excruciating pain upon the soul. The foundation of the malevolent spirit's power converged with the source of the contract's mark at this juncture. The overwhelming and tyrannical aura was enough to suffocate even those at the peak of the imperial realm. Not far beneath that perilous bone fragment, a diminutive figure stood with its back turned, swiftly adhering a translucent talisman as delicate as a cicada's wing to the base of the bone. This figure was shrouded in a tattered gray robe that glistened with oil, its form hunched, with sparse, grizzled hair hastily tied, and a bony hand that moved with remarkable agility. The voice from earlier had emanated from this very being. Senior? Xiao Fan, straining against the exhaustion that drained his strength completely, felt the chilling essence of the Ice Emperor's soul seed fading within him. Stop your nonsense and call me Old Ghost. The figure addressed as Old Ghost moved with remarkable swiftness, rebuking without turning back, his tone filled with urgency and disdain. It's all your fault for attracting this calamity. And that wretched thing. He gestured with an oil-stained finger towards the ominous black bone shard, lamenting the consequences of provoking forces best left undisturbed. I've waited 7 centuries for this opportunity, and you nearly spoiled it. Scanning, unknown powerful being, codename, Old Ghost, Dragon Nest Old Ghost. Energy level, highly variable. At its lowest akin to an ant, peaking to briefly engage with the core bone shard, speculated to far exceed the Imperial realm. Methods are enigmatic. Threat level, unknown, no hostile intent detected towards the host. Status, attempt to detach the ruin's bone shard failed. Engaging spatial talismans to contain its aura leakage. Old Ghost continued to curse while his movements remained precise, almost mechanical. As he affixed the final talisman, the black bone shard's overwhelming pulling force and the terrifying chaotic aura of the ruins were indeed confined within a 3-zhang space. Even the malevolent entities outside seemed momentarily dazed, their attacks turning chaotic and blind. With a sigh of relief, Old Ghost wiped non-existent sweat from his withered hands and finally turned around. His face, marked with deep creases and smeared with grime, bore murky eyes that sparkled with cunning light, resembling fogged glass beads. His nose was slightly flattened, and his mouth habitually curled downward, exuding a sense of bitterness and impatience. Kid, Old Ghost squinted his beady eyes, scrutinizing the swaying Xiao Fan, as if appraising a defective product, his disdain evident. A mid-level Dragon Emperor's bone? You survived the rule shock from that. Consider yourself fortunate. Your bones are sufficiently resilient. He paused, and a shadow of darker light flickered in his murky pupils. But you're just a troublemaker at heart. A born nuisance. Kid, Xiao Fan. Steadying his trembling form, Xiao Fan met Old Ghost's scrutinizing gaze. His eyes sharp as the blade of a drawn sword. Though the indomitable will within the imperial bone was dormant due to overexertion, it had not been extinguished in the slightest. I will repay this favor. His voice was resolute, resonating with the depth of a dragon's roar. Repay? Old Ghost let out a cold snort, tinged with the scent of oil and smoke, as if he had heard the grandest joke. What will you repay with? This fragile bone frame of yours? Any dead dragon cub's skeleton in the dragon nest is sturdier than you. Enough with the empty talk. He casually flicked non-existent dust off his robe, his murky, triangular eyes fixating on the location of the imperial bone in Xiao Fan's chest, his tone growing grim. Stop the nonsense. This wretched place can only hold that big fool outside for 3 more breaths. Now, you have 2 choices. Either go serve as a dog in the Heavenly Calamity Mansion, or follow me for a major endeavor to sever the connection between this cursed bone shard and that ghostly altar, thoroughly crippling that fellow outside. He pointed towards the ominous black bone shard, still emanating foreboding waves despite being temporarily suppressed by the talismans. There is no third option. Choose. Beyond the spatial barrier, the terrifying force of resentment surged with greater ferocity and concentration. The The edges of the spatial confinement talisman set by the old ghost began to tremble violently. Fine cracks spreading like a spider's web. The aura of destruction surged through the walls. Current realm description: Xiao Fan's current realm, mid-stage peak of the semi-dragon Emperor bone. His physical strength and dragon might have grazed the threshold of the initial stage of the Emperor realm. The inherent potential stemming from his soul type and the transformation of the Imperial bone shows immense promise, yet he remains hindered by insufficient energy and accumulated experience, preventing him from stabilizing his entry into the Emperor realm. Old Ghost's realm, impossible to define accurately. His surface aura fluctuates dramatically, at times appearing as weak as a mortal. Nonetheless, he can precisely sever the core barriers of resentment, temporarily sealing the aura of the Guishu bone fragments, employing methods that involve spatial rules, showcasing a profound understanding of the dragon nest. His true strength likely reaches the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, perhaps surpassing it, achieving bizarre effects through special secret arts and an absolute familiarity with the dragon nest environment. His identity is shrouded in mystery, and his methods are enigmatic, incomparable to ordinary emperors. Classic scenes. 1. The Imperial bone ignites blood into a meteor at the moment of spatial collapse. Xiao Fan uses himself as the final fuel to detonate the Imperial dragon might, resolutely crashing into the core tide of resentment. A poignant and decisive act. 2. The old ghost shatters the void to forge a path. The emaciated old ghost effortlessly breaches the insurmountable barrier of resentment, as deft as a snap of the fingers, reversing a seemingly fatal situation. 3. The bone fragment's spatial brilliance emerges. Within the core of resentment, the atmosphere of the Guishu bone fragment space, suffocating with ancient confinement, intertwines with the old ghost's sinister strength, creating a striking contrast of tension. 4. The oilcloth old ghost truncates the path ahead. The old ghost in the gray oilcloth proclaims a brutal choice that severs the path of emperors, his aura instantly overpowering that of the abyss of resentment. Quotations that ignite. The spine of the emperor stands tall and firm. Xiao Fan's declaration of defiance. My life is mine to fight for. My path is mine to carve. The core spirit of Xiao Fan's countercontract. A mere mark dares to sever my vitality, dares to compel me to kneel and offer my soul type. Xiao Fan's furious roar against the deathly howl of the rule's mark. Should the gods and Buddhas of all heavens obstruct me, I shall tear them asunder. An ultimate declaration, dominating the heavens and the earth. Either roll to the heavenly calamity mansion as a dog, or join me in a grand endeavor. The old ghost's ruthless ultimatum. Harsh yet realistic. Chapter 40. Sword slashes the ancient prison dragon chains. The frenzied roar of resentment seemed poised to rend this lifeless space apart. The talismanic barrier set by the old ghost trembled violently, cracks spreading rapidly. The 3-breath time limit hanging over Xiao Fan like a searing iron needle. Choose. The murky gaze of the old ghost held no hint of jest. The joints of his soiled fingers cracked ominously as he fixed his stare on Xiao Fan. Should one kneel and plead for survival, bowing to the unknown heavenly calamity mansion? Or should one risk a desperate strike? Deep within the Imperial bone, the undying flames surged forth. Although the Ice Emperor soul type had been depleted, it emanated an even more piercing chill in the face of despair. Xiao Fan's gaze remained unwavering on the black bone fragment, sealed by talismans, exuding an aura of decay and despair. Countless gray-black chains coiled around it, like the tentacles of an ancient beast, binding not only the bone fragment, but also deeply embedding into the void, connecting to that accursed contract mark, extending into the suffocating depths of the ethereal Guishu. My path shall not be dictated by others. The hoarse voice resonated with a resolute spirit, akin to thunder erupting within a confined space. Such a trivial mark can be severed with ease. The celestial demon's manner? To be treated like a dog? No, not worthy. Today, I shall sever this foul source. Boom. The silent Imperial bones suddenly erupted with their final radiance. The remaining essence of the Dragon Emperor's bones, mingled with the last remnants of primal blood, ignited like oil poured into a raging fire. Xiao Fan found himself enveloped in a viscous, burning dark golden flame. The dim dragon scale patterns upon his skin were instantly ignited, producing a harsh, discordant buzzing akin to metal grinding. Within that fiery blaze, a fragmented dragon silhouette could be faintly discerned, roaring towards the heavens. The aura surged instantaneously. System, forcibly igniting the bloodline origin of the Imperial Bone Dragon Emperor, entering the state of blood-burning, ashen dragon. Remaining time, 12 seconds. Energy output peak, overload, reaching the critical threshold of the mid-level pseudo-emperor realm. Warning, the burning of the origin is irreversible. Should the target remain unresolved before time elapses, the host will be utterly consumed, soul shattered. A terrifying sense of oppression, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of self-destruction, instantaneously filled the 3-meter space. Huh, quite impressive. A glimmer of brilliance burst forth from the murky eyes of the old ghost. Astonishment mingled with a barely perceptible satisfaction. You little rascal, how fierce. Your bones are hard, and your spirit even fiercer. The disdain etched upon his face faded somewhat, replaced by an intense focus and gravity. Good. You are a man. Then let us together sever this prison dragon lock and shatter this chain of fate. He ceased to indulge in further words, his oil-stained, withered hands swiftly forming an intricate ancient seal. The patterns upon his palm ignited, stirring the faint light beneath his feet. A sense of desolation and resilience, seemingly drawn from the very ruins of this dragoness nest, converged in an instant. Can this old man not sever the altar of the return to the void, yet cannot sever a few broken chains that stretch forth? Array, the old ghost bellowed. Buzz. Beneath Xiao Fan's feet, the radiance of the talisman barrier suddenly blazed like the sun. Countless profound runic chains materialized out of thin air, not to assault the external malevolence, but rather to pierce like countless invisible hooks into the ethereal shadows of the dark chains entwined around the central obsidian bone fragment. Roar. Outside the barrier, the malevolence emitted a deafening roar of anguish. Clearly, the chains were connected to its core, the pain reaching deep into its very soul. The assault intensified, and the fissures beyond the talisman barrier expanded to the width of a palm, the destructive dark resentment compressing inward like a high-pressure geyser. The space cried out. Warning. The core spatial protection will collapse in 3 seconds. The onslaught of malevolent energy will directly contact the host in 15 seconds. Countdown to blood-burning ashen dragon state. 10 seconds. Time seemed to freeze. Boy, sever that largest chain. The core pivot. The one connected to your token. The old ghost's voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency and weakness, forcibly urging the ancient formation of the dragon's nest, clearly straining him greatly. Drawing upon dragon blood as the catalyst, with the imperial bone as the foundation. Utilize all your will. Sever. No further urging was necessary. Sever. In Xiao Fan's eyes, there remained only that one most robust chain, like the main root deeply embedded within the obsidian bone fragment. The other end faintly resonating with the token nestled in his bosom, forming a colossal shadow of gray-black chains. The despair, confinement, and humiliation of a destiny manipulated, which surged from above, pierced his soul with agony. The shackles of the heavens. How can they imprison me? In a furious roar, Xiao Fan transformed his entire blazing body into a ferocious, dark, golden sword light. There were no intricate techniques. Only the purest intent driving everything that had been consumed. The imperial bone, the dragon's might, the essence of blood, the indomitable will, and the last remnant of the Ice Emperor's soul seed, all converging in the sea of his soul. Buzz. A massive sword shadow, straddling the line between reality and illusion. Constructed from dark golden dragon patterns and chilling frost, emerged fiercely within Xiao Fan's mental realm. The sword's body flowed with blazing dragon blood flames, its edge entwined with the frost of eternal stillness. This dragon flame ice frost sword soul bore the entirety of Xiao Fan's current madness and resolve. Unleash. His eyes blazed like burning blood-red stars, and his intent struck down like a blade. Clang. The shadow of the dragon flame ice frost sword soul manifested in reality as Xiao Fan himself transformed into a dark golden sword light, struck precisely at the critical node of the largest gray-black chain shadow. Crack. A clear sound erupted, akin to ancient ice shattering or a bronze pillar being forcibly bent. The massive chain shadow flickered violently, twisting. Countless vengeful souls clinging to it let out piercing wails as they were obliterated. A terrifying backlash, originating from the depths of the ruins, surged forth like an invisible hammer along the chain. Thud. Xiao Fan was struck hard, his body catapulting backward, crashing into the trembling barrier of the talisman. The blood flames flickered violently, and the golden dragon scales dimmed significantly. His soul felt as though it were being torn asunder. Yet, the largest chain shadow fractured. At the point of rupture, chaos ensued, wisps of gray-black essence swirling wildly, being scorched and dissipated by the radiance of the talisman barrier. Haha, it worked. The old ghost let out a triumphant cackle, akin to that of a night owl, his soiled face seemingly brightening a few shades. Well done, lad. Sever its arm. The dragon-binding chains left by those old ghosts have been shattered. System. Core contract imprint connection channel severed. Gravitational pull from the ruins altered diminished by 978. Warning. Remaining time in the burning blood ashen dragon state. 4 seconds. Fundamental essence damage. 78. Soul on the brink of collapse. His body felt like shattered porcelain. His soul was encased in icy dread, yet a previously unseen light burned in Xiao Fan's eyes. The sense of contract bondage suddenly diminished significantly. The threatening mark, akin to a sword of Damocles, was genuinely shaken for the first time. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events. Roar! The barrier shattered explosively. The enraged malice, driven to madness, did not collapse with the severance of the chains. Rather, it unleashed the deepest layers of fury. A gaping void, resembling an abyss, opened at its core, with an endless stream of viscous malice intermingling with billions of distorted faces, forming a terrifying vortex of the ruins, exuding a devouring force far exceeding its previous intensity. This force of absorption primarily targeted not Xiao Fan or the old ghost, but instead aimed directly at the pitch-black bone fragment, now freed from its core chain restraints. Oh no! The old ghost's expression shifted dramatically, attempting to rush forward to intervene, but was forced to retreat repeatedly by the violent surge of malice. The pitch-black bone fragment emitted a mournful, trembling sound, suddenly breaking free from the confines of the talismanic barrier, forcefully pulled away by the vortex of the returning void. Xiao Fan's heart lurched violently. Though the bone fragment bore an ominous aura, it seemed to contain a part of the imperial bone he had been missing, a primal call and yearning, originating deep within his bloodline, instantly overwhelmed all rational thought. It is mine, return it to me. An overwhelming will, more frenzied and primal than the burning blood ash dragon, erupted from the exhausted depths of his imperial bone. Do not force it. Use the pull. The old ghost howled, but it was too late. The state of the burning blood ash dragon came to an abrupt halt. The essence was depleted. The soul's weakness reached 99. The countdown reached 0. Life approached its end. In a moment of peril, the last act Xiao Fan performed before losing all strength was not to evade the lethal vortex's suction, but to abruptly hurl the token he had held close, which had been silent until now, forcefully against the impending engulfment of the pitch-black bone fragment. Dull buzz. Upon contact, the token did not unleash the expected force. Instead, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible dark golden dragon vein flickered and vanished, silently merging into Xiao Fan's third eye. A faint yet remarkably pure and genuine essence of the imperial bone surged forth, flowing into his already depleted and cracked spine, like a drop of sweet spring water replenishing a parched riverbed. Though it was a mere drop in the bucket, it miraculously sustained the last flicker of life that was about to extinguish. Simultaneously, the vortex of the void, having lost its target, erupted violently. Devour. Boom. Like a dam releasing floodwaters, all the uncontrolled resentment found a new outlet, surging madly into the dark vortex. The colossal core of malevolence, under this terrifying force of self-consumption, violently contracted and twisted. It let out an ancient, unwilling roar, ultimately collapsing into a chaotic energy singularity, which then abruptly detonated inward. A blinding light consumed all. Spatial turbulence raged. In the heart of the storm of destruction, the old ghost's face turned pale with fear. As Xiao Fan's consciousness sank completely into darkness, he thought, hold on tight. A hand, covered in grime, thin yet remarkably strong, gripped his nearly shattered arm with an ironclad grasp. The universe shifted and twisted. Boom. The devastating shockwave swept in all directions. The entire core area of the dragon bone abyss emitted groans of unbearable strain. Countless spatial rifts spread like a spider's web. Time lost all meaning. In a corner of the remnants, adorned with ancient dragon-scaled stone tiles, the sound of dripping water echoed against the stone surface. Xiao Fan abruptly opened his eyes, a violent cough igniting his lungs as if on fire. The excruciating pain coursing through his body reminded him that he was still alive. He leaned against the cold remnants, his body marred with blood and charred cracks. The imperial bone lay silent, akin to a lifeless object, with only the faintest signs of life remaining. Yet, he had survived. The contract mark had not completely vanished, but had become exceedingly faint, like a rootless floating weed. The most crucial aspect lies deep within the soul, a subtle yet authentic essence of his imperial bone, entirely his own, akin to a spark of starlight in the darkness. Never extinguished. Nearby, a voice, equally weary and irritable, echoed, "What a tremendous loss. Truly a monumental loss." The ancient specter of the dragon's nest, disheveled and despondent, slumped beside him, his tattered gray robe singed in a small patch, tenderly pinching it with greasy fingers. This was my last ancient teleportation talisman. The very last one in the dragoness nest. It was meant to save you, the foolish lad who nearly burned himself to ashes. Xiao Fan struggled to turn his head, gazing at the irritable yet fortuitous old ghost who had lent him aid in this critical moment. His voice, hoarse and strained, articulated each word with palpable agony. The bone fragment, don't dwell on that pathetic bone fragment. The old ghost interrupted brusquely. Though a flicker of profound unease glimmered in his murky eyes, it was dragged into that cursed realm of the Goetiu. However, he hesitated. Casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Fan's spine, that essence was ultimately excavated from your very bones. Who would have thought that after such a prolonged excavation, it would still retain a trace of its primal imprint within you? Truly bizarre. At that moment, a chilling notification chimed. Detected host's imperial bone absorbing minute primal essence. Foundation damage repairing at an exceedingly slow rate. Warning, core fragments of the imperial bone are missing. Forced combustion has resulted in permanent Dao injury. Potential sealing has severely diminished. Reminder, residual contract mark of the Goetiu altar detected. Complete eradication requires locating and destroying the altar's essence. The frigid notification weighed heavily on Xiao Fan's heart. Yet he felt only a fleeting sense of despair. Surviving and breaking free from the shackles was the first step, his greatest fortune. Old ghost, enough. No need for familiarity. The old ghost laboriously rose, brushing off his dusty robe, turning his back to Xiao Fan as he gazed upward at the ancient, unchanging dome shrouded in layers of ominous clouds above the dragon bone abyss. His frail figure exuded an inexplicable air of desolation. Kid, his voice now devoid of its previous sharpness and urgency, was imbued with a serene understanding of the vicissitudes of life. You have shattered the dragon's prison chain, temporarily freeing yourself from its oppressive mark. This is both a stroke of fortune and the inception of great calamity. Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened. The prison chain did not merely confine that meager bone fragment. The old ghost's voice echoed hauntingly, carrying an unsettling undertone. What the prison chain truly binds is the essence it perceives from that bone fragment. Now that the chain is severed, it has sensed it. Do you comprehend why those monstrous claws sought to excavate your bones? Why they endeavored to bind you with this bone fragment? Why the depths of the blood abyss are filled with resentful entities shackled by chains? The old ghost slowly turned, his murky eyes resembling two black voids, devouring the surrounding light. His words, though unspoken directly, pierced like ice shards into the heart. The Goetiu is awakening, it is hungry. Realm description, current realm of Xiao Fan, pseudo-emperor realm, briefly reaching mid-pseudo-emperor state in the blood-consumed dragon state. Following the consumption of blood, primal essence has been depleted, and the realm has temporarily regressed to the early stage of the quasi-emperor realm, extremely unstable. Dao foundation is damaged, limiting potential. The imperial bone, nourished by minute primal essence, holds a slim chance for foundational repair, yet the core fragments are missing, rendering the path ahead arduous. The ancient specter of the dragon nest exists at a realm beyond the imperial domain, employing methods entwined with high-level spatial laws and the esoteric techniques of the dragon nest, suggesting a threshold of supremacy. Its means are enigmatic, and its foundation is unfathomable. Influenced by the peculiar environment of the dragon nest, its true strength remains incalculable. The intensity of the core of malevolent resentment, now vanished, was forcibly amalgamated with the dragon nest's malevolence through the remnants of the Goetiu bone and the prison dragon chain, achieving a pinnacle of energy level previously unmatched in the late imperial stage, with extreme defensive rules. Its vulnerability lies in the connection of the core bone fragments to the prison dragon chain. The Goetiu altar, shrouded in mystery, possesses the unparalleled power to effortlessly sever, seal, and contract the imperial bone. Its creation, the prison dragon chain, effectively restricts the essence of the core fragments of the imperial bone, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Classic scenes unfold. 1. The blood ignition dragon shatters the chains. With the imperial bone ignited, Xiao Fan transforms his soul into a sword, severing the main chain of the prison dragon. A tragic resolve, an indomitable will that transcends limits. 2. The imperial bone resonates at the brink of life and death. The obsidian bone fragment, moments before being consumed, reflects a trace of its origin, sustaining the flame of Xiao Fan's life. A call and response from the depths of his bloodline. 3. The malevolent resentment self-devours. The ancient specter shifts. The raging vortex of Goetiu consumes the core of malevolent resentment. The ancient specter grips life and death in a desperate maneuver. An ultimate escape. 4. The remnants of walls speak of Goetiu. The withered specter unveils astonishing secrets, revealing that the prison dragon chain does not bind bone, but the mysteries of Goetiu. That insatiable hunger. Quotations ignite. My path shall not be dictated by others. The celestial bastion? Do I serve as a mere hound? No. Today, I shall sever this vile source. Xiao Fan's declaration of choice. A resolve to break the boat and sink it. Celestial chains. How can they imprison me? The soul's roar before the severing of chains. Mine, return to me. A primal yearning and cry for the essence of the imperial bone fragments. I've suffered a tremendous loss. Truly a grievous loss. That ancient sigil of relocation was my last resort. The ancient specter's classic lament, lightening the atmosphere. What the prison dragon chain truly binds is the essence it perceives from the bone fragments. Now that the chain is severed, it senses that Goetiu is awakening. It is hungry. The ancient specter of the dragon nest unveils the desperate truth. A chilling cliffhanger. Chapter 41. The abyssal seed devours malevolence. The ancient specter awakens the path of the imperial bone. Beneath the remnants of walls, the cold dragon-scaled stones seep with millennia of chill, leaning against the rugged stone wall. Every feeble breath pulls at the shattered foundation of his Tao, akin to being pierced by red-hot steel needles. The imperial bone lies silent like stubborn iron. The withered dragon patterns marred with cracks, the once blazing blood flame reduced to faint sparks of pulsation. Hungry, hungry, hungry. A bizarre thought, like a deep abyssal creature whispering within its membrane, reverberates within the depths of his soul, not through auditory senses, but a gnawing hunger that devours consciousness, cold, greedy, devoid of any emotion. It is the pitch-black crystal embedded in the fissures of the imperial bone core, the abyssal seed. It has awakened. The fragment of malevolent essence just consumed did not satiate it. Rather, it ignited an insatiable longing for even greater energy. More? It demands it now. Warning. The abyssal seed is in its preliminary activation. Energy demands are extreme, unable to be met. It is about to forcibly siphon the host's life essence as a substitute energy source. The forced extraction is set to commence in 19 seconds. The host's current condition is incapable of withstanding such an extraction. It will undoubtedly lead to exhaustion and demise. The cold, mechanical alarm of the system has transformed into a countdown to execution. What was recently a source of hope has instantaneously morphed into a grim reaper's scythe, far more immediate than any vengeful spirit. Coughing violently, Xiao Fan abruptly expelled a mouthful of black blood, tainted with fragments of his own insides. His consciousness further clouded by this terrifying internal affliction. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze towards the figure of an old ghost rummaging through the rubble not far away. The old ghost, with his back turned, was bent over, nearly burying his head in a pile of shattered dragon bones, his bony hands sifting through the remnants. Grumbling in annoyance, what bad luck. Not a single decent spirit pearl left behind, all wasted on such a hefty aggregation of resentment. He retrieved a few dull, grayish-black shards, no larger than a fingernail, weighing them disdainfully in his hand. These scraps were hardly sufficient for even the smallest use. A complete waste. Senior Xiao Fan's voice was hoarse, resembling that of a worn-out bellows, each syllable exerting every ounce of strength as he struggled to interrupt the old ghost's complaints. The stone it's going to swallow me, what are you babbling about? The old ghost replied impatiently, his greasy face contorting in irritation. However, when his gaze met Xiao Fan's eyes, nearly unfocused due to pain and the terrifying internal pull, as well as the pulsing, black glowing crack at the location of his imperial bone, his murky eyes suddenly widened in shock. Hey! The old ghost, as if he had stumbled upon a peculiar curiosity, swiftly approached in a flurry of movement, his skeletal fingers darting towards Xiao Fan's chest. Buzz! A faint yet overwhelmingly potent remnant of dragon might shot forth from the fissure in the imperial bone, propelled by the prideful instinct of the dying bone, crashing forcefully against the old ghost's fingers. Pluck! Nearly at death's door, yet the old ghost's temper remained unyielding. With a flick of his wrist, his fingertips seemed to be coated in an invisible, slippery membrane, rendering the residual might of the dragon ineffective, as it was effortlessly deflected aside, without so much as a trace left on his grimy nails. In the next moment, his fingers, now smeared with bone dust and filth, accurately pressed against the most grotesque fissure in Xiao Fan's imperial bone, right above where the abyssal seed pulsed slowly, exuding an aura of the void. Hiss! The old ghost's small eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing the very soul. The perpetual disdain etched on his face was utterly replaced by shock, even transforming into a near-greedy excitement. The abyssal seed. His voice rose in pitch, akin to an old cat whose tail had been stepped on. What in the world is that? Which cursed goddess grave did you disturb? This forbidden artifact, chronicled only in the annals of obliteration, capable of reducing the grand world to mere fragments. How did it embed itself within your bones? He recoiled his finger as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Fearful of being tainted by the misfortune of the abyssal seed, pacing back and forth around Xiao Fan, his gaze shifting unpredictably. Damn it. The abyssal seed. Legend has it that it can devour all order and chaos, returning them to the void. A gluttonous beast, devoid of reason, across all realms. No wonder those ruffians sought to excavate your bones, to shackle you. If this entity fully develops within you, the hunger of the ruins is but a trifle. You would become the embodiment of annihilation. The words of the old ghost struck like a meteorite, plunging into the sea of consciousness and leaving Xiao Fan in utter disarray. The seed of devourment? A voracious entity that consumes worlds? No wonder the system indicated it exceeded detection limits. This was far more terrifying than the contract mark. Indeed, it was madness incarnate. Suppress it, suppress it. The excruciating pain rendered Xiao Fan nearly incapable of articulating coherent thoughts. Suppress? The old ghost scoffed, his slanted eyes gleaming with a mocking incredulity. What will you use to suppress it? Your spit? Let me tell you. This inherently world-ending glutton must either be satiated until it acknowledges you as its progenitor or left to starve into a frenzied demise, taking you down with it. Suppression? That option does not exist. He abruptly halted, his murky gaze locking onto the nearly extinguished essence of Xiao Fan's imperial bone, his eyes glinting like needles. Boy, the path before you is fraught with peril. The old ghost's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable sense of inevitability. The first path is to become the feed for this wretched seed. Shatter your broken imperial bones and your very soul to nourish it. If it belches in satisfaction and drifts into slumber, consider it a blessing from your ancestors. If not, you shall become its first appetizer, leaving not a trace behind. The old ghost's tone was as frigid as ice, each word laced with a bone-chilling despair. He paused, his eyes igniting with a more fervent, maddened light. The second path, he nearly roared, the sound reverberating through the crumbling remnants, causing ash to cascade down. Treat it as the sole sustenance for your imperial bones' rebirth. Make it the primordial essence for your path's reconstruction. What is the core of the imperial bone? It is dominance. It is plunder. It is the law of devouring that transcends all realms. Are you lacking in essence? For every morsel this wretched seed consumes from you, demand it return 1,000-fold. If it cannot be satisfied, then let it devour the lingering malevolence of this dragon's lair, consume the opportunistic scum outside, and even gnaw at its own claws in the void. Transform your imperial bones and your will into a more tyrannical crucible. Forge the ferocity of devouring within the abyss into the supreme fuel necessary for your imperial rebirth. Let it consume. The more it devours, the fiercer your flame will burn, the stronger your bones will become. Ultimately, it will not consume you, you will refine it. With the myriad beings as fuel, I shall forge my imperial path. With the abyss as the furnace, I shall melt forth in immortal form. The old ghost's words resonated like thunder, each syllable striking against Xiao Fan's withered soul like a chaotic bolt of lightning slicing through the infinite darkness. Countdown, 10 seconds. The system's cold numbers continued to tick away. Xiao Fan's exhausted will was ignited by this unprecedented, merciless path. It was no longer about bowing down for survival, but rather about fighting fiercely for life. No longer hiding or evading, but seizing with ferocity. My path can only be tread by me. Deep within his consciousness, a defiant voice roared amidst the rubble. Every lingering, unyielding dragon vein etched upon the shattered imperial bones radiated with a fervent glow. How to choose? Make a decision swiftly, the old ghost commanded. Almost at the moment the countdown reached 0, Xiao Fan abruptly lifted his head. His unfocused gaze coalesced into a tangible, frenzied flame. The sound emanating from his throat was no longer human, but a deep, suppressed roar, born from the ashes of the imperial bone. Roar. Nourishment. Furnace. Forge. Imperial bone. Boom. Deep within his soul, Xiao Fan's faint yet tenacious will relinquished all fragile defenses, completely opening the exhausted core of the imperial bone. This was not a passive feeding. Rather, it was a deliberate guidance. He forcefully drew the terrifying devouring will emanating from the abyssal seed towards the deepest fissure of the imperial bone. Within that crevice, the last remnants of the imperial bone's primordial essence did not evade. Instead, it ignited like oil on fire, willingly ablaze. Burn my frail body. Entice your ferocious devourer. Warning. The abyssal seed's compulsory extraction has commenced. Target locked. Imperial bone essence. The essence of the host's life rapidly dissipated. 1, 2. The frigid grip of death seeped into every limb and bone. Not enough. Still not fast enough. Agonizing pain nearly tore apart his soul, as Xiao Fan sensed that his broken body was utterly inadequate to satisfy the abyssal seed. Its insatiable instinct surged uncontrollably. The black light erupted violently, and the entire core fissure began to extend outward. Bah! The old specter, who had been vigilantly observing the changes, suddenly spat a mouthful of phlegm, his murky eyes flashing with fierce light. Even igniting a fire takes forever. Useless. Amidst the curses, his withered claw darted out like lightning. This time, he did not shy away from the domineering instinct of the imperial bone and the terrifying power of the abyss. Buzz. as his oil-stained, withered hand touched the imperial bone on Xiao Fan's chest. His fingertips suddenly radiated an extraordinarily profound dark golden luster, as if solidified over eons. Beneath the skin, countless intricate, ancient dragon scales flickered briefly. An overwhelming, majestic, and unparalleled dragon might surged forth, akin to an ancestral dragon awakening from an endless slumber, crashing down. This oppressive force far surpassed any power Xiao Fan had ever encountered. Dominant, majestic, looking down upon eternity. Crack. The rampaging black light of the abyss seemed to collide with the icy depths of the nine hells, instantly being forcefully pushed back by the dark golden claw. Even the core fissure's frantic expansion was abruptly halted. An unstoppable, profoundly pure imperial dragon force was forcibly infused into the cracks of Xiao Fan's imperial bone by the old spectre-esque claw. It was as if the thunder of the heavens had struck into an infinite ocean. Boom! Xiao Fan felt as though his entire soul was resonating with a purely domineering power. This external dragon force ignited the exhausted core of his imperial bone, like a feeble spark meeting the raging flames of a blazing sun. The once dim cracks of the imperial bone erupted with a brilliance 100 times more dazzling than before. Clear dark golden veins emerged and spread throughout the withered bone. The abyssal seed, which had just been forced back into the depths of the fissure, was suddenly stimulated into a frenzied pulsation by this overwhelming imperial dragon force, far surpassing Xiao Fan's own essence. Its terrifying devouring instinct was completely ignited. No longer did it sluggishly draw from Xiao Fan's essence. Instead, it lunged greedily, like a fierce tiger pouncing upon its prey, ravenously consuming the vast and pure imperial dragon force that the old spectre had infused. Zzz. At the fissure of the imperial bone, a fierce and tumultuous devouring storm erupted. The black light of the abyss and the dark golden radiance of the imperial bone intertwined violently, forming a small vortex of energy. Warning lifted. The abyssal seed has shifted its primary devouring target. Objective: Ascendant Royal Dragon Force, exogenous. Host life essence drain has ceased. System: the seed of Abyssal Devourer is stabilizing. A preliminary symbiotic phenomenon with the core of the imperial bone has emerged. The primary consciousness is temporarily in a subordinate state. An extremely precarious balance has been established. Cough. Xiao Fan trembled violently. The terrifying tug-of-war force from within caused him to cough up blood, his internal organs nearly displaced. However, the chilling sensation of life being drained away in an instant abruptly vanished. In its stead, a profound and greedy yearning arose from the depths of the imperial bone within him, akin to the sweet relief of rain after a long drought, along with a minuscule yet remarkably exquisite feedback. A trace of pure dragon essence, infused with an ancient and domineering aura, was released after being gnawed upon by the abyssal devourer, nourishing the wounds of his imperial bone as if it were a parched riverbed. A faint, almost imperceptible tingling sensation emanated from the edges of the fissures, though it was but a meager restoration. It marked the first true repair following the burning of the imperial bone. Damn it! The old ghost swiftly withdrew his hand. Gazing at the minuscule space fold tainted by the black mist of the abyssal devourer, his heart aching as his lips twitched in despair. What a loss! I've squandered my ancient dragon essence on this insatiable beast. He cursed under his breath. Yet his murky eyes remained fixated on the temporarily stabilized vortex of devouring energy within Xiao Fan's fractured ribcage, its flickering light a complex tapestry of pain, inquiry, and an undeniable thrill. Kid. The old ghost plopped back down onto a nearby broken stone, rummaging through his tattered sleeve to retrieve his greasy pipe. He took a puff of the low-quality tobacco, the smoke curling up with a burnt scent. Consider it a second chance at life. Now listen carefully. He tapped the cold stone surface with his pipe, producing a rhythmic sound, his tone regaining a blend of sharpness and worldly wisdom. The seed of the abyssal devourer within you is akin to a starfall bomb, liable to explode at any moment. That fragment of the imperial bone's essence merely prolongs your life temporarily. It addresses the symptoms, but not the root cause. If you wish to survive, to truly mend your path injuries, to reforge your nearly obliterated imperial bone. He lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze resembling an unfathomable abyss, locking onto Xiao Fan. Relying on your meager remnants is but a dream. Seek out the dragon nest's blood marrow. Current state, Xiao Fan, realm, initial stage of the semi-imperial realm, fragmented and fallen. Dao foundation shattered at 79, imperial bone essence depleted, latent abilities largely sealed. Special condition, symbiotic entity of the abyssal devourer, extremely dangerous. The seed of the abyssal devourer is initially stabilized, temporarily feeding on the ancient dragon essence injected by the old ghost. Receiving weak dragon essence feedback, The deterioration of his path injuries has ceased, entering an exceedingly slow passive restoration phase, 0-1 natural year. The core of the imperial bone has a nascent form of the gluttonous furnace, fragile. Dragon nest old ghost, realm unfathomable, surpassing supreme realm. Casually manipulating ancient dragon essence, power of the ancient ancestor dragon, instantaneously suppressing the rampaging abyssal devourer. Strength confined by the environment or other hidden circumstances, yet his foundation is formidable. Chapter 42, The Remnant Body Hunts the Dragon. Ancient Dragon Essence. The legendary primordial dragon essence, even after being fiercely consumed by the seed of abyss, emanates a faint rejuvenating power that cascades like a sweet rain upon the fractured imperial bone of Xiao Fan. A suppressed groan escapes his lips, as waves of tingling sensations ripple from the depths of his shattered spine, like parched earth greedily absorbing raindrops. Fine dark golden particles begin to coalesce and grow at the edges of the minutest cracks in the imperial bone. Although the pace is akin to a snail's crawl and the total recovery remains negligible, this marks a tangible restoration following the consumption of his very essence. The depleted foundation of his path is infused with a feeble, yet real vitality. System, symbiotic state with the abyss stabilized. Feedback, microcosmic ancient dragon essence. Imperial bone path injury restoration, 0-8, temporary state, reliant on symbiotic energy supply. Warning, the foundation remains fractured. Restoration is exceedingly slow. A substantial influx of high-quality dragon energy is required to catalyze acceleration. Otherwise, the current state can only be maintained. The old specter, puffing on a low-quality cigarette, cast a murky glance at the gradually stabilizing vortex of consumption around Xiao Fan's imperial bone, his lips curling into a sardonic arc. A few broken fragments of bone have regained a modicum of vitality, and you dare to be hopeful? Such futility. What can this paltry dragon essence accomplish? It won't even suffice to fill the gaping void of your imperial bone. You think you can reforge that pitiful skeletal structure? He exhaled a choking cloud of smoke, the pipe clattering against the stone surface with a rhythmic sound. Dragon nest blood essence. The malevolent resentment of millennia. The essence of countless dragon corpses, paired with a singularity of creation, may yield but a trace. This is the only thing scavenged from this wretched place that can mend your foundation and reignite the fire within your imperial bone. Xiao Fan laboriously expelled a breath of stagnant air, feeling the insignificant restoration within him only serving to accentuate the glaring void and fissures deep within his imperial bone. The injury to his path loomed like a mountain, with the abyss lurking nearby, and only the blood essence could provide salvation. Where? A raspy voice, tinged with a metallic rasp, uttered each word imbued with desperate longing. Humph. The old specter grunted impatiently, his emaciated finger gesturing toward the dark, collapsed corridor to the left. Deep within the ruins, where half of the ancient altar had crumbled. If luck is on our side, the malevolent essence may have exploded cleanly, perhaps revealing the blood essence accompanied by the mysterious malevolent stone, which has a faint resonance with blood essence. Remember, don't stray too far from me. With your body on the verge of collapse, recklessly wandering would not suffice to feed the lurking little pests here. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a deep, savage roar erupted suddenly from behind the crumbling wall that Xiao Fan was about to explore. Immediately following, a fierce beast, entirely cloaked in black scales, its head adorned with a singular horn and tail like a whip, violently crashed through layers of fractured stone pillars. Its size was not colossal, yet it exuded the primal ferocity unique to dragonkind, its cold vertical pupils locking onto the crumpled form of Xiao Fan in the corner. Viscous drool dripping from its fearsome white fangs. Dragon-type beast, black-scaled bone-eating crocodile, subspecies. Realm, early pseudo-emperor realm, corrupted by the dragon nest's malevolent chi. Danger assessment, high. Swift as the wind, with hard scales and claws imbued with bone-corroding venom. Utterly ravenous for the essence of flesh and blood. System prompt, weak dragon bloodline detected. Can be utilized for preliminary attempts to catalyze the abyss symbiotic furnace. Risk extremely high. The seed of the abyss pulsed violently within the depths of the emperor's bone, akin to a juvenile shark stirred by the scent of blood. An insatiable hunger, pure and directed towards the flesh and feeble dragon blood of the crocodile dragon, surged forth wildly. Behold, the old specter exhaled a puff of smoke, mocking with malicious delight. What did I say? The scent beckoned. It's hardly a morsel. Merely a putrid reptile. If you cannot handle it, you shall rot here as fertilizer. The crocodile dragon's vertical pupils gleamed with ferocity. Though its intellect was clouded, it could distinctly sense the faint aura of dragon energy and the allure of fresh blood emanating from Xiao Fan. Without a moment's hesitation, its obsidian-scaled tail lashed against the ground, transforming its massive form into a swift, low-lying streak of black, propelled by a foul wind straight towards Xiao Fan's neck. Its gaping maw opened wide, unleashing a rancid stench, with glinting fangs reflecting a chilling light. The speed was so formidable that it nearly suffocated the injured Xiao Fan. In that fleeting moment between life and death, with a roar, Xiao Fan's dwindling will erupted explosively. He understood he could not evade this onslaught, nor could he entirely rely on the perilous hunger of the abyss. The last remnants of the Emperor Bone's dragon patterns ignited like a flickering candle, extracting a single thread of pure, yet feeble essence blood. This essence was not employed for defense. Instead, he forcefully concentrated it at his fingertips. With a hiss, the essence detached, morphing into a blood arrow, exquisitely refined and encircled by a dim golden aura. Like a desperate viper, it struck forth with unprecedented velocity, accurately piercing into the gaping maw of the crocodile dragon. Roar! The crocodile dragon evidently did not anticipate that this seemingly dying figure could unleash such a cunning counterattack. Agonizing pain erupted within its mouth. Although the dragon might contained therein was weak, it detonated explosively in its unprotected and vulnerable cavity. The force jolted its head back, instantly thwarting its assault. Now, Xiao Fan's eyes blazed crimson, his soul's intent cleaving down like a guillotine. The insatiable power of the abyss, long yearning within the core of the Emperor Bone, was unleashed like Pandora's box, an invisible yet palpable domain of terrifying consumption, imbued with the will of obliteration. Erupted from the dark fissure at Xiao Fan's chest, targeting the crocodile dragon's gaping mouth. A power indescribable by mere words descended, as if capable of draining all existence. The crocodile dragon, caught in struggle, suddenly froze in its movements. Its ferocious vertical pupils were instantly filled with disbelief and terror. The blood arrow that had erupted within its mouth, alongside the rich essence of blood and flesh contained therein, the meager, mixed draconic power, and even the pure malice it had exhaled, were all violently ensnared by an invisible vortex, drawn into a murky crimson stream, which continuously surged into the dark whirlpool at Xiao Fan's chest. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The crocodile dragon trembled violently. Beneath its hard black scales, its essence was forcibly siphoned at a visible pace. It withered. Life drained away like a torrent unleashed from a dam. It released a desperate, mournful wail, its enormous body convulsing and struggling, yet it was anchored firmly in place by that horrifying suction, as if pinned within amber like a trapped insect. The robbery of the abyss commenced. Target, black-scaled, bone-corroding crocodile dragon, early pseudo-emperor. Acquisition, mixed subdragon essence blood, residual. Acquisition, pure blood soul source power, minimal. The essence of the exotic malevolent energy was being refined, and the seed of the abyss stirred violently, ravenously consuming its surroundings. However, as the old ghost remarked, this morsel was of too low a quality. The energy filtered and transformed, returning with a hint of icy, metallic scent, yet it also contained a trace of bloodthirsty, draconic essence, so fine it was nearly imperceptible, slowly merging into the wound of Xiao Fan's imperial bone. The sound of sizzling echoed, akin to ice water splashing onto a red-hot iron, a thin mist rising. At the edge of the largest fissure in the imperial bone, minute dark gold particles began to coalesce once more, as if a speck of dust had materialized. The excruciating pain eased slightly, but the damage to his foundation remained unchanged. The symbiotic entity responded with microdraconic essence, attempting to repair the imperial bone. 09. The wound contracted. His corporeal form received a slight enhancement from the meager blood essence. Status, depleted and weak, recovery 1. The system prompted, low-tier dragon blood conversion rate insufficient. Minimal gain. A higher-tier target is necessary. Xiao Fan gasped like a bull, cold sweat soaking his tattered garments. Though the devouring process was brief, it was a tremendous ordeal for his nearly collapsing will, as if countless maggots were gnawing at the very seams of his bones. While his physical state showed a hint of relief, the tearing pain from the rapid energy extraction in the imperial bone was unmistakably acute. The old ghost discarded the burnt-out pipe, his murky gaze sweeping across the skeletal remains of the crocodile dragon, stripped to the bone, devoid of essence, lacking any sympathy. Its efficiency was lacking, akin to a mosquito's leg stuck in one's teeth. Nonetheless, the abyss had made its first sound, tasting a hint of flesh. He kicked the carcass aside, his attention drawn to the pile of rubble that had been displaced by the crocodile dragon's charge. Behind it, a corner of a collapsed altar was revealed. Several irregularly shaped stones shimmering with a dark red hue, reminiscent of flowing water, mingled amidst the dust. Indeed, the Xian Insha stone, the old ghost approached, his oily fingers picking up a fist-sized dark red stone, emanating a chilling, slippery, malevolent aura. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, accompanied by unabashed killing intent and greed. "You vile creatures, do not flee. Leave the treasures behind." Three figures descended like phantoms from the shattered ceiling above. The leader, clad in a dark green scaled armor, exuded an oppressive aura, having reached the pinnacle of the pseudo-emperor realm. Two others followed closely, both also at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Their gazes were intense, immediately locking onto the Xian Yinsha stone in the old ghost's hand, as well as Xiao Fan, whose aura was severely diminished and bore traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. They glanced at the desiccated crocodile dragon corpse on the ground, momentarily surprised, but soon their greed overshadowed that surprise. A slain beast of the pseudo-emperor realm was a perfect opportunity. Moreover, the two individuals before them, a seemingly inscrutable, filthy old beggar and a half-dead youth, were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The leader in dark green armor stepped forward, unleashing the full weight of his pseudo-emperor realm pressure. His gaze as venomous as a serpent's, fixated on Xiao Fan. A mere quasi-emperor cripple dares to covet sacred objects? Hand over the Sha stone and the remains of that beast, and I shall leave you intact. Xiao Fan's complexion turned ashen, the new oppressive sensation causing the abyss to stir restlessly, yet his body was no longer capable of bearing the cost of forced consumption. The imperial bone resonated with a warning. The system alerted, formidable enemy threat, leader's realm, pseudo-emperor pinnacle, surpassing the current limits of the host. Warning, forcing the abyss to devour high-tier targets may lead to an imbalance and rampage of the symbiote, resulting in a backlash against the host. The old ghost did not even raise an eyelid. As if brushing away dust, he casually tucked the ominous stone into his sleeve, treating it as a trivial pebble. He leisurely rummaged through another sleeve, muttering, "Today's youth lack an understanding of the age-old wisdom of the mantis stalking the cicada, oblivious to the lurking sparrow. Even the sparrow itself is far too impatient." At the very moment when the three marauders locked on a Xiao Fan, their murderous intent about to erupt buzz. An overwhelming, boundless force, seemingly transcending infinite time, emanated from the primordial dragon's supreme might, akin to a dormant star suddenly awakening. Silent, colorless, formless, yet more terrifying than the simultaneous crushing of myriad divine mountains. Thud! The leader in dark green armor bore the brunt. The fierce grin upon his face instantly froze, contorted, as if struck by an invisible colossal hammer upon his very soul. He could not even muster a reaction. Blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushed forth from his 7 orifices as if it were worthless, his body collapsing like a marionette with its strings cut. His breath extinguished like a candle in the wind. Peak of the pseudo-emperor realm, instantly slain by the oppressive force, reduced to nothingness. Thud, thud, behind him, two subordinates at the brink of emperor realm, as if their hearts were grasped by a giant hand, could not emit a single cry. Their eyes rolling back as they fell rigidly, black blood gushing from their mouths and noses, lifeless in an instant. The space fell into a deathly silence. Only the thick scent of blood permeated the air. The old ghost appeared oblivious to the 3 lifeless bodies, his oil-stained, withered hands still rummaging in his sleeve. Finally, he retrieved a half-palm-sized, ancient dark copper token, covered in verdigris, intricately carved with indistinct reptilian patterns. A faint, yet eerily connected essence, akin to the terrifying pressure from earlier, began to seep from the thin ancestral dragon's malevolent aura surrounding the 3 corpses, slowly merging into the token. The old ghost glanced down at the token. A flicker of unexpected surprise and suspicion danced in his murky eyes for the first time. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his penetrating stare locking onto the ancient token at Xiao Fan's waist, the one he had picked up, inscribed with the characters of the celestial calamity manor. 2 tokens, resonating across the void. He swiftly concealed his dark copper token, all unusual fluctuations settling into calm. Then, nonchalantly, he kicked the corpse at his feet. "Here, a few blind morsels for you to alleviate your fright." The peak of the pseudo-emperor, the essence surpasses that of the crocodile dragon by a margin. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted, a tempest rising within. The cataclysmic ancestral dragon pressure from earlier, along with the token's unusual reaction. He lowered his head, gripping his celestial calamity token tightly despite the searing pain. A chilling sensation washed over him, yet this time, he felt something deep within the token, an infinitesimal entity. Stirring awake, a fleeting thought of hunger vanished. "Kid," the old ghost's voice resumed its customary sharp tone, pointing at the corpse of the peak pseudo-emperor, as if indicating a heap of refuse. "Today, you shall siphon his blood to prolong your wretched existence. Remember, one day. Do not forget to eradicate those treacherous wild dogs lurking in the shadows." His murky gaze swept over the scattered positions of the 3 blocks of mysterious, evil stones. Then he cast a deep look at Xiao Fan, whose pallid complexion belied the chillingly resolute killing intent that was gradually crystallizing in his eyes. The journey ahead remains long. Yet the old fiend grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. It was time to procure the blood marrow. Current state, Xiao Fan, realm, early stage of quasi-emperor, damaged and fallen. Condition, severely exhausted and weakened, recovery at 1. Imperial bone damage, Dao foundation shattered at 791. Core repaired at 09. The abyssal coexistence is temporarily maintained. Newly acquired microdragon essence, mixed, capable of feebly nourishing the body. Abyssal coexistence entity, core danger initial combat validation completed. Low efficiency, plunder mode activated. The energy conversion rate from low-tier targets is minimal, merely sustaining the status quo. Devouring higher-tier targets may easily provoke a backlash. Current state, hunger standby, dangerous. Dragon nest old fiend, realm, unfathomable, far surpassing the supreme realm. A remnant thought manifesting the ancestral dragon's might, instantaneously annihilating the peak of the pseudo-emperor. Suspected unknown connection with the core essence of the dragon nest. Green scale guards, deceased leader, peak of the pseudo-emperor realm, genuinely crushed by the ancestral dragon's pressure, instantaneously obliterated. Subordinates, 2 fully realized quasi-emperors, similarly perished under the pressure. System, stably operational, risk monitoring core, abyssal coexistence, Dao foundation collapse. New functionality, combat assessment, friend or foe, analysis of abyssal conversion efficiency. Enhanced warning function, clearly indicates the risks of crossing realms in devouring. Hidden status, mysterious token exhibiting an unknown absorption reaction to the ancestral dragon's aura and malevolent energy, extremely faint. Classic scenes, 1. Abyssal initial hunt of the crocodile dragoness blood. Severely wounded Xiao Fan uses his blood as bait, risking his life to lure the abyss into devouring the dragon in a counterattack. The visual shock of the ferocious beast instantaneously turning to dust. 2. Bloodstone invites disaster upon the unwary. The Greenscale guards launch a surprise attack. The life-threatening crisis under the crushing weight of pseudo-emperor pressure. 3. Ancestral Dragon S will slaughters the pseudo-emperor. The old fiend indifferently invokes a sliver of ancestral dragon aura, resulting in the absolute obliteration of the peak pseudo-emperor into mere flesh and mire. 4. Token swallows the currents of dark tides. The Heavenly Calamity Mansion Order and the old fiend's mysterious token simultaneously obscurely absorb the malevolent aura of the deceased ancestral dragon in a bizarre moment, setting the stage for an astonishing undercurrent. 5. A chilling proclamation points toward the path ahead. Today, he drains his blood to prolong his existence. Tomorrow, he shall slaughter them all, leaving wild dogs at every doorstep. The old fiend coldly highlights the hatred, his gaze directed toward the deepest ruins to procure the blood marrow. Quotations exploding, behold, the scent has drawn them near. If you cannot handle it, you shall rot here as fertilizer. The old fiend's precise prophecy and scathing commentary. Xiao Fan, on the brink of death, gasps in agony after squeezing out the last of his essence, immersing in the intensity of the moment. Give it to me, devour. Xiao Fan roars, invoking the abyssal plundering intent. The devouring commences. Pow! The peak pseudo-emperor leader is instantaneously slain by the ancestral dragon's might, dying a silent and tragic death. Today, you drain his blood to survive. Tomorrow, do not forget to slaughter those lurking behind with treachery, leaving wild dogs at every doorstep. The old fiend's icy reminder ignites the flame of killing intent within Xiao Fan. However, it is now time to obtain the blood marrow, ultimately directing towards a singular goal. Chapter 43. The emergence of blood marrow. All corpses turn to dust. The mad shark devours the heavens and consumes the calamity thunder. 3 corpses of the pseudo-emperor realm exuded a dense aura of blood, akin to flickering flames in the darkness, drawing the greedy eyes from the depths of the ruins. Twisted shadows writhed behind the crumbling walls, yet, deterred by the lingering remnants of the ancestral dragon's oppressive aura emanating from the old ghost. They dared only to observe from afar, refraining from approaching. The old ghost's murky gaze swept over those shadows, and he let out a disdainful huff from his throat, akin to swatting away flies. He disregarded the 3 corpses and pointed with his withered fingers towards the depths of the altar's ruins, where several pieces of dark red, shimmering Xian Insha stones lay. A trace of blood scent would serve perfectly as bait. Xiao Fan, enduring the intense pain coursing through his bones from the insatiable hunger within, leaned against the wall to rise. With only a modicum of his strength restored, every nerve in his body was taut to its utmost limit. He gazed at the Sha stones, a faint yearning emanating from the depths of his consciousness, not for the imperial bone, but for the dormant Tian Sha command token at his waist. Within the depths of the token, it seemed as if minuscule tendrils were testing the darkness, capturing the extreme energy emanating from the stones. Yet their attempts were as clumsy and feeble as an infant suckling. The old ghost pressed his rough fingertip heavily upon the largest Xian Insha stone. An invisible and intangible, yet overwhelmingly tyrannical, will descended upon it. With a hum, the dark red radiance on the surface of the stone surged exponentially. The internal energy, akin to flowing water, was forcibly gathered, compressed, and ignited by some unseen rule. An eerie crimson beam erupted from the core of the stone, piercing directly into the most thoroughly collapsed rubble of the altar. With a hissing sound, the area illuminated by the beam saw the iron-hard dragon-scale remnants, the frigid rocks, and the pervasive millennia-old malevolent energy silently dissolve, as if a searing blade were slicing through congealed grease, vanishing into nothingness. A vertical passageway, barely wide enough for a person to pass, materialized out of thin air. The walls of the passage were smooth, marked with lava-like dark red traces, as pure, viscous, blood-like dragon aura, mingled with an indescribable life force, surged incessantly from below. The aura of the dragon's nest blood marrow. Boom. The entire collapsed altar ruins trembled violently. It was as if a slumbering beast within the earth's core was forcibly awakened by this beam of blood light. The malevolent energy, far more concentrated than all previous malevolence combined, surged forth like a volcano that had found its outlet after millennia. Countless streams of viscous, nearly liquefied dark purple, crimson, and pitch-black energies, mixed with the wails of lost souls, erupted frantically from every crevice and broken wall of the altar ruins. In an instant, this confined space transformed into a purgatory of the nine hells. With the emergence of blood marrow, all corpses turned to dust. The accompanying malevolent energy became the source of calamity. This is bad. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted. The fragile balance within him was shattered by the terrifying torrent of malevolent energy, causing a resonant hum deep within the imperial bone, while the hunger and restlessness from the abyss seed surged tenfold. The insatiable instinct threatened to tear apart his will. Embrace the essence, maintain unity. The old ghost's stern voice seemed to resonate deep within his very soul, ringing an alarm. With a peculiar deterrent force, it instantly quelled the tumultuous noise of the abyss instinct. If he cannot withstand this amount of malevolent energy, how will he consume the blood marrow? As he spoke, the gaunt figure of the old ghost advanced rather than retreating, stepping into the molten entrance of the cavern. The invisible membrane of space surrounding him seemed to vanish entirely, while the dense, inescapable malevolence and torrent of vengeful spirits dissipated as they approached him, as if rivers converging into the sea. It was not a matter of defense, but rather a phenomenon of being devoured, silently dissolved by a force within him, a power that resonated with the very roots of this dragon's lair. Xiao Fan, unwilling to hesitate, leaped into the profound corridor in swift pursuit. In the moment of his descent, an infinite tide of malevolence pierced his body like countless poisoned needles, inflicting excruciating pain that nearly rendered him breathless. Yet, the fierce pulsations emanating from the abyss within the depths of his imperial bone generated a distorted vortex of force, acting as an unseen millstone that ground the encroaching malevolence near the core of his imperial essence into fragments, tearing it apart and drawing it into the depths of the rift. Warning: ultra-high concentration of dragon lair malevolence impact. Continuous corrosive damage to the physical body. The abyss symbiote has activated its defensive absorption. Conversion efficiency, extremely low, effectively obstructing 30 impacts. Warning: malevolence contains strong polluted resentments. Residual large amounts of negative mental impact. With a thunderous crash, as his feet met solid ground, Xiao Fan's vision cleared in an instant. Before him lay a vast subterranean expanse, as if an entire ancient mountain had been hollowed out. The dome stretched infinitely upward, adorned with countless dangling dark purple crystals that emitted a ghostly cold light. At the center of this space was a vast, blood-like pool, viscous and deep, bubbling with a blend of crimson and dark gold luminescence. A magnificent vitality intertwined with the pure dragon essence potent enough to drive even an imperial being into madness, mingled with the eternal malevolent energy, forming an enigmatic liquid energy, dragon lair blood marrow. At that moment, an astonishing transformation unfolded above the blood marrow pool. As the scarlet beam tore through the surface and released its breath, a colossal creature rent the very fabric of space. It was a terrifying giant shark, exceeding 100 feet in length, not of flesh and blood, but composed entirely of a haunting blend of deep blue, black, and stark white bone. The massive bone spines jutted out menacingly, each segment seemingly formed from the solidified essence of imperial malevolence, exuding an oppressive force that could suffocate even a pseudo-emperor. Its hollow eye sockets burned with two orbs of deep purple soul flames, and as its massive jaws opened and closed, the space around it was effortlessly torn apart. Star-devouring ghost malevolence shark, malevolent bone aggregation, realm, peak pseudo-emperor realm, forcibly aggregated malevolence to breach the threshold. Half a foot into the true emperor realm. Core composition, thousands of ancient beast skulls above the quasi-emperor realm. Core power source, the frozen malevolence sedimented in the core area of the dragon lair. Characteristics, devours all to replenish itself. Inherently greedy for pure flesh and high-energy origins. Extreme danger warning. This sovereign, prowling within the depths of the dragon lair, was instantaneously drawn to the pure energy of the blood marrow. Abandoning all other targets, its enormous bony tail, akin to a colossal axe splitting the heavens, stirred the malevolence throughout the space, inciting an apocalyptic storm. With its maw gaping like a chasm of starry skies, it lunged toward the surging blood marrow pool, intent on devouring it, and surging toward the true emperor realm. Roar! As the shark's jaws closed, the entire blood pool was engulfed by its terrifying suction, creating a massive vortex. Crackle, crackle. However, just as its fangs were about to close, an eruption of countless dark golden calamity lightning bolts, as thick as a child's arm, twisted and coiled from the depths of the blood marrow pool. This was not the lightning of heavenly tribulation, but rather a negative energy reaction born from the accumulation of the malevolent aura within the dragon's lair. It was the Earth's malevolence, a sinister force guarding the blood marrow from being easily seized. Boom, boom, boom. The ominous lightning surged like a prison, infused with the annihilating light of souls and the lethal potency of tainted energy, violently striking the vast skeletal form of the monstrous shark. Countless bone fragments shattered and flew apart. The eerie blue malevolence was blasted into a gaping void. The monstrous shark emitted a soul-wrenching wail of agony. Its devouring motion abruptly hindered. An opportunity. The cold voice of the old ghost sliced through the air like a shard of ice. He showed no inclination to offer assistance. Instead, he admonished Xiao Fan sternly. The malevolent bone shark is on the verge of ascension. The countless beast souls and the chilling malevolence it harbors within are a boon for you against the abyss. For its grievously wounded state, it is the only substantial meal you can consume. What are you waiting for? For it to overcome the tribulation and then devour you whole. Go. Leap into its maw. Boom. Xiao Fan's mind exploded with the old ghost's words. To willingly jump into the jaws of a grievously wounded quasi-emperor, currently undergoing the terrifying tribulation of the Earth's malevolence. Madness. Absolutely madness. Both for the abyss and for himself. Yet, within him, the seed of the abyss, recently ignited by the blood marrow's essence, did not feel fear, but rather a pure greed that quivered in excitement at the prospect of high-energy prey. Countless fragmented thoughts flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. Cracked imperial bones, desperate flight from pursuers, the stirring of the old ghost's token, the corpses of the azure scale guards. The suffocating end of a path to refined bones. One must stake their life. All hesitation in Xiao Fan's eyes was instantly drowned in a crimson frenzy. He fiercely urged the meager power recently restored by the abyss within the imperial bones, disregarding everything as he leaped, transforming into a resolute meteor. He precisely hurled himself towards the chaotic core of the monstrous shark's maw, battered by the dark golden calamity lightning, where malevolence surged like a whirlpool. Devour. The fragile gluttonous furnace at the core of the imperial bones emitted a silent howl under his desperate will. The dark whirlpool of the abyss, in an unprecedented frenzy, expanded instantly, no longer passively devouring while attached to the imperial bones, but instead, like a black hole starved for eons, it actively tore through Xiao Fan's shattered foundation, reaching out towards the terrifying malevolence at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The pitch-black, devouring whirlpool collided head-on with the raging calamity lightning within the monstrous shark. The annihilation one might envision did not come to pass. Those forces of ominous lightning, powerful enough to make even true emperors frown, upon contact with the edge of the abyss whirlpool, unexpectedly encountered an invisible barrier, disrupted by a power originating from the depths of the void, sliding away. Most of the lightning struck fiercely against the core of the malevolent essence deep within the monstrous shark. The characteristics of the abyss triggered, low-level void immunity activated, significantly reducing external tribulation lightning damage. The abyss actively initiated a plunder. Target: the devouring star ghost malevolent shark, quasi-emperor pinnacle amalgamation. Locking onto the damaged core. Boom. Within the depths of the demonic shark, the energy core ravaged by the malevolent thunder surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a breached dam. Intertwining with the pure essence of malevolent soul power, the resilient foundation of demonic bone, and the chaotic quintessence of primordial beast souls. It resembled a celestial river gone awry, drawn into the insatiable maw of the abyss, a ravenous void that fervently siphoned into the dark vortex within Xiao Fan's chest. The indescribable agony overwhelmed Xiao Fan in an instant. The energy deluge of the faux emperor's pinnacle far exceeded the limits of his corporeal form and even the shattered imperial bone. It felt as though it would shatter his very soul. His skin fissured, blood instantly soaking through his tattered garments. The seed of the abyss let out a shriek akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. The edges of the vortex twisted violently, beginning to consume Xiao Fan as flesh and soul. The system alarm blared piercingly. Warning. Energy influx exceeds overload threshold. The abyss symbiote is on the brink of uncontrollable collapse. Host corporeal form is nearing disintegration. Imperial bone core cannot effectively convert. Danger. Danger. Steady yourself. Blood streamed from Xiao Fan's 7 orifices as he let out a ferocious roar. In this dire moment, all willpower converged frantically, firmly locking onto the nearly dispersed dark golden will of the imperial bone core. The abyss is my furnace. Energy is my fuel. Refine for me. Buzz. The decree of the heavenly kill hung before him. Amidst the tumultuous clash of the faux emperor's pinnacle and the destructive energies of the earth's malevolent thunder, an unprecedented, blazing ethereal glow erupted. Beneath the originally indistinct characters of the heavenly kill decree, another ancient and twisted mysterious rune, seemingly sketched by the wails of countless vengeful souls, quietly emerged. This rune spun like a miniature black hole's rotating arm. A primal, domineering suction suddenly erupted, not directed at the external torrent of malevolence, but rather, it forcefully seized a portion of the most pristine and unprocessed cold malevolence that had just been devoured within the abyss vortex. Silently, it channeled into the depths of the decree. The abyss appeared oblivious to this audacious act against the feeble token, or perhaps it was simply too preoccupied to notice. This bizarre distribution from the decree momentarily alleviated the intense and chaotic pressure of the cold malevolence on the imperiled Xiao Fan. Boom. In that fleeting moment of respite, the nearly collapsing core of will within Xiao Fan seemed to find its sole pivot. The dark golden flame belonging to the gluttonous furnace blazed fiercely from within the depths of the imperial bone. The imprint known as the primordial dragon's might, as referred to by the old ghost, suddenly ignited. The terrifying energy torrent consumed by the abyss resembled the bones of myriad beasts thrown into a furnace. Under the relentless transformation of the dark golden flame and the will of the imperial path, it was frantically refined and purified. Pain, boundless agony. Yet amidst the suffering, the shattered core of the imperial bone conveyed an unprecedented, crystal-clear sensation of growth and healing. Crack, crack. At the deepest fissure, which had nearly rendered him completely incapacitated, fine dark golden crystals grew at an unparalleled speed, spreading and intertwining. Like countless golden vines, they forcefully stitched together the riven imperial bone. Warning lifted. The abyss symbiote has overloaded to initiate devouring transformation. Energy conversion rate has surpassed limits. The repair speed of the imperial bone core skyrockets. Subject transformation. The fusion of the core pure malevolent essence with the primordial ancient soul power and the will of the imperial path. Target area, core fissure. Repair progress, 1. 1835. The foundation fragments have diminished to 75. The abyssal devourer consumes a portion of the high-purity cold malevolence, in small quantities, enhancing the stability of the symbiote. Roar. The malevolent shark is driven to madness by its torment. At the critical moment of assaulting the true emperor, its most vital energy core is not only ravaged by the thunderous onslaught, but is also violently torn open and devoured by a minuscule ant that suddenly intrudes. It attempts to mobilize its power to crush the malignant tumor within, yet the incessant descending thunder wreaks havoc upon it, while the abyssal force within continues to inflict destruction. Outside, the thunder rages. Inside, the gluttonous entity gnashes. The anguished and furious soul's roar resonates through the depths. This once dominant, soon to evolve malevolent shark, with its colossal form violently trembling, sees its seemingly impenetrable malevolent bones begin to fracture. The deep purple flames of its soul flicker like a candle in the wind. The time has come. The old ghost, who had remained indifferent, now finds his murky eyes glinting with fervor. The blood essence lies beneath your feet. Seizing the opportunity while the malevolent shark is besieged from within and without, its source energy in disarray, I shall use the chaotic core within as a stepping stone to devour it. The old ghost's figure silently appears at the edge of the blood pool. With a gnarled hand, he casually grasps a large, viscous chunk of dark golden dragon nest blood essence from the pool, forcibly directing it into Xiao Fan's mouth. Consume it. The command resonates like thunder. Realm description: Xiao Fan current status. Realm: early stage of semi-emperor realm. Accelerated foundation repair. Imperial bone damage. Core repair at 35. Foundation shattered at 75. Initial healing of fissures. A substantial influx of pure malevolent essence conversion power has been added, activating the Imperial Dragon pattern weekly. Physical strength. Temporary approaching mid-stage of semi-emperor realm. Mixed energy enhancement. Abyssal symbiote. Danger level has temporarily decreased. Target for energy consumption is clear, alleviating transformation pressure. Activated active plunder mode, beginner level. Gains slight resistance to cold malevolence, yet remains in a state of extreme hunger, craving blood essence. Heavenly Calamity Order. Hidden passively activates the devouring source demon pattern. Preliminary evidence suggests the ability to intercept and filter specific high-level energies, cold malevolence. Repair status of the token's essence is unknown, minimal. Dragon Nest Old Ghost. Realm: profoundly unfathomable. Initially demonstrates absolute control over the energy rhythms and patterns of the Dragon Nest's veins, using the guiding malevolent stone as bait to erode the earth veins. Suspected capability to fine-tune the target of the earthly calamity thunder to direct its strikes at the malevolent shark's interior. Star-eating ghostly malevolent shark. Realm: pinnacle of pseudo-emperor realm, at the end of its strength. Core malevolent source and cold malevolence have been doubly ravaged by the abyssal thunder. Body: malevolent bone amalgamation, has deteriorated over 40. On the brink of collapse. System: overloaded operation, massive energy flow. Core repair progress locked. New module: real-time monitoring of symbiote conversion rate. First breakthrough of the 30 critical value. Devouring source demon pattern detected and marked as highly relevant. Threat unknown. Opportunity unknown. Blood essence target locked. Dragon Nest blood essence. Essence: the dragon's lair, a millennia of refined essence, and the unique transformation of myriad dragon remnants, has given rise to a singularity. It encompasses the purest source of dragon blood, a life-giving force capable of repairing the foundation of the Tao. Intertwined with the same origin sinister energy, requiring special methods for resolution. The optimal recipient. A quote ignites. A hint of blood serves as perfect bait. The old ghost. Utilizing the bones of a false emperor as bait, activates the sinister stone, plotting against the terrifying demon shark. The blood marrow manifests in the world, reducing countless remnants to dust. The incantation for the manifestation of blood marrow. Leap into its jaws. Do you await it to crush you to pieces? The old ghost unveils the sole path of survival, which is also a death trap. The abyss is my furnace. Energy is my fuel. Bestow upon me, let us refine. Xiao Fan's declaration of dominion in the face of despair. Control the furnace. Master the flame. Treat the chaotic core within as a stepping stone, and devour it. The old ghost issues the ultimate command. Target: dual consumption. Devour it. The old ghost forces the blood marrow into Xiao Fan's mouth, culminating in the explosion of final commands. Next chapter: refining marrow. Ascending the dragon. Life and death tribulation. Chapter 44. Rise after the fall. The old ghost's withered claws, imbued with undeniable force, thrust the viscous, dark golden dragon lair blood marrow, concentrated over millennia, into Xiao Fan's mouth. In an instant, it was not a sensation of swallowing, but rather molten lava pouring down his throat. Xiao Fan's eyes bulged, blood vessels rapidly filling with crimson. It was tenfold more ferocious than the sinister torrent of the demon shark. 100-fold purer, containing an overwhelming energy of life and creation, mingled with chilling resentment that penetrated his very bones, erupting violently within his throat, chest, and viscera. Boom. The battleground within him spiraled into utter chaos. Just moments before, the Imperial Bone's voracious furnace was madly refining the demon shark's sinister bones, now seemingly tossed into the core of a roiling sun. Wherever the blood marrow dragon essence flowed, his meridians, flesh, and bones shattered inch by inch. The overwhelming energy obliterated him, not in repair, but in a thorough annihilation and reconstruction. The chaotic energy infused by the demon shark was shattered by the blood marrow. No longer a threat, but rather swept throughout his entire being. The seed of the abyss emitted a piercing shriek as the dark vortex expanded wildly, attempting to consume this essence of blood marrow that exceeded its limits. Yet, upon contact, the vortex's edge sizzled as it was melted away by the pure, unparalleled life dragon essence and the force of creation. The abyss instinctively recoiled, retreating a fraction. System suppress. Target repair. Xiao Fan's soul screamed amidst a tearing agony and the terrifying surge of vitality. His consciousness was on the verge of disintegration, leaving only an unwavering obsession. Highest authority takeover. Emergency lock on target. Dragon lair, blood marrow. Warning. Super-level life, dragon essence, and creation force undergoing destructive transformation. Rate of physical disintegration, 300. Imperial bone core overload. Mandatory guidance. 9,999 energy directed towards the fissure of the Imperial bone core. Objective. Eradicate residual, decayed foundation. Reshape anew. Buzz. The shattered Imperial bone core erupted with an unprecedented dark golden radiance. The terrifying fissure, reminiscent of a spider's web, was subjected to the dual onslaught of destruction and vitality from the blood marrow dragon essence. The originally fragile healing point was instantly reverted to its primal form, as deeper layers of decayed impurities were violently washed away, shattered, and obliterated. The sound of cracking and breaking echoed, the lament of a once sturdy framework and foundational path disintegrating into oblivion. Yet, at the heart of this shattered core, a singular, pure, and resplendent dark golden bone particle emerged amidst the ruins of relentless destruction. It ravenously devoured the quintessence of the dragon's essence and the life-giving forces within the blood marrow, proliferating at a visibly rapid pace, akin to an embryo voraciously absorbing its maternal nutrients. The Imperial bone core, newly birthed entity, activated, with an absorption rate of 1:1540. The remnants of the shattered foundational path were being cleared at 70, 85, 95. Complete disintegration. The abyssal symbiote was temporarily suppressed by the pure young dragon essence and the vitality of creation, maintaining only the most basic functions of absorption and filtration, processing malevolent resentments and grievances. Current status: broken yet reborn. New bone sprouting. The agony remained excruciating. Yet Xiao Fan felt an unprecedented clarity, as if an invisible mountain pressing down upon his soul had been abruptly lifted, replaced by a faint yet indomitable force of new life pulsating and growing in the vicinity of his heart. This marked the true beginning of the rebirth of the Imperial bone. The aura of the newly born Imperial bone within him radiated like an exquisite delicacy. Previously subdued by the dual pressures of the abyss and the blood marrow, the remnants of the demon shark's soul, on the brink of collapse, unexpectedly regained a glimmer of vitality. The resentment of the sublime demon shark surged forth, its deep purple soul flame expanding dramatically, coalescing all the powers and tenacious malice it had accumulated over millennia. Instead of attacking Xiao Fan's fragile new bone, it transformed into a tangible, ethereal blue bone spur entwined with the essence of the abyssal frost. This spur disregarded spatial distance, driven by a desire for mutual destruction, aiming not at Xiao Fan's essence, but rather plunging fiercely into the dim Tian Sha Fu Ling upon his chest. Young one, my cold malice is not for mere ants like you to seize. The icy spike of malice reversed. The talisman stirred, as the ethereal blue bone spur made contact. The talisman, which had previously absorbed a modicum of the cold malice, trembled violently, as if threatened with annihilation. It instinctively unleashed a stronger pull, drawing towards the bone spur imbued with the essence of the abyssal cold malice. The ethereal blue bone spur was engulfed as if a cow had plunged into the sea, a significant portion consumed by the demonic rune. However, the tip of the spur, containing the demon shark's millennia-forged will of resentment, struck like the sharpest ice spike against the core of the rune. The talisman emitted a sharp, mournful quiver, its surface suddenly coated in an ominous frost. The originally deep hue dulled instantly, as if tainted by an overwhelming will of hatred, freezing in place. The mysterious rune became obscured. Warning: the Tian Sha Fu Ling, Devourer rune, is under high-intensity erosion from the curse of resentment, demon shark's original malice. Current state: polluted and frozen. Functionality impaired. Passive absorption capacity intermittently halted. Hidden lines: the core of the rune is in fierce conflict with the demon shark's curse, with subsequent effects unknown. The soul flame of the demon shark let out a final, triumphant, and deranged howl before extinguishing completely. In the depths of the dragon nest, the sovereign perished. Yet, before its demise, it plunged a venomous spike into the mysterious token of Xiao Fan, using itself as a blade. The old ghost observed with a cold disdain, scoffing at the dying creature's futile struggles. With a mere gesture of his withered claw, he forcefully compressed the colossal remnants of the monstrous shark's shattered bones. In his grasp, he held a crystal of pure malevolent soul, refined to perfection and emanating the peak vibrations of a faux emperor, mingled with the primal malevolence of the dragon nest. Casting a glance upon Xiao Fan, who was drenched in blood, his body caught between disintegration and rebirth, the token on his chest enveloped in a frostbitten curse, there flickered a nuanced wave in his murky eyes. Consider it a boon. This substance shall hasten the stabilization of your new bones. He flicked his finger, sending the precious malevolent soul crystal soaring towards the region of Xiao Fan's newly burgeoning imperial bones. Within it lay the dragon nest's primal malevolence, subtly infused with a certain marked essence, imperceptibly merging into the energy structure of the reborn imperial bones. Xiao Fan, engulfed in pain and confusion, sensed a gentle yet potent energy coursing into the nascent skeletal frame, significantly accelerating the growth of the dark golden bone particles, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Instinctively, he harnessed his dwindling willpower to facilitate the absorption. The new imperial bone embryo absorbed the external pure, malevolent soul crystal. Stabilization rate of the new bones, 50. The core dark golden bone particles proliferated to the size of a fist. The foundational framework of the new bones began to take shape. Detection: the external primal malevolence of the dragon nest bore a faint spiritual imprint, mark, now fused within the essence of the new imperial bones. Function: potential risks unknown. System assessment and realm status. Boom. As the last vestige of sanguine energy was consumed and transformed by the newly formed imperial bones, Xiao Fan collapsed, utterly exhausted. At the frigid edge of the blood pool, the excruciating pain in his body began to wane, replaced by a tingling sensation of vitality emanating from the new skeletal frame, along with the piercing chill of the curse upon the token on his chest. Status update: Xiao Fan, danger averted, undergoing profound transformation. Realm: early stage of the quasi-emperor realm, Dao Foundation reforged. Core fissures eradicated. Old foundation obliterated. Imperial bone status: core area, heart position, reconstruction completion, 45. Birth of the new bone embryo, dark golden bone particles. Strength and resilience far exceeded expectations. The imperial path's dragon pattern began to flicker to life, glimmering subtly, nurturing the vigor of rebirth. Physical strength, refined by the residual powers of blood essence and malevolent soul crystal, having undergone destruction and rebirth. Temporarily reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage quasi-emperor realm. Requires stabilization of the new bones. Devourer symbiote, fallen into silence, injured and repelled by the pure yang dragon energy. Merely maintaining basic stability. The devouring function, active plunder, is frozen, awaiting the host's stabilization to resume. Heavenly calamity command, its surface veiled in a layer of ghostly blue frost. The central magical patterns blurred. Afflicted by the curse of the monstrous shark, the resentment of the void has tainted and frozen it. The passive devouring capability is severely hindered. Unlock progress halted. Contamination resistance ongoing, subtle foreshadowing. System functionalities, restored to stable operation. Successfully established the model of the new imperial bone matrix, with repair priority locked. Newly added modules, energy adaptability monitoring of the symbiote, spiritual contamination identification, tracking, mark, curse of the monstrous shark. Severe warning: the celestial command, devouring source demon pattern, has been infiltrated by an unknown curse, placing the host in a perilous state. The host must urgently enhance their strength or seek a method of dispelling it. Old ghost of the dragon's nest, realm, unfathomable, at least martial emperor level. Suspected to possess absolute control over the dragon's nest space and the energy of resentment. Actions: guiding Xiao Fan to seize blood essence, incapacitating the demon shark, assisting in its rise and fall. Purpose remains unclear. Concealed actions: left a primal imprint of the dragon's nest within the soul crystal gifted to Xiao Fan. Chapter 45. The Dragon's Demonic Lair. 1,000 Transformations. The Empyrean bone resounds in the killing field of puppets. Xiao Fan lay drenched in blood at the cold edge of the pool, frost creeping across the token on his chest. While the newly birthed Empyrean bone pulsated within his chest cavity, akin to a nascent dragon devouring the remnants of the soul crystal. Each extension of the new bone marrow brought forth a tearing, tingling agony. System notification: core repair rate of the newly birthed Empyrean bone, 47. 48. Dragon pattern activity heightened. Physical strength stabilized, mid-level quasi-emperor. Warning: the curse of the celestial command deepens, radiating into the meridians. Coughing: old ghost, is this bone sufficiently potent? Xiao Fan gasped, barely supporting his upper body with the strength suppressed by the newly birthed Empyrean bone, gazing at the aged figure by the pool, resembling a withered stone. The core of the Empyrean bone pulsed with dark golden energy, exuding a hint of nascent dragon's dominance. The old ghost's murky gaze lingered for a moment on the pulsating dark golden glow on his chest. The muscles of his tranquil face seemed to twitch. Though his voice remained parched, 3 parts nascent form, 7 parts crippled. It can merely crush a few stones. He raised his withered claw and reached towards the bottom of the pool. The viscous, mercury-like dark golden blood essence was parted by an invisible force. Revealing deeper within the pool, a few flickers of ghostly green light suddenly ignited. The true bones of the dragon's nest lie beneath. As his words fell, the entire cavern trembled violently. The vaulted ceiling, adorned with purple crystals, sparkled madly, akin to a frenzied dance of spirits. Countless fractured dragon bones around the pool buzzed ominously, while waves of black and purple mixed resentment surged forth like living entities from the crevices, instantaneously sealing the space above. The surrounding walls silently parted, revealing numerous fissures, unveiling the depths of ominous passageways, battles and opportunities. The tide of resentment surged. Swarms of demons emerged from their lairs. Roars, hisses, and shrieks accompanied the cacophony as shadows of various forms lunged from the passageways. They were not flesh and blood beings, but rather manifestations formed from pure resentment. A rotting dragon skeleton wrapped in black mist flapped its wings. Countless bone-spiked scorpions crawled forth, and clouds of swirling, toothed resentment mist rolled incessantly. The levels were mixed, with the weakest emanating the aura of a mid-level quasi-emperor, while the strongest 3 clouds of resentment exuded the unmistakable fluctuations of a pseudo-emperor in mid-stage. The essence of blood was unmistakable. Fresh flesh was present. Guard the entrance. Not a single one shall escape. The overwhelming assault instantly submerged the blood pool space. Corrosive breath, bone-spiked spears, and devouring gales of resentment intertwined with an intensely suffocating negative spiritual impact. The targets were not only Xiao Fan, but also the blood essence within the pool. Moreover, several cunning figures directly lunged towards the clusters of ghostly green light at the bottom of the pool. Old ghost, Xiao Fan bellowed, the newly birthed Empyrean bone resonating. As an almost invisible dark golden membrane enveloped his surface, bracing against the incoming bone spikes. With a series of crackling sounds, the bone spikes shattered, and the dark golden membrane quivered violently. He exerted force beneath his feet and leaped back with great vigor. The old specter appeared beside him, its withered claws brushing carelessly. Suddenly, the fan-shaped space before him collapsed. The 3 approaching malevolent winged dragons crashed into an invisible grinder. Their cries silenced as they were torn into primal streams of malevolent energy. With a swift motion of his other hand, the old specter reached towards a spot at the pool's bottom where a ghostly green light flickered. A shard, the size of a palm and entirely emerald, resembling the cross-section of a sharp claw, shot forth, cleaving through the murky blood and sludge. Seize it. Block that mass of malevolence. The old specter's voice was cold as he hurled the bronze fragment towards Xiao Fan, while his figure darted like a wraith towards another point of illumination at the pool's depths. An unexpected opportunity arose. Dragon Malevolence Divine Weapon Fragment, unknown bronze level. Source: Primordial Dragon Nest's innate malevolent weapon, severely damaged. Characteristics: unstoppable sharpness, passive, capable of slicing through low-tier malevolent creations. Resonates faintly with the dragon-blooded and imperial bones of the wielder, requires activation. Unknown additional functions. The shard felt cold and heavy in his grasp, its edges sharp as nothingness. Instinctively, Xiao Fan infused it with the newly awakened power of his imperial bone. A hum resonated. The dim dragon-shaped runes on the shard suddenly glimmered with a thread of emerald light. No system prompt accompanied this. Yet a piercing will to sever all things penetrated his very soul. At that moment, the most formidable mass of pseudo-emperor-level malevolent mist loomed like a black tsunami. From the swirling fog emerged countless faces, wailing in agony, as a monstrous maw lunged forth. Give it to me, Sever. Xiao Fan channeled all his strength, including the newly dominant power of the nascent dragon, into the bronze fragment, striking fiercely at the core of that malevolent cloud. A resonant clang. The emerald light tore through the darkness. There was no grand spectacle, only a fleeting emerald streak, honed to perfection. The dense malevolent mist, capable of engulfing a quasi-emperor, was sliced asunder like fabric by a sharp blade, unleashing a wretched scream of the soul before it split apart. The faces of the vengeful spirits within instantly dissolved. At the core, a fist-sized, pure black, crystal malevolent core was revealed. Boom. The malevolent cloud disintegrated. A jolt surged through the imprint of the gluttonous furnace in Xiao Fan's mind. The residual malevolent energy, mingled with the pure black crystal core, was forcibly drawn in by his newly awakened imperial bone, absorbing a small portion. A sensation, both murky and strangely beneficial, surged into his bones. Notification: destroyed the pseudo-emperor-level malevolent cloud. The nascent imperial bone absorbed a fragment of the pure malevolent core, tiny. Core repair rate: 1. Dragon pattern resilience slightly increased. Warning: excessive absorption of homogeneous malevolent energy will heighten the risk of rejection in the symbiotic entity. Proceed with caution. The battle escalated. A hidden trap. The human puppet appeared. At the pool's depths, illuminated by 3 ghostly lights, the old specter swiftly acquired 2 more items. One was a round orb flowing with golden light, and the other a small segment of a pale white finger bone entwined with dark purple lightning. But the moment he touched the finger bone, boom! The entire ceiling of the space suddenly collapsed. A slab of dark blue-black stone, inscribed with countless pale white runes, fell like a gigantic coffin. At the center of the slab, a figure plummeted straight down. It was not a living being, but a humanoid puppet clad in tattered heavy armor. Its skin a lifeless grayish-bronze hue. Its hollow eyes emitted dark, golden, malevolent energy, sourced from the blood pool, its aura unmistakably peaking at the pseudo-emperor level. With clenched fists and arms entwined around the chilling, soul-freezing void of annihilation, the blow fell with unparalleled precision, severing the old ghost's escape route. A punch. Devoid of embellishment yet imbued with the colossal strength capable of shattering mountains, was enveloped in dark thunder as it struck directly at the old ghost's back. Old, unyielding worm. How dare you covet the master's treasured relic? The bronze automaton's metallic voice emerged in disjointed bursts, resonating like the clash of gold and stone. The true visage of the old ghost? Boom. The dark thunder erupted, sending shards of stone flying. The old ghost vanished, only to reappear 10 paces away. Yet, the spatial barrier that had always shielded him seemed violently disrupted by the raging dark thunder and immense force. The tattered hood he wore was torn away at one corner, revealing a small patch of withered, otherworldly skin that bore the faint, dim patterns of azure-scaled dragon scales. Although it was swiftly suppressed and restored, the fleeting glimpse of ancient dragon might struck Xiao Fan with a heavy blow. The imperial bone in his chest trembled violently, as if confronted by a being of equal origin yet absolute superiority. Was this a bronze corpse automaton, or one imbued with sentience? For the first time, the old ghost's voice carried a weighty chill, as he sharply turned to regard the automaton, his murky eyes flashing with a golden glint. It appeared that this master was even more foul than I had anticipated. Counterattack and escape. The automaton's strike missed, without the slightest hesitation, as its legs erupted in azure smoke, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. With fists entwined in dark thunder, it once again locked onto the old ghost. Power overwhelming. Speed as swift as a specter. Hand over your finger bones. Leave your corpse intact. The automaton's roar resonated with a metallic tremor. Xiao Fan was forced to retreat repeatedly from the terrifying aftermath of the battle, the bronze shard in his hand gleaming with verdant light. He glanced at the old ghost, and then at the bottom of the blood pool, where the deep pit left by the falling bronze automaton revealed a distorted, unstable shadowy rift in space. An unpredictable aura lingered on the other side. Old ghost, there's a hole, Xiao Fan shouted, simultaneously unleashing the bronze shard towards several approaching malevolent beasts. In a flash of emerald light, 2 monstrous scorpions of near-royal caliber were sliced apart, their malevolent energies dissipating. The old ghost was ensnared by the automaton's relentless barrage, as the shadows of its fists surged like a tide, with dark thunder exploding, each strike causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In the ceaseless onslaught, the old ghost's figure appeared elusive, each evasion fraught with peril. Hearing Xiao Fan shout and catching sight of the spatial rift from the corner of his eye, his cracked lips seemed to curl into a sinister smile. Little worm, you possess some discernment. The old ghost's voice intermittently emerged amidst the cacophony, laced with a peculiar, hissing tone. Scratch that iron coffin for me. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the core of the imperial bone in Xiao Fan's chest suddenly flared with heat. An unanticipated, savage command surged from the depths of his bloodline into his consciousness, targeting the joint of the bronze automaton's right knee. There, an exceedingly faint yet tangible flow of energy stagnated. With no time to ponder whether this was the old ghost's manipulation or the inherent ferocity of the imperial bone, Xiao Fan's eyes blazed crimson. The power of the newly awakened imperial bone, along with the lingering ferocity of the abyss, surged violently. He hurled the palm-sized bronze shard with all his might, aiming directly for the knee joint of the automaton's right leg. Break! Buzz swoosh! The bronze shard transformed into a piercing tear in the void, penetrating through the ominous green meteor of malevolence. Its velocity far surpassed Xiao Fan's own limits. With a dull thud, akin to a blade slicing through decayed wood, the emerald light precisely embedded itself behind the right knee of the bronze corpse puppet. A fierce, inhuman roar erupted from the automaton, not born of pain, but rather a tremendous wrath and astonishment stemming from the forced disruption of its core logic circuits. Its terrifying momentum came to an abrupt halt. The body shook violently, and a chaotic stream of dark azure energy erupted from the joint of its right leg, accompanied by intricate arcs of electricity. System failure. Warning. The shard of the dragon-slaying divine weapon has severely damaged a crucial node of the target, secondary energy core. Notification. The shard has triggered a faint severing effect. Target movement is delayed by 3 seconds. Command execution complete. Resonance of the source. Temporary activation of the dragon-slaying divine weapon shard increased. Dragon pattern resilience at 1. It was within this fatal 3-second paralysis that the old specter materialized like a wraith to its left, his withered claw directing an almost imperceptible dark glimmer towards the automaton's temple covered in heavy armor. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the faint sound akin to a bubble bursting. The automaton's exceedingly hard bronze cranium unexpectedly caved inward silently from the point of contact, forming a profound, tiny cavity. The energy glow within its eye sockets dimmed suddenly. With a thunderous crash, the massive bronze body staggered backward, shattering a large expanse of bone debris. Go! The old specter's voice was hoarse and grating, sweeping up the last remnants of blood marrow at the bottom of the pool, transforming it into a gray shadow that shot straight towards the distorted spatial rift. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan surged forward with all his might, propelled by the remnants as he raced towards the rift. The reborn imperial bone roared, unleashing a velocity that transcended all limits. With a whoosh, the two figures, one after the other, vanished like two streaks of light into the depths of the unstable spatial rift. Despicable thief! The Lord shall eradicate you all. The bronze corpse puppet stood rigid, energy surging wildly from the edges of the tiny cavity in its head, as a furious roar followed with a terrifying spatial shockwave that surged into the rift. In the next instant, the entire underground blood pool space began to collapse and disintegrate amidst the terrified shrieks of countless malevolent souls, as if the very heavens were crumbling. Status summary. Xiao Yan, realm, early stage of semi-emperor realm, stabilized. Imperial bone status, core repair rate 50, reborn dark golden bone particles expanded, framework stabilized. Initial manifestation of dragon patterns, possessing weak defensive capabilities and sharp conductive abilities. Physical strength, peak of mid-semi-emperor realm, temporarily strengthened by absorbing blood marrow remnants and core fragments. Abilities, enhanced control over the power of the reborn imperial bone, capable of guiding explosive attacks. Preliminary mastery of augmenting lethality through the dragon-slaying divine weapon shard. Status, injuries largely suppressed. The curse of the heavenly evil decree continues to erode, deepening freeze. Abyssal silence deepened. Equipment, dragon-slaying divine weapon shard, bronze sharpness, activated state. Amplifying the imperial bone's sharpness. Old ghost, realm, unfathomable. Suspected to be above late-stage martial emperor. Revelation, suspected to possess dragon attributes, a fleeting glimpse of azure gold dragon scale skin. The profound resonance or command that can be invoked by the imperial bone yields a mysterious golden orb and a dark purple lightning patterned finger bone, the purpose of which remains unknown. In the dragon nest's perilous domain, the bronze puppet, a false queen at its zenith, serves as the guardian of the core puppet, possessing the protective command of the guardian's finger bone. The right knee joint has been severely injured by dragon's wrath fragments, though not fatally, while the head has suffered an attack from an unknown rule, causing significant disruption. Current status, functionality diminished by 15. The unknown sovereign, the guardian of the human puppet and the architect of the dragon nest, remains a foreshadowed presence. System updates include the addition of instinctual commands triggered by the imperial bone and a new database for dragon's wrath divine weapons, fragments. There is an enhancement for real-time monitoring of curse pollution, with a high-level warning in effect. Moreover, the detection of spatial anomalies is currently active, tracking the Fisher's exit. Classic scenes, abridged 1. The malevolent soldiers cleave through the clouds, devouring the fierce core. The divine weapon fragments tear apart the false emperor's malevolent clouds, while the imperial bone engulfs and replenishes. 2. The trap emerges. The human puppet descends from the heavens, launching a thunderous assault with the burial talisman in tow. 3. The dragon scales reveal their true terror. The old ghost's hood is blown away, and the azure dragon scales flash, unveiling an inhuman origin. 4. The imperial bone's sinister command severs the heavenly gate. Xiao Yan, under the imperial bone's directive, precisely pierces the human puppet's life gate at the knee joint with the divine weapon fragments. 5. The withered finger shatters the ghostly skull. The old ghost retaliates fatally, as the withered claw's ghostly light pierces through the human puppet's cranium. 6. The Fisher escapes into obliteration. The two individuals vanish into the spatial rift, while the surrounding space collapses and annihilates entirely. Chapter 46. The chaotic blade of the void strikes the vengeful dragon. Bloodfiend Star C conceals a terrifying revelation. The The sensation of spatial compression and tearing feels akin to a myriad of steel needles piercing through the body. Xiao Fan perceives a kaleidoscope of colors twisting madly before him, accompanied by the shrill wail of chaotic spatial currents. Were it not for the newly formed Imperial Bone Core emitting a resilient dark golden shield to protect his insides, along with the gray light enveloping him from the old ghost, he would have been torn to shreds by this tumultuous spatial force. Time elapses, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity. Bang, bang. They crash onto the hard ground with the force of a tidal wave striking rocks. Gasping, Xiao Fan feels a metallic sweetness in his throat, forcing down the churn of his blood. As the dizziness dissipates, an extremely viscous air, saturated with the scent of rust and decaying seaweed, floods his nostrils, nearly suffocating him. The world spins, and he struggles to support his body. This is no longer the confined cavern. Above him lies an infinite void, not adorned with brilliant stars, but rather a murky, dark red sky resembling a suspended river of coagulated blood. Below stretches an uneven expanse of heavy bone plates, mottled with pale and dark hues, extending into the horizon, forming a vast skeletal platform without visible boundaries. Further away, the edge of this skeletal platform reveals a gaping, unhealable wound in the void. As torrents of murky blood surge forth, carrying indescribable colossal fragments of corpses, creating an endless, roaring sea of blood and malice in the void. Among the blood waves, faint shadows, exuding a vengeful aura, writhe and swim. The opportunity for spatial reversal accompanies the impending slaughter. The silhouette of the old ghost gradually came to a halt not far away, the gray light enveloping him receding, and the layer of spatial membrane appeared to dim further, evidently indicating that resisting the chaotic currents of space and the previous assault from the puppet had taken a toll on him. A hard-headed brat, he rasped, as his withered fingers flicked, sending forth a circular bead, shimmering with a gentle golden glow, which had been retrieved from the depths of the blood pool. Flying toward Xiao Fan. Instinctively, Xiao Fan caught it. The bead felt warm in his grasp, and a rich, healing life energy surged through his arm and spread throughout his body, particularly invigorating the newly formed imperial bone in his chest, which eagerly absorbed this energy. The tingling sensation significantly diminished, even emitting a pleasant hum. System, absorbing the essence of the life source. Repair rate of the Imperial Bone Core, 2. Current, 52. Restoration of physical strength. Partial healing of lacerations. Warning, this bead contains immense pure soul energy. Direct absorption will trigger a soul storm. Please exercise caution in its refinement. What a treasure! Xiao Fan's spirits lifted. Yet, before he could revel in his fortune, a sudden ominous hum pierced the air. At the moment the life source left his hand, a deeply purple shadow of resentment, condensed to the utmost, silently clung to the residual vibrations of the bead, abruptly surging forth from a rift in the void. This dragon shadow, composed purely of twisted malice and resentment, emitted no tangible energy waves, but radiated a chilling aura that threatened to corrode the very essence of the soul. It was as swift as lightning, disregarding the spatial distance. Its target not the old ghost, but Xiao Fan, who held the life source and whose soul vibrations were most intense. It was the deepest strand of the fatal curse from the core of the blood pool's demon shark, relentlessly pursued by the chaotic currents of space to this very location. Trouble. The core of the demon shark's resentment. Xiao Fan gasped, attempting to activate the Imperial Bone for defense, but the spiritual assault was alarmingly swift. The chilling, heart-wrenching resentment had already reached his brow. Counterattack. The wrath of the Imperial Bone. In a critical moment, the newly formed dark golden bone core within Xiao Fan erupted with a blazing light. A majestic imperial might, stemming from his bloodline and transcending all levels of soul, thundered forth. He instinctively raised his right hand, tightly gripping the bronze fragment that had just stabilized from its spatial traversal. The dim dragon pattern suddenly igniting with a dazzling azure brilliance. Get away! In the face of life and death. Relying on the will ignited by the Imperial Bone and his trust in the brilliance of the fragment, he struck fiercely at the approaching shadow of resentment. There was no sound of flesh being torn apart, only the piercing burn at the level of the soul. The azure light of the bronze fragment sliced through the icy void like a branding iron. The shadow of resentment emitted an inhuman, agonizing scream filled with endless suffering and disbelief, cleaved in two by the azure radiance. The split shadow did not dissipate. The pure, chilling essence of malice contained within was forcibly stripped away, compressed, transforming into a dark blue ice bead that twisted continuously, exuding an aura of extreme cold. The remaining chaotic resentment was entirely ignited by the azure light, obliterated. Reversed opportunity, resentful dragon bead. Source, essence of the demon shark's primal malice, extreme cold. refined by the Dragon Slayer Divine Weapon Fragment, cutting through thoughts. Status: extremely unstable. Contains pseudo-imperial peak, pure extreme cold, essence sublimation, and intense negative curses. It can directly detonate, creating a frozen area and a soul curse. One might also attempt to refine and absorb using a special secret method, though it is exceedingly perilous. The system has initiated an emergency seal, temporarily sealing the remnants of the dragon's might and fragments of divine weaponry for a duration of 12 hours. Take heed. Once the seal is broken, immediate action is imperative. Otherwise, the curse will rebound in full force. A chilling, azure ice orb continuously emanated an aura of frost, resting in Xiao Fan's palm. Its coldness causing a sharp sting to his fingertips. A sense of dread lingered within him. The previous encounter had been akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Intrigued, the old ghost observed the ice orb, a flicker of surprise crossing his murky gaze, before it reverted to an expression of lifelessness, accompanied by a hint of mockery. To kill the virus with a borrowed blade, and in the process, acquire an ice lump? Alas, one cannot indulge in toxic delicacies. Xiao Fan cautiously stowed the ice orb and the essence of the living soul, his gaze fixated on the old ghost. Who exactly are you? What is the significance of the master mentioned by the bronze automaton, and what is this ghastly place? The newly awakened imperial bone pulsated within him, granting him a semblance of fortitude. The old ghost curled his lips into a grimace, his smile more akin to a grimace than a genuine expression of mirth. Merely an old pest that nearly perished within the dragon's lair. As for the master, he cast his gaze towards the tumultuous sea of blood in the distance. His voice hollow. A madman seeking to reconstruct the dragon court within this graveyard of the return, or perhaps the master who governs the spatial rules of this realm. He abruptly shifted his tone, imbued with an undeniable sharpness. If you wish to survive and seek answers, remain silent and follow me. The retreat of the Blood Sea is not a lengthy affair. Without waiting for Xiao Fan's response, the old ghost transformed into a gray shadow, swiftly gliding towards the precipice of the skeletal platform, which connected to the cascading Blood Sea. The contest for the skeletal crystals of the Blood Sea was at hand. The closer one approached the edge, the more astonishing the concentration of blood energy became. The air was thick with fine crimson dust, imbued with chaotic energy and corrosive properties. The roar of the tides resonated deafeningly. Before him, the scene caused Xiao Fan's pupils to constrict. At a relatively gentle cape extending from the skeletal platform towards the blood waterfall, a modest area had been cleared, forming a makeshift camp. 3 men and 1 woman, each emanating a formidable aura, 2 at the threshold of the royal realm, and 2 in the mid-stage. Adorned in varied attire, yet all exuding a spirit of exploration, were fiercely confronting a small pile of scarlet crystalline structures radiating potent blood energy. Zhongmanzi. This cluster of blood crystals was discovered first by our Silver Frost team. Do you intend to seize it by force, Tiger Brigade? The sole female cultivator among the 4, wielding a pair of silver shuttles, her demeanor icy and laced with malice, sternly addressed a burly man with a bare chest, brandishing a colossal axe. Enough of your prattle. Feng Shenyang. In this chaotic realm of the return, the mightiest claim what is theirs. Be wise and concede half to Tiger Yi, or else. The burly man, Zhang Manzi, sneered, his giant axe gleaming with a menacing, earthy hue. The 2 companions behind him also grinned malevolently, their weapons stained with fresh blood and malevolent energy. As tensions escalated to a breaking point, in that moment of impending conflict, the figures of the old ghost and Xiao Fan emerged at the periphery of vision. Who? Zhang Manzi reacted with remarkable speed, his fierce gaze sweeping over, laden with scrutiny and unmasked hostility. Feng Sanyang and her companions cast wary glances in their direction. The old ghost paid them no heed. Striding straight to the edge of the cliff, his gaze fixed upon the tumultuous blood sea below, where immense skeletal remains occasionally surfaced among the churning waves. As if he were calculating something, Xiao Fan silently trailed behind, the aura of the newly formed imperial bones circulating naturally around him. At the early stages of Quasi-Emperor, augmented by the condensed killing intent, he bore from narrowly escaping the threshold of life and death, thus rendering his presence formidable. Though the bronze fragment in his grasp appeared inconspicuous, the fleeting sharpness that could sever malevolent energy caught the attention of several seasoned fighters, causing their eyes to twitch slightly. Zhang Manzi licked his lips, momentarily fixating on Xiao Fan before ultimately narrowing his focus on the seemingly frail aura of the old ghost. Greed overpowering his caution, the old coffin-bearer dares to bring a youngling into these murky waters? If you wish to avoid peril, you should keep your distance. The old ghost appeared to be oblivious to the threat, his gaze still locked on the blood sea below. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the blood crystal and then at the tense standoff between the 2 factions, his brow furrowing. At that moment, He merely wished to follow the old ghost away from this cursed place, having no desire to complicate matters. This young brother, an elder. This locale is the battleground between our Silver Frost team and the Evil Tiger Brigade. I kindly ask for your understanding. Feng Sanyang spoke, her tone icy yet laced with caution, uncertain of the newcomer's depths. Understanding? Since when have you been so courteous, Feng Sanyang? Zhang Manzi scoffed, his eyes growing increasingly ferocious. This platform's bounty is mine. You too, he bellowed, pointing his massive axe at the old ghost and Xiao Fan. Leave your valuable possessions as tolls for my passage. Then scram. Otherwise, haha. He brandished his giant axe, the threat palpable. His two henchmen cackled menacingly as they encircled Xiao Fan and the old ghost, subtly trapping them in between. Old ghost, Xiao Fan whispered, tightening his grip on the bronze fragment. He discerned that these three were far from benign. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the blood sea below, revealing a gaping maw. A colossal whirlpool of blood surged violently. A peculiar, irregular crystal, emitting an otherworldly purple glow and roughly the size of a grinding stone, flickered into view amidst the boiling crimson waves. The energy emanating from it surpassed that of the pile of blood crystals by tenfold or more. Moreover, a brutal and ferocious intent radiated from within. Is that a pseudo-demon emperor crystal? Feng Sanyang gasped, her eyes alight with avarice and astonishment. Zhang Manzi's eyes turned a fiery crimson, and he gasped heavily. Ha! Fortune smiles upon me. It is mine. He disregarded both Xiao Fan and the old ghost, recklessly charging towards the edge of the cliff, aiming for the center of the whirlpool and the purple crystal. The prospect of immense wealth and the hope of ascending to a pseudo-emperor ignited his madness completely. You seek death, Feng Sanyang shouted furiously, launching a silver dart to impede him. The two henchmen of the Evil Tiger Brigade instinctively lunged forward to assist their leader. The whirlpool spun violently. The purple crystal trembled violently. From the core of the whirlpool, a massive, flat appendage, covered in hard crimson scales and adorned with menacing mandibles, shot forth like lightning. The suckers on its limbs resembled the jaws of death, instantly reaching for the charging Zhang Manzi with terrifying speed. Simultaneously, a powerful pulling force ensnared him. Damn it, get away from me. Zhang Manzi, true to his title as the Barbarian King, roared as he unleashed his full might, igniting his giant axe in earthen flames and cleaving towards the appendage. Crack! The blade of the axe struck with ferocity against the arm's appendage, sending sparks flying as a fragment of its scale armor shattered. Yet, the strength of that appendage exceeded his wildest expectations. With a sudden twist, a sickening crunch echoed as Zhang Manzi's robust right arm, axe in hand, along with a portion of his shoulder, was mercilessly severed and devoured by the monstrous maw of the appendage. Blood, mingled with a malevolent aura, erupted like a geyser. Zhang Manzi let out a heart-wrenching wail, his body flung back as if it were a ragged sack, propelled by the terrifying force, crashing into the crowd. Boss, be careful. Cries of alarm erupted. Chaos ensued in an instant. The old ghost's lifeless eyes finally shifted from the violet crystal, casting a fleeting glance at the tumultuous battlefield and the swirling crimson vortex from which more gigantic appendages emerged. The blood-fiend star anemone swarm stirred. He rasped, "Run." No sooner had the words left his lips than he transformed into a streak of gray light, darting toward the depths of the platform, where a mound of colossal skeletal remains lay, seemingly capable of partially obstructing the tide of blood and malice. His speed was so astonishing that it belied any signs of his prior weakness. Xiao Fan felt a tingling at the nape of his neck as dozens of immense appendages surged from the churning depths below, resembling a blood-soaked forest of death rising from the ocean's surface, their terrifying aura enveloping the entire cape. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the power of the newly birthed Imperial Bone to its zenith, unleashing a shockwave beneath his feet as he pursued the old ghost. The bronze fragment in his hand hummed softly, seemingly yearning for the pseudo-emperor's crystal, but life and death were at stake. Behind him echoed Zhang Manzi's dying cries, the terrified screams of Feng Xinyang and others, along with the horrific shrieks of countless appendages breaking through the blood-soaked waves, slaughtering and consuming. A blood-soaked fragment of crystal, flickering with a faint violet glow, was hurled into the air by the residual force of the explosion, landing at Xiao Fan's feet as he raced forward. Unexpected fortune, blood-fiend spiked crystal fragment, minor. Source, fragmented core crystal of the pseudo-demon emperor-level blood-fiend, star anemone swarm. Characteristics, contains pure blood-fiend energy, vast yet volatile. Requires Imperial Bone or Abyssal-level power for suppression and refinement. Failed absorption risks demonic transformation. System prompt. May attempt temporary storage for later processing when safe. Danger level medium-high. Xiao Fan glanced not at the fragment, The ferocity of the imperial bone flared within him, a dark golden glow enveloped him, and the fragment was instantaneously drawn into his body, temporarily encased and suppressed by the gentle energy field formed by the newly absorbed soul marrow surrounding his nascent bone. Before him loomed a gray shadow, the only path to survival. Realm, status update. Xiao Fan, realm, early pseudo-emperor stage, stable. Imperial bone status, core repair rate 52. Stability and dragon pattern resilience significantly enhanced. The newly formed bone strength can envelop his entire body, establishing a weak defensive layer, resisting non-full force attacks of the late pseudo-emperor. Initial ability for instinctive counterattacks, triggered by intent, acquired. Abilities, control has improved, capable of high-speed explosive impacts, driven by the imperial bone. Equipment, Dragon Fiend Divine Weapon Fragment, bronze, sharp proficiency 1. Initial mastery of activating its sharp properties with the power of the imperial bone. Slashing thought disperses malice. Cursed Dragon Prayer Beads, sealed extremely dangerous. A ticking time bomb. Countdown, 115 hours. Blood Fiend Spike Crystal Fragment, minor contains volatile energy, pending processing, potential hazard. Status, external injuries have largely healed, and internal energies are stable. The curse of the heavenly calamity continues to erode, the freezing deepens, but has not worsened due to the suppression of new bone. The abyss remains silent. Chapter 47. The Ice Coffin of 10,000 Dragon Strikes. The old ghost's toxic tongue cultivates spirit. The bone-chilling wind and snow assail like a million steel needles, instantaneously washing away the bloodthirsty aura tainting the bone mountain. The blood scabs on Xiao Fan's body flake away, revealing an even more robust and sinewy physique. He grips the faintly humming bone-devouring blade. Sensing the faint yet immense energy of the ice dragon beneath the ice field, the imperial dragon power surging within him seems to resonate, merging with this frigid essence of nature, becoming even more refined. Mid-stage quasi-emperor. The feeling of piercing through that thin veil is exceptionally clear. In this cursed place, even the abyss would shudder. Xiao Fan spat vehemently, his breath crystallizing into ice upon exhalation. The bone-devouring blade trembled slightly, conveying a sense of impatience, yet an intensified desire for battle. Humph. An ancient ice loach that hasn't even brushed against the threshold of the sacred realm, yet it must create such a grand spectacle for its grave? The old ghost's voice was colder than 10,000 years of glacial ice, his withered claw pointing at the enormous coiling ice pillar rising from the ice field. As if 90% of the essence of energy had been poured into this worthless column. Fool. Following the old ghost's gaze, Xiao Fan beheld the towering ice crystal dragon pillar, at its center vaguely frozen a jade-white object the size of a grinding disc. Tendrils of substantial cold dragon energy slowly oozing forth, merging into the grand ice formation that protected the buried architectural relics below. System prompt, correction detected ice soul mysterious crystal dragon bone, half-step pseudo-sacred level ice dragon core remains. Triggered side quest, reverse seize dragon essence from the frozen relics. Warning, high integrity of the protective formation. Forcibly damaging, it will activate the relic's counterattack mechanism. It is recommended to utilize the devouring properties to erode the nodes for a breakthrough. Old Ghost, is the core of this formation within that pillar? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. The devouring characteristic of the bone-devouring blade rendered him acutely sensitive to energy. You have some perception. Drawing the essence from this old loach's corpse to maintain the formation is sheer folly, as it has long since decayed. Save your strength. The old ghost unceremoniously critiqued. That dilapidated structure below has its entrance in the ice cavern 100 feet beneath the pillar. This old loach relished pressing others down, even in death. Xiao Fan licked his cracked lips. What should we do? Just chop the pillar? You fool. If the core shatters, the entire relic below will be completely buried under the collapsing ice layer. Prepare to eat dirt. The old ghost seemed to roll his eyes beneath his hood. Did you see the 3 mysterious ice dragon suppression orbs encircling the base of the pillar? Those 3 glowing blue ice lumps. Xiao Fan focused intently. Indeed, at the bottom of the coiling ice pillar, 3 deep blue ice orbs, each the size of a basin, were arranged in a triangular formation, exuding intense cold, continuously siphoning dragon bone energy to serve as energy relay nodes for the entire formation. The nodes have gaps. Take turns to feed your blade. Don't be greedy. If you overstrain it, I'll find you a stick to burn. The old ghost coldly commanded. Understood. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. The imperial bone power circulating throughout his body, dispelling the penetrating cold. With a light push of his toes on the ice as tough as iron, he launched himself like a bolt from a bow towards one of the suppression orbs. As one drew closer, the chilling aura emitted by the pearl became increasingly terrifying. causing the air to crystallize into delicate shards of ice. Xiao Fan let out a low growl, thrusting the bone-crushing blade forward, not with a slash, but with pinpoint precision. Aiming for a slightly dimmed, swirling runic connection deep within the core of the dragon confining pearl. Buzz. The moment the darkened tip of the bone-crushing blade made contact with the core of the ice pearl, a ferocious wave of cold, potent enough to instantly freeze a quasi-empress-level being, surged violently into the blade. Xiao Fan stifled a groan as his arm was enveloped in a thick layer of azure ice, piercing through to the marrow. Warning. Excessive ice spirit dragon chi incursion. The physical body is on the verge of freezing. Fierce weapon. Devour. Xiao Fan bellowed within. The bone-crushing blade seemed to heed his command, its dark golden patterns and crimson glimmers igniting with sudden brilliance. The frenzied onslaught of ice spirit dragon chi was forcefully drawn into the darkened blade like a cow sinking into the sea, swallowed by an overwhelming force. The icy layer upon the blade rapidly melted away, but an even more alarming transformation ensued. The bone-crushing blade, now enriched with vast amounts of ice spirit dragon chi, began to sprout expansive deep blue frost patterns, warping the very air around it due to the terrifying drop in temperature. A fierce, ancestral chill emanated from the blade, mingling with its original 3 attributes, culminating in a thunderous eruption. Roar. Xiao Fan felt as though the bone-crushing blade had awakened the will of an icebound behemoth. Thirsting for power, he instinctively channeled this icy malevolence, plunging the blade in once more. Crack. The core runes of the dragon confining pearl shattered with a resounding echo. An overwhelming surge of cold energy erupted uncontrollably. Next, Xiao Fan withdrew the blade and pivoted, braving the residual cold as he lunged toward the second dragon confining pearl. Armed with the experience of his prior encounter, he executed his maneuvers with greater swiftness. The bone-crushing blade repeated its method, piercing, devouring, transforming, assimilating. More azure patterns crept up the blade, which now shimmered with a dark base, interwoven with dark gold and crimson, its edges exuding a tangible aura of icy malevolence. The weight of the blade surged, yet its power escalated exponentially. Crack. The second dragon confining pearl shattered. Just as Xiao Fan surged toward the third and final dragon confining pearl, a thunderous quake resonated across the icy surface. The massive spiral ice column erupted, the thick layer of azure ice exploding outward. From within emerged a colossal dragon, its form constructed entirely of pure ice, adorned with diamond-shaped scales. Its eyes ablaze with deep blue flames. It rose with an eerie rigidity, letting out a silent roar that combined the dread of its dragon might with the chaotic energy unleashed by the shattering of the formation, bearing down upon Xiao Fan. An ice dragon puppet. Half-step pseudo-saint level pressure. Damn, the formation has come to life. Xiao Fan's scalp tingled in alarm. It was merely the activation of a lingering soul. The deceased could not relinquish their remnants, and were therefore foolish. The old ghost observed from afar, his voice indifferent. Do not be intimidated by its aura. It is all bluster, devoid of substance. Strike its spine. That is the control core and the nexus of its dragon power. Understood. In that critical moment, the old ghost's guidance was a lifeline. Facing the ice dragon puppet's overwhelming claw strikes, Xiao Fan did not flinch or evade. Radiant golden light erupted from his imperial bones as he advanced rather than retreated. Utilizing the cover of the swirling snow, he channeled all his strength into the bone-crushing blade, now immensely heavy from the vast absorption of icy malevolence. I am the progenitor of dragon slayers. Xiao Fan roared, infusing the newly comprehended essence of dragon might into the power of the imperial bones. He forcefully injected it into the blade. The bone-devouring dragon's ice coffin slash. A thunderous roar erupted from the bone-devouring blade, no longer a voice of man, but a cacophony of savage howls from myriad ice dragons intermingled with the ferocity of imperial dragon might. The azure-black blade light exploded, instantly transforming into a colossal ice vortex, spanning the heavens and earth, entwined and coalesced by countless fierce ice dragon phantoms. At the vortex's core lay the abyssal black hole that devours all. The edges of the vortex bore the piercing brilliance of the imperial bone's tearing edge. This was the culmination of his dominion over the imperial bone dragon power, merging all the attributes of the bone-devouring blade, swallowing essence of the ice spirit dragon enhanced by the tearing force and fierce aura, along with the core of devouring energy, combined with a trace of dragon might he had just begun to master, resulting in this lethal embryonic form. The ferocious ice dragon puppet seemed to experience a fleeting moment of bewilderment and instinctual terror. The deep blue energy coursing through its body was momentarily disrupted by the overwhelming force of the ice vortex. Boom. The ice vortex collided violently with the massive ice dragon puppet. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the grating sound of tearing and the sharp crack of shattering ice. The devouring attribute frantically consumed the solid energy body of the ice dragon puppet. The tearing attribute rent its hard, icy scales asunder. The fierce phantoms of the devoured and transformed ice spirit dragon energy burrowed into its interior, wreaking havoc like maggots gnawing at bone. The core of ice and ferocity relentlessly locked onto a point of highly concentrated energy on its back, the pseudo-spinal core. With a piercing sound, the massive body of the ice dragon puppet was brutally cleaved open by this terrifying strike, creating a gaping wound that continuously expanded. Its internal core nodes were laid bare. Death. With the last remnants of his strength, Xiao Fan drove the bone-devouring blade, imbued with the residual might of myriad dragons, into that core with a chilling light. Crack. The core of ice crystal shattered. The colossal ice dragon puppet exploded dramatically, transforming into a sky filled with sparkling, blood-tinged ice crystal fragments and a torrent of overwhelming cold. The half-step pseudo-saint level array spirit was obliterated in a single strike. System notification, realm breakthrough. Successfully advanced to mid-level quasi-emperor. The bone-devouring blade devoured a substantial amount of refined ice spirit dragon essence. Attribute fusion and sublimation. Tearing force. Bone-piercing tearing force, accompanied by frostbite that freezes internal organs. Ferocity. Ferocious ice spirit. Adds freezing and slowing effects. Frost poison erosion. Enhanced awareness. Preliminary perception of hostility and energy flow. Gained insight into a proprietary combat technique embryonic form. Myriad Dragon Ice Coffin Slash. Requires refinement for pseudo-emperor level. The imperial bones were tempered by the ice ferocity, significantly enhancing cold resistance. The dragon might grew ever more substantial. Boom. As the ice dragon shattered, the three dragon suppression orbs supporting the enormous ice column also completely shattered, deprived of its core focal point and guardian array spirit. The colossal coiling ice column emitted a mournful roar as it cracked, spiderweb-like fissures instantly spreading across its surface. The towering structure began to tilt and collapse. Run. The old ghost's figure flickered, seizing Xiao Fan's shoulder, resembling a specter as they rushed towards the enormous ice cavern entrance revealed by the collapsing ice column. Thunderous roars echoed behind them, reminiscent of the very earth collapsing. The colossal icicle finally shattered, unleashing a torrent of ice and snow that crashed onto the recently collapsed ice surface, completely burying everything above the entrance. Within the icy cavern, darkness loomed deep, accompanied only by an extreme chill and a faint glimmer emanating from below. Countless paths twisted like a labyrinth. Xiao Fan leaned against the frigid cave wall, gasping heavily, his chest heaving, each breath releasing wisps of icy mist. That last strike had nearly drained him. Yet the bone-devouring blade he clutched tightly shimmered with a dark azure frost pattern, humming softly, exuding an unprecedented strength and satisfaction. He even sensed a faint, greedy yearning emanating from it. Is the blade trying to communicate with me? Hungry? Xiao Fan hesitated, gazing at the blade. Just a hint of progress, and it becomes overly proud? The weapon spirit's awareness is akin to a weaned child. The old ghost scoffed, his bony hand grasping the air above the bone-devouring blade. Fool, after consuming so much chaotic energy, you're not dead yet? The muddled thoughts and unrefined impurities are accumulating at the core of the blade, and you still wish to give birth to sentience? Bah! With the old ghost's gesture, the bone-devouring blade trembled violently, a cry of immense agony resonating. The blade's body, adorned with resplendent dark golden patterns and scarlet glimmers, witnessed the old ghost forcibly strip away strands of murky, nearly transparent gray energy. This energy was tainted with the chaotic resentment from previously slaying the quasi-saint's thought form, fragments of the Dragon Emperor's violent will, and the lingering bloodthirst from the recently vanquished ice dragon puppet's core. These seemingly innocuous yet insidious impurities were excised, and the aura of the bone-devouring blade abruptly stilled, its previously chaotic essence suddenly refining into something pure and concentrated. That faint consciousness became significantly clearer, conveying a sense of rebirth and gratitude, deepening its reliance on Xiao Fan. Sharpening the blade does not hinder the woodcutter. Feeding the blade is the same. If the impurities are swallowed, what emerges is a useless weapon spirit. The old ghost retracted his hand, delivering a cold admonishment. Refining that drop of soul essence can purify its foundational consciousness. Below, the dragon nurturing pool is the true objective of this journey. Do not mindlessly consume like before. Xiao Fan observed the increasingly resplendent patterns upon the blade, feeling the pure ferocity and resilience within, and was deeply moved. Thank you for your guidance, old ghost. Meanwhile, deep beneath the icy cavern, beside a cold pool flowing with jade-like liquid true dragon essence, the dragon nurturing pool. Three elderly figures garbed in robes adorned with faint dragon patterns sat cross-legged, exuding a more refined and chilling aura than the ice dragon puppet, Quasi-Emperor Pinnacle. Before them hovered a cracked ancient mirror, which reflected the hazy images of Xiao Fan and the old ghost recuperating within the icy cavern. The third formation, I, has been destroyed. The Ice Soul formation spirit has perished. The leading emaciated elder opened his gray, faded eyes. Intruders, two of them. The one wielding the dark azure blade has consumed the Ice Soul dragon essence. That blade is extraordinary. Is it the prey mentioned by the Great Lord? The slender, tall elder to the left spoke in a voice raspy as metal scraping against metal. The energies align, especially that blade. Its characteristic of devouring dragon power is unmistakable. The leading elder's eyes gleamed with cold light. The dragon nurturing pool must not be compromised. Initiate the deceptive concealment. Set up the frost ash chaos array in the core passageway. They must not be allowed to approach the true pool even a step closer. Yes. The other two responded in unison, their eyes glinting with a cruel light. Chapter 48. The Frost Ash Soul Burning Array. The devouring blade chews fire to shatter the false concealment. A chilling silence enveloped the icy cavern, and the faint glow emanating from below offered no warmth, instead amplifying the desolate, eerie atmosphere. The allure of the dragon-raising pool whispered like a venomous serpent, yet the bone-devouring blade in Xiao Fan's grasp trembled slightly, sending forth a potent warning of imminent danger ahead, a deadly trap. System notification, core high-energy trap detected, frost ash chaos array. Coverage area, core passage ahead. Energy nature, extreme cold conversion, soul incineration, spatial disturbance. Danger level, pseudo-saint. Analysis, bone-devouring blades micro-recognition enhanced 3 core nodes identified, located on the left, middle, and right walls of the passage. Node fluctuations are subtle, with the main energy flow directed towards the faint cyclone at the right end of the passage, entrance to the false concealment. Humph, the frost ash soul burning? Mere trifles. Do they think they can incinerate souls with this meager chill of frozen bones? Those 3 old coffin dwellers are employing tricks that have become commonplace since millennia ago. The old ghost's voice dripped with unabashed disdain, his gnarled finger pointing carelessly towards the shadows ahead. Do you see that shivering cyclone on the right? A ruse. A false concealment. Biting that bait will reduce you to ashes, flesh and soul alike. Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened as the bone-devouring blade's micro-recognition and the system analysis corroborated the old ghost's judgment perfectly. These 3 guardians of the pool were indeed devious, using a well-disguised entrance as bait, while the real threat lay within the soul-burning array that pervaded the entire passage. How shall we break it? Xiao Fan inquired solemnly. The imperial dragon power of the mid-level quasi-emperor surging within him, the newly awakened icy malevolence coursing through his veins. Break it? Why bother? Let it burn. The old ghost grinned, the shadow beneath his hood seeming to contort into a sinister arc. Your blade thrives on such kindling offered willingly. Do you see those 3 glowing nodules at the base of the wall? Those are the array's eyes. Charge in and feed them to the bone-devouring blade. It has just feasted on the icy dragon essence and is primed to cleanse its palate with this soul-burning dark fire. Use my blade as a furnace? Xiao Fan was taken aback. Fool. Frost ash, first frost, then ash. Its essence still relies on the icy dragon power here. What do you think the devouring attribute is for? If you can't even digest this meager mutated energy, you might as well switch to a kitchen knife. The old ghost scolded, exasperated. The fierce icy essence has just formed, and it is in dire need of pure, chilling energy to solidify. That old mud eel's dragon-raising pool lies just 3 yards behind the left wall. Once the array's eye is consumed, the wall will be as fragile as paper. There's only one chance. Delay, and you shall be left to suffer. Xiao Fan suddenly understood. The old ghost wanted him to boldly breach the core of the array, using the bone-devouring blade's devouring power and the fierce icy essence as both shield and weapon to counter the array's energy, while simultaneously tearing open the barrier leading to the true dragon-raising pool during the moment of the array's eye's explosion. New side quest triggered. Time-limited devouring blade chews fire. Use yourself as bait to counter-consume the frost ash array's eye. Success reward. The bone-devouring blade's fierce, icy essence stabilizes, significantly enhancing frost resistance. Gain access to the dragon-raising pool. Failure penalty. Severe physical injuries, soul burns, and exposure to the onslaught of 3 peak quasi-emperors. It's a gamble. In a fleeting moment, bloodshot veins appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes, and the bone-devouring blade sensed his resolve, its hum suddenly transforming into a frenzied roar. The dark golden, crimson, and deep blue hues swirling upon the blade intertwined violently, exuding a sense of rending that pierced through the marrow and an eerie chill that threatened to freeze the very soul. Without a hint of hesitation, he stomped his feet against the ground. Boom. The ice surface, more resilient than cold iron, shattered like a spider's web. As Xiao Fan surged forth like a meteor enveloped in a triad of radiant light, fearlessly charging into the core passageway, thick with the energy of frost and soul-burning embers. His target was the first wall root on the left, a node of profound darkness, faintly ablaze with an intangible blue flame. At the instant he breached the passage, a hum reverberated through the air. The very fabric of space contorted as an extreme chill and an excruciating sensation, penetrating the soul, erupted simultaneously. The air crystallized into countless frost particles, each imbued with icy blue flames, invading fiercely into Xiao Fan's flesh and consciousness. His skin felt as though it had instantaneously turned to carbon, while his thoughts were submerged in scalding ice water. The dual torment of fire and ice racking his very soul. Roar! Xiao Fan's eyes blazed red as blood. The power of the imperial bone enveloped him in a dim golden light, shielding his body. The newly tempered frost resistance dulled the low-temperature assault slightly. Yet the soul-level burn from the embers reached deep into his spirit. Agonizing pain tore through him. Yet, his momentum only increased. He channeled all his suffering and will into the blade he wielded. Bone Devourer, consume. Crush them for me. A roar erupted from the bone-devouring blade. Unprecedented in its ferocity, the blade's tri-hued brilliance surged. The chilling essence of ice was provoked by this sinister soul fire. Resembling a ravenous beast that had starved for eons opening its gaping maw, a massive vortex of devouring force formed abruptly at the blade's tip. Sizzle! The frost energy, capable of incinerating ordinary quasi-imperial souls, was drawn into an unfathomable abyss. The moment it touched the devouring vortex, the icy blue flames writhed wildly, forcefully torn apart, compressed, and transformed into a pure, liquid deep blue energy torrent, devoured whole by the ferocious bone-devouring blade. Crack! The consumed frost energy did not vanish. Rather, it clashed violently within the blade against the immense essence of the frost dragon. Yet, the very body of the bone-devouring blade, forged through endless consumption and tempered by ancient spirits, seemed to possess a terrifying will, forcibly crushing and refining this dark fire. Ecstasy. The blade transmitted to Xiao Fan a twisted, painful joy. Its ethereal blue frost patterns became lively and profound after absorbing this energy, subtly emanating an imperceptible ice blue sheen capable of searing the soul. The weight of the blade surged again. The spirit within it grew rapidly through the anguish of consumption, becoming more resilient and lucid. Harnessing this devouring power, Xiao Fan forged a twisted path through the terrifying flow of frost energy. Enduring the ultimate agony of 1,000 souls burning, he charged toward the left node. Break! The bone-devouring blade, imbued with the newly assimilated ice-killing power that contained remnants of the frost energy, plunged fiercely into the depths of the bluish core. Boom! It was as if an energy powder keg had been ignited. The shattered focal point erupted with a terrifying backlash far exceeding anything previously encountered. Yet, before the majority of the energy could burst forth, it was greedily consumed by the bone devourer, which clung to it. The residual shockwave struck Xiao Fan like a heavy blow, slamming him violently against the cave wall, causing his throat to taste the iron tang of blood, which sprayed forth and stained the icy surface. A second wave, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. His body was nearly enshrouded in frost-ash energy, taking on a form of ice and fire, while the golden light of his imperial bones dimmed. Yet he did not falter. Leveraging the force of the explosion, he pivoted and charged towards the central focal point with greater speed. Beside the dragon-raising pool, a profound hum resonated. The ancient mirror, suspended between the three, suddenly flickered. The left half of the frost-ash formation extinguished in an instant. The left focal point has been destroyed. The withered Grand Elder rose abruptly, disbelief flashing for the first time in his ashen eyes. How could this be? Is someone daring to devour the frost-ash soul flame? That blade. It must be that blade causing this chaos. It not only devours dragon power, but even the frost-ash soul flame. The stout elder on the right shrieked, his voice tinged with fear. Stop him. Activate the frost-ash frenzy. Focus on annihilating the central area. We cannot allow him to destroy another focal point. The Grand Elder's voice was as frigid as a blade. In the ice cavern's passageway, as the Grand Elder's command was issued, the remaining frost-ash energy surged with a violent fervor. The density of the blue fire ice crystals multiplied. The temperature plummeted. The sensation of soul burning intensified more than tenfold. Countless ice crystals coalesced into a roaring blue flame dragon, wielding the power of spatial distortion, madly lunging toward Xiao Fan, who rushed toward the central focal point. Damn! Xiao Fan felt as though his very soul was about to be torn asunder. the golden light of his imperial bones teetering on the brink of collapse. Death, so close at hand. At that moment, hold on. The old ghost's icy voice pierced Xiao Fan's mind like a needle. In the most intense frost ash, the core must manifest. Use your blade. Strike at the reverse scale of the dragon's head. That is the central core. In this life and death moment, Xiao Fan's trust in the old ghost transcended instinct. Faced with the gaping maw of the soul-burning ice dragon, he poured all his remaining strength and indomitable will into a final gamble. The bone devourer transformed from mere consumption to the convergence of all its attributes, the devouring vortex contracting to a single point at the blade's tip. A path of piercing energy tearing through the air, imbued with the recently consumed essence of frost ash. For the sake of it, shatter. The blade's radiance, akin to a frigid shooting star, accurately pierced the soul reverse scale core of the frost ash ice flame dragon, which shimmered with exquisite deep blue runes. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the subtle sound of the energy core being torn asunder. Roar! The immense ice flame dragon seemed to have its spine instantly wrenched away. Its movement stiffened, its form disintegrated. The terrifying frost ash frenzy stuttered, akin to a fire without a source. Meanwhile, the tip of the bone devourer had embedded itself deep into the central wall. Boom! The second focal point's core was consumed and shattered. An even more tumultuous and chaotic wave of frostish energy was forcibly drawn in and digested by the bone devourer. The ghostly blue patterns upon the blade were entirely imbued with a layer of burning ice blue luster. The fierce ice essence stabilized completely, now accompanied by a terrifying attribute of soul burning. The pseudo-imperial sharpness approached that of a quasi-saint. The flow of frost ash energy within the passageway spiraled into utter chaos. Space twisted like a shattered mirror. Xiao Fan, drenched in blood, his flesh marred with frost and scorched scars, found his momentum escalating. Propelled by the feedback from the bone devourer, he turned his head, his crimson eyes fixated intently on the disguised vortex at the end of the corridor. No. His gaze pierced through the illusory Fade, resting upon the seemingly flawless stone wall to the left. There emanated a pure dragon essence that made even his imperial bones tremble with yearning, a true dragon nurturing pool. And there was another, blocking his path. Within the ancient mirror, the expressions of the three elders shifted dramatically. The stout and the tall elders surged forth, wielding a terrifying frost dragon power capable of freezing the quasi-saint realm, tearing through the icy passage and hurtling directly towards Xiao Fan. Yet, Xiao Fan paid no heed to the feigned concealed vortex. With his severely injured body, he erupted in a final, swift, and resolute burst of speed, his target clear, the left wall, and specifically, the third and final node of the ashen frost array at the base of the right wall. Boom, boom. Just as the tall elder and the stout elder's lethal icy palm strikes tore through the ice layer, crashing towards Xiao Fan's back like giant frost claws, he called out. Open! Xiao Fan synchronized perfectly with the bone-devouring blade, merging man and blade as one, infused with the absorbed energy of the ashen soul array. His power surging to an unprecedented zenith as he forcefully collided with the final node of the array on the right wall. Simultaneously, the full force of the bone-devouring blade struck the seemingly indestructible inner side of the stone wall at a precise distance of 3 zhang. Pop! The last core node emitted a mournful, explosive rush of air. Crack! The barrier of concealed ice, capable of withstanding the peak of quasi-emperors, burst apart like a punctured bubble and decayed wood under the violent onslaught of the bone-devouring blade, creating a massive, irregular hole large enough for a person to pass through. A rich, life-affirming essence, so dense it transformed into a milky white dragon saliva true chi, surged forth like a volcano that had been suppressed for eons, washing away the cold and murderous intent of the chaotic ice cavern in an instant. Meanwhile, death. The furious, icy palm strikes of the stout and tall elders had already reached Xiao Fan. His back was completely unprotected. In a moment of dire peril, the figure of the old ghost silently appeared behind Xiao Fan, his wide black robes casually sweeping back. There was no earth-shattering collision. Those 2 icy palm strikes, capable of freezing time and space, seemed to crash into an infinite abyss of devouring void, leaving not even a ripple of energy in their wake, silently dissolving. The figures of the 2 elders suddenly faltered, as if ensnared by an invisible quagmire. Go! The old ghost grasped the exhausted, falling Xiao Fan, stepping into the space behind the wall that was gushing forth with rich dragon saliva true chi. No! The stout elder and the tall elder roared in anguish, their eyes bulging with rage. System notification, core the ashen soul array has been completely destroyed. Energy absorption from the node, 100. The bone-devouring blade's malevolent icy essence has been solidified, enhanced to quasi-saint level sharpness, temporary burst. Additional ashen soul, searing effect. Micro-awareness range expanded. Imperial bones, rapid recovery under the cleansing of dragon saliva true chi. Dragon marrow activity significantly enhanced. Realm elevation, stabilized at mid-quasi-emperor. Approaching the threshold of late stage. Dragon nurturing pool space. It is a natural ice cavern measuring barely 100 zhang square. In the absence of lavish decorations, a vast jade pool of 10 zhang occupies the center. The water is not merely liquid. It is a viscous, almost solid substance, flowing with a milky white sheen that shimmers with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a true dragon's jade essence. Above the surface of the pool, an ethereal mist thick with life force coalesces into droplets, each as plump as pearls, occasionally falling into the water below. At the heart of the pool, a lotus platform with 9 leaves, seemingly sculpted from ice crystal, hovers silently. Upon this platform rests an indescribably pure dragon source, pulsating like a living entity, each breath causing the colors of the pool to swirl and dance. This essence, the culmination of countless millennia of ice marrow and dragon bone refinement, forms the very foundation of the nurturing dragon pool, its quality far surpassing that of mere pseudo-saints. Realizing his extraordinary fortune, Xiao Fan reclines at the edge of the pool, greedily absorbing the emanating essence of the true dragon jade, witnessing his injuries heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Humph. The 3 old specters outside are about to go all out. An elder, standing beside Xiao Fan, slightly lifts his hood, seemingly gazing through the ice barrier at the enraged trio approaching. His tone remains placid, yet it carries an imperceptible depth. Do not merely lie there. Prepare to seize the fire seed. Fire seed? Xiao Fan struggles to sit up, puzzled as he glances from the elder to the untainted core of the dragon source. Where's the fire? The elder's bony finger points towards the depths beneath the lotus platform. The bottom of the pool is not smooth like jade. Rather, it harbors a thick layer of deep purple crystalline substance, reminiscent of ashes. At this moment, the ash layer, nurtured by the pure dragon source, begins to pulsate slowly. Each pulse emits a wave of intense yet restrained heat, igniting an inexplicable longing in Xiao Fan's very soul. From the depths of millennia-old frost, a spark of annihilation is born. The purest dragon jade essence ignites the flames that incinerate the world. The elder's voice resonates like an ancient ballad. This is a fire seed of the highest order, far superior to the refuse frost outside. Consume it. Only then will your blade and bones be truly satisfied. Xiao Fan's pupils constrict. Concealed beneath the dragon pool lies an unparalleled opportunity. At its core, the ultimate cold ice dragon source nurtures the flames of annihilation. The true path of ice and fire in opposition. He suddenly gazes at the bone-devouring blade in his hand. Its blade intertwined in shades of eerie blue and ice blue, emanating a fierce light. The weapon spirit clearly conveys an overwhelming desire for the fire seed at the pool's bottom, a longing far greater than that for the dragon source above. The fire seed of the ancient dragon's annihilation. Xiao Fan licks his cracked lips, flames more fervent than those of soul-burning ice igniting in his eyes. It belongs to me. Boom, boom. The shattered walls behind him reverberate with violent impacts. The entire ice cavern shakes violently. The furious roars of the 3 guardians pierce through the icy layers. Ants. You have destroyed my formation. You dare to steal from my dragon pool. Hand over the fire seed. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. The crisis is far from over. A greater struggle for dominance unfolds amidst this perilous sanctuary. Chapter 49. Fire seed burns the heavens, slaying 3 emperors. The Elder S dragon roar shatters the void. Ants. Hand over the fire seed. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. The 3 guardians of the pool, driven mad, crash through the remnants of the ice wall into the nurturing dragon pool's space. The ferocious cold ice dragon power, mingled with overwhelming murderous intent, instantly freezes the surging dragon saliva essence. The temperature of the space plummets, causing even the flowing jade essence on the surface of the pool to crystallize into ice flowers. The Elder, with ashen eyes, fixated intently on the pulsating deep purple ashes at the bottom of the pool, his gaze igniting with a fervent greed surpassing even the sight of the dragon source core, the seed of the Xuanlong's extinguishing flame. The coveted sacred object sought after for millennia was astonishingly right here. Bring it to me. He extended his withered claw, and a massive icy dragon claw, adorned with crystalline scales capable of freezing space itself, tore through the air, disregarding distance, and reached for the flame seed at the pool's bottom. Meanwhile, the other 2 men grinned wickedly as they lunged towards the incapacitated, breathless Xiao Fan at the pool's edge. Frosty chains and the chilling bone spear sealed off all avenues of retreat. A fatal strike. The 3 peaked quasi-emperors unleashed their wrath. Xiao Fan, still grievously wounded, had yet to merge the newly acquired flame seed with his bone-devouring blade, while the old ghost, shrouded in mystery, was significantly drained. Mine. Bloodlust erupted in Xiao Fan's eyes. Faced with the dragon claw reaching for the flame seed and the chilling attacks aimed at him, he did not retreat. Instead, he fervently infused the last remnants of his Imperial Bone's power into the bone-devouring blade. The blade's ethereal blue frost patterns clashed violently with the deep purple ashes of the flame seed, emitting a resonant hum under the strain. Fool. The flame seed possesses spirit. Forcible acquisition will lead to backlash. Draw it into the blade. The old ghost's icy voice thundered in Xiao Fan's mind. Use your Imperial Bone as bait. Use the dragon marrow as a bridge. Allow it to recognize its master. Recognize its master. In an instant, Xiao Fan comprehended. He bit his tongue, letting forth a stream of blood imbued with the essence of his Imperial Bone upon the bone-devouring blade. Simultaneously, he threw himself recklessly towards the jade marrow pool, not to evade the attack, but to embed the bone-devouring blade fiercely into the viscous dragon marrow. Bone-devouring. Marrow-consuming. Ignite the flame. As the bone-devouring blade pierced the dragon marrow, it was as if a red-hot branding iron plunged into ice oil. The entire jade marrow pool erupted in a cacophony. Radiant colors shot skyward. The previously dormant deep purple ashes at the pool's bottom seemed to be drawn irresistibly, leaping violently. An indescribable, seemingly eternal force of annihilation erupted with overwhelming intensity. Boom! The icy dragon claw that the Elder had unleashed was the first to bear the brunt. The frigid power, potent enough to freeze a false saint, emitted a mournful hiss as it encountered the erupting heat, melting away inch by inch. The dragon claw disintegrated at an observable rate. What? The Elder's face paled with terror. He felt his icy dragon power's essence rapidly dissolving under the onslaught of this searing heat. Concurrently, the bone-devouring blade acted like an insatiable black hole, voraciously consuming the pure dragon marrow within the pool. The ethereal blue frost patterns on the blade radiated brilliantly under the nourishment of the dragon marrow, forming a resilient icy soul membrane. At the same time, the deep purple flame seed, upon sensing the essence of Xiao Fan's Imperial Bone blood and dragon marrow coalescing into a nest-like aura emanating from the bone-devouring blade, trembled violently. A minuscule yet potent wave of destruction and rebirth surged forth, instinctively directing itself towards the bone-devouring blade. Roar! The spirit of the bone-devouring blade let out an unprecedented roar of excitement. The blade quivered violently. The deep purple flame seed, akin to a star returning to its nest, swiftly merged into the core of the obsidian blade. Boom! The bone-devouring blade erupted with a piercing purple-black radiance. Ethereal blue frost, dark golden imperial patterns, blood-red ferocity, and deep purple annihilation intertwined in a frenzied dance, colliding and, under the forceful dominance of the weapon spirit's will, began to merge painstakingly. A terrifying aura that transcended the false saints, intertwined with the searing heat capable of incinerating all and the chilling cold that could freeze the soul, swept through the entire space. The system erupted with an ominous warning. The fusion of the celestial dragon's extinction seed has commenced. The core of the bone-devouring blade is being restructured. A warning, energy conflict overload. The spirit's will is at its limit. Risk of fusion failure, 85. Resonance with the Imperial Bone origin. Continuous infusion of dragon marrow energy. Success rate of fusion increased to 40. Now is the moment. Strike them down, the old ghost commanded. His voice tinged with an almost imperceptible urgency. With a swift motion, he pressed his withered claw towards the stout and tall elder who was lunging at Xiao Fan from afar. A hum resonated as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing the very fabric of space. The movements of the two quasi-emperors came to an abrupt halt, as though caught in a viscous temporal mire. Their grotesque expressions froze instantaneously, their eyes reflecting a profound terror. An opportunity. Only madness remained in Xiao Fan's gaze. The bone-devouring blade, infused with the seed of fusion, weighed heavily like a mountain, its violent energy threatening to tear his arm asunder. Yet he remained undeterred, pouring all his anguish, resolve, and thirst for power into this evolving weapon. He roared, burning heaven, ice coffin, strike. With fervor, he swung the blade, now swirling with indigo-black radiance, towards the stout elder momentarily restrained by the old ghost. No longer was it the mere illusion of the 10,000 dragons' ice coffin. Instead, it materialized as a razor-sharp blade, refined to perfection, entwined with destructive purple flames and ghostly blue frost. Wherever the blade passed, space was rent, leaving behind dark fissures edged with burning purple fire and frozen ice crystals. The opposing forces of extreme heat and extreme cold, under the dominion of the extinction seed and the frosty malevolence, formed a bizarre and terrifying equilibrium. No. The stout elder's soul quivered as he desperately burned his essence to break free from the confinement. Yet, the old ghost's mere press seemed to embody the very laws of heaven and earth. He could only watch in horror as the deathly blade approached. With a swift, decisive motion, the blade sliced through the stout elder's hastily conjured ice shield like a hot knife through butter. The purple flames consumed his dragon power, while the frost extinguished his vitality. The blade's piercing nature erupted. The edge penetrated his chest without hindrance, as the extinction purple flame and frosty malevolence rampaged within. Clashing and exploding. With a sudden jolt, the stout elder's body stiffened, then exploded from within like a lit ice sculpture. Half of him was reduced to ash by the purple flames, while the other half was ground to powder by the frost. His essence was annihilated. Not even a scream escaped his lips. One strike. A quasi-emperor peak slain. The second elder. The tall, gaunt elder's eyes bulged in terror, his horror palpable. Seizing the fleeting moment of the old ghost's relaxed grip, he ignited his blood essence and broke free, fleeing desperately. Thinking of escape, Xiao Fan's murderous intent surged. Having just slain one, the terrifying power feedback from the fusion of the bone-devouring blade invigorated him, making his wounds feel suppressed. He stepped onto the roiling surface of the jade marrow pool, splashing seven-colored radiance as he transformed into a flow of indigo-black light, pursuing the tall elder. In his hand, the bone-devouring blade, entwined with purple flames and frost, was raised once more. "You young wretch, how dare you?" The grand elder finally broke free from the lingering dread of the extinction seed, witnessing his brother's tragic demise, and succumbed to madness. No longer did he heed the seed's warnings. With a gnarled claw, he formed a seal and spat out a mouthful of his life essence. The essence of blood transformed into a ferocious, roaring ice crystal blood dragon, exuding an aura that surpassed the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, brushing against the threshold of the pseudo-saint realm. It tore through space, lunging directly at Xiao Fan's vulnerable back. Surrounding way to rescue Xiao. A front and rear assault. Life and death hung in the balance. "Old man, your opponent is me." The ancient specter, who had been observing coldly from the shadows beneath his hood, emitted a clear and impatient cold snort for the first time. His emaciated figure stepped forward, directly positioning itself before the ice crystal blood dragon. In the face of that desperate strike capable of severely wounding a pseudo-saint, the old specter merely lifted his oil-stained, withered claw. Buzz. An indescribable, vast, and ancient force erupted from his seemingly frail body, reminiscent of the primeval might of a true dragon, born from the very dawn of creation. This pressure, so pure and tyrannical, far surpassed Xiao Fan's embryonic imperial bone by myriad times. The entire dragon-rearing pool space instantly froze. The boiling jade essence stilled. The surging rays of light were suspended. Even the ice crystal blood dragon, lunging forward, seemed to have been pressed on pause, suspended mid-air. Its eyes filled with primal fear and submission emanating from the depths of its bloodline. The old specter flicked his withered claw at the ice crystal blood dragon, as if brushing away a speck of dust. Pop! With a soft sound, the pseudo-saint level ice crystal blood dragon, which embodied the lifelong cultivation and essence blood of the grand elder, along with the surrounding frozen space, shattered silently into countless fragments, vanishing into the primordial ice crystal dust, dissipating into nothingness. Puff! The grand elder, as if struck by lightning, felt his connected lethal strike shattered, suffering unimaginable damage to his essence. Spewing blood as his aura plummeted to the lowest depths, he gazed at the old specter in terror, as if beholding an awakened ancient demon. You are the dragon." Noisy. The old specter's voice was calm, yet carried an icy finality. He did not even glance at the severely injured and dying grand elder, instead pointing his withered claw towards the fleeing, gaunt elder. The fleeing elder's body suddenly stiffened. The space around him tightened like an invisible hand, collapsing inward. He could not even utter a scream, as he, along with his protective icy dragon power, was instantly compressed into a fist-sized ice crystal sphere. Within the sphere, his terrified and contorted face was clearly visible. The old specter clenched his withered claw. Bang! The ice crystal sphere exploded into a flurry of ice dust. Body and spirit obliterated. In the blink of an eye, two quasi-emperors at their peak, one dead, one crippled. System notification. Shock detected an incomprehensible supreme dragon might. Rank, beyond cognition. Warning, the true realm of the old specter cannot be assessed. Extremely dangerous. Bone-devouring blade fusion complete. Grade, Saint tier, initial form. Characteristics, crackling through marrow, tearing the heavens. with accompanying extinguishing purple flame and ferocious ice soul dual destruction. Ferocious ice soul ashes, extinguishing ice calamity, freezing, soul scorching, eroding, and incinerating fourfold strikes. Energy devouring, swallowing the heavens, capable of consuming higher-ranked energy for sustenance. Subtle awareness, spiritual perception, range expanded, can blur predetermined attacks. New addition, profound dragon extinguishing flame, core drive. The power of ice and fire in reverse extremes. Artifact spirit, consciousness stabilized, significantly enhanced spirituality, initial communication possible. Xiao Fan stared blankly at the scene before him. The purple-black long sword, just completed in its fusion and radiating a heart-pounding, sacred power, had momentarily lost its allure. His gaze was fixated on the emaciated figure cloaked in tattered gray robes, his throat dry as he stammered, Who are you?" The old ghost slowly turned around. From beneath the shadow of the hood, 2 points of deep golden light, reminiscent of the cosmos, gradually illuminated, exuding an indifference that seemed to overlook the ages. He did not respond to Xiao Fan, but instead directed his gaze towards the gasping, despair-ridden Grand Elder. The Great Lord of the Abyss? That little mudfish, lurking in the gutter, surviving by scavenging the corpses of countless dragons? The old ghost's voice dripped with a bone-deep mockery, proclaiming that his dragon-binding chain could not restrain a true dragon, nor could his burial ground entomb the bones of an emperor. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the old ghost's withered claw made a vague gesture towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's body was uncontrollably lifted. A glimmer of gold forcibly extracted from his brow. Within this golden light lay an extraordinarily intricate dark dragon-patterned seal, exuding an aura of confinement. "No, Lord, save me." The Grand Elder let out a final, anguished wail. The old ghost's bony finger crushed. With a puff, the golden light along with the seal was instantaneously obliterated. The Grand Elder's body stiffened violently, the light in his eyes extinguished completely, like a marionette deprived of its soul, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having completed this grim act, the terrifying dragon might emanating from the old ghost receded like a tide, becoming inscrutable once more. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Fan, his golden eyes sweeping over the sacred tier weapon in his hand, and the imperial bone power surging within him. The spark had returned, the weapon was beginning to take shape, and the imperial bone was nearly half restored. The old ghost's voice returned to its prior hoarse and monotone quality. "The dragon source here shall be yours for 3 days. Refine it, solidify your realm, and expel the accumulated resentments and distractions within you." He pointed towards the pure dragon source core at the center of the jade marrow pool. "That object is of no use to you. However, to that starving little mudfish below, it is a life-saving bait. Consume it, and you will find yourself in even greater trouble." Xiao Fan's heart trembled violently. The old ghost not only knew of the Great Lord of the Abyss, but also the existence of the abyssal depths. Instinctively, he turned his inner vision inward and indeed discovered that the dormant seed of the abyssal depths stirred slightly at the scent of the dragon source core. "In 3 days, the spatial node will open here." The old ghost's figure began to grow ethereal, as though he could dissolve into this space at any moment. "Whether you return to your little pond or disturb the mire of that great lord is entirely up to you. Remember." The old ghost's final words carried a resonance of desolation and warning, as if echoing from an era long past. The abyssal depths is both a blade and a shackle. Wield it well, and you may cleave through the heavens. Wield it poorly, and you shall become the next abyss. With that, the old ghost's figure completely vanished, as if he had never existed. All that remained was Xiao Fan, standing in place, surrounded by the boiling jade marrow, the humming sacred tier weapon, the pure dragon source, and 3 cold corpses. In the dragon-nurturing pool space, silence reigned. Only the purple-black flames of the bone-devouring blade, entwined with the ethereal blue ice lines, burned silently. Chapter 50. Abyssal Depths devours the heavens, shattering the abyss. The true form of the old ghost shakes the ages. By the jade marrow pool, silence prevailed. The 3 corpses of the quasi-emperors emanated a final chill, creating a bizarre contrast to the vibrant life that enveloped the pool. Xiao Fan sat cross-legged at the edge of the boiling jade essence, the bone-biting blade resting across his knees, its purple-black flame patterns intertwining with ethereal blue ice lines, exuding a heart-stirring, holy malevolence. With his eyes tightly shut and his pores wide open, he greedily absorbed the exceptionally pure dragon marrow essence. A deep, rumbling sound reverberated from within the imperial bone, akin to the tumultuous flow of rivers. The restoration rate surged under the deluge of dragon marrow, as the dark golden bone particles proliferated wildly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, rapidly spreading. Cracks sealed swiftly, the dragon patterns becoming increasingly vivid and profound. While a dominative dragon might, rooted in the essence of his bloodline, uncontrollably radiated outward, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the pool. The system announced, Imperial Bone Restoration Rate, 66, 67, 68. Dragon Marrow Absorption Rate, peak. A warning followed. Accumulated resentment within the body, curse of the demon shark, quasi-holy distractions. Frost remnants, has intensified. It is assaulting the core of the Imperial Bone. Humph. The lingering souls refused to dissipate. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed. Upon introspection, he observed several strands of gray-black resentment swirling in the core of the Imperial Bone, akin to maggots gnawing at bone, relentlessly attacking the newly formed dark golden particles. Attempting to taint the origin, the frost curse on the surface of the celestial killing order stirred restlessly, its chill encroaching upon his meridians. Bone-biting. Fierce ice soul. Subdue. Xiao Fan's thoughts roared. The bone-biting blade quivered violently before him. A chilling force, merging the annihilating purple flame with the fierce ice soul, surged through his bloodline. It struck the streams of resentment like a scorching iron pressed against the flesh. The resentment released a silent shriek, rapidly dissolving under the purifying flames of frost and fury. The curse of the celestial killing order was momentarily repelled by this overpowering force, retreating into a temporary dormancy. The system reported, resentment elimination rate, 30, 50, 70. Curse of the celestial killing order suppressed successfully. Imperial Bone Restoration Rate, 69. Dragon Marrow Refining Effect enhanced. Not sufficient. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes as he directed his gaze toward the pure dragon essence core suspended above the 9-leaf ice lotus at the center of the pool. The old ghost had warned him that it was bait, not to be disturbed. Yet, what about the abyss of devouring? He concentrated, attempting to communicate with the dormant seed of the abyss within the depths of the Imperial Bone. The pitch-black seed remained lifeless. But upon sensing the pure aura of dragon essence from the outside, it conveyed a faint yet insatiably greedy tremor. Want a feast? Then let us consume some scraps. A cold smirk graced Xiao Fan's lips. He dared not directly touch the dragon essence core. Yet the jade essence flowing in the pool was nourished by the dragon essence itself. He focused on the seed of the abyss, guiding its devouring force. Akin to the most precise straw, silently extracting the purest, untainted dragon essence from the surrounding jade essence. The seed of the abyss quivered violently. That wisp of dragon essence was swallowed, as if it had been cast into an unfathomable abyss. A barely perceptible dark golden pattern flickered on the surface of the once silent seed. Though still dormant, Xiao Fan distinctly felt that the destructive power within the seed seemed to have solidified slightly. The system, hidden seed of the abyss, absorbed a trace of pure dragon essence. Activity has marginally increased, 0.0001. Potential threat level, unknown fluctuation. Indeed, it is effective. Xiao Fan affirmed within himself. He no longer hesitated, fervently absorbing the agate to refine the Imperial Bone while meticulously guiding the seed of devouring abyss. Akin to the most miserly of hoarders, only consuming the faintest traces of dragon essence that wafted from the agate. Though his efficiency was markedly low, it was, nonetheless, safely discreet. Time flowed quietly by, and the restoration of the Imperial Bone progressed steadily, with the resentment gradually being refined and expelled. The seed of devouring abyss, like a serpent in winter slumber, slowly and greedily drew in nutrients. 1 day passed, then 2 on the 3rd day. As dusk descended, there were no days or months in the icy expanse, only the ebb and flow of energy. The Imperial Bone restoration rate reached 72%, and the eradication of resentment stood at 95%. The curse of the Heavenly Saber's edict was thoroughly suppressed beneath the icy crystal surface of the token. The dragon essence absorbed by the seed had cloaked it in a dim golden membrane. Xiao Fan's aura had firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage. With every gesture, the might of the dragon flickered, causing the very space to quiver. The bone-devouring blade at his knee emanated a purple-black glow, its ominous essence appearing even more profound. At that moment, a sudden hum reverberated through the entire dragon-rearing pool, the space violently shaking without warning. This was not due to an external attack, but rather the space itself lamenting. An indescribable, terrifying will, imbued with decay and the ominous essence of all-consuming demise, descended as if a slumbering apocalyptic beast had awakened. The agate in the pool ceased to boil in an instant, and the radiant light solidified. The pure dragon essence core trembled violently, emitting waves of terror. It was here. Xiao Fan's eye snapped open, golden light bursting forth from his pupils. The bone-devouring blade hummed as it leapt into his hands, the purple-black flame patterns and ghostly blue ice lines igniting instantaneously. The holy tear ferocity erupted without reservation. You little insect, stealing my spark, destroying my dragon pool. You deserve death 1,000 times. A grand, cold thought, as if composed of the wails of countless souls, erupted deep within Xiao Fan's soul. The space shattered like fragile glass, fissures appearing in countless inky black cracks. From within these cracks, a viscous darkness, exuding an endless void of death, surged forth like a breaching river of the netherworld. The will of the great Lord of Ruin descended. Roar! Xiao Fan bellowed like a dragon. Faced with this unfathomable terror, he felt no fear. Instead, an overwhelming battle intent ignited within him. The Imperial Bone's dragon might fused with the ominous essence of the bone-devouring blade, steadfastly resisting the apocalyptic pressure. Bone-devouring, sky-swallowing, open for me. He gripped the blade with both hands, channeling all his strength, the dragon might of the Imperial Bone, and the primal pull of the devouring abyss into the sacred weapon. The bone-devouring blade erupted with an unprecedented radiance. At its tip, a miniature vortex, exuding the will to consume all, suddenly took form in deep purple and black. The 10,000 Dragon Ice Coffin Annihilation Slash. No longer a mere prototype, but the ultimate strike amalgamating all the weapon's characteristics, the Imperial Bone's dragon might, and even a trace of the devouring abyss's essence. With a single slash, there was no earth-shattering brilliance, only a thread of pure darkness, refined to perfection, entwined with annihilating purple flames and ominous ice phantoms, spiraling with a consuming vortex. Where the thread passed, space silently vanished. The surging tide of the abyss met its nemesis, being ravenously consumed and torn apart by the fine line. Boom! The black thread collided fiercely with the surging tide of the abyss. There was no explosion, only a silent obliteration and devouring. The slender line pierced through the butter like a heated iron stake, forcefully carving a vast vacuum passage amidst the dark tide of the ruins, ablaze with violet flames and ice crystals. At the end of this passage, a distorted and writhing shadow of a dark continent, composed of endless bones and grievances, emerged. This was the essence of the ruins. The will of the great being of the ruins expressed astonishment, clearly unprepared for Xiao Fan's formidable strike. Now is the moment. A frenzied gleam surged in Xiao Fan's eyes. He had awaited this very instant. The moment the passage opened, he hurled the inconspicuous grayish stone in his hand with every ounce of strength towards the undulating dark continent at the passage's end. Old Ghost. Now, at the moment the stone left his grasp, an unforeseen change occurred. Buzz. The seemingly ordinary gray stone ignited as it encountered the aura of the ruins. Its surface suddenly illuminated by countless intricate ancient runes, resembling the trajectories of stars. A vast and profound chaos, reminiscent of the primordial breath of creation, erupted with a resounding roar. Roar! A dragon's roar that shattered the fabric of time and space did not emanate from the external world, but rather erupted from within that small stone. Amidst the dragon's roar, an imposing shadow of a dark golden dragon soared forth, rising majestically from the stone. The dragon's silhouette spanned the void, its eyes burning like stars, gazing down upon the dark continent of the ruins. Old Eel, have you finally crawled out from your foul gutter? The dragon's shadow spoke in human tongue, its voice deep and hoarse, imbued with endless vicissitudes and a trace of profound fatigue. It was indeed the voice of the old ghost. Yet, at this moment, the pressure contained within that voice made the entire will of the ruins tremble. It's you. Impossible. You have long since fallen. The will of the great being of the ruins exhibited a violent and incredulous fluctuation for the first time. The shadow of the dark continent twisted violently. Fallen? The dragon's shadow, old ghost, let out a scoff, brimming with disdain for the eons, directed at you wretches, gnawing on bones in the ruins of epics. With a mighty claw, he gently pressed against the shadow of the dark continent. No radiance. No energy. Only a sense of erasure at the level of rules. Crack. The shadow of the dark continent, manifested by the will of the great being of the ruins, instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Then, silently and without a trace, it collapsed, transforming into a swirling mist of black light. Puff! From the distant depths of the ruins, a muffled and anguished roar seemed to echo. The terrifying will that had descended retreated like a receding tide. The rift in space closed instantaneously. The dragon-raising pool fell back into silence. Only the exhausted, dim gray stone gently settled at Xiao Fan's feet. The dark golden dragon's shadow slowly lowered its head. Its eyes, ablaze like stars, finally resting upon Xiao Fan. The gaze was complex, filled with scrutiny, satisfaction, and an ineffable weight. Young one. The voice of the dragon returned to the old ghost's characteristic hoarse tone, yet carried an unprecedented solemnity. The abyss is not a key. It is a door. A door? Xiao Fan's heart quaked violently. Beyond the door lies the end of the ruins, and also, the beginning of everything. The spectral dragon began to blur and fade into transparency. Guard your heart. Do not allow the door to open in the wrong direction. Before the words could fully escape, the dragon's apparition vanished entirely. The grayish stone with a crackling sound shattered into several ordinary fragments. The system announced, ultimate shock, detected a higher dimensional existence, remnant of the chaos ancestral dragon. Status. Information. The true identity of the old ghost revealed. State. Remnant's attachment has been exhausted, completely dissipated. Ultimate warning. The abyssal gate. Connection. The end of the void. The origin of all. The host has become the key gatekeeper. Mission update. Survive. Grow stronger. Master the abyss. Explore the secrets beyond the door. Xiao Fan stood rooted in place, gripping the searing bone blade. Gazing at the shattered stones at his feet, his heart tumultuous. The old ghost was, in fact, the remnant of the chaos ancestral dragon? The abyss was merely a door? The end of the void was the origin of everything? At that moment, the dragon-raising pool trembled once more. This time, the tremor emanated from below. The ice layer exploded violently. A massive dragon tail, covered in decayed bronze scales and exuding a dense aura of death from the void, tore through the earth. Driven by a wrathful desire for destruction, sweeping fiercely towards the dazed Xiao Fan. It was the puppet dragon corpse, refined by the great respect of the void. Launching a surprise attack after suffering a grievous blow, its power was at the pinnacle of a pseudo-saint. Death loomed ever closer. The door? Xiao Fan suddenly looked up. His eyes devoid of confusion, replaced by a fierce madness born of desperation and the old ghost's resolute words. I care not what door you are. Do you wish to kill me? First, ask my blade. Abyss. Devour it for me. He transformed his rage over the old ghost's dissipated form, his fear of the unknown, and his thirst for power into an unparalleled fighting spirit. The might of the imperial bone dragon ignited to its zenith. The bone blade's annihilating purple flames fused with the fierce icy essence, erupting in an explosion. Moreover, a thread of pitch-black devouring power, awakened by the life and death crisis from deep within the imperial bone, coiled around the blade's edge, annihilating the void slash. With one strike, he poured forth all his strength towards the sweeping dragon tail of destruction. The light of the blade caused the fabric of space to collapse, as if it were about to carve out a passage into the unknown. Chapter 51. The abyssal gate opens, consuming the great respect. The imperial bone ignites blood upon the central continent. Abyss. Devour it for me. Xiao Fan's roar shattered the frozen void. The bone blade, entwined with annihilating purple flames and fierce icy essence, further wrapped in a thread of pitch-black, devouring origin from the depths of the imperial bone, pointed towards the dragon tail. Space ceased to tear. Instead, it collapsed silently like paper being drawn into a black hole, obliterating everything. A pitch-black blade scar, devouring all, fiercely slashed towards the sweeping pseudo-saint dragon tail. The decayed bronze dragon corpse puppet emitted a roar that shook the heavens, and the scales formed from the void's deathly aura erupted with a ghastly green light, attempting to withstand that bizarre strike. Yet, there was no earth-shattering collision. No explosive surge of energy. The pitch-black blade scar sliced through the decayed wood as though it were a hot knife. The pseudo-saint-level dragon tail scales, sturdier than divine gold, and the swirling, deathly aura of the void, upon contact with the blade scar, dissolved rapidly as if thrown into an invisible caustic furnace. They melted away, disintegrating, violently torn into the depths of the blade scar by that thread of black, devouring essence. The roar of the dragon corpse puppet twisted instantly into a lament of agony and horror. Its colossal tail shriveled at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a foul-smelling bronze dust, entirely consumed by the blade scars. The devouring force surged through the severed tail wound, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh, relentlessly flooding into the dragon's body. Thunderous. The dragon corpse puppet, bereft of its tail's support, crashed down onto the icy surface. The darkness of the devouring power spread wildly from the severed end, reducing bronze scales to mere ash, and dragon bones to brittle splinters. This terrifying puppet of pseudo-saint caliber was, in mere moments, stripped of its vitality by the bone-devouring blade, devouring a substantial portion of its essence. System explosion alert. The power of the abyss, instinctively activated. The bone-devouring blade's sky-swallowing attributes surged explosively. Target, pseudo-saint-level ruins dragon corpse puppet. Devouring completion, 45. Feedback, vast amounts of pure dead energy, pseudo-saint-level dragon bone essence. Minuscule ruins, origin. Emperor bone repair rate, 72, 75, 78. Dragon patterns surged in vitality. The initial form of the bone-devouring blade stabilized. The fusion of the annihilation purple flame and the fierce ice soul intensified. Warning: devouring ruins origin. Activation of the abyssal gate increased by 0.1. The fluctuations beyond the gate intensified. Ants, who dares to steal my essence? The will of the great ruins lord erupted in unprecedented fury the moment the dragon corpse was grievously wounded and devoured. The entire dragon-rearing pool space twisted and tore as if a paper boat were tossed into a tempest. Countless inky tendrils, exuding an aura of annihilation, surged forth like a black tide from every spatial fissure, resembling millions of hellish appendages. The objective shifted from mere probing to total submersion, to devour Xiao Fan. Death. Before the black tide arrived, that pure, life-erasing will of annihilation crashed down upon Xiao Fan's soul like millions of icebergs. The Emperor Bone's dragon might trembled violently, its golden light dimming. The bone-devouring blade emitted a mournful buzz under the unbearable weight. The power feedback from consuming the dragon corpse, under this absolute hierarchical suppression, was like a firefly against the full moon. Is the gate about to open? Blood streamed from Xiao Fan's 7 orifices, his body fracturing under the horrific pressure, as if his soul were to be ground into dust. Yet, a frenzied fire burned in his eyes. He fixated on the pitch-black portal within him that trembled slightly from consuming the ruin's origin, the phantom of the abyssal gate. The old ghost's warning thundered in his ears. Guard your heart. Do not let the gate open in the wrong direction. What if it opens wrong? In the face of despair, the ferocity within Xiao Fan erupted completely. No longer would he hold back. Instead, he transformed all the remaining power within the Emperor Bone, along with the overwhelming dead energy and dragon bone essence from the feedback of the bone-devouring blade, into a decisive torrent, crashing fiercely against the trembling abyssal gate. Open for me. Boom. It was not the gate that opened, but rather, the gate that exploded. Within Xiao Fan, that dormant phantom of the abyssal gate, under the dual pressure of energy impact far beyond its limits, and the ruins lord's world-destroying will, erupted with an unprecedented pitch-black radiance. An indescribably vast, ancient, and pure will of devouring descended, as if the slumbering ancestral glutton had been forcefully awakened. Buzz, a vortex, no larger than a clenched fist, yet seemingly capable of devouring the very stars of the cosmos, materialized before Xiao Fan's chest. The whirlpool spun slowly, emanating an aura of annihilation that heralded the end of all things. What? This is... The wrathful will of the great venerable of the void suddenly faltered, revealing an unprecedented disbelief. The gate of devouring abyss. No, it cannot be. How could it manifest upon an insignificant insect? The vast and overwhelming void black tide, capable of engulfing pseudo-saints, was effortlessly drawn in and consumed as it brushed against the edge of this obsidian vortex, as if all rivers were returning to the sea, offering no resistance whatsoever. The speed of the whirlpool's rotation did not even increase in the slightest, as though it merely swallowed a trivial breath of wind. No. The great venerable of the void let out a terrified roar. He felt his very essence being forcibly stripped away and consumed by the vortex. This door is rebelling against him. The door is not meant to open in such a manner. Xiao Fan's consciousness blurred amidst the excruciating pain and the violent energy feedback of the devouring, with only the final sigh of the old ghost resonating deep within his soul. Forcing the door open comes at a tremendous cost. He felt his body and soul teetering on the brink of collapse amidst this tug-of-war of backlash and consumption. Insect, you seek death. The great venerable of the void went utterly mad. He disregarded any concerns for his own depletion. From the depths of the void, an even greater, purer flow of essence, imbued with his core origin, surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, crossing space and forcefully inundating that obsidian vortex. He aimed to shatter this door, to obliterate this insect, devour its very bones. Xiao Fan's eyes shimmered with a golden hue as he channeled all remaining will into the sacred weapon in his hand. The bone-devouring blade erupted with blinding violet-black radiance, its tip aimed directly at the advancing flow of the void's essence. Annihilate the void, devour the heavens. The blade's light transformed from a mere slash into a colossal projection of a devouring vortex, subtly overlapping with the gate of devouring abyss before Xiao Fan's chest. A dual devouring. The bone-devouring blade as the catalyst, the gate of devouring abyss as the source. Boom. The flow of the void crashed violently into the dual vortex. The anticipated scene of explosion did not materialize. The pure essence of the void, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, was torn apart, disintegrated, and consumed by the dual vortex. A portion was absorbed by the bone-devouring blade, its violet-black glow surging, its ferocity escalating. Another portion was devoured by the gate of devouring abyss, the ripples emanating from behind the door intensifying, hungrier than ever. Ugh! Xiao Fan's body convulsed violently, his skin fracturing inch by inch, as dark golden imperial dragon blood mixed with the obsidian devouring energy gushed forth, forcing the dual devouring. His body became the most fragile vessel, on the brink of explosion at any moment. Hold on. Imperial bones. Ignite. In this desperate situation, the indomitable will within Xiao Fan's imperial bones roared. He actively ignited the source of his imperial bones, now restored to 78. Golden dragon flames ignited from deep within the marrow, forcefully stabilizing his body and soul, teetering on the edge of collapse. By sacrificing the burning of his imperial bones, he sought a glimmer of hope. Madman, you lunatic! The will of the great venerable of the void roared, tinged with a hint of fear. He felt his essence being swiftly siphoned away. The existence beyond that door seemed to have awakened something even more terrifying. Return to your stinking gutter. Xiao Fan, bloodied with golden ichor, cackled maniacally as he roared. Harnessing the fleeting power acquired from the incinerated imperial bones, he gripped the blade with both hands, merging the deathly essence devoured by the bone-devouring blade with a hint of pure absorption, force emanating from the abyssal gate, all intertwined with the blazing dragon fire of the imperial bones. He struck fiercely at a certain point in the void, a spatial node from which the source stream of the ruins surged forth. With a shattering sound, the blade's light passed through, fracturing the spatial node as if it were fragile glass. The rushing source stream of the ruins was abruptly severed. The great ruins lord let out a pained and unwilling roar, his will retreating like a receding tide. He feared that if the entanglement continued, he would be completely drained by that gate. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the fissures in space sealed. The black tide of the ruins dissipated. The dragon-nurturing pool was left in chaos, filled only with rampant energy currents and devastation. Thud! Xiao Fan fell heavily to his knees. The bone-devouring blade embedded in the ice to support his body. The dark vortex on his chest slowly faded, covered in blood. The golden flames ignited by the burning imperial bones flickered through the cracks in his skin, his breath plummeting to its nadir. Yet, those eyes shone with an alarming brightness. System, gasping state imperial bone repair rate, 78, forcibly burned down to 70. Severe damage to the source, realm, pre-empress stage, significantly diminished, on the brink of mid-stage. Bone-devouring blade, consuming vast amounts of ruins, deathly essence, source. Stability level, initial holy grade. The characteristics of fierce annihilation and silence have deeply fused. Abyssal gate, activity increased to 0.5. Violent fluctuations behind the gate. Correlation deepened. Status, near death, imperial bone combustion backlash causing bodily collapse and severe soul injury. Urgent need for high-level life energy for repair. Coughing, old ghost, the gate. It seems I have made a slight miscalculation. Xiao Fan coughed up golden blood, gazing at the lingering, devouring black aura on his chest, forcing out an unsightly smile. Trembling, he reached for the long-suppressed heavenly calamity token at his waist. The token felt cold and piercing, the frost curse on its surface seemingly weakened due to the recent devouring battle. At the moment of contact, a hum reverberated. Beneath the blurred ancient characters of the heavenly calamity token, the cursed and frozen source devouring magic pattern, tainted by the demon shark, surged with a faint yet insatiable and desirous glow. The magic pattern writhed as if alive, its target set squarely on the abyssal gate within Xiao Fan, which had just fallen silent but still emitted a weak fluctuation. Warning: Heavenly Calamity Token, Source Devouring Magic Pattern, exhibiting unusual activity. Target locked, fluctuation of the abyssal gate. Attempting to establish a weak link. Risk unknown. Xiao Fan's pupils contracted. What does this broken token intend to do? Take advantage of the situation? Kid, if you want to live, shatter it. A cold, urgent voice, tinged with a metallic rasp, suddenly erupted in Xiao Fan's mind. It was not the old ghost, but rather the spirit of the bone-devouring blade. Its consciousness had become clear enough to communicate directly after the devouring battle. Shatter? Xiao Fan was taken aback. Within the token, there are coordinates. It can guide you to the central continent. There lies something that can save your life. The spirit's voice was intermittent, weary yet exceptionally resolute. Hurry. You cannot hold on much longer. Central continent. Xiao Fan's heart leapt. That legendary realm teeming with powerful beings and countless opportunities? The old ghost seemed to have mentioned it before. The Heavenly Calamity Token? Gazing at the trembling token in his hand, its arcane patterns flickering, and feeling the excruciating pain and soul-rending agony caused by the burning imperial bone within him, a glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Damn it. I'm all in. He bellowed, expending his last vestiges of strength to clench his fingers tightly. Crack. The Tiansha Fu Ling shattered in response. A blinding azure radiance erupted from the broken token, rather than disintegrating into dust. A remarkably condensed beam of azure light, imbued with precise spatial coordinates, instantly pierced through the chaotic void, shooting into the unknown distance. Simultaneously, a faint yet pure force of space enveloped Xiao Fan's battered form. Go. The voice of the artifact's spirit resonated with a hint of liberation. Swish. The fabric of space warped, and Xiao Fan, along with the bone-devouring blade lodged in the ground, vanished in an instant. The long dragon pool fell into utter silence, leaving behind only the collapsed ice walls. The desiccated jade pool, 3 lifeless corpses, and the lingering essence of devouring and oblivion in the air. In a distant, unknown dimension, deep within an ancient bronze palace encircled by endless star remnants, a figure shrouded in chaotic mist slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze transcended the boundless expanse of time and space, resting upon the point of Xiao Fan's disappearance, then sweeping across the trajectory of the azure beam emitted by the shattered token. The essence of the abyss, the coordinates of the Tian Sha Fu, and the lingering remnants of the ancient dragon's guidance resonated, as ancient syllables echoed, reminiscent of countless stars colliding. The pieces are finally in play, it mused. Raising a finger, a barely perceptible glimmer of starlight quietly ignited at its tip, seamlessly merging into the void, tracing the path of that azure beam towards the distant central continent. Chapter 52, Star Remnants and Chaotic Blades, Slice Tian Sha. The dawn of oblivion startles the central continent. The tumultuous currents of space tore at Xiao Fan's fractured body like millions of invisible files. The backlash from the burning imperial bone gnawed at every sinew, and the fissures in his soul widened under the onslaught of the spatial tempest, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Only the bone-devouring blade, with its cold, heavy touch and the faint yet resolute protective intent conveyed by its spirit, served as his sole anchor to reality. Hold on. You worthless fool. Don't perish on this broken road. I've just awakened and do not wish for a new master, a chilling yet oddly concerned voice, bearing a metallic timbre, echoed intermittently in Xiao Fan's mind. It was the spirit of the bone-devouring blade, which seemed to have given itself a name, Silence. Be quiet. I won't die, Xiao Fan roared in response from the depths of his soul, gritting his teeth to extract the last remnants of dragon power from the imperial bone, fiercely shielding his heart's pulse. He felt his body enveloped by a pure force of space, being forcibly drawn towards an unknown coordinate. The azure beam that shot forth when the Tian Sha Fu Ling shattered served as a beacon in the darkness, guiding him onward. Buzz. After a violent spatial tremor, the tearing sensation abruptly vanished. Bang! Xiao Fan crashed down upon a hard, cold surface like a sack of broken grain. The pain caused his vision to darken, nearly rendering him unconscious. Struggling, he pried open his heavy eyelids. Before him was no longer the frozen silence of the abyss's edge, but an expansive, boundless starry sky. Beneath one's feet lies a floating platform suspended in the void, constructed from a dark, somber metal interwoven with colossal skeletal remains. At the edges of this platform, countless fragments of shattered stars drift like islands, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. The air is infused with a thin yet pure essence of stellar power, accompanied by a faint but palpable aura of ruthless bloodshed that sends shivers down one's spine. This is Central Continent, the outskirts of the Celestial Desolation Manor's skeletal outpost. Coughing violently, Xiao Fan expelled a mixture of blood and internal fragments, struggling to rise. His imperial bone's recovery rate barely clung to 70, yet he was severely wounded. Teetering on the brink of the quasi-emperor realm, the bone-devouring blade lay beside him. Its purple-black and ethereal blue glow dimmed, the weapon's spirit, silent, plunged into silence due to immense consumption. Who dares trespass upon the Celestial Desolation Manor's skeletal outpost? A sharp reprimand pierced through the air like an icy spear. Xiao Fan abruptly lifted his head to behold 3 figures materializing at the opposite end of the platform, resembling phantoms. The foremost figure donned dark silver starry armor, exuding a cutting aura indicative of a peak quasi-emperor. The 2 figures behind were also at the quasi-emperor level, their eyes, sharp as lightning, instantly locked onto Xiao Fan and the menacing bone-devouring blade at his side, revealing a flicker of suspicion intertwined with unabashed greed. A patrol of skeletal sentinels? A wave of dread washed over Xiao Fan. Just as he escaped the wolf's den, he had stumbled into the tiger's lair. The Celestial Desolation Manor was indeed a treacherous place. With his energy in disarray and bearing grievous wounds, the silver-armored captain's gaze, keen as a hawk, stepped forward, an overwhelming pressure descending upon him like a mountain. Speak. Who are you? From whence do you come? And what manner of weapon is this? Begone. Xiao Fan forced a breath. The regal bone's dragon might intertwined with the lingering ferocity of the bone-devouring blade, standing firm against the oppressive force. His voice was hoarse yet imbued with an unassailable chill. "I have no time for your prattle. Seeking death." The silver-armored captain's eyes shimmered with cold light. A mere severely injured quasi-emperor, albeit a false one, dared to behave so arrogantly. "Seize him. Extract his soul. Take the weapon." Swish, swish. The two quasi-emperor subordinates surged forth like arrows released from a bow, encircling him from either side. One brandished a spear engulfed in starfire, its tip tearing through space, aimed directly at Xiao Fan's heart. The other formed seals with his hands, conjuring countless chains of starlight that slithered toward the bone-devouring blade, attempting to bind it. "Silence! Wake up!" Xiao Fan roared within, simultaneously forcing himself to channel the remnants of his Imperial Bone's power, unleashing a fist towards the incoming starfire spear. Clang! The fist met the spear in a thunderous clash. The sound of metal reverberated. Xiao Fan's body shuddered violently, his already fractured right arm bursting forth in a mist of blood. Though the spear's trajectory was deflected, the searing heat of the starfire instantaneously invaded his meridians, causing excruciating pain to pierce through him. Sizzle! Meanwhile, the starlit chains had already ensnared the bone-devouring blade. With a sudden tremor, the blade erupted with an icy blue ferocity. The chains froze instantly, shattering into fragments. Yet, more chains ensnared it. Humph! A futile resistance. The silver-armored captain sneered, refraining from personally intervening, as if witnessing a game of cat and mouse. Damn it! Xiao Fan felt a surge of frustration. A tiger fallen to the plains is preyed upon by dogs. Just as he prepared to desperately unleash the bone-devouring blade's power buzz, the blade shuddered violently. Deep within its core, the dormant weapon's spirit, silent, abruptly awakened. A surge of fury, hunger for stellar power, and irritable thoughts erupted explosively. Enough noise. A flock of unruly birds dares to confront my blade. A chilling, ferocious, metallic intent roared within the minds of Xiao Fan and the three patrolling members, reverberating like an explosive detonation. Immediately, the bone-devouring blade erupted with an unprecedented violet-black radiance. The starlight chains entwined around it shattered like fragile spider silk in an instant. A blade aura, honed to perfection and entwined with the annihilating purple flames and the fierce icy essence, appeared before the team member wielding the celestial spear, as if teleporting. What? The member's pupils constricted in shock. In a desperate attempt, he hastily crossed his spear to block. Crack! The blade aura effortlessly severed the spear shaft. Its momentum unabated, it struck fiercely against the celestial armor adorning his chest. With a muffled thud, the armor, capable of withstanding attacks from a quasi-queen level, tore apart as if it were mere paper. The blade aura passed cleanly through. The member's body stiffened abruptly, a smooth incision appearing at his chest. The edges ignited by purple flames, frost creeping forth. Life swiftly faded from his eyes, and his body silently split in two, collapsing to either side. At the sight of the incision, no blood gushed forth, only charred remnants consumed by the purple flames and ice crystals frozen by frost. Instant kill. Quasi-queen level. Third brother. Another member's eyes widened in horror. Damn it. The silver-armored captain's expression shifted drastically. Shock and fury coursed through him. He had never anticipated the terrifying nature of that blade's spirit. Even more so, he did not foresee Xiao Fan, despite his grievous injuries, being able to unleash such a deadly strike. Everyone, attack together. Destroy that blade first. The silver-armored captain roared, a colossal sword flowing with the essence of the galaxy appearing in his grasp. Pointing the sword's edge, the power of the stars gathered, forming a colossal starry sword chi that tore through the void, wielding the terrifying pressure of a pseudo-saint, striking fiercely towards the bone-devouring blade. Simultaneously, he grasped the air with his other hand, countless starlights coalescing into a massive cage, descending upon Xiao Fan. Annihilating star mark. The cold, disdainful voice of the blade's spirit echoed. The violet-black light of the bone-devouring blade surged dramatically, and at its tip, a deep light as dark as a cosmic black hole suddenly flared to life. The blade traced an arc of profound mystery, unwavering and unyielding, piercing directly towards the core of that terrifying starry sword chi. Hiss! No cataclysmic explosion ensued, only a faint sound of energy annihilation. The seemingly indomitable starry sword chi, upon contact with the ethereal light at the tip of the bone-devouring blade, collapsed like a punctured balloon, its energy structure disintegrating in an instant. The sword chi vanished without a trace. How is this possible? The silver-armored captain turned pale with horror. His full-powered strike was effortlessly neutralized. Now it's my turn. Blood surged fiercely in Xiao Fan's eyes, seizing the fleeting moment of the silver-armored captain's lapse in focus. He bore the excruciating pain and lunged at another stunned team member. although unarmed, his fist, ablaze with the might of the imperial dragon bone. Harnessing the fierce, icy essence returned by the bone-devouring blade, struck mercilessly towards the member's head. No. The member hastily conjured a starlight shield. Boom. The shield shattered upon impact. Xiao Fan's fist landed solidly atop the member's skull. The icy essence instantaneously froze the brain. The purple flames followed closely, reducing the head to ash. The headless corpse swayed and fell. In the blink of an eye, 2 quasi-queen level members lay dead. I demand your life in return. The silver-armored captain was driven to madness. His eyes burned crimson. He ignited his vital blood, and the starry giant's sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling brilliance that pierced the starry sky. The entire being transformed into a cataclysmic meteor, charging towards Xiao Fan with a fierce momentum of mutual destruction. Silence! Xiao Fan roared, his frustration palpable. The spirit of the weapon, Jay, surged with agitation. The bone-devouring blade flew into Xiao Fan's grasp autonomously, merging man and blade into one. Xiao Fan channeled all remaining strength, the Imperial Bone's dragon might, and his fervent desire for survival into the blade. Annihilation returns to ruins, burying stars. With a single stroke, it was no longer merely a blade's aura, but the bone-devouring blade itself transformed into a devouring beam of violet-black light. Where the light traversed, space collapsed, forming a miniature vortex of return to the void. At the vortex's core lay the remnants of a star's annihilation. Boom. The violet-black light collided thunderously with the colossal sword of the galaxy. There was no stalemate, only obliteration. The resplendent radiance of the galaxy's sword was swiftly devoured, darkening and disintegrating as if consumed by a black hole. Despair filled the eyes of the silver-armored captain. He felt the very essence of his life being mercilessly siphoned by that terrifying vortex. No. A piercing scream abruptly ceased. The violet-black light pierced through his form. There were no wounds, yet he and the galaxy's sword seemed to be erased, vanishing silently from existence, leaving behind only a distorted, collapsed space and slowly dissipating violet-black motes of light. System notification. Killed a peak quasi-emperor. Killed 2 late-stage quasi-emperors. The bone-devouring blade consumes the essence of the stars. Annihilation star remnants characteristics enhanced. Imperial bone recovery rate, 70. 72, slight recovery. Warning, combat expenditure immense. Injuries worsening. The Tiansha's devouring magic patterns are abnormally active. With a thud, Xiao Fan collapsed to his knees, the bone-devouring blade embedded in the metallic platform to support his weary body, gasping for breath as crimson blood dripped incessantly. Having slain 3 foes, he had nearly exhausted his last vestige of strength. What a waste. Slaying 3 mere fish is so taxing. The voice of the spirit Jay bore a hint of fatigue, but was more laced with disdain. Quickly find a place to heal. This wretched location feels amiss. Xiao Fan strained to lift his gaze, scanning the desolate star-skeleton platform. Just as he prepared to seek refuge, a sudden, violent tremor emanated from the shattered fragment of the Tiansha at his waist. The ice-encased devouring magic patterns erupted with a blinding azure glow. The luminescence writhed as if alive, pointing toward a certain direction deep within the platform. Simultaneously, an exceedingly faint, yet alluring wave of devouring energy emanated from that direction. The door of the abyss. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted. The devouring magic patterns were actively sensing the door of the abyss. Damn it! What does that broken token intend to do? The spirit Jay also sensed the anomaly, its thoughts brimming with vigilance. In that moment, boom, from the depths of the platform, amidst the floating remnants of stars, an ancient palace, constructed from colossal dragon bones and dark golden metal, akin to a fortress of war, inexplicably ignited with a dim glow. Above the palace's entrance, a colossal emblem, twisted and seemingly composed of countless swirling stars, slowly rotated, a magnified version of the devouring magic patterns upon the Tiansha. The palace gates opened silently. A terrifying, all-consuming aura, deeper and older than the void's black tide, surged forth as though a slumbering primordial beast had awakened, roaring into existence. The target was none other than Xiao Fan, and the trembling abyssal gate within him. In the star skeleton hall, the voice of the spirit of the artifact, Jay, resonated with an unprecedented gravity. Damn it, just escaped from the tiger's den only to fall into the jaws of a voracious beast. Chapter 53. The abyssal cave devours souls and consumes emperor's bones. The blade of silent edge incinerates the demon lord. The grand gates of the star skeleton hall swung open. A viscous, ink-like aura, reeking of decaying celestial energies, surged forth like a flood from the abyssal cave, engulfing the entire platform with an insatiable will to devour all. Xiao Fan was akin to a solitary vessel amidst a raging sea, his battered form violently tossed by the torrent, crashing heavily against the frigid skeletal walls. A spurt of golden blood erupted. His already faltering body was further ravaged. More terrifyingly, the shattered fragment of the heavenly seal at his waist, under the onslaught of the demonic energy, awakened the abyssal runes on its surface, glowing with an ominous azure light. The runes writhed chaotically, morphing into a tangible, barbed chain of deep blue, piercing through space to mercilessly embed itself into the core of Xiao Fan's emperor bone. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Xiao Fan's lips. The chain was not a mere physical assault. It plunged directly into the essence of his soul. A frigid, gluttonous force, imbued with a will to assimilate all, surged through the chain into the emperor bone. The dark golden particles within the emperor bone trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail under the unbearable pressure. The restoration rate plummeted from 72 to 68. His essence was being ruthlessly siphoned and tainted. Damn it, it's the assimilation chain of the abyss. That shattered insignia seeks to transform you into sustenance for the cave. The spirit of the artifact, J, voiced a previously unseen intensity of dread and fury. The bone-cutting blade vibrated with a low hum, its purple-black radiance flaring desperately, striving to sever the chain. Yet the rune chain, akin to a parasitic worm, shared a primal bond with the abyssal energy. The blade's strike merely stirred ripples, failing to dislodge it. System alert, crimson abyssal runes activated. Forced assimilation link established. Target, Emperor Bone Essence. Emperor Bone restoration rate, 68, 66, 64, continuously plummeting. Warning, assimilation completion exceeds 50. The host will become a puppet of the abyss. Get out. Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with fury. A defiant roar erupted from the depths of his soul. The dragon's might of the Emperor Bone ignited in a fervor, attempting to expel the invasive rune power. Yet the rune chain, like a festering wound, possessed a devouring force beyond comprehension. The restoration point of the Emperor Bone rapidly dimmed. Disintegrating, his consciousness began to blur, a chilling, submissive thought corroding his mind like venom. J, if the chain cannot be severed, then let this accursed hall be destroyed. Xiao Fan roared from the depths of his soul. Rather than being drained and assimilated, it was better to perish in flames. Perfectly aligned with my intent. The spirit of the artifact, J, bellowed with ferocity. The bone-cutting blade suddenly broke free from Xiao Fan's grasp, hovering midair. Its blade shimmered with a chaotic blend of purple-black, azure, and crimson light, compressing with an escalating aura of destruction. It aimed to detonate the essence of the holy weapon, obliterating the abyssal cave. A mere remnant of a holy weapon dares to act wantonly within the abyssal cave? A grand, frigid will, seemingly formed from the wails of countless stars, descended like divine retribution. Deep within the star skeleton hall, a colossal pair of eyes, wrought from pure dark whirlpools, slowly opened. Where its gaze fell, space froze. Time stilled. The rising aura of the bone-cutting blade was forcefully suppressed. Jay emitted a pained groan. The demon lord of the abyss. The will has descended. The essence of the imperial bone, the aura of the abyss, and the scent of that ancient mudfish. These elements converged as the demon lord's gaze penetrated Xiao Fan's battered form, locking onto the quivering shadow of the abyssal gate deep within the imperial bone. A hint of greed and trepidation tinged his voice. What a delightful surprise. By consuming you, I may yet touch that forbidden portal. With a thunderous roar, a colossal claw, forged from pure abyssal energy and enshrouded in decaying stellar scales, disregarded the fabric of space and descended violently upon Xiao Fan, who was pinned to the wall by chains of demonic runes. At the center of this claw, a dark vortex spun wildly, targeting not only Xiao Fan's physical body and soul, but also the abyssal gate nestled within him. Despair echoed in Xiao Fan's anguished roar as the will of the demon lord descended, suppressing the self-detonation of the sacred weapon. The claw loomed closer, thrusting him into true desperation. Fool, cease your wailing. The voice of the weapon's spirit, G, resonated with an unprecedented fervor and resolve. Abruptly relinquishing the struggle against the demon lord's will, it channeled all its remaining power, along with the essence of the recently devoured stellar source, into the point of the annihilating star mark at the blade's tip. Behold my wrath. A radiant light, piercing through the starry river, erupted from the bone-eating blade. No longer a hue of violet black, but a pure white ablaze with sacred fire. The annihilating star mark transformed into a miniature, impending supernova, unleashing a wave of destruction that surpassed the limits of the initial holy stage, potent enough to incinerate the false saints. It forcibly tore through a portion of the demon lord's oppressive will. Annihilate the burning star, explode. The thought of G resonated like a final requiem. The blinding white blade, infused with the essence of the sacred weapon, charged unflinchingly toward the heart of the approaching claw, toward the voracious vortex. Thunderous explosions ensued, an indescribable cataclysm. The pure white radiance consumed all. The stellar platform disintegrated silently within the brilliance. The abyssal energy was instantaneously purified and vaporized. The massive claw shrieked as if encountering its nemesis, emitting a sharp hissing sound as it began to dissolve. The central vortex was brutally pierced and torn asunder by the pure white blade light. A furious roar erupted from the demon Lord's will, filled with astonishment and rage. That claw was reduced to ashes by the strike, retreating deep into the star skeleton palace like a startled serpent. The price was dire. After unleashing this unprecedented blow, the bone-eating blade's brilliance faded, its surface marred by a web of fissures, its holy aura plummeting to the depths. Ji's essence flickered weakly, like a candle in the wind, sinking into profound silence. With a heavy thud, Xiao Fan fell from the wall, and the chains of demonic runes slackened slightly due to the claw's injury. Seizing this slender chance, the indomitable will from deep within the imperial bone, mingling with the stimulated waves of the abyssal gate, surged forth as a final roar. Abyss, open for me. The core of the imperial bone, the silent shadow of the abyssal gate, trembled violently. A faint yet supremely pure will to devour erupted, not to consume the external, but to reverse the flow of absorption. Targeting the chains of demonic runes embedded within the imperial bone. With a sizzling sound, the chains corroded and dissolved as if plunged into a caustic acid, severing the connection. Groaning, Xiao Fan coughed blood once more, yet his eyes ignited with the fervor of someone who had survived calamity. He grasped the dim, cracked bone-devouring blade with all his remaining strength and hurled it towards the gaping maw of the star skeleton palace. Into the swirling depths of darkness thick with malevolent energy. Silence. Devour it. The bone-devouring blade transformed into a faint streak of light, piercing into the abyss of the demon lair. Ants, you seek your doom. The demon lord roared in fury as remnants of dark claws coalesced again, reaching for the incoming blade. Simultaneously, a more terrifying torrent of demonic energy surged towards Xiao Fan, intent on obliterating him entirely. In that fleeting moment between life and death, a hum resonated from the inconspicuous grayish stone, a relic of the old ghost, nestled in Xiao Fan's embrace. Suddenly, it emitted a barely perceptible halo of chaotic light, which flickered and vanished. Immediately, within the core area of the star skeleton palace, where the source of demonic energy was most concentrated, the space twisted and folded without warning. A phantom of a miniature palace, forged from ancient bronze, marred by scars of battle and exuding an aura of endless desolation and iron-blooded ferocity, silently materialized. As the phantom emerged, the raging source of demonic energy seemed to encounter its nemesis, instantly becoming sluggish and chaotic. The demon lord's claw, reaching for the bone-devouring blade, faltered abruptly. The dragon burial battle palace. No. The demon lords will emitted an unprecedented shriek, tinged with fear. The bronze palace phantom quivered slightly, unleashing an invisible, iron-blooded combat intent, as if capable of suppressing all realms. In a flash, the bone-devouring blade, along with the gravely wounded Xiao Fan, was forcibly displaced by an irresistible spatial force, vanishing from sight. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the enraged demon lord struck fiercely at the phantom of the bronze palace. The phantom trembled violently but did not shatter. Instead, it released an even more formidable recoil, scattering the remnants of the dark claws completely. The entire star skeleton palace shook violently under the terrifying impact, as demonic energy churned tumultuously. Dragon burial, battle palace, it is you again. The demon lord's resentful roar echoed through the depths of the demon lair, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Outside the star skeleton palace, in a boundless void, a silent rift in space opened, expelling the blood-soaked and breathless figure of Xiao Fan. He clutched the cracked, dim bone-devouring blade tightly in his hand. Cough, Jay, are you still alive? Xiao Fan weakly called out. I cannot die. The spirit of Jay responded, its voice as faint as a whisper, bearing the fatigue of survival and a strange tremor. What were that shattered stone and the bronze palace? Xiao Fan lowered his gaze to the now ordinary stone fragment in his hands, recalling the fleeting glimpse of the bronze palace phantom, turmoil swelling within him. Old ghost, how many contingency plans did you leave behind? He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the unfamiliar starry sky. In the distance, the silhouette of an immense ancient continent, surrounded by countless shattered stars, flickered in the nebula. Above the continent, an aura of iron-blooded ferocity reached the heavens, as if countless deities and demons were battling. Central continent, dragon burial abyss. Xiao Fan licked his cracked lips, new flames igniting in his eyes. Though gravely injured, the journey ahead remained long. Yet at the gate of Abyss, the Dragon Burial War Hall, at the end of the ruins, all enigmas seem destined to find their resolution here. Chapter 54, Blood Marrow Tempering, Star-Devouring Guardian. The initial sound of the silent blade echoes the dragon's lament. The cold shards of star skeletons grind against Xiao Fan's shattered spine, each feeble breath tearing through him like a wave of excruciating agony. The Imperial Bone's restoration rate stands at 64, its essence withered like a parched riverbed, while the fissures of his soul throb subtly in the void's ominous silence. The bone-crushing blade rests heavily in his grasp, its icy touch and the webbed cracks adorning its blade emanating a dull luster, as the spirit of silence lingers like the depths of the ocean. Is silence still alive? Xiao Fan whispers deep within his soul, his voice hoarse and rasping. Noisy, dead, one faint thought, imbued with a metallic rasp yet clearly suffused with overwhelming fatigue, intermittently reaches him. If you disturb me again, I shall truly slip into eternal slumber. As long as he is alive, Xiao Fan writhes in pain, forcing a smile that exacerbates his wounds. Struggling to rise, his gaze traverses the debris of shattered star skeletons floating around the abyss of dragon burial. In the distance, an ancient continent, surrounded by countless fragments of stars and radiating a fierce, bloodthirsty aura, looms like a dormant beast, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The abyss of dragon burial. He has arrived. System, faint detecting a high concentration of life energy source. Location, 300 meters ahead in the star skeleton fissure. Analysis, dragon blood marrow, thin. Contains pure dragon blood essence and starry malevolence. Highly effective for the restoration of imperial bone. Blood marrow? A glimmer of hope ignites in Xiao Fan's eyes. The heavens do not forsake those with resolve. He endures the searing pain, using hands and feet to crawl toward the fissure like a dying beast. Deep within the fissure, a mass the size of a fist, viscous as mercury, emits a dark golden hue interspersed with twinkling stars, floating serenely atop a broken dragon bone. This is the dragon blood marrow, though it pales in comparison to the essence of the dragon pool. The dragon blood essence and starry malevolence contained within are akin to a lifeline for him in this moment of desperation. Such a treasure. Xiao Fan licks his cracked lips, unhesitatingly reaching for the blood marrow. Buzz. Just as his fingertips are about to make contact with the blood marrow, the blue-gray fragments at his waist, now reduced to mere stones, unexpectedly emit an exceedingly faint chaotic ripple. The wave sweeps over the blood marrow, causing the dark golden liquid to tremble violently, revealing countless intricate, writhing dark red patterns across its surface. A surge of ferocity, chaos, and an insatiable hunger erupts instantaneously. Be cautious. The blood marrow has been tainted. Something is parasitizing it. The spirit of silence conveys a hint of urgency. What? Xiao Fan's pupils constrict. It is too late to withdraw his hand. Sizzle. The dark golden blood marrow seems to come alive, transforming into a menacing dark red blood serpent, lunging fiercely at Xiao Fan's wrist. Its fangs gleam with a cold, starry radiance, imbued with a venom potent enough to corrode the soul. Get away. At this life and death juncture, the remnants of Xiao Fan's Imperial Bone's dragon might instinctively surge forth. A layer of dim golden light envelopes his palm. Simultaneously, he wields the bone-crushing blade with all his strength, striking fiercely at the serpent's head. Clang! The clash of metal and iron resounds. The blood serpent is cleaved backward, yet the already cracked blade of the bone-crushing blade suffers further fissures. The spirit of silence emits a muffled groan of agony. The blood serpent crashed to the ground, twisting as it lunged once more. Its speed was swifter, its venom more potent. Damn it! A tiger cornered by a snake. Xiao Fan was both astonished and furious. Severely injured, he found himself in such peril, forced to confront a mass of blood and marrow. His eyes flared with resentment, disregarding his wounds as he forcefully summoned the remnants of his Imperial Bone's power, launching a fist towards the serpent's head. Simultaneously, the bone-devouring blade swept across, sealing off any escape routes. Boom! Splatter! The golden light of his fist collided fiercely with the serpent's head. Xiao Fan's arm trembled violently, golden blood splattering forth. Yet, the blood serpent was also struck with overwhelming force, its head exploding. The bone-devouring blade followed closely, cleaving its lifeless body into several segments. Dark red blood and marrow spilled across the ground, swiftly losing vitality, reverting to a viscous liquid. Yet within it, the essence of dragon blood had become chaotic and muddled, tainted by sinister star energy. What a loss! Xiao Fan surveyed the disarray, his heart aching profusely. The hope of restoring his Imperial Bone seemed to have evaporated. Fool! Why the haste? The weapon spirit, Jishu, weakly chastised. That damned stone just activated the parasitic star energy within the marrow. also purifying a portion of the purest core of dragon marrow. Xiao Fan paused, focusing intently. Indeed, at the center of the dark red contaminated liquid, a small droplet, roughly the size of a soybean, remained, pure and translucent, emanating a gentle, draconic aura. It was the essence of the burial dragon's blood and marrow, forcibly stripped and purified by the gray stone's vibrations. A treasure. Xiao Fan rejoiced, carefully enveloping it with the power of his imperial bone, drawing it into his palm. The pure essence of dragon marrow entered his body like a nourishing rain upon parched earth, swiftly merging deep within his imperial bone. The long-dormant source provided a long-awaited sense of replenishment. The restoration rate climbed slowly from 64 to 66. The cracks in his soul also received a hint of nurturing. Silence. Open your mouth. With a mere thought, Xiao Fan transmitted a sliver of the purest dragon marrow essence into the depths of the bone-devouring blade's fissures. Buzz. The bone-devouring blade trembled slightly, a barely perceptible golden light flickering at the edges of the cracks, and the weapon spirit, Jishu, conveyed a satisfied murmur. You possess a modicum of conscience. At that moment, swish, swish, swish. 3 piercing sounds shattered the silence. 3 small starships, entirely black and resembling darting arrows, adorned with menacing bone spikes, surged forth like sharks scenting blood from the shadows of the shattered stars. Instantly, they formed a triangular formation, surrounding the fragments of the star skeleton where Xiao Fan resided. The hatches of the starships opened, and 9 figures clad in uniform dark red scale armor, exuding a fierce aura, leaped out. The leader, a burly figure bearing a serrated bone knife as wide as a door, radiated the aura of a peak quasi-emperor. The other 8 were no less than mid-tier quasi-emperors. Each pair of eyes was cold, revealing unmasked greed and bloodlust. Fixating on Xiao Fan and the bone-devouring blade in his hand, which was riddled with cracks, yet still exuding an extraordinary presence. Star skeleton guards. A sinking feeling gripped Xiao Fan's heart. The patrol team on the outskirts of the burial dragon abyss. More ferocious than the star skeleton patrol of the heavenly kill palace. Where did these wild dogs come from? Dare to steal from the outskirts of the burial dragon abyss. The burly captain, codename Bloodfong, bellowed with a cruel smile. Hand over that blade, and everything on you. I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Why waste words with him? Kill and soul search. A squad member on the left, wielding a crimson bone spear, grinned menacingly. With a flick of the spear, a gust of bloody wind surged forth, aiming straight for Xiao Fan's throat. The speed was far beyond that of an ordinary mid-tier quasi-emperor. Seeking death, a chill radiated from Xiao Fan's eyes, though grievously wounded. The strength bestowed by the restoration of the imperial bone intensified his ferocity. He advanced rather than retreating, his left hand transforming into a claw, dark golden dragon power enveloping it, exuding a tyrannical force capable of rending the stars, and he fiercely grasped the incoming bone spear. The right-hand bone devourer, though marred by cracks, still bore the residual might of the extinct star marks, slashing diagonally towards the opponent's waist. Clang! Splat! The bone spear was gripped tightly by the dragon claw, sparks flying from the spearhead. Yet, the opponent possessed immense strength, causing Xiao Fan's arm to tingle with shock. Simultaneously, the strike of the bone devourer was thwarted by the dark red scale armor erupting from the foe, leaving only a faint white mark. Such a formidable shell. Xiao Fan gasped inwardly. Quite powerful. Alas, not enough. The bone spear wielder sneered, suddenly exerting force to shake off the dragon claw. The spear darting forward like a venomous serpent, striking with lethal precision. Attack together. Swift and decisive. Captain Bloodfong barked coldly, evidently unwilling to allow complications. Behind him, 7 teammates surged forth simultaneously. Blades flashed, bone spikes and toxic mist enveloped the air, and various insidious killing moves bombarded Xiao Fan relentlessly. Silence. Can you still move? Xiao Fan roared within the depths of his soul, his figure wildly dodging amidst the narrow fragments of star skeletons. The Imperial Bone Dragon might manifesting a feeble golden shield, the bone devourer struggling as cracks widened under the relentless assault. Move, you old bastard. The voice of the weapon spirit, J, resonated with repressed pain and fury. I'm about to fall apart. Hold on. Absorb the blood essence of these rabble. Xiao Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he fervently channeled the recently restored hint of Imperial Bone Dragon power into the bone devourer. Simultaneously, the dormant abyssal gate within him trembled slightly, stimulated by the intense bloodlust and murderous intent from the outside world, conveying a faint yet pure desire to devour. Abyss, are you hungry too? A frenzied thought sparked in Xiao Fan's mind. He abruptly relinquished all defense, exposing his back to a teammate wielding a blade. Concurrently, the bone devourer, propelled by resolute will, lunged fiercely towards the heart of the bone spear wielder, engaging in a life-and-death gambit. Seeking death. A flicker of disdain flashed in the bone spear wielder's eyes. The spear unwaveringly aimed at Xiao Fan's heart. With his scaled armor for protection, he was confident he could withstand this strike. Splat. The tip of the bone devourer struck precisely at the weakest point of the bone spear wielder's scale armor. The residual force of the extinct star marks erupted. The armor was instantly pierced, a small hole formed. Blood gushed forth. Ugh! The bone spear wielder stifled a grunt, his assault momentarily faltering. Simultaneously, the blade-wielding teammate behind him struck fiercely at Xiao Fan's back. Clang! A thunderous explosion echoed. The dim golden light of the imperial bone on Xiao Fan's body flickered violently, shattering in an instant. The bone blade struck solidly against the imperial bone. Sparks flew. Xiao Fan, as if struck by a heavy hammer, spewed forth blood and fell forward. Agonizing pain radiated from his shattered bones. The restoration rate of the imperial bone plummeted back to 65. Die. The bone spear wielder gritted his teeth against the pain, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he aimed the spear toward the back of the fallen Xiao Fan's head. In this critical moment, devour. Lying on the ground, Xiao Fan suddenly twisted his head, his eyes flowing with a crimson gold light, unleashing a beast-like roar at the bone spear wielder, who was mere inches away. He did not launch an attack. Rather, he unleashed the deep-seated desire to devour that had been stirred within the imperial bone, mingling it with his indomitable will, and forcefully hurled it toward his adversary. A hum reverberated through the air. The bone spear soldier's body suddenly stiffened. He felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized his heart. An irresistible force of consumption, emanating from the depths of his soul, surged through the wound inflicted by the bone-devouring blade, violently flooding into his being. Essence, blood, dragon power, even the very source of his soul, were being ruthlessly siphoned away. What is this abomination? The bone spear soldier let out a terrified, despairing scream. His body visibly shrank before their eyes. Third brother. The other team members turned pale with horror. Dark sorcery. Kill him. Captain Bloodfang, both astonished and enraged, wielded his serrated bone knife, imbued with the terrifying might to rend the very fabric of space, and struck fiercely towards Xiao Fan's head. He aimed to obliterate him along with that bizarre power of consumption. Silence. It's your turn. Xiao Fan channeled the energy returned from the devouring bone spear soldier, infused with violent bloodlust, into the bone-devouring blade. Damn it, this will be the end of me. The weapon spirit, J, emitted a pained roar. The already cracked blade of the bone-devouring blade suddenly ignited with a blinding crimson light. A blade aura, remarkably condensed and intertwined with the annihilating purple flames and the malevolent ice essence, further mixed with the recently consumed frenzied blood energy, surged forth like a blood moon from hell, fiercely confronting the descending serrated bone knife. Bloodlust annihilation slash. Boom. The blood moon blade aura collided violently with the serrated bone knife. A tempestuous shockwave erupted, forcing several team members to stagger back. Crack. A chilling sound of shattering echoed. Captain Bloodfang's expression changed drastically. His serrated bone knife, forged from the spine of a ferocious beast, had been deeply marred by this blade aura, which was infused with various malevolent powers. The backlash from the blade sent his blood surging. What a fierce blade. Captain Bloodfang's eyes gleamed with greed. Everyone attacked together. The remaining 7 team members charged once more, their assault growing ever more frenzied. Utilizing the counterforce of the bone-devouring blade, Xiao Fan tumbled awkwardly to evade their lethal strikes, yet he sustained several deep wounds that exposed his bones. The fleeting power gained from devouring a mid-level quasi-emperor was rapidly depleting under their relentless onslaught. Once more. A fierce glint ignited in Xiao Fan's eyes as he targeted another slightly weaker team member, preparing to risk everything once again. I cannot absorb any more. The blade is about to explode. The voice of the weapon spirit J was tinged with frailty and a hint of despair. The cracks in the bone-devouring blade had widened with the recent clash, teetering on the brink of collapse. Then, let us perish together. Xiao Fan grinned wickedly, disregarding all else as he urged the residual power of the imperial bone, preparing to detonate the essence of the bone-devouring blade, hoping to take a few down with him. In this moment of despair, a hum resonated. Within Xiao Fan, the dormant abyssal gate, having absorbed a portion of the bone spear soldier's essence blood, had unexpectedly opened a small fissure. A more distinct and voracious will to devour surged forth. Target locked on Captain Bloodfang, and the serrated bone knife brimming with malevolent power. Captain Bloodfang's hair stood on end. An indescribable terror, rooted in primal instinct, seized his heart in an instant. He felt as though he were being targeted by an ancient, slumbering beast of devastation. This is bad. Retreat. He felt his soul leave his body as he frantically tried to escape. But it was too late. Sizzle. A barely perceptible, seemingly light-absorbing black thread silently shot forth from Xiao Fan's chest, instantly penetrating the body of Captain Bloodfang. A harrowing scream, more beast than human, erupted from Captain Bloodfang as he watched in terror. His proud, peaked quasi-emperor body began to dissolve rapidly, as if it were a wax figure submerged in potent acid, starting from the point where the black thread struck his chest, vanishing into nothingness. Even the serrated bone knife disintegrated into ashes. The pure essence of malevolence was forcibly extracted and drawn into Xiao Fan's body, a silent and insatiable devouring, far surpassing previous displays of dominance. Captain. The remaining team members stood frozen in sheer shock. Silence reigned. Xiao Fan, enduring the excruciating soul-rending pain from the opening of the abyssal gate, poured the colossal essence of malevolence he had absorbed into the nearly shattered bone-devouring blade. A thunderous roar erupted as the weapon's spirit, J, awakened. The bloodlight of the bone-devouring blade surged. Under the nurturing of the malevolent essence, the cracks along its blade began to visibly mend, and an even more formidable, ferocious aura erupted forth. It is your turn now. Leaning upon the mending bone-devouring blade, Xiao Fan slowly rose, his bloodied visage contorting into a grin reminiscent of a vengeful Azura. Chapter 55. The bloodshed of the fierce weapon and the Dragon Guard's burial. It is your turn now. Xiao Fan stood, drenched in blood, resembling a vengeful spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell. The Imperial Dragon's might combined with the chilling, lingering aura of the abyssal gate formed a suffocating atmosphere of ferocity that bore down upon the remaining 7 stunned Starbone guards. Captain, one team member trembled, glancing at the spot where Captain Bloodfang and his serrated bone knife had turned to ash, disbelief and terror filling his eyes. Monster sorcery. It's sorcery. Another shrieked, retreating as his bone dagger, wreathed in ghostly green flames, quivered in his grip. What are you afraid of? A scarred deputy captain, whose aura was slightly steadied, bellowed fiercely. He was at the end of his rope. The price of that vile sorcery was steep. Altogether, wear him down. Avenge the captain. Kill. The scarred deputy captain launched the first assault. Forming hand seals, a menacing shadow of malice composed of starlight emerged behind him, brandishing a colossal axe. With the force to cleave mountains, the axe tore through the void and struck towards Xiao Fan's head. Simultaneously, he expelled a fetid mist of dark green poison, transforming it into countless tiny spectral insects that swarmed toward him. Kill. The other 6 members, roused from their stupor, suppressed their fear and unleashed a myriad of lethal attacks. Bone spears rained down like a forest. Poison arrows fell like torrential rain. Mental assaults surged like tidal waves. They dared not approach, seeking only to bury Xiao Fan beneath a deluge of ranged attacks. Humph. A bunch of worthless wretches. Xiao Fan's eyes glinted with cold fury. The agonizing soul-rending pain from the abyssal gate still lingered. Yet the overwhelming essence of malevolence extracted from Captain Bloodfang was being ravenously absorbed and transformed by the bone-devouring blade. The cracks of the blade rapidly sealed, its purple-black and ethereal blue luminescence intensifying. Devour this shadow of malice. Xiao Fan growled, unwavering, as he thrust the bone-devouring blade, imbued with relentless resolve, directly toward the core of the descending starry axe shadow. Roar. Shatter. The weapon spirit J bellowed as the blade's tip ignited once more, illuminating the remnants of the starry scars. In this moment, a trace of the devouring bloodtooth's ferocious power honed within the depths of the starry abyss, manifest as the blood-slaying force of annihilation. With a sharp hiss, the bone-biting blade pierced the frigid ice like a searing iron brand. The starry giant axe emitted a piercing wail, its blade instantly marred with a web of cracks. The blood-slaying force voraciously eroded, consuming the energy of the shadow. The colossal axe disintegrated and melted at a visibly alarming rate. Thud. The scarred vice-captain, struck as if by a heavy blow, spat forth a mouthful of blood. His primal shadow shattered, leaving his spirit wounded. Now is the moment. Like a specter, Xiao Fan approached with uncanny swiftness. The bone-biting blade swept horizontally, unleashing a blade aura entwined with purple flames, ice spirits, and blood-slaying energy, akin to the scythe of death, ruthlessly cleaving toward the vice-captain's waist. No. The vice-captain's soul recoiled in terror, hastily conjuring a starlight shield. Crack. The shield shattered instantly. The blade's residual force remained undiminished, striking harshly against the vice-captain's dark red scaled armor. Splurt. The armor was rent asunder, blood gushing forth. The vice-captain let out a harrowing scream as a gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone, was carved into his waist. The ferocious ice spirit's power instantaneously froze the wound, while the purple flames followed suit, fiercely searing the injury. Staggering backward, his breath faltered. Vice Captain. The other team members were stricken with dread. Kill him. Seizing the advantage, Xiao Fan was relentless, raising the bone-biting blade once more. Aimed directly at the Vice Captain's throat. He sought to sever the head first. Protect the Vice Captain. A team member wielding a bone shield roared, positioning himself before the scarred figure. The bone shield erupted with a ghastly white light, striving to withstand the bone-biting blade. Get away. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes, the blade's momentum unyielding. The tip of the blade gleamed with annihilation once more. Clang boom. The bone shield trembled violently, its surface rapidly adorned with cracks. The team member behind the shield was struck by an unseen force, spewing blood as he was sent hurtling away. The bone-biting blade's edge faltered momentarily, yet it still lunged fiercely toward the Vice Captain's throat. Save me. The Vice Captain screamed in despair. You young fool. A voice, cold and piercing, resonated as if capable of freezing souls, akin to the frost of the heavens, erupted above Xiao Fan. Buzz. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing the peak of quasi-emperors, descended with thunderous force. The space around him instantaneously solidified. The bone-biting blade, as if ensnared within eternal ice, experienced a drastic decline in speed. A chilling aura, imbued with an absolute sense of annihilation, coiled around his form like invisible shackles. A pseudo-saint. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted sharply. An alarm rang within his heart. He abruptly looked up. Above, in the void, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in an ice-blue starry battle dress had appeared, unbeknownst to him. Her visage was as cold as the moon, her gaze resembling an ancient, emotionless abyss. With a delicate lift of her hand, a flicker of ice-blue starlight shimmered at her fingertips, exuding a terrifying aura that could freeze time itself. It was she who, with a mere gesture, had immobilized Xiao Fan. Lady Bingley, the Vice Captain, clinging to the last shred of hope, cried out in ecstatic desperation. Useless. The woman known as Bingley spoke with an icy tone, her eyes sweeping over the beleaguered starry core and the grievous scene, ultimately resting upon Xiao Fan with a mix of scrutiny and indifference. A mere injured quasi-emperor has led to such heavy losses for you. You have brought disgrace to the starry core. Her fingertips glimmered with ice-blue starlight. A surge of even more formidable ice law energy converging upon Xiao Fan, intent on encasing him in eternal frost. Damn it, is the pseudo-saint so formidable? Xiao Fan's eyes blazed with a crimson fury. In the face of dire straits, his ferocity erupted completely. He desperately urged the power of the Imperial Bone Dragon to resist the icy confinement. Simultaneously, deep within his soul, the dormant abyss gate trembled violently upon sensing the terrifying threat of a pseudo-saint level. A more violent and greedy will to devour surged forth. Silence. Together. Consume her. Xiao Fan roared within his soul. The weapon spirit, silence, let out a thunderous roar. The bone-devouring blade radiated an unprecedented brilliance. The cracks along the blade forcibly sealed under the immense pressure of life and death. Intertwining hues of deep purple, ethereal blue, and blood red danced together, while the core, the star of annihilation, spun wildly, resonating faintly with the fluctuations of the abyss gate within Xiao Fan's being. Abyssal annihilation, star burial. Xiao Fan, disregarding everything, infused all his remaining strength from the imperial bone, the insatiable hunger of the abyss, and the accumulated ferocity of the bone-devouring blade into this one strike. The bone-devouring blade transformed into a tear of purple-black radiance, accompanied by the illusory vortex of devouring all things, fiercely slashing towards the ice-blue star radiance emitted by Ice Lee. An ant against a chariot. A flicker of disdain crossed Ice Lee's eyes as the star radiance at her fingertips flared to life. Boom. The clash of purple-black blade light and ice-blue starlight erupted. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the annihilation and consumption of two extreme laws. The space collapsed silently, like a fragile mirror, forming a massive black hole. A terrifying gravitational pull erupted instantaneously. The nearest members of the Star Skeleton Guard were caught off guard, screaming as they were drawn into the black hole, instantly reduced to dust. Ice Lee's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated that Xiao Fan's strike contained such an enigmatic power of devouring. The ice-blue starlight flickered violently, gradually being consumed and worn down by the purple-black vortex. Seeking death, Ice Lee's eyes glimmered with cold light. The authority of the pseudo-saint was not to be provoked. She clenched her jade hand fiercely. Crack! The ice-blue starlight erupted violently. It transformed into countless ice soul needles, capable of freezing souls, ignoring the distance of space, piercing through the devouring force field of the purple-black vortex, and brutally targeting Xiao Fan's vital points. Stab! 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 Xiao Fan's body trembled violently. The protective dragon might shattered instantly. The ice soul needles pierced through flesh and bone, directly assaulting his soul. The imperial bone emitted a groan under the unbearable burden. His soul felt like it was pierced by 1,000 needles. The excruciating pain caused his vision to darken, nearly rendering him unconscious. The glow of the bone-devouring blade dimmed instantly. The weapon spirit, Silence, let out a painful groan. It's over. Isley's voice was icy. Her jade finger raised once more, condensing a more refined, soul-freezing annihilation ice soul finger, ready to strike towards Xiao Fan's brow. At that moment, Isley, halt. A clear, calm voice, imbued with undeniable authority, resonated like a spring breeze over an icy expanse. Buzz. The terrifying power of the ice soul finger she had gathered dissipated instantly, as if smoothed by an invisible force. Her expression changed slightly, and she abruptly turned to look toward a certain point in the void. There appeared a tall and slender figure, descending gracefully upon an invisible staircase of starlight. The newcomer wore a simple green robe, with a handsome countenance and a temperament as warm as jade. His eyes were deep as the night sky, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. Though he radiated no overwhelming aura, standing there, he seemed to be the very center of the cosmos. Even the pseudo-Saint Isley felt her momentum diminish before him. Lord Longley, the scarred deputy captain, and the surviving star skeleton guards regarded the sudden appearance of the man in the azure robe as a beacon of hope, hurriedly bowing in reverence. Longley, Xiao Fan, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, managed to lift his gaze towards the enigmatic figure. The aura emanating from this individual was vast as the sea of stars, yet contained like a profound abyss, causing the gate of devouring within his soul to momentarily falter. This person was unfathomable. This person, you must not kill. Longley's gaze settled on Xiao Fan, imbued with a hint of inquiry, his voice gentle yet firm. Why? Bingley furrowed her brows, her tone still icy. He trespassed upon the outskirts of the dragon's grave, slaughtered the star skeleton guards, wielded a sinister weapon, and is suspected of possessing some forbidden devouring power. By the rules, he must be punished. He bears the aura of the dragon's blood. Longley replied with a slight smile, as if his gaze penetrated Xiao Fan's very being, landing on the faint, activated mark deep within his imperial bone. Enhanced by the azure stone. And that blade, it holds some intrigue. Is it the silence? Long time no see, your temper remains as fiery as ever. You know me? The weapon spirit, Silence, transmitted a weak yet wary thought. An acquaintance from the past, Longley remarked nonchalantly, then turned to Bingley. This individual is under my protection. The losses of the star skeleton guards will be charged to my account. Bingley scrutinized Longley deeply, then cast a glance at the gravely injured Xiao Fan before finally snorting coldly. Since Lord Longley has spoken, I shall comply. However, this individual is exceedingly ferocious. Do exercise caution, my lord. With no further words, she transformed into a streak of icy blue light and vanished from sight. Only then did Longley focus entirely on Xiao Fan, his warm gaze laced with scrutiny. To invoke Silence's recognition and withstand a blow from Bingley, impressive. Who are you? What do you want? Xiao Fan strained to maintain his stance, the bone-devouring blade held defensively before him, eyeing Longley with suspicion. This man, though seemingly gentle, exuded a sense of danger surpassing that of Bingley. My identity is of little consequence. Longley approached with measured steps, each footfall causing a gentle ripple of starlight in the void. To Xiao Fan's astonishment, the injuries upon him felt a faint tingling under the starlight-esque glow. What truly matters is whether you wish to live. Do you desire to restore your imperial bone? To control that perilous door within you? He halted before Xiao Fan, extending a finger to gently touch his brow. The dragon's blood pool lies just below. There, you shall find what you seek. However, Longley's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Whether you can obtain it depends on your own capabilities. At the moment his fingertip made contact, a vast and gentle celestial force surged into Xiao Fan's body. The fractures within his imperial bone resonated with a clear sensation of restoration. The cracks in the bone-devouring blade began to mend with increasing speed. The weapon spirit, Silence, emitted a contented sigh. Simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded into Xiao Fan's mind. The map of the dragon's grave's outskirts, the location of the dragon's blood pool, and the terrifying entities that lurked around the pool. System, update status, severely wounded, rapidly recovering. Imperial bone restoration rate, 68 to 70. Bone-devouring blade, cracks mending 80. Tier stabilized, peak semi-saint. Weapon spirit, Silence, recovery status, restored. Acquired, coordinates of the dragon's blood pool and guardian information, pseudo-saint level multi-headed. Warning, Longley, identity unknown, extremely dangerous. Intentions unclear. Why are you helping me? Xiao Fan sensed the rapid restoration of power within him, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. "Help you?" Long Li retracted her finger, a gentle laugh escaping her lips as her eyes drifted towards the depths of the dragon's grave, where a swirling mass of blood-red malevolence surged. "I am merely investing in an intriguing variable. The blood pool of the dragon's grave is both the beginning and the trial. Only by surviving will you earn the right to know more." As her words lingered in the air, Long Li's figure gradually dissipated like a fleeting illusion amidst the starlight, leaving behind a profound message that echoed in Xiao Fan's ears. "Remember, the abyss is both a door and a key. Do not allow the key to rust in the lock." Chapter 56. The blood pool devours the dragon and consumes the false saint. The silent blade opens the gate to the grave. On the periphery of the dragon's grave, amidst the shattered star skeletons, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged atop a massive dragon bone remnant, surrounded by swirling starlight, the gentle power left by Long Li accelerating the healing of his wounds. Deep within the imperial bone, dark golden particles greedily absorbed the starlight, the fissures visibly sealing as the repair rate steadily climbed from 70 to 72. The bone-devouring blade lay across his knees, its web-like cracks quietly closing under the nourishing starlight, the deep violet and obsidian glow regaining its concentrated depth. While the spirit of the blade, Silence, awakened from slumber, exuded an even more restrained ferocity during its restoration. Long Li, the blood of the dragon's grave. Investment. Xiao Fan closed his eyes to introspect, replaying her words and the vast influx of information in his mind. The location of the blood pool was vividly etched in his consciousness, situated at the core of this star skeleton region, beneath an altar constructed from the withered bones of countless dragons. Surrounding the altar were 3 massive dragon skeletons, imprisoned by the dragon's grave, serving as guardians of the blood pool at the false saint level. In life, they were true dragons that roamed the cosmos. In death, their bones were refined by the secret arts of the dragon's grave, infused with boundless resentment, transforming into ferocious entities that knew only slaughter and guardianship. False saint. 3 heads. Xiao Fan opened his eyes, golden lights swirling within, devoid of fear, only ignited by the flames of battle. Restoring the imperial bone, mastering the abyss, unraveling all mysteries. The blood pool was an essential path. It was also the trial that Long Li had spoken of. "Silence, can you fight?" Xiao Fan communicated with the bone-devouring blade. "Humph. The bones of a false saint should be a tad tougher than those petty fish from before." The voice of the spirit, Silence, emerged with a hint of drowsiness and eager ferocity. "However, do be careful not to shatter your fragile body in the process. Then let us feast." Xiao Fan sprang to his feet. The imperial bone, restored to 72, burst forth with a powerful dragon might, though not yet healed. His fighting spirit soared to its zenith. Grasping the bone-devouring blade, he transformed into a dark golden stream of light, hurtling towards the skeletal altar. As he approached the altar, the oppressive dragon might and malevolence in the air thickened, resembling tangible blood plasma, slightly distorting the very fabric of space. Ahead, a stark white altar, towering thousands of feet high, constructed from countless massive dragon bones, came into view. Atop the altar, a blood pool of dark golden hue, 100 feet in diameter, churned with a viscous quality akin to magma, exuding a formidable life force that stirred the very soul. Above the pool, ethereal wisps of blood energy coalesced into miniature dragon silhouettes, emitting silent roars. Surrounding the blood pool, 3 colossal dragon skeletons loomed like mountains of white bones, lying in quiet repose. Their skeletal forms radiate a somber triad of colors, dark purple gold, deep blue, and fiery red, each exuding an aura of devastating thunder, frigid ice malevolence, and world-consuming flames. Within their hollow eye sockets burned 3 distinct, yet equally ferocious flames of soul fire. The horrifying pressure of pseudo-saint level might looms like 3 invisible mountains, firmly suppressing the space. Roar. The moment Xiao Fan stepped into the altar's realm, the 3 dragon skeletons were simultaneously roused. A thunderous dragon's roar, mingled with the overwhelming aura of death, surged forth like a tsunami. Boom. The purple gold dragon skeleton struck first, its massive bony wings unfurling to obscure the sky. Billions of destructive purple-black lightning bolts coiled around its wings. It howled at the heavens, unleashing a world-ending thunderbolt, wide enough to pierce the stars, tearing through the void with a will of annihilation, fiercely cleaving towards Xiao Fan. "Bring it on." The brilliance in Xiao Fan's eyes flared. He did not flinch or retreat. The bone-crushing blade vibrated ominously as its spirit awakened from a dormant fury. Destruction thunder. Xiao Fan bellowed, the bone-crushing blade slashing upward. The blade's purple-black radiance surged, and a core point of obliteration suddenly ignited, actively drawing in and devouring the descending thunderbolt of annihilation. The ferocious, icy essence transformed into an invisible vortex, frantically tearing and erasing the will of destruction within the thunder. Simultaneously, a faint desire to devour originating from the abyssal gate was invoked by Xiao Fan, enhancing the blade's edge. Sizzle! The world-ending thunderbolt was cleaved apart by the bone-crushing blade. The violent power of the lightning was consumed wildly, like rivers returning to the sea, by the core of obliteration. The purple-black radiance of the bone-crushing blade intensified, emanating a joyous hum. Its spirit roared, "Excellent!" Again, roar. The ice malevolence dragon skeleton followed suit. Its massive maw opened wide, unleashing a breath of frigid, time-freezing ice that solidified the space and froze all existence. The chilling force pierced the very soul. Now it's my turn. Xiao Fan's fighting spirit surged, the bone-crushing blade rotating horizontally, the ghostly blue, icy radiance swirling. Fierce ice coffin. The blade's light transformed into a gigantic phantom of a blue ice coffin, counterattacking fiercely against the icy breath. Within the coffin, malevolent energy spiraled violently, devouring and assimilating the encroaching cold force. Meanwhile, at the coffin's edges, the purple flames of obliteration quietly rose, incinerating the vengeful will within the icy breath. Boom! The ice coffin collided with the breath. No explosion ensued, only the annihilation and devouring of extreme cold. The surface of the ice coffin cracked extensively, yet effectively sealed and refined the icy breath. The feedback from the icy power deepened the blue radiance of the bone-crushing blade. A howl! The flame-consuming dragon skeleton emitted a furious roar. Its massive bony tail, entwined with world-consuming flames, lashed out at Xiao Fan like a divine punishment. Wherever the flames passed, space melted and all became ash. All at once, a fierce glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Facing the three-pronged assault, he advanced rather than retreated. He summoned the might of the Imperial Dragon Bones to its pinnacle, braving the searing flames. At the same time, the bone-crushing blade erupted with an unprecedented tricolored brilliance. Destruction returns to ruin, dragon-esque Wraith. This was the embryonic form of an ultimate killing move, merging the obliteration of the star mark, the malevolent icy essence, and a hint of the abyssal devouring will. The blade's light was no longer a mere slash, but a swirling micro-black hole of devouring light. At the edges of the black hole, purple flames blazed, icy malevolence froze, while within lay the void that obliterated all. Boom! The glimmer of blades collided fiercely with the fiery tail of the dragon of destruction. The infernal flames, as if encountering a nemesis, were ravenously consumed and obliterated by the black hole. The unyielding dragon's tail, encased in impenetrable bone armor, disintegrated under the force of annihilation. The chilling frost spirit spread through the fissures, freezing everything in its path. Purple flames incinerated the inner dragon marrow. The remains of the dragon of destruction emitted a soul-piercing wail of agony, as its tail withered visibly before our eyes, turning charred and crumbling. Roar! The purple-golden dragon skeleton and the ice spirit dragon skeleton, witnessing the plight of their companion, erupted in a simultaneous fury. The pillars of apocalyptic thunder and the breath of the dark void converged once more, their power exceeding all previous displays. 3 streams of pseudo-saint-level destructive force converged from 3 directions, completely sealing off all avenues of retreat for Xiao Fan. They aimed to crush him along with the enigmatic black hole of blade light. A true deadlock. A genuine impasse. Damn it. It's now or never. Xiao Fan's eyes shimmered with a crimson-golden glow, as deep within his soul, the dormant abyssal gate trembled violently under the pressure of life and death. An instinctual, surpassing threshold desire to devour erupted explosively. Silence. Awaken the abyss. Consume them. Roar. This aligns perfectly with my intent. The weapon spirit, silence, let out a thunderous roar. The bone-devouring blade plunged violently into the ground. The blade's brilliance suddenly receded, yet the core of the annihilation star mark shone with blinding intensity. An invisible devouring force field erupted from the bone-devouring blade, expanding with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the core of Xiao Fan's imperial bone and the shadow of the abyssal gate flickered wildly. A strand of darkness, as thick as ink and seemingly capable of devouring the very essence of all realms, was forcibly guided by Xiao Fan. Channeling through the dragon power of the imperial bone and infusing into the annihilation star mark of the bone-devouring blade. Buzz! The annihilation star mark instantly transformed into a miniature yet infinitely terrifying abyssal eye, an absolute will to devour. Surpassing even the pseudo-saint level and emanating from the edge of the ruins, descended. Devour! The intent of Xiao Fan and silence merged as one, unleashing their final roar. Boom! The three streams of devastating pseudo-saint attacks, upon contact with the force field of the abyssal eye, vanished as if swallowed by the sea. The pillars of apocalyptic thunder were shredded and consumed. The breath of the dark void was frozen and obliterated. The flames of destruction were drawn into the black hole. The massive forms of the three dragon skeletons were ensnared by an invisible force of devouring, their grand dragon essence. Pseudo-saint malevolence, and even the flames of their burning souls surged like a torrent toward that minuscule abyssal eye. Ea! The three pseudo-saint dragon skeletons emitted cries of despair and terror. They struggled madly, their bones fracturing. Yet they could not escape the rules of devouring that stemmed from an elevated realm. The thunderous essence of the purple-golden dragon skeleton was drained, its bones reduced to ash. The frigid core of the ice spirit dragon skeleton was consumed, shattering into ice fragments. The fiery dragon soul of the dragon of destruction was drawn into the black hole. Extinguished completely. 3 breaths. Merely 3 breaths. The three pseudo-saint dragon skeletons were devoured almost entirely by the abyssal eye. They transformed into an extraordinarily pure torrent of energy, nourishing the bone-devouring blade and Xiao Fan. The system flashed wildly. Abyssal gate activation increased to 1. Devouring pseudo-saint level essence. Bone-devouring blade devouring complete. Rank breakthrough. Holy level stabilized. Fissures fully mended. Special trait sublimation. Annihilation star mark abyssal eye pseudo. Frost spirit abyssal ice prison. The weapon spirit, silence, advances. Intelligence significantly increased. Control power skyrocketed. Imperial bone devoured a portion of the essence. Repair rate, 72. 75. Dragon patterns surge to life. The might of the dragon solidifies. Breaking boundaries, ascending to the pinnacle of sovereignty. A thunderous roar erupted as a torrent of formidable power surged within him. Xiao Fan gazed skyward, his voice resonating throughout the cosmos. Dark, golden dragon patterns swirled around him, his aura reminiscent of an ancient, ferocious dragon awakening, soaring into the heavens. The bone-crushing blade hovered beside him, its violet black and deep blue radiance subdued, yet exuding a terrifying sanctity. The consciousness of the weapon spirit was clear and potent, exhilarating. This is the essence of my being. With a single step, he approached the edge of the dragon's blood pool. The viscous dark golden dragon blood churned, emanating an enticing vitality. Xiao Fan hesitated no longer and leaped into the blood pool. Boom! The pure and vast dragon blood instantly enveloped him. The imperial bone, akin to a parched land receiving the long-awaited rain, voraciously absorbed the essence. The recovery rate skyrocketed astonishingly. 75, 77, 80. The fissures in his soul rapidly healed. His flesh crackled under the refinement of the dragon blood, its strength surging dramatically. Just as Xiao Fan reveled in the ecstasy of restoration, a more refined, ancient essence, imbued with the mysteries of the dragon clan's origins, slowly ascended from the depths of the blood pool, drawn by the aura of the imperial bone. Simultaneously, deep within his soul, the dormant grayish-green fragment, a relic of the old ghost, began to emit a faint warmth, conveying a subtle yearning. Is this the blood of the ancestral dragon? Xiao Fan's heart trembled wildly. This treasure surpasses the dragon's blood essence by countless folds. He reached out toward the essence of the dragon's source. Stop! A chilling, bone-piercing shout echoed abruptly. Time froze. An ice-blue figure silently appeared above the blood pool. It was the return of the pseudo-saint, Bing Li. She gazed at Xiao Fan, whose aura was escalating. In the essence of the ancestral dragon blood, her eyes blazing with cold light. To steal the blood of the ancestral dragon, a crime deserving of death. Bing Li raised her delicate hand, summoning a point of ice-blue starlight, radiating a terrifying intent to freeze the soul. This time, she held nothing back. Bing Li, you have overstepped your bounds. A gentle yet undeniably authoritative voice rang out simultaneously. The figure in the azure robe stood before Bing Li, fingertips shimmering with starlight, effortlessly dispelling her icy starlight. Long Li, you condone this child consuming malevolent spirits and stealing source blood. What are your true intentions? Bing Li glared at Long Li. He has passed the trial of the blood pool. The source blood possesses sentience and chooses its master. Long Li replied indifferently, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Fan, whose aura grew increasingly formidable, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Moreover, can you restrain him now? Bing Li's expression shifted as she turned her gaze to the blood pool. She beheld Xiao Fan grasping the ancestral dragon blood tightly in his hands. As the source blood entered his body, the imperial bone erupted in an unprecedented resplendent golden light. The recovery rate instantly surpassed 85. A vast ancestral dragon's pressure surged forth. At that moment, the grayish-green fragment in his hand silently shattered upon contact with the source blood. transforming into a stream of chaotic essence that fused into the depths of the Imperial Bone. Buzz. The core of the Imperial Bone trembled violently as the phantom of the abyssal gate quaked. The chaotic patterns on the gate flickered with a faint glow. A fragment of fragmented information surged into Xiao Fan's mind. The abyss, the gate, the key to the prison, locking the eternal Sin Dragon, the end of the return. The burial of the Dragon Court. The burial of the Dragon Court? Xiao Fan's mind was shaken. The abyssal gate, is it a key? The key to the prison? Locking the Sin Dragon? At the end of the return, the burial of the Dragon Court? It seems you have obtained the key. Long Li's voice resonated with a profound understanding, his gaze penetrating the void, as if perceiving the subtle transformations deep within Xiao Fan's imperial bones. The dragon's grave abyss was merely the beginning. The true battleground lay at the end of the void's return, the dragon's tomb. He raised his hand, and an ancient token, forged from starlight, soared towards Xiao Fan. Take this, the dragon's order. It shall guide you to the path leading to the dragon's tomb. Long Li's voice grew ethereal, proclaiming, the abyss of devouring is both a key and a curse. Master it, or be consumed by it. Within the dragon's tomb lies the answers you seek, as well as the potential to bring all to an end. As his words faded, Long Li's figure gradually dissipated. Ice Li fixed her unwavering gaze upon the imposing Xiao Fan, glancing once more towards the direction from which Long Li had vanished. With a cold snort, she transformed into a stream of ice-blue light and vanished. In the blood pool, Xiao Fan clutched the dragon's order tightly. Feeling the surging power of the ancestral dragon within him and the trembling abyssal gate before him, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented flame. At the end of the void's return, the dragon's tomb holds all the answers. Silence enveloped him as he leapt from the blood pool, the bone-crushing blade resonating in response. A new journey beckoned, leading towards the ancient burial ground, the dragon's tomb. Chapter 57, The Dragoness Tomb, starry graves devouring the true saint. Blood source chains binding the ages. At the exit of the dragon's grave abyss, on the edge of a stormy void, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged upon a floating fragment of a star, attuned to the ancestral dragon's power surging within him and the dormant, yet restless abyssal gate. His imperial bones were 85 restored, the dark golden bone particles shimmering with an almost immortal luster. The saint-grade bone-crushing blade hovered beside him, its purple-black blade concealing the terrifying embryonic form of the abyssal eye. The spirit of silence emanated a calm and reserved intent, tinged with a hint of eagerness. Young man. Ahead lies the graveyard of 1,000 stars. The broken token that Long Li provided indicates a path fraught with ominous portent. Yet, no risk is too great to confront. The answers of the dragon's tomb and the mysteries of the abyss await at the end of the void's return. Xiao Fan opened his eyes, golden light flashing like lightning, captivating all who beheld it. He grasped the hovering dragon's order, which vibrated slightly, indicating the direction to follow. Onward, he declared, rising abruptly. The bone-crushing blade fell into his palm, and he morphed into a streak of dark golden light. Tearing through the chaotic currents of time and the infinite remnants of dead stars, plunging into the graveyard of 1,000 stars. As he crossed the threshold, a thick, swamp-like miasma, imbued with the utmost resentment of countless souls and chaotic stellar energy, assaulted him, relentlessly eroding his protective dragon aura. Whispers that resembled the cries of 1,000,000 lost souls pierced his very essence. Humph. This mere miasma shall yield to me, break, Xiao Fan exclaimed, unleashing the might of his imperial bones. The tangible dark golden radiance transformed into a halo, sweeping across a 10-zhang radius, causing the miasma to dissipate as if encountering its nemesis. The bone-crushing blade emanated a trace of the abyssal ice prison's aura, freezing and obliterating the whispers of the departed souls. A hum resonated as the dragon's order flashed, pointing towards a specific direction. There, Xiao Fan accelerated, encountering vast remnants of stars that resembled tombs along his path. Occasionally, mutated star beasts, corrupted by malevolent energy and resembling celestial centipedes, lunged at him, only to be effortlessly cleaved into fragments by his blade, their essence silently devoured by the bone-crushing blade. After flying for approximately half a day, an eerie silence emerged ahead. Several massive, shattered star cores floated, forming a natural circular platform. At the center of this platform sat a solitary figure, meditating in a cross-legged position. The figure before him was clad in tattered robes adorned with celestial motifs, his countenance gaunt, hair a ghostly white, and an aura of feebleness enveloped him, as if he were a candle nearly extinguished. In front of him stood a weathered bronze sword, marred by cracks, its blade dull and reminiscent of mundane iron. Xiao Fan halted, his senses heightened. To be seated so serenely at the core of the graveyard of stars, even with such a weak presence, was surely no trivial matter. The dragon burial token remained inert. This individual did not seem to be an obstruction to his goal. With a rasping cough, the man slowly raised his head, his murky old eyes fixing upon Xiao Fan. His voice was hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Young friend, are you in search of the path to the dragon burial court? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, the bone-cutting blade resting against his chest. Who are you? Why do you block my way? I am but an old man, Yun Yi, he replied, coughing again, a flicker of indescribable sorrow and weariness evident in his gaze. I am merely a lost pawn, exiled by the dragon burial court to guard this graveyard of stars. Dragon burial court? Pawn. A stir of intrigue welled within Xiao Fan. The old man continued, the aura of the dragon burial token cannot deceive me. I see you are the new bearer of the key. Do you know of the abyss? Xiao Fan pressed. The key is both a curse and a key, Yun Yi murmured, his voice ethereal. The dragon burial court does not imprison wicked dragons. It holds the sins of the past, blood ties that even reincarnation cannot cleanse. His frail fingers pointed sharply at the bronze sword. This blade, known as the Blade of Extermination, was once wielded by the enforcers of the dragon court. It has broken, for it cannot sever the deepest of chains. Chains? What chains? A sudden alarm surged within Xiao Fan. At that moment, a terrifying roar, imbued with the ferocity of a dragon, resonated from the distant void, capable of shattering stars. An overwhelming pressure, far beyond that of a mere pseudo-saint, descended with pure, unbridled destructive intent. The entire graveyard of stars seemed to tremble. True saint-level dragon might. Yun Yi's expression shifted dramatically. It is the blood-fiend dragon guards. They have come. We must flee. Use the token to guide us. Attempt to flee? A frigid, domineering voice, echoing with the clang of metal, tore through the air. A figure clad in dark red dragon-scaled armor, wielding a grotesque bone spear entwined with blood-red lightning, descended like a harbinger of destruction. Its presence was as vast as the abyss, unmistakably a true saint at the initial stage. You little insect. How dare you meddle with the taboos of the dragon burial court? Surrender the dragon burial token and the source of the key, or face annihilation. The captain of the dragon guards, true saint, initial stage, fixed his blood-red eyes upon Xiao Fan, the spear pointing directly at him, the fabric of space beginning to unravel. Dragon guards? Xiao Fan's gaze hardened like steel. In the face of the true saint's oppressive might, the imperial bone dragon pattern within him blazed fiercely, an instinctive resistance igniting. You are not worthy. Arrogant. The captain of the dragon guard sneered, the bone spear swelling with blood lightning, transforming into a roaring, world-ending blood-fiend thunder dragon, tearing through the void with a will to annihilate all. Its speed and ferocity dwarfed that of any pseudo-saint. Silence. Xiao Fan roared. Awaken I. The spirit of the bone-cutting blade thundered. From the core of the bone-cutting blade, a minuscule abyssal eye materialized, swirling into a pitch-black micro-black hole that devoured light. At the edges of the black hole, the power of the abyssal ice prison froze time and space. Abyssal annihilation, devour the heavens. The blade light, infused with the essence of the abyss, cleaved towards the world-ending blood-fiend thunder dragon. Boom. Without a thunderous roar, only a silent obliteration ensues. The cataclysmic thunder dragon, capable of annihilating celestial bodies, upon its encounter with the abyssal black hole, melts away like snow under the sun, consumed in a frenzy. The essence of blood and slaughter is greedily devoured by the black hole. The terrifying backlash rends Xiao Fan's palm, causing his vitality to surge and hurling him backwards. The might of a true saint is not to be underestimated. The power of the abyss. The captain of the sinister dragon guard is taken aback, his eyes glimmering with intensified greed. Indeed, it is a splendid key. Capturing you and refining your essence will yield monumental achievements. He steps forward, his bone spear, infused with blood lightning, coalescing once more. This time, the spearhead transforms into a swirling point of blood-red starfall, its potency multiplying manifold. He is determined to suppress with all his might. Xiao Fan steadies himself forcefully, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze is as fierce as a wolf. Although the eye of the abyss is formidable, the disparity in their realms makes it difficult for him to confront a true saint head-on. Fellow cultivator, receive the sword. A hoarse shout resonates. At the center of the platform, the withered Yun Yi's eyes ignite with a final, resolute brilliance. His emaciated form spontaneously combusts, the last vestige of his essence flowing into the ancient bronze sword, embedded in the earth, to slay the wicked. Buzz. The sword of slaying the wicked trembles violently. The seemingly fractured and decayed sword body erupts with an unparalleled brilliance of azure and gold. A terrifying sword intent, capable of tearing asunder all sins and severing the causes of eternity, explosively manifests. From every crack in the sword, pure annihilative divine light radiates forth. Is this the sword intent of absolute extermination from the myriad laws? How could you possess such power? For the first time, the captain of the sinister dragon guard's expression shifts dramatically, a hint of trepidation flashing in his eyes. The bone spear instinctively retracts for protection. With my remnant soul, I forge the final strike against wickedness. I sever your sinful shackles. Yun Yi's last thoughts coalesce into a breathtaking crescendo. Go. Clang. The ancient sword of slaying the wicked emits a clear, resonant cry, transforming into a transcendent azure and gold beam of divine light, piercing through time and space to strike directly at the captain's brow. Damn it! The captain of the sinister dragon guard roars, thrusting his blood-colored bone spear with all his might, colliding with the divine light. Boom. The ultimate clash of destruction. The divine light and the star point stand locked in a stalemate in the void. A terrifying shockwave sweeps through, pulverizing several nearby small star remnants into dust. In that fleeting moment, now, the eye of the abyss. Xiao Fan's eyes blaze with brilliance. Ignoring his injuries, he fervently channels the imperial dragon power into the bone-devouring blade. The eye of the abyss, having consumed a portion of the blood thunder dragon's essence, suddenly expands with the reckless support from Xiao Fan. A force of devouring confinement, derived from a higher dimensional rule, erupts, firmly locking onto the captain of the sinister dragon guard, who is caught in a stalemate. Roar. Let me absorb. The weapon spirit bellows in madness. Invisible chains of devouring energy ignore the tempest of power, instantly ensnaring the captain of the sinister dragon guard. The blood-colored dragon scales enveloping him, the surging blood thunder dragon power within. And even his very soul begin to tremble violently, being forcibly stripped away and devoured by the expanding eye of the abyss. Ah, the shackles of the abyss. No. The captain of the sinister dragon guard emits a despairing wail of terror. He feels his power rapidly dissipating, being pulled by an unfathomable, terrifying black hole. Especially the sword intent unleashed by the sword of slaying the wicked seems to stir something obscure within him. Take advantage of his weakness. Seize his life. A cold smirk graces Xiao Fan's lips as he raises the bone-devouring blade, no longer in the form of a black hole, but consolidating all his strength into a single strike. The saint-level battle technique, bone-devouring divine slaughter. The deep indigo blade of light tore through the confining force field, aiming directly for its target's head. How dare the insignificant ants resist? The captain of the abyssal dragon guard's eyes widened in fury as he struggled madly. Yet, the binding of the eye of the abyss, compounded by the interference of the extermination sword's intent, caused his movements to falter. With a swift hiss, the blade swept past. A head, covered in shattered dragon scales and bearing an expression of disbelief and terror, soared into the sky. True sacred blood stained the void crimson. Xiao Fan stifled a groan, nearly losing his grip on the bone-devouring blade, as he forcibly activated the burdensome eye of the abyss, causing blood to pour from his 7 orifices, dimming the radiance of the imperial bone, the headless corpse and the soaring head, before unleashing the cataclysmic manifestation of a fallen true saint, were entirely consumed by the insatiable eye of the abyss. A surge of primal energy, tenfold more potent and pure than that of the false sacred dragon's spirit, erupted forth. System notification. The activity level of the abyssal gate has risen to 25, consuming true sacred level essence. The bone-devouring blade is in the process of absorption, evolving into the abyssal ice prison of blood fiends. The imperial bone is absorbing. With a repair rate of 85 to 87, dragon patterns materialize. A breakthrough at the threshold of realms. Accumulating. Obtained fragments of the abyssal dragon guard's memories. Analysis. Structure of the dragon's tomb. Outer perimeter. Blood source chains. Simultaneously, the remnants of the burning soul of Yun Yi transformed into specks of starlight. As a faint yet pure imprint merged into Xiao Fan's sea of consciousness, accompanied by a solemn message. Young friend, the dragon's tomb order guides you. The depths of the ruins are not the end. The true star tomb lies at the chain's end, where the secrets of the myriad laws flow. To vanquish the evil, one must wield not a severed sword, but rather. The message abruptly ceased, and he vanished entirely, leaving behind the ancient sword. Its light extinguished and its cracks deepening. Xiao Fan steadied the tumultuous energy within him, approached the ancient sword, and grasped its hilt. A heavy, ancient sentiment, as if burdened by countless lamentations, surged forth. The fissures on the blade seemed to harbor some unfinished law. Thank you for your assistance, Senior Uni. Xiao Fan solemnly withdrew the ancient sword. The flow of myriad laws, the blood source chains, the star tomb. This dragon's tomb holds depths beyond imagination. He positioned the slaughtering evil and the bone-devouring blade parallel behind him. The dragon's tomb order shone brightly, pointing towards the profound darkness. Jia, have you had your fill? It's time to continue the excavation. Hee hee, the bones of a true saint possess a delightful flavor. The spirit of the weapon, Jia, transmitted a sense of satisfaction mixed with greed. At the chain's end, there are even more delectable feasts to be had. Just as Xiao Fan prepared to depart, a voice, playful and magnetic, resonated through the void. How intriguing. A true saint-level abyssal dragon guard, unexpectedly bested by a mere pinnacle quasi-emperor. The voice carried an air of detachment from this realm. That sword, it possesses some merit. However, the aura of the abyss cannot be concealed. From the shadow of a colossal star skeleton not far from the platform, a figure clad in a magnificent star-patterned black robe, their features obscured by starlight, gradually emerged. Their presence was ethereal and unfathomable, far surpassing that of a true saint. His peak true saint, half-step Saint King, gaze swept over Xiao Fan and his dual blades with keen interest. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted. Another formidable foe? Yet, the shadow showed no intent to attack. It merely smiled lightly and flicked a finger, sending forth a starry mark. Young one, my name is Jia. This mark is bestowed upon you. Should you manage to survive and reach the blood nest of the sinful dragon, perhaps we shall have an opportunity for collaboration. As for the news of your discovery by the sinister dragon guards, the dragon's grave court is already aware. Soon, an inspector above the true saint rank shall come to entertain you. Haha, I wish you good fortune. The shadow melded into the void, vanishing without a trace. The starlight mark delved into Xiao Fan's sea of consciousness, directing him to a location of stark contrast, the blood nest of the sinful dragon. Simultaneously, the radiance of the dragon's grave token flickered violently, erupting with an unprecedented sense of urgency. In the distant depths of the dark return ruins, a terrifying aura capable of collapsing the void and silencing myriad stars is awakening and descending. An inspector above the true saint rank. The Holy King descends. Calamity? Inspector? Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened like a blade. He felt no fear, but rather ignited a blazing fervor for battle. Come forth. Just in time to offer you as a sacrifice to my blade. He clenched the dragon's grave token tightly, transforming into a streak of light. Racing toward the next perilous site indicated by the mark and token, the direction of the dragon's grave star tomb, tearing through the storm of the void with fierce determination. The iceberg of the dragon's grave court has merely revealed a glimpse, yet a greater storm and the truth of the blood source are already upon him. Chapter 58. Blood chains locking the heavens, devouring the Holy King. All laws converge to slash the sin. The dragon's grave star tomb lay in deathly silence. Xiao Fan stepped onto this ancient battlefield forged from shattered stars and dragon bones, where beneath his feet lay crystallized dark golden dragon blood, each step shattering the dust of eons. The imperial bone dragon patterns surged within him, as the 87 repaired dark golden skeletal structure resembled immortal divine gold. With the bone-devouring blade and the sin-slaying ancient sword suspended behind him, the spirit of silence's intent as deep as an abyss, yet brewing a ferocity that could devour the stars. Calamity, Inspector, Xiao Fan's gaze swept through the void. The dragon's grave token was warm in his palm, guiding him toward the twisted, writhing dark vortex deep within the star tomb, the entrance to the blood nest of the sinful dragon. Meanwhile, another celestial mark from the Calamity pointed toward a skeletal star platform entwined with countless broken chains beside the vortex. There lies the tangible node of the blood source chains spoken of by Yun. Young one, there is something devouring the chains on that broken platform. The spirit of silence suddenly conveyed with a grave tone. It is very hungry, very fierce, more troublesome than the true saint encountered earlier. Xiao Fan's pupils contracted. He focused his gaze. In the center of the skeletal star platform, countless broken dark red chains writhed like living creatures, intertwining. And at the most concentrated point of the chains, there coiled a mass of dark golden flesh, constantly twisting and pulsating. It had no fixed form. Its surface flowed with viscous dragon blood and fragments of star bones, emanating an aura of devouring and decay that sent shivers through the soul. Its core faintly resonated with a wave akin to that of the abyssal gate, yet more chaotic and violent. The blood nest, the devourer. Alarm bells rang fiercely in Xiao Fan's heart. This ghastly entity was gnawing at the blood source chains. From the points of the chain's rupture, strands of dark golden essence were being frantically siphoned. Roar! The mass of flesh seemed to sense the presence of living beings, abruptly opening dozens of crimson eyes oozing with pus. A terrifying pressure that transcended the pinnacle of true saints, brushing against the threshold of the Holy King, erupted violently. Countless tendrils composed of decaying flesh and shattered chains lashed out, like whips from hell, rending space as they sought to devour all. Silence! Cut the chains! Sever its source of sustenance. Xiao Fan bellowed fiercely, advancing rather than retreating. The bone-devouring blade hummed as it unsheathed, the violet-black blade light surging violently. And the core eye of the abyss suddenly ignited. A blade aura entwined with the chilling essence of blood and ice surged forth, not aimed at the tendrils, but precisely cleaving towards the thickest root of the dark red chain, which was being ravenously consumed. Break for me. With a sharp sound, the blade's trajectory struck, and the chain emitted a piercing metallic wail. Following closely was the ancient sword of extermination, imbued with the essence of myriad laws. Its azure golden brilliance flashing as it delivered a fatal blow. With a crack, the thick chain shattered. Dark golden blood essence gushed forth like a fountain from the severed end. A howl erupted from the flesh amalgam, a lament of pain and fury. Its sustenance had been severed. Dozens of tendrils twisted in a frenzy, their assault growing ever more violent. Simultaneously, the chaotic devouring force at its core erupted with ferocity, forming a massive vortex of flesh and blood, forcibly drawing back the surging blood essence. Want to devour it all alone? Did you ask me first? The fierce light in Xiao Fan's eyes blazed. The might of the imperial bone dragon surged forth, withstanding the tendril strikes. He clasped his hands, crossing the bone-devouring blade and the ancient sword of extermination before his chest. As the abyssal gate deep within his soul trembled furiously. Abyss. Open gate. A vortex, small as a grinding stone yet profound as a cosmic black hole, manifested before Xiao Fan's chest. The vortex spun, radiating an absolute will to devour that surpassed the heavens. The blood essence being forcibly drawn by the flesh amalgam found its true sanctuary, instantaneously altering its course and madly surging into the abyssal vortex. With a roar, the flesh amalgam went completely berserk. It abandoned Xiao Fan and lunged toward the abyssal vortex with its massive form. Countless tendrils spiraled upward, seeking to consume the audacious insect daring to seize its food, along with the vortex. Seeking death, the weapon spirit seethed with rage. The bone-devouring blade transformed into a violet-black streak of light, tearing through the starry grave, and struck fiercely at the tendrils entwined around the vortex. The power of the abyssal ice prison froze the flesh, while the bloodthirsty force corroded the essence. Simultaneously, the ancient sword of extermination in Xiao Fan's other hand surged with azure golden brilliance. The residual will of extermination from the cloud wings was fully awakened. A sword aura, embodying the severance of causality and the obliteration of myriad laws, pierced through the flesh's defenses directly toward the chaotic core of the amalgam. With a sharp sound, the tendrils snapped. Ice shards and decaying flesh flew in all directions. The sword aura precisely struck the core. The chaotic devouring essence trembled violently, emitting a sound akin to shattering glass. The core of the amalgam was wounded, letting out a mournful wail. Its movements momentarily slowed. Now's the time. Devour it. Xiao Fan's will struck like a blade. The abyssal vortex surged dramatically. The terrifying suction increased tenfold. The massive form of the flesh amalgam was forcibly drawn, as though trapped in quicksand, inching closer to the all-consuming black hole. No, the amalgam struggled wildly, its flesh tearing. Yet it could not escape the power of the abyss's laws. The vast reservoir of blood essence and star energy accumulated within it surged forth like a flood unleashed, being violently extracted and consumed by the abyssal vortex. The system flashed madly. Abyss gate activation, 2538. Devour the blood nest devourer's essence. Attain a vast and pure source of blood power from the chaotic fragments of the star skeleton law. The restoration rate of the imperial bone stands at 87. 89. The dragon pattern undergoes a transformation, embodying the indestructible nature of the star skeleton. The threshold for a breakthrough in realm approaches. The pseudo-saint barrier begins to falter. Boom. The overwhelming feedback of energy causes Xiao Fan's aura to soar. The imperial bone dragon pattern seems to come alive, shimmering with dark golden light and sparkling with traces of starlight. He senses the chasm within him, lying between the quasi-emperor and the pseudo-saint, being relentlessly assaulted by a torrent of ferocious power. Not enough. The golden flames ignite in Xiao Fan's eyes. He gazes fiercely at the still surging essence of blood from the broken chains. This is an unclaimed treasure. The very essence that imprisoned the ancient Sin Dragon in the Dragon Burial Court. Devour the abyss. Give it to me, consume it all. The whirlpool of the abyss expands once more, akin to a voracious maw, fiercely biting into the gushing essence of blood. The pure dark golden tide surges uncontrollably. The imperial bone greedily absorbs it. The restoration rate skyrockets. 89, 90, 91. The pseudo-saint barrier teeters on the brink of collapse. You, Junior. Do you dare to steal the blood source of the courtmaster? You shall face annihilation in both body and spirit. A roar, as if originating from the depths of the nine hells, containing the terror capable of freezing time and space and shattering stars, tears apart the silence of the star grave. The entire dragon burial court trembles violently. The void shatters like fragile glass, inch by inch. A colossal dragon claw, covered in dark golden dragon scales and entwined with countless blood-red chains, emerges fiercely from the fractured void. In its grasp lies a seal of the fallen dragon star, coalesced from pure laws of destruction, radiating an absolute pressure capable of obliterating the Saint King, crashing down upon the whirlpool of the abyss and Xiao Fan below. The Saint King's envoy, the true form descends. It has finally arrived. Xiao Fan's pupils constrict to pinpoints. The might of the Saint King surpasses all imagination. Even the residual waves emanating from the dragon claw cause his imperial bone to wail, as if his very soul is on the verge of being crushed. Yet, there is no hint of retreat in his gaze. Instead, he erupts with a madness that could consume jade and stone alike. Silence. Sever the sins. Assist me. Xiao Fan roars. He pours all the devoured blood power, along with the imperial bone dragon soul and the unwavering will to control the gate of the abyss from the depths of his soul, unreservedly, into his dual weapons. Roar. I'm all in. The weapon spirit ignites its essence. The bone-devouring blade bursts forth with unprecedented purple-black blood light. The core of the abyssal eye swells to its limit, transforming into a wildly spinning miniature black hole. Extermination, severance. The sword of absolute annihilation emits a clear and mournful cry. The azure gold sword light soars into the heavens. The obsessions of the cloud wings and the fragments of myriad laws burn entirely. The sword's edge does not target the dragon claw, but rather the myriad blood-red chains entwined upon it. The objective is to sever its connection with the true form of the Saint King. Abyssal myriad laws, bury the saint. Xiao Fan crosses his dual weapons, boldly confronting the sky-covering dragon claw. The left blade, the abyssal black hole, devours the fallen star. The right sword, the absolute annihilation, cleaves the chains. Boom. An indescribable collision ensues. The destructive tide unleashed by the seal of the fallen dragon star collides violently with the abyssal black hole, annihilating everything. The sword light of absolute annihilation slices through the nodes of the myriad chains laws with the precision of a master butcher. The chains tremble violently, groaning under the unbearable strain. Crack, crack. Subtle yet distinct sounds of shattering arise. Several of the most essential blood-red chains are forcibly severed by the sword intent of absolute annihilation. The pressure exerted by the dragon claw is momentarily diminished. Ants, how dare you harm my law chains? The envoy's fury ignites. The dragon claw clenches fiercely. The power of the star-falling seal surges anew. The abyssal black hole shook violently, its edges beginning to disintegrate. Xiao Fan coughed up blood from all 7 orifices, the cracks in the imperial bone reappearing. Now is the moment. The calamity. Xiao Fan roared with his last ounce of strength. Ha ha, I have awaited this moment. A mocking voice resonated above the dragon's claw. The void silently tore apart. The figure of Calamity, clad in a star-patterned black robe, materialized like a specter. He held in his hand a constantly rotating celestial calamity star disk, formed by countless swirling stars. At the center of the star disk, a point of chaotic light ignited. The blood source lock of the dragon's burial old ghost has a delightful flavor. This esteemed one graciously accepts. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Calamity's mouth as the star disk aligned with the severed chain's breach, and he inhaled sharply. Buzz, an irresistible force of consumption, emanating from a higher dimension, erupted. The phantom of the broken chain, along with the purest fragments of the blood source law flowing within, surged into the celestial Calamity star disk like rivers converging into the sea. Damn it, Calamity, do you dare seize the possessions of my lord? The inspector roared in a mix of shock and fury. He felt the connection to the blood source chain being forcibly severed, a plunder. The might of the dragon's claw plummeted once more. Abyss. Devour. Xiao Fan seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The bone-eating blade's black hole recklessly expanded, voraciously engulfing the weakened remnants of the Starfall seal along with some fragmented laws of the blood source. Boom. A terrifying energy erupted within the abyssal gate. The feedback torrent instantly shattered the last barrier. Buzz. Within Xiao Fan, the Imperial Bone unleashed a resplendent golden light that pierced through the star cemetery. The dark golden dragon patterns fully materialized, transforming into a fierce suit of armor enveloping his entire body. A vast pressure, surpassing the Imperial realm and commanding a portion of the laws of heaven and earth, erupted with a mighty roar. Pseudo-holy realm. Achieved. Roar. The weapon spirit, Jifa, emitted a triumphant roar. The purple-black radiance of the bone-eating blade retracted, revealing profound star patterns upon its blade, its rank elevated to pseudo-holy weapon, pinnacle. The ancient execution sword's azure golden light surged, its cracks mending slightly under the nourishment of the blood source's power, and its intent to eliminate became even more refined. Junior, Calamity, you shall all perish. The inspector completely went mad. Retracting the dragon's claw, amidst the crumbling void, a towering Saint King dragon skeleton law manifestation, cloaked in dark golden dragon scales and entwined with a broken blood chain, slowly coalesced. Its aura was undeniably that of a mid-stage Saint King. TSK, this is getting serious. Calamity stowed away the starred disc, glancing at the furious inspector's manifestation, shrugged, and smiled at Xiao Fan. Kid, the entrance to the blood nest has opened. Inside, there lies the keyhole you seek. As for this bony frame, I shall hold it off for 3 breaths. Whether you can escape depends on your fortune. Before his words fell, Calamity's figure morphed into a twisting starlight, actively confronting the inspector's manifestation. The celestial Calamity star disk illuminated once more, countless phantom star chains shooting out, entangling the dragon skeleton manifestation. Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan transformed into a dark golden meteor. With the bone-eating blade and the ancient execution sword as his protective radiance, diving into the churning dark vortex of the dragon's burial blood nest, which was violently fluctuating due to the severed chains and energy imbalance. Behind him echoed the inspector's world-destroying roar and Calamity's irreverent laughter. Within the blood nest, it was not the hell of flesh and blood he had anticipated, but an immense and boundless crimson labyrinth constructed from countless dark golden veins and bones. Deep within the labyrinth, an ancient and pure draconic pressure, so potent that even the abyssal gate trembled before it, pulsed like a slumbering heart. There, the keyhole awaited. Xiao Fan's gaze sparkled with intensity, locking onto the core of the maze. A new journey commenced, overshadowed by the pursuit of the Saint King, as it thunderously unfolded deep within the blood nest. Chapter 59, The Blood Nest. The dragon heart devours all. The abyssal gate opens, revealing the celestial tomb. In the depths of the myriad dragon blood nests, a thick, sanguine atmosphere nearly solidified, each step feeling as though one were treading upon a frozen mire of dragoness blood. Countless passages, woven from dark golden veins and pale dragon bones, crisscrossed, exuding an oppressive ancient draconic aura and resentment. Clad in dark golden dragon-patterned battle armor, imperial bone armor, Xiao Fan's presence radiated with the essence of a nascent saint. While the bone-devouring blade and the ancient sword of slaughter hovered beside him, akin to 2 dormant ferocious beasts. Gee, find the path. Xiao Fan's consciousness delved into his sea of perception, the light of the dragon burial token flickering erratically within the labyrinth, guiding him toward the profound source of that resounding heartbeat. The spirit G's thoughts bore a weighty caution. This cursed place is thick with resentment. Even my devouring force is suppressed. Tread carefully. That heartbeat feels amiss. As he approached the core, the dark golden sheen upon the walls of veins grew increasingly radiant, akin to flowing molten gold. The draconic aura that pervaded the air became heavier, imbued with a pressure that resonated from the very source of the bloodline, sending shivers through the soul. Suddenly, a vast chamber, shaped like a heart and woven from billions of dark golden veins, revealed itself before him. At the heart of the chamber, a colossal dragon heart, 100 feet in size, glimmering dark gold and adorned with enigmatic dragon scale patterns, pulsated slowly and powerfully. Each heartbeat stirred the energy tides throughout the entire blood nest. The ancient draconic essence that stirred the abyssal gate sprang forth from this very heart, the heart of the ancestral dragon. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted. This was no ordinary dragon heart. The source power it contained far surpassed any draconic essence he had previously absorbed. There, the keyhole awaited. The spirit G's thoughts locked onto the area directly beneath the dragon heart. To his astonishment, the base of the dragon heart was not connected to the veins, but rather floated above a bottomless, slowly rotating dark golden vortex. At the center of the vortex, an intricately woven dark red rune, formed from countless fractured chains, flickered into view. The aura emanating from the rune resonated faintly with the abyssal gate. It is it. Xiao Fan's spirit surged. The abyss is the key, and this rune serves as the lock. Activating, it would unveil the portal to the core of the dragon burial court. Without hesitation, he stepped into the heart chamber. At the moment he entered, a thunderous vibration erupted throughout the chamber. The slowly beating heart of the ancestral dragon suddenly quickened. An overwhelming, unparalleled draconic pressure, imbued with the will of judgment and purification, descended upon him. Like an invisible hammer, it struck Xiao Fan with tremendous force. Xiao Fan was struck as if by a heavy blow. The golden light of the imperial bone armor flared wildly, and he was forced to one knee. Even the flesh of a nascent saint groaned under the unbearable weight. His soul felt as though it might be crushed. This pressure surpassed that of a nascent saint, pressing fiercely against him like a saint king. Roar. The spirit G let out a furious roar. The bone-devouring blade erupted in a violet-black bloodlight, and the eye of the abyssal gate forcefully opened, ravenously consuming the overwhelming pressure of the ancestral dragon. The ancient sword of annihilation, with its azure gold blade, surged with a fierce radiance as Uni's intent to eradicate instinctively shielded its master, cleaving through the intangible pressures. Outsiders, who sought to steal the bloodline and coveted the heart of the ancestors, must be eradicated. A grand, chilling, and utterly emotionless thought resonated like a divine judgment within Xiao Fan's very soul. It was the lingering will of the heart of the ancestral dragon, repelling all intruders. Curse you. Xiao Fan's eyes blazed with crimson gold as the essence of the imperial bone and dragon soul fervently ignited. He strained his body against the overwhelming pressure, advancing step by step toward the dark golden vortex. With each step, the ground fissured deeply beneath him. Silence. Annihilate. Clear the path. Open for me. The weapon spirit howled in a frenzy. The bone-devouring blade transformed into a violet-black meteor, tearing through space as it fiercely struck the core of the oppressive force emanating from the heart of the ancestral dragon. The eye of the abyss spun wildly, devouring all obstacles in its path. Clang! The ancient sword of annihilation followed suit, its azure gold radiance condensing into a fine line that severed the threads of causality, precisely piercing the energy node pulsating from the heart of the ancestral dragon. It sought to disrupt the output of its oppressive force. Boom! Boom! The two forces collided with ferocity. The heart of the ancestral dragon trembled violently, and the descending pressure exhibited a hint of chaos. Xiao Fan felt the weight lift suddenly, propelling him towards the vortex with newfound speed. He returned to its place. He bellowed, and deep within his soul, the dormant silhouette of the abyssal gate quaked violently. A pure, overwhelming force of the abyss, imbued with the will to consume, was forcibly drawn forth, condensing into a pitch-black beam that shot toward the dark red runes at the vortex's center. Swoosh! The pitch-black beam struck the runes with precision. Buzz! The entire dark golden vortex momentarily halted, then erupted into a blinding crimson radiance. The fractured chain runes seemed to be infused with life, writhing, extending, and reconfiguring. Countless dark red chains surged forth from the runes, instantly ensnaring Xiao Fan's body. A cold, imprisoning terror surged forth, as if intent on locking his very soul in place. Bloodline chains. They are binding me. Xiao Fan gasped in horror. These chains were not physical attacks, but directly targeted his life essence and soul. The imperial bone armor groaned under the unbearable strain as the abyssal gate within his soul trembled violently, forcefully subdued by the power of these chains. No, this is not unlocking. It is a sacrifice. The weapon spirit was filled with rage and disbelief. The bone-devouring blade struck at the illusory chains frantically, but it was as if cleaving through air, utterly ineffective. With the key as the offering, the tomb's gate shall be opened. Echoed the cold intent of the heart of the ancestral dragon once more. The rotation of the dark golden vortex accelerated tremendously, forming an unfathomable black passage at its core. A more ancient, deathly aura, as if it had entombed all worlds, seeped forth from within. Deep within the passage, a shadowy edifice composed of countless dragon skeletons could be faintly discerned, the tomb of the dragons. Thus, the keyhole was a sacrificial altar. Xiao Fan realized in an instant. The tomb dragon command did not point the way, it was the offering. The bearer of the abyssal key was to be the living sacrifice to unlock the tomb of the dragons. You wish to sacrifice me? In your dreams. Unprecedented madness ignited in Xiao Fan's eyes. He no longer suppressed the abyssal gate. Instead, he channeled the imperial bone dragon soul, the pseudo-saint essence, along with the pain and fury inflicted by the chains, into the trembling portal. Abyss, devour this cursed lock for me. Thunderous roars erupted. The ethereal shadow of the abyssal gate surged violently before Xiao Fan's chest, unleashing a primordial devouring storm from the depths of the void. The dark red chains entwined around him shrieked in agony, as if confronted by their nemesis, fracturing inch by inch, and were forcibly drawn into the swirling vortex of the abyss. A roar erupted from the heart of the ancestor dragon, filled with wrath. Its pulsating frequency escalated, mingling with a terrifying pressure and the materialized dark golden dragon blood, crashing down upon Xiao Fan like a torrential river, intent on crushing him along with the abyssal gate. Silence. Sever the sins. Devour this shattered heart. Blood streamed from Xiao Fan's 7 orifices, his demeanor frenzied. with his hands outstretched. The bone-devouring blade and the ancient sword of sin transformed into two luminous streaks, surging upwards. The abyssal eye of the bone-devouring blade expanded to its utmost limit, voraciously consuming the deluge of dragon blood. The azure golden blade radiance of the ancient sword of sin coalesced into a single point of annihilating starlight, piercing through the defenses to strike at the core of the ancestor dragon's heart. Break! With a soft hiss, the annihilating starlight precisely penetrated the core of the ancestor dragon's heart, unleashing the sword intent of myriad laws. The heart of the ancestor dragon quivered violently, its pulsations abruptly halting. The descending pressure and dragon blood flow were instantaneously thrown into disarray. Devour! Seizing the opportunity, the weapon spirit seized the moment. The abyssal eye opened like a ravenous maw, voraciously consuming the chaotic dragon blood along with the immense essence emanating from the heart of the ancestor dragon. The system erupted. Abyssal gate activation, 38. 51. Devouring the essence of the ancestor dragon, partially. Gained. Pure ancestor dragon source power fragment of myriad laws. Emperor bone repair rate, 91. 93. Refining the ancestor dragon source power. Dragon pattern battle armor evolution, pseudo-saint peak defense. Ancient sword of sin. Devouring ancestor dragon source power. Crack repair 70. Annihilating sword intense sublimation, capable of injuring the source of saint kings. Realm stabilization. Peak of early pseudo-saint. Boom. The heart of the ancestor dragon suffered a grievous blow, its brilliance dimming. The dark golden vortex below lost its support, its rotational speed plummeting. The spectral image of the dragon burial court deep within the passage grew hazy. Junior, you have destroyed my ancestor's heart. You deserve 1,000 deaths. A roar, even more furious and terrifying than before, surged forth, carrying the overwhelming pressure of a saint king that could shatter the starry river, penetrating the blood nest maze and crashing into the cardiac chamber. The entire space fractured like a mirror, piece by piece. A colossal dragon claw, adorned with dark golden scales, entwined with shattered blood chains, and igniting with world-consuming dragon flames, tore through the void, descending upon Xiao Fan and the injured heart of the ancestor dragon with ferocity. Patrol envoy, break through the obstruction of the calamity. My true form has arrived. Calamity, have you betrayed me? Xiao Fan's eyes widened in rage. The mid-stage strike of a saint king, fueled by fury, was enough to obliterate him along with this space. Heck, kid, hold on. The keyhole hasn't fully closed. Jump in. The mocking voice of calamity rang out urgently amidst the collapsing space. Simultaneously, a distorted starlight barrier flickered before the dragon claw, attempting to momentarily obstruct it. Jump. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan withdrew the bone-devouring blade and the ancient sword of sin to protect himself. He leaped towards the dark golden vortex passage, rendered unstable by the injury to the heart of the ancestor dragon, plunging headlong into it. Nowhere to escape. The patrol envoy's dragon claw accelerated abruptly, disregarding the starlight barrier, fiercely reaching for the figure of Xiao Fan as he vanished into the vortex. The dragon's claw grazed the edge of the vortex, unleashing the terrifying power of the Holy King. The vortex trembled violently, its edges shattering. Xiao Fan felt a cataclysmic force brush against his back, causing the Emperor bone armor to fracture instantly, blood gushing forth like molten gold. His very soul seemed to be torn asunder. In the midst of excruciating pain, darkness enveloped him, plunging him deep into the vortex. Damn it! The roar of the patrol envoy echoed within the collapsing chamber. His colossal dragon claw struck fiercely at the wounded heart of the ancestor dragon. With a thunderous roar, the heart of the ancestor dragon shattered completely. The dark golden vortex passage closed violently under the onslaught of raging energy, leaving behind a massive void and the furious Holy King. In the depths of the myriad dragon's blood nest, silence reigned. Only the figure of GM materialized in the distance upon a shattered dragon bone. Gazing at the closed passage and the wrathful patrol envoy, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The key, the offering, the door, all are in place. The dragon tomb must awaken. Within the vortex passage, Xiao Fan tumbled amidst the chaotic spatial currents, his emperor bone armor on the verge of collapse, his soul racked with unbearable pain. Yet, he clutched the bone-devouring blade and the slaying sin tightly, his consciousness fixated on the dark golden palace at the passage's end, which grew ever clearer. The dragon tomb. He had finally arrived. Just as he was about to burst through the passage, a hum resonated within his sea of consciousness. The long-dormant dragon tomb order suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A voice, cold and majestic, seemingly chanted by countless dragon souls, imprinted itself upon his very essence. The key of the abyss returns, the ancient sin dragon awakens, the blood source chains shatter, the dragon tomb opens. Boom. At the passage's end, the dark golden palace, constructed from an endless pile of dragon skeletons, erupted with a dark red radiance that threatened to consume all. A terrifying aura, one that eclipsed the Holy King and seemed capable of burying an entire era, roared to life. The true storm had only just begun. Chapter 60. The Sin Dragon opens its eyes, devouring eternity. The blood chains shatter. The tomb of the dead opens. The dark golden vortex passage thundered shut behind him. The sensation of destruction from the Holy King's passing still ignited along his spine. Xiao Fan was akin to a leaf cast into the heart of a tempest, tumbling amidst the violent spatial chaos. The Emperor Bone dragon-patterned armor was riddled with spiderweb cracks, dark golden blood seeping forth continuously. The agony of his soul being torn by the Holy King's claws nearly consuming his consciousness. The power of the early pseudo-saint felt so insignificant amidst this turmoil. Boy, hold on. Don't let this old man fall apart just after feasting. The spirit of the weapon, G, conveyed an unprecedented gravity. The bone-devouring blade erupted in a purplish-black light, the power of the abyssal ice prison striving to freeze the chaotic spatial debris around him. The ancient sword, slaying sin, emanated a blue-gold sword light, its intent transforming into an invisible barrier that severed the malevolent energy eroding his soul. I won't die? Xiao Fan bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain forcing him to concentrate his willpower. He frantically activated the essence of the Emperor Bone, the power of the ancestor dragon surging beneath his shattered armor, mending the wounds of his flesh. His gaze remained locked ahead, toward the dark golden palace that loomed larger and clearer at the end of the chaotic currents. The dragon tomb. He had finally arrived. Yet, it was not the grand palace he had envisioned, but rather a continent of skeletal remains, twisted and forged from the endless corpses of colossal dragons. The surface of the continent is shrouded in a dark golden crystalline layer, resembling solidified plasma. Countless fractured blood source chains, glimmering with an ethereal light, coil around it like colossal serpents, extending into the depths of the continent. An indescribable aura of desolation and stillness, accompanied by a violently suppressed dragon's might potent enough to make the heavens tremble, emanates from the abyss of the land. Each faint pulse sends ripples through the entire space. Buzz, just as Xiao Fan is about to break free from the chaotic currents and step onto the skeletal continent. The dormant dragon's grave token within his consciousness suddenly erupts with blinding crimson light. A cold, imposing will resonates like a mighty bell, striking at the soul. Key of the abyss, return to its place. Ancient sinful dragon, awaken. Blood source chains, shatter. Court of the dragon's grave, open. Boom. The entire skeletal continent trembles violently. The myriad blood source chains entwined around it emit a shrill, metallic wail as if overwhelmed by an unbearable burden. The ancient and arcane runes upon the chains flicker wildly, fading in and out, until they finally erupt like ignited fuses, fracturing inch by inch. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering spreads like a plague. Countless chains, as thick as mountains, break apart under Xiao Fan's astonished gaze, like decayed ropes torn by an unseen force. From the broken segments, a viscous dark golden essence flows forth like a flood breaching its banks, instantly dyeing the entire skeletal continent crimson. Roar. A sound reminiscent of the primordial creation of the world, steeped in boundless resentment, violence, and a hint of liberation, suddenly reverberates from the deepest recesses of the skeletal continent. This dragon's roar pierces through the chaotic currents of space, infiltrating Xiao Fan's very soul, causing both the bone-crushing blade and the sin-cutting ancient sword to emit a burdensome hum. At the continent's center, the most massive and ancient mound of bones abruptly arches upward. A colossal dragon claw, covered in dark golden scales riddled with cracks and decay, slowly emerges from the surface of the bones. Its size seems capable of grasping the stars. Dark golden blood flows from the claw's tip, exuding a terrifying pressure that suffocates even the pseudo-saints. Then a second, a third, the ninth. 9 equally gigantic, decayed dragon claws, radiating a world-destroying aura, tear through the skeletal continent, gradually propping it up like colossal pillars supporting the heavens. Boom. The center of the continent erupts entirely. A dragon's head, so large it defies description, adorned with shattered dark golden scales, slowly raises itself, one eye tightly shut, while the other gradually opens. The opened eye is not flesh, but 2 swirling dark golden vortices that devour light. Deep within those vortices lies boundless hatred, brutality, and a chilling clarity. The ancient sinful dragon has awakened. Roar. The sinful dragon bellows at the sky. The remaining eye's vortex spins wildly. A devouring storm, transcending even the holy kings and surpassing Xiao Fan's comprehension, erupts with it as the center. The surrounding torrents of blood essence surge forth like rivers converging into the sea, frantically pouring into that dragon's eye vortex. The skeletal continent trembles violently, as countless bones are swept up, shattered, and consumed. Silence. Cut the sin. Protect the body. Xiao Fan's very soul trembles. This is a power beyond his capacity to contend with. The Bone Devourer and the ancient Sword of Annihilation erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. As the weapon spirit, Jay, roared fiercely, expanding the dual realms of the Abyssal Ice Prison and the Blood Fiend Star Prison. The sword intent of the Annihilation Sword transformed into a tangible sword aura, encircling the surroundings. Boom. The devouring storm descended upon the body in an instant. The dual realms shattered as if made of paper. The Annihilation Sword aura obliterated inch by inch. Xiao Fan felt as though he were being struck by countless stars. His Imperial Bone battle armor utterly shattered. His dark golden bones were exposed, marred with fissures. The impact hurled him like a cannonball deep into the land of bones. Blood gushed forth, and consciousness blurred in an instant. A searing pain engulfed his entire being. The pseudo-saint body teetered on the brink of collapse. His soul seemed to be drawn into that dragon's eye vortex. Damn it! This old mudfish, so vicious right upon awakening. The voice of the weapon spirit, Jay, was laced with pain and disbelief. The key, the abyss, the colossal head of the Sin Dragon slowly turned, the remaining dragon's eye vortex locking onto Xiao Fan, who was engulfed by the storm and crashed to the ground. A grand, hoarse voice, as if a chorus of 1,000,000 wronged souls roared in unison, detonated within Xiao Fan's shattered spirit. I recognize your aura, the essence of the abyss. Surrender the key, release my true form. The voice of the Sin Dragon carried an undeniable pressure and a hint of greed. It craved the gate of the abyss. It yearned for complete freedom. In your dreams, Xiao Fan struggled to rise, the Imperial Bone Dragon's soul burning fiercely, forcibly stabilizing his nearly collapsing consciousness. He fixed his gaze upon that terrifying dragon's eye vortex, where, deep within his soul, the dormant gate of the abyss erupted with an unprecedented desire and fury, spurred by the Sin Dragon's presence. It wants to consume me. Xiao Fan suddenly understood. What the Sin Dragon sought was not merely the key, but the very essence of the abyss contained within it. By devouring him, it could seize control of the abyssal power and break free from its final restraints. Silence. Annihilation. The moment to fight had arrived. Bloodlight surged in Xiao Fan's eyes. In the face of despair, his ferocity ignited completely. He poured every remnant of the Imperial Bone's essence, the primal power of the Ancestor Dragon, along with his unwavering will to control the gate of the abyss, unreservedly into his dual weapons. Roar. Let us do this. The weapon spirit Jay unleashed its ferocity entirely. The Bone Devourer's violet-black radiance retracted, the core abyssal eye swelling to its limit, transforming into a frenzied, swirling miniature black hole, actively confronting the Sin Dragon's devouring storm. Annihilation, sever the source. The Annihilation Sword emitted a mournful cry, its azure golden sword light extraordinarily condensed, as the obsessions of the cloud wings and fragments of myriad laws burned to their utmost. The sword's edge did not target the dragon's head, but rather the thick, blood-soaked core chain remnants connecting to the 9 dragon claws beneath it. That was the foundation left behind after the blood source chain's dissolution. The myriad laws of the abyss. Bury the dragon. Xiao Fan unified his dual weapons. The left blade, the abyssal black hole, consumed the storm. The right sword, the annihilation edge, severed the chain. Boom. An indescribable collision. The Sin Dragon's devouring storm was violently torn apart and consumed by the abyssal black hole. The Annihilation Sword's radiance struck precisely upon the dark red chain remnants. It contained myriad laws, and the sword intent of annihilation erupted forth. The chain remnants trembled violently, emitting a pained groan, as a deep crack appeared upon its surface. Ants, how dare you harm my foundation? The Sin Dragon roared in fury. The dragon's eye vortex suddenly contracted. A purer, more terrifying blood source devouring power erupted. The abyssal black hole shook violently, its edges fracturing. The ancient sword of annihilation, imbued with the essence of azure gold, shattered inch by inch. Xiao Fan felt as though he had been struck with immense force, the fractures in his imperial bones widening. Golden blood gushing forth as he was violently hurled away once more. With a crash, Xiao Fan collided against a massive dragon vertebra, the sound of splintering bone resounding clearly. His consciousness teetered on the brink, overwhelmed by excruciating pain and the consuming force. It was over. He truly might meet his end here. The spirit of the weapon, G, conveyed a trace of despair. Just at this critical moment, a mocking voice unexpectedly resonated across the skeletal continent. Alas, why all this violence? An old friend has just awakened. And you're already in such a temper? The space around them silently fissured. A figure draped in a star-patterned black robe, Jie's presence emerged like a specter. He held aloft the spinning wheel of eternal tribulation. At its center, a singular chaos radiated with blinding brilliance. Jie. Xiao Fan was taken aback and furious. Jie. Is it truly you? The colossal head of the Sin Dragon suddenly swung towards Jie, its dragon eyes swirling with turbulence. The voice laced with incredulity and a hint of trepidation. You're still alive. Dead. It isn't that simple, Jie chuckled lightly. Surveying the gravely wounded Xiao Fan and the wrathful Sin Dragon, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The key of devouring abyss. The foundation of blood source, the essence of the Sin Dragon. Everything is in place. He abruptly hurled the wheel of eternal tribulation into the sky. Eternal tribulation. Return to source. Chains, be reforged. A resounding hum erupted. The wheel of eternal tribulation unleashed a chaotic brilliance that pierced through the dragon's tomb. Countless chains of laws, woven from starlight and chaotic currents, burst forth from the wheel. These chains were not of substance, but rather pure energy rules. They disregarded space, instantly entwining the Sin Dragon's 9 colossal claws and its massive head. Simultaneously, several chains accurately penetrated deep into the skeletal continent, connecting with the fractured foundations of blood source chains. How dare you, Jie? The Sin Dragon roared thunderously, thrashing in a frenzy. Yet, the chaotic chains clung to it like maggots, firmly restraining its power. More terrifyingly, the power of the laws contained within the chains forcibly extracted the essence of the blood source it had just consumed, nourishing the fragmented chain's foundations. The disintegrated blood source chains began to show signs of recoalescing, using the devouring abyss as bait. The Sin Dragon, as a furnace, reforged the blood source and subdued the ages. Jie's voice brimmed with fervor. He abruptly turned to Xiao Fan. Kid, if you don't want this old eel to make a meal of you, inject the power of the devouring abyss into the wheel. What? Xiao Fan's pupils constricted. Jie intended to leverage the power of the abyss, in conjunction with the wheel, to reseal the Sin Dragon? Roar. You shall not succeed. The Sin Dragon was wholly frenzied. Its dragon eyes erupted with reckless abandon. The terrifying force of absorption forcibly broke free from some of the chaotic chains, once again enveloping Xiao Fan. There is no time. Trust me, or die. Jie's voice rang with an undeniable urgency. A choice of life and death. In a flash of lightning. Damn it, I'm all in. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He hesitated no longer. Deep within his soul, the trembling door to the devouring abyss was flung wide open. A torrent of pure, primal essence, carrying the breath of annihilation from the end of the void, was forcibly guided and violently infused into the suspended wheel of eternal tribulation. With a resounding hum, the wheel's radiance surged. The chaotic chains entwining the Sin Dragon instantly solidified several-fold. Countless profound dark golden runes surfaced upon the chains, resonating with the recoalescing foundations of the blood source chains below. A formidable force of sealing energy descended with a thunderous roar. No. The Sin Dragon unleashed a cry of despair. Its colossal form was forcibly suppressed back to the bone mainland. The dragon's eyes, swirling with chaos, flickered madly, yet it could not break free from the dual chains that bound it. Success. A brilliant light surged in the eyes of the Reaper. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Deep within the bone mainland, at the bottom of the vast pit raised by the Sin Dragon, an ancient stone door composed of pure, dark, golden blood essence slowly emerged, stimulated by the double chains of sealing. Upon the stone door, there was an imprint of a dark red vortex, nearly identical to the shadow of the abyss gate. At the center of the imprint, a keyhole-like depression was distinctly visible. Was that the true core of the dragon's grave? Xiao Fan's mind was violently shaken. The keyhole had finally appeared, and the Reaper's gaze was firmly fixed upon that dark red vortex imprint, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented greed and fervor. Abyssal key, returned to its rightful place. He suddenly raised his hand, an invisible force reaching for the gravely injured Xiao Fan. He intended to use him as a key, forcibly pressing him against the imprint on the stone door. Reaper, you. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in rage. It turned out this was the Reaper's true intention. He was not aiming to seal the Sin Dragon, but to utilize the abyssal key to unlock the true core of the dragon's grave. Haha. Thank you for your key, kid. The Reaper sneered. Just as Xiao Fan was about to be pressed against the stone door, a roar erupted from the Sin Dragon, suppressed by the dual chains, as a glimmer of clarity surged forth from its remaining swirling eyes. It fixed its gaze upon the Reaper, letting out a roar filled with boundless sorrow and understanding. So it was you. All those years ago. The traitor who betrayed the master of the court and stole the blood essence. It was you. The abyss is not the key. It is the sin you severed all those years ago.